Reincarnated as a prodigy in the cultivation world, he suffered a ruined Dantian and believed his future was destroyed. However, he unexpectedly activated the treasure bag system, drawing gadgets from Doryman, and embarked on a path of comeback to become a celestial cultivator, with the position of sect leader easily within reach. Chapter 1. The Treasure Bag System. The Lingshu Sect. As a first-tier cultivation sect in the northern region's cultivation world, the Lingshu Sect has a long history and profound foundation. And at this very moment, inside a palace located on one of the sacred peaks, a pale-faced youth slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. Soon after, a tidal wave of memories surged wildly into his mind. Have I been reincarnated? After organizing the memories briefly, Xia Yi wore an expression of shock. Originally, he was just an ordinary college student on Earth, never expecting that one morning he would awaken in the world of cultivators. From the flood of memories, he learned that his new identity was prestigious. He was one of the 9 elite disciples of the Lingshu Sect. He possessed a true spirit root constitution and had successfully built his foundation at the age of 18. Throughout the entire northern region's cultivation world, he was considered a genius. Half a month ago, the sect leader, Li Shuijing, failed in his attempt to advance to the Yuan-Ing stage and died from a cultivation mishap. This left the sect leader's seat vacant. The replacement could only be selected from among the 9 elite disciples. The original occupant was one of the favorites in the race to become the new sect leader and had the support of many elders within the sect. However, 3 days ago, while he was Waichu purchasing pills, he was attacked by unknown cultivators. Though he barely managed to escape back to the sect, he suffered severe injuries. His Dantian was completely destroyed, leaving him unable to cultivate ever again. This is just too tragic. This is practically starting from hell. Xia Yi used his spiritual awareness to inspect his damaged Dantian, revealing a bitter smile. His severely injured body could be healed with medicinal pills, but without a functioning Dantian, even a Yuan-Ing true monarch would shake his head helplessly. Ding. Just then, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. System loading. Congratulations, Master, on activating the treasure bag system. Xia Yi couldn't help but feel delighted. A system. The must-have blessing for transmigrated individuals. Better late than never. Would you like to draw a prop? Draw it. Xia Yi responded decisively. Congratulations. You have obtained time cloth. Immediately after, a transparent, illusory panel appeared before Xia Yi, displaying the newly drawn prop. Prop name. Time cloth. Prop function. When covering an object with its front side, the object's time flow will accelerate, revealing its future state. If covered with the reverse side, time will rewind, showing its past state. Xia Yi concentrated and found a seemingly ordinary tablecloth now in his hands. It bore a pattern of differently sized clocks, with a front and back. The front was red, the back black. This looks just like a Doryman gadget. Xia Yi quickly calmed his thoughts and communicated with the system. After several minutes, he finally understood the specifics of this system. The treasure bag system allows the user to draw items from Doryman's collection. However, each draw could only occur once every 5 days, with results being random. The items are divided into 2 types, permanent and time-limited. Permanent items can be used indefinitely once drawn. Time-limited items come with a usage time limit or a limited number of uses. For instance, the recently drawn time cloth fragment would vanish once used. Although it's not a permanent item, it should be enough to resolve my current predicament. Xia Yi felt joyous. By using the reverse side of the time cloth over himself, he could restore his body to its condition before the attack. But soon he considered a serious issue. Before being attacked, the soul residing in this body was the original owner's. If he used the time cloth, would the original soul return to this body? Would his own soul disappear? Or would both souls coexist in the same body? Thinking of this, Xia Yi hurriedly contacted the system for clarification. Don't worry, Master. When used on a person, the time cloth affects only the physical body, not the soul. Upon hearing the system's words, Xia Yi let out a sigh of relief. He then placed the reverse side of the time cloth over himself, setting it to 3 days ago. The time cloth emitted a brilliant multicolored glow. Xia Yi immediately felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy coursing through his body, and his Dantian healed completely. However, the time cloth above his head gradually became hazy, and within a few breaths, vanished entirely. What a pity it was only a fragment. If it had been permanent, that would have been better. Xia Yi sighed with regret. The time cloth was an amazing artifact. It could accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs or reverse aging. Most importantly, in 5 days' time was the selection of the new sect leader, where the 9 elite disciples would compete on the Tianqing stage. The victor would become the new leader of the sect. If he could use the time cloth to travel dozens of years into the future, he might instantly achieve core formation stage, and the position of sect leader would be within easy reach. In the following days, Xia Yi adjusted to his new physical form while awaiting the sect leader selection. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the cultivation chamber, Xia Yi opened his eyes, and a powerful aura radiated from his entire body. After several days of integration, he had finally gained complete control over this body and could now unleash his full strength. Without hesitation, he flew toward the Tianqing stage, passing through countless mountain ranges until he arrived at a vast plaza. Within the plaza stood a jade platform 10 zhang tall, 100 zhang wide, and 100 zhang long, perfectly square in shape. Even before arriving, one could feel a sense of ancient desolation and solemnity radiating from it. The selection for the new sect leader was no ordinary event. Nearly all the elders and disciples had gathered to witness it. In no time at all, the plaza was packed with people. Senior Brother Xia. Senior Brother Xia. When the disciples spotted Xia Yi's figure, they immediately bowed in respect. As one of the 9 elite disciples, the original occupant had earned quite a reputation within the Lingshu sect. At this moment, a young man in white robes approached, a star-adorned crown atop his head, a precious sword resting on his back. He radiated sharpness and vigor. Simply by his presence alone, he seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. Senior brother, I heard you were attacked recently. Are you all right? The white-robed youth spoke. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. My injuries were minor, hardly worth mentioning, Xia Yi replied, maintaining a cold expression. This white-robed young man was Lu Bai, an extraordinary prodigy with the sword spirit root constitution. Already at the peak of foundation building, he was the strongest among the 9 elite disciples. Previously, when the original occupant was attacked, Lu Bai had been the prime suspect. This was because the other elite disciples were mostly at the early or middle stages of foundation building, while the original occupant alone had reached the late foundation building stage, a true threat to Lu Bai. Lu Bai strode onto the Tianqing stage and coldly gazed down at the crowd. A terrifying and overwhelming aura radiated from him, sending shockwaves across heaven and earth. His power was astonishing, his presence awe-inspiring. The sect leader's position is mine to claim. If any junior brothers wish to contest it, step forward and challenge me. Upon hearing Lu Bai's cold declaration, the other elite disciples exchanged glances, none daring to step onto the stage. The gap in strength was too great. Even if they did step forward, there would be no chance of victory. Worse still, if they ended up crippled or maimed, the loss would far outweigh the gain. Let me be the one to test senior brother's skills. At that moment, Xia Yi spoke out. Chapter 2. The Legendary Sword, Lightning Flashblade. Xia Yi strolled slowly onto the Tianqing platform, appearing carefree, yet brimming with confidence. Once you step onto the Tianqing platform, life and death are no longer matters to be debated. Xia, my younger brother, think carefully. Lu Bai's tone was stern, his killing intent undisguised. Please, senior brother, enlighten me. Xia Yi drew a silver longsword, seemingly ordinary, without any aura of power. This was the item he had just drawn, the legendary sword, Lightning Flashblade. It contained a built-in radar that could detect the enemy's movements and automatically counterattack and defend. In theory, it could counter any move the opponent made, ensuring victory in sword duels for its user. Although this lightning flashblade was a time-limited item, it had 3 pieces, meaning it could be used 3 times. What? You want to duel with swords? Lu Bai looked at Xia Yi holding the sword, somewhat incredulous. The younger disciples and elders below were equally stunned, looking at Xia Yi as if he were a madman. Lu Bai possessed the rare sword spirit constitution. Even golden core cultivators rarely matched his understanding of the sword path. Although Xia Yi was exceptionally gifted, he practiced the Feishan method, one of the 5 supreme martial arts techniques of Lingshu sect. It had nothing to do with sword cultivation. This was practically using his own weakness to attack the opponent's strength. This sword is called Majiao, a top-tier spiritual artifact. I will now use it to test my younger brother's sword skills. Without hesitation, Lu Bai struck first. The dark gold sword in his hand writhed like a silver snake, suddenly shooting forward. Sword beams flickered like chilly autumn wind and snow covering the earth. The Lingshu sect possessed 5 great cultivation techniques: the Qixio Shinmong scripture, the 4 seasons sword method, the Jiugong divine form technique, the Wan Shui divine skill, and the Feishan method. What Lu Bai used was the 4 seasons sword method. The 4 seasons sword method was a powerful sword cultivation technique, considered among the strongest in the 5 major sect techniques. Once mastered, it would allow the cultivator to foster 4 kinds of sword intent: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, within their body. When unleashed, it was nearly impossible for opponents at the same cultivation level to resist. However, very few disciples practiced this technique because these 4 types of sword intent clashed internally, making them difficult to balance. One small mistake could result in backlash, leading to death without a grave. Throughout the Lingshu sect's history, countless disciples had died due to this sword technique, so over time, few dared practice it. Lu Bai, possessing the sword spirit constitution, an innate and special spiritual root ideal for sword cultivation, found no obstacles in practicing the 4 seasons sword method. Autumn frost covering the land, winter snow covering the sky. Who would have thought that junior nephew Lu had mastered these 2 killing moves to such an extent? Inside the elder's pavilion, Li Qingfeng inhaled sharply. The 4 seasons sword method infused sword intent with the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the cycle of nature dying away, and ranked first among the Lingshu 5 techniques in offensive power. As the sect's grand instructor, he deeply understood the sword method and clearly knew how terrifying those 2 moves were, with very few disciples able to master them. The sect enforcer, Elder King Swansea, laughed heartily. As Lu Bai's master, he looked proud. Lu Bai has the sword spirit root. Even in Lingshu's 10,000-year history, he is a top-tier talent. He may even follow the sword immortal path in the future. With junior nephew Lu's talent, the chance of reaching the core formation stage is very high. Li Qingfeng stroked his beard and exclaimed in admiration. Seeing Li Qingfeng's cordial tone, King Swansea couldn't help feeling pleased. Li Qingfeng had reached the golden core stage 200 years ago and held a high and respected position, no less influential than King Swansea himself. He was one of the oldest elders in Lingshu sect. Regarding the issue of sect leader succession, Li Qingfeng had always remained neutral, never showing support for any of the elite disciples. If Li Qingfeng shifted his stance to King Xuanzi's side, as long as Lu Bai defeated Xia Yi, the path to the sect leader's throne would be unchallenged. Then, King Xuanzi himself would become the Grand Elder. At this moment, sword energy filled the jade platform above, frigid and cold. Lu Bai had reached the peak of autumn and winter moves in the Four Seasons sword method. As soon as he unleashed them, the heavens and earth seemed silent. Facing such a sudden, powerful, and devastating attack, Xia Yi remained surprisingly relaxed. His silver sword instantly powered up, radiating a golden-yellow glow as he stepped forward. Lu Bai's attack was ruthless, filled with intent to kill. With no trace of underestimating his opponent, he immediately unleashed his most powerful moves, hoping to severely strike Xia Yi within 3 blows, then humiliate him greatly, making him suffer shame and disgrace so he would no longer dare to challenge for the sect leader title. Clang. Their swords clashed, emitting a metallic clang like jade and metal colliding. Vast sword energy surged outward like tidal waves. Lu Bai's heart jolted in shock. Xia Yi's sword movements showed no signs of strain. He swung as though casually, yet precisely hit Lu Bai's weakest point, rendering the fierce attacks harmless. Yet Lu Bai did not stop. Instead, he attacked even harder, like a violent storm bringing sub-zero temperatures, snow, and the arrival of a harsh winter. Standing at the center of the platform, Xia Yi didn't swing often, but each sword stroke deflected Lu Bai's fierce assaults, like using 4 ounces of strength to divert 1,000 pounds of force. Could it be that he has seen through my moves? How is that possible? Lu Bai, unable to break through after repeated attacks, looked increasingly solemn. The Four Seasons sword method was inherited from ancient times. Its sword techniques were unpredictable, capable of manifesting the 4 seasons of heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. Especially the autumn and winter techniques. Each move contained countless variations. Even Golden Core cultivators found it extremely difficult to anticipate. But Xia Yi was only at the late foundation building stage. There was absolutely no way he could have seen through such profound mysteries. What kind of sword technique is Xia Yi practicing that he can rival Lu Bai's Four Seasons sword method? Lu Bai possesses the sword spirit constitution. In terms of sword skills, even the prodigies of ancient great sects couldn't compare with him at the same cultivation level. And yet he can't defeat Xia Yi. Could it be that Xia Yi also possesses terrifying sword cultivation talent? Numerous elders began murmuring among themselves. Seeing that Lu Bai could not break through after a long while, Sect enforcer King Xuanzi furrowed his brows and coldly rebuked. This is the contest for the sect leader's seat. Xia Yi, as one of Lingshu's sect's 9 true disciples, disregards our sect's sword techniques and instead learns other sword methods. How can he possibly qualify to contest for the position of Lingshu's sect's leader? Precisely. The Lingshu 5 techniques were inherited from ancient times. They are not inferior to the cultivation methods of those ancient great sections. For Xia Yi to practice other techniques is practically boosting others' prestige while undermining our own sect's dignity. Guest reception Elder Lin Ren also spoke up. As one of the 8 Golden Core elders of Lingshu's sect and part of the Grand Elder faction, he naturally had to voice his support. Cough, cough. Just then, a coughing sound rang out. Though sounding weak and frail, it reached the ears of every disciple and elder on the scene. Grand Elder. All hail the Grand Elder. The numerous elders and disciples surrounding the Tianqing platform immediately parted a path, showing respectful deference and bowing to greet him. An elderly man, appearing ancient and frail with a hunched back, slowly approached. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, clearly weathered by time, and his body was as dry and desolate as a withered tree, exuding an aura of death. Sect enforcer King Xuanzi's expression changed when he saw the old man, revealing an expression of caution. This frail old man, who seemed to be barely clinging to life, was none other than the chief among Lingshu sect's elders, the Grand Elder Wu Chongtian. 50 years ago, Wu Chongtian had already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. He had also secluded himself to break through to the core formation stage, but unfortunately, he failed. However, unlike sect leader Li Shuijing, Wu Chongtian was fortunate enough to survive, but at a heavy price. His Golden Core had suffered severe damage, crisscrossed with countless cracks and nearly shattered, leaving him merely surviving by sheer will. Grand Elder, why have you come here today? Instructor Li Qingfeng was also surprised and quickly stepped forward to support the old man. My old body is practically falling apart. I don't have many days left. I just came out for a walk. Wu Chongtian coughed again, then gazed upward at the Tianqing platform and calmly asked, who said the young Xia was practicing a foreign sect's sword technique? When did our Lingshu sect ever possess a sword method capable of rivaling the Four Seasons sword technique? Li Qingfeng, puzzled by these words, couldn't help but frown. Having overseen the sect's scripture pavilion for 100 years, he was intimately familiar with all the cultivation techniques inside, yet he truly couldn't recall any sword method that could match this. Chapter 3, Animal Transformation Biscuit. Xia Yi didn't even use any sword techniques at all. He merely responded to each attack as it came, the great elder said indifferently. Responding to attacks as they came? The elders present were greatly shocked, expressions bewildered. They looked closely and realized that indeed, Xia Yi only retaliated after LV Bai launched an attack, neutralizing his strikes, as though he had completely seen through every move. But this was one of the 5 techniques of Lingshu, seasonal sword art, famed for its unpredictable transformations. Even King Swansea himself could not fully comprehend its subtleties. If he were to fight LV Bai, he could only rely on superior cultivation to overpower him. Meanwhile, on the Tianqing platform, LV Bai had realized the same truth. His heart churned with shock, realizing that the sword art he had diligently cultivated was utterly transparent before Xia Yi, as if he were completely naked. It's impossible. LV Bai roared, his sword technique suddenly shifting. Threads of sword chi shot forth like silken strands, densely packed like a vast net. This was the first form of the seasonal sword art, spring silkworm drizzle. His execution was equally masterful, with sword chi as fine as silk, weaving endlessly like tangled emotions. Yet Xia Yi remained unfazed. Swinging his sword, the sky suddenly turned bleak and frosty winds surged forth, shredding and scattering those silken sword threads as though a whirlwind had engulfed them. Autumn frost covers the earth, winter snows fill the sky. Exactly what LV Bai had just used, now copied perfectly by Xia Yi. How can this be possible? Could it be that Xia Yi has also cultivated the seasonal sword art? The watching elders were stunned. The autumn and winter forms Xia Yi executed were equally terrifying. Without reaching a certain level of mastery in the seasonal sword art, one could not possibly perform them. At the very moment he shattered spring silkworm drizzle, Xia Yi, who had been on the defensive the entire time, finally launched his counterattack. A serpentine silver blade abruptly flared to life, aiming straight for LV Bai's heart. This sword strike was perfectly executed, almost exuding a sense of primordial unity with heaven and earth. LV Bai was horrified. He raised his sword to dodge, but it was useless. The strike seemed locked onto him. No matter the angle, escape seemed impossible. He could only resist with all his might, yet that silver blade cut through every one of his sword techniques, as if tearing down ancient ruins. Just as the blade was about to pierce his heart, it abruptly stopped. LV Bai gasped for breath, his face pale. Just now, he had truly tasted death. If Xia Yi hadn't stopped in time, he surely would have been pierced through. He could not believe that he had actually been defeated, especially in his own area of expertise. This was utterly unacceptable for a person as prideful as him. How could it be possible? Under the Tianqing platform, the disciples and elders were all in uproar. No one had expected that LV Bai, who possessed the sword spirit constitution and had reached the peak of foundation building, could lose to Xia Yi, whose cultivation level was lower. This is not how you refine your sword. At that moment, Xia Yi finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but carried clearly throughout the platform. The seasonal sword art encompasses the 4 seasons: spring rain, summer thunder, autumn frost, and winter snow. It embodies the transitions of the seasons, flows through the meridians of yin and yang, stores spiritual power to cultivate a seed of spirit, and gathers sword intent into the dantian. Brother LV focuses only on offensive strikes, emphasizing autumn and winter, yet neglects spring and summer. If he had unleashed the lingering caress of spring rain and the furious speed of summer thunder, his sword technique would have changed completely. Softness and strength must be balanced. The 4 seasons must remain in harmony. This is the true essence of the seasonal sword art. I hope my senior brother will study this deeply in the future. Do not fall into the ways of the devil sects, chasing quick results, or one day you will surely suffer from spiritual backlash. LV Bai glared at Xia Yi, who stood there calmly instructing him, his face turning alternately green and pale. Rage overwhelmed him, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother, are you okay? Did you suffer injuries during the fight? Forgive my excessive force. Here are some high-grade pills. Xia Yi took out a white porcelain bottle, wearing a look of concern. LV Bai's face darkened. Without even wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he suddenly shot forth a streak of sword light beneath his feet, his figure turning into a rainbow speeding southward, vanishing in an instant. Brother Xia, you are magnificent. Many disciples shouted excitedly. Brother Xia, you are magnificent. Brother Xia, you are magnificent. More and more disciples joined in, even including some foundation-building elders. King Swansea, the law enforcement elder below, wore a face like iron. His own disciple had been defeated by Xia Yi in the very art they specialized in. This was something he could not accept. As the elders and disciples below cheered, Xia Yi exhaled in relief. With LV Bai's defeat, he had taken yet another step closer to becoming the sect leader. Master, why have you come out? Seeing the aged old man standing beneath the jade platform, Xia Yi hurriedly approached to pay his respects. You did very well, actually defeating LV Bai, who possesses the sword spirit root, in sword combat. Wu Chongtian nodded in satisfaction. Well, Xia Yi was about to explain. But Wu Chongtian shook his head and interrupted. You don't need to explain to me. In the cultivation world, obtaining opportunities is perfectly normal. Xia Yi exhaled in relief, then asked, according to the sect rules, now that I've defeated LV Bai, shouldn't I be able to ascend to the sect leader position? It's not that simple. King Swansea will definitely create obstacles for you at the next elders meeting. Be mentally prepared. The great elder coughed slightly. Master, rest assured, your disciple will be cautious in handling the situation. Xia Yi solemnly nodded. King Swansea, as the head of all the elders in Lingshu's sect, had originally been second only to the sect leader, a figure above thousands. However, ever since his failed core formation cultivation attempt, his golden core had shattered, bringing him to the brink of life extinction. Seeing the situation take a turn, the elders and administrators from the Great Elders faction had shifted allegiance to King Swansea, the law enforcement elder. Therefore, Nowadays, the number of elders supporting Xia Yi was not large at all, far fewer than those from King Swanzi's faction. The next elders meeting would be in 1 month. During the following days, Xia Yi focused on cultivation while waiting to draw another item. 5 days later. Let's see what item I've received this time. A flash of light shone, and a box appeared in Xia Yi's hand. Upon opening it, he found many animal-shaped biscuits inside. A green glow flickered in his eyes, and soon a property panel appeared before him. Item name, Animal Transformation Biscuit. Function, once eaten, it will transform the consumer into that animal for 15 minutes. Transformation into animals. Xia Yi took a tiger-shaped biscuit from the box and ate it. At first, nothing strange happened, but shortly afterward, he felt his entire skeleton shifting and crossing in an incomprehensible way, his body rapidly reshaping. Roar! A mighty tiger emerged, exuding a fierce and murderous aura from head to toe. Xia Yi felt the tiger transformation was fascinating. Although his species had changed, there was absolutely no sense of discomfort. It felt as though he had been born a tiger. After experiencing being a tiger, he tried to transform back into a human ahead of time. Surprisingly, there was little resistance, and he easily broke free from the tiger's constraints, returning to his original form. This seems somewhat mediocre. Xia Yi shook his head. The animal transformation biscuits could only transform him into ordinary animals, not powerful monstrous beasts or rare creatures. Large mammals like tigers and lions were too conspicuous, and transforming into them would serve no practical purpose. The only possibly useful ones might be bird-shaped biscuits. By transforming into a bird, one could fly to other places for reconnaissance without being easily detected. Xia Yi put the box of animal transformation biscuits away. Although they weren't useful now, they might come in handy someday. Chapter 4. The Medicine Manufacturing Machine. At the very center of Lingshu's sect, an ancient palace pavilion stood towering amidst the clouds. Though not particularly magnificent, it exuded an oppressive aura capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth. This was Lingshu's sect's Grand Hall, Yuhua Hall, steeped in history and traceable back to ancient times. Inside the Grand Hall, nearly 100 elders had gathered. All who attended this elders' assembly possessed at least foundation building cultivation, and among them were 7 or 8 golden core elders. Xia Yi walked in, heading straight ahead calmly before standing respectfully at the seat second only to the sect leader's throne. At this moment, the atmosphere inside Yuhua Hall was tense and frigid to the extreme. The Grand Elder Wu Chongtian was the first to stand and speak. With the sect leader already passed, we are leaderless. As the chief among elders, it's only natural for me to bear the responsibility for the entire sect. Since Xia Yi has won the sect leader succession selection, according to the sect rules, he deserves to become the new sect leader. Hardly had his words fallen than whispers rippled through the hall, some pleased, some smirking, some clearly discontent. Wu Chongtian swept his gaze around the hall. The sect leader's position has been decided. Everyone, pay homage to the new sect leader. Pay respects to the sect leader. Pay respects to the sect leader. Gradually, some elders stepped forward to bow. The number approached nearly a third of those present. Wu Chongtian noticed Qing Xuanzi, a dark-robed elder by his side, stroking his beard proudly without kneeling, causing Wu's expression to darken. Qing Xuanzi, as the enforcement elder, you should be upholding the sect's regulations. Why won't you be the first to pay homage to the new sect leader? According to the sect rules, Xia Yi indeed qualifies to become sect leader. However, Lingshu is now on the brink of destruction. Xia Yi simply lacks the capability to bear such great responsibility. So saying, he waved his hand, and a yellow parchment floated into the air. This is the debt slip from the late sect leader Li Shuijing to the Hanin sect, 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. All eyes turned to the floating parchment, and many faces changed in alarm. Indeed, it was a promissory note signed by former sect leader Li Shuijing himself. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was no small sum at all. 100 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 mid-grade, and 100 mid-grade could be exchanged for 1 high-grade. Thus, 3,000 high-grade spirit stones equated to 30 million low-grade ones. Everyone knew that even a foundation-building elder of Lingshu sect received only 1 high-grade spirit stone annually as salary. I've never even heard of this matter before. Wu Chongtian himself was startled. Breaking through to nascent soul cultivation is an incredibly arduous endeavor, requiring a vast collection of rare treasures. Unfortunately, Lingshu sect's treasure vaults were already nearly empty, incapable of supporting such a feat masterly. Out of desperation, could only borrow from the Hanin sect. Had he succeeded, 3,000 high-grade spirit stones would have been trivial. But as fate had it, everyone already knows how it ended. With a sigh, Qing Xuanzi continued. According to the promissory note, should Lingshu sect fail to repay the 3,000 high-grade spirit stones within a year, we must offer our sect's treasure artifact, the demon-banishing divine shuttle, as collateral. A collective breath was sharply inhaled. The demon-banishing divine shuttle was a Dao artifact. Even if incomplete, it was still incredibly powerful. Lingshu sect's foundation. None had known that Li Shuijing had staked the sect's ultimate treasure on his cultivation breakthrough. Were they to lose the demon-banishing divine shuttle, Lingshu sect would utterly decline into a 2nd or 3rd tier power. Though Lingshu sect was once a prestigious cultivation faction in Dongxing continent, its glory had long faded, with its might greatly diminished. Now that Li Shuijing had failed in his breakthrough attempt, what was left was a drained sect. Let alone 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, they could hardly afford 300. Therefore, Only my disciple Lu Bai can ascend to sect leader. He now stands only half a step from golden core cultivation, clearly qualified for the sect leadership. Furthermore, he is to marry the granddaughter of Xin Zheng'an of Hanin sect. Qing Xuanzi swept his gaze across the hall as he proclaimed. Moreover, Xiang has promised. Once Lu Bai becomes Lingshu sect's leader, he will tear up the debt slip, and we won't need to repay the 3,000 high-grade spirit stones ever again. Seeing the tides turning, the Grand Elder shouted. But the rightful winner of the succession selection was Xia Yi. More importantly, this move of yours is no different from inviting a wolf into the sect. Qing Xuanzi took a step forward, pointing at Xia Yi and roaring at the Grand Elder. Then you expect Xia Yi to come up with 3,000 high-grade spirit stones within a year? Let him prove it. If he can do it, I myself will recognize him as sect leader. But tell me, he can't, can he? The Grand Elder opened his mouth to respond, but found no words to say. Even those elders supporting Xia Yi remained silent. I can. Just then, Xia Yi, who had been silent the entire time, spoke. He stepped forward, his voice firm and resounding. I can repay the 3,000 high-grade spirit stones to Hanin sect within a year. As these words echoed through the hall, it was as if a massive boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. Immediately, murmurs filled the hall, voices overlapping in a flurry of excited discussion. Nonsense! Qing Xuanzi bellowed in rage. Naive child. Do you even know how dire the sect's finances have become? Right now, the treasure vault is practically empty, barely enough to sustain the disciples' training. Our elders can't even receive their annual salaries. With what means will you earn 3,000 high-grade spirit stones in just 1 year? With this, Xia Yi pulled out a blue object. At its top was funnel-like structure, and in the middle was a red cross symbol marked with a plus sign. This item is called the medicine manufacturing machine. Medicine manufacturing machine? All the elders were taken aback. None had ever heard of such a treasure before. Qing Xuanzi sneered. How ridiculous. What kind of treasure could possibly earn 3,000 high-grade spirit stones within a year? Could it possibly be a complete Dao artifact? This was a new tool Xia Yi had recently obtained. It might look unremarkable, but its actual function was extremely extraordinary. He did not answer directly but instead turned and asked, Where is Elder Song? An elderly Taoist priest wearing a plain robe with a long flowing beard stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, What does the sect leader require of me? Song Yuanshan had once been saved by Wu Chengtian, so naturally supported Xia Yi becoming the new sect leader. Master Song, your alchemical skills are unparalleled in Lingshu sect. I wonder how many rejuvenation pills you could produce using these 5-leaf spirit grass and Dunglu flowers. Xia Yi waved his right hand, and several herbs appeared from thin air. Rejuvenation pills could rapidly restore a cultivator's spiritual power. They were effective and essential pills carried by nearly every cultivator for daily use. Song Yuanshan pondered for a moment before replying. 5 Dulu flowers and 7 5-leaf spirit grass. Perhaps 3 rejuvenation pills, or possibly 4 if my performance is perfect. Master Song is no mere alchemist. Being able to create 4 rejuvenation pills from this amount of herbs is already quite impressive. I would consider myself lucky to make 2. Exactly. The rejuvenation pill's refinement process is complex. The slightest mistake would turn it into a waste. That's precisely why rejuvenation pills have always been so expensive. Many elders praise Song Yuanshan's pill-making skill. Xia Yi pointed at the machine before him and said, This treasure of mine can also concoct pills. Best of all, it requires absolutely no alchemical skill. Ordinary people can easily operate it. Hardly had his words ended when astonished exclamations erupted inside the grand hall. What? Ordinary humans can make pills too? Nonsense. Without spiritual power, how can commoners manipulate medicinal herbs and ignite true flame? Right? Are you saying they just boil it in a pot? If such a treasure really exists, what use would we have for alchemists? Looks like this new sect leader must have messed up his soul cultivation. Song Yuanshan, being on Xia Yi's side, couldn't help but say at this moment. Even treasures like the Yunlei Heavenly Flame Furnace or the 5 Elements King Cauldron only serve as auxiliary tools. True alchemy still depends entirely on the alchemist himself. How could there possibly be a treasure that allows ordinary people to concoct pills? At this moment, Qing Xuanzi burst into laughter and loudly proclaimed, My friends, it appears my decision was indeed the right one. How can a mere foundation-building disciple with nothing but delusional nonsense possibly serve as Lingshu sect's sect leader? Fellow elders, whether it is me speaking nonsense or if such a treasure really exists, why don't we just try it out? Xia Yi said calmly. I'd like to see what kind of trick you're pulling. Qing Xuanzi scoffed coldly. Xia Yi appeared calm and composed, showing no trace of anxiety. He placed the 5-leaf spirit grass and Dunglu flowers into the machine, then began steadily cranking the handle. As the machine violently shook, soon enough, 6 white pills dropped out from the discharge opening. Chapter 5. Becoming the sect leader. Xia Yi handed 6 white pills to Song Yuanshan and said, Elder Song, you're a master alchemist. Please examine the quality of these rejuvenation pills. Is that all? Song Yuanshan frowned, feeling quite angry. He thought Xia Yi was just humoring him, since even the most accomplished alchemists couldn't possibly create rejuvenation pills in less than half a teacup of time, let alone 6 at once. Still holding back his anger, he accepted them and found that all 6 pills were exactly the same, without the slightest difference. Upon closer inspection and smelling them carefully, he was shocked to find that they actually smelled like genuine rejuvenation pills. He took one of the white pills and swallowed it. Not long afterward, he He wore an expression of disbelief, as if his entire body had turned to stone. How is this possible? At this moment, Song Yuanshan felt his worldview crumbling. As an alchemist himself, he understood the effects of the rejuvenation pill too well, and the pill he had just swallowed proved even more potent than any rejuvenation pill he had ever consumed before. Old Song, why do you have such a look on your face? Could these pills be poison? A nearby elder joked. After a long pause, Song Yuanshan finally snapped out of his shock and stiffly handed another pill to the elder beside him, saying, "Want to know if it's poisonous or not? Why don't you just eat one yourself?" The elder accepted the pill and swallowed it in one go. He then wore the same expression of astonishment. What pure rejuvenation pills? The Grand Elder immediately stepped forward and took one as well, his eyes sparkling as he said, "Qing Xuanzi, you must give it a try." Qing Xuanzi frowned but accepted the pill anyway. After consuming it, he was first surprised, then let out a cold laugh. Where in the world is there such a fast pill-making technique? You must have prepared the pills in advance inside the pill box to fool us. Right? The disciplinary elder is correct. You just shook the pill bottle a few times and claimed they're made? Absurd. Many elders who aligned themselves with Qing Xuanzi spoke out in condemnation one after another. This is easy to verify. The disciplinary elder can simply offer any grade-level pill formula and ingredients, and then you will know whether I'm lying or not. Xia Yi remained calm as ever. Fine. This Taoist has been waiting for you to say that. Qing Xuanzi took out a yellowish parchment and several herbs radiating multicolored light, saying, "This pill formula records the method of crafting the 3-patterned purity pill, which grants a cultivator an additional 2 years of magical energy. I'd like to see how you intend to create it." The 3-patterned purity pill? This is an extraordinary grade spirit pill that's practically at the level of a treasure pill. Its production is extremely complicated. Even if I were to attempt making it, I'd need a full day and night, and even then, my success rate wouldn't be higher than 30%. Grand Elder, aren't you being a bit too harsh? Song Yuanshan couldn't help but protest. The grades of pills corresponded to those of magical artifacts, ranging from magical pills, spirit pills, treasure pills, Dao pills, and ultimately, the legendary Immortal pills. The rejuvenation pill was merely an inferior-level spirit pill, incomparable to the 3-patterned purity pill. That still falls within the category of spirit pills. Qing Xuanzi sneered at Xia Yi, Xia Shizhen. If you cannot produce a 3-patterned purity pill within the span of an incense stick's burning time, you will step down from your position as sect leader and save our Lingshu sect from future ruin. Why would I need a whole incense stick? A teacup's time is enough. Xia Yi's shocking declaration once again left everyone stunned. He placed all the herbs and the pill recipe required for production into the medicine manufacturing machine, and with unruffled composure, began turning the handle. Before long, the dispenser vibrated, and 8 pills the size of soybeans, glowing with purple light, fell out. Each pill was identical in size, marked with 3 dragon-like or serpent-like patterns. Song Yuanshan stood the closest to Xia Yi. Impatiently, he grabbed one 3-patterned purity pill and swallowed it. Actually increased 2 years of magical power, and the pill is incredibly pure, free from impurities, and there's no concern of generating pill poison. Seeing the excited Song Yuanshan, Qing Xuanzi felt an ominous premonition. Immediately, he snatched a pill and swallowed it. He really made it in such a short time? Qing Xuanzi stepped back in shock. He had discovered the 3-patterned purity pill formula in an ancient ruin. Lingshu sect had no such record, nor had he ever shown it to anyone. Therefore, Xia Yi couldn't possibly have prepared in advance. Wu Chengtian also swallowed one and laughed aloud. Qing Xuanzi, Xia Yi finished making the 3-patterned purity pill in less than a teacup of time. What do you have to say now? Qing Xuanzi stood in silence, his face unusually grim. At this moment, Xia Yi spoke up. Previously, during my cultivation journey outside the sect, I once received an ancient mechanized Taoist cultivation heritage. This magical artifact, known as the medicine manufacturing machine, is a treasured artifact from that ancient mechanized Tao. Pills below the treasure pill rank can all be successfully produced within the span of a teacup's time, as long as the recipe and required spirit herbs are provided. The mechanized Tao? I've seen mentions of it in ancient texts. It was a terrifying sect that once dominated the ancient era, rivaling even the Holy Lands. Later on, no one knows why, it vanished without a trace. One elder suddenly exclaimed. I vaguely remember it too. The mechanized Tao was best known for crafting all sorts of magical artifacts. Legend even says they manufactured immortal-grade treasures, another elder added. Never did I expect that the sect leader actually obtained the inheritance of the ancient mechanized Tao. Truly, heaven protects our Lingshu sect, another elder exclaimed with joy. This magical artifact's wonders are far from exhausted yet. Xia Yi spoke again. Elder Song, using the same ingredients for making rejuvenation pills, 5 stalks of qingxiang flowers, and 7 purple-tailed caterworts. How many rejuvenation pills could you make? Xia Yi asked. Song Yuanshan thought for a moment and slowly replied. Although the medicinal properties of qingxiang grass and purple-tailed caterwort are somewhat similar to those of jinglu flowers and sanya leaf herbs, their effects are much inferior. I could produce at most a single pill, which would contain a lot of impurities and could only be classified as low-grade. Xia Yi then produced 5 qingxiang flowers and 7 purple-tailed caterworts and placed them into the medicine manufacturing machine. Within half a teacup's time, 3 white pills were produced. Elder Song picked one up, sniffed it, and his eyes immediately lit up. This rejuvenation pill is of the same quality as the previous one. Moreover, Qingxiang grass and purple-tailed caterworts are very common, costing only 1/5 of the price of Jinglu flowers and sanyaleaf herbs. Upon hearing this, Wu Chengtian's eyes lit up as he instantly grasped the key point and said, Qing Xuanzi, how extraordinary the sect leader's medicine manufacturing machine truly is. Even just producing rejuvenation pills alone, it could earn at least 3,000 high-grade spirit stones annually. At this point, Xia Yi also spoke up. Earlier, the disciplinary elder stated that if I could repay the sect debt of 3,000 high-grade spirit stones within a year, he would acknowledge me as sect leader. I wonder, does that still stand? Qing Xuanzi's face darkened to the extreme. This medicine manufacturing machine could produce spirit pills at an almost terrifying speed. It was indeed not difficult to earn 3,000 high-grade spirit stones per year. If he reneged on his words, his centuries of accumulated reputation within Lingshu sect would be ruined entirely. Moreover, although Wu Chengtian had sustained heavy injuries, if he were to risk death by burning his core and soul, he still could fight an opponent at the late core formation stage to a mutual destruction. Qing Xuanzi still had over 200 years of lifespan left, with immense potential ahead of him. Naturally, he had no intention of dying in a clash with Wu Chengtian. He thus simply clasped his hands and clenched his teeth as he said, Qing Xuanzi pays respects to the sect leader. He then flicked his sleeve and let out a furious snort, leaving in a storm. Pay respects to the sect leader. Pay respects to the sect leader. Seeing that the disciplinary elder had already submitted, the other elders naturally dared not oppose Xia Yi anymore. One after another, they rushed forward to express their respects, acknowledging Xia Yi's position as sect leader. The sect leader inauguration ceremony continued until nightfall. After all the elders had finally departed, Xia Yi exhaled in relief. Chapter 6 Kangwu City. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones equated to 30 million low-grade ones. A staggering sum indeed. If enough spirit stones couldn't be earned within a year, then Lu Bai would have to become the sect leader, and the sect's treasured artifact, the demon-repelling divine shuttle, would have to be pledged to the Huanin sect. Therefore, besides regrowth pills, Xia Yi also planned to concoct several other commonly seen spirit tier pills in the cultivation world. For example, blood chi pills, spirit nourishing pills, detox pills, and so on. Soon, Elder Song Yuanshan delivered a large pile of herbs, filling 5 storage rooms to the brim. Disciple leader, as per your request, we've collected only common spirit herbs, some even being ordinary earthly medicinal plants, truly suitable for pill making. Elder Song still felt a little concerned. Xia Yi smiled faintly. Rest assured, Elder. The pharmaceutical manufacturing machine is a supreme treasure from the ancient mechanist Tao, capable of extracting all medicinal properties from the herbs without leaving any impurities behind. The quality of the pills made will definitely be of the highest grade. That's good then. Elder Song let out a sigh of relief. In the following days, Xia Yi, Elder Song Yuanshan, and True Flame Elder Mo Lai took turns manning the Yuhua Hall, using the pharmaceutical manufacturing machine to produce pills. True Flame Elder Mo Lai was a master of fire-based techniques and a renowned artifact crafting expert in the northern cultivation domain. He was a staunch supporter of the Grand Elder. When the original sect leader was ambushed by the King Swansea sect, it was Mo Lai who timely came to the rescue. Otherwise, the original sect leader, at foundation building cultivation level, wouldn't have survived an attack from a core-forming expert. Therefore, Xia Yi trusted Mo Lai even more than he trusted Elder Song Yuanshan. The Dongxing continent was vast and boundless, divided into 5 great regions. The region where Ling Su sect resided was known as the Northern Domain, located in the northern part of the Dongxing continent. Kangwu City was the largest immortal city in the Northern Domain's cultivation world. This city was filled with a sense of historical vicissitudes. Its walls were tall and thick, easily more than 100 meters high. The Grand City Gate Tower was magnificent and vast, seemingly as if a heavenly palace had descended to the mortal world, ancient yet majestic. The moat surrounding the city spanned several dozen meters wide and 10 some meters deep. Although lotus flowers bloomed on its surface with fish swimming beneath, closer observation would reveal lurking alligators and vicious crocodiles. The Immortal City contained hundreds of marketplaces, home to no fewer than 100,000 permanent cultivating disciples, with countless cultivators coming and going daily. Of course, most of these cultivators were at the chi-gathering cultivation stage, while foundation building and core-forming experts were the elite minority, though their numbers were still significant. Faced with such a vast number of cultivators, whether it was major sects, cultivation clans, or any relatively large force, all chose to open stores here. Scattered cultivators setting up stalls within the markets were also numerous beyond count. One could say that within this immortal city, every kind of miraculous treasure, rare beast, or extraordinary relic could be purchased. But of course, the prerequisite was having sufficient spirit stones. At this moment, True Flame Elder Mo Lai arrived at the store established by the Ling Su sect, carrying a large batch of pills. At its peak, the Ling Su sect owned more than a dozen shops in prime locations within Kangwu City. However, with the decline of the sect, all inner-city stores had been sold off, leaving now only a single store remaining in the outer market, remote in location and sparse in pedestrian traffic. After many twists and turns through winding alleys, Mo Lai finally stopped in front of an old and worn-out store. A plaque hung above the shop bore 3 large characters, Qingyun Pavilion. Only, the plaque was slightly crooked and covered in dust, apparently not cleaned for quite some time. As Mo entered the shop, he saw an apprentice leaning against a pillar, fast asleep. The shopkeeper, behind the counter, was listlessly flipping through a book. Upon hearing the noise, the shopkeeper raised his head, startled. He hurriedly stood up to greet. Outer Sect disciple Zhang Shua greets Elder Mo. Rise. May I ask, Elder Mo, what brings you here today? Zhang Shua was a bit anxious. After all, Elder Mo was known for his fierce temper, even daring to confront former sect leader Li Shuijing. His fame throughout the Ling Su sect was second only to King Swansea. Tell me, how have the sales of Qingyun boats been recently? Mo asked casually. The Qingyun boat was a flying magical artifact developed by the Ling Su sect, their main product modeled after the sect's treasured artifact, the demon-repelling divine shuttle. Zhang Shua started in alarm, thinking the enforcer had come to audit the accounts. He hurriedly and cautiously presented the ledger. Why was only one Qingyun boat sold last month? Mo flipped through the ledger, frowning slightly. A while back, the Tsongshan sword sect developed a new type of flying sword. Its flying speed was faster than our Qingyun boat, while being 1/3 cheaper and possessing formidable destructive power. That single sale was only after the disciple, aggressively persuaded someone to buy it, Zhang Shua answered carefully. The Ling Su sect has indeed grown somewhat complacent. The Qingyun boat hasn't been improved upon in nearly 100 years. It's no wonder it's being phased out by the cultivation world. Mo sighed and said, sell all the Qingyun boats at a discount. 80% off, 70% if needed. If absolutely necessary, even 50%. Make sure all the Qingyun boats are sold within 3 days. Senior Elder, are we going to sell off the shop? Zhang Shua was delighted. Due to his mediocre talent and cultivation base, he had been transferred to Kangwu City to manage the shop. If the sect decided to sell it, he could return to the sect. No, the sect has decided to discontinue the Qingyun boat and start selling pills instead. Selling pills? Zhang Shua felt confused. After all, Ling Su sect wasn't particularly known for pill cultivation. He speculated. Could it be that Elder Song has made a breakthrough in alchemy? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Mo let out a cold snort, then offered a sweetener. If you do well, the sect will consider promoting you to inner sect disciple. Thank you, Senior Elder. Zhang Shua was overjoyed because under normal circumstances, given his talent and cultivation level, it would be very difficult for him to advance to inner sect disciple. The Qingyun boat was modeled after the sect's treasured artifact, the demon-repelling divine shuttle, and its speed and defensive capabilities were quite impressive. However, due to the material limitations and complex crafting techniques, its price was much higher than similar flying artifacts of the same class, making its cost-performance ratio low and sales miserable. But now, with the promotional discount, priced at only 50 to 60% of the original, it suddenly attracted many cultivators. Is Ling Su sect going bankrupt? Why are they selling Qingyun boats at half price? This won't even cover the costs. It's possible. Maybe in a few days they'll sell off the shop too. Cultivators whispered and speculated. In 2 days, all the Qingyun boats stored in the warehouse were sold off cheaply. Even people came to negotiate about buying the shop itself, but Zhang Shua refused outright. 10 days later, Qingyun Pavilion was renovated and reopened. The plaque above the entrance was replaced with 3 large characters, Ling Dan Pavilion. Zhang Shua appeared refreshed and energetic, completely different from his previous lethargy, as he sat behind the counter awaiting customers. He truly hadn't expected the sect to bring so many spirit tier pills. Although there were only 2 kinds, regrowth pills and blood chi pills, their quality was all top-notch. Combined with their low prices, he could already envision the bustling scene. But an entire morning passed, and practically no customers entered the shop. Chapter 7, The Jiang Clan. Zhang Shua was very puzzled. How could it be that not even a single person came into the shop on its opening day? Curious, he stood by the entrance, looking around. An hour passed. He saw many passing cultivators pause and look curiously, but after glancing at the shop signboard, they would shake their heads and leave. Oh, so this is the problem. Zhang Shua muttered to himself, never expecting the issue to lie with the 3 words Spirit Pill Workshop. The shop's location was in the suburban area of the inner city, close to the outer city. Most of the cultivators passing by were at the chi condensation stage. Since they didn't have much spirit stones to begin with, they mostly purchased medicinal pills at the foundation formation level, certainly not the more expensive spirit level pills. Therefore, there was no reason for them to step inside. As for the few foundation formation cultivators who came by, although they could afford spirit pills, they only took a look and walked away. After all, in their minds, Ling Su sect was known for selling flying artifacts. Who would think they could produce medicinal pills? If they wanted to buy pills, they would rather go to the shops operated by major sects, where the quality was guaranteed and they wouldn't have to worry about the pill's effectiveness. Finally, near dusk, an elderly man at the middle stage of foundation formation arrived. Zhang Shua became excited and personally welcomed him. Do you have the rejuvenating pill? The old man asked as soon as he entered. We do. Zhang Shua happily hurried to fetch a box of pills. The old man opened the box and looked puzzled. I thought rejuvenating pills were always dark purple. How come yours are white? And the shape is also wrong. Zhang Shua immediately explained. These rejuvenating pills are our Ling Su sect's newly developed version. Top quality, yet affordable. Each pill is only 80 low-grade spirit stones. 80 low-grade spirit stones. The old man was surprised, not because it was expensive, but precisely the opposite. It was too cheap. On the market, the average price of a standard rejuvenating pill was about 2 mid-grade spirit stones. If produced by ancient sects or holy lands, They could even sell for as high as 3 mid-grade spirit stones. 80 low-grade stones. He had never heard of such a price before. Immediately, he put down the wooden box. I think I'll just check elsewhere. Cheap goods are never good quality. That principle applied equally in the cultivation world. Instinctively, he assumed that the pills sold here must be defective or of inferior quality, which was why they were priced so low. Without minding Zhang Shua's earnest persuasion, he quickly left. Over the next few days, quite a few foundation formation stage cultivators came in, but all reacted the same way as the first old man, thinking that cheap meant poor quality. Worse still, the strange color and shape of the rejuvenating pill further convinced them that it was probably defective or even waste material. None of them was willing to make a purchase. After all, 80 low-grade spirit stones was still a substantial amount for a foundation formation cultivator. No one wanted to be deceived. After several failed attempts, Zhang Shua began to feel uncertain and thought about writing a letter to the sect, suggesting changing the pill's color and shape and raising the price to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Perhaps then the business would take off. Just at that moment, a girl dressed in yellow robes hurriedly entered. The Jiang clan was an ancient cultivation family with a history of 1,000 years. Within the clan, there was even a core formation expert presiding over affairs, and within the Kangwu city, it was considered a first-rate power. At this moment, an important meeting was being held inside the clan's ancestral hall. An old woman sat at the head of the room. Her hair was white, but her face was youthful. She wore a robe of purple gold, leaned on a dragon-headed staff, and exuded a calm, profound aura, giving the impression of someone unfathomable. This was none other than the Jiang clan's matriarch, Grand Dowager Jiang, at the mid-core formation stage. Among the attendees, a dozen foundation formation elders looked at their clan's matriarch with great respect. Grand Dowager Jiang tapped her dragon-headed staff lightly on the ground and spoke in a calm tone. How have we been doing in the battles with the Leaf family lately? One elder stood up and respectfully replied. Report, matriarch, 20 of our disciples were killed, and 89 were injured. Right now, we are urgently in need of healing pills like blood-reviving pills and rejuvenating pills. Why so many casualties? Grand Dowager Jiang frowned. At this, the clan leader Jiang Chung stood up and answered. Recently, the Leaf family has recruited 2 7th-rank alchemists as honored guests. They don't lack for blood-reviving or rejuvenating pills. With these potions for restoring energy and healing injuries, their disciples naturally have much greater combat strength than ours. The Leaf family certainly made a generous move, inviting 2 alchemists. Jiang's tone darkened. Chunger, do you have any countermeasures? Jiang Chung lowered his head and clasped his hands in respect. Grandmother, I've already sent Linger to purchase large quantities of rejuvenating and blood-reviving pills using 3 high-grade spirit stones. Only 3 high-grade spirit stones. How many pills can you even buy with that? Grand Dowager Jiang frowned again. Grandmother, the clan is nearly out of spirit stones now. It was already difficult to gather together an extra 3 high-grade stones for purchasing pills, Jiang Chung said helplessly. I see. Grand Dowager Jiang fell into contemplation. Just then, a young girl wearing yellow robes entered the hall and knelt on one knee. Grandmother, father, I finished purchasing all the required pills. How many pills did you buy? Jiang Chung immediately asked. Jiang Linker took out wooden boxes one by one from her storage pouch and said, 150 rejuvenating pills and 200 blood chi pills. What? So many pills? Wasn't the clan leader just saying we had no money? The elders present were quite surprised. Linger, didn't I just give you 3 high-grade spirit stones? How could you buy so many pills? Clan leader Jiang Chung also felt perplexed. Father, these pills I bought from Lingshu Sect's newly opened pill workshop. The medicinal pills there are unbelievably cheap. Rejuvenating pills cost only 80 low-grade spirit stones, and blood chi pills are even cheaper, just 90 low-grade spirit stones. If not for the limited amount of spirit stones I brought, I would have bought even more. Jiang Linger replied excitedly. So cheap? You didn't happen to buy waste or defective pills, did you? Jiang Cheng's heart sank. His face darkened, sensing that Jiang Linger might have been scammed. Isn't Lingshu Sect known for selling Qingyan boats? How come they switched to selling pills? Linger, you're still too young. These cheap pills must be defective. Taking them won't produce any effect at all. Though Lingshu Sect may have declined, it's still an ancient sect with a 1,000-year heritage. Now, resorting to fraud like this is nothing but tarnishing its own 1,000-year reputation. What a waste of those 3 high-grade spirit stones. They're gone with nothing to show for it. The elders all sighed in disappointment, believing Jiang Linger had indeed been deceived. In the cultivation world, no medicinal pills were ever this cheap. Jiang Linger hurried to explain. At first, when I entered the shop, I also thought that cheap goods couldn't be good quality. I believed those pills must be waste or substandard. But when I personally tasted a rejuvenating pill, I realized I was wrong. The pill's quality is definitely top-notch. It wouldn't be unreasonable to sell each for 3 mid-grade spirit stones. I shall see for myself. At this moment, Grand Dowager Jiang stood up, leaning on her dragon-headed staff as she walked over. She picked up a box of pills and sniffed them, her expression subtly shifting. Then, she took out one pill and swallowed it. Not long after, her expression turned to astonishment. It's actually real. Then she randomly tasted a blood chi pill and found its medicinal effect to be extremely powerful. Its quality was in no way inferior to the pills produced by ancient sects or sacred lands. Clan leader Jiang Chung also tasted a pill. Wearing an expression of disbelief, he murmured, such high-quality pills. Why on earth is Lingshu Sect selling them so cheaply? It doesn't make any sense. No matter what, Jiang Chung, You must find a way to allocate more spirit stones to purchase these pills. I refuse to believe our Jiang clan disciples would still lose to the Li family if we had enough medicinal pills. Grand Dowager Jiang issued the command decisively. Meanwhile, following instructions from the sect, Zhang Shua had also changed his sales strategy. He now divided the medicinal pills into 10 small portions and let customers taste them personally. As expected, this attracted a large number of cultivators. Chapter 8. Money-collecting bees. Outside the spirit pill shop, the crowd stretched endlessly, filled with cultivators eager to buy pills. Fellow Taoist, what kind of store is this? Why are there so many people? A cultivator passed by and, seeing the large gathering, couldn't help but stop another cultivator to ask. This is the medicine shop of the Lingsu sect. It only sells healing spring pills and vitality pills, priced at just 80 or 90 low-grade spirit stones. That's really loud. 80 or 90 low-grade spirit stones. Are they for real? Oh, they're real. A lot of cultivators have already bought them. I heard the quality is even slightly better than those produced by the ancient sects and holy sects. This is an absolute bargain. I should also get in line and grab some. At the Lingsu sect's feather store hall. Master, the batch of pills we delivered earlier has already sold out. After deducting costs, we earned a net profit of 835,400 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 83 high-grade spirit stones. Mo was quite excited. At this rate, they would earn 3,000 high-grade spirit stones and repay the debt to the Huanin sect within half a year. Please trouble Senior Elder Mo to make another trip and deliver the next batch of healing spring pills and vitality pills, Xiaoyi nodded, then continued. And also let Zhang Shua impose purchase limits, 5 pills per day for wandering cultivators, and no more than 100 pills daily for sect purchases. Mo was slightly confused and asked, Master, at the very beginning, you only allowed the sale of these 2 types of healing pills, healing spring pills and vitality pills. Other types of pills were not to be sold yet. Also, the selling price is extremely low. Now you're adding purchase limits. Why is that? The reason is simple, for traffic. Xiaoyi smiled, stepping down from the master's seat. There are hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Kangwu City. Even if there are not 1,000, there are certainly hundreds of large shops, not to mention the countless small stores and stalls. Our Lingsu sect's store doesn't stand out at all. Few cultivators even know about it. Although healing spring pills and vitality pills are merely low-grade spirit pills, they are the 2 most common and essential types for cultivators. That's why I sell them at prices half the market rate, to create a bestseller and enhance the reputation of our spirit pill shop. The purchase limit follows the same idea. Without such a rule, someone might just buy up all the pills, either a particular cultivator or a sect, rendering our purpose of gaining recognition ineffective. Moreover, our stock is limited. Without a cap, our production rate won't keep up. Oh, I see. Mo nodded thoughtfully, then asked, but why not sell the other types of pills? Not that we won't sell them, but that the timing is not right yet, Xiaoyi patiently explained. Once our reputation is fully established through the healing spring pills and vitality pills, and we become comparable with the pharmacies run by the ancient sects and holy sects, we'll start selling higher grade pills. Will the 3-streaked Azure Chi pills and similar pills also be sold at half price? Naturally not. Our pills are not inferior to those of the holy sects or ancient sects, so our prices will be only slightly lower than theirs. With the traffic driven by the healing spring pills and vitality pills, plus the solid quality of our pills, all the other pills will certainly sell well. That's where our real profits will come from. Master, brilliant strategy. Mo took a deep breath, showing his admiration. After Mo left, Xiaoyi took out a white pouch and started drawing items. This white pouch was the 4-dimensional pocket of Doryman, a creation of the system. Congratulations. You have drawn the money-collecting bee. Immediately afterward, an attribute panel appeared in the air. Item name, money-collecting bee. Function, this is a type of bee specialized in collecting spirit stones that have fallen to the ground. Collecting fallen spirit stones? It seems the system has localized the Doryman items, but this seems pretty useless. Xia looked at the square-shaped beehive that appeared in his hand and shook his head. In the past few days, he had drawn multiple times from the pouch but hadn't gotten any particularly good items. For instance, Sand Crab Bodyguard, a guardian that protects anything buried underground from being taken away. Wall-mounted doghouse. When this hanging scroll is pasted to a location you like, a doghouse will appear there. Egg collecting fluid. Causes fish to spawn large amounts of eggs. The only really useful item he had gotten was the Wind God fan. Lightly fanning it created powerful gusts of wind. Fanning it forcefully could even summon giant tornadoes. With power equivalent to a spiritual treasure, it was already a rare find. However, as the sect master, Xiaoyi didn't actually lack magical treasures. Not to mention the sect's most powerful treasure, the demon-repelling spirit shuttle, was under his command, but the previous sect leader, Li Shuijing, had also left behind several treasure artifacts, among which the most powerful was the top-tier treasure artifact, Dragon Abyss Sword. It was the exclusive weapon for every sect master across generations and possessed great power. When can I finally draw a causality law item, or a space-time item? Xiaoyi was still very much looking forward to legendary Doryman items like the Time Machine, the If Booth, the Dictator's Button, and the Wish-Granting Book, those god-defying treasures. Drawing even one of them could greatly enhance his power. Looking at the current item in his hand, he sighed and opened the beehive box. Soon, dozens of bees the size of thumbs buzzed out. After about half a day, the money-collecting bees gradually returned. Each one carried spirit stones larger than their own bodies. but nearly all of them were low-grade. Many were broken into small pieces and not of much value. Just as Xia Yi was about to close the hive entrance, a deep buzzing sound came from ahead. He saw Abi struggling to carry a spirit stone the size of a fist, flying unsteadily, clearly close to its limit. Oh, this is actually a high-grade spirit stone. Xia Yi smiled with delight, never expecting that this last arriving bee would give him a pleasant surprise. A single high-grade spirit stone equated to 10,000 low-grade ones. It was equivalent to half a year's annual salary for a foundation-building elder. Such value was by no means small. However, this stone was slightly yellow on the surface, full of tiny cracks, clearly very old, and thus somewhat reduced in worth. He guessed it was probably left behind by some deceased elder or disciple of the Lingsu sect. If only the money-collecting bee's operations weren't limited to just spirit stones. There are so many unclaimed treasures scattered outside. While Xia Yi was still contemplating the bee's usage, Immortal rushed in, visibly panicked. Master, something terrible has happened. Many disciples and elders are now requesting to exchange contribution points for spirit stones. Why are they suddenly all rushing to redeem spirit stones? Xia Yi felt a sinking feeling in his chest. Contribution points could be considered a form of currency system used internally by various cultivation sections. The sect would issue tasks, and disciples could choose tasks suited to their abilities, earning corresponding contribution points upon completion. One contribution point equaled 10 low-grade spirit stones and could be used to redeem sect cultivation techniques, magical treasures, pills, spirit stones, and more. Every Lingsu sect disciple, to varying degrees, had stored some contribution points. One might be saving up to buy techniques or artifacts, while another might just be preparing for emergencies. Right now, the sect's treasury was practically empty, suffering from a shortage of spirit stones, and to make things worse, they still had that debt of 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. Among the 5,000 disciples of Lingsu sect, even if only 1/10 requested to redeem all their points for spirit stones, Xia Yi would not be able to handle it, let alone the elders among them. After all, the lowest-ranking elders were foundation-building cultivators, whose possession of contribution points was far higher than that of ordinary disciples. It must be Qing Xuanzi's doing. Mo snorted coldly. He deliberately spread the news of the sect's debts to provoke panic among disciples. Secretly, he sent several elders to stir things up and spread rumors that you were planning to reduce the exchange rate of contribution points for spirit stones. That's why this rush for spirit stones started. So that's the game he's playing. Xia Yi had already guessed Qing Xuanzi wouldn't sit idly by and do nothing. The medicine manufacturing machine was essentially a treasure continuously producing spirit stones, and under the current circumstances, they could repay the debt to the Biluo sect within half a year. If Xia Yi truly repaid Li Shuijing's debt, his position as sect leader would become unshakable, and then Liu Bai would have no further chance to become sect leader. Therefore, Qing Xuanzi could only try to sabotage the process, making it as difficult as possible for Xia Yi to repay the debt, so he could legitimately depose the sect leader after a year. What should we do now? Although the pill workshop brings in considerable profits, earning 20 to 30 high-grade spirit stones per day, it's hard to sustain under so many disciples and elders cashing in their contribution points. Mo was very worried. As a disciple of the great elder line, he and Xia Yi were bound together like a row of grasshoppers. If Qing Xuanzi took over, being purged would be inevitable. Don't panic yet. I'll soon issue the sect leader's decree, emphasizing that the exchange rate for contribution points won't change, which will temporarily calm everyone's anxiety. At the same time, Elder Mo, you should do your best to unite the other elders and issue a joint statement. I'll handle it immediately. Mo nodded. As the new sect leader, Xia Yi's cultivation was only at foundation building stage, and he hadn't yet established his authority within the Lingsu sect, so he needed support from Mo and other elders to build his reputation. Xia Yi continued. Secondly, everything in the treasure pavilion, treasured artifacts, talismans, pills, and various rare treasures, will be sold at a 10% discount. All cultivation techniques below golden core level in the scripture pavilion will be offered at 15% off. This plan works. Encouraging disciples and elders to spend their contribution points will reduce the number of spirit stones being redeemed, thus lowering our pressure. At the same time, producing more high-grade and top-grade spirit pills for sale in the pill workshop might actually help us repay the debt within a year. Mo's eyes lit up. It's not that simple. Qing Xuanzi has a massive influence within the Lingsu sect. His roots run deep. The number of elders, direct disciples, and inner sect disciples under his command rivals ours, and the amount of contribution points they collectively possess is terrifying. Moreover, Qing Xuanzi himself is very wealthy and secretly supported by the Huaning Palace. If they start buying others' contribution points in large numbers, we won't be able to cope. Xia Yi shook his head and then asked, how is the excavation of the sect's spirit mines going? Spirit mines were the primary source of spirit stones for a sect, and rightfully considered its foundation. Mo Lai replied. The Lingsu sect currently possesses 3 low-grade spirit mines and 1 mid-grade vein. However, the mid-grade vein has already been nearly exhausted. The 3 low-grade mines together can produce about 200 blocks of spirit stones per month. That is, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's so little. Xia Yi was somewhat surprised. Only 20 high-grade spirit stones were obtained from 3 low-grade veins per month. These 3 low-grade veins were never very large to begin with, and their quality is mediocre. In the past, when the mid-grade vein was producing abundantly, the sect's finances were stable. Now that it's nearly depleted, we can only rely on those 3 low-grade veins. Mo Lai was equally helpless. The Lingshu sect's poverty wasn't a new issue. Originally, they had hoped the previous leader, Li Shuijing, would break through to nascent soul stage and revive the sect, but instead he failed in his breakthrough and left an even bigger mess behind. Elder, you can go back for now. I will figure out a solution for the spirit stone problem. For the moment, Xia Yi couldn't think of any good solution. After Mo Lai left, he played absently with the beehive in his hand and suddenly had an inspiration. If the money-collecting bees can gather spirit stones dropped on the ground, maybe they can also collect the primordial spirit stones found in nature. Perhaps even discover spirit mines. A sudden thought struck Xia Yi's mind. According to ancient records, during the era when heaven and earth merged into a single breath and created all things, the world was immersed in a thick chaos and spiritual energy was abundant. Certain jade and minerals could absorb the primordial essence floating freely in the world, becoming translucent like amber, containing immense amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. These jades typically were wrapped in a layer of outer stone skin that prevented their spiritual energy from leaking. Even cultivators couldn't penetrate this stony exterior. Only after peeling away the surface could one determine whether spirit stones lay inside. Just like jadeite, which was wrapped in old husks that made it impossible to detect any inner content by technological instruments until cut open, revealing the presence of green or not. Therefore, compared to spirit veins, finding spirit mines was thousands of times more difficult. A spirit vein had the distinct characteristic of being rich in spiritual energy and typically found in famous mountains and great rivers. Spirit mines, however, due to the existence of this stony outer layer, could not be identified simply through spiritual energy detection. Moreover, spirit mines did not necessarily exist in mountains filled with spiritual energy. They could also be found in spiritually barren regions. Discovering a spirit mine required observing the topography and landscape, understanding the subterranean vein patterns, and sometimes even correlating them with the constellations in the sky. Very few people in the entire northern cultivation world had mastered this skill. If the money-collecting bees could indeed locate primordial spirit stones, that would be huge. After leaving the mountain gate, Xia Yi opened the beehive. A group of golden bees flew out, resembling creatures made of gold, all heading out together. Their wings, thin as cicada shells, vibrated rapidly, sparkling like golden stars, buzzing in unison, moving at tremendous speed, as if a flock of birds piercing through clouds. Xia Yi selected one of the golden bees and followed it closely. As an old and powerful sect, the Lingshu sect's territory was vast and boundless, encompassing an ancient kingdom that had lasted for 1,000 years. Originally, the sect's domain was even larger. At its peak, 5 ancient kingdoms paid tribute to it, covering an area of hundreds of millions of square kilometers. However, as the sect's power waned, many of these kingdoms were gradually seized by rival sects. Nonetheless, the Lingshu sect's territory remained relatively safe, especially now that Xia Yi carried the sect's treasure artifact, the demon-repelling divine shuttle, allowing instant return to the sect in case of any danger. The golden bee flew persistently southward, stopping intermittently along the way, seemingly wandering without purpose. So an hour passed. Suddenly, it halted above a stream, hovering in midair for quite some time before finally diving sharply into the water. Soon, it emerged, holding a dye yellow stone in its claws, roughly the size of a fist. Xia Yi waved his hand, summoning the stone to his palm. Although small, the stone felt remarkably heavy. With a few precise bursts of spiritual energy from his fingertips, he quickly peeled away most of the outer shell, revealing a core resembling amber, inside of which swirled mist-like and radiant elements. However, the stone was filled with impurities. The crystalline part only accounted for a third of the whole, making it somewhat disappointing, far from pure. The amber-like core in the center is nearly comparable to high-grade spirit stones, worth about 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Xia Yi quickly assessed the value of the stone in his hand. In the following hours, the bee collected a total of 3 raw stones from the stream, but none matched the first in quality. Combined, they were worth about 20 medium-grade spirit stones. After returning to the sect, several money-collecting bees had already come back, each carrying stones containing spirit essence. The highest quality among them surpassed regular medium-grade spirit stones. The upgraded money-collecting bees could now record the scenery along their routes, essentially functioning like miniature drones. The beehive acted like a computer, mapping the areas the bees had flown over and marking spots where spirit stones were detected. Within a few days, the mapped area had already exceeded 100,000 square kilometers, with over 1,000 red dots marking locations. However, these red dots appeared scattered and random, offering no clear pattern for now. Chapter 10, Maju. As long as the wealth-gathering bees had sufficient energy, they could keep working. Nowadays, the daily earnings could reach up to 1 high-grade spirit stone, and sometimes even 2 or 3 high-grade spirit stones if luck was on their side. However, these earnings were not stable, so Xia Yi focused more on the spirit pill shop. With the help of Huichun Dan and Qixua Dan drawing in customers, other high-level spirit pills also sold very well, among which the 3-streak Qingqi pill became the best seller. This pill was discovered by King Swansea after countless hardships in an ancient tomb. Its effects could rival those of a treasure pill, and it was very popular among cultivators. If King Swansea knew that the pill formula he nearly sacrificed his life to obtain was now continuously generating spirit stones for Xia Yi, he might be furious enough to spit blood. Xia Yi summoned elders Song Yuanshan and Mo Lai to discuss the opening of branch stores. Unexpectedly, both of them voiced their opposition. Patriarch, although the spirit pill shop is currently generating high income, King Swansea's group redeems several thousand contribution points every day and plans to engage in a protracted battle to deplete our spirit stones. It would be truly difficult for us to afford purchasing a good store location, Mo Lai helplessly said. Song Yuanshan immediately added, Patriarch, the low price selling of Huichun Dan and Qishua Dan has already provoked discontent among the other pill shops within the inner city. If we open another branch, we may face united suppression from other sects. Xiai thought for a moment before solemnly saying, Nevertheless, we must open a branch. Then how about the issue of spirit stones? Elder Mo asked. There is no need to worry about spirit stones. We can rent a shop in the center of the inner city. That won't cost too many spirit stones. Xiai paused briefly before continuing. As for the issue Elder Song mentioned, it's actually not something we should be overly concerned about. There are hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Kangwu City, and the pill market is huge. We're only taking a small share of it, not monopolizing everything. It won't provoke outrage in the entire pill cultivation community. Moreover, Lingshu Sect is at least a top-tier power, not some soft target that others can just push around. Song Yuanshan and Mo Lai exchanged glances, then bowed respectfully. Since the Patriarch has already made his decision, we will not object. Then I'll leave the matter in your capable hands. Xia also returned the bow. Soon, Elder Mo found a suitable store, located in the central district of the inner city, with a large amount of foot traffic. This shop had previously been used to sell cultivation techniques, but due to poor sales and the owner planning a retreat for breakthrough cultivation, he decided to simply shut down and rent it out. The rent was 20 high-grade spirit stones per month, which was quite reasonable for such a location. However, 1 year's rent had to be paid up front, along with a deposit of 100 high-grade spirit stones. In total, 340 high-grade spirit stones were required. It's time for the lottery again. Xia took a deep breath, extended his hand into the treasure bag projected by the system, and began rummaging around. Soon, he pulled out a bamboo-shaped prop. Item name, Maju. Item function, a prop that can be used for practicing stilts. It is a hybrid of a horse and a bamboo plant. It's actually a cross between an animal and a plant. Truly amazing. Looking at the lively jumping bamboo before him, Xia felt greatly astonished. Although he no longer had any use for this type of item with his current strength, keeping it for fun was still possible. Who knows, maybe he could even cultivate it into a demon creature, which would be quite interesting. Just as Xia was studying the Maju, Senior Elder Wu Chongtian walked in. Master, how come you're here? Xia quickly put away the Maju and stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Since Xia became the Patriarch, Wu Chongtian's status had also risen accordingly, making him the sole supreme elder of Lingshu Sect. You've done well. Perhaps you truly can revive our sect. Elder Wu's gaze was slightly softened as he spoke. There's something I need to speak to you about privately. The two then proceeded to the main hall, the Yuhua Hall. What instruction do you have for me, master? Xia respectfully asked. Wu Chongtian coughed a few times before asking. Do you know what Lingshu Sect used to be called? It was called Yuhua Sect, if I recall correctly. Xia replied after thinking for a moment. According to the ancient records of Lingshu, Yuhua Sect was at its zenith 10,000 years ago, dominating among many ancient major sects, second only to the 3 sacred lands. Unfortunately, it declined later, changing its name to Lingshu. The Yuhua Sect back then was even more prosperous than you can imagine, flourishing to an unparalleled peak and dominating the entire Dongshan continent. Even the sacred lands dared not confront it. Unfortunately, this exceptionally powerful immortal sect attempted a rebellious act against heaven. Tens of thousands of powerful cultivators perished in an instant. Even several late-stage ascension cultivators who had attained cultivation prowess suffered heavenly punishment, reducing the entire Yuhua sect to ruins. At that time, one of Yuhua sect's most favored disciples went deep into the eastern sea searching for the dragon pearl of the sea. He was lucky enough to avoid that catastrophe. Later, after cultivating to the late-stage ascension level, he rebuilt the Lingshu sect on the ruins of Yuhua sect. Elder Wu Chongtian slowly recounted a segment of history. Back then, Lingshu sect had a Dahejian stage cultivator presiding over it. So logically speaking, it shouldn't have declined so quickly, Xia muttered in confusion. A disciple personally taught by a Dahejian stage cultivator would at the very least reach the Lianshu stage, and someone at the Lianshu stage could easily train several disciples to the Huashan level. Therefore, having one Dahejian stage cultivator could ensure a sect's prosperity for tens of thousands of years. Take for example the Zhang clan, one of the 8 ancient great clans, which thrived for 30,000 years thanks to the presence of a Dahejian level saint, and even now still had Huashan stage elders presiding over it. The true disciple of that Dahejian cultivator sought out some truth regarding Yuhua sect's destruction in his later years, and attempted a similar rebellion against heaven. Unfortunately, he suffered the same heavenly punishment, which destroyed most of Lingshu sect and left only a few survivors. That's how Lingshu came to its decline. Wu Chongtian sighed with a wistful expression. Xia remained silent for a long time, never expecting that the Yuhua sect lineage truly possessed the talent for self-destruction. A magnificent immortal sect had been ruined through its own recklessness, leaving only a handful of practitioners today, almost slipping out of the first-tier power category. Did the ancestors leave behind any treasures for future generations? His eyes lit up suddenly. Both Yuhua sect and Lingshu sect from 10,000 years ago were colossal powers, having produced Dahejian-level saints. Any relics left behind might potentially be supreme treasures in the cultivation world. Most treasures of Yuhua Sect were destroyed during the heavenly punishment, and if anything valuable had been left behind, Lingshu Sect wouldn't have fallen into such a wretched state. Wu Chongtian shook his head. But there is one item that has indeed been passed down from ancient times. Yuhua Hall. Xia Yi suddenly realized. Precisely. Looking at the vast, nearly empty hall before him, Xia Yi asked puzzledly. This massive Yuhua Hall contains nothing but 4 pillars. Isn't there anything else? Li Shuijing left in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you everything. Bring out the sect leader's seal. Wu Chongtian said. Xia Yi quickly retrieved a square seal, intricately carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, ancient seal script, somewhat resembling an emperor's jade seal. Chapter 11, Rebirth Machine. Wu Chongtian took the seal, silently chanting the incantation. Suddenly, brilliant rays of light burst forth, and the Yuhua Hall began to tremble. A massive stone tablet appeared above the hall, emitting an ancient, desolate, solemn, and grand aura, giving people a feeling of boundless vastness and unfathomable depth. Etched marks appeared on the back of the stone tablet. It was a mysterious and complex carving. It said that this stone tablet contains Yuhua Sect's foundational cultivation method from back in the day, the Yuhua Feishing Sutra. That true disciple heir reached the Daicheng stage through this scripture and then founded Lingsu. Wu Chongtian stared at the tablet, a look of fascination on his face. After a while, he snapped back to his senses and shook his head. Unfortunately, ordinary cultivators can't comprehend the tablet. Only those who achieve Heavenbound Foundation, 9 Revolutions Golden Core, and Flawless Yuan Ing can unlock all its secrets. Hiss. Xia Yi inhaled sharply. Heavenbound Foundation, 9 Revolutions Golden Core, Flawless Yuan Ing. Each represented the ultimate perfection of various cultivation stages, more difficult than the last. Among Lingsu Sect, the most gifted cultivator was LV Bai, who possessed the sword's spirit body, a prodigy even in the northern domain's cultivation world, but he only achieved Earthbound Foundation. As for Heavenbound Foundation, only some ancient sects or holy lands in the eastern Shenzhou might have a once-in-an-era genius capable of it. The third patriarch of Lingsu achieved Heavenbound Foundation and 8 Revolutions Golden Core. From what he deciphered on the stone tablet, he created Feishinju, one of Lingsu's 5 methods. I hope you will one day cultivate a disciple capable of Heavenbound Foundation to restore the sect and relive Lingsu's former glory. Wu Chongtian activated the sect leader's seal, and slowly, the stone tablet faded from view. Your disciple will do his best. Xia Yi nodded, though he didn't take it too seriously. After all, he didn't even have a single disciple at the moment. Moreover, those capable of achieving Heavenbound Foundation were cultivators blessed with extraordinary destinies, truly 1 in a billion. How easily could such a talent be found? Lingsu Sect, a top-tier sect in the northern domain's cultivation world, had only LV Bai as a cultivator with Earthbound Foundation. The previous soul of this body, possessing pure root affinity, had merely achieved Humanbound Foundation. After Wu Chongtian left, Xia Yi was about to begin meditating when suddenly, a ding sound rang out. Main quest activated. A perfect foundation is the basis of immortality. Please achieve Heavenbound Foundation. Quest reward, 1 mysterious item. After hearing the quest from the system, Xia Yi was stunned. He was already at late foundation building stage. How could he possibly build another foundation again, let alone a Heavenbound one? System, you're not suggesting I should destroy my current cultivation, are you? Xia Yi said, feeling helpless. Rest assured, the system will provide the item Rebirth Machine, which can reverse time and rebirth the user to before their foundation building stage. However, a note to the user, try not to alter history, or unknown consequences may occur. Have a pleasant journey through time. As the voice faded, a flash of light appeared in midair, and a machine resembling a computer appeared before him. Xia Yi quickly pulled up his attribute panel. Item, Rebirth Machine. Function, send the user back in time, retaining their memories, allowing them to correct mistakes, and change their fate. This item is truly incredible. It can even grant rebirth. Pity it's not a permanent item. Xia Yi shook his head slightly, then put on a helmet-like device and adjusted the machine's settings as instructed, setting the time to 10 years earlier. Suddenly, the entire machine started to vibrate violently. Xia Yi felt dizzy. The world before his eyes seemed to shatter like broken glass into countless fragments before turning pitch black, and he fell into endless darkness. When he woke up again, the world before him had already changed completely. Before his eyes was a modest room, a wooden bed, a meditation cushion, and some simple daily necessities. Lian Qi Stage 8. Xia Yi sensed the weak flow of spiritual energy in his body, slightly disoriented. Just as he was becoming familiar with the environment, a burly young man hurried into the room and exclaimed, Xia Yi, are you alright? That LV Bai is really petty. Was it really necessary to go that far over a minor internal sect competition? Are you, Li Feng? Xia Yi tried to recall the original soul's memories. Of course it's me, Li Feng. Have you cultivated yourself into insanity? The muscular youth was slightly confused. Nothing much, Xia Yi chuckled awkwardly. This Li Feng was the original soul's closest friend. Unfortunately, later during a sect trial mission, he was killed brutally by a devil sect cultivator. Upon hearing the news, the original soul had been deeply heartbroken. By that time, he had already achieved foundation building and personally left the sect to kill the devil sect member and avenge his friend. You've had enmity with LV Bai for a long time. Now he has been accepted as a true disciple by Elder Qing Xuanzi, the sect's law enforcement elder, and he's at the peak of his glory. Given his personality, He's definitely going to cause you trouble. If things get too bad, you should consider human-bound foundation. Li Feng advised. Foundation building was divided into 3 types: heaven, earth, and man. Human-bound foundation was the traditional method of taking a foundation pill, a method used by 99% of cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. Earthbound foundation required integrating one's essence with the earth's energy veins. Though the success rate was extremely low, once achieved, it laid an unshakable foundation, virtually guaranteeing cultivation into the core formation stage. It even slightly increased the chance of advancing to Yuaning. Lastly was the legendary heaven-bound foundation, exceedingly rare and impossible to seek deliberately. But if one encountered such a fate and succeeded, they would possess the potential for attaining immortality. As long as they didn't perish, reaching the nascent soul stage would not be difficult. In the memories, the original soul, under pressure from LV Bai, had no choice but to take the human-bound foundation path to protect himself. However, this meant his foundation was not as firm as LV Bai's, and his future potential would max out at core formation, with nearly zero chance of shattering the core to form an infant soul. No worries. I have my own plans for dealing with LV Bai. Xia Yi still had 2 fragments of the lightning dodge pill unused. They weren't ideal for fighting cultivators with Fabog, but they'd work very well against LV Bai, who only used a sword. If you've already got a plan, then I'm relieved. Li Feng exhaled, then continued. A few senior brothers and I have taken a demon-slaying sect mission and will be away for a month. You must take care. With that, he left. This Li Feng is actually a good friend. A pity he died. Xia Yi pondered how to save his friend's life with the least disruption to the timeline. In the following days, Xia Yi remained in the scripture pavilion, searching for information on heaven-bound foundation. Throughout the 10,000-year history of the northern domain cultivation world, those achieving heaven-bound foundation were few and far between, so descriptions of it within the scripture pavilion were scarce, barely a few lines. Heaven-bound foundation, also known as heavenly vein foundation, required integration with a strand of the heavenly vein's energy to succeed. What in the world is this heavenly vein energy? Xia Yi searched through many ancient texts, but found nothing. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and it was once again time to draw items. Chapter 12. The Terminal Machine of the Encyclopedia of the Northern Cultivation Realm. Item. Terminal Machine of the Encyclopedia of the Northern Cultivation Realm. Function. It records all sorts of significant events that have occurred over the past 10,000 years in the Northern Cultivation Realm. Encyclopedia of the Northern Cultivation Realm? Not the Universal Encyclopedia? Holding the item shaped like a book, Xia Yi looked momentarily stunned. He clearly remembered that in the original Doryman series, the item was called the Universal Encyclopedia, recording everything that had happened from the past until the present. It seems the system localized the Doryman items to fit this world. Xia Yi shook his head slightly, then opened the terminal machine. Please state your question. A cold, emotionless synthesized electronic voice sounded. Xia Yi thought for a moment and solemnly asked, my question is, how can one become an immortal cultivator? Cultivation is the ultimate dream of every cultivator. Immortality symbolizes longevity, freedom, and transcendence. Yet the path to immortality is long and perilous. Throughout history, very few cultivators have managed to achieve immortality. Each was the protagonist of their era. Since Xia Yi had transmigrated into the cultivation realm, becoming an immortal had become his ultimate goal. There has not been a single being in the northern cultivation realm over the past 10,000 years who has become immortal. Please ask a different question, Master. The voice from the terminal remained as emotionless as before. Feeling slightly disappointed, Xia Yi asked as a second choice. Then how can one achieve the Tao-forged foundation of heaven? There have been only 3 cultivators in the northern cultivation realm over the past 10,000 years who achieved the Tao-forged foundation of heaven, and each one absorbed heaven vein qi without exception. I know that already. The key is, does heaven vein qi still exist in the northern cultivation realm? Xia Yi hurriedly asked. Searching now. The terminal machine's panel flickered with rows of red and green lights, accompanied by a woo sound. After a moment, the terminal finally fell silent, and the electronic voice spoke again. In 1 month, the Hidden Mountain secret realm will open. There is still a faint trace of heaven vein qi remaining in its core area. The Hidden Mountain secret realm? I think I've heard of it before. Xia Yi furrowed his brow, searching through the previous owner's memories. Your consultation about the Tao-forged foundation of heaven has concluded. Thank you for using this system. Just as he was reflecting, the terminal machine of the Encyclopedia of the Northern Cultivation Realm gradually became transparent, then disappeared entirely. This encyclopedia of the cultivation world is simply amazing. Too bad I only drew a fragment. I hope to draw more in the future, Xia Yi sighed. He also began to gain a preliminary understanding of the Hidden Mountain secret realm mentioned by the terminal. Hidden Mountain was an extremely mysterious secret realm, located near Luoxian City in the depths of the Northern Realm, a microcosm separated from the rest of the cultivation world. It opens only once every 100 or even several hundred years, and its timing is unpredictable and shrouded in mystery. Inside it contains countless rare treasures and profound opportunities. Those who entered the last time have become dominant figures, revered and feared across the northern cultivation realm, becoming elders or even patriarchs of various great sects. In this last opening of the Hidden Mountain secret realm, Lu Bai also entered and successfully absorbed the earth vein qi and built his foundation. Unfortunately, the original owner at the time was in closed-door cultivation, trying to break into foundation building stage. and missed the opening time of the secret realm, failing to gain any of its opportunities. However, not all cultivators could enter the Hidden Mountain secret realm. One must possess a talisman to gain access. As one of the 5 great sects in the Northern Realm, Lingshu Sect, though ranked last, still owns 9 talismans. Xiaoyi's master, Senior Elder Wu Chengtian, although he had failed to break through to core formation 40 years ago, and had his golden core shattered, significantly weakening his power, was still a formidable presence and easily managed to obtain 1 talisman. Sure enough, a few days later, Wu Chengtian showed up with the talisman in hand to find Xiaoyi. As far as I know, this time there will be many cultivators entering, including the chosen disciples of the great sects, offspring of powerful experts, and bloodline heirs of great demons. If you insist on going, you must be extremely cautious. Wu Chengtian wore a solemn expression. Right now, with his shattered golden core, he could barely survive. Xiaoyi was his only true disciple. If he perished in there, he would have no time left to cultivate another to carry on his legacy. In fact, the Hidden Mountain secret realm really was extremely dangerous. Of those who entered, if as many as 2/10 survived and returned, that was considered quite fortunate. Even cases of complete annihilation had occurred historically. The mortality rate was extremely high. Master, disciple will be careful. Xiaoyi solemnly nodded. Although Luoxian City wasn't as prosperous as Kangwu City, it was indeed the oldest city in the northern cultivation realm, dating back to ancient times. The streets were crowded with people, mostly cultivators from other regions, with shops lining both sides of the roads, and hawking calls never ceased. So many golden core cultivators. Xiaoyi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Since the Hidden Mountain secret realm only opened every 100 years or so, all the great forces of the northern cultivation realm would dispatch their disciples with heavy escorts. The egg of the Manhwa Yizhong Zudangnak, only 100 high-grade spirit stones, millennia-old herb Bishe Jinsun, capable of extending one's lifespan, offered in exchange for a flying treasure, a fragmented treasure map, possibly related to the lineage of the Yellow Spring Emperor. Xiaoyi arrived in front of a stall run by an elderly man dressed in gray robes. On the ground were scattered several ragged items, torn cloth, a broken mirror, a fractured sword, and a blackened metal fragment. Little friend, don't look down on these items just because they're broken, the old man explained. They are actually fragments of powerful magic treasures, including some spiritual artifacts and even treasures. They might even conceal the legacy of great cultivators. Noticing a customer, the gray-clothed old man immediately became animated and began eagerly describing his wares. Xiaoyi bent down and picked up a broken sword. Its tip was completely missing, and the blade was covered in dense cracks, looking as if it would shatter with the lightest swing. He attempted to channel his cultivation energy into it, but not a trace of sword chi emerged. Indeed, it felt no different from an ordinary iron sheet. Where did you pick up this junk? It can't even be activated. These are not junk. The gray-clothed old man straightened his expression. These treasures are painstakingly dug out by me from the chilling battlefield. All of them are remnants of ancient great cultivators' magic treasures from 10,000 years ago. The Truling Battlefield. While browsing ancient books in the Sect scripture pavilion, Xiaoyi had also read about the Truling Battlefield. 10,000 years ago, the immortals and demons of the northern cultivation realm had engaged in a fierce battle in this place called Thing. Countless cultivators perished, including even heaven reachers, patriarchs at the nascent soul stage. Because of this, Truling was filled with endless malevolent energy. Even nascent soul experts wouldn't dare guarantee their safety inside. Yet, this gray-robed elder before him was merely at the foundation building mid-stage. He wouldn't even be able to enter the outermost regions of Truling. Therefore, 9 out of 10 items on his mat were likely counterfeit, perhaps even from just last week. Xiaoyi shook his head and was about to leave when a sudden thought occurred to him. The age determination device he had drawn recently. The age determination device was an item resembling a pistol. When pointed at an object and fired, it could accurately measure the object's age. Back then, he had thought it a rather useless item, but now he realized it might come in handy for an entirely different purpose. Chapter 13, Home Satellite Kit. Broken Sword, 3 years. Tattered Cloth, 10 days. Cracked Mirror, 58 years. Xiaoyi secretly pulled out the age testing device and secretly measured the items at the stall. Sure enough, he discovered that all the magical artifacts on display were fake. The most recent item dated back only 10 days, while the oldest was a half-ruined tower from 300 years ago. Just as he was about to give up measuring, he suddenly noticed a 4-digit number appear on the device. 10,256 years. Xiaoyi's mind was shaken to its core. Upon closer inspection, he found that the gun barrel of the device was pointing toward a piece of cloth with bloodstains and oil-like spots, resembling a dish rag. The timing matches perfectly. Could this rag-like object actually be a fragment of a genuine ancient artifact left behind by a mighty cultivator more than 10,000 years ago? Xiaoyi's heart surged with astonishment, but he showed no signs of it. He picked up a fist-sized shattered pearl, then grabbed the broken sword, and finally took the bloodstained cloth. I'll take all of these. How many spirit stones? The gray-robed old man was delighted and said, these are all ancient artifact fragments from 10,000 years ago. Since you and I are destined to meet, just 50 middle-grade spirit stones. Xiaoyi sneered and put down the 3 fragments, then turned to leave. 50 middle-grade spirit stones equated to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was no small sum. The other party was clearly asking for an exorbitant price. The old man quickly grabbed Xiaoyi's sleeve. Don't be in such a hurry. If the price is not right, we can talk. Final offer. 3 middle-grade spirit stones. Take it or leave it. Xiaoyi took out 3 spirit stones and placed them on the stall. A deal. The gray-robed old man was overjoyed, waved his hand, and the 3 middle-grade spirit stones on the ground vanished in an instant. I paid too much. Xiaoyi's expression darkened slightly, but he said nothing. He picked up the 3 artifact fragments and walked away. Although according to the measurement of the age tester, the bloodstained cloth really was 10,000 years old, and it was most likely something from the Qi Ridge, it was clear that the gray-robed old man was no fool. He must have determined that it was of no use before putting it up for sale. Therefore, Xiaoyi had no intention of studying it for now. The reason he bought it was because in the future, he might obtain a prop similar to the time cloth table and use it to restore the fragment to its full state. At that point, perhaps Lingsu Sect could gain a real Taoist artifact. There were still several other places in Luoxian City selling fragments of magical artifacts and antiques. Thanks to the age-testing device, Xiaoyi really did find one good item. It was a golden mask, the size of a palm, which, when worn, could change one's appearance and conceal one's aura. When the system issued the mission, it had clearly instructed him to avoid altering history, as it might cause unpredictable consequences. This golden mask was perfect for that purpose. As the opening of the suspended mountain secret realm drew nearer, the number of cultivators in Luoxian City kept increasing. Many powerful sects from the Northern Territory had sent elders to escort their disciples for training. Among them were even some Yao cultivators. Xiaoyi saw many mighty Yao beings in the city, like a 2-meter-tall demon ape radiating golden light, overflowing with Yao energy, and possessing a strong and muscular body. There was also a bull Yao with a thick physique, its enormous head crowned with long, sharp horns that glimmered with a cold, metallic luster. 10 days later, a black cloud suddenly rose above the outskirts of Luoxian City, covering nearly 1,000 acres. Inside, thunder roared, and golden lightning danced. All the cultivators in Luoxian City were stunned by this spectacular display, as though a fallen immortal in the distance was awakening from slumber, about to unleash devastating power. Boom after boom, the thunder in the endless dark clouds reverberated across the heavens, while an immense pressure surged from the depths, spreading across the sky and earth. Waves of terrifying fluctuations rippled outward. The suspended mountain secret realm is opening. No one knew who shouted it first, but instantly, Luoxian City became alive with excitement. Beams of divine light shot into the sky as countless cultivators rushed toward the distant region. Just then, from the distant northwest, it seemed as if thousands of troops were charging forward, accompanied by roars of ferocious beasts. Evil energy filled the sky, and dark clouds gathered. Dozens of vicious beasts soared through the clouds and mist, each carrying a cultivator on their back. Although the group wasn't large, their momentum was tremendous, as if 10,000 troops were charging together. These ferocious beasts were ancient, rare breeds from times long past, all of them fierce, cruel, and hideous in appearance. It's the people from the Yin River Sect, a cultivator whispered. The Yin River Sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Northern Territory's cultivation world. Its power was formidable, guarded by a nascent soul expert, and it reigned supreme over the entire northern region. The cultivators in the sky immediately made way to allow passage for these beasts. Just at that moment, a heavy sound came from another direction. The sky rumbled as 8 war chariots rolled forward like thunder, their killing intent piercing the heavens, causing the sky itself to quake and tremble. This is the Dayin Sect. The Dayin Sect was also one of the 5 great sects of the northern region. With a long history, powerful experts continually arose from within its ranks. The disciples of Yin River Sect grew solemn upon seeing the war chariots, and all of them became alert, their killing intent condensed yet unreleased. Both sides halted, each occupying a portion of the sky, silently waiting. In the following moments, many great powers made grand entrances, creating massive ripples and demonstrating formidable auras. Finally arrived a 10-meter-long flying vessel, with a large banner fluttering in the wind at its bow, radiating overwhelming might. 2 characters were written on it. Lingsu. As one of the 5 great sects in the Northern Territory, though ranked last among them, Lingsu Sect still held great influence in the northern region, which allowed it to occupy a favorable position. Leading the group was Enforcement Elder Qing Xuanzi, who stood proudly at the front of the vessel, continuously bowing his hands and greeting elders from various sects. The reason Xiaoyi had come alone was because he had learned in advance that Qing Xuanzi was leading this group. Lu Bai was narrow-minded and held grudges over small offenses. He might have easily swayed Qing Xuanzi to act against Xiaoyi during the journey. In the vast dark clouds, chaotic energy churned violently, and myriad thunderbolts erupted, shaking heaven and earth as if marking the arrival of the apocalypse. A massive rift faintly appeared within, an opening 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. Inside, countless flickering lights flashed by, seemingly resembling glimpses of another world. The suspended mountain secret realm has finally opened. Rumbling filled the sky like a flood rushing through. The greatest powers from the Northern Territory cultivation world surged forward, rushing into the rift within an instant and entering the secret realm. Xiaoyi seized the opportunity and dashed into the giant rift. The moment he entered, he felt a thick and highly refined spiritual energy. Even within Lingsu Sect's core secret area, I've never encountered such a high concentration of spiritual energy before, he thought in shock. After all, Lingsu Sect had a level 3 spiritual vein. Yet, the spiritual energy inside the suspended mountain was so rich and pure, it must at least possess a level 5 spiritual vein, or even a level 6 vein. Judging by the time, It's time for me to draw a new prop again. Xia Yi found a quiet cave and summoned the system. Item, Home Satellite Kit. Function, contains reconnaissance satellites, weather satellites, missile satellites, etc. A flash of light appeared, and suddenly a box appeared in Xia Yi's hands. Inside were numerous palm-sized satellites, all very small and compact. In addition, there were accessories such as rockets, a launching pad, and a display screen. Chapter 14, Launching the Satellite. With this item, we can foresee dangers in advance. Xia Yi was overjoyed. At present, his cultivation was only at the 8th stage of qi refinement, placing him at the bottom among all the trial cultivators. The secret region of Xiankong Mountain was fraught with dangers. In its deep central area resided countless ancient species and savage beasts from prehistoric times. Few who entered this region for training were below the foundation building stage. Without a golden core expert providing protection, survival was nearly impossible. Xia Yi finished installing the satellite rocket and pressed the launch button. With a loud boom, the firecracker-sized rocket spewed a long trail of flame and shot straight upward. Half an hour later, the monitor emitted a zzz noise. Snow filled the screen, interspersed occasionally with fleeting blurry images. After another incense-burning time passed, the satellite signal finally stabilized. Instantly, a map appeared on the screen. Within it were numerous densely packed red dots of various sizes. A few of them were as thick as fingerprints, deeply colored like fresh blood. Equipped with thermal imaging and other detection devices, the satellite could detect the figures of large creatures below. Xia Yi randomly clicked on one of the red dots on the map. The image shifted and zoomed in rapidly, revealing a gigantic bird of unimaginable size on screen. Its outstretched wings spanned several hundred meters. Covered in black scales that gleamed with dark luster, the creature radiated boundless, killing aura. Suddenly, this red dot representing the bird began moving at incredible speed directly towards Xia Yi's location. According to the satellite monitoring, this fierce bird was flying at Mach 2, twice the speed of sound. Before long, Xia Yi saw a massive dark cloud rapidly approaching from the northwest, blanketing the sky and earth, plunging everything into darkness. After the bird passed, he finally exhaled in relief. The oppressive pressure had been overwhelming. Then, he curiously clicked on another red dot, no bigger than a fingernail. This time, a centipede as massive as a mountain appeared, a full kilometer in length, belching forth 7-colored mists all over its body. Wherever it went, countless stones and trees were corroded into pus. Goodness, these ancient species are just too terrifying. Even a nascent soul expert would find them hard to handle. Inwardly, Xia Yi felt fortunate for obtaining the home-use satellite set, allowing him to avoid those fierce beasts. In the central part of the map, everything was blurry, shrouded by some mysterious energy field. The surveillance satellite couldn't detect what lay within. Xia Yi surmised that this must be where the legendary Tianmai energy, mentioned by Dabai Qi, was located. Therefore, he decided to head toward that area. Even though the satellite map could help him evade those terrifying beasts, there were still many other dangers. For example, there were other trial cultivators also inside the Xiankong Mountain secret region. Most of them practiced methods to conceal their spiritual presence, which simple thermal imaging equipment couldn't track. A qi gathering stage cultivator's spiritual power existed within the Dantian in a gaseous state and was very thin, making it impossible to sustain prolonged sword riding. Luckily, Xia Yi had long obtained the bamboo dragonfly. Though its flight speed was only 80 kilometers per hour, it could fly continuously for 8 hours. Indeed, Xiankong Mountain being one of the premier secret cultivation regions in the Northern Territory, was truly a rare place of cultivation fortune. Numerous fairy peaks gleamed with radiant light, draped in spiritual vines and luxuriant trees, with river waters as clear and pure as jadeite. Visible wisps of spiritual energy constantly rose from the rivers in steam-like vapors. From a swamp not far below, came the anguished scream of a cultivator. A foundation building stage cultivator was being swallowed alive by a 100-meter-long black snake. The snake's blood-red eyes were like lanterns, emitting eerie glowing lights. It fixed its gaze on Xia Yi above, as though not yet full. Frightened, Xia Yi hurriedly guided his bamboo dragonfly higher into the sky. A day later, he passed through a spiritually rich land where purple mist rose from the peaks and spiritual beasts roamed within the forests. In the center grew an ancient medicinal plant, with 9 lustrous, translucent leaves. It sparkled with radiant light, resembling a delicate piece of carved carnelian. This is the 9-leaf Ling Ji grass. Xia Yi was ecstatic. This was a remarkably rare spiritual herb that could enhance physical vitality and prolong lifespan. Wu Chongtian, the eldest elder, was physically deteriorating and nearing the end of his life. Taking this 9-leaf Ling Ji grass might allow him several more years of life. 10 years into the future, though Xia Yi had become the sect leader, his position remained unstable. The Qing Xuanzi branch eyed his power hungrily, always ready to force their way into control. Although Mo Lai and Song Yuanshan were both golden core experts, their power was far inferior to Qing Xuanzi's. Only Wu Chongtian was able to give Qing Xuanzi pause. Just as Xia Yi was about to descend to collect the medicinal herb, a man flew rapidly toward him, quickly overtaking him, reached the herb, and swept it away with a flash of blue light. This man appeared to be in his mid-20s to early 30s, tall and upright, with sharp star-like eyes. A heavy black sword was strapped to his back, exuding an aura capable of piercing through the heavens. After picking the ancient medicinal herb, he glanced briefly at Xia Yi with an air of disdain, as if looking down at an ant, then flew away without looking back. Xia slightly furrowed his brows, a trace of anger rising in his heart, but he managed to suppress it. After all, his purpose in Xiankong Mountain was to obtain the Tianmai energy and complete foundation building. It wasn't worth fighting over a medicinal herb. After flying for another half-day, he spotted a few ancient herbs by a spiritual lake, each slightly superior to the previously seen 9-leaf Lingji grass. This region was rich in spiritual energy, radiating colorful lights that attracted many trial cultivators to fly toward it. Upon spotting these herbs, all of them began breathing heavily, their eyes sharpened with greed, each hoping to claim them. I am a disciple of Void Sage. These herbs are destined for me. Be gone now. At this moment, a black-robed man flew in, sword on his back, his expression cold as he radiated strong aura. Xia Yi looked closely, recognizing instantly the man who had previously tried to seize the 9-leaf Lingji grass. You're going too far. These herbs were clearly seen first by us. You're merely the last one to arrive. One of the cultivators, unable to contain himself, retorted. Each of these herbs was priceless. If they appeared in the outside world, even nascent soul experts would personally descend to fight for them. Quiet. Void Sage is a nascent soul expert who practices the sword immortal path. His battle strength far exceeds ordinary nascent soul cultivators. His disciple, Lu Yuanxing, is a prodigy in the Northern Territory, fully inheriting Void Sage's teachings. His Tianquan sword is famous for slaying countless foundation-building experts, another cultivator warned. Lu Yuanxing's reputation carried weight. Many cultivators coveted the herbs, but ultimately chose to flee, valuing their lives over the treasure. Still, a few cultivators remained behind, unwilling to abandon their fight. Do you fools wish to die? Lu Yuanxing slowly unsheathed the black sword behind him, his killing intent clearly evident. Chapter 15 The Power of the Lightning Pill. Lu Yuanxing, you're only at the foundation building stage, just like us. You're being too arrogant. This is Xiankong Mountain. We could kill you here and no one, not even Master Su Su, would ever find out. A middle-aged man in iron armor stepped forward. He stood 2 heads taller than the average person, his skin a deep bronze, his figure muscular and powerful, radiating strength. You're asking for death. Lu Yuanxing struck first. His black longsword flew from behind his back, unsheathed in an instant. It soared up 10 zhang into the air, circling and darting like a white rainbow, piercing through the sun, aimed directly at the middle-aged man. The man showed no fear. He summoned forth a small golden pagoda, which rapidly expanded in size and hovered midair. Streams of golden light poured down from it, enveloping his body in a protective shield. The black sword crashed into the golden pagoda, creating a sound like jade and metal clashing. With a ka-cha, the golden pagoda in midair could not withstand such sharp sword intent. Cracks spread across its surface before it shattered into countless golden fragments. How is that possible? The middle-aged man was horrified. That golden pagoda was a high-grade spiritual artifact with tremendous defensive power. Yet before the black sword, it had been as fragile as paper, utterly helpless. Foolish beyond reason. Lu Yuanxing sneered coldly. He did not stop there. The black sword hung in the air, gleaming with brilliance, emitting countless rays of divine light, and bursting with killing intent as it sliced the middle-aged man clean in two. Run! Seeing that the man couldn't even withstand 2 moves, the other cultivators paled in fear. They quickly conjured rainbows and fled, afraid that a moment's delay would mean certain death by sword. Are you challenging me for the ancient herb? Lu Yuanxing glanced over, his voice icy cold, as if he were looking at a dead man. Xia Yi simply smiled calmly. The last time they had competed for the Zhiling Zico had been one thing, but meeting again like this and facing such hostility once more was another. He said nothing, but with a single thought, a long sword appeared in his hand. You dare wield a sword too? Lu Yuanxing scoffed. In his eyes, this opponent was merely a late-stage qi condensation cultivator, no different from an ant. He waved his great sword, releasing a surging green qi. With a wong, the air trembled lightly. A powerful sword beam appeared like the Milky Way itself, slashing across, heading straight for Xia Yi's waist. That razor-sharp sword beam aimed to cleave him in two. Yet Xia Yi remained unafraid. With a swing of his sword, he effortlessly blocked the attack. Now that's interesting. Lu Yuanxing was intrigued. Though he had only used 3/10 of his strength earlier, ordinary foundation-building wanderers couldn't withstand even that. And yet this late qi condensation cultivator had managed to block it. He lost a bit of his arrogance. Waving his sword, countless streaks of emerald starlight scattered across the sky. His sword aura was fierce to the extreme, filling the heavens and earth, like a collapsing mountain and roaring sea. But the sword in Xia Yi's hand, the famous lightning blade lightning pill, was no ordinary weapon. It ensured victory for its wielder in any sword fight, a causality-altering artifact, immensely overpowered. Moreover, compared to the Lu Bai of 10 years in the future, the current Lu Yuanxing still had a long way to go. After all, Lu Bai had reached the peak of foundation building, and possessed the sword's spirit root physique. Among the younger generation of the northern region, no one could rival his mastery of the sword way, not even Lu Yuanxing. Soon, Lu Yuanxing realized the power of the lightning blade. Looking at Xia Yi, he saw the shadow of his master Su Su. No matter how fierce or clever his sword techniques were, Xia Yi effortlessly deflected them all with calm indifference. How is that possible? Lu Yuanxing was shaken beyond belief. He had always been among the elite of the northern region's younger generation, yet he couldn't overcome a qi condensation cultivator? Were he to speak of this, no one would believe it. Sun-swallowing sword technique. He roared and used the secret skill of his master Susu. Dark light surged from above his head as he unleashed the technique in full. The massive black sword seemed like a sinister black dragon, releasing a fierce, evil aura, as though it truly could swallow the eternal sun above. But Xia Yi remained unperturbed. Activating the lightning pill to full power, he sent it forth in a dazzling golden light, smashing directly into the giant black sword. The impact sent Lu Yuanxing retreating repeatedly. As the battle raged on, Lu Yuanxing gradually fell into a disadvantage. Xia Yi's sword always found the weaknesses in his techniques and easily neutralized them, much like using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Moreover, the opponent's attacks grew stronger with each passing moment, wave after wave like surging tides. Soon, Lu Yuanxing could no longer bear the pressure. A sky filled with golden sword rays rushed toward him, each blow heavier than 10,000 caddies, shaking his arms numb. Now, he could no longer launch any offense, only passively defend. Clang. Although Lu Yuanxing was a prodigy of late foundation building, fatigue crept into him. Though his black sword was once capable of splitting the heavens, now it was no longer as mighty as before. Clang. Jump. He slashed repeatedly, striking sideways, unleashing the sun-swallowing sword technique, charging towards Xia Yi again and again. But the opponent's sword techniques were flawless, without the slightest flaw, and every attack was forced back, even nearly pierced by a sword strike. Angry and frustrated, he felt bitter resentment but was utterly helpless. His opponent's swordsmanship was truly perfect. Pooh! The golden longsword suddenly came from a sharp angle, brushing past Lu Yuanxing's cheek, leaving a bloody mark, nearly stabbing his head. Lu Yuanxing was enraged beyond measure. As the final disciple of a nascent soul powerhouse, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, the current situation was clearly unfavorable for him. If this continued, he would surely be killed by the opponent's sword. He slashed across the sky instantly, unleashing boundless sword lights, like a black river surging forth, Kishaj towards Xia Yi, and then turned to flee. You weren't so arrogant just now? Why are you running now? Xia Yi chased relentlessly. He had drawn the lightning pill in the form of a famous blade fragment, and once used, it would vanish. If he did not kill him, it would mean wasting one valuable item fragment. Dang! The famous blade lightning pill shot out, crystal clear and radiant, its golden light shining like roaring flames, cutting straight toward Lu Yuanxing. My master is Void Sage, don't go too far. Lu Yuanxing's blood surged violently, nearly spitting blood. Even if your master was Void Sage, not even Sage of Weak Kidney would help you. Xia Yi didn't care in the slightest. This was Xiankong Mountain. No matter if he were a disciple of a nascent soul expert, or even a transformation king's disciple, if he died here, that's how it would stay. Swinging the sword force reached an extreme sharpness, overwhelming the skies, like a mountain collapsing or a sea roaring. At this moment, Lu Yuanxing was in the most wretched state. Several bloody marks appeared on his body. Several sword beams passed just beside him, nearly tearing his body apart. As a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, his sword-riding speed was extremely fast, yet it couldn't match the opponent's sword beams. Many times, he was knocked down, unable to escape. Xia Yi pushed the famous blade lightning pill to its maximum, pouring all his spiritual power into it, unleashing a sword beam spanning the sky, over dozens of meters long, slashing down. Lu Yuanxing resisted with all his might, but still was knocked flying hundreds of meters back, blood spurting from his mouth. He took out a pill, wiped the blood from his lips, then rushed forward once more toward the distance. Chapter 16. The White Tiger Carrying the Corpse. Isn't that Lu Xuzhenren's final disciple Lu Yuanxing? Why does it look like he's being hunted? Lu Yuanxing is the outstanding talent among the younger generation in the northern cultivation realm. Who could possibly chase him like this? Could it be a golden core cultivator? Along the way, many cultivators recognized Lu Yuanxing and began whispering amongst themselves. A thick sword beam shot straight into the sky, dazzlingly brilliant like a waterfall, once again knocking down Lu Yuanxing in the distance. Just as Xia Yi was preparing to deliver a finishing blow, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the southwest, revealing a middle-aged Taoist priest. He wore purple and gold robes adorned with the bagua and clouds, his pitch-black beard flowing gracefully. His eyes sparkled with sharpness, and he held a duster in his hand. Oh, isn't this my nephew disciple Yuanxing? The middle-aged priest looked at the battered Lu Yuanxing with surprise. Sanyang uncle, save me. Lu Yuanxing, recognizing the approaching figure, clung onto him like a drowning man clutching a straw. This middle-aged priest named Sanyang was a wandering cultivator in the northern cultivation world at the Golden Core stage, and had once received favors from Lu Xuzhenren. Xia Yi sensed the arrival of a Golden Core cultivator and had already left far behind. After about an incense stick's time, Xia Yi's figure reappeared on a cliffside, his famed saber Dingguang pill slowly disappearing from his hand. What a pity. Artifacts like the famed saber Dingguang pill were almost absurdly powerful. As long as it was a sword fight, no matter who the opponent was, victory was guaranteed. The middle-aged man emitted no sword chi at all and was obviously not a swordsman. Otherwise, Xia Yi wouldn't have hesitated at all and would have taken on both opponents. Afterward, Xia Yi continued towards the location with Heaven's Vein Chi. Along the way, he witnessed countless battles. A flash of purple light shone, and a young boy dressed in white fell from the sky. A large hole appeared in his chest, his eyes wide open in shock. Beside the boy's corpse, a cultivator came to the cliffside and pulled out a medicinal plant. This was a jade lotus, its entire body carved as if from jade, emitting a faint fragrance. In another place, over a dozen cultivators unleashed an array of magical artifacts, engaging in a deadly duel, waves of violent energy following one after another in an extremely bloody manner. In the end, only 3 cultivators survived, their bodies soaked in blood, and finally rushed into a cave dwelling sealed for hundreds of years to seek their fortunes. Over the past few days, Xiaoyi had seen far too many incidents of bloodshed, some devoured by fierce beasts, others killed for their treasures. In this floating mountain, there were simply too many rare treasures. Just one of them appearing in the outside world could stir up endless bloodshed, as no cultivator could remain indifferent upon seeing them. An ancient medicinal herb alone was enough to spark life or death competition between 2 cultivators. A single precious magical artifact could easily trigger a massive battle involving dozens of practitioners, let alone the rare ancient inheritances that occasionally resurfaced, which inevitably became the focal points of conflict between factions. Xiaoyi knew his own strength well, never greedy, skillfully avoiding countless fierce beasts and cultivators using his reconnaissance satellites. If only I had drawn the glove of uncontested victory, sighed Xiaoyi slightly. Although the famed saber Dingguang pill was powerful, it still had great limitations, usable only during sword-based duels. If his previous opponent had not been Lu Yuanxing, a swordsman, but rather an ordinary late foundation-forming cultivator, Xiaoyi would absolutely not dare to confront him directly. But the glove of uncontested victory was different. It forcibly brought the wearer's strength to an equal footing with the opponent's. No matter how powerful the opponent was, even a nascent soul expert could not change that. Along the way, he had encountered several ancient inheritances, and if equipped with artifacts of that type, he could at least attempt to compete. After flying for quite a while, the bamboo dragonfly on his head made a crack, noise, and its wings gradually slowed, a sign that its energy was nearly depleted. Fortunately, when he had initially drawn from his treasure sack, he got not just one bamboo dragonfly, but a whole handful. Xiaoyi removed the bamboo dragonfly from his head and continued flying forward. According to the guidance on his map, the region filled with heaven's vein qi was already quite close. Another hour of flying brought him to a mountain range. It was black and deep, full of perilous peaks, with towering trees forming a thick canopy. Occasionally, eerie howls echoed from within the forest, whether from the wind or fierce beasts was unclear. Xiaoyi instinctively took out his display monitor to examine the situation. Unexpectedly, there were only several red dots on the screen. How can such a vast mountain range have only these few living beings? Puzzled, Xiaoyi wondered. Thermal imaging technology might not seem high-end, but it was simple and effective. Unless you intentionally masked your aura or were an ice-type spirit beast, you'd generally be detectable. He tried clicking on one of the strongest red dots. The image flickered repeatedly, clearly indicating poor signal. After half an incense stick's worth of adjustments, the image finally stabilized. A Taoist priest stood in midair, wearing flowing robes of water cloud pattern and straw sandals, his black beard fluttering, surrounded by swirling greenish qi, his powerful aura practically piercing through the screen. This is Qing Xuanzi. Although the image on the screen flickered from time to time due to the poor signal, Xiaoyi instantly recognized the figure before him. If Qing Xuanzi is here, then Lu Bai should also be somewhere nearby. Xiaoyi activated his reconnaissance satellites and finally detected Lu Bai's presence not far from Qing Xuanzi, in a valley. He saw him sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly cultivating something. What are this master and disciple cultivating? Xiaoyi rubbed his chin slightly, his eyebrows knitting together. This mountain range was dark and gloomy, its spiritual energy not abundant at all, instead mixed with a heavy taint of yin and ominous energy. Inhaling too much would be harmful rather than beneficial to cultivation. Moreover, this place hardly looked like a place where rare medicinal herbs would grow. Xiaoyi tried zooming out, and the entire topography of the mountain range appeared on his computer screen. After observing for quite a while, he suddenly found the terrain of the mountain range rather strange, resembling a ferocious tiger with its jaws wide open, blood dripping from its mouth. Right in the gaping maw of the tiger was the very valley where Lu Bai was cultivating. This mountain range's formation resembles what's described in ancient texts as the white tiger carrying the corpse. Xiaoyi was greatly startled. White tiger carrying the corpse was an extremely ominous terrain formation, brimming with infinite malevolent energy. Corresponding to it were the vermilion bird mourning, azure dragon without feet, and black tortoise hiding its head, collectively known as the 4 symbols of death ground. Lu Bai is trying to absorb the white tiger's malevolent qi, using this earth vein to lay his foundation. Xiaoyi instantly understood their intentions. Earth vein foundation cultivation usually involved searching for extremely yin places, then extracting the malevolent energy from them. The malevolent qi of ordinary yin places wasn't particularly beneficial to a cultivator's progress, as it was impure and unstable. Once it accidentally seeped into a cultivator's body, it was extremely difficult to remove and could even become harmful. That's why the vast majority of cultivators chose human path foundation building, which was much safer. Chapter 17 Weather Satellite. The white tiger corpse carrying ground was by no means comparable to ordinary extremely yin places. The white tiger killing qi within was rare in the world, both in terms of quality and level. Whether used for cultivating breath or practicing techniques, it could achieve unexpected results. For the disciples of the Devil Sect, the white tiger corpse carrying ground was an absolute dream cultivation sanctuary. If Lu Bai could successfully establish his foundation through the white tiger killing qi, he would reach the peak of Earth Vein Peak. Within the entire northern region of cultivation, not to mention the entire eastern Shenzhou continent, such a foundation building was extremely powerful, second only to Heaven Dao Foundation. These master and apprentice really have incredible luck. They actually found such a deadly place in the Xiankong Mountain secret realm. Xia Yi couldn't help but exclaim at their fortune. Of course, Xia Yi wouldn't feel satisfied just letting Lu Bai successfully form his foundation through the earth vein. But Qing Xianzi was a late core formation cultivator, among the strongest fighters in the entire Xiankong Mountain. Xia Yi was 2 major cultivation stages lower than him. A direct confrontation would be like an egg hitting a stone. There was still 1 piece left of the famous magic sword lightning pill, which was more than enough to deal with Lu Bai. However, Qing Xianzi didn't use swords. Equalizer knuckles, time stopper, demon passport. I wish I could draw one of these items. Even a fragment would do. Xia Yi pulled out all the items he had drawn during this period and checked whether anything could be used. Suddenly, a home satellite kit he had drawn before caught his attention. The set included various satellites. Besides commonly used reconnaissance satellites, there were communication satellites, weather satellites, missile satellites, and so on. I'll try the weather satellite first. Xia Yi took out the satellite, installed it on a rocket, placed it on the launch pad, and pressed the button. With a kunlong roar, the rocket spewed fierce flames and soared upward. Weather? Huh. Then I'll start with a blizzard. Meanwhile, Qing Xianzi swept his divine consciousness around, noticing nothing unusual. He then turned to Lu Bai beside him and said, "Disciple, how is the refinement of white tiger killing chi going?" Lu Bai opened his eyes, a glint flashing momentarily, and said, "It's almost done. Once merged with my physical body, the foundation formation will succeed." Hearing this, Qing Xianzi couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Earth vein peak. Even in the history of the northern region, this is rare. As long as he doesn't perish, cultivating to nascent soul will be a certainty in the future. Nascent soul? My goal is to become a Tao ascendant. Lu Bai, feeling the pure white tiger killing chi within, suddenly became full of ambition. What great ambition! Qing Xianzi laughed heartily. A Tao ascendant. The northern region hadn't produced one in over 1,000 years. If anyone could reach Tao ascendant, it would absolutely unify the entire cultivation world of the northern region. At that moment, a sudden gust of cold wind arose in the valley. Without notice, thick clouds gathered in the sky. In an instant, the world grew dark. Whoosh, the wind grew stronger. The clouds above grew darker and darker, as if soaked in ink, slowly rising, expanding, and gradually covering the entire sky. Suddenly, large snowflakes began to fall. The wind howled furiously as a blizzard descended. In an instant, the dark sky merged with the snow-covered sea. Everything vanished from sight. How come it suddenly turned into a blizzard? Qing Xianzi felt puzzled. Just moments ago, the weather was perfectly fine. In an instant, it changed. But they were inside the Xiankong Mountain secret realm, and also within the 4 symbols deadly area. He didn't dwell on it much, and instead focused all his attention on preparing for any potential danger. The wind and snow grew even stronger, and not far away, a tornado Tenjiangtal appeared. For someone of Qing Xianzi's core formation level, such harsh weather was usually not something worth worrying about. But this place was the white tiger corpse-carrying ground, filled with endless killing chi. The blizzard stirred up all the killing chi in this place, instantly transforming the area into an ocean of various deadly energies. If an ordinary foundation building cultivator were here, their soul would be shattered by the killing chi, their spirit dissipated, and they would die instantly. Qing Xianzi summoned a palm-sized copper bell. Instantly, it enlarged and hovered above Lu Bai's head, emitting streaks of golden light, enveloping him. At this moment, Lu Bai was at a critical stage of forming his foundation. Interruption was absolutely unacceptable. Howling, the black sharp winds surged toward Lu Bai. The temperature in the entire mountain range instantly dropped by hundreds of times. Everywhere it passed, trees were crushed into powder, and stones as hard as iron were frozen into black fragments. Qing Xianzi's expression changed slightly. The tornado in front of him was composed of a kind of killing chi known as Ziwu Cold Tide. It was the ultimate yin and cold force in heaven and earth. Even with his current cultivation, he could feel his spiritual power beginning to freeze slightly. Wave after wave of icy wind surged forth like roaring waves. Lu Bai, who had the weakest cultivation, was no exception. Just like Xia Yi, he was only at the 8th stage of chi condensation. Despite being protected by the copper bell's barrier, the raging cold still penetrated inward. Gaga, gaga. Due to a moment of carelessness, Lu Bai was so cold that his teeth chattered, and his entire body's meridians and spiritual energy began to show signs of freezing. With great difficulty, he pulled out a spirit pill Level Liang Dan, swallowed it, and soon felt a warm sensation rise in his body, slightly easing his condition. Master, why has the white tiger corpse-carrying ground suddenly become so chaotic? Lu Bai asked, puzzled. This was also the first time Qing Xianzi had encountered such a deadly place. He speculated, perhaps this white tiger deadly area erupts once every certain period. Focus on your foundation building, disciple. I will personally guard you. With that, he lightly shouted, pressed his palms into a seal, and the copper bell in midair began spinning rapidly, emitting brilliant light and blocking all the external deadly chi and sharp winds. Meanwhile, Xia Yi, controlling the weather satellite, sent down powerful winds, stirring up the boundless killing energy. However, Qing Xianzi was one of the top experts of the Lingsu sect, with cultivation at the late core formation stage. Though the deadly chi in the white tiger corpse-carrying ground was terrifying, enough to freeze an ordinary core formation expert, it still could not penetrate the defense of the copper bell. Xia Yi was well aware of this, so he changed tactics and pressed the lightning strike button. Bang! A deafening roar erupted as a streak of cyan lightning descended from midair and struck straight toward Lu Bai, the thunder rumbling like 1,000 galloping horses. The two-sized copper bell trembled slightly, and the golden shield wavered a bit as well, yet still managed to hold. How could heavenly lightning fall here? Qing Xianzi felt a hint of unease. Boom! The lightning crackled in the air, bursting from the black clouds. Flashes of electricity soared like dang shua, dazzling and brilliant. Then came several thick lightning bolts, descending straight from the dark clouds, striking the spot where Lu Bai sat. Oh no, this is a heavenly tribulation. Qing Xianzi looked as though he had seen something terrifying. In an instant, he instantly teleported away, as if Lu Bai had suddenly become some sort of horrifying plague deity. This is only foundation building through the earth vein, not the Heaven Dao Foundation. Why would it invite heavenly Leijia? Could it possibly be due to the influence of the White Tiger corpse-carrying ground? Qing Xianzi was filled with doubt and confusion. Chapter 18. The Heavenly Pulse Qi. Lie Bai? The heavenly tribulation must be faced alone. No one else can help, or else the lightning tribulation will descend upon all. Qing Xuanzi had already severed his connection with the bronze bell the moment he saw what was happening. If even a trace of the lightning tribulation attached itself to him, the heavenly Tao would summon a tribulation suited for a core formation cultivator at the late stage. Just how terrifying was a tribulation for a late-stage core formation cultivator? It was unimaginable. It might even completely obliterate the Baihu Xianshi land with heavenly thunder. Lie Bai clearly understood this as well. Immediately, he pointed one hand forward, unleashing a surge of spiritual power to maintain the operation of the bronze bell. A booming crack of lightning struck again, causing the airborne dome to tremble violently, and its golden radiance dimmed. I was only trying to form a foundation. How did I end up summoning a heavenly tribulation? Lie Bai was incredibly frustrated. Wave after wave of azure lightning struck, the sky and earth filled with thunderous rumbles, like galloping horses, collapsing mountains, roaring seas, a scene akin to the end of the world. At the Qi condensation stage, a cultivator's spiritual energy manifested as thin vaporous energy in the Dantian, insufficient to support prolonged combat. Only upon successfully forming a foundation would this energy transform from a gaseous to a liquid form, causing a qualitative change. Lie Bai exerted all his strength to resist, but in no time, his spiritual energy within his body was nearly exhausted. He had no choice but to take out a Huichun pill and swallow it, which gave him a bit of relief. However, pills weren't omnipotent. Taking too many too quickly would lead to resistance against their effects. Why won't it end already? Utterly frustrated, Lie Bai knew in his current state he couldn't last much longer. Crack! Another lightning bolt fell. The golden light shield could no longer withstand the assault, shattering into pieces and scattering in glowing fragments. Seeing dark clouds once again gathering in the sky to form the next heavenly bolt, Lie Bai's face changed drastically. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He wouldn't be able to resist the next thunder strike. Master, help me. Lie Bai flew desperately toward Qing Xuanzi. Don't come over here. Qing Xuanzi's face changed as well, reacting as if seeing a plague demon. The heavenly tribulation represented the ultimate fear for cultivators. No one could guarantee safe passage through it. Moreover, Qing Xuanzi was long past his prime. If he became entangled in the tribulation, he would only end up reduced to ashes by the heavenly thunder. The master and apprentice, one fleeing and one chasing, were continuously pursued by thunderbolts from the heavens. Before long, the two had fled beyond the Baihu Xianshi land. Outside, the sun shone brightly, with no trace of storm or lightning. Huh? Isn't a heavenly tribulation supposed to continue until it finishes? Qing Xuanzi was puzzled. Lie Bai also muttered. I'm still at the Qi condensation stage. I didn't successfully form a foundation. Qing Xuanzi's expression changed instantly. He quickly urged, hurry, go back. Then he turned around and re-entered the Baihu Xianshi land. However, after entering this time, the dark clouds above had already dissipated, the killing winds gone. The spot where Lie Bai had previously sat in meditation, the area where Baihu had held the corpse in its mouth, was now nothing but a massive crater created by some explosion. In that region, surging waves of malevolent qi burst forth like a tsunami, and in the center, a spring as large as a bowl bubbled violently, spewing forth thick, viscous malevolent vapor after vapor. The geomancy of this Baihu Xianshi land has already been ruined. Before long, boundless amounts of underground malevolent qi will erupt uncontrollably, like a volcanic explosion. We should leave quickly, sighed Qing Xuanzi. Beside him, Lie Bai also had a dark expression. Foundation formed at the peak of the land vein. Such cases had been rare throughout the northern cultivation region for tens of thousands of years, second only to the foundation of heavenly Tao. It was extremely regrettable to see it ruined like this. Elsewhere, Xia Yi hadn't expected things to progress so smoothly. He first used a weather satellite to summon lightning. Initially, he had only planned to interfere with Lie Bai's foundation forming, but unexpectedly, Qing Xuanzi misunderstood it as the arrival of the heavenly tribulation and dared not approach to stop it. Although cultivators at the Qi condensation stage were vastly superior to ordinary people, they were not fully capable of resisting natural forces, especially heavenly lightning. Lie Bai was forced to flee, fleeing out of the Baihu Xianshi land. Xia Yi then deployed both the lightning satellite and the flying pill satellite, launching an intense bombardment on the core region to completely eliminate any chance of lie by forming his foundation atop the land vein. After all, his goal was the foundation of heavenly Tao. The Baihu Xianshi land had little use to him. Not good. Xia Yi detected through the display screen that the Baihu Xianshi land was now surrounded by an endless sea of black malevolent qi, with continuous waves erupting from its central region. Putting on his bamboo dragonfly, he swiftly flew away from that area. No one could predict just how much malevolent qi lay beneath the Baihu Xianshi land. If it was extremely massive, it might erupt like a volcano. In that case, perhaps the entire Hidden Mountain secret realm would be affected. After flying for another day, Xia Yi finally arrived at the area that his reconnaissance satellites could not detect. Before his eyes stood a massive broken stone upright on the mountaintop, etched with several bold and vigorous large characters, flowing like dragons, powerful in brushstroke and solemn in form. These large characters were not written in the commonly used script of the current cultivation world. They were extremely ancient, resembling complex Taoist inscriptions that contained the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, deeply profound and difficult to comprehend. Could it be that the heavenly pulse qi mentioned in the Grand Encyclopedia is hidden within this broken stone? Xia Yi circled the massive rock several times, but found nothing. He even tried channeling his spiritual power into it, but it vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea, producing no reaction whatsoever. He then attempted several techniques used for refining magical treasures, even employing the blood-dripping method to establish a connection with the artifact, but again, found nothing. Perhaps there really is no heavenly pulse qi inside this broken stone, Xia Yi frowned. However, the Hidden Mountain secret realm was vast beyond measure. Exploring the entire place would be impossible without 3 to 5 years. The opening of the secret realm was time-limited, lasting only a minimum of 10 days to a maximum of 1 month. There simply wasn't enough time to explore thoroughly. Oh right, maybe the item I obtained earlier can be useful. Xia Yi took out a small, cube-shaped gelatinous object. Item. Translation konjac. Function. Consuming it allows the user to translate any language or script. He swallowed the konjac piece by piece. Immediately afterward, an indescribable sensation filled his mind. At this moment, Xia Yi turned his gaze back to the broken stone and re-examined the ancient characters upon it. Yet even though he clearly understood the meaning of these characters, he found himself unable to express it in words. Each of these characters contained layers upon layers of meanings, carrying infinite ultimate truths. It was as if trying to use animal sounds to explain human civilization. Both were simply not on the same level. Hun, Cook, and Sun. Xia Yi attempted to pronounce the 4 large characters. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky and earth suddenly shifted. Dark clouds rolled in, and bolts of lightning, crisscrossing through the air, tore through the pitch-black sky. The massive broken stone trembled violently, emitting an endless wave of oppressive energy, soul-shaking and terrifying. Xia Yi hovered in midair at a safe distance. After he spoke the 4 characters, a strange connection seemed to form between him and the broken stone. Moreover, he could sense a unique aura emanating from within the stone. This aura was ancient, eternal, and everlasting, seeming as though it were a heavenly law itself, causing all living beings across the world to tremble and bow in reverence. Xia Yi's body trembled, and an Ongrur gleam flashed in his eyes. This is the heavenly pulse qi. Chapter 19. A draw in the gloves. The broken stone trembled continuously, and the 4 ancient characters on it radiated boundless golden light, enveloping the entire sky in a rainbow glow that illuminated the 8 directions. What's going on? Could it be an ancient magical treasure emerging? Or someone has activated the legacy of a celestial palace? Judging by this spectacle, it must be a supreme treasure capable of shaking the entire cultivation world in the northern region. Xia Yi's expression changed drastically. The omen triggered by the broken stone was simply too grand and magnificent. It would surely draw countless cultivators racing to seize it. Now, the only choice was to settle things quickly and absorb the Tianmai Qi in the shortest time possible. Qian Ku Ru Si. Xia Yi murmured the 4-character mantra once again, attempting to communicate with the broken stone. Not long after, a single strand of chaotic essence, as thin as a hair, flew out from the stone and slowly drifted up into the air. Though a mere wisp, the chaotic essence conveyed an aura of celestial serenity, clarity, refinement, purity, tranquility, and divinity. Xia Yi was overjoyed. He immediately stepped forward, attempting to grab the Tianmai Qi. Yet, although this thread of essence appeared as fine as a hair, it weighed as heavily as a mountain, unmoving no matter how hard he tried. Qian Ku Ru Si. As the 4-character mantra resounded once more, the Tianmai Qi finally drifted slowly toward him and coiled around his index finger. Suddenly, 3 ancient war chariots rumbled in from the northern horizon, roaring through the high skies, causing the heavens to tremble. This is the legendary Tianmai Qi. At the head of the 3 chariots sat Xianyang Immortal, an elder of the Dayan Sect, and a late Jindan cultivator, a well-known expert in the cultivation world of the northern region. Gazing at the strand of essence around Xia Yi's finger, Xianyang was immediately overcome with excitement. Why had Tian Dao cultivation bases always been so rare since ancient times? It was because of the lack of Tianmai Qi. Yet in the past 10,000 years, the northern region's cultivation world had only seen 2 or 3 instances of Tianmai Qi appearing. Each time, it had sparked bloodshed and chaos, resulting in countless cultivators losing their lives in the struggle. Among those slain were even many Jindan experts. After all, Even if one had to sacrifice their cultivation and start anew, obtaining the Tianmai Chi was absolutely worth it. One should know, a Tianmai foundation guaranteed a minimum of reaching the transformation stage. Tianmai Chi, a wonderful treasure. At that moment, a long arc streaked from afar, transforming into a shocking sword beam that shot straight for the Tianmai Chi in Xia Yi's hand. Inside that sword beam stood a tall, middle-aged man nearly 9 feet tall, with a resolute expression. He had fused his body with the sword, moving at an unfathomable speed, faster than sound itself. Is that Ling Jianzi? Xianyang frowned slightly, revealing a trace of apprehension. Ling Jianzi was a famous swordsman in the northern region cultivation world, equal in cultivation to Xianyang, a late Jindan expert. However, as a sword cultivator, he specialized in assassination techniques. In terms of combat power, he even surpassed Xianyang. Seeing that lightning-fast sword strike, Xia Yi quickly drew the legendary blade, Dian Guang Wan, and met it head-on. Ding! The two swords clashed, producing a sound like metal against jade, while a massive wave of energy radiated outward like rolling waves. Actually blocked it. Ling Jianzi was slightly astonished. That single sword strike had infused 7 layers of his power. Never did he expect that a mere chi condensation level youth could withstand it. Could this boy actually be some old monster in disguise? Thinking this, he no longer held back. A golden sword light slashed down, tearing through the entire sky, dazzling and radiant, like a raging bolt of lightning. Xia Yi fought off Ling Jianzi with Dian Guang Wan while painstakingly refining the Tianmai Chi. The power of Dian Guang Wan exceeded his expectations, capable of holding its own against a late Jindan swordsman. It seemed that the tools from Doryman truly couldn't be understood by normal logic, somewhat reminiscent of idealism. After 100 exchanges, Ling Jianzi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. By now, more and more cultivators were drawn to the miraculous phenomena surrounding the broken stone. The boy actually holds the legendary Tianmai Chi. How many years has it been since the northern region last saw a Tian Dao foundation? Who exactly is this youth? He's actually suppressed Ling Jianzi using the sword path. Xia Yi's expression darkened. All 5 major sects of the northern region had gathered here, and King Xuanzi had arrived too, greedily staring at the Tianmai Chi in Xia Yi's grasp. Jian Lingzi, like Lu Yuanxing he'd encountered before, both wielded swords, but both were countered effectively by Dian Guang Wan. However, sword users were a rarity. Just about any foundation-building cultivator here would be a challenge for him to face, not to mention the numerous Jindan experts around. Stepping forward, King Xuanzi said, "Young friend, natural divine treasures are meant for those with virtue. You should quickly hand over the Tianmai Chi for safekeeping by the 5 great sects together." Xuanyang's eyes lit up. Elder Taoist Qing Xin speaks wisely. The other 3 sects also voiced their agreement. Xia Yi gave King Xuanzi a long, searching look. He had truly underestimated his disciplinary elder. Among the 5 great sects, Ling Su sect had the weakest power, and with King Xuanzi's cultivation alone, his chances of obtaining the Tianmai Chi had been slim indeed. But with just this one sentence, he turned the Tianmai Chi into a shared treasure among the 5 great sects. Even if King Xuanzi himself couldn't obtain the Tianmai Chi in the end, he would still receive generous compensation. There's one last chance to draw a prop. If I don't pull anything useful this time, I'll have no choice but to hand over the Tianmai Chi. Unfortunately, with Xia Yi's current Chi condensation cultivation base, there was no way he could protect such a precious treasure. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn a draw in the gloves. Prop, a draw in the gloves. Function, when wearing these gloves, no matter how powerful your opponent is, you will always end up in a draw in battle. Note, this skin is time limited and will disappear after 1 hour. Please use it wisely, master. Actually drew this prop. The system is really on my side. Xia Yi was ecstatic. With these gloves, even if there were more cultivators present, he could remain undefeated. After slipping on the red gloves, he gained confidence and coldly replied, "The 5 great sects are being too overbearing. You want to claim every heavenly treasure as your own. You're truly insatiable. You should be called the 5 great demon sects instead. Surrender the Tianmai Chi now, and perhaps we'll spare your life." A black-robed cultivator rode forward atop a savage beast. He summoned a bone-made basin that emitted flowing yellow light, then overturned it downward. From the bone basin gushed forth a great yellow river, surging with waves, emitting a stench of rot and death, its violent energy churning. The Yellow Spring sect is nothing but a bunch of cowards clinging to life. Might as well be called a demon sect too. Xia Yi sneered. 10,000 years ago, the final life or death battle between the immortal and demon paths erupted at Qi Ridge, where countless cultivators perished. Back then, the immortal path had been at a disadvantage. 6 out of 9 Yuan-ing experts fell in battle, and the sole nascent Soul Grand Elder had been seriously wounded. Later, for unknown reasons, the Yellow Spring sect from the demon camp betrayed their side, heavily striking the other major demon sections. Only then did the immortal path manage a narrow victory. That was precisely why the Yellow Spring sect, who cultivated demonic techniques, remained listed among the 5 great immortal sects. Chapter 20, The Ancient Bow. You're asking for death. The black-robed monk roared with rage. The yellow river of corpses ahead surged with towering waves, a howling gale of infamy raging fiercely, transforming the area into a land resembling the underworld. This is the left guardian of the Yellow Spring sect, a seasoned Golden Core expert. One cultivator recognized the black-robed monk before them. Having just witnessed the example of Mingdao Electrum Pill, Xia Yi was completely unafraid. He swung his fist forward, the punch splitting the air, his inner chi surging like golden light dazzling as the sun, crashing heavily into the roaring yellow river of corpses. In midair, massive streams of energy violently clashed, wave after wave, producing thunderous booms like rolling thunder. This strike ended in a draw. Neither could overpower the other. The black-robed monk was astonished. The Yellow Spring Bone Bowl was a secret treasure of the Yellow Spring Sect, terrifyingly powerful. Ordinary golden core cultivators could hardly withstand its might. Yet the opponent had stopped it, not by Fabal, but merely with a single punch. Netherworld Yellow Spring, Nanyo Janglin. The monk muttered incantations, then spat forth a mouthful of refined original essence. Reinforced by this essence, the Yellow Spring Bone Bowl suddenly radiated brilliant light. The yellow river of corpses above surged violently, waves reaching Tenjong high, like a tsunami engulfing all. Xia threw another punch. His fist pierced the air, surging with fierce energy, shining as brightly as a comet blazing across the heavens. Boom. Several foundation-building cultivators who were too close were directly blown kilometers away by the shockwave, crashing heavily into a mountain peak, their fates unknown. After that, no matter how fiercely the black-robed monk attacked, each blow was neutralized by Xia Yi's fists, leaving them again in a stalemate. This youth is actually a martial artist. Xianyang Daoist, standing nearby, wore a solemn expression. In ancient times, during the era of 100 schools flourishing, martial artists had once dominated the world, capable of severing rivers with a single finger, shattering mountains with a palm strike, or cracking treasures with a punch. Back then, cultivators and martial artists were evenly matched, each with their own strengths. However, since ancient times, the world had changed, making it unsuitable for martial artists to cultivate. The northern region hadn't seen any formidable martial artists in over 1,000 years, yet today, within the secret realm of Shinkong Mountain, one had emerged. Brother Daoist of the Yellow Spring Sect, allow me to assist you. Daoist, Xianyang shouted loudly, and instantly a large white porcelain treasure bottle appeared, floating above his head. Its pure white body glowed with radiant light, emitting vast fluctuations of energy. This was a high-grade treasure artifact, even slightly superior to the Yellow Spring Bone Bowl held by the black-robed monk. The grindstone-sized crystal bottle shot forth brilliant rays of light towards Xia Yi in a deadly strike. Wearing the draw fist gauntlets, Xia Yi suddenly unleashed a punch forward. The earth beneath his feet shook violently, dust rising high, as the surging force of his punch surged like the rolling Yangtze River, roaring forward in a torrent. That seemingly indestructible ray of light dissipated into nothingness under the force of his fist's chi. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A dazzling array of beams flashed one after another, like fireworks, yet each concealing deadly danger. The black-robed monk also poured all his strength into activating the Yellow Spring Bone Bowl. The towering river of corpses emitted a killing aura piercing the heavens, as if millions of corpses lay buried underground, the stench of death covering heaven and earth, transforming the place into a domain of ghostly shadows. Faced with attacks like crashing waves, Xia Yi felt pressure building, but continued punching back relentlessly. Fierce surges of energy roared wildly around him like a roaring ocean. As the battle raged on, he was also seizing every moment to comprehend the heaven vein chi. Although the draw gauntlets were extraordinary, they were not permanent. If the time limit was exceeded, anyone here could easily tear him apart. Shen Kugu 1. The four huge characters engraved on the broken stone flowed continuously in Xia Yi's mind, and he gradually grasped their meaning more deeply. The heaven vein chi that once hovered around his body slowly began to seep into his skin, merging into his very being. The gathered cultivators, witnessing the heaven vein chi being absorbed by Xia Yi, became greatly alarmed, and all launched their attacks simultaneously. Wave after wave of dazzling light shot up into the sky. An elder from an immortal sect spat forth a crimson beam of light, forming into a giant net seemingly crafted from 10,000-year-old red coral, ensnaring Xia Yi. Another elder chanted true words. A flash of purple light appeared, and in his hands materialized a bagua mirror. Flipping it forward, it emitted dazzling purple radiance, instantly enveloping Xia Yi in countless beams of purple light, the hazy purple energy swirling around him as if trying to pin him in place. A golden core expert summoned forth a jade ruler, which quickly expanded, as if capable of measuring the heavens and earth, emitting a pure white glow. Even Qing Xuanzi couldn't resist taking advantage of the chaos to strike, summoning a great seal. With a single wave, it expanded to the size of a small mountain, overshadowing the sky like a massive dark cloud, bearing down on Xia Yi from above. Xia Yi exhaled, his chi swallowing mountains and rivers, his oppressive might shaking heaven and earth. He threw a punch forward, unleashing thunderous winds and roaring lightning, golden bolts splitting the sky as clouds across the four directions howled in response. Dang! A bronze furnace spewing raging flames was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could even catch his breath, 12 pearls came soaring toward him, each the size of a large bowl, translucent and radiant, with shimmering five-colored light. Xia Yi roared furiously, throwing 6 consecutive punches. A fierce gale surged forth, tearing through the earth like a meteor hurtling from the heavens, crashing violently into the 12 pearls. Instantly, wind and clouds shifted chaotically, the heavens and earth losing their color, as though this entire region had been shattered apart. Several foundation-building late-stage cultivators nearby were instantly turned into bloody mist by the terrifying shockwaves. He actually stopped the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers from the illusionary sound sect. The Golden Core elders present were astonished beyond belief. The illusionary sound sect ranked second among the 5 immortal sects, second only to the Qixing Dong. These 12 pearls had been personally refined by the sect's nascent soul experts and possessed formidable, unpredictable power. Yet, even these failed to subdue their opponent. At this moment, Xuanyangzi spoke. Master Sun, we are 7 or 8 Golden Core experts, yet cannot suppress a single martial artist. If word of this spreads, countless cultivators will laugh at us. Now only you can turn the tide. Master Sun was an elderly man dressed in purple-gold cloud-light robes. He had white hair and a youthful face, brimming with vitality, an expert clearly at the peak of cultivation. He was an elder sect leader of the 7 Stars Cave, having already reached the peak of Golden Core 80 years ago, the highest cultivator present. A martial artist rising to prominence in ancient times was no coincidence. Slowly, Master Sun drew out an ancient bow. It appeared ordinary, its faintly red bow frame unadorned, its wooden texture plainly visible. Several rows of ancient characters were engraved upon it, while its bowstring looked as though made from twisted bark, rough, seemingly handcrafted by a mountain hunter. In his other hand was a small wooden arrow made from the same wood, as slender as a tree branch. But times have changed. Martial artists have long since left the historical stage. This world now belongs to cultivators. Master Sun slowly drew back the bowstring, appearing to exert great effort. At this moment, spiritual energy from all directions surged like a tide into the ancient bow. The bow frame trembled slightly, radiating brilliant light so intense that the entire mountain beneath their feet shook. The wooden arrow glowed like lightning, ready to pierce through the sky. Chapter 21. Unity of Heaven and Man. This is a forbidden artifact from the 7 Stars Cave, the demon-slaying bow. It's said to have been forged by its 15th generation cave master. There are only 9 demon-slaying arrows in total, each capable of wounding a Yuan-Ing true monarch. The Great Formation Sect's Xianyang inhaled sharply. A Yuan-Ing true monarch could be considered the strongest combat force in the northern cultivation world. Each one was a foundational pillar of the top sects, never coming out unless the sect faced a matter of life and death. That the demon-slaying bow could seriously wound a Yuan-Ing true monarch was truly terrifying. Xia Yi was astonished in his heart. This definitely qualified as a supreme sect treasure of extreme importance. Even with the help of Doryman's props, he felt somewhat apprehensive, because he didn't know exactly where the limits of the unyielding gauntlet's strength lay. Xiao, the bowstring trembled. The ancient wooden arrow shot forth like lightning. Fachu, thunderous sound, piercing through the void, straight for Xia Yi's head. Die? Warriors should already belong to the history books. Xianyang Jinrun and the other Golden Core cultivators were very confident in old Master Sun's shot. After all, this forbidden artifact had left behind too many legends in the northern cultivation world. They believed it would surely kill Xia Yi. Everyone wore cold smirks, already summoning their treasures, ready to jointly attack and fight for the heavenly vein chi inside him. Xia Yi instinctively wanted to dodge, but his own cultivation base was merely late foundation building, leaving him wanting to escape but powerless. Moreover, once locked onto by the demon-slaying arrow, even a Yuan-Ing true monarch couldn't escape. It could only be endured head-on. Xia Yi focused his spirit, raising his right hand. His fist radiated blazing golden light, swallowing mountains and rivers, colliding head-on with the demon-slaying arrow. Instantly, mountains collapsed and seas surged. Heaven and earth fell apart. Terrifying energy waves swept through heaven and earth. Even the 2 Golden Core cultivators nearby were forced back 100 meters. Even daring to block the demon-slaying arrow directly? Not even a Yuan-Ing true monarch would dare be this arrogant. Everyone wore cold expressions, ready to witness Xia Yi's body and soul destroyed. Yet their smiles quickly froze. Xia Yi shook his arm, saying softly, "What terrifying arrows. My arm feels numb." There was a nail-sized mark left on the gauntlet, but fortunately, it hadn't broken. What? Only numbness in the arm? The demon-slaying bow can wound even Yuan-Ing true monarchs. Are ancient arrow warriors really this terrifying? The Golden Core cultivators present were all stunned, feeling a chill down their spines. What incredible fists. Practically more powerful than Jiping treasure artifacts, rivaling even supreme sect Dao treasures. At this moment, King Swansea stepped forward and asked, "Old Master Sun, are there still any demon-slaying arrows?" "There are 2 left. This time, I must release 2 arrows together. Quickly, all of you assist me." Old Master Sun looked grave. The warrior before them was incredibly strong beyond belief. With their 8 Golden Core cultivators and all these supreme treasures, they could easily deal with an early-stage Yuan-Ing true monarch. Who would have thought they'd be unable to subdue a young warrior? The Golden Core cultivators from the 5 great sects all stepped forward together, jointly activating the demon-slaying bow. They poured all their spiritual power into it until it was drawn fully taut, like a full moon. At the same time, heavenly chi surged in like a tide, madly pouring into the demon-slaying bow. "Kill!" Everyone roared in unison, voices like thunder, filled with murderous intent, as if facing a demonic cultivator who had slaughtered billions of lives. The 2 demon-slaying arrows shot forth. Flying sand and stones filled the air, wind and thunder clashed. Each arrow streaked across the sky like lightning, shaking the soul. Xia Yi also felt uneasy in his heart. But now there was no choice but to give his all, with absolutely no retreat. He roared loudly, his momentum surging to its peak. The gauntlet on his hand was set to maximum power. His fist surged forward like a pair of flood dragons. With a kunlong, blinding radiance burst forth. Terrifying energy waves surged in all directions, flattening the tops of several surrounding mountains. A sweetness filled Xia Yi's mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. These 2 demon-slaying arrows were just too strong. Combined with the power of 8 golden core cultivators, they could seriously wound an ordinary Yuan Ing true monarch. Thankfully, the unyielding gauntlet was the same kind of causality-altering artifact as the famous sword Denkamru. It allowed him to face enemies evenly matched with him 50-50. However, Xia Yi himself was too weak. Although the gauntlet could block the demon-slaying arrow, his body was still injured by the shockwaves, and he didn't know how many ribs were broken. Although his physical form was injured, he was astonished to discover that the heavenly vein qi had actually fused with his own flesh and blood. At the same time, a profound sensation rose within him. His mind suddenly entered a state of emptiness and clarity. Unity of heaven and man. Countless cultivators throughout their entire lives could not reach this state. This was a rare opportunity, yet it also contained hidden dangers. The path of unity of heaven and man could not be pursued deliberately. It was entering a state of harmony with heaven itself through one's own consciousness. Many cultivators who entered this profound state had their souls completely absorbed by heaven's will, turning their physical bodies into lifeless corpses. Xia Yi felt as if he had entered a void world. No objects, no living beings, no colors, not even the passage of time. It was as if he were trapped within chaos itself, like an insect encased in amber, suffocating, hopeless. How long he remained like this, he did not know. It seemed like hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years, yet also like an instant. After all, Xia Yi had only crossed over a few months ago. Unlike those Yuan Ing or transformation stage elders who had refined their soul bodies, although his will was strong, remaining in this void world for too long inevitably caused his soul to become disoriented and his mind unstable. At the brink of life and death, the 4-character maxim engraved on the broken stone suddenly rang out in his mind. It was as if a drowning man had grasped onto a lifeline. The 4-character maxim deeply imprinted itself into his soul, sweeping away the negative emotions of despair. The void-like chaos before his eyes slowly dissipated, revealing the luminous, colorful world once again. At this moment, Xia Yi became tranquil, merging completely with the heavenly vein qi, quiet yet harboring extraordinary, latent power. Though lengthy to describe, all this occurred within only a few breaths' time in the real world. Just then, the entire sky turned completely dark. Black clouds churned and pressed downward, while countless streaks of purple lightning flashed, covering the entire area. Heavens, what is this? How can there suddenly be so much thunder and lightning? A Jinren cried out in shock. This is heavenly tribulation. King Swansea, being more experienced, blurted it out first. A thick bolt of purple lightning fell from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. Xia Yi's expression remained calm. He swung his fist upward and charged into the sky, colliding head-on with the massive bolt of lightning. Electric sparks flashed, and for a moment, the heavens turned pure white. The deafening roar of thunder shook the entire world. Xia Yi felt his entire body go numb as he was bathed in electricity. Thankfully, the gauntlet isn't limited to fighting living beings. It considers even the heavens as an opponent. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. The other golden core Zenrins stood there stunned. What had they just witnessed? Someone had actually shattered a heavenly tribulation with a single punch. No one would believe it if he told them. This warrior is just too terrifying. Perhaps only ancient era cultivators could match his might. The cultivators' hearts chilled with fear. Chapter 22. Heavenly Calamity. In ancient times, a great change occurred between heaven and earth, affecting not only martial cultivators. However, the impact on qi refiners wasn't as severe as on the martial cultivators. Through generations of adapting to the environment, they evolved into today's cultivators of the Tao. Heavenly tribulation after tribulation struck, causing mountains in this region to tremble and crumble, leaving a scene of complete devastation. It's no fun just striking me alone. Everyone, join in and cross the heavenly tribulation together. Xia Yi flew toward the distant golden core elders. The indecisive gauntlets were a time-limited item, usable for only 1 hour. With time already running short, if he couldn't eliminate these golden core elders now, the consequences were unimaginable. Seeing Xia Yi flying toward them wreathed in lightning, everyone's expressions changed. Heavenly tribulations were rare by nature, though people had heard legends about them. During a tribulation, no one could interfere, otherwise a stronger lightning tribulation would be attracted. Qing Xuanzi had rich experience in this area, and was the first to fly outward. Zhenyang Zhenren followed closely behind. Seeing that Master Sun was still hesitating, he quickly said, Master Sun, among us here, your cultivation is the highest. If you accidentally get involved in this tribulation and draw down the lightning, we will all die. Hearing this, Master Sun sighed, then turned into a beam of divine radiance, fleeing together with the rest. The bamboo dragonfly could last long, but its flying speed was not fast, slower than even some early-stage qi cultivators. But Xia Yi was now in the state of unity with heaven and earth, blending his being with this space, able to mobilize the power of the universe. With a single thought, he instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. Dark clouds filled the sky, filled with countless electric snakes darting about, a veritable sea of lightning. The thunder surged downward, shattering everything, blazing brightly until the world turned purple. The lightning was too dazzling, the blinding light filling every inch of space. Xiaoyi was struck by several bolts. Although 99% of the energy was blocked by the gauntlets, the remaining 1% was still more than he could withstand. His skin split open, his body burned black, and blood flowed from him, suffering unimaginable injuries. Luckily, the chi of the heavens vein had indescribable healing effects, and his wounded body was constantly regenerating. Taking advantage of the remaining state of unity with heaven and earth, he carried countless divine lightning strikes and continued chasing forward. One of the golden core elders at the initial stage was the slowest and was covered by the thundercloud, his aura suppressed. The heavenly tribulation erupted, a divine bolt fell, and the golden core elder screamed. Despite protective treasures, he still was struck open and bleeding, his flesh burned and stinking. This was the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. If you were touched by it, even slightly, no matter where you ran, divine lightning would definitely follow, forcing you to endure the tribulation together. You too shall taste the flavor of the heavenly tribulation. Xiaoyi laughed loudly. Then instead of finishing off this elder, went looking for the other golden core elders. In truth, he didn't have the ability to actively attack them, because the indecisive gauntlets were a passive item. If someone hit you, you could hit back, but you could not attack others first. Golden core elders trembled in fear. Normally, only cultivators at the peak enlightenment stage, those who had cultivated to the extreme, would experience tribulation. If they succeeded, they would become what was known as immortals. He was just an ordinary golden core cultivator. The realm of heavenly ascension was still far beyond his reach. How could he possibly withstand the divine lightning? The golden core elder screamed again. Such a heavenly tribulation was simply beyond his capability to resist. All his fabao were shattered into pieces, every inch of flesh burned to char. Then another wave of lightning fell. His form and spirit were completely destroyed, reduced to ashes, nothing remained. Xiaoyi quickly shifted positions. His target was Qing Xuanzi. In 10 years, he would defeat Liu Bai and become sect leader, but be constantly hindered. Qing Xuanzi's influence within Ling Su's sect was enormous. Several golden core elders belonged to his faction, not to mention the foundation building elders and other officials below. Even if he wanted to issue an order, he would face numerous obstacles, eventually making implementation impossible. This caused many disciples to only know the law enforcement elder and not the sect leader. Although the system said that altering history might cause unexpected consequences. Right now, he had no choice but to think about using heavenly tribulation to strike and kill him. But Qing Xuanzi had witnessed the heavenly tribulation at the White Tiger carrying corpse land, and had already become alert. He escaped the fastest, riding the Qingyun boat, a treasure-level flying artifact. Even though Xiaoyi was in the unity state, he still couldn't catch up. With no choice, he had to redirect his anger toward the other golden core elders. Zhenyang Zhenrun had disheveled hair and looked extremely ragged. He had previously fought Xiaoyi most fiercely in an attempt to obtain the chi of the heavens vein. Now, his magical power was barely sufficient. Unlike Qing Xuanzi, he didn't possess a flying treasure, and was soon surrounded by Xiaoyi's storm of lightning. I'm the chief instructor of the Diyin sect. If you kill me, there will be no place left for you in the northern region's cultivation world. Zhenyang Zhenrun was filled with fear and tried to threaten the other side by invoking his sect's name. But Xiaoyi remained unmoved and kept closely chasing his target. The thunderclouds covered the sky, and soon, Zhenyang Zhenrun's aura was detected by the heavenly tribulation. His personal tribulation was descending. Several lightning bolts struck down in succession, glowing crimson red. They were 100 times more terrifying than Xiaoyi's tribulation. After all, this was the tribulation of a late golden core expert. In terms of power, even a core formation Trujian would struggle to withstand more than a few strikes. Zhenyang Zhenrun felt infinite regret. Never had he imagined that after dominating the northern region for 100 years, he would meet his downfall in such a minor incident. Yet before he could dwell on it, bolt after bolt of lightning rained down from above. His jade bottle treasure was shattered by the heavenly lightning into fragments. The other treasures he wielded were even weaker and could barely block 1 or 2 more strikes. Xiaoyi was also undergoing his own tribulation, but with the gauntlets, he could resist the heavenly tribulation. Although some lightning overflowed and hit him, the chi of the heavens vein was continuously healing him, making the damage insignificant. This is the power of a martial cultivator. Zhenyang Zhenrun's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. He had exhausted his strongest treasures, barely resisting a few lightning strikes. Yet Xiaoyi, facing an even more terrifying tribulation, appeared perfectly at ease, relying solely on his fists. Hong long long. Several more heavenly bolts fell. Zhenyang Zhenrun could no longer hold out and was struck into ashes, completely disappearing. Other golden core elders seized the chance while Xiaoyi dealt with Zhenyang Zhenrun and had long escaped without a trace, vanishing into the tribulation. Xiaoyi felt that the state of unity with heaven and earth was about to fade, so he gave up the chase and searched for a secluded place to focus on his tribulation. His own heavenly tribulation had not yet passed, and it was growing fiercer. The lightning was becoming even more terrifying. Strike after strike seemed never to end. Remaining calm, Xiaoyi resisted the tribulation with the indecisive gauntlets, while simultaneously refining the chi of the heavens vein to strengthen his foundation. Exactly 1 hour passed before Xiaoyi finally overcame the tribulation. The mountains lay in ruins, everywhere covered with shattered boulders. In the distance, many mountains had fractured, the land turned charred black. Even some stones melted into molten lava. Chapter 23. Foundation of the Heavenly Tao. At this very moment, a powerful aura erupted. Xia could feel the endless flow of spiritual energy within his body. His eyes shone brilliantly, as if lightning were being born in empty space. Foundation of the Heavenly Tao. His cultivation, his potential, and his spiritual energy had all reached the peak of foundation building. He felt a sense of closeness with the entire heaven and earth, and even sensed a resonance with the external world beyond. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, Master, on completing the main mission and successfully establishing the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. You have earned a reward, a mysterious item. Would you like to draw it now? Delighted, Xia quickly said, draw it. A flash of colorful light appeared, and in his hand was a palm-sized glass jar. Inside were 3 pills the size of candies, grayish-black in color, somewhat resembling chocolate-coated candies. Item name Lucky Pill. Function. Consuming this pill grants you good fortune for a short period of time. Xia was greatly surprised. He had expected a space-time item or perhaps something related to causality laws, but Wei Shangdao it turned out to be something that enhanced luck. Still, this was indeed a good thing. At critical moments, it could save one's life. The biggest issue with the 100 treasure bag system was its uncertainty. You never knew whether the next item would be useful or useless. Take the last draw, for instance. Only with good fortune did he obtain the punch of inconclusive victory gloves. If he had drawn something like the definitely not dreaming device or an air cannon, it would have been a total disaster. With the lucky pill, everything was different. Taking one at a critical moment could allow him to draw a suitable item to save his life. Master, the main mission has been completed. Would you like to return to the future? The system asked. How long can I stay here at most? Xia inquired. Half a day. The system's voice remained emotionless as ever. Enough. Xia nodded. The Suspended Mountain Secret Realm was among the most renowned in the northern cultivation domain, concealing countless opportunities. Leaving now would indeed be a shame. Unfortunately, the 2 causality law items, the fate-defying pill and the punch of inconclusive victory, had already been consumed, losing him his strongest trump cards. Although Xia had now established the foundation of the Heavenly Tao, possessing immense spiritual energy that could be called unparalleled below the Golden Core stage. However, within the Suspended Mountain Secret Realm, there were still many Golden Core experts to be wary of, so he must proceed with caution. After all, with the main mission completed, there was no need to take unnecessary risks anymore. Xia swept a hand across his face. The purple gold mask shimmered with light, and immediately, his appearance changed. His previous identity as a martial cultivator had drawn too much attention. After several top elders and Golden Core experts from the 5 great sects had either died or fled, it was best to change identities. It had to be said, the purple gold mask was quite useful. Even his aura changed, undetectable by Golden Core experts. The greatest source of opportunities in the Suspended Mountain Secret Realm were the rare medicinal herbs growing inside. Previously, he had discovered several ancient herbs of immense age, but due to the interference of Lu Yuanqing, he hadn't managed to collect a single one. Not long after advancing further, he noticed from time to time cultivators riding streaks of divine light across the sky, heading toward the northwest. Focusing on a late-stage foundation cultivator, he suddenly attacked, subduing the cultivator within the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Now, tell me, why are so many cultivators rushing to the northwest? The gray-robed foundation cultivator swallowed hard and carefully replied. It seems a king of herbs with 3,000 years of cultivation is about to mature, drawing in many Golden Core experts, and even numerous fierce beasts within the secret realm have headed there. 3,000-year-old king of herbs. Xia inhaled sharply. Medicinal herbs of this level were basically extinct in the northern cultivation domain. Not only nascent soul elders, but even legendary metamorphic sect leaders would likely be envious. The major sects in the northern region have gone nearly mad. They've issued summoning orders, gathering disciples and elders to fight for the king of herbs, the gray-robed foundation cultivator said. Xia found this strange. You don't belong to any of the 5 great sects in the north. Why are you going there to join the commotion? Do you really think you're the protagonist? The gray-robed foundation cultivator honestly answered. Of course, I wouldn't even dare to dream of that 3,000-year-old herb. But with several sects and ancient beasts within the secret realm certain to clash fiercely over it, I figured I could hang around the outskirts, scavenging corpses and perhaps obtaining some magical treasures or spirit pills. Xia fell silent. Those who entered the Suspended Mountain Secret Realm were all shrewd individuals. None were foolish. Can I go now? The gray-robed cultivator trembled slightly, fearing for his life. Scavenging corpses might also lead to great opportunities. I wish you good luck. Xia released him. The foundation cultivator immediately leapt onto his sword and flew off. In just a few breaths' time, he had vanished without a trace. Xia, however, had no intention of joining the commotion. It was still far too early for his next item draw. There was no need to risk his life. After flying for an hour, he once again discovered a piece of pure land. The spiritual energy here was everywhere, diffusing like mist and slowly rising upward. At the center was a small lake, where from time to time spirit fish leaped out of the water, making the entire scene feel like a paradise. Nearby, Lingji mushrooms grew abundantly, purple bamboo thrived, and various spirit herbs flourished among them, each glowing with vibrant hues. Although not as precious as the ancient medicinal herbs he had previously encountered, these were still extremely valuable. Many of them were essential ingredients for refining high-grade spirit pills. Xia collected a portion of these, then proceeded into the purple bamboo grove. This was a type of spirit plant called Zijin Yuanju, suitable for crafting wood element fabak, making it a rare and valuable material for refining artifacts. He had an idea and took out the Maju he had extracted 10 years ago. It was a strange creature, shaped like a combination of a horse and a pillar. Unfortunately, it held no practical use for cultivators. I will leave you here. You should cultivate diligently. Perhaps one day you will become a special kind of artifact. Xia planted the Maju in the center of the purple bamboo grove, where spiritual energy was the densest. Then, he transmitted a cultivation technique to it, saying, "Stay here and do not wander off until you have the ability to protect yourself." Upon hearing this, the Maju nodded solemnly, then quietly rooted itself into the ground, resembling an ordinary bamboo stalk. This was just a passive move, and Xia did not place much hope in it. He continued advancing deeper into this pure land. It seems there is a faint scent of wine coming from ahead. Xia sniffed. After walking for some time, he found a cluster of ancient trees around the spirit lake. Their twisted branches rose like coiled dragons, soaring into the sky. Among the thick branches of the great tree, he noticed spirit mushrooms emitting a radiant glow. As large as a soccer ball and filled with spiritual energy, they resembled monkey skulls in appearance. Monkey head mushrooms. Xia felt a wave of joy. Judging from the mushroom's spiritual quality, it seemed even more valuable than the rare ancient herbs he had previously encountered. Suppressing his excitement, he harvested all the monkey head mushrooms. There were exactly 9 in total. There were still many other medicinal herbs nearby, but he did not pick them. Instead, he extended his spiritual sense outward, searching for the source of the wine scent. The greater the number of spirit herbs in an area, the more likely it was that fierce beasts dwelled there. Had he not previously attained the Tao of unity with heaven and earth, enabling him to perfectly conceal his aura, he would not have dared to venture deeper. The scent of wine is coming from there. A jolt passed through Xia Yi's heart. Ahead stood a towering emerald tree, having grown for countless years, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. He approached the trunk's center, sniffed again to confirm the location, and then took out a dagger to carve a small opening in the bark. Immediately, an intensely rich aroma of wine burst forth. One whiff was enough to make him feel slightly drunk. Chapter 24, Changing History. Inside the hollow tree trunk, a large pool of crystal-clear liquid shimmered like jade, exuding an intoxicating aroma so strong it nearly overwhelmed the senses. Monkey wine, but this is monkey wine brewed by an ancient divine ape of a rare, ancient lineage. Xia Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, greatly shocked. Ordinary monkey wine never possessed such an intense fragrance. He scooped up a little with his dagger. It was very viscous, like honey, and he carefully brought it to his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, a fiery warmth surged through his body. His mind swirled, almost causing him to stagger from dizziness. What potent effects! Xia Yi was astounded. This must be the original distillate. One single drop could be used to flavor an entire jar of fine wine. As he savored it further, he detected traces of numerous rare medicinal herbs within the liquid, each one no less valuable than the freshly picked monkey wine he had gathered earlier. The value of this monkey wine is beyond estimation. Xia Yi's heart pounded. Before him, the hollow in the tree brimmed with abundant nectar, radiant as amber, exuding a mesmerizing fragrance. Even a small cup of it would incite fierce battles among countless cultivators. Quickly pack it up. If the owner comes back, we're done for. Xia Yi speculated that the owner of this monkey wine had likely gone to fight over a 3,000-year-old medicinal king. Such a medicinal king was a rare treasure in the world, enough to make even a nascent soul formation expert covet it. At this moment, the Silver Ape clan was locked in battle with numerous Golden Core elders, battling fiercely over the medicinal king, completely unaware that their precious brew was being stolen. Not much time left. We must hurry. Xia Yi checked the time and flew outward. Unquestionably, Floating Mountain was a land of treasures. In a short time, he had already gathered many medicinal herbs and even raided a nest of spirit red-feathered eagle eggs. Seeing that there was still half an hour remaining, he decided to stop exploring and seek a quiet place to return to the future, 10 years ahead. Just then, cries for help came from ahead. A violet-robed young lady was being chased and attacked by a fierce beast of prey, her life hanging in the balance. The bird was enormous, over 10 meters long with a wingspan stretching 20 meters. Its entire body was covered in crimson feathers, radiating a deadly, violent aura. Xia Yi hadn't originally intended to intervene, but suddenly, he realized this beast looked strangely familiar. Upon a closer look, he recognized it was indeed a red-feathered eagle. He speculated that, perhaps earlier when he had taken its eggs, the bird had become enraged and started hunting cultivators. In that case, the violet-robed maiden had truly been caught up in the consequences of his own actions. Well then, since it was my doing, I cannot let her bear the consequences. Muttering an incantation, Xia Yi formed seals with his hands and pushed forward. A golden beam of light shot out from his palm. Initially no thicker than a thumb, it expanded as it flew through the air, growing as wide as a doe at 10 jom away. Growing larger with distance, finally a golden flood, covering the sky and earth, it engulfed the red-feathered eagle. The eagle screeched in anguish, its feathers emitting sharp crimson rays of light as it struggled desperately to escape. But like a fly caught in a spider web, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. This technique was a secret art from the Flying Immortal Sutra, immensely powerful. Though the red-feathered eagle's bloodline was extraordinary, it was still far inferior to the ancient breeds Xia Yi had encountered, naturally unable to break free. Thank you, senior fellow cultivator, for your assistance. The violet-robed girl bowed to him in gratitude. No problem, Xia Yi nodded, then continued. But I didn't save you for free. Quickly, the girl pulled out a storage pouch and courteously said, this is all my savings. I shall present it to you, senior cultivator. You misunderstood me. I don't want your treasures. The girl blinked in surprise, then regained her composure, her expression shifting as she became wary. What do you intend to do? You're thinking too much. Xia Yi smiled. If you survive and leave the floating mountain secret realm, please go to Mei Ridge 23 months from now and rescue a disciple of Ling Su's sect named Li Feng. 23 months from now? Mei Ridge? Rescue a Ling Su disciple. The violet-robed girl was puzzled. Yes, this is a deposit. If you complete the mission, 10 years from now, you may visit the Ling Su sect and ask for a cultivator named Xia Yi to claim the remaining reward. Xia Yi took out a reddish fruit. It looked like a ruby carving, giving off a fragrant aroma so captivating it refreshed the soul and was incredibly tempting. This is the blood dragon fruit. The violet-robed girl breathed in sharply. According to legend, this fruit grew when dragon blood dripped onto sacred trees. It could dramatically enhance the physical blood force, amplify spiritual power, and prolong one's lifespan. Truly a miraculous fruit. Accepting the fruit, the girl promised solemnly, senior fellow cultivator, I assure you, I will fulfill this task. I hope so. Then, Xia Yi turned and glided away. Li Feng had been the original Xia Yi's closest friend, but later was slain by disciples of the Devil Sect during a sect trial, suffering a pitiful death. When he first transmigrated into this body, it was Li Feng who had warned him to be wary of Lu Bai. Saving Li Feng was one thing, but Xia Yi's main goal was to change history itself. The system had long warned that altering history could lead to unpredictable consequences. Previously, he had wanted to kill Master Qing Xuanzi and his apprentice, but had never found the chance. Thus, Xia Yi wanted to use the violet-robed maiden before him to test how difficult or easy it might be to change history. After all, Doraemon possessed many time-traveling tools, and Xia Yi might have to return to the past or travel to the future many times in the future. After finding a secluded cave, Xia Yi called upon the system and prepared to return to the real world. A burst of light flashed, and a machine appeared on the ground, the life-rebuilding machine. After adjusting the settings, Xia Yi put on the helmet and pressed the red button. Suddenly, the entire machine began to vibrate violently, flashing colorful lights. Xia Yi felt as though he were being sucked into a black hole. When he awoke again, he found himself inside the Yuhua Grand Hall of the Ling Su sect. What a fleeting dream. Xia Yi sighed with emotion, feeling as though his experiences over the past few days had been nothing more than a grand dream. Yet the endless flow of spiritual energy within his body and his boundless potential reminded him that those past 10-odd days of adventure had indeed been real. Where is the hall steward? Xia Yi asked. Not long after, a middle-aged cultivator at the late foundation building stage entered, bowed, and said, what does the sect leader command? The hall steward was usually appointed from among the sect leader's most trusted followers, responsible for the safety of the sect's main hall. Master Tianzhong, I ask you, when did Lu Bai achieve foundation building? Tianzhong was puzzled, not understanding why the sect leader was asking about something already widely known. Still, he replied, 10 years ago, Lu Zhenren achieved foundation building deep within the secret region of the floating mountains, choosing a enriched location. His foundation was earth-based. Xia Yi's heart sank. So history could not be changed after all. He had schemed so hard to prevent Lu Bai from establishing his spiritual foundation at the peak of the White Tiger corpse-carrying land ley line. Now it seemed, whether he interfered or not, Lu Bai would not have chosen the ley line peak for foundation building. Then what about the battle at the Broken Stone Mountains? At that time, he had relied on heavenly tribulation to successfully strike down 2 Golden Core elders, one of them being the esteemed elder instructor of the Dideo sect. Perhaps those 2 were destined to die regardless. Even without me, they might have died elsewhere, like during the struggle over the medicinal king 3,000 years ago. Xia Yi muttered. At the same time, a feeling of helplessness washed over him. Was history truly this difficult to change? Oh, by the way, do you know where Li Feng is now? Chapter 25, The Traces of Doraemon. Li Elder is currently patrolling outside the hall. Do you wish to summon him? Tianzhong asked. Go bring him here. I have something to ask. Yes. Not long after, a young cultivator walked in. He had a sturdy build and stood tall, looking far more mature than he had been 10 years ago. What is it, master? Li Feng asked. So history really has changed. Xia Yi's breathing quickened. He never expected that a mere idle move he made previously would yield such unexpected results. Seeing Xia Yi alternately smiling and lost in thought, Li Feng couldn't help stepping forward and asking, Master? Xia Yi snapped back to reality and asked, back then at Miling, who saved you? It was Jiang family's 3rd young miss, Jiang Yuer. Jiang family. Xia Yi recalled that the Jiangs were a famous cultivation clan in Kangwu City, guarded by a Foundation realm expert. Judging by the timing, the purple-clad girl, Jiang Yuer, might soon arrive at Lingshu sect to collect the remaining payment. But right now, Xia Yi had something far more important to attend to. After dismissing Li Feng and Tianzhong, he pulled out a large, rectangular seal. This seal was carved with dragon and phoenix patterns and ancient seal script, somewhat similar to an emperor's imperial seal. It was precisely the master seal. Xia Yi silently recited an incantation. Brilliant light suddenly shone, the Hall of Feathering trembled, and an enormous stone tablet materialized above the hall. A faint aura of ancient wilderness, bleakness, simplicity, and grandeur radiated from it, giving a feeling of immense vastness and unfathomable depth. On the back of the stone tablet, engraved marks became visible. It was a mysterious and complex engraving. Wu Chongtian had once said only those who achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation, 9-turn Golden Core, or perfect infant form could fully grasp its meaning. Xia Yi tried to contemplate the engraving. With the help of the system, he already achieved the Heavenly Tao Foundation stage and now possessed the basic qualification to comprehend the tablet. The ancient stone grew ever larger in his eyes, like an ancient divine mountain towering over the mortal world. The lines of the engraving seemed to come alive, bursting with countless rays of light, writhing like dragons and snakes, slowly forming into a picture. Looking at this picture before him, Xia Yi stood frozen. The composition of the image was extremely simple, just a few strokes that outlined a mysterious little beast. Though it looked innocent and adorable, it carried an indescribable aura, capable of devouring heaven and earth. This is Doraemon. Xia Yi inhaled sharply, immediately thinking of Doraemon when he saw the image. Although the beast on the tablet differed in certain details from the classic image of Doraemon, upon closer inspection, some common features became apparent, such as the bell around its neck, the earless head, and the pocket on its white belly. All were distinctly identifiable. How could Doraemon's traces exist in this world, and even be connected with Lingshu Sect from 10,000 years ago? Xia Yi's astonishment knew no bounds. It completely shattered his understanding. Could it be that my acquiring the system wasn't a coincidence after all? Xia Yi furrowed his brows. When he first arrived in this world, he had thought the awakening of the system was just a typical gift accompanying transmigration. But now things appeared far more complicated than he had imagined. According to Wu Chongtian, back then Lingshu Sect had not only produced a grand ascension sage, but rivaled the Holy Lands in power. For Doraemon to be engraved onto the Sect's sacred tablet, and to have the Sect's supreme cultivation manual, the Feather Ascension scripture, embedded within him meant he must hold an extremely exalted status. There was even a slight possibility that Lingshu Sect itself had been founded by Doraemon. After all, with all of his amazing tools, it was entirely possible for him to rise in power within the cultivation world. Doraemon has the bottomless bag. Maybe he even achieved mechanical transcendence. A thought arose in Xia Yi's mind. To find out where Doraemon is, I first need to cultivate the 9-turn Golden Core and perfect infant form. Xia Yi felt a headache coming. He had inherited the original vessel's physical constitution and cultivation, but not his talent or comprehension. After all, in his previous life, he had only been an average college student, unremarkable and mediocre, completely unable to compare with those prodigies in the cultivation world. Did Doraemon have any items that could enhance intelligence? Xia Yi thought of the pocket treasure system. But thinking more carefully, since Doraemon's purpose in traveling back from the future to the past was to help Nobita, if such an item existed, it would probably have already appeared. Even if such an item did exist, it would likely come with significant flaws or limitations, and couldn't permanently enhance one's intelligence. If I could draw items like the If telephone booth or the Wish book, I could simply wish to cultivate the 9-turn Golden Core and be done with it. He quickly thought that if he did pull such high-level items, why not just wish to become an immortal straight away? However, he also knew that Doraemon's treasures were vast like the sea, and similar to pulling skins in a game from his previous life, the probability of obtaining duplicate treasures was quite high, adding an extra layer of difficulty. Before he knew it, the time to draw a treasure had come again. A thought crossed Xia Yi's mind, and instantly a white pouch appeared before him, the treasure sack manifested by the system. He reached into the pouch and began to rummage around. Suddenly, he felt something extremely soft, warm to the touch, giving a sensation of tender warmth like jade. What kind of treasure is this? Xia Yi was puzzled. He gave a slight tug, and a burst of white light flew out of the pouch. In an instant, a nude young girl appeared before him, covering her chest with both hands. She looked shy and delicate, radiating a sacred glow. Why did I pull out a girl? Xia Yi was taken aback, but quickly recovered, waved his hand, and a black cloak materialized, wrapping it around the girl's pale body. At once, a data panel appeared in his eyes, glowing faintly with green light. Item name, Robot Hanako. Function, this is a functional robot capable of fulfilling any request of the user. Hanako greets her master. The girl bowed, the oversized cloak wrapping around her slender frame, yet failing to fully conceal her alluring figure. Are you really a robot? Xia Yi approached in surprise, pinching her snow-white skin. It was smooth and warm, indistinguishable from a human's. Yes, master. The girl replied respectfully. He became intrigued and pointed his finger at her, saying, this might hurt a little, so bear with it. He lightly scraped her arm with his index finger, creating a small wound. However, not a drop of blood flowed from it. Hanako let out a soft moan, a certain charm evident in her expression. What kind of role would my master like Hanako to play? The girl asked. What types are available? Xia Yi asked curiously. Disciple, girlfriend, wife, childhood friend, father-daughter, mother-son, best friend, slave, bodyguard. As long as you desire, Hanako can fulfill your request. Hanako said shyly. Chapter 26, The Robot Sachiko. What the hell are mother and child? Xia Yi was taken aback, then asked, can you act as a bodyguard? Yes. Sachiko was designed with protective capabilities. Sachiko stood up, walked to a towering tree in the courtyard, and exuded an aura of cold intensity. She extended her palm, slicing her hand like a blade. A blur of motion flashed, followed by a crack, and the thick trunk of the tree was severed at the waist. There's also the plasma energy beam. Sachiko stretched out her right hand, palm outward, and a dazzling beam shot forth. In an instant, several blocks of blue jade stone in the courtyard melted into lava, slowly flowing. These blue jade stones were no ordinary jade. They were harder than refined steel by a margin. Some outer disciples even used them to forge cultivation artifacts. And finally, the energy shield. Sachiko waved her hand, and a grid-like transparent shield enveloped her body. Xiai tested it. It could withstand the attacks of a foundation-building cultivator for the duration of an incense stick. But beyond that, the energy would no longer be sufficient. That's enough. Xiai secretly nodded in approval. The power Sachiko had displayed was comparable to an early foundation-building cultivator. That was already quite impressive. I wonder what role the master needs Sachiko to play, the girl asked again. You don't need to play any role. Just be yourself. But you can aim toward management work. As for being a girlfriend or anything like that, Xiai had absolutely no interest. As the sect leader, what beautiful servants didn't he have? Why would he fall in love with a robot? Management. Sachiko touched her lips with her fingers, slightly furrowing her brow. Then her eyes lit up as if she had just thought of something. She spun around on the spot. A flash of light shone, and the cloak Xiai had given her disappeared, replaced by a white shirt on top, a black short skirt on the bottom, paired with frameless glasses and black stockings. Sachiko greets the boss. The white shirt hugged her slim upper body, and the black short skirt clearly accentuated the alluring curves of her waist and hips. Her style was now sexy and charming, completely different from the innocent young girl she had appeared as earlier. That's not what I meant. Xiai felt somewhat amused, although he couldn't deny that Sachiko's new outfit was quite eye-catching. He wanted Sachiko to develop into a management role so that he could delegate some of his work. Since he became the sect leader, he had been constantly busy dealing with sect affairs, barely finding time for cultivation. Yet the power of the leader could not be easily delegated. Xiai had only given a small portion of authority to Mo Lai and Song Yuanshan, worried that if he gave more, the two might conspire together to sideline him later. But with Sachiko, there was no such concern. She was absolutely loyal, and as a robot, possessed computational abilities far surpassing humans, enabling her to efficiently handle the sect's heavy workload. Xiai intended to appoint Sachiko as the seal master, entrusting her with the sect leader's seal to handle official approvals. Her role would resemble the historical office of rights in the human world, possessing the right to approve documents. With Sachiko's help, Xiai was finally freed from the burdens of sect administration, allowing him more time to focus on cultivation. He had inherited the protagonist's Purningun constitution, which allowed him to cultivate rapidly. Added to this, as the sect leader, he lacked no cultivation resources. He soon reached the peak of foundation building. If I can't form a core, I won't be able to deal with the Grand Elder's faction. Xiai sighed. Holding the position of sect leader at only the foundation building stage was too precarious. Only by condensing a core and forming a golden core would he be able to truly establish his authority. However, based on his natural talent, even after core formation, the quality of his golden core would likely be only 4 or 5 turns at best. There wouldn't be much room for improvement. But if he wanted to find a trace of Doryman, he needed a golden core of 9 turns. Xiai was faced with a difficult choice. Should he form the core first to deal with the current crisis, or keep waiting and search for a method to achieve a 9-turn golden core? After careful consideration, he decided to set a time limit of 10 months. If he still lacked confidence in forming a 9-turn golden core within 10 months, he would proceed with core formation normally. Because in 10 months' time came the day he was to repay the 3,000 high-grade spirit stones to the Biluo sect. At that time, whether or not he had gathered enough spirit stones, the Grand Elder's faction would make their move. That would be their last chance. If he hadn't broken through by then, his chances of victory would be slim. In the following days, Xiai cultivated diligently, striving to reach the peak of foundation building and making full preparations for core formation. His hope lay with the system. Perhaps he could draw an item that would allow him to form a 9-turn golden core. However, dreams were full, and reality cruel. After all, Doryman was a childcare robot. Many of its tools might help ordinary people, but for a cultivator, they were largely inefficient. For example, items like the air cannon, shotgun, stone spear. These attack tools were average in function and offered little advantage over ordinary artifacts. Some items seemed useful, but were hard to apply in practice. Take, for instance, the time-sealing ball gun. In this gun, anything placed inside would remain as fresh as new. Memory projection mallet. Capable of restoring forgotten memories and projecting those memories through a person's eyes. Dream observation glasses, once worn, allows one to observe another's dreams. Master, the Lingstone mine at Xiaocang Mountain is now in full production, expected to yield 100,000 low-grade Lingstones per month. Yukiko approached wearing a white-collar business suit, holding a stack of reports. 10 high-grade Lingstones per month is acceptable. Xiai nodded approvingly, then asked further, how is the survey of the Lingstone mine at Heishui Marsh coming along? Master Song has already completed the survey. Though the Heishui Marsh mine isn't very large, its quality is significantly better than Xiaocang Mountain. The total estimated output is about 5,000 units, with a monthly average extraction of approximately 130,000 low-grade Lingstones. Yukiko's voice was crisp and clear. Intensify the mining efforts. The monthly average must reach 150 units, which equals 150,000 low-grade Lingstones. Xiai issued the command. By now, it had been nearly half a year, and the amount of high-grade Ling stones earned remained under 800, still quite far from the target of 3,000. This was mainly because the Grand Elders faction had redeemed Ling stones using massive contribution points, accumulating to over 1,000 high-grade Ling stones. A large portion of the Ling stones earned by the 2 Ling pill workshops had been redeemed in this way. It's time to expand the range of the money-gathering bees. After more than 4 months of non-stop exploration, the territory of Lingshu Sect had already been almost entirely surveyed by hundreds of money-gathering bees, returning with countless Ling stones. The red dots marked on the map were now densely packed like stars in the sky, each representing a source of Ling stones. Among these, the areas of Xiaocang and Heishui Marsh showed the most concentrated clusters, with red dots almost merging into patches. After investigation, these 2 locations did indeed contain deep Ling stone deposits, which had never been discovered by previous generations of Lingshu Sect. However, the downside was that both mines were low-grade, producing mostly low-grade Ling stones, with only small quantities of mid-grade stones found in the central regions. Xiaoyi planned to expand the search further, moving into the border territories. In fact, thousands of years ago when Lingshu Sect was at its peak, its territory had been 10 times larger than now. 5 ancient kingdoms once paid tribute to the sect. Unfortunately, it had gradually declined, and many of these ancient kingdoms had been swallowed by neighboring sects. Xiaoyi originally expected it might take several months to locate a new vein of Ling stones, but he was surprised to learn that, within just half a month, the money-gathering bees had already made a new discovery. Chapter 27. The Mountain Between 2 Kingdoms. Over 100 fortune bees continuously flew back and forth to a particular location, returning with spirit stones of shockingly high quality, far surpassing those produced in the Blackwater Marsh, with many already meeting the standards of middle-grade spirit stones. Recognizing the importance of this discovery, Xia Yi immediately brought elders Song Yuanshan and Mo Lai to the area overnight. It was a desolate mountain thousands of meters tall, completely barren, covered only in jagged rocks with not a single blade of vegetation. After 2 days of exploration, the 3 finally reached a preliminary conclusion. Within the mountain ran a vast spirit stone vein, reaching middle-grade quality. If fully exploited, the monthly yield could reach as high as 40,000 middle-grade spirit stones. This was already an astonishing number. 40,000 middle-grade spirit stones equated to 4,000 high-grade ones. In half a year, that would add up to nearly 25,000 high-grade stones, plus the income from the medicinal pill workshop, enough to repay the debt to the Xianin sect. Even if the Qing Xuanzi faction attempted to interfere, they likely wouldn't possess that many contribution points. After a brief moment of excitement, Mo Lai took out a map and, upon examining it, suddenly frowned. Patriarch, the location of this mountain is somewhat problematic. Are you saying this mountain doesn't belong to the kingdom of Shiliang? Xia Yi's heart jolted. Shiliang was a vassal state of the Lingshu sect. If the spirit mine lay within Shiliang's territory, the Lingshu sect could legally claim and mine it, and other sects would have no grounds or reason to intervene. However, if it wasn't located within Shiliang, then the Lingshu sect would be unable to directly claim the spirit vein, leaving them no choice but to mine it secretly. In such a case, the annual output would be less than 1 month's worth of legal mining, and there was still the risk of being discovered. This place is known as Mangdang Mountain, also called the Mountain Between 2 Kingdoms. Its western half belongs to our kingdom of Shiliang, while the eastern half lies in the territory of Manhwa. Mo Lai explained. The Mountain Between 2 Kingdoms, this is going to be troublesome. Xia Yi lightly frowned. The value of a middle-grade spirit vein was extremely high. Even the top sects in the north would envy it. If word got out that Mangdang Mountain harbored a middle-grade spirit vein, most sects in the northern lands would be unable to remain calm. There were 5 first-rate sects in the northern region: the Yellow Spring Sect, the Seven Stars Cavern, the Xianin Palace, the Dian Sect, and the Lingshu Sect. However, in recent years, murmurs arose in the cultivation world suggesting the Lingshu Sect no longer qualified to remain among the great sects and should be removed from their status. This sentiment was widely supported among other sects because the Lingshu Sect was the only one among the 5 great sects without a nascent soul cultivator guarding them. The Xianin Palace has always harbored intentions to annex our Lingshu Sect. If they learn of the middle-grade spirit vein beneath Mangdang Mountain, they'll certainly interfere. Song Yuanshan expressed concern. At present, the Lingshu Sect faced both internal and external crises. If they couldn't even deal with the Qing Xuanzi faction, how could they possibly contend with the Xianin Palace over a middle-grade spirit vein? Ranked second among the 5 great sects, the Xianin Palace's supreme elder, Master Yuyang, achieved nascent soul cultivation 300 years ago, becoming a power that dominated the northern region. In contrast, the Lingshu sect only had a few weak elders, clearly in no way comparable. Xia Yi shook his head. Don't be too pessimistic. The Xianin Palace lies millions of li away from us. Their nascent soul expert must remain at their sect, guarding it, and cannot possibly appear here in person. At most, they'd send a few golden core experts. Mo Lai suddenly brightened as he added, what the patriarch said is true. After all, the Xianin Palace is a traditional sect that values legitimacy. At most, they'll quietly support the kingdom of Manhwa, helping them to claim Mangdang Mountain. The most critical matter right now is taking control of the Shiliang kingdom. Otherwise, everything else is meaningless. Song Yuanshan reminded. Isn't Shiliang kingdom a vassal of our Lingshu sect? Xia Yi's eyes showed surprise. Song Yuanshan replied. It is indeed under Lingshu rule. However, its current ruler, King Shangda Wang, is the 13th generation descendant of enforcement elder Qing Xuanzi, and only obeys the orders of Qing Xuanzi, ignoring the patriarch's decrees. In that case, it seems we'll have to change the dynasty of Shiliang. A flash of coldness flickered in Mo Lai's eyes, accompanied by a chilling, killing intent. Xia Yi made no attempt to oppose it. Shiliang used to be treated as a minor vassal of the Lingshu sect. Now, however, the control of secular power had become critically important due to the issue of Mangdang Mountain's ownership. The first step toward claiming the spirit mine was to seize control of the Shiliang kingdom. Without that, all other plans would be meaningless. Inside the grand hall of the Shiliang royal palace, Your Majesty, General Sun Jinshan from the Eastern Front offers 10 spirit enhancement pills, 100 beautiful maidens, and 10,000 caddies of red gold as tribute to celebrate the eternal reign of our great king. Upper Minister Fei Hui flattered loudly. Sitting on the throne, King Shangde Wang laughed heartily. Sun Jinshan knows how to behave. I shall overlook his crime of killing innocent civilians and falsely claiming meritorious deeds this time. At that moment, Imperial Censor Li Zhong stepped forward and loudly appealed. Your Majesty, Sun Jinshan has been committing all kinds of atrocities in the east. He has allowed his troops to rob and loot among the common people, even slaughtering over a dozen villages, killing innocent civilians, and fabricating meritorious deeds. His crimes are heinous. I beg your Majesty to execute him immediately, so as to appease the people and restore order. King Shangde's face immediately darkened. Sun Jinshan had grown up alongside him since childhood and was his trusted general, commanding 1,000,000 troops stationed at Anong. Now someone actually dared to request Sun Jinshan's execution, effectively cutting off one of his arms. How could he not become furious? Upper Minister Fei Hui, as one of King Shangde's favored officials, naturally understood that the king had already developed murderous intent. Thus, with a sharp voice, he shouted, Minister Li, you dare question the king's judgment? How bold of you! Sun Jinshan has lost all sense of morality and has become a villain threatening our nation. I beg the king to eliminate him. Li Zhong completely ignored Fei Hui and continued to plead, requesting the king to eliminate Sun Jinshan. Requesting the king to eliminate Sun Jinshan. Gradually, more officials stood up and followed suit in petitioning. Although King Shangde was often foolish, he could now sense an unusual air of rebellion. Sun Jinshan was not only his trusted right-hand man. Eliminating him would mean losing control over Shiliang's military forces entirely. What was a king without command over the army, if not a puppet? You all dare so much. Guards, seize these traitorous officials and execute them all with the stick. King Shangde coldly ordered. At this moment, a middle-aged man slowly stepped forward from the crowd. Bowing first, he then spoke solemnly. Minister Li, as an imperial censor, speaking out directly is his sworn duty. What crime has he committed? I beg the king to humbly accept the advice and refrain from further unwise actions. So this is why Li Zhong dares to act so boldly. It seems he's been supported by the regent duke. Coldly smiling, King Shangde continued. Duke Zhoguang, I have treated you generously all these years. Why, then, would you act in such a rebellious way today? Regent Duke Zhoguang stepped forward one step, loudly shouting. Your Majesty has abandoned the ancestral temple, indulged in excessive traveling outside the palace, wallowed in extravagant pleasures inside, and appointed evil officials, resulting in bandits rising everywhere and the people suffering terribly. Don't you realize your crimes yet? For the people, huh? King Shangde laughed out loud and said, You are all ministers under my rule. I have provided you with generous salaries and high ranks year-round. Have I ever wronged you? Yet you dare to turn against me for the sake of commoners, mere pigs and dogs. How utterly ridiculous. Shaking his head, Regent Duke Zhoguang sighed and replied, Your Majesty is truly beyond salvation. How can you say such tyrannical words? The people and ourselves are all ordinary mortals. How can they be compared to pigs and dogs? King Shangde suddenly stood up, shouting fiercely, I am the 13th generation descendant of enforcement elder Qing Xuanzi from the Lingshu sect, descendant of an immortal. My bloodline is noble. How can it ever be compared to those commoners? You dare to plot against the throne. Don't you fear that the enforcement elder will learn of this and unleash his furious thunder upon you all? Chapter 28, The Patriarch's Edict. Even if Qing Xuanzi holds a noble status, he is still an elder. Lingshu sect still reveres the sect leader above all. Zhoguang took out an ancient scroll glowing with golden light, its imposing aura spreading through the hall. Then he loudly declared, The Patriarch of Lingshu sect has issued an imperial edict. Have you all not yet knelt to receive it? Hail the sect leader. Hail the sect leader. Seeing the golden edict floating in the air, the court officials were greatly alarmed and quickly knelt down to bow. Even Grand Minister Fei Hui knelt on the ground sweating heavily, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Zhao Diyuan, now that the Patriarch's edict from Lingshu sect is present, why have you not yet risen and knelt to show respect? Zhoguang said coldly. Prince De's face changed repeatedly, yet finally he stepped down from the throne and knelt, bowing his head low, saying, Your humble prince Zhao Dian greets the Patriarch's decree. Zhoguang unfurled the edict and reverently announced, The decree states, Prince De Wang indulges recklessly in pleasure, without virtue and righteousness. Henceforth he is to be stripped of his royal title and demoted to common status. The noble Duke Zhoguang shall be granted the title of regent and be vested with the full authority over all matters within the Western Liang Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the grand hall instantly buzzed with whispers. Lingshu sect stood above all others, and as long as the Western Liang provided the required yearly tributes of spiritual rice and spiritual beast meat, the sect rarely interfered in national affairs. Such an imperial decree directly issued to dethrone a king was an unprecedented occurrence over the past 1,000 years. What of the Patriarch's decree? The current disciplinary elder is the highest cultivator in Lingsu's sect and the head of all elders. This prince will immediately report to the disciplinary elder, and you all shall face destruction without a place to be buried. Prince De roared furiously while taking out a talisman and attempting to ignite it. One who disrespects the Patriarch's decree leaves me no choice but to act in divine retribution. Sighing, Zhou Guang took a small sword from his robe and knelt, proclaiming, I respectfully summon the Patriarch's sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver blade trembled slightly before transforming into a streak of silver light. It soared into the sky, circled around once, and sliced Prince De Wang in two, his blood spilling across the floor. He who disrespects the divine decree has chosen death. Does anyone else among you gentlemen have objections? Zhou Guang scanned the hall. Hail the regent. Grand Minister Fei Hui was the first to react, stepping forward and bowing respectfully. Hail the regent. With the Patriarch's decree in place, deposing a king and executing a monarch was perfectly legitimate. No one could claim this was an insurrection or rebellion. Therefore, all officials stepped forward to pay homage, none daring to object. Over 100 miles from Mangdang Mountain stretched a vast plain. Fine sands and yellow earth covered the land, with patches of short green grass and small animals such as foxes, rabbits, musk deer, elk, and wild oxen everywhere. In the middle of the plain, soldiers stood arrayed on both sides facing off. A fierce battle seemed imminent. During this time, the regent Duke Zhou Guang had assembled a large army to wage war on the southern Yu kingdom, pushing the border hundreds of li forward, bringing fertile plains into the western Liang kingdom's territory. However, southern Yu was not weak either. They repeatedly tried to seize this strategic plain. Though western Liang defended the border with a mighty force of 600,000 elite troops, southern Yu would not give up. Instead, they continued to pour in troops. Consequently, western Liang couldn't advance further. Beyond this endless plain stood Yanbei Pass, the heavily fortified southern border city of southern Yu. Should it be captured, then the vast Mangdang Mountains would entirely belong to the western Liang kingdom. Knowing full well how he had gained his throne, Regent Zhou Guang pushed the offensive relentlessly. Yet the enemy's city walls were tall and mighty, and lately, reinforcements continuously arrived from southern Yu, making it impossible to capture. Instead, the western Liang suffered heavy losses and fell into a disorganized retreat until finally regaining their position midway across the plain, where both sides faced each other in a standoff. Today was the day of the decisive battle. Zhou Guang, wearing finely crafted armor, a long sword at his waist, rode atop a white steed, standing at the forefront of his forces, observing the enemy from afar. He could see the enemy banners fluttering, a sea of enemy heads, brimming with a terrifying aura of death. Behind him stood 3 cultivators dressed in azure cloud-patterned 8 trigrams robes, each carrying talismanic objects such as gourds and swords. These 3 cultivators served as the Western Liang Kingdom's court-appointed protectors, all at the 8th or 9th stage of qi condensation cultivation. In the mortal world, they were already considered among the elite fighting forces. Suddenly, distant trumpet-like war horns sounded as a group of Southern Yu cavalry charged toward them. Dozens of Southern Yu officers rode either elephants or horses, and behind them marched thousands of elite soldiers running at extraordinary speed, emitting a terrifying aura of death. Ordinarily slow, these elephants now dash forward as swiftly as racing horses, thanks to the application of the secret techniques of the Southern Yu tribes. Their hooves seemed to spew clouds of smoke, and in an instant reached the battlefield. Leading the charge was Gu Tianhua, the Southern Yu general defending Yanbei Pass. He was broad and mighty, astride a huge elephant. He shouted loudly, "You despicable Western Liang thieves are so audacious, frequently encroaching upon our borders. Today, this general shall ensure your utter destruction." Yanbei Pass originally belonged to the Western Liang Kingdom. Only 100 years ago did you Southern Yu savages seize it from us. All I'm doing is reclaiming our lost territory. 300 years ago, Yanbei Pass along with the 13 gates of Heaven's Gate still belonged to my Southern Yu. Gu Tianhua laughed coldly. Zhou Guang did not wish to engage in such arguments and roared, "Which of you warriors is ready to kill this savage? Your humble servant will go." A general holding a long saber rode forth on a black horse and arrived at the front of the battle formation. "It's General Sun Feng," Zhou Guang said with delight. "Remember to be careful. Capture him, and this king will record your greatest achievement." This general, Sun Feng, was at the peak of the Lei Chintan realm. Wielding a broadsword forged from black iron, it was exceptionally sharp. "Southern Yu savage, will you dare to face me in battle?" Sun Feng rode forward, pointing his blade at Gu Tianhua. "Western Liang dog thief, how dare you show such disrespect?" A barbarian general rushed out from behind Gu Tianhua. Riding a huge elephant, he wielded a spiked club 5 qi long, with half a qi of iron spikes. Its sinister aura was overwhelming. Sun Feng roared with fury. Squeezing his horse's flanks, he charged forward, raising his blade to strike. A loud clanging sound echoed as the 2 warriors engaged in combat. After several exchanges, the barbarian warrior, who practiced secret barbarian martial arts, displayed an iron-hard body. His dark yellow skin was exposed from the waist up, covered with countless tiny tattoo character incantations. The blade could not penetrate, as if he wore an armor of supreme defense. Sun Feng's wrists became numb from the impact of the club strikes. Only by summoning all his internal energy could he barely hold his ground. Knowing he could not match this foe directly, He deliberately left an opening and steered his horse eastward, fleeing swiftly. The barbarian naturally refused to let him escape and pursued atop the elephant, one in front, one behind, an intense chase. Now, Sun Feng, having already gathered a thread of spiritual energy in his dantian, activated the black iron saber he held. The blade shot forth as a streak of white light, cleaving straight toward the barbarian's face. The barbarian warrior threw out his weapon in panic, overjoyed as he leapt aside to avoid the saber, and immediately swung his spiked club downward at Sun Feng's face. But Sun Feng had already prepared. He was worried the savage's monstrous physical body might survive a single strike, allowing him to escape. Thus, he secretly summoned all his spiritual energy, causing the saber to glow white, expanding several times in size. With a single slash from the air, he shattered the barbarian's protective magic. Another sweep, and the savage was cut in two, blood spilling everywhere. Sun Feng turned, slashed off the barbarian's head, and rode back to claim credit. It all happened within a few breaths of time when suddenly, an elderly shaman beside Gu Tianhua became furious. He took a skull hanging from his neck, threw it towards Sun Feng's back. As the skull flew, it rapidly enlarged, growing from the size of a fist to that of a millstone. It exhaled black smoke and shrieked in a horrifying manner. Sun Feng turned and saw the skull approaching swiftly and violently. His heart sank. As a Ga Lingjin cultivator with merely second-stage cultivation, he could barely wield artifacts. Just finishing off the barbarian general had already exhausted all his spiritual energy. Cultivation roots included Za Lingjin, Wai Lingjin, Fan Lingjin, Chun Lingjin, Kan Lingjin, and other special constitutions. Jia Lingjin was the most impure type, a mixture of all 5 elements, disordered and weak, leading to extremely slow cultivation. Ordinary humans were also born with Wu Lingjin. However, Jia Lingjin required at least 1 or 2 elemental roots reaching middle quality, barely enough to absorb spirit energy. Such constitutions were quite common. 1 in 100 people was born with it. Those with such roots could never form a foundation in cultivation, at most reaching 5th stage ring cheat or middle stage ring cheat. Sun Feng clearly understood his root constitution. Thus, he relied on martial arts as his main discipline. After reaching 2nd stage ring cheat and barely being able to use artifacts, he stopped cultivation progress. At that moment, one of the cultivators behind Zhou Guang took down his gourd, opened the lid, pointed the mouth toward the flying skull, and began chanting incantations. A red flame shot forth, roaring like thunder. The skull burned and exploded violently. Sun Feng saw his savior arrive and quickly recalled his black iron saber, holding the barbarian's head high. He rode back to the camp to claim his merit. Chapter 29, The Heaven-Piercing Crossbow. Kill. Zhou Guang let out a mighty shout and led his troops charging forward. 3 cultivators each wielded magical treasures. One of them waved a vogue, releasing roaring flames that incinerated several elephants and soldiers alike, turning them into roasted meat. Another swung a long sword, cutting down numerous soldiers of the Manhwa kingdom. However, they soon drew the attention of the enemy shamans and were engaged in battle. The Manhwa shamans practiced not orthodox cultivation techniques, but rather a sinister path of sorcery, cunning, insidious, and hard to defend against. Thus, the 3 cultivators did not dare to be careless and instead gave their all. One of the shamans pointed his bone staff, and the corpses on the battlefield rose up instantly. The undead charged toward the cultivators, and then, boom exploded. The tremendous explosive force could rival hand grenades. Thankfully, the cultivators were all equipped with defensive magical artifacts and managed to survive. Immediately, they retaliated with their swords and kuluk. 800,000 troops are being driven back by 600,000? What exactly is Gu Tianhua doing? In the sky above the plains, a young girl dressed in pale yellow silk expressed discontent. A young male cultivator behind her respectfully replied, "Senior apprentice Yao, shall I descend and lend a hand to the Manhwa kingdom?" It would be looked down upon by other sects for a foundation-building cultivator to fight against secular troops. However, since you are at the late foundation-building stage and Manhwa is a vassal state of the Lihua sect, it is indeed justified for you to intervene. This way, we can prevent the Manhwa army from suffering excessive losses, preserving their strength to contest the Mangdang mountain range. I understand. Jose rode a flying sword and soon arrived above the battlefield. He took out a small crimson flag the size of a palm and flung it downward. Immediately, the flag grew large, and a massive surge of red flames erupted forth, transforming into fire rain that scattered in all directions. Wherever the flaming rain landed, many soldiers from the Shiliang kingdom were pierced through, their bodies igniting as they screamed in agony. Within moments, nearly 100 men had been burned alive. High above, Jose wreaked havoc with the aid of the red flame flag, appearing almost like a demonic deity descending upon the battlefield. In battles of 1,000,000 soldiers or more, early-stage cultivators were barely capable of affecting the outcome. Their spiritual energy was weak, existing mainly in gaseous form within their core. Meanwhile, well-trained secular soldiers possessed martial cultivation abilities reaching the 3rd or 4th stages of earthly cultivation, their physical bodies many times stronger than normal humans, with greatly improved reflexes allowing them to dodge certain spells. Equipped with armor, even a late-stage chi condensation cultivator killing 100 enemy troops was considered extraordinary. 200 soldiers meant little in such a grand battle, unable to stir even the smallest ripple. Once cultivators reached the foundation building stage, their spiritual energy transformed into a liquid form, far surpassing the chi condensation stage in both quality and quantity. Their destructive power was terrifying. Each strike could kill dozens or even hundreds of soldiers. Some late-stage foundation-building cultivators could kill nearly 10,000 troops in a single battle. Yet Jose wasn't here just to slaughter soldiers en masse. While the death of thousands might affect the flow of battle, it couldn't directly alter the war's outcome. Therefore, he flew straight toward the command unit, intending to eliminate the Shiliang general himself. If the commanding general fell, the morale of the Shiliang forces would crumble, and Gu Tianhua might turn the tide of war. Form formations. Shoot arrows. Zhou Guang saw the Immortal flying toward them and immediately shouted orders, organizing his soldiers to set up formations in response. Although foundation-building cultivators rarely appeared on the battlefield, it wasn't unheard of. Moreover, he had been previously warned by the Lingshu sect that a foundation-building expert might take part in this decisive battle. As such, he had already prepared countermeasures. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk. A torrent of arrows rained down from below, but a pearl-sized orb hovering above Jose radiated strips of yellow light, forming a protective barrier around him. These arrows were shot from 5-stone powerful bows, capable of piercing boulders, but they couldn't break through the yellow glow. You seek death. Jose snorted coldly, and the small red flag beside him unleashed another wave of fire rain, aiming to incinerate all the soldiers below. However, the soldiers protecting the command unit were elite troops with superior weaponry. Quickly, they arranged themselves into formations, raised their shields, and formed a giant metal shell, impenetrable and seamless, resisting the fiery downpour. The flaming rain struck the shields with a asterisk clang. Clang. Asterisk. Some of the shields were even pierced directly. But new soldiers swiftly replaced those gaps, raising shields again to maintain the defensive formation. For the moment, the endless fire rain could not destroy the massive turtle-like army formation below. These shields must have ancient talisman inscriptions carved into them. That's why they can withstand such scorching flames. Jose grew annoyed. As a foundation-building expert, he should not be unable to deal with mere ants below, especially not under the observation of the fairy from the Huin Palace. He felt furious. As he contemplated whether to unleash his full strength, another shift occurred on the battlefield below. Carriages arrived one after another from all directions, each equipped with crossbows. These crossbows were extremely large, with a curved bow surface on top and a massive iron box beneath, filled with various complex mechanisms and springs. Each carriage could carry only one crossbow. This is the heaven-piercing crossbow. Jose's expression changed slightly. The heaven-piercing crossbow was a specialized weapon designed by secular nations specifically to counter cultivators. It was embedded with refined meteoric iron, incredibly sharp and capable of reaching astonishing firing speed. It had the power to kill even foundation-building cultivators. Buzz. In the midst of an ear-piercing buzz, a spear-length arrow flew from one of the carriages like a shooting star, precisely striking the yellow glow around Jose. Jose felt a tremendous force strike him. Though the arrow failed to break through his defense, its tip had already deeply penetrated into the yellow light. Buzz. 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 For more divine piercing arrows flew forth, directly causing the yellow light to ripple and the jade orb above Jose to tremble. Jose wanted to destroy these crossbows, but the Shiliang army was well prepared. The carriages were spaced far apart in a disorderly formation, making it time-consuming to eliminate each one individually. Wave after wave of divine piercing arrows were launched, and archers continuously gathered to this area, releasing a dense storm of arrows like dark clouds descending. Although he was a foundation-building cultivator, even Jose began to struggle to hold his ground. He still had a physical body like any ordinary human. If just one arrow managed to pierce his defenses and strike him directly, he would surely die. Thus, in the middle of the sky filled with countless arrows, he had no choice but to retreat. 'Tis quite useless indeed. The girl in yellow clothes observed from the distance as Jose returned in a flustered manner and couldn't help but snort coldly. Miss, shall I go down and finish this mess? An old man in gray robes spoke up, hunched over like a servant, yet he exuded an immense, ocean-like aura, and core formation cultivator without a doubt. The girl in yellow waved her hand and said, Do you really think we are the only spectators in this battle? Can't you believe that a few core formation elders from the Lingshu sect are also secretly watching from the shadows, waiting for us to make our move? I fear not the Lingshu sect, miss, the gray-clothed old man replied somewhat puzzled. That's not what I meant. Actually, this mission to compete for the spirit mine comes with an evaluation from the sect. If we openly intervene in the affairs of secular warfare, although it might change the battle outcome, it will place us in a lower rank in the sect's assessment. Our priority should be to face off with the Lingshu sect properly and honorably before Yinbiguan Pass. That is the right path. Without waiting for Jose, the group transformed into streaks of divine light and vanished into the distant horizon. Chapter 30, Thunderclouds. 5 days later, Prince Regent Zhou Guang personally led an army of 500,000 soldiers, setting forth in grand procession toward the Manhwa kingdom. 10 miles from the Yamen Pass, the massive army came to a halt. A general, wielding a long spear, rode forth alone toward the city wall and shouted a challenge. How dare you, a mere ant, come here to challenge us? A brilliant light shot out from inside the city, materializing into the form of a Taoist priest. He wore a bagua cloud-patterned robe and a purple-golden Taoist crown, his figure extremely thin yet exuding the aura of a celestial immortal. With a flick of his feather duster, he summoned a fierce gale that surged toward the general, sweeping both rider and horse away into the unknown. Whether they lived or died was uncertain. Fellow Taoist of the Lingshu sect, please come forth and give me a worthy challenge, the priest bellowed. At the center of the Shiliang army, Xia Yi sat atop an elegant carriage, followed closely by several golden elixir elders. The Dongwon of the Lihua sect has personally entered battle. We must be cautious. Shouldn't the disciplinary elder step forward for a match? Xia Yi asked. King Xuanzi remained cold-faced and silent, but still obeyed the command and moved forward. Master of the Lihua sect, Du Kuan, gave a soft shout, attacking first. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of crimson light, dazzlingly bright. Hovering in midair, it transformed into a copper cauldron, crystal clear and sparkling. In an instant, it expanded from an inch to the size of a house, roaring with flames. This was the Lihua sect's sacred treasure, the Li Fire Divine Cauldron, a high-grade spirit artifact. Rumbling, the great cauldron trembled, producing a sound like a tidal wave, deafening and reverberating in people's ears, with raging flames clearly burning within. Then a surge of scorching Li fire poured forth, engulfing a large portion of the sky. The searing heat was unbearable even for the Shiliang troops stationed 10 miles away, dripping with sweat and frightened beyond measure. In the soldiers' hearts, the might of a celestial being truly was terrifying. If they stood any closer, they would have turned to ashes in an instant. Unshaken, King Xuanzi summoned a square seal. He shook it toward the wind, and instantly, it grew into a hill-sized object, exuding misty threads that transformed into radiant light bearing the crushing might of 10,000 tons, crashing directly toward the cauldron. Clang! The seal, like a mountain, smashed into the Li fire cauldron like a volcanic eruption, with an earth-shattering, roaring sound. Many soldiers cried out in pain, covering their ears. Some at the front were even blown backward by invisible sonic waves. Two terrifying artifacts clashed violently. A scene as if the seas had collapsed and the lands cracked open, like heaven and earth overturning, emitting chilling energy in all directions. The Lihua sect, a second-tier sect in the northern regions, had 3 or 4 golden elixir cultivators in total, clearly inferior to the Lingshu sect. However, its Zhangyan, Du Kuan, already had 1 foot into the late golden core stage, making him a formidable opponent. Although King Xuanzi's artifact was inferior, his cultivation realm surpassed the others. Additionally, he had cultivated the Jiugong Xinqing method, one of the 5 Lingshu sect techniques, placing his strength far beyond that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion split the heavens, and the 2 artifacts crashed violently again, creating a surge of power that shook heaven and earth, spreading outward in all directions. Du Kuan spat blood from his mouth, his body collapsing like a burst drum, flying sideways for hundreds of meters. His bones cracked audibly, clearly broken in multiple places, his body severely deformed. King Xuanzi's face remained expressionless, betraying no emotions as he turned back toward the Shiliang army. Disciplinary elder, truly the model of our sect. Xia Yi smiled and praised. You flatter me, sect leader, King Xuanzi replied in a perfunctory tone, falling silent afterward. Xia Yi didn't take offense. After deposing the former King Fuzhou and installing Zhou Guang, King Xuanzi had learned the truth within just a few days. Apart from supplying spirit food and tribute rice, the only remaining use for mortal nations was to expand territory. The incidents at Xiaocang Mountain and Heishui Marsh were fresh in his mind. King Xuanzi immediately suspected that Xia Yi and others had discovered a new spirit or vein, and a high-quality one, possibly even a middle-grade spirit vein. Furthermore, based on the troop movements of Shiliang State, he pinpointed the vein's location, Mangdang Mountain. It was also him who leaked the information to the Huanin sect. Elder Mo, the next one is on you, Xia Yi said solemnly. There had always been tension between the Lihua sect and the Lingshu sect. Thus, when the Dongmen appeared personally, it was entirely appropriate for Xia Yi to send King Xuanzi, and King Xuanzi could hardly refuse. But next came the confrontation with the Huanin sect. Within the Lingshu sect, King Xuanzi belonged to the pro-Huanin faction. Previously, he had even suggested surrendering half of Manshan Mountain to appease the Huanin sect and seek its protection. He had ample reason to refuse combat, and even Xia Yi would find it hard to say much. Understood. Mo Lai flew forward, beginning his challenge. Brother Mo, long time no see. An older man appeared, bowing in greeting. Elder Han of the Huanin sect. Mo Lai quickly returned the bow. Years ago while traveling in the northern regions, he had met Elder Han several times. Please. Elder Han's cultivation level was on par with, or even slightly above, that of the Lihua sect's Zhangwan, so he naturally did not take Mo Lai seriously. Then I asked Brother Han to give his guidance. Mo Lai waved his long sleeve, and a jet of black mist shot forth, flickering like flames, as large as a cartwheel, extremely thick and dense, like a blob of pitch-black crude oil. Then the black mist surged into the sky, completely transforming into endless dark clouds, spreading out like ink spilled into a pond. In an instant, the sky was filled with gloomy clouds, howling winds rose, and heaven and earth became pitch black. Boom, boom. Within the dark clouds, an indescribable oppressive force spread outward, and countless streaks of lightning danced about like silver snakes, seemingly giving birth to something terrifying, a thunderstorm. Elder Han no longer wore a careless expression. Instead, his face became serious, for he knew very well how fearsome those dark clouds were. In his hand appeared a command flag over a foot long, its color hazy green, with patterns of the 4 symbols and the 5 elements. After a few quick waves, a surge of green energy manifested from nowhere and in an instant surrounded him like a tightly sealed protective dome. Boom. A streak of lightning flashed, the dark clouds roiling, and a bolt of lightning struck down like thunderous drums, as if thousands of horses were galloping at full speed. Elder Han felt only a tremor through his protective aura, not as terrifying as he had imagined. Just as he was about to counterattack, a second lightning bolt descended. Boom after boom, bolt after bolt struck without pause. The endless waves of lightning made Elder Han feel as though he were in the middle of a thunderstorm. Just endure a little longer. Such a terrifying artifact must surely drain Mo Lai's energy soon. Then I can finish him off in one strike. Elder Han was confident in his own treasure. The Imu Qinyun flag was crafted by an ancient nascent soul expert who had collected pure Eastern wood essence. It was a very formidable defensive treasure indeed. However, the lightning striking from above showed no sign of stopping. Its intensity instead growing greater and greater, the color of the lightning shifting gradually from blue to a deep violet. Elder Han could feel only electric snakes and thunder cracking from all directions, the pressure rising beyond imagination, with no gaps in any direction. The green energy emitted from the Imu Qinyun flag was being compressed to the breaking point. One more squeeze, and it would burst. The Elder was like a single leaf upon a solitary boat, drifting and swaying in a storm-tossed ocean, never knowing when he might be destroyed. Chapter 31, The Sound-Absorbing Machine. We can't keep being beaten like this. Elder Han gritted his teeth and spat a mouthful of his innate life essence onto the command flag. Immediately, the green chi surged, and the pressure eased considerably. Then, braving the falling lightning, he flew outward, attempting to escape the range of the dark clouds. But how could Mo Lai let him escape? Holding a palm leaf fan in hand, he swung it forcefully, creating a fierce gale. A powerful whirlwind erupted from the tip of the fan, blowing Elder Han back. Elder Han tried several times to break through, but each time, Mo Lai fanned him back with the palm leaf fan, forcing him to continue enduring the lightning chi. Such continuous activation of magical artifacts. Even a core formation expert would find it hard to endure. How can Mo Lai possess such profound spiritual power? Elder Han was shocked and fearful. At this rate, he would likely be the first to run out of energy. Seeing his opponent leisurely holding the palm leaf fan outside the clouds without any sign of exhausted spiritual energy, he had no choice but to reluctantly concede the battle. Otherwise, he really might perish within this sea of thunder. Immediately, he took out several talismans and tossed them upward. A powerful surge of green light burst forth, forcing the stormy lightning away. Then, enveloped in green energy like a falling star, he flew toward Yanbiguan. Seeing his opponent retreat, Elder Mo exhaled in slight relief but didn't pursue. With a sweep of his wide sleeve, he drew all the clouds back into his sleeve. The sky once again became clear and bright. Honor has been fulfilled. Mo Lai returned and clasped his hands in salute. Elder worked hard. Xia wore a smile on his face, though his heart felt some pain. Mo Lai's victory over Elder Han, who was a small cultivation stage higher, was entirely due to 2 items, the Thunder Cloud and the Wind God Fan. The only difference between such attack items and True Fabao was that they didn't consume spiritual energy. Of course, these items also required energy, which could be replenished anytime by the system. However, the system wouldn't replenish energy for free, it required spirit stones. In that battle earlier, Mo Lai had released a massive amount of lightning from the Thunder Cloud, consuming at least 100 Jifeng spirit stones. That was already an extremely terrifying number. If they ultimately failed to seize Mangding Mountain, Xia Yi would truly be suffering a huge loss. On the other side, Yao Yu wore a cold and gloomy expression. 2 defeats in a row were nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. It was one thing for the leader of the Lihua sect to lose, but Elder Han was a late Foundation establishment expert with high status in the Huanin sect. Who would have thought he would also be defeated by the Lingshu sect? Miss, shall this old servant step in? The gray-robed elder asked. Uncle Zhou, you hold back for now. I've heard that the Lingshu sect has an old immortal named Wu Chongtian, also at the peak of Foundation establishment. He doesn't have many days left to live. If he were to explode his core willingly, even someone as powerful as you would suffer fatal injuries, making it impossible for you to ever reach the nascent soul stage. Let me personally step in for the next match. I'll test this Lingshu sect leader who cultivated into the Tao with my own hands. With Miss stepping forward, success is assured. The gray-robed elder took a step back. Then Yao Yu stepped onto the city wall and softly called out. Yao Yu of the Huanin sect greets sect leader Xia. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it carried tremendous penetration. Hearing Yao Yu specifically calling for him from 10 miles away, Xia Yi came down from his luxurious carriage, rode a small boat, and in the blink of an eye, arrived in front of Yanbiguan. Of course, this small boat had been transformed from the demon-repelling divine shuttle. If anything went wrong, he could escape immediately. After all, pride wasn't worth much compared to life itself. Senior sect leader Xia, though still at the Foundation building stage, already leads an Immortal sect. Your reputation spreads across the northern regions. This humble one wishes to play a piece of music in tribute, and I hope sect leader Xia would deign to listen and appraise it. Yao Yu's voice was like celestial music, melodious and pleasant. Miss Yao honors me too much. To listen to the music of the Huanin sect is truly my good fortune. Xia Yi sat cross-legged in front of the boat, retrieved a set of tea utensils, brewed tea, and prepared to listen attentively. Yao Yu gently moved her hands over the strings, playing with graceful fluency, as smooth as drifting clouds and flowing water, giving a feeling of lightness and elegance. The melody played surged forth like rolling ocean waves and descending moonlight, as though one were standing upon the blue sea beneath the night sky. The ethereal music drifted through the air, as if flowing down from the heavenly realms, resonating with heaven and earth, possessing a wondrous charm. On the city wall, Yao Yu's jade-like skin and flawless white robe made her look like a fairy ready to fly away with the wind. Yet within this melodious tune, there surged an undercurrent of killing intent. The Huanin sect was skilled at using music to kill. This, Tide Song of the Azure Sea, was created by the 9th sect leader. When played, it concealed boundless killing intent, as if it could cause the heavens to collapse and earth to lie. The melody spread outward, transforming into endless ocean waves, like a tsunami rolling forth. Xiai calmly sipped his tea. As the surging waves were about to crash onto the small boat, they suddenly vanished. As if there were a black hole at that spot, it had absorbed all the waves. Among the countless immortal songs of the Huanin sect, the Tide Song of the Azure Sea was definitely among the top 10. The sect leader who created it once used it to slay 2 nascent soul experts from the evil sect, shaking the entire northern regions. Yao Yu had immersed herself in this art for many years and deeply grasped its essence. Among fellow cultivators of the same realm within her sect, few could resist its power. She never expected to encounter such a solid obstacle today, especially from someone who hadn't even formed a golden core yet. Instantly, the melody shifted. The surging waves faded, replaced instead by a serene stillness. Ding-dong. The notes transformed into visible waves of water, wave after wave, as if manifesting a real azure sea, aiming to obliterate the lone boat in the void. Although the spectacle was less grand than before, the killing intent grew thicker, darkening sun and moon and threatening to split the heavens. Yet, no matter how the melody changed, that little boat remained completely unmoved. When the piece concluded, Xia Yi appeared as if transcending the mortal world, untainted by the slightest speck of dust. He rose to his feet and clasped his hands together, saying, "Esteemed Immortal, your qin is peerless in the northern regions. I, Xia Yi, am truly blessed to have heard such divine music in this lifetime. Senior Xia flatters me." Yao Yu's expression remained calm. Today, the Lingshu sect has gained the upper hand. Tomorrow, I will set up a formation beneath Yanbiguan. You are welcome to send anyone to break it, even your entire sect's golden core elders together. And if someone from Lingshu manages to break your formation, then my Huanin sect will no longer interfere in the affairs of the southern Yu kingdom. Mangdang Mountain shall entirely belong to Lingshu. It's a deal. Both sides withdrew their forces, waiting for the decisive battle the next day. Sect leader, Mo said, concern on his face. Yao Yu actually dared to invite all our golden core elders to break the formation at once, meaning it must be incredibly powerful. What should we do? The Huanin sect and the Lingshu sect still have quite a gap between them. My victory over Elder Han was entirely due to the system's spirit stones. In a fair battle, I would have surely lost. Huanin sect. They excel not only in sound techniques, but also in illusion formations, Xia Yi replied. We've already experienced their music. Now it's only a matter of facing their illusions. The Huanin sect is most skilled in illusion formations. Legend has it their founding patriarch once killed a dragon-like beast called Shenglong and refined its pearl into the sect's treasure artifact. Their mastery of illusions is unmatched, not only in the northern regions, but across the entire Dongxing continent, Mo said with deep concern. If it's indeed an illusion formation, I already have someone in mind to break it, Xia Yi said confidently. Today's ability to resist the Tide Song of the Azure Sea had been completely due to the mysterious item the system had previously granted him, the luck pill. After taking the luck pill, one could experience a brief period of extraordinary fortune. Xia Yi's act of taking out the tea set from the demon-repelling divine shuttle was not for elegance's sake, but rather to cover up his movements. Using tea as a pretense, he consumed the luck pill and secretly activated the system to draw a new artifact. The resulting artifact was called the sound-absorbing machine, capable of absorbing all surrounding sounds and sealing them into canisters. Chapter 32. Sachiko breaks through the formation. Outside the Yinmen Pass, soldiers lined up in formation, facing each other in clear preparation for a decisive battle. Yao Yu waved her right hand, and immediately 5 banners, as thin as cicada wings and over 10 feet long, appeared before the formation. Clouds and mist swirled inside them, faintly glowing with flickering light and shadow, seemingly concealing infinite variations. This is the 5 Skundas and the mundane array. Sect leader Xia is welcome to send 5 Golden Dawn experts into the banner gates to break the formation together. Yao Yu was confident in her formation. The 5 Skundas and the mundane array had been originally deciphered by the founding master of the illusion melody sect from the pearl of the miraging dragon. It was exceptionally powerful. It was said that even 10 Golden Dawn experts would not be able to break the formation, let alone 5. Senior brother LV, I've heard you're about to marry a core disciple of the illusion melody sect. Why don't you give it a try? Let the sect see your abilities, Xia Yi said with a chuckle. LV Bai, as a Golden Dawn cultivator, was among the elite fighters of the Lingsu sect, so naturally could not be absent from such an occasion. Since the battle at Tianqing platform, he had deeply hated Xia Yi, wishing nothing more than to cut him down with a single sword strike. Originally, when Ling Su faced off against the Illusion Melody sect, he had ample reason to refuse participation, but now Xia Yi had deliberately goaded him with words. If he refused again, it would make him appear timid and cowardly, and even provoked contempt from the numerous Golden Dawn experts of the Illusion Melody sect on the opposite side. He carried his long sword on his back, his face gloomy as he flew forward. After entering the banner gate, he found himself in a kaleidoscopic, surreal world bursting with vibrant colors and dreamlike allure. He hadn't even begun to appreciate the scenery when the world in front of him suddenly shattered into countless pieces of glass. Each fragment displayed countless shadows and scenes, as though portraying the lives of countless people. At that moment, the void in the east, south, west, and north emitted an endless cacophony of eerie noises. An innumerable array of intrusive thoughts flooded in, bringing with them a torrent of emotions: fear, joy, sorrow, anxiety, desire, truly like being immersed in the 10,000-foot deep human world, completely overwhelmed by all 5 skandhas. LV felt as though he had fallen into an endless cycle after another, unable to extricate himself, as though sinking into an infinite nightmare, unable to wake up no matter how hard he tried. This formation contained the thoughts of countless sentient beings, an endless torrent of emotional energies. For cultivators, thought force was not only useless for training, but even harmful. A moment's inattention would allow it to invade one's soul, possibly leading to becoming a fire-maddened demon. Inside the 5 skandhas and mundane array lay a vast accumulation of thought force, painstakingly collected by the monks of the Illusion Melody sect over countless years. It carried within it the joys and sorrows of millions of lives, the entanglements of emotions, disorienting and confusing. The slightest slip could trap one forever within. LV felt his 7 emotions and 6 desires constantly amplified, and his soul seemed on the verge of shattering, an ominous sign of imminent demonization, a complete victory of heart demons that could not be restrained. He roared furiously, unleashing his sword intent. A colossal sword aura shattered the thought force surrounding him, finally bringing a moment of clarity. However, before he could act, an endless tide of thought force rushed in from all directions, drowning him again. He immediately executed the 4 seasons sword technique, manifesting a cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter within a radius of 10 meters around him. Yet the thought force was elusive and formless, like smoke. It dispersed only to reform again, incredibly tenacious. Gradually, LV's sword aura shrank tighter around him, while the thought force continued endlessly, like an ocean's endless waves. LV has lasted quite long. He lives up to the title of Sword Spirit Body. Let him out. I cannot allow Ning Sect's sister to live as a widow indefinitely, or otherwise the Elder Zhang will surely come after me, sighed Yao Yu. LV's cultivation partner was actually the granddaughter of Elder Xiang from the Illusion Melody sect. Xiang was at the peak of the Golden Dawn realm, only a half step away from reaching the nascent soul stage. The Illusion Melody sect leader had predicted that Elder Zhang might ascend to the nascent soul stage within the next 60 years, so there was no need for Yao Yu to provoke him, especially since Qing Xuanzi and LV were already leaning towards the Illusion Melody sect. Yes, murmured the gray-robed elder beside her, chanting a spell. Light and energy surged within the banner gate, and soon a passage materialized. LV stepped out through this channel, his hair disheveled and his appearance slightly tattered. Sect leader Xia, this time I won't hold back. How about you hand over Mangdang Mountain, and I can waive 3,000 top-grade spirit stones of your debt, said Yao Yu. Miss, please proceed as you wish. My Lingsu sect has been passed down for 10,000 years. At the very least, we still maintain some dignity, Xia Yi replied calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, both Qing Xuanzi and LV's expressions darkened. Well then, please let sect leader Xia break the formation. Yao Yu had made up her mind. Whoever entered the formation to break, it would perish within. That included Xia Yi, should he choose to enter. Ordinarily, if a sect leader were killed without cause, especially a leader from one of the 5 great sects, it would surely provoke strong backlash from the other sects. This wasn't because other sects felt sympathy for Lingsu's sect, but rather because such an act violated the openly established rules. If this behavior were silently permitted, how could the great immortal sects continue to cooperate and interact in the future? Now, Yao Yu had already issued her warning. If Xia Yi insisted on entering the formation, she couldn't be blamed for what happened. This was a clear and forewarned declaration. It's not difficult to break this formation. Sachiko, you go ahead and enter the array. Don't bring shame upon our Lingsu sect. Yes, master. A young girl, about 17 or 18 years old, stepped forward from behind Xia Yi. Her skin was fair and smooth, her lips and teeth radiant and clear, yet her aura appeared ordinary, just like that of a common mortal. When did Lingsu sect produce such a young and mysterious Golden Dan cultivator? Yao Yu furrowed her brows. To break the 5 skandhas and mundane array, one needed at the very least to be at the Golden Dan stage. If a foundation-building cultivator entered, the thought force alone would sweep over their soul, instantly turning them into a witless fool. Only those who had formed a Golden Dan, in which their spirit was condensed, could possibly resist. Even a nascent soul expert would have to leave half their life behind if they entered. Yao Yu signaled to the gray-robed elder, instructing him to fully activate the formation. Sachiko casually selected one of the banner gates and flew inside. As soon as she entered the formation, boundless waves of thought force surged toward her, attempting to submerge her. Yet, though the tides rose and fell, Sachiko remained like a stubborn stone on the seashore, weathering wind and rain, yet standing firm and unmoved. She curiously observed the formation around her, as if strolling leisurely through a scenic spot, utterly calm and at ease. How is this possible? Outside the array, Yao Yu was shocked. Thought force was like a deadly poison to cultivators. It must never be lightly encountered. Once it invaded one's spirit, it clung like a parasite, nearly impossible to remove. A disciple of the Western Buddhist sect perhaps. A thought flashed through her mind. In the far western regions of the Eastern continent, Buddhism thrived. Their cultivation system differed entirely from the cultivation arts practiced by Taoists. They shaped their golden body using thought force, a truly fearsome path. Initiate the wheel of reincarnation. Yao Yu's expression turned solemn. The greatest killing move of the 5 skandhas and mundane array wasn't just its overwhelming thought force. It was the cycle of reincarnation itself. Chapter 33, Cloud Somersault. A hazy yellow beam descended from the sky, enveloping Yukiko, and in an instant, her chip was filled with countless fragments of memories. These were the memories of a man named Zhang Lin, from his birth cry to growing up, marrying, having children, earning a living, until old age, illness, and death. These memory fragments were extremely vivid and presented in first-person perspective, as if she herself were that ordinary man called Zhang Lin. This was not all yet. The memories of Tian Feng, Zhou Qianqian, Zhang Debiao, Li Erdu, Wang Chunhua, and countless others surged toward Yukiko. If it were another golden core cultivator, their soul would already be completely overwhelmed by these chaotic memories, leading to madness or even mental collapse at best, and soul rupture at worst. Even a nascent soul cultivator, whose core had transformed into an infant and whose consciousness was unimaginably powerful, would easily lose himself and lose his original mind if careless. However, for Yukiko, whether psychic force or reincarnation memories, none could inflict any harm. She was a robot, strictly speaking, she wasn't even considered a living being. Without a soul, she was merely a cold machine, no different in essence from stones, metal, or soil. Though she exhibited human emotions and desires, they were merely preset parameters that could be altered at any time. Therefore, psychic forces were ineffective against Yukiko. As for reincarnation memories, the idea was even more absurd. As a robot, the one thing she lacked the least was memory space. Yukiko was extremely interested in these memories and categorized them, saving them into a folder for detailed study during her spare time. Why has it stopped? Bathed in the yellow light, Yukiko suddenly opened her eyes in confusion. She could no longer receive the memories. Outside the formation, Yao Yu and the gray-robed elder were shocked beyond words. More than 1,000 people's life memories. Even a nascent soul cultivator receiving such a vast amount of memory would see their nascent soul explode. Suddenly remembering her original purpose, Yukiko recalled the master's instructions that to break the formation, she needed to find the formation's eye. The formation's eye was the heart of the formation, the weakest spot. Only by destroying it could the formation be shattered. She flew through the formation and soon reached the central area. There, a pearl the size of a bowl floated in the air, rising and falling slowly while emitting hazy radiance. This pearl was modeled after the Sect treasure of Huin Sect, the Mirage Dragon Pearl, with fearsome power. Under the gray-robed elder's control, the pearl emitted brilliant light, releasing countless illusions. However, for Yukiko, these were of no use at all. She took out one canister after another, pulled the ring, and hurled them outward. Instantly, a surging roar of sound roared forth, turning this region into an ocean of sound. This was the same sound wave attack previously collected by Xia Yi using the sound-absorbing machine, drawn from Yao Yu's Guqin playing. Yao Yu was a golden core cultivator, and her zither was a high-grade spiritual treasure. Thus, one could imagine how terrifying the sound attack was. With a crack sound, the pearl could no longer endure and finally cracked across its surface, soon shattering into countless shining fragments. Actually, the best way to deal with a formation is to prevent its formation. Once the formation is completed, it ceases to be a battle between individuals and becomes a struggle between a person and heaven itself. Unless one possesses several times the power of the formation's creator, owns a mighty spiritual artifact to break it, or knows the formation's eye, one could only await death. The only person several times stronger than the gray-robed elder would be a nascent soul cultivator. As for spiritual treasures, Lingshu Sect's most powerful was the demon-repelling divine shuttle, but it excelled in flight capability and was incomplete, not noted for its destructive power. Hence, the gray-robed elder did not enter the formation but remained nearby guarding Yao Yu, in case Wu Chongtian made a desperate strike. Now, he could do nothing but watch as Yukiko shattered the formation's core. As the pearl shattered, the 5 banner gates lost their support and collapsed with a thunderous boom, and the 5 taints red dust formation was broken accordingly. Master! Yukiko returned and nodded at Xia Yi, then stood behind him. Looking at Yukiko after breaking the formation, Xia Yi couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt she had become more human than before. Thanks, Fairy, for showing mercy. Xia Yi laughed heartily. It's truly said that sect leader Xia has inherited the ancient mechanized pathway. I must admit my defeat wholeheartedly. Yao Yu gave Xia Yi a meaningful look before the group transformed into several streaks of divine rainbow light and vanished. Without protection from cultivators, the Manhwa barbarian soldiers were no match for Shiliang's army. They were decisively defeated, and Shiliang completely captured the Yanbei Pass, incorporating the vast Mangdang mountain range into Shiliang's territory. Immediately, plans were made to develop the spiritual ore deposits in Mangdang Mountain, with a steady supply of middle-grade spirit stones mined daily. After the Yanbei battle, Qing Xuanzi and his disciple Lu Bai ceased their previous agitation. They appeared to have lowered their banners and extinguished their fires, no longer inciting the sect elders and disciples to exchange spirit stones, and seemingly abandoning their competition for sect leader position. But Xia Yi knew this was merely the calm before the storm. This master and disciple were definitely not the types to give up easily, and surely must be plotting something big behind the scenes. Without using contribution points for exchanges, the daily income from Lingdan Workshop and Mangdang Mountain had already reached 30 to 40 high-grade spirit stones, a terrifying number indeed. If nothing unexpected occurred, within 3 or 4 months he would be able to repay the debt owed to Huiyin Sect. Yuhua Hall. Item name, Somersault Food. Function, this is the favorite bait of cloud somersault creatures. Placing it on a mountaintop may attract this rare being. Cloud somersault? Do such creatures even exist in the northern cultivation region or even in the Dongxing continent? Xia Yi found it hard to believe. From the description, cloud somersaults were actually rare creatures possessing their own consciousness. In this cultivation world, animals and plants could cultivate and become spirits, but there had never been cases of non-living things such as stones, water, or clouds cultivating into spirits. Yet nothing was absolute. Carrying a mindset of giving it a try, Xia Yi brought the somersault food to the highest peak of Lingshu Sect, the Qingyun Peak. He pulled the tab of the can, poured the somersault food into a jade plate, and then concealed all his spiritual presence, carefully hiding himself in a secluded corner. The food resembled cat or dog kibble from his past life. Upon opening the can, an indescribable odor spread into the air. A whole night passed, and nothing unusual occurred, except that Qingyun Peak had slightly denser clouds than usual. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, Xia Yi remained on the mountaintop day and night, fearing he might miss some strange cloud. During this time, he drew another item, called Liquid Air Pill. Taking 1 pill would turn the user into liquid form, and 2 pills into gaseous form. 1 hour later, one would revert to normal. This was a tool he absolutely refused to test himself. Transforming one's body into liquid or gas sounded simply creepy. He stored it away. Maybe it could come in handy later. After many consecutive days with no cloud somersaults appearing, Xia Yi suspected that even if they existed, these creatures must be extremely rare, and it was unlikely they could be found in the northern region. Just as he was about to give up, something happened on Qingyun Peak. Chapter 34, Liquid Qi Pills. Atop Qingyun Peak, thick mist spread everywhere. Everything within sight was shrouded in white, with dense dewdrops hanging all over the grass, flowers, trees, and plants, accumulating into streams that continuously dripped downward. Not long afterward, a cloud the size of a doe appeared slowly, drifting cautiously like a wary fish swimming through the ocean, constantly glancing around and ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. Actually, the cloud of somersaults really exists. Xia Yi was astonished. He concealed his aura completely, acting as still as a rock, fearing that any movement might startle the creature before him. The yellow cloud was plump and irresistibly cute. It circled the bowl of bait a few times, finally unable to resist the temptation. Like a puppy, it dove into the bowl and began eating greedily. In no time, it finished the entire bowl of bait. Satisfied after eating, it leisurely drifted outward. But how could Xia Yi just let it go? Immediately, he conjured a giant hand in an attempt to capture the cloud of somersaults. However, the yellow cloud was extremely vigilant. Upon sensing danger, it immediately shot outward like a meteor, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As they say, there's no such thing as a free meal in this world. Xia Yi summoned the demon-repelling divine shuttle, merging body and soul with it, tearing through space as he chased after the cloud. Though small, the yellow cloud was incredibly fast. It quickly broke through the sound barrier, and its speed kept increasing. However, the demon-repelling divine shuttle was the treasure of Lingshu Sect, and few artifacts in the northern realm could rival it in flight. Though the creature resembled the legendary cloud of somersaults and was incredibly swift, it was gradually caught up. Xia Yi cast out a golden rope toward the yellow cloud. This was the 9-sun gold lock rope, a low-grade treasure renowned for binding enemies. No matter how fierce, even a golden core beast would find it impossible to escape. The golden rope stretched endlessly, twisting like a dragon or serpent, and in an instant, it coiled tightly around the puffball of cloud. Startled, the yellow cloud repeatedly changed shape, desperately trying to break free from the rope's grip. But the 9-sun gold lock rope had been specially crafted by Lingshu Sect ancestors to capture formidable beasts. It was etched with countless tiny talismans that shone with brilliant golden light. No matter how much the yellow cloud struggled or shifted form, it couldn't break free from its bindings. This little thing sure can fly. We're nearly beyond the borders of Lingshu Sect already. Xia Yi sighed. They were now only about 100 miles from Yambiguan. Captured, the cloud of somersaults kept wriggling and made a soft sound, almost like woof, appearing both frightened and wronged. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. Xia Yi tried to calm the floating cloud while opening a soda can and offering it more bait. Initially, the yellow cloud showed dignity, persistently struggling without even glancing at the bait. But as the aromatic scent rose, its resistance waned, and it occasionally stole glances at the bait. These somersault snacks are especially fragrant. Follow me, and I'll give you as much as you want. Luring the cloud, Xia Yi pulled out a stack of soda cans filled with the special bait. Seeing such a pile of tempting snacks, the yellow cloud hesitated but finally couldn't resist the allure and nodded, submitting. Here, eat. Xia Yi tossed one of the soda cans forward and withdrew the 9-sun gold lock rope. With the demon-repelling divine shuttle, he wasn't afraid the cloud of somersaults might renege. It could be caught again. After eating, the yellow cloud didn't escape but followed Xia Yi, seemingly yielding completely. Upon returning to Yehadian Hall, Xiaoyi curiously examined the yellow cloud floating before him. Normal clouds were composed of tiny water droplets or ice crystals suspended in the air. This one, however, seemed made of countless fine, unknown particles, resembling yellow smoke. Its texture felt just like cotton, soft and pleasant to the touch. Are you really a cloud that has attained sentience? Are there many of your kind? Xiaoyi attempted to communicate telepathically. Woof! The cloud of somersaults responded with a sound, as if answering, but Xiaoyi couldn't understand at all. Alright, I have the translation yam. Xiaoyi hurriedly took out a piece resembling a slice of taro, ate it, and the previous woof sound transformed instantly. You're not from the Yun clan. I will never reveal anything related to the Yun clan to someone like you. The cloud of somersaults replied. The Yun clan. Xiaoyi was taken aback. He had never heard of such a race before, so he immediately summoned Xingzi to ask about the Yun clan. Under Xiaoyi's command, Xingzi uploaded the entire contents of all ancient scrolls stored in Lingshu Sect's scripture pavilion to his chip. This action was essentially reducing the power of Li Qingfeng, the sect's grand elder in charge of transmitting teachings, since he had been wavering between supporting Xiaoyi and the great elder, truly a fence-sitter. Master, there is no record of the Yun clan in the ancient Lingshu texts. Xingzi instantly replied with the result. Xiaoyi slightly furrowed his brows. Although Lingshu sect was clearly declining, it had once been an ancient and prestigious sect with countless ancient scriptures left behind by its ancestors. Even the Huanin sect couldn't necessarily compare. Yet there wasn't a single mention of the Yun clan in all its records, which showed how mysterious this so-called Yun clan truly was. He then tried repeatedly to pry information about the Yun clan from the cloud of somersaults, even luring it with the temptation of somersault snacks. However, the cloud remained tight-lipped, unwilling to reveal anything. Just as Xiaoyi was about to give up on questioning, he suddenly had an idea and exclaimed, Actually, I also carry the bloodline of the Yun clan. You can see it for yourself. Saying this, he secretly swallowed 2 liquid chi pills. Soon after, his body began to turn hazy and illusory, as if composed entirely of swirling mist. The cloud of somersaults appeared greatly shocked. It flew around Xiaoyi several times, even forming a tiny hand to reach out and touch him. How can you turn into a cloud? It asked in astonishment. My father was a human cultivator, and my mother was from the Yun clan. That's why I can transform into clouds. Otherwise, how could I have somersault snacks? Xiaoyi replied. Oh, I see. The cloud of somersaults believed Xiaoyi's explanation. The Yun clan is a very special race in the heavens and earth. No Yun has ever had parents. They are formed and nurtured by the world itself. The world itself? Xiaoyi was taken aback. Yes, I gained consciousness suddenly about 10 years ago and have been wandering through the clouds searching for food ever since. As for encountering other Yun clan members, I've never met any. Not having met any other clan members, how do you even know you belong to the Yun clan? Xiaoyi asked curiously. The cloud of somersaults explained. This knowledge is part of our inherited memory. It appears naturally in one's mind right after birth. Xiaoyi returned to his human form from the gaseous state, stepping forward to pat the cloud of somersaults gently. I could be considered half Yun. From now on, you should follow me. It'll save you from drifting around lonely and alone. Okay. The cloud of somersaults nodded firmly. Before, it had only been lured by food. Once the somersault snacks ran out, it would have left without hesitation. Now things were different. Xiaoyi was half Yun. Their bond had instantly become much closer. Within the inherited memories of the Yun clan, fellow clan members were entirely trustworthy. Now, the cloud of somersaults was completely convinced of Xiaoyi's trustworthiness. Chapter 35. Fengyan Doryman City. Xiao Zhu Tian Yun Jin Jun Fa. Xiaoyi was taken aback. Jin Do Yun nodded and said, This is our Yun clan's cultivation method. You're only half a Yun clan member and lack the memory inheritance, so it's normal you don't know about it. Xiaoyi carefully contemplated this so-called Xiao Zhu Tian Yun Jin Jin Fa and discovered it was completely different from human cultivation methods. The Xiao Zhu Tian Yun Jin Jun Fa required refining 36 layers of restrictions within one's body, each layer encompassing countless talismans and runes, extremely complex and intricate. When cultivated to the highest level, it could transform into all things in the world, making one immortal and indestructible. However, this cultivation method couldn't be practiced by humans because their physical bodies were too weak to withstand the power of the restrictions. The Yun clan's bodies were ethereal and illusory, easily reforming even when dispersed, perfectly suited for this technique. Xiaoyi then took 2 more liquid energy pills and tried cultivating the Xiao Zhu Tian Yun Jin Jun Fa. As soon as he refined the first rune, he noticed his gaseous form had become much more condensed. Whereas he normally needed 1 hour to regain his original appearance, this time he needed an extra 15 minutes. He became so frightened he dared not continue practicing this method any further. Although the Yun clan's form was ethereal and could resist most attacks, he still preferred his human body. Jin Do Yun settled down in Lingshu Sect. Having wandered for 10 years, it actually longed for communication with its own kind. Plus, there was delicious food here, much better than the cold, lonely highlands. On the other hand, to speed up the extraction of the mid-grade Ringma in Mangdang Mountain, Xiaoyi issued many sect tasks encouraging outer disciples to mine Manhwa. Upon completing the tasks, they would receive generous contribution points. Many outer disciples eagerly signed up, greatly increasing the mining speed of the Lingang. Yu Huahol, disciplinary elder, what wind brings you here today? Xiaoyi was slightly surprised. Ever since the sect selection contest, when they had openly clashed, Qing Xian Zi rarely came to the sect leader's hall. Reporting to sect leader, Ziyang from Huan Yinzong is waiting outside. He wishes to discuss with you the marriage matter regarding Lu by marrying Mingyan. After all, the marriage alliance between our two sects is a significant event. Qing Xianzi said in a calm tone, as if he were speaking about a trivial matter. What? Ziyang Jinren is already outside. Xia Yi's expression changed. You're an elder of Ling Su sect. How could you not understand the rules? External cultivators who wish to visit must submit a formal request 5 days in advance and will only be granted entry after approval from the sect leader. Qing Xianzi replied calmly. Ziyang can be considered part of our in-laws. How can he be regarded as an outsider? That's right. Ling Su sect and Huan Yinzong are about to form a marital alliance. Our two sects will be like one family. Sect leader, surely you wouldn't refuse to welcome me. A Taoist priest entered the hall holding a fly whisk. He wore a feathered robe and a golden crown, exuding swirls of purple energy from his body. The surrounding atmosphere became hazy and indistinct, emanating an indescribable aura of authority. Following him was Liu Bai, and the gray-clad elderly man who used to be by Yao Yu's side was also present. Discussing marriage matters, why would Ziyang Junren personally come here? Surely sending any ordinary elder would suffice. Xia Yi took a step forward and bowed slightly. Ziyang Zhen quickly returned the gesture and said, besides the marriage issue, I also hope to retrieve something. I beg you, sect leader, to grant me this favor. What is it? I ask sect leader to fulfill the agreement and hand over your sect's priceless treasure, Pai Emotion Suo, for my custody. Xia Yi frowned. Why are you saying this, Senior Jinren? According to the agreement, the deadline is 4 months from now. I'm not joking. The note clearly states that the debt must be repaid within a year, not 1 year later. Giving your sect 8 months already shows our kindness and generosity. If sect leader can't come up with 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, please hand over Pai Emotion Suo. Ziyang Jun, a semi-nascent divinity cultivator, is resorting to such wordplay. Xia Yi sneered coldly. Either repay the spirit stones, or hand over Pai Emotion Suo. Ziyang Jinren took a step forward. A tremendous pressure surged from his body, sweeping everything around him in waves, sending terrifying ripples rippling outward. Behind him, Liu Bai and the gray-robed elder also released formidable auras, ready to act at any moment. Huan Yinzong has sent quite a formidable team here. 1 semi-nascent divinity, 1 peak golden core, and now the Qing Xianchu as well, just for a mere foundation-building disciple. Xia Yi said mockingly. Sect leader possesses extraordinary fortune, having even inherited the legacy of the ancient mechanized Tao. I cannot afford to be careless. Heaven forbid something happened to me when I least expected. Ziyang Jinren's aura grew even stronger. Where is Elder Wu? Xia Yi asked. Wu Chongtian is indeed a remarkable figure. In the history of the northern region, very few cultivators have survived after failing to shatter their Jindan to form a nascent soul. However, he, together with Mo Lai and Song Yuan Shan, have been trapped by Yao Yu using the 1,000 illusions seal the devil formation. Even if they were to self-detonate their Jindan, it would be useless. Now you are all alone. You'd better hand over the Pai Emotion Suo obediently. If you can collect 3,000 high-grade spirit stones in the future, you can personally go to Huan Yinzong to redeem it. What if I refuse? Xia Yi replied coldly. The Pai Emotion Suo was the Ling Su sect's most treasured treasure. If he were to hand it over, his position as sect leader would come to an end. Moreover, even if he managed to gather 3,000 high-grade spirit stones later, it would still be useless. Going personally to Huan Yinzong to redeem it would be no different than a lamb walking straight into a tiger's mouth. Disciple Xia, since you refuse to hand over the Pai Emotion Suo, then I have no choice but to take it myself. Ziyang Jin opened his palm, and waves of purple energy surged forth like a torrent of mercury. Seemingly gentle, it weighed heavier than 10,000 tons, as he attempted to suppress Xia Yi with overwhelming magical force. Then let's see if you've got what it takes. Xia Yi took out a castle the size of a palm and threw it into the air. Immediately, it expanded rapidly, transforming into a magnificent palace. That immense surge of purple energy was about to touch the palace, but was stopped by a protective barrier and could not penetrate in the slightest. So this is the treasure of the ancient mechanized Tao? A greedy gleam appeared in Ziyang Zhen's eyes. The ancient mechanized Tao was a sect comparable to a holy land, an unparalleled sect in ancient times. It was even rumored to have once created a divine treasure. How astonishing. Huan Yinzong was only a top-tier sect in the eastern Shenzhou, still far inferior to the 8 great ancient sects, let alone a holy land. Thus, the temptation of the ancient mechanized Tao upon him was self-evident. Leaving other things aside, even the medicine manufacturing machine alone was an ultimate treasure capable of endlessly producing pills, an unheard-of feat. He summoned forth a 9-storied small pagoda, which spun in midair. From it, purple energy cascaded downward like an inverted waterfall, creating an overwhelming and suffocating pressure so heavy it felt unbearable. Then, an unfathomable divine power descended, as if the Milky Way had cascaded from the 9th heaven, and an ocean of energy surged across the entire Yuhua Hall. The vast palace was like a tiny boat drifting in a stormy sea, its waves violent and surging, ready to capsize it at any moment. Xia Yi's expression turned serious. He began pouring piles of spirit stones into the castle, while the system continuously provided energy to maintain the fortress. This castle was named Yun Clan's Doryman City, a large fortress capable of protecting against enemy attacks with its mighty walls. Above, a protective dome shielded it from enemy assaults. Chapter 36 The Somersault Cloud Strikes. Xiangdun, the gray-robed elder, Qing Xuanzi, and Lu Bai acted together, and the entire feathering hall was filled with violent energy, resembling a raging sea. Each of these four was among the most elite in the core formation realm, and any single one of them could dominate a region and establish a sect of their own. If the feathering hall had not been left behind from ancient times by the feathering sect, and thus possessed extraordinary durability, it would have long been reduced to rubble. This palace must be the legacy left by the mechanized Tao of antiquity. Xiang cried joyfully, redoubling his efforts as his spiritual energy surged forth. His 9-layered small pagoda radiated countless purple rays, wave after wave of a destructive aura emanating from it. In the city of Fengyun Doryman, Xile, facing attacks like a relentless tide, could only resort to spending money, using massive quantities of spirit stones to buy time. As long as sufficient energy was available, the protective barriers surrounding the Fengyun Doryman city could resist any attack. Ever since the battle at Yambiguan, he had sensed that Qin Xuanzi and his disciple, along with the Huanin sect, would not give up so easily and would definitely make another move. Therefore, he consumed his second lucky pill and drew random artifacts in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. The effects of the lucky pill were obvious. It allowed him to directly draw the Fengyun Doryman city, an extremely powerful defensive artifact. Actually, having drawn so many times already, Xia Yi had long realized that some artifacts had been strengthened by the system. Take, for instance, the previously drawn Thundercloud. According to the original story, its destructive capability was not great. It could at most wound someone, but not kill. Later, he questioned the system, which explained, Doryman is a child-rearing robot. So many of its items were deliberately restricted for safety reasons. But every artifact Xia Yi had drawn had its backend adjusted by the system, and thus became a full-powered, unrestricted version. At this point, the standoff between the two sides had entered its most intense phase. Xiangdun had reached the peak of the core formation stage, with one foot practically already in the nascent soul stage. Along with the three others, they could rival even early-stage nascent soul experts. Without having exploited the mid-grade spirit vein in Mangdang Mountain, Xia Yi wouldn't have lasted very long with just the income from the pill workshop alone. Now he had only one last lucky pill remaining, and the next chance to draw an artifact would come in 10 hours. If he could just endure until then and get another item, he still had a chance to turn the battle around. With the passage of time, Ning'un was also beginning to grow impatient. A foundation-building cultivator might transform the gaseous spiritual energy in his dantian into a liquid form, creating a qualitative change. But core formation cultivators further condense their spiritual energy into solid form, representing an even greater qualitative leap. According to reason, even if Xia Yi was extraordinary, his internal spiritual energy couldn't compare to that of an early-stage core formation cultivator. The legacy of the mechanized Tao from antiquity is truly terrifying. It is said that there were deep connections between the feathering sect and the mechanized Tao back in the day. It seems like my decision to use Lu Bai as a hidden card was correct. Perhaps after taking over the Lingshu sect, I may even uncover legacies from both of these ancient immortal sects. Xingying's eyes burned with desire as his attacks continued endlessly like waves upon a shore. As someone in the peak of the core formation stage, the amount of spiritual energy within him was already terrifying, and with pills, he was certain he could exhaust even a mere foundation-building opponent. Time continued to pass. The yellow dome that covered the palace emitted creaking noises, rocking precariously. Crack after crack rang out, seemingly about to break, yet remaining stubbornly intact, like broken silk still faintly connected, unshakable regardless of how violent the attacks outside became. Even someone as powerful as Xiangdun couldn't help but feel drained by now. Behind him, the gray-robed elder and elder Zhang were pale-faced. After several hours of continuous assault, they too were beginning to feel the strain. As for Lu Bai, he was even worse off. Without healing spirit pills to support him, his Dantian's spiritual energy would have long been exhausted. All those treasures were meant to be mine. His eyes darkened with resentment, clearly filled with hatred. It's already been nearly 5 hours. Why haven't we broken through yet? Could that kid possibly possess legendary law crystals? Xiangdun was also becoming anxious. Law crystals were magical stones extremely rare, because they naturally contained spiritual energy. Legend told of ancient battles between immortals and demons in prehistoric times. Residual energy from those clashes combined with jade-like stones, forming law crystals. Unlike ordinary spiritual energy, which had to undergo complicated inner circulation before it could become usable power, law crystals could be simply refined and absorbed, instantly restoring spiritual energy, several times more convenient than even pills like the reviving pill. These kinds of crystal veins were extremely scarce. Even the 8 great ancient sects didn't necessarily possess any, with a single law crystal often more valuable than even an upper-grade spirit stone. Beiyu ranked relatively low among the 5 eastern realms of Doshing and was correspondingly impoverished in resources. Law crystal veins were treasures never before seen here. Even if he has those legendary law crystals, so what? The power inside them is not naturally his. Absorbing too much will eventually cause the residual energy in the crystals to clash violently with his own, ultimately leading to wild surges in power, or even a complete explosion of the Dantian. Xiangdun coldly snorted, his killing intent growing even fiercer. Surging purple energy filled the feathering hall, everywhere a storm of power. Only 1 hour remains. Xia Yi's expression grew serious. He had originally believed he could last until the next chance to draw an artifact, but he had underestimated the power of these 4 Jindan cultivators. Each of them was a prodigy unmatched by ordinary Jindan cultivators, and it was rare for any fellow cultivator at the same stage to defeat them. Right now, Xiayi didn't have much spirit stone left. Although he was the sect leader, large-scale usage of spirit stones required a valid reason and the approval of more than half of the elders in the Elder Council. Previously, Xiayi had been free to use spirit stones because the pill workshop was something he himself had founded, and all the profit in spirit stones had gone into the inner treasury, without needing approval from the elders. But the mid-grade spirit vein in Mangdang Mountain was different. It belonged to the entire Lingshu sect, and the stones it produced went to the Lingshu treasure vault, not the inner treasury. Now, Xiayi had already consumed nearly 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, an incredibly terrifying number, enough to buy a top-tier treasure artifact. Crack. All the high-grade and mid-grade spirit stones had now been completely depleted. Xiayi was now forced to use low-grade spirit stones, which significantly reduced the speed of energy recharging. The protective barrier surrounding Fengyun City had also weakened as a result, and Zidane seized this opportunity, breaking through in one powerful strike. Xiayi took out the Wind God Fan, Thundercloud, and other offensive artifacts, striving to buy more time with all his strength. But how terrifying was Xiangjunren? Whether it was the Sea of Lightning or the tornado, none of these could inflict any real harm. Your fate has long been decided. Struggling only makes it more painful. Xiangdeng conjured a giant purple hand, which radiated an immense pressure like a mountain, intending to seize Xiayi. At that moment, a yellow cloud flew in from outside, instantly expanding to several acres in size and blocking the strike of the massive purple hand. What kind of treasure is this? Xiangzhen hesitated, but his hands did not stop. On the contrary, his attacks grew even more intense. The acre-sized yellow cloud was torn into countless fragments within no time. Somersault Cloud? Xiayi was stunned. He hadn't expected the somersault cloud to charge forward in this critical moment. Though the cloud had shattered into pieces, it did not dissipate. It reassembled and rushed forward again. But the outcome was still the same. It couldn't withstand long before being torn apart again, breaking into scattered little clouds. Still, the somersault cloud remained fearless, pressing forward courageously. Looking at the battered somersault cloud, Xiayi felt like his heart was bleeding. He nearly wanted to take the lucky pill several times, but he feared that his luck might already be consumed, and once the time arrived, the quality of the drawn artifact might decrease. If, by then, he couldn't deal with Xiangjunren and the other 3, there truly would be no chance left. The somersault cloud's ability to condense itself had become far slower than in the beginning, and the density of the cloud had thinned significantly. Almost there, almost there. Xiayi's heart was filled with urgency. He watched as the somersault cloud shattered again, then reformed again. Die! Xiangdeng roared furiously, and his 9-layered small pagoda released a brilliant ray of light, scattering the yellow clouds in the sky above Fengyun City. The somersault cloud tried to condense once more, but it had already reached its limits. It was now visibly extremely weakened. Time's up. Without hesitation, Xiayi swallowed the lucky pill and took out a new artifact from his 100 treasure bag. Chapter 37. Aladdin's Lamp Without a Genie. Xiayi held in his palm a peculiar-looking copper lamp. It was engraved with swirling cloud patterns and looked extremely ancient. A flicker of green light flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he understood all the information regarding this item before him. Item name: Aladdin's Lamp Without a Genie, Fragment *2. Function: point the lamp at a target person and call their name to transform them into a genie and make them carry out your orders. Note: once the genie completes the tasks assigned by the lamp's owner, they will return to their original form. I thought the Aladdin's lamp I remembered wasn't supposed to work like this. Xiayi felt slightly surprised. Wasn't it supposed to be rubbing the lamp to summon the genie? Why did he have to capture the genie himself? Could it possibly be a fake Aladdin's lamp? But this was not the time for such thoughts. Clutching the lamp tightly, he shouted loudly, Xiangjunren. Immediately, a tremendous suction force erupted from within the lamp, attempting to draw Xiangjunren into it. Xiangjunren felt his body become uncontrollable, turning into something like a cloud drifting into the strange copper lamp. What kind of bizarre artifact is this? Xiangjunren was shocked. This was the first time he encountered such a terrifying artifact, capable of reducing a person to incorporeal essence. The 9-storied pagoda emitted countless purple beams that enveloped his body, resisting that terrifying suction. Yet the mouth of the copper lamp was like a light-devouring black hole, vast and irresistible. Before long, amid extreme shock, Xiangjunren was reduced into a wisp of mist and sucked inside. The remaining 3 people were terrified. Xiangjunren was a powerhouse at the semi-elementary realm. Aside from a few elder experts from ancient sects, he was nearly unmatched across the northern region. And yet, he had just been sucked into a magical artifact. How could they not feel dread in their hearts? For a moment, the 3 hesitated to attack, with even thoughts of retreating forming in their minds. Xiayi felt the copper lamp become heavier in his hand, and a wave of joy rushed through his heart. He rubbed the lamp as he chanted the incantation aloud. Genie, come forth. The mouth of the lamp vibrated, then spewed out a wisp of smoke, which coalesced into the form of Xiangjunren. Only now, he wore a white silk headscarf, a large red gemstone embedded in its center. His figure had become more ethereal compared to before, his legs transformed into a tail like that of a fish, constantly writhing and shifting. Did you call me my master? Xiangjunren bowed respectfully, his manner extremely courteous. How is this possible? The eyes of King Swansea and the other two nearly popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe that such a powerful semi-elementary realm expert had been reduced to a mere puppet. Lu Bai was the first to regain his senses, soaring away on his sword, wanting to flee from the Yuhua Hall. King Swansea soon followed, chasing after him. How mighty was Zhang Zhenren? If Xia Yi truly controlled him, it would be disastrous for them. Go, capture King Swansea, Lu Bai, and the people from Huanin Sect. Xia Yi issued his command. Yes, master. Zhang Zhenren recited an incantation, raised his right hand, and instantly a purple mist surged forth. The cloud of mist expanded to the size of a mu and then ceased spreading, rolling violently, enveloping all three people. Instantly, the three felt as if the boundless fog pressed upon them like 10,000 mountains, making it hard even to breathe. Lu Bai roared lowly, unsheathed his sword, and released a startling emerald light, resembling a rainbow plunging toward the earth, slicing directly into the center. Yet the blow landed softly on the purple fog, exerting no force. Additionally, once his sword pierced the cloud, it became extremely viscous and heavy, making it extremely difficult to wield. The other two also desperately attacked. The gray-robed elder even loudly called out Zhang Zhenren's honorific, attempting to awaken him. However, nothing happened. Half a stick of incense time later, the three were subdued by Zhang Zhenren, had their shoulder bones pierced, and their dantians sealed with spiritual talismans. Leaving the Yuhua Hall, they quickly located Yao Yu and Elder Han. The two were currently guarding the 1,000 illusion sealing demon formation, inside which Wu Chongtian, Mo Lai, and Song Yuanshan, three golden core cultivators, were trapped. She had not delivered a fatal blow, merely trapping them within. After all, Huanin Sect was an orthodox sect. Carrying out the destruction of another sect would easily draw condemnation from other sects. Therefore, their main goal was to capture Xia Yi and the elders of the sect leader lineage, then support Lu Bai in ascending to the sect leader position. As for how Lu Bai would deal with Xia Yi and the three elders later, that would be the internal affair of Ling Su Sect and none of Huanin Sect's concern. Senior Elder Ziyang, why have you delayed for so long? Yao Yu was slightly puzzled because it had already been 5 full hours since the four of them entered the Yuhua Hall. Zhang Zhenren did not reply. Instead, he suddenly conjured forth the 9-story pagoda. A stream of purple light, like the Milky Way turned upside down, surged directly toward Yao Yu and the other. Unprepared, the two were immediately immobilized, unable to move. Then, Xia Yi summoned the 9 heavens golden chain rope and bound Yao Yu tightly. Yao Yu was about to shout in anger, but then noticed Zhang Zhenren's strange state. Her heart shuddered with alarm as she exclaimed, Zhang Zhenren, what happened to you? Zhang Zhenren seemed not to hear her. He bowed respectfully towards Xia Yi and said, Master, the task has been completed. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his body shift from ethereal back to solid form. His odd headscarf vanished, and his fish-like lower body returned to normal. What did you do to me? Zhang Zhenren was both shocked and furious, for he had no memory of what had just occurred, as if there was a missing piece in his mind. Hand over Lijuijing's IAU note, and compensate me with 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and I will let this matter drop. Otherwise die. Saying this, Xia Yi took out the sect leader's sword, Long Yuan's sword. The water-clear blade pressed lightly against Yao Yu's shoulder, radiating a killing intent that sent chills down one's spine. Though the blade itself remained still, its cold edge only inches from her skin. Yao Yu isn't even my granddaughter. How can you threaten me with her life? Zhang Zhenren stepped forward. At that moment, he appeared like a demon god, his aura saturated with deadly intent and immense power that surged through the heavens and earth. His might was terrifying, his presence enough to shake the skies. Xia Yi remained unmoved and scoffed. Stop pretending. This Yao Yu is a direct disciple of the Huanin Sect's sect leader lineage, and she is deeply favored by Supreme Elder Yuyang Daoist. If she dies here at Ling Su Sect, you'll have no place left to stand in Huanin Sect. Zhang Zhenren's face darkened, shifting through emotions. After a moment of internal struggle, he sighed and said, I can give you the IOU note and the 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, but I must take Lu Bai with me. Agreed. Xia Yi nodded. First, step outside Ling Su Sect's territory, and I will release Yao Yu and Lu Bai afterward. I hope Sect leader Xia will keep to the agreement. Zhang Zhenren gave Xia Yi a meaningful look, then transformed into a streak of purple light and vanished into the horizon. Chapter 38. Another use for the lamp. That ancient artifact you used to control the Xian Elder just now. It belongs to the ancient mechanized Taoist sect, right? Truly remarkable. Yao Yu showed no sign of being a captive at all, instead watching Xia Yi with curiosity, as if wondering why he hadn't revealed such a treasure sooner, leading to Ling Shu Sect's division into 2 factions and pointless internal strife. Miss Yao, I think you haven't quite recognized your current position, Xia Yi said coldly. What? Is sect leader Xia really thinking of killing me? Do you think I won't? Xia Yi sneered. What you're relying on is nothing more than Master Yu Yang of the Huin sect. But do you really believe that even if I killed you, Yu Yang would be helpless against me? Then his right hand tightened slightly, and instantly sword chi erupted, leaving a thin red line across the girl's pale, delicate neck, beads of blood seeping from the wound. Yao Yu's face turned pale, and she dared not speak further, because she knew that what Xia Yi had said was no exaggeration. Although the Lingshu sect hadn't produced a Yuanian cultivator in 700 years, they had still remained among the 5 great sects not because of their long history, but because of the mountain protection formation, the Great Sumru reversible 9 palaces Immortal formation. Legend had it that this formation was created by the sect's founder, an ascended celestial lord, though after more than 10,000 years, seas have turned to fields and mountains to dust. The protective formation was now incomplete, retaining less than 1/100th of its former might. Yet even so, it was still formidable. Even a Yuanying elder attempting to attack would leave empty-handed. Without such power, the Lingshu sect would have been carved up long ago by rival sects, leaving not even a scrap behind. Without the betrayal of Qin Xuanzi and his disciple, they wouldn't even have gotten through the gates of Lingshu sect. A prisoner should behave like a prisoner. Hand over all your treasures. Xia Yi tapped the shoulder of Yao Yu with the Long Yuan sword, its killing intent terrifying her so much that she feared madness might suddenly strike. After a thorough search, the loot was quite impressive. There were 3 treasures alone, numerous pills, including 2 precious pills and 10 bottles of spirit pills. As for spiritual stones, there were 1,800 high-grade ones, all of excellent quality, recently mined with no dissipated leachite. This meant the Huin sect likely occupied a high-grade spirit vein. Such a high-grade vein was an extremely rare resource, with only a few existing in the northern region, usually owned only by the 8 ancient sects of Dongshan. You may leave now. Once Xia Yi confirmed that the Xian elder had left the Lingshu sect, he retracted the 9-yang golden rope. Yao Yu hesitated for a moment before asking. According to the agreement, sect leader Xia should release Lu Bai. Of course, Xia Yi nodded. Nearby, Lu Bai rejoiced. There was no place for him in Lingshu sect now anyway. Better to switch sides while he still could. The Huin sect was a top-tier sect in the northern region, rich in cultivation methods and resources. Once he reached the Yuanying stage, he could return for revenge. Pooh! Xia Yi extended his index finger, sending a ray of golden light flying out. Instantly, a thumb-sized hole appeared in Lu Bai's forehead. Blood gushed forth as he screamed, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Yao Yu was both shocked and furious, never expecting Xia Yi to be so merciless. You were focused on demanding Lu Bai be taken away, but never specified he had to be alive, Xia Yi said calmly. Lu Bai was, after all, the legendary sword spirit body, extraordinarily talented, with great potential to reach Yuanying. He was a rare prodigy not just in the northern region, but across the entire Dongshan continent. Releasing him would mean future headaches, possibly even death by his sword. Yao Yu remained silent, fearing this murderous god might keep her here too, and quickly left with Elder Han. After they had gone, Xia Yi hurriedly gathered the scattered golden clouds within the Yuhua Hall. The reforged somersault cloud looked very weak and would need time to rest and recover. Therefore, he placed it in the center of Lingshu sect's spirit vein, hoping to use the abundant leachite to aid its recovery. With Yao Yu and Elder Han gone, the Qianhuan formation quickly fell under the assault of the 3 foundation-forming elders. Inside, elders Mo Lai and Song Yuanshan were disheveled and in disarray, but otherwise uninjured. However, the situation of Elder Yuhan, Elder Wu Chongtian, was grave. Although Xia Yi had given him several rare ancient herbs earlier, their effects were minimal. Already on the verge of death, his cordon had been shattered, and the chaotic formation battle had brought him to the point of dying breath, his soul nearly scattered. I'm already satisfied to have lived this long. Wu Chongtian remained calm about the approaching death. Xia Yi was also helpless. In the current situation, even a treasure pill, or even the legendary Dao pill, couldn't save Wu Chongtian. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled out the lamp, raising his voice toward the nearly dead elder. Wu Chongtian. Instantly, Wu Chongtian shrunk, his body turning misty and getting sucked into the lamp's mouth like swirling fog. Then he rubbed the side of the copper lamp and recited the incantation. Spirit, come out quickly. The lamp mouth trembled slightly, and a thin wisp of smoke drifted out. Just like the Xian elder earlier, Wu Chongtian also wore a white silk scarf, while his lower body twisted like a fish tail. The deathly aura surrounding Wu Chongtian in his spirit form instantly vanished, and he was temporarily out of danger. Were you calling me my master? Wu Chongtian bowed respectfully, showing great reverence, as if he no longer recognized Xia Yi. Xia Yi didn't issue any orders, but instead instructed him to return into the lamp, which was currently the only way he could think of to delay Wu Chongtian's death. To truly save him, Xia Yi could only rely on Doryman's tools. For example, the time balfo cloth could restore him to his state before his cordon shattered, or the restore lamp, which could return his shattered don to a perfect condition, effectively prolonging his life. Although Doryman was a caretaking robot and many of his gadgets were of little practical use, he still possessed many extremely powerful tools. Resurrecting the dead, reversing time, or altering cause and effect were no longer impossible. Patriarch, what shall we do with Qin Xuanzi? Mo Lai asked. Xia Yi frowned slightly. Qin Xuanzi was now the strongest fighter in Lingshu sect. If they executed him, Lingshu sect's combat strength would drop significantly, perhaps even making them unable to handle second-rate sects like the Lihua sect. But if they spared him, no one could predict when he might turn against them. Kill him. Eventually, Xia Yi made the decision. He publicly announced Qin Xuanzi's crimes as the chief law enforcement elder and executed him in front of all the elders and disciples. This was a demonstration of the patriarch's authority. 3 days later, Qin Xuanzi's dantian was sealed and his jindan immobilized, and he was publicly beheaded. The elders and disciples from Qin Xuanzi's faction were all thrown into panic, fearing they might also be purged by Xia Yi. However, Xia Yi didn't escalate the situation further. Lingshu's sect was already severely weakened and couldn't endure any more upheaval. Still, elders from Qin Xuanzi's faction suffered various degrees of suppression and demotion. For instance, Elder Lin Run, the reception elder, was demoted to the general steward of the outer disciples. Being a reception elder was no nominal position. Though it wasn't as powerful as the roles of law enforcement or cultivation transmission, it still carried great importance. Aside from handling external guests, it also oversaw guarding the sect's gates, preventing unauthorized intrusions. That was why Qing Xuanzi had been able to bring the Xian elder in and out of Lingshu's sect so easily. The reception elder had been on his side. The new reception elder would be concurrently held by Song Yuanshan. With only a limited number of Jindan cultivators in Lingshu sect, Xia Yi couldn't immediately find a suitable replacement. Chapter 39, Stepping into Xianyuan. Qing Xuanzi's and Lu Bai's properties were completely confiscated. In total, various grades of spirit stones were valued at 6,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with more than 50 magical artifacts, over 100 cultivation manuals, and numerous pills. 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was a sum that even a nascent soul stage expert would struggle to come up with. Some of these spirit stones had been accumulated by Qing Xuanzi over hundreds of years, while the rest had been provided by the Xianin Palace to assist the master-disciple duo in purchasing sect contribution points, specifically intended for gathering attention towards Xia Yi. However, all the confiscated spirit stones had to be handed over to the sect's treasure vault. Even the sect leader would need the approval of more than half of the elders from the Elder Council if he wanted to access these funds. Now that Xia Yi had eliminated the master and disciple duo, his prestige soared, and few elders would dare oppose the use of the treasury. Yet such authoritarianism was never a good thing. Over time, it would inevitably lead to hidden dangers. Moreover, the Lingsu sect was currently at a stage of rebuilding, and the needs for spirit stones were simply too great. Master Sect Leader, the annual stipends for all the elders have not been fully paid for many years, and the total arrears amount to 2,300 high-grade spirit stones, Song Yuanshan said, pulling out a formal memorandum. Such a huge deficit? Xia Yi was astonished. This figure nearly matched the loan previous sect leader had once borrowed from the Xianin sect. Song Yuanshan responded, the sales of Ling Su sect's major product, the Qingyun boat, have been terrible for years. The sect has long been operating at a loss, with many elders not receiving their stipends for several years already. Considering the large amount of deficit, I suggest that we should cover the arrears for the past 10 years only, which would require 900 high-grade spirit stones. That way, at least we can give the Elders' Council a reasonable explanation. Xia Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. There were 105 foundation-building cultivators in the Lingsu sect, with 89 of them serving as elders. The remaining 10-odd were disciples, possessing extraordinary talent and a much higher probability of forming a core compared to the elders. These disciples were considered potential candidates for the next peak leader and sect leader. Elders usually held important positions in the sect. As elite martial cultivators with noble status, they also received relatively high annual stipends. Each elder in the Lingsu sect earned 2 high-grade spirit stones annually, which ranked near the bottom among the 5 major sects in the northern region, but was still higher than that of most secondary sects. They had only confiscated slightly more than 6,000 high-grade spirit stones from Qing Xuanzi, yet a single item of expense, the arrears and stipends, was almost half of that amount, which Xia Yi found unacceptable. However, failing to reimburse those arrears would surely result in discontent among the majority of elders. Though not outwardly shown, there would be bitterness within. After all, the 6,000 high-grade spirit stones came from a public confiscation. After pondering for a moment, Xia Yi devised a compromise. Let's pay the 10-year back stipends first. Then we will distribute the remaining spirit stones in the form of contribution points. Also, we will open up the scripture pavilion and sell all cultivation techniques at 70% of the original price. This method is feasible. Song Yuanshan nodded. To cultivators, cultivation techniques were an even stronger temptation than pills. Opening the scripture pavilion would allow the issued contribution points to flow back to the sect and prevent a large-scale exchange for spirit stones. Stipends were just one of the expenses they needed to cover. Palace repairs, the maintenance of mountain protective formations, and the procurement of various resources for cultivation. Soon the 6,000 high-grade spirit stones would flow out like water, leaving an even greater deficit, requiring additional funding from the internal treasury. To make Lingsu sect stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 4 major sects, besides having a nascent soul stage expert guarding the sect, fundamental assets were also very important. The current 6,000 spirit stones were clearly insufficient. On the Jinding Peak, inside the Lingsu treasure vault, numerous types of rare and precious materials scattered across the ground, radiating colorful lights and exuding vibrant mists, leaving the eyes dazzled. 5,861 pieces of Qi Lian fire copper, 13,873 units of Wu Tai Jing Jing, 563 Wang Yu herbs, 130 Ziqing pears, 2,500 Ju Fa pills, 8,900 stones of spirit rice. Several outer sect disciples were systematically counting various treasures, while an elder sat beside them, responsible for supervision and documentation. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in purple and gold Taoist robes approached. Upon seeing him, the elder documenting the inventory immediately set aside his brush and stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Elder Wu, what brings you here? Elder Wu glanced through the treasure list briefly before speaking. These rare and precious materials cost the sect leader over 2,000 high-grade spirit stones to purchase. Elder Mo felt uneasy and specially sent me to inspect. You must carefully categorize and place these treasures, without the slightest error. Rest assured, Elder Wu, I have been responsible for guarding the treasure vault for over 80 years, and no incidents have occurred yet. Still, be careful, said Elder Wu, nodding slightly. He then added, by the way, the sect leader wants to improve the welfare of the disciples. A portion of the pills, spirit rice, and other resources have specially been allocated from the treasure vault, and corresponding spirit stones will be granted based on each disciple's rank. This is a good thing. Fanding smiled. After so many years of decline, Ling Su sect had finally produced a generous sect leader. As the treasury elder, he was specifically responsible for overseeing the treasure vault, a powerful and influential position that only members of the sect leader's lineage could hold. Despite that, even his annual stipend had not been fully paid for 5 years. However, as the treasury elder, he had many sources of income and didn't really care about that small amount of spirit stones. As for these disciple benefits, don't touch the fua of the core disciples. Reduce the inner disciples' shares by 1/3 and the outer disciples by 2/3. The surplus will follow the old rules, Elder Wu said indifferently. Fanding hesitated slightly before saying, if we want to do this discreetly, we'll need to involve the elder in charge of the outer disciples. The current outer elder is Ling Xiao, at Foundation Building middle stage. He seems quite upright on the surface, never showing favor to any particular faction. I'll approach him first to test his reaction and try to win him over. The Ling Su sect currently had 7 core disciples, 285 inner disciples, and 3,500 outer disciples. Though the benefits granted to the outer disciples were small, due to their sheer numbers, the resources they consumed accounted for half of the total. Take care of Ling Xiao. Remember, be discreet and don't let Elders Mo and Song find out. With that, he floated away. After seeing off Elder Wu, Fan Ding didn't rush. He waited until all the rare treasures were fully inventoried before leaving Jin Ding Peak. After flying for a short while, he arrived at a palace, pausing before a grand building inscribed with 3 large characters, Ta Xian Yuan. These characters meant, once you crossed the threshold of this mansion, you had entered the Immortal Dao. Though grand and imposing in appearance, it was indeed merely an introductory academy of Ling Su sect, a place where outer disciples underwent their entrance examinations. In the plaza before the Ta Xian Yuan, a large number of young men and women stood gathered. Dressed in colorful garments, they exuded vitality, clearly all possessed Lingun and had come here to seek discipleship. As one of the 5 major sects in the northern region and a top-tier sect in the Dongxing continent, Ling Su sect governed an expansive territory. Even a single nation like Shiliang had a population of 50 to 60 million, and there were many smaller countries with populations of millions. The aristocratic families, nobles, and royal houses within these lands were countless, each one eager to join the sect. Even becoming an outer disciple could serve as future leverage and allow them to learn supreme cultivation techniques. Thus, every year and every month, many came here for the disciple selection tests. Chapter 40, The Web of Relationships. Greetings, Elder Fan. Greetings, Elder Fan. All the way, disciples kept bowing respectfully, but Fan Ding ignored them. Upon entering the Tassian courtyard, he arrived at the place where outer sect elders handled their duties. Elder Fan, what brings you here? Ling Xiao asked in slight surprise. The Tassian courtyard was located at the outskirts of the Ling Su sect, and it was rare for elders of the sect to visit. Fan Ding laughed heartily. Brother Ling has served as an outer sect elder for over 60 years now, managing 3,000 outer sect disciples in an orderly fashion. You truly deserve great credit. Not at all, not at all. It's no great hardship. I am merely serving the sect. Frankly speaking, given your cultivation and contributions to the sect, being just a small outer sect elder is a waste of your talents. Ling Xiao gave a bitter smile. My talent is limited. Reaching the foundation building middle stage was already fortunate. Advancing further seems almost impossible. How could I dream of climbing any higher? Fan Ding sat down, took a sip of tea, and said casually, well, here is an opportunity. If you seize it, Brother Ling, becoming an inner sect elder in the future will not be difficult. Outer sect elders were responsible for supervising all the outer sect disciples. Though they seemed powerful and imposing, in reality it was a thankless job with little actual authority. Outer sect disciples generally possessed low cultivation abilities, usually at the chi condensation middle or lower stage, and most of them had mixed spiritual roots, making it practically impossible for them to reach the foundation building stage. To the Ling Su sect, outer sect disciples were nothing more than temporary workers. They performed laborious tasks such as planting spirit rice, mining crystals, tending medicinal fields, and raising spirit beasts, requiring very few resources from the sect. Inner sect disciples were different. They were talented and had a much higher chance of reaching foundation building, representing the future hope of the sect. Therefore, the position of outer sect elder was not as important as that of an inner sect elder. After hearing Fan Ding's conditions, Ling Xiao hesitated. According to regulations, the spiritual cultivation resources issued by the sect leader should be used for designated purposes. Regulations? But aren't regulations made by people? Fan Ding put down his tea. Seeing Ling Xiao remain silent, he added, this is also what Elder Wu wants. Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. Elder Wu belonged to the sect leader's lineage, possessing the strength of late foundation building cultivation. Recently, Elder Qing Xian, who had been the law enforcement elder, had been punished, and his followers were suppressed, causing a lack of high-level martial power in the Ling Su sect. Thus, Elder Wu's status was rising, second only to the Juwei Jindan elders. Seeing that the other party was beginning to show interest, Fan Ding added fuel to the fire. Turn all these resources into spirit stones as soon as possible. Once converted, you keep 2 tenths and give me the rest. The rest is my concern. Ling Xiao had never encountered such a situation before. Feeling uneasy, he quietly replied, as for my share, forget it. Fan Ding shook his head, showing displeasure. Brother Ling, you must think of the bigger picture. If you don't take it, how can I take it? And if I don't take it, how can Elder Wu benefit? Without Elder Wu, how can you and I make progress? Seeing that Ling Xiao seemed to grasp the idea, Fan continued instructing him. In a sect, you can't just focus on your cultivation. You must understand these relationships and get yourself involved in them. From the outer sect to the inner sect, from disciples to elders, it's like a vast web. Those who know how to weave threads are on the web. Those who can't only fall to the ground, never having any chance to rise again. Brother Ling, allow me to congratulate you. From today onward, you're already on this web. In the outer mountain range, Block CU. These are the cultivation resources issued to you all by the sect leader. An indigo-robed steward stood in the center of the square, directing several attendants to distribute the treasures. 3 vials of Baichao liquid, 5 Jufa pills, 10 talismans, 30 measures of spirit rice, and 150 low-grade spirit stones. When did the sect become so generous? Yanhao was somewhat taken aback. He was an outer sect disciple who had entered the sect 6 years ago. Normally, he could only obtain spiritual cultivation resources by completing sect tasks and exchanging the acquired contribution points for spirit stones or other items. This was the first time he had personally received cultivation resources without having to work for them. After returning to his quarters, he eagerly took out a small jade vial. It was less than 2 inches tall, with a circular base just an inch in diameter. The liquid inside was limited. The liquid was emerald green, giving off a distinctive herbal fragrance. It was the essence extracted from hundreds of medicinal herbs, capable of strengthening the physical body and quickly consolidating spiritual energy, saving cultivators a great deal of time and effort. Normally, he would have had to plant spirit rice for 2 or 3 months to earn enough contribution points to exchange for a single vial of Baichao liquid. 10 days of closed cultivation later, Yanhao had finally absorbed the entire vial of medicine, his spiritual energy now much more potent. Just as he was about to go outside, he suddenly saw his good friend Li Mingqing sneaking up. Come on, let's go check the Taxian courtyard for some suitable tasks. Yanhao pulled his friend toward the door. Not in a hurry. Li Mingqing replied mysteriously. Do you know how many cultivation resources Ling Yun received? Yanhao frowned slightly. Ling Yun is an outer sect disciple just like us. Could it be that the cultivation resources given to him were different? Of course they were different. Li Mingqing replied bitterly. Ling Yun received separately issued spiritual resources. Just in low-grade spirit stones alone, he got 450. The Baichao liquid, Jufa pills, and talismans he received were much more than ours. How did you find out about this? Yanhao asked, surprised. One of my clansmen is a menial worker in the Sanyang Hall. He saw everything by accident while hiding behind a statue during cleaning. Besides, Su Wei, Cheng Gang, Yu Xiaohong, and others have entered and exited the Sanyang Hall one after another. Ling Yun is a clansman of Elder Ling Xiao, the outer sect elder. Su Wei, Cheng Gang, and others have various degrees of background influence. Perhaps because of this, they were given more resources. Yanhao was somewhat dismissive. Though the Immortal sect appeared lofty and detached from the mundane, in truth its inner corruption surpassed even the dirtiest corners of worldly bureaucracy. Li Mingqing lowered his voice. At first, I thought the same thing too. However, a few days ago, I went to several cultivation markets in the outside world to buy a certain special medicinal herb, and I discovered that a large number of Baichao liquids had suddenly appeared on the market. The quality was identical to what we received, and the quantity was staggering. You're saying someone is selling the cultivation resources that should belong to us? Yanhao inhaled sharply. I specially bought a bottle of the Baichao liquid. It was priced much lower than usual. Take a look. Li Mingqing took out a small jade vial from his robes. Yanhao opened it and took a sniff. The medicinal fragrance was exactly the same as the vial he himself had taken. They were clearly produced from the same batch. How could they dare to do this? Holding the small vial, Yanhao appeared almost disbelieving. After all, the number of outer sect disciples at Ling Su sect reached over 3,000. Even if only one bottle were embezzled per disciple, that would amount to over 3,000 vials. Not to mention the Jufa pills, talismans, and spirit stones involved. Elder Ling Xiao must be deeply involved in this resource trafficking, but considering how massive this treasure shipment is, there must be influential figures behind it all. Li Mingqing patted Yanhao's shoulder with a sigh. We outer sect disciples are at the very bottom of the sect. When things like this happen, we don't even have anywhere to appeal. Your talent and constitution are far superior to mine. Focus on your cultivation instead. Strive to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Paper that allows free entry and exit. In the center of the Taxian courtyard stood the arena for magical dueling. Ling Yun, you're despicable. In the outer sect competition, the use of magical artifacts, pills, or talismans is strictly forbidden. Yet you dared to use the mid-grade magical artifact, Ice Soul Sword. I won't accept this. If this match had been under fair rules, there's no way you could have defeated me. Yanhao spat blood, his entire body covered in frost and snow, clearly having suffered serious injuries. Ling Yun sneered. You think you're such a great fighter? So what if you are? In the path of cultivation, strength isn't everything. You need power and background. Who exactly are you? You act so arrogantly, disregarding the rules of Ling Su completely. I will report you to the elders above. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Yanhao shot back with fierce eyes. Report me? Huh. The Arbiter and the outer sect elders are all on my side. You insignificant little brat. What makes you think you can challenge me? With a mocking laugh, Ling Yun suddenly moved. He raised the Ice Soul sword, his body merging with it. In a flash as brilliant as starlight, he shot forward like lightning, appearing before Yan Hao in an instant. Yan Hao barely had time to react. He quickly summoned a jade green orb. A brilliant light erupted, enclosing his body within a protective barrier. This orb had been carved from a piece of rare and precious jade, and it carried considerable defensive power. But the orb was merely a top-grade spell-forged weapon. Ling Yun's sword chi easily shattered through the jade light, slicing the orb into pieces. Then, Ling Yun took out a black nail no more than an inch long. He whispered a spell, and instantly it transformed into a thin black line, speeding straight toward Yan Hao. Yan Hao had no chance to dodge. The black line pierced through his lower abdomen. Blood gushed out, his vision turned black, and his consciousness slowly faded away as he collapsed onto the ground. An elder flew onto the stage, briefly examined the unconscious Yan Hao, and then announced, "Contestant 39, Yan Hao has fainted but is otherwise unharmed." Contestant 5 Ling Yun's actions were in accordance with the rules. He wins this match. In the mountains of the outer sect, in the CIU district, Yan Hao slowly opened his eyes, his entire body feeling as if it had been torn apart by 1,000 blades, pain radiating from every part. "Brother, you're finally awake," Li Mingcheng exclaimed joyfully from beside him. Cough cough. Has the outer sect competition ended? Yan Hao struggled to rise from his bed. Yes, Ling Yun won first place in this year's competition and has been rewarded with a supreme-grade magical artifact by the sect. A supreme-grade magical artifact? In past years, only low-grade artifacts were given. The sect must be especially generous this year. Yan Hao's expression hardened. This matter isn't over yet. I refuse to believe that all the elders above are on Ling Yun's side. Li Mingcheng sighed and advised. Yan, you can't fight them. Worse, your Dantian was damaged during that fight. It won't just hinder your cultivation breakthrough. It'll be difficult enough just to maintain your current level. Yan Hao's face darkened. He focused his cultivation energy and quickly sensed a hole in his Dantian. The spiritual power stored inside was slowly leaking out. Though the leakage wasn't fast, it exceeded the rate at which he could replenish it. This meant that even if Yan Hao continued cultivating without pause, his cultivation base would slowly erode, ultimately reducing him to an ordinary person. Li Mingcheng patted his shoulder and said, "Cultivation is ruthless. We disciples without powerful backgrounds can only survive in the cracks between greater forces. Since things have come to this point, Yan, you should return to the mortal world before your cultivation base falls too far. Even if you eventually become an ordinary man, at least you'll live the rest of your life in peace." Yan Hao didn't speak. His face was grim, his thoughts unclear. Inside Yuhua Hall, Xia Yi held a brush and was painting a landscape on a sheet of paper white as fresh snow. In no time, an ink painting of mountains and rivers was complete. He touched the paper gently, and to his surprise, the surface rippled like water. Then he extended his fingers into it without meeting any resistance. Soon after, his entire body merged into the paper. The moment he entered, a surge of brightness filled his vision. The sky above was a crystal clear blue, like a giant mirror, unstained by a trace of dust. This was another world entirely. A vivid and beautiful world. The mountains were charming, the scenes poetic. Thin mist curled around the peaks, green vines coiled around ancient trees, streams gurgled over smooth stones and meandered around towering trunks. Everything was serene and natural. Xia Yi tasted the stream water and found it not an illusion but real. He bent down and pulled out a blade of grass. With a gentle pinch, emerald juice seeped out, carrying a refreshing fragrance of green plants. It's actually real. He was deeply shocked. This was nothing short of a divine act of creation, a miracle bordering on heaven-defying. This enchanted paper was called the paper that allows free entry and exit. The user could draw various landscapes upon it, and then enter the depicted world. The paper world was about 1,000 mu in area. All the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees within had been crafted with astonishing realism. From what Xia Yi knew, there were many top-grade arrays in the cultivation world that could generate pocket realms. But everything inside was merely an illusion formed from energy. It wasn't real. To create something out of nothing was a feat belonging only to immortals. He couldn't help but marvel at how unbelievably powerful Doraemon's tools truly were. A single unremarkable item like this could create such a vivid, realistic space. If the more advanced spatial tools existed, perhaps they could even manifest a complete little world. "Yukiko, draw a sun above my head," Xia Yi shouted toward the outside of the painting. "Yes." Yukiko received the command and immediately picked up her brush. With only a few strokes, she completed the task. Inside the paper world, Xia Yi instantly felt a wave of warmth. Looking up, he saw a massive burning fireball hanging in the sky. He flew upward, wanting to see what exactly this suddenly appearing sun was made of. The world within the paper wasn't large. Naturally, the sun above couldn't be too far away. Before long, Xia Yi reached where the sun was suspended. Before his eyes was a giant fireball, about 100 meters in diameter, wildly spewing flames in all directions. Then he asked Yukiko to add the moon and stars. The moon was a sphere a third smaller than the sun, resembling a cold piece of jade carefully carved, radiating a cool, silvery glow. As for the stars, they were 5-pointed stars 2 meters in diameter, shining with brilliant white light. After some experimentation, he discovered that not everything could be drawn. The paper that allows free entry and exit had great limitations. It could only depict various kinds of scenery, Anything unrelated to landscapes couldn't be brought into existence upon it. Xia had once attempted to paint a grand palace, but soon after completing the stroke, it disappeared. Secondly, he couldn't draw any living beings. Even birds, beasts, fish, or insects in the forests and trees were impossible. Though this item was called the paper that allows free entry and exit, its access was limited strictly to the user. If others entered without the proper password, they couldn't leave unless they destroyed the entire space. Though this piece of paper seemed thin and fragile now, even a grand cultivator like Ziyang True Man would find it difficult to escape once inside, unless he exploded his own golden core and shattered the entire space. This isn't just a simplified version of the legendary Heaven and Earth altering scroll. Xia suddenly thought of the mythical supreme treasure. It could also simulate a real world, and just like that ancient treasure, it could trap people inside. Chapter 42, Time Flow Rate. Xia stepped out of the world within the landscape painting and prepared to put the artwork away temporarily. Undoubtedly, the paper that allows free entry and exit was an extremely promising artifact. However, correspondingly, the cost was also quite staggering. Earlier, painting the landscape and creating the stars across the heavens had consumed a large amount of spirit stones. The system was extremely ruthless. One high-grade spirit stone could only provide 0.824% charge. Now, Lingshu's sect was in the process of rebuilding, having long since spent the 6,000 high-grade spirit stones seized from Qingxuanzi. There were still many unresolved issues left. For example, the restoration of the Grand Momotaro Reverse and Forward 9 Palace Immortal Formation, the Protective Mountain Formation. This array had not been seriously repaired or maintained in over 100 years due to long-term neglect. The reason was none other than the fact that Lingshu's sect was simply too poor. Even the elders' salaries couldn't be fully paid, so there was no spare capacity to repair the formation. Although the Grand Momotaro Reverse and Forward 9 Palace Immortal Formation was only a fragment of the original, with just one corner intact, it could still stop a nascent soul cultivator when activated to its fullest potential, an ability no other second-tier sect in the northern region could achieve. Precisely because of this, Lingshu had risen to the lowest rank among the 5 great sects. However, Xia had inspected the formation a few days ago and found it full of holes. It couldn't even hold against a purple Sundun run, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. He felt a chill down his spine. Luckily, Lingshu's famous protective mountain formation had deterred the Ziyangin and the Yin sect behind him. Otherwise, Lingshu might have already been destroyed. Therefore, to restore the formation's power, Xia personally allocated 2,000 high-grade spirit stones from the sect's treasure vault and an additional 1,000 from the inner treasury, all spent solely on repairing the formation. However, these 3,000 high-grade spirit stones were far from enough. The materials required for the repair were numerous and bizarre, such as Bloodjiao stone, Yang Mountain red copper, Yoming soil, Odi water essence, etc. None of these were easy to find heavenly treasures. Bloodjiao stone alone cost 300 high-grade spirit stones. In addition, these treasures needed to be refined and used to repair the broken flagpoles and banners within the formation. The most troublesome were the nearly vanished prohibitions that needed to be redrawn according to secret techniques. Xia estimated that, at minimum, restoring just this one corner of the ruined array would require 10,000 spirit stones and take over 10 years. Master, just now I observed your trajectory and discovered that the time flow rate within the paper world differs from the outside. It has a time difference, Xingzhu suddenly said. A time difference? Xia was taken aback. He hadn't actually noticed this point at all. Happiness nodded. The time within the landscape painting flows slightly faster, at a ratio of 1.2358 to 1. It's probably because the painted world is an independent space less affected by the outside world, causing the phenomenon of differing time flow rates, Xia speculated. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. The fact that time in the painted world flows faster meant that cultivation within would be significantly accelerated. Unfortunately, a time acceleration of around 1.2 wasn't very meaningful. Dong, dong, dong. As Xia was pondering the time flow rate, he suddenly heard deep, heavy drum beats from outside. This is the drum of petitions. His expression changed. Located on one side of Tianxing platform, the drum of petitions required the sect leader's personal attendance unless he was in seclusion, no matter who was petitioning. Moreover, Lingshu's criminal law stipulated that anyone who beat the drum, regardless of whether they were truly wronged, would receive 100 lashes afterward. Anyone making a false accusation would face immediate execution, with their soul shattered. Therefore, whenever the drum of petitions sounded, a major incident was certain. Yinhao, how dare you strike the drum of petitions? Don't you want to live anymore? Come down at once. Elder Ling Xiao, having heard the drum, hurried over as well. Seeing Yan Hao on the Tianxing platform, he was greatly startled. Yan Hao was an outer sect disciple under his jurisdiction. Regardless of the outcome, he himself would definitely not escape responsibility. Moreover, he had recently allied with Elder Wu, and many of his actions couldn't stand the light of scrutiny. Elderling, you arrived just in time. I have a few things I'd like to ask the sect leader about. Yan Hao put down the drumstick and laughed coldly. I think you've succumbed to martial madness, your soul muddled, acting so shockingly. Now step down. Ling Xiao's tone was icy. He raised a small flag and a swirl of yellow smoke surged out, fast as a shooting star, soaring skyward and transforming into a giant hand, reaching toward Yan Hao on the Tianxing platform. At that moment, a clear, cold sword light instantaneously arrived from afar, slicing the yellow hand, larger than a millstone, into pieces that vanished without a trace. Ling Xiao, you're an elder of Lingshu Sect. How could you forget the basic sect rules? A burst of radiant light flashed through the air, a divino descending onto the Tianxing platform. As the glow receded, Xia Yi's figure appeared. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. All the disciples and elders present bowed respectfully. Why did you not report your grievance to the senior enforcers or elders, but instead beat the drum of petitions? Xia Yi asked. Yan Hao knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. Report to sect leader. I am an outer sect disciple, and I accuse Elder Ling Xiao, who oversees the outer sect. Therefore, having no other choice, I came here to beat the drum of petitions. I beg the sect leader to uphold justice. Ling Xiao's expression changed. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Sect leader, please do not listen to this disciple's nonsense. This person has always. Before he could finish, Xia Yi raised his hand to interrupt and said, Elder Ling, don't rush yet. Let him finish speaking. If what he says is false, this sect leader will personally execute him and restore justice for you. Ling Xiao could only retreat in embarrassment and dared not speak further. Sect leader, Yan Hao shouted loudly. In the outer sect competition, Ling Xiao allowed his clansman Ling Yun to use a spirit artifact and obtained first place in this competition. Allowing one's disciple to cheat and abusing authority for personal gain is already a grave offense. Ling Xiao, do you plead guilty? Xia Yi said coldly. Ling Xiao's expression darkened and lightened alternately. After hesitating momentarily, he did not defend himself but knelt and said, Guilty. You are hereby stripped of your position as an outer sect elder and will be imprisoned in the Wind Cave for 3 years. Do you accept the punishment? Xia Yi said in a neutral tone. Hearing the words, Wind Cave, Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly, but he still replied. Understood, sect leader. I accept. The Wind Cave was a place where Lingshu Sect imprisoned guilty disciples and elders. Located in an extremely location, the cave was bitterly cold year-round, with icy winds constantly blowing, often freezing those imprisoned there to death, their bodies turning into ice statues. Yan Hao, any objections to this punishment? Yan Hao kowtowed and replied. The sect leader's judgment is fair. This disciple accepts it willingly. However, Ling Xiao's crimes are not limited to this alone. Oh, then state all the other charges together. Ling Xiao sold the cultivation resources that were supposed to be distributed to the outer sect disciples. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Ling Xiao's face turned pale. He roared furiously. Yan Hao, I understand your resentment toward me over the outer sect competition, but how could you fabricate facts and falsely accuse others out of spite? Then, turning to Xia Yi, he clasped his hands and continued. Sect leader, Yan Hao is narrow-minded and intentionally slandering me. I beg the sect leader to execute this person immediately. Chapter 43, The Truth Pill. Senior Ling, there's no need to deny it just yet. If there's truly no such matter, this sect leader will naturally clear your name. Xia Yi waved his hand and then turned to speak. Yan Hao, as an outer disciple, how much of the resources recently distributed by the sect did you receive a few days ago? Yan Hao hurriedly replied. 3 bottles of Baichao liquid, 5 Ju Fa pills, 10 second-grade talismans, 30 dough of spiritual rice, and 150 low-grade spirit stones. Where is Elder Si Bao? Xia Yi asked in a deep tone. Fan Ding was startled and quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. What are your orders, sect leader? You are in charge of the treasure vault. When the sect originally distributed cultivation resources, how much did you allocate to the outer disciples? Report to the sect leader. I distributed them exactly as you instructed. Therefore, there are records for the transfer of all treasures and spirit stones, Fan Ding replied. Xia Yi spoke indifferently. The portion I originally assigned to the outer disciples was 3 times what Yan Hao just mentioned. Senior Ling, since you oversee the outer disciples, do you have anything to say? Reporting to the sect leader, the large amount of resources distributed by the sect recently is indeed good news. However, since the outer disciples possess low cultivation abilities, if distributed all at once, it would surely lead to robberies, gambling fights, and similar behaviors. Therefore, I took the liberty to issue only 1/3 initially and will distribute another portion after 3 months, with everything completed within half a year, thus avoiding chaos within the outer sect, Ling Xiao respectfully explained. It does sound reasonable, Xia Yi mused while stroking his chin. Sect leader, please don't believe Elder Ling's nonsense. Yan Hao interjected. Yan Hao took out a jade vial and shouted. Recently, a large amount of Baichao liquid and Ju Fa Dan, along with various talismans matching our sect's craftsmanship and quality, have flooded the markets outside. This proves clearly that Ling Xiao has been selling off most of the outer disciples' allocated cultivation resources. Xia Yi accepted the jade vial and smelled it. Confirming it was indeed produced by their sect, he coldly stated, Ling Xiao, now bring forth the remaining cultivation resources allocated for the outer disciples. If they are exactly as stated, I will execute Yan Hao on the spot and clear your name immediately. Ling Xiao immediately turned deathly pale, sweat pouring from his forehead. All the withheld treasures had already been handed over to Elder Fan Ding, so where could he now produce them? It seems Yan Hao's claims are true. Xia Yi's face hardened. He had long known that the elders and supervisors within the sect had various gray incomes, partly due to Ling Su's poverty and the inability to pay annual salaries for years. Thus, after confiscating the estate of the Grand Elder, the first thing he did was issue the overdue annual salaries. Never did he imagine that even with this, someone would still dare to embezzle, and on such a grand scale. Ling Xiao, as an outer sect elder, Where did you get the audacity to embezzle so many treasures? Do you have backing from someone else? Confess everything, and perhaps I may lessen your punishment and spare your life. The outer disciples of Ling Su numbered between 3,000 and 4,000, a massive amount requiring the distribution of resources worth 800 high-grade spirit stones. Xiaoyi couldn't believe that a mere outer sect elder would dare to embezzle so many spirit stones. Ling Xiao felt a glimmer of hope arise. According to sect rules, given the number of spirit stones he had embezzled, he was definitely liable for the sword punishment, being pierced by flying swords and sliced into pieces, a terribly gruesome fate. However, glancing sideways at Elder Wu seated below, his heart sank instantly. The entire affair of withholding resources had only involved him and Elder Fan Ding from beginning to end. Elder Wu was a neutral figure who had not participated in anything, so even if he confessed, it would be hard to implicate Wu. At that point, even if he managed to survive, his life wouldn't last long, and his family would be investigated and punished. It would be better to insist it was all his own doing. At the very least, it wouldn't endanger his family. Reporting to the sect leader, everything here was solely my own action, and no one else instructed me. Seeing that Ling Xiao refused to admit anyone else's involvement, Xia Yi turned to the elders seated below and said, regarding the matter of withholding sect resources, among you elders present, who has participated in it? If you come forward and confess voluntarily, your punishment can be lenient. If you persist in denial, then don't blame me for acting strictly according to Ling Su sect regulations. The elders below remained silent, with none stepping forward. Finally, Mo Lai spoke up, sect leader, hand Ling Xiao over to me. I guarantee he will speak. Upon hearing these words, Fan Ding's face turned ashen, nearly losing his footing. After all, Mo Lai excelled in fire-based techniques, and some of his secret arts could cause unimaginable torment on both physical bodies and souls. Ling Xiao was merely a foundation-building cultivator. He wouldn't last long under such torture. All the resources withheld were actually sold entirely by Fan Ding himself, so his guilt was even more severe than Ling Xiao's. If the sect leader really followed sect regulations to carry out punishment, he would not only be executed, but would die a very pitiful death. Since it's death anyway, better to kill Ling Xiao and commit suicide. It's better than enduring the torment. Fan Ding's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. As long as he and Ling Xiao died, this matter would end there, and Elder Wu would likely treat his descendants with kindness out of appreciation for his contribution. Just as he was about to make his move, Xia Yi stepped forward, intentionally or not, shielding Ling Xiao from behind, saying, "There's no need for Elder Mo to intervene." Then he took out a red pill, sweeping his gaze across the elders below, indifferently stating, "This pill is called the truth pill. Whoever consumes it will speak their mind." When Fan Ding heard this, his face turned ashen. He had not the slightest doubt about the pill in the sect leader's hand. After all, this new sect leader possessed the inheritance of the ancient mechanism Tao, and anything strange or unusual, a rare artifact or pill, would not be surprising coming from him. Ling Xiao, take it yourself. With a flick of Xia Yi's hand, the red pill floated forward and hovered before Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao's face was ashen. At this moment, he was locked under the sect leader's oppressive aura. Even ending his life was beyond his power. He had no choice but to extend his hand, accept the pill, and swallow it. Who else participated in withholding the sect's resources besides yourself? Xia Yi asked. Elder Si Bao, Fan Ding. Ling Xiao blurted out involuntarily. Hearing this, Fan Ding collapsed onto the floor. Other than Fan Ding, was there anyone else? Wu Sheng, Elder Wu. As these words left his mouth, the expressions of the elders present changed dramatically. Wu Sheng was, after all, the junior disciple of the former sect leader Li Shuijing, holding a position of great importance within Ling Su sect. Even the several Golden Core elders gave him a measure of respect. Nonsense. Wu Sheng stood up, appearing very calm as he said, "Report to the sect leader, I have not participated in this trafficking of resources. It must be someone beneath me misusing my name for their misconduct. I beg the sect leader to make a wise judgment." Fan Ding, you tell me, did Elder Wu take part in this? Xia Yi turned and asked. No, he didn't. Fan Ding denied vehemently. At this moment, Mo Lai stepped forward, bowing his hands and saying, "Sect leader, this matter has now been settled. Elder Fan Ding conspired with outer sect Elder Ling Xiao, withholding and selling the outer sect's resources. According to sect rules, they should receive the sword or needle punishment. However, considering their past contributions, we may execute them directly. No need to rush, this matter is far from over yet." Xia Yi pointed at a disciple below and said, "Sun Jun, I remember you're an inner sect disciple. 7 days ago, how much cultivation resource did you distribute?" Chapter 44 Wu Sheng's Confession. This. Sun Jun was startled and instinctively glanced at Elder Wu beside him, unsure how to speak. Elder Wu had been in charge of the inner sect for 60 years and was greatly feared within Lingxiu. If he said something wrong, he might not even know how he would die. "Speak quickly." Xia Yi's expression turned solemn, and the authority of the sect leader filled the room. 1 3-stripe clear chi pill, 10 rejuvenation pills, 10 blood chi pills, 15 dan of spirit rice, and 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Sun Jin stuttered out the list. The numbers still don't add up. "Elder Wu, how do you explain this?" "Not the same excuse as Elder Ling, I hope," Xia Yi said meaningfully. Elder Wu calmly replied, "Sect leader, I did not deliberately withhold resources from the inner sect. Many sect artifacts have been damaged and need repair or replacement. Take the pill furnaces for example. Those from before had developed cracks, making them prone to explosion and a serious safety hazard. The disciples had to go to the markets outside the sect to find specialized pill-making chambers, wasting time and effort, and their pill-making skills improved slowly as well. Therefore, I thought it best to sell off a small portion of the resources first to purchase new pill furnaces and fu brushes, then compensate the disciples later when the sect's finances improve. What a great excuse. Xiaoyi sighed and then descended from the Tianqing platform, walking up to Elder Wu. He took out a red pill and smiled. Elder Wu, swallow this honesty pill, and your suspicion will be cleared. Wu Sheng's face changed color. Does the sect leader not trust me? It's not that I distrust you, but others, disciples and elders alike, might suspect otherwise. You are the late sect leader's disciple. Even I must call you senior brother. If we let it slide like this, won't others accuse me of favoritism? A cultivator may be killed, but must not be humiliated. Wu Sheng's face bore anger. It's just a pill. If you're truly innocent, I will even promote you to treasury elder. How about that? Xiaoyi held the red pill and smiled. The treasury elder position was no small matter. It controlled the entire financial affairs of Lingshu sect, in no way inferior to elders responsible for law enforcement or teachings. My dignity can suffer damage, but the late sect leader's reputation must not be tarnished. I will not take the pill. Kill or punish me however you wish. Wu Sheng snorted coldly, wearing a look of rather die than submit. If you refuse, that will be the greatest disgrace to the late sect leader. Xiaoyi stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and immediately released an immense and boundless aura. Wu Sheng instantly felt a heavy pressure upon him, as if a great mountain was slowly descending upon him. His entire body bore the endless weight, and he could not move at all. He had yet to form a golden core, only reaching the peak of foundation building. Facing Xiaoyi, who had reached the Tian Dao foundation stage, he was completely helpless. So he could only watch helplessly as his mouth involuntarily opened and swallowed the pill that flew toward him. Kh. After swallowing it, Wu Sheng felt the pressure immediately vanish and he retook control of his body. He tried to spit the pill out, but it was too late. The pill had already dissolved upon entering his stomach, and the effect had begun. Wu Sheng, have you been involved in the trafficking of sect resources? Xiaoyi demanded sharply. Wu Sheng's face twisted. He wanted to scream the word, no, with all his strength, but couldn't utter it at all. His voice simply would not come. Speak. Yes. Though Wu Sheng struggled desperately, the truth escaped his lips unwillingly. Murmurs rippled through the crowd of disciples and elders. Who would have thought that Wu Sheng, son of the late sect leader, was truly implicated in this embezzlement? You must now tell us the entire matter, from beginning to end, in front of all the elders and disciples, Xiaoyi ordered. Wu Sheng turned red in the face, his forehead bulging with veins, eyes bloodshot, desperately resisting the pill's effects, but it was useless. After a few breaths of time, he confessed everything about the embezzlement. 500 top-grade spirit stones. Wu Sheng, you certainly had the nerve to do it. After hearing everything, Xiaoyi sighed. That amount of spirit stones was equivalent to 2 years' worth of Lingshu sect's annual revenue in past years. Reform in Lingshu sect was now pressing and urgent. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth they earned, it would only enrich parasites like Wu Sheng. So he fetched a stool and sat down, holding the red pill, and announced, I will ask just one last time. Who else among you has touched that 60,000 top-grade spirit stones? Admit now, and punishment will be lighter. If discovered later by me, don't expect mercy. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. If even Wu Sheng, who had reached the peak of foundation building, couldn't resist the effects of that red pill, how could they? Finally, one gray-robed elder cracked under pressure and fell to his knees on the ground. I am guilty. I am guilty. I am guilty. One by one, elders and officials knelt down in succession. 8 elders, 15 directors. Xiaoyi's expression betrayed neither joy nor anger as he spoke indifferently. Immortal, now that you are in charge of punishment, what do you think should be done with them? With Qing Xuanzi's death, the position of transmission elder remained vacant. Immortal was the elder with the highest cultivation base apart from Wu Chongtian, so it was natural for him to be appointed as the punishment elder. Immortal hesitated for a moment before saying, their crimes are grave, and according to the sect's laws, they deserve the blade's punishment. However, now that Lingshu is surrounded by enemies on all sides, if we execute them all, Lingshu will inevitably suffer a great loss. Especially Wu Sheng, who has already reached the peak of foundation building. His golden core formation is certain within 5 years. Perhaps we should allow them to atone for their crimes through meritorious deeds. Song Yuanshan, what about you? Song Yuanshan paused briefly and said, Elder Mo makes sense. With the death of Qing Xuanzi and his disciple, our sect's combat power has greatly diminished, even falling below some second-tier factions in the northern region. Although Wu Sheng and the rest have committed serious offenses, it's better to make use of their faults rather than their merits. I suggest leniency in punishment. Master Zhou, what do you say? This humble Taoist agrees with elders Mo and Song. One by one, Xiaoyi called upon the elders, and most of them believed that Wu Sheng and others did not deserve death and should be punished leniently. Seeing so many elders pleading for mercy, many of whom were golden core elders, Wu Sheng, who had been nervous beyond words, finally felt at ease. With so many involved, he guessed that perhaps he would only be confined for a few years. Once he forms a golden core, all his crimes will be forgiven, and he might even get promoted. The treasury elder position would also be his. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel resentment. After all, he was the late sect leader's disciple, yet some people now tried to use this incident as a stepping stone to boost their own prestige. It was truly infuriating. At this moment, Xia Yi stood up and pointed at the kneeling figures below, saying, "Look at these people. Every one of them was a pillar of the sect. Every one belonged to the sect leader's lineage. Yet they have rotted away. My heart is shattered. The late sect leader entrusted this sect to me, yet I let it come to this. I am heartbroken and feel deep remorse. I have sinned against the sect. I am ashamed of my master, ashamed of all the previous sect leaders. I wish I could resign and punish myself immediately." Chapter 45. The medicine manufacturing machine malfunctions. And as for you all, standing there so high and mighty on the dry shore, do you think you are truly so clean? Xia Yi swept his gaze around the room. Wherever his eyes landed, the elders and stewards shivered involuntarily, bowing their heads and refusing to meet his gaze. Even elders Mo and Song were seized by the dread of the sect leader's authority, feeling a deep unease. No one is perfect, and cultivators are no different. Every elder carried some stain. Only the number and severity varied. Xia Yi sighed and said, "When I first ascended to the position of sect leader, I thought the greatest enemy was Qing Xuanzi. After Qing Xuanzi's death, the Xianin sect became the sword hanging above us. Now I realize more and more clearly. The true threat to Lingshu sect does not lie outside, but within the sect itself, specifically among you elders." Mo Lai's body trembled slightly. As the disciplinary elder, although he had never taken bribes or accepted gifts, he hadn't fulfilled all his responsibilities. Although the sect leader's words were not aimed specifically at him, each one felt like a piercing condemnation. Wu Sheng shall receive the blade punishment. Fan Ding and Ling Xiao shall be executed by sword. The other elders and stewards shall be punished according to the sect laws. Xia Yi ordered coldly. No. I am the disciple of the former sect leader. I will form a golden core within 5 years. You cannot kill me, Xia Yi. Wu Sheng was terrified. He hadn't expected Xia Yi to actually dare to kill him. Violation of the sect's rules. No matter if you formed a golden core today, you still cannot escape death. Xia Yi's expression was stern, his killing intent evident. Wu Sheng summoned a green longsword, merged his body with the blade, and turned into a streak of sword light, trying to escape. But a golden rope slithered upward and bound him tightly. "Gather all disciples and elders. Mo Lai, you will personally carry out the executions." Mo Lai hastily bowed and replied, "Yes." Very soon, the Lingshu bell rang. Whether they were refining pills or in retreat, everyone flew toward the Tianqing platform. Before countless onlookers, a total of 5 elders were executed, and more than 10 elders and stewards were given the whip punishment. Such heavy punishment was unheard of for 100 years. For past actions, I will hold no grudges. From today onward, if any elder, steward, or disciple dares harm the sect's interests, don't blame me for being ruthless. All the elders felt fearful in their hearts. Those punished were mostly from the sect leader's own faction. This clearly revealed the sect leader's determination to clean up Lingshu sect. Yin Hao, the one who had instigated the entire incident, was also punished according to sect law, 100 whip strikes. His physical body nearly broke apart, but immediately after the punishment, he was sent to the Yuhua Hall. "This is how you go. Apply it yourself." Xia Yi took out a white porcelain bottle. "Thank you, sect leader." Wu Sheng accepted it, and, despite the intense pain, applied the black ointment from the bottle to his wounds. Very soon, he felt a coolness in his wounds, and the pain eased noticeably. Alongside it came a tingling itch. Looking closely, he saw the wounds healing before his very eyes, and they would likely fully recover within a day. "I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" Xia Yi came straight to the point. Yin Hao was ecstatic. Becoming the sect leader's personal disciple was truly a leap into the heavens. But then he suddenly remembered something. His joy faded and he said bitterly, "I am deeply honored by the sect leader's favor, but my dantian has been broken. I likely cannot cultivate ever again." Xia Yi's divine consciousness extended outward and indeed discovered a small hole in his dantian, with faint tendrils of black qi swirling around it. He frowned. For cultivators who had not yet formed a golden core, the dantian was among the most important parts of the body. Without an intact dantian, spiritual energy could no longer be stored. A cultivator without spiritual energy was not even as good as a martial artist. In truth, Xia Yi had the ability to repair the dantian of a qi condensation cultivator. However, the hidden weapon Yin Hao had been struck by contained poison, which had already penetrated his dantian. That he had survived was already miraculous. To repair the damage would be extremely difficult. My sect leader, when I struck the gong earlier, I had already resigned myself to death. Now, to receive your favor, it is a death worth dying. Yin Hao was quite philosophical. For a small outer sect disciple to bring down so many elders was already a great gain. "Oh, I have a cultivation technique here. If you can master it, your future potential will be limitless." Suddenly, Xia Yi had an idea and pulled out a cultivation manual and a vial of pills, saying, "This cultivation technique is called, the pills on the left are Chi-Tai pills, which can assist your cultivation." The Jindian cultivation method was extremely rare, surpassing all major sects' core techniques in the Northern Territory. When completed, the body becomes ethereal and intangible, capable of dispersing and reforming at will, and resistant to most types of attacks. Its emphasis was comprehension rather than innate talent. Yin Hao, possessing merely a 4-element pseudo-spirit root, had still managed to reach the 8th layer of qi condensation before age 30. His potential was clearly excellent. There was a full vial of Chi-Tai pills, more than 100 pills in total, which would be enough for Yin Hao's cultivation for some time. The Jindian was still deep within Lingshu's spirit vein, shaping its form, and wouldn't awaken for quite some time yet. After Wu Sheng's death, Xia began implementing reforms within the Lingshu sect. A vibrant sect should only have elders who had reached old age, whose potential had been exhausted, and who could no longer break through. Yet in Lingshu, the elders were generally young. Often, disciples who had just formed their foundation would immediately try every means possible to petition for a position as elder. This was because becoming an elder came with numerous benefits. Firstly, elders received an annual stipend of 2 high-grade spirit stones. An ordinary foundation cultivator would barely earn 4 or 5 high-grade spirit stones in a year of hard work, but as an elder, even without lifting a finger, they still received spirit stones. Though Lingshu had faced financial difficulties and had been unable to fully pay elders their annual stipends, the rewards remained enticing. Secondly, elders typically held some kind of authority that could be abused for personal gain. For example, Fan Ding, who had been in charge of guarding the treasure vault, had secretly stolen from it countless times. As for disciples, they received no annual stipend. Although nurtured by the sect, they were subject to many restrictions. Among Lingshu sect's 105 foundation cultivators, 89 were elders, meaning elders made up an astonishing 85% of the total. The higher the proportion of elders in a sect, the lower the sect's potential. Other sects like Xianin sect and Xianyuedong maintained an elder rate of around 60%, and were much more dynamic. Foundation cultivators usually had a lifespan of over 200 years. Xia issued a decree. Any cultivator with more than 60 years of remaining life would not be allowed to become an elder. He also tilted resources more toward inter-sect disciples. Sect leader, the medicine manufacturing machine has malfunctioned. Xingzi, the keeper of the seal, walked over. Xia was startled. The medicine manufacturing machine was now a golden goose laying eggs for the sect. Half the sect's finances depended on it. If it had a serious problem, it would bring major trouble. He quickly went over to inspect it. The machine was making loud, sputtering noises and vibrating violently. The pills it produced were irregular in size and mixed with bits of plant debris and flower stems. Clearly, the refining process had not completed properly. Chapter 46, Immortal's Carefree Journey. It should be that the machine has been working day and night for a long time, causing some internal components to malfunction. Xia stroked his chin, frowning slightly. Although he had identified the issue, figuring out how to fix it was the real problem. He mentally called out to the system. System, the equipment was drawn from you, so you should be responsible for after-sales service. Since the master obtained it through a free draw, there is no after-sales service available. Please fix it yourself. The system responded coldly. F***CK. Xiaoyi's face darkened. He hadn't expected the system to be so unreliable, charging outrageous electricity fees yet refusing to handle any repairs, just like the unscrupulous merchants of his past life. If only I could draw the mechanical emergency repair kit. This was a special item specifically for fixing machine malfunctions, and he still had a vague memory of it. Master, let me give it a try. Yuko stepped forward eagerly. All right, you try then. Xiaoyi nodded. As a robot, Yuko naturally understood mechanical structures better than he did. With her slender index finger, she lightly tapped the screw on the machine, instantly loosening and dropping it. Soon, she removed the shell of the medicine-making machine, revealing the dense array of circuit components inside. Xiaoyi glanced curiously inside and found nothing unusual, just standard mechanical parts. Actually, at its basic level, the medicine-making machine wasn't all that complicated, and the technology it employed wasn't as advanced as one might imagine. When cultivating magical pills or spiritual pills, the most crucial aspects for cultivators were precisely controlling the temperature and the quantity of medicinal ingredients. A single pill was often crafted from several, sometimes even dozens, of spiritual herbs, each requiring its own specific measurement. Too little or too much might result in the entire batch failing. The smallest unit of measurement in this cultivation world was the li, which was equivalent to about 0.035 grams, seemingly precise. But considering a single grain of rice only weighs between 0.02 g to 0.03 g, a li is slightly heavier than one rice grain. Restricted by the world's technological limitations, accurately measuring a single li is extremely difficult. Therefore, cultivators at the early foundation building stage still found it very hard to concoct pills, unless they cultivated to the core formation stage and developed spiritual awareness to precisely control the weight of the ingredients. As for temperature control, that was even more crucial. When refining pills in a pill furnace, cultivators constantly needed to adjust the intensity of the flames. If the temperature went up even slightly, the herbs might burn, ruining the entire batch of pills. Too low a temperature wouldn't allow the pills to form properly, and the chemical interactions between ingredients wouldn't be sufficient, resulting in poor quality pills or even complete failure. The medicine-making machine offered precise control over dosage and heat, naturally leading to high success rates and excellent pill quality. However, this was only the case for magical pills and spiritual pills. When it came to the higher-grade treasure pills, it fell short. Because crafting treasure pills required drawing talisman patterns and channeling spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In that regard, a Class C medicine-making machine was simply insufficient. Watching the girl work busily, Xiaoyi asked, "Can it be fixed?" "No big deal. Just a few broken components. Overall, everything's fine." Half a candle mark later, Yuko finally reassembled the machine completely without having a single spare part left. Xiaoyi quickly placed the nearby medicinal herbs into it. Not long afterward, 6 white pills dropped out from the discharge port. He picked up one pill, sniffed it carefully, and placed it in his mouth. It turned out the pill's quality remained top-notch, no different from the earlier batches. At this, Xiaoyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the machine had failed, he could have suffered huge losses in spirit stones. This incident served as a serious warning. Continuous long-term operation would inevitably wear down and age the machine, causing malfunctions. Therefore, he needed to reduce the operation time of the medicine-making machine and inspect it every 3 days. Of course, with this, the pill production output would inevitably decrease. Spirit stones. Xia felt a bit of a headache. Sects like Huanin's Sect and Huangquan cult could earn revenues of 70,000 to 80,000 high-grade spirit stones annually, if not more. The finances of Lingshu's sect were barely sustained by the recently discovered middle-grade spiritual vein. Even though he already employed large numbers of early-stage cultivators to mine, the maximum annual income was only around 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. As for the profits from the pill workshop, they were deposited directly into the inner treasury, mainly used for upgrading equipment. There are still 3 hours until the item drawing. I hope this time I get something useful. Xia looked forward in anticipation. Recently, he had drawn several times from his 4-dimensional pocket but hadn't acquired any particularly useful tools. For example, a permanent item called weight suction gun was capable of absorbing the weight of objects. He tried it on a boulder weighing about 100 caddies, and the giant stone's weight was reduced to less than 10 caddies. Even an ordinary person could effortlessly lift it with one hand. However, at the moment, it didn't seem especially useful. There was also the wallpaper secret base. Hidden within the wallpaper was a space the size of 2 football fields. Unlike the previous painting world, this space was connected to the outside world and did not suffer from differences in the flow of time. Pearl cultivation box. Place any object inside the scallop shell, and it would turn into a pearl. Tickling gloves. Once worn, one could tickle another's armpit even from a distance of 5 meters. Magic bottom. Using this item, one could spank anyone they desired. 3 hours passed in a flash. Xia rubbed his hands together and said, "System, stop giving me useless items. Be careful, or I'll leave you a bad review." After speaking, he reached into his pocket and pulled out something resembling a briefcase, upon which was drawn an old man riding the clouds. Item name, Immortal's Carefree Journey. Function, inside resides a deity robot. After undergoing strict training, one can become an immortal. An immortal? Xia Yi's breath quickened. He was unable to calm himself for a long time. What was the ultimate goal of a cultivator? Was it not to cultivate and become an immortal, then live an eternal carefree life? Yet, from ancient times to the present, within the great river of history, how many cultivators had truly managed to break free and ascend to immortality? The northern cultivation realm had not produced a single immortal in 30,000 years, and now he had actually drawn an item capable of enabling one to become an immortal cultivator. Any cultivator in his place would have lost their cultivation composure. Xia, with a devout heart, carefully opened the briefcase. Inside was a tiny emerald mountain the size of a palm. Atop it sat a small hut no bigger than a fingernail, decorated with ancient simplicity, possessing a certain charm. As soon as he touched the mountain, everything began to swirl, and he found himself transported into another space. Dense spiritual energy rushed toward him. As he breathed in, Xia felt a moist, fresh sensation. A gentle breeze brushed his face, making him feel as though he could ride the wind and fly away. The quality and density of spiritual energy here is far beyond anything found in ordinary spiritual veins outside. Cultivating here would bring twice the result with half the effort. Xia sighed in admiration, then flew toward the immortal mountains in the distance. Chapter 47. The Immortal Robot. Xia landed at the foot of the mountain. Before him stood a Sholead mountain, its trees lush and verdant. In the distance, a waterfall tumbled down from the heights, a white cascade like the Milky Way plunging earthward, its thunderous roar resembling galloping horses, an awe-inspiring sight. On the mountain, winding paths led into the depths of the mystical Immortal Range, passing an ancient stone staircase that, weathered by time, wound its way through the falls and onward into the secluded sacred peaks. Along the way, towering ancient trees shaded the path, fragrant medicinal herbs perfumed the air, spiritual birds flitted about, rare beasts occasionally appeared, and springs trickled steadily. Xia ascended the steps, and it took him half a day before he finally reached the mountaintop. The thatched hut appeared quite small, somewhat resembling a rural land god shrine. Inside, at the center sat an 8 table, atop which was placed a clay statue of an immortal. The statue was slightly over 2 chi tall, an old man in a green robe with white hair and beard, wearing straw sandals. Around his waist was a grass rope holding a greenskin gourd. In one hand was a red sandalwood cane, the head of which was carved into a crane mid-flight, vivid and lifelike. Without hesitation, Xia knelt on the prayer mat and said, "Disciple Xia bows with sincere devotion." As soon as his words ended, the statue of the old immortal on the table began to tremble, radiating bright light. How many dreams have passed through millennia? What year is it today? The statue seemed to come to life, stretching lazily, as though still half asleep. Then he saw the young boy kneeling below and asked, "Have you come here to learn Taoism?" Disciple bows in sincere devotion and humbly begs to be accepted as your disciple. The old immortal did not immediately agree, but instead rubbed his belly and muttered, "After 1,000 years of slumber, I feel a bit hungry." Xia eyes lit up as he quickly replied, "Please wait a moment, Senior Immortal. Your disciple shall prepare something right away." Saying so, he flew out from the verdant peak and arrived at Lingshu Sect's spiritual pond, where he conjured a huge hand that reached into the water and scooped around. Before long, he had caught a golden carp, 3 chi long. It had a pair of golden whiskers atop its head, and its two pectoral fins looked like short legs. It thrashed violently, letting out sharp cries. It looked very fierce. It was a Qijin carp, a rare spiritual creature. Consumed by cultivators, it could nourish the blood, strengthen the physical body, and enhance magical power, worth 10 upper-grade spirit stones per fish, usually reserved for honored guests. Xiaoyi brought the Qijin carp to the Momu on the green peak and fetched a pot made of purple crystal jade. He scooped up half a pot of mountain spring water and then summoned a flying sword. Like falling snow, silver light flashed as he quickly sliced the carp into pieces, placing them into the crystal pot. He added a few exquisite seasonings and some aged spiritual herbs. Then flames erupted beneath the pot. Soon, a strong aroma filled the air. The meat inside turned golden yellow, glistening with light, mingling with the fragrance of monkey head mushrooms, cinnabar fruits, and blood ginseng. The broth was rich, glistening, and translucent. This was no longer simply food. It had become a spiritual treasure capable of making outside cultivators shiver with desire. The old immortal smelled the fragrance, his nose twitching repeatedly, and his entire body became even more vibrant, no longer the clay statue as before. Seeing that the cooking was nearly complete, he flickered his form and arrived beside the table. Then he reached out his hand toward the pot and grabbed a piece of the carp flesh without minding the scalding hot sauce. The old immortal ate with gusto, indifferent to his appearance. Within half a moment, the old immortal finished the entire pot of Qijin carp. Satisfied, he let out a loud belch, and an intoxicating aroma escaped his lips. You want to follow me in the cultivation of immortality? Xia Yi immediately clasped his hands and bowed. Please pass on the Tao to your disciple. A teacher's duty is to transmit Tao, teach skills, and resolve doubts. Immortal cultivation is a long journey. Feel free to ask any question troubling you. The old immortal sat cross-legged in midair, his voice rumbling like celestial thunder. Xia Yi was momentarily taken aback. There were so many doubts regarding cultivation that he did not know where to start. Please teach disciple the method to form a 9 revolutions golden pellet. One bite could not make one fat overnight, nor could one become an immortal in a single day. Xia Yi decided to address the most pressing issue first. The old immortal waved his fuchun and said, bring forth any cultivation method you know about forming the golden pellet. Although Xia Yi had some doubts, he still respectfully presented the flying immortal method for review. The flying immortal method was a profound technique with hidden secrets, created by the third patriarch of Lingshu sect based on insights gained from mysterious stone tablets left behind by Zhao Yuhuaman. It ranked as the number 1 among the 5 Lingshu methods. But precisely because of its complexity and difficulty, not many disciples had actually practiced this method. The old immortal quickly flipped through the flying immortal method and shook his head, saying, this method theoretically only allows you to cultivate up to the 7th revolution's golden pellet. Xia Yi stepped forward, bowed deeply, and pleaded, then please transmit the Tao of the golden pellet, so that your disciple may achieve the 9th revolution's golden pellet. The old immortal shook his head again and said, this humble Taoist only resolves doubts. If you can't present a more advanced cultivation method, then this humble Taoist can do little to help. Hearing this, Xia Yi felt slightly disappointed. He had thought the immortal robot in front of him would directly pass down some celestial cultivation method for him to practice, advancing his cultivation realm rapidly. Never had he expected the immortal would only resolve his doubts, like a highly intelligent AI. Come back to see this humble Taoist once you've found a suitable golden pellet cultivation method. As his words ended, the 2-chi tall immortal figure vanished, transforming back into a clay statue sitting on the 8 immortal table inside the thatched hut. Xia Yi exited the verdant peak, and his body resumed its original size. Shenxian Zaiyu was without doubt a heaven-defying artifact. Although it could not directly transmit cultivation techniques, its ability to resolve cultivation doubts alone was enough to drive cultivators wild. How many cultivators spent decades, or even centuries struggling to comprehend a single cultivation method? Those with better fortune managed to achieve breakthroughs. Those with worse luck might fall into a disastrous cultivation mishap, or even lose their sanity. If this immortal robot could perfectly interpret these methods, it would be the most perfect master in the cultivation world. Where can I find a golden pellet method superior to the flying immortal method? Xia Yi furrowed his brow. In the Northern Territory cultivation world, naturally the 5 great sects were the oldest and most powerful. Although Lingshu sect ranked last among the 5 great sects, its 5 Lingshu methods were by no means weak. Xia Yi guessed even the Taiyuan Sutra from the 7-star cave theoretically could only allow cultivation up to the 8th revolution's golden pellet. Perhaps only in Zhongzhou will there be cultivation techniques that can achieve the 9th revolution's golden pellet. The Northern Territory was indeed boundless and hard to imagine how vast it truly was. Even if an ordinary mortal could live for hundreds of lifetimes, it would still be impossible to traverse all its lands. The continent of Dongshengshao was vast and boundless, unfathomably mysterious, so immense that even cultivators found it hard to cross completely. It was divided into 4 regions: Nanhuang, Beiyu, Shima, and Jiuzhou. The eastern part was a vast and endless ocean. Zhongzhou, as the core region of Dongshengshao, was rich in spiritual energy and blessed with outstanding individuals and abundant talent. Since ancient times, several immortals had originated from this place. Among the legendary 3 great holy lands, all were located exclusively in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is 100,000 miles from here, not to mention that these ancient sects have a long heritage and are protected by nascent soul true lords. Trying to steal cultivation methods from within them is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Xiaoyi felt a bit of a headache. Cultivation methods were the most important treasures to any sect. How could they be easily disclosed? For a moment, he couldn't think of a good solution. At that very moment, an invitation arrived in Xiaoyi's hands. Chapter 48, Tianxin Flower. Jiang Clan Patriarch's 300th birthday? Xiaoyi frowned slightly. He vaguely remembered the Jiang clan. It seemed they were a cultivation family with a golden core Immortal presiding over them. A family like that wouldn't normally attract Lingshu Sect's attention, nor did the two groups have much interaction. Jiang clan's actions now were like a rural tycoon trying to invite a prefectural governor to his mother's birthday banquet. Has Lingshu Sect really declined to the point of fraternizing with second-rate powers? Xiaoyi sighed inwardly. Master, the Jiang clan has also invited the other 4 major sects besides Qixing Cave, Xingzi said. How does the Jiang clan dare to do this? Xiaoyi was truly surprised. Xingzi replied methodically. It seems that the Jiang clan's eldest daughter, Jiang Yuer, has returned. Rumor says she entered the Danding sect, one of the 8 ancient sects of Zhongzhou, and has refined a 7th rotation golden core. 8 ancient sects, 7th rotation golden core. Xiaoyi inhaled sharply. The Jiang clan has truly risen. The 8 ancient sects had long-standing inheritances, ranking only below the 3 major holy places. Each sect had an ascended venerable presiding over it, commanding great influence in their regions. Ordinary cultivators who refined their golden core generally only reached about the 3rd rotation. Those who reached the 5th rotation could already be considered heavenly prodigies. The last one in the Northern Territory to achieve the 7th rotation was the current sect leader of Qixing Cave. Master, shall we send Elder Song to attend the banquet? Xingzi asked. No, I will go personally this time. Xingzi was somewhat surprised. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? After all, Lingshu Sect was still one of the 5 great sects, holding significant influence in the Northern Territory cultivation world. Sending a golden core elder would already be granting the Jiang clan enough face. The Jiang clan is not what it used to be. Now that they have a true disciple from the Danding sect, they might become the 6th great sect within a century. Xiaoyi smiled, then pulled out a letter from the invitation slip and said, Moreover, since an old acquaintance has invited me, I naturally must pay a visit. He never expected that the young girl in purple robes he saved 10 years ago in the Xiankong Mountain secret realm was actually the Jiang clan's eldest daughter. Even less expected was that she had such fortunate fate, being accepted into the Danding sect, one of the 8 ancient sects, and becoming a true disciple there. Emoju Mountain was a spiritual peak in the Jing Kingdom, rich in lush vegetation and surrounded by colorful mists. The mountaintop was smooth and round, resembling a mirror, upon which stood a vast manor. The great Danyang sect's Taoist master Xuanqing has arrived. Celestial music played, and zither sounded. A blue-robed Taoist rode a 7-fragrance carriage descending from the sky, with dozens of female attendants around playing instruments and burning incense. 2 female disciples stood beside the carriage, sword and whisk in hand respectively. Master Xuanqing graces us with his presence. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. Madame Jiang personally came to greet. We've known each other for many years. No need for such formalities, Taoist Xuanqing replied as he stepped off the 7-fragrance carriage. He sighed. I didn't expect Brother Dao to have raised such a heavenly genius. The Jiang clan is truly flourishing. Humbly undeserving. Humbly undeserving. Madame Jiang smiled warmly. At that moment, distant clouds rolled in, and a treasure carriage burst forth from them. It was 30 zhang long and 10 zhang wide, resembling a palace. Colorful lights flowed within, with canopies of fragrant clouds forming curtains, pearls, and jade decorations tinkling gently. The inner curtain revealed a huge turquoise couch that could seat about 10 people. On both sides of the curtain stood several beautiful girls. Behind the carriage stood a giant screen emitting a soft glow, carved with sea waves and flying celestial maidens. The breeze stirred gently, and the mountain forest seemed to come alive. Waves roared in the distance, pine forests rustled, and the celestial maidens began dancing, their songs crisp and clear, their movements elegant, bringing peace and joy to one's heart. Although Xuanqing's 7-fragrance carriage was luxurious, it paled in comparison. What a spectacle! Must be a sect leader has arrived. Some cultivators attending the banquet gasped. As the treasure carriage hovered in midair, a young girl stepped forward and announced, The Lingshu Sect's sect leader respectfully greets Madame Jiang on her birthday. As the voice faded, a young man descended from the aromatic carriage. Clad in white robes as pure as snow, elegant and graceful, his bearing was charming and otherworldly. Greetings to the Lingshu Sect leader. Though the figure was just a youth, Madame Jiang didn't dare show any disrespect. Although the Lingshu Sect ranked lowest among the 5 great sects, to the Jiang clan it remained a giant. Madame Jiang, there's no need for formalities. Xiaoyi hurried forward, returning the greeting. Taoist Xuanqing, displeased at being upstaged, slightly frowned and flicked his right hand. A child carrying a sword immediately stepped forward. This was a sword resembling autumn water, 2 chi long, emitting a blue glow from blade to hilt, its surface smooth and unified, its light subdued yet sharp. The sword was as thin as a cicada's wing. This Qing Shuang sword is a low-grade treasure weapon, forged by an elder expert from our Danyan zone. It is filled with abundant spiritual energy and shall be presented to Dao brother as a birthday gift. Taoist Xuanqing stroked his long beard slightly, somewhat For ordinary cultivation families, treasure weapons were undoubtedly the treasures of their entire clan. The Jiang clan, though a 1,000-year-old noble family, possessed only a mid-grade treasure weapon. Thus, Xuanqing's gesture could be considered exceedingly generous. How could an old woman accept such a grand gift? Madame Jiang was shocked, not expecting Daoist Xuanqing to be so generous. It's just a low-grade treasure, so Dao brother needn't decline. Xuanqing intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xia Yi and said, I wonder what precious item Lingshu sect leader has brought. Why not show it to all the cultivator friends here and broaden our horizons? There's nothing too extraordinary, just a small gift from the heart. Xia Yi clapped his hands, and Xingzi stepped forward carrying a jeweled box. She then opened it. Inside lay a flower about the size of a palm, its surface gently shimmering with light like flowing water, resembling a piece of finely carved jade, crystal clear and enveloped in radiant auroras, an indescribably divine and mysterious object. This is the Tianqing flower. Xuanqing yanked hard on his beard, stunned beyond belief. The Tianqing flower was an extremely rare spiritual herb known for its effects of calming and focusing the spirit. Constant exposure to its fragrance could strengthen one's soul essence. For golden core cultivators, it held unparalleled attraction. Once a cultivator formed a golden core, they would immediately begin seeking ways to strengthen their soul essence. If their soul essence wasn't strong enough, it would be nearly impossible to break the golden core and form an Ying, reaching the rank of Yuanying. Yet the treasures in the world that could nourish or fortify the soul essence were incredibly scarce. Each and every one was a peerless rarity that could incite fierce competition among golden core cultivators. When did Lingshu sect become so wealthy? Xuanqing's suspicion grew. A spiritual herb like the Tianqing flower would be considered an invaluable treasure even within the Great Danyan Zone, not to be given away so easily. Master Xia, isn't the Tianqing flower a bit too valuable of a gift? Even Madame Jiang hesitated, as the Jiang clan had little prior interaction with Lingshu sect. Such a significant gift was clearly quite unusual. Could it be? Daoist Xuanqing coldly snorted. That Master Xia offering the Tianqing flower means to propose marriage to the Jiang clan? A marriage proposal? Lady Jiang's expression changed. If it had been 10 years ago, she naturally would have been delighted to form a marital alliance with Lingshu sect, one of the 5 great northern cultivation sects, which would have propelled the Jiang family's status upward in a straight line. But things were different now. Jiang Yuer had entered as a disciple of Danding sect, one of the 8 ancient teachings, and had already cultivated an 8th stage golden core. It was certain that she would form a nascent soul in the future. Now, if an alliance were to happen, it wouldn't be the Jiang family aspiring too high. It would be Lingshu sect. Lady Jiang hesitated for a moment, but still said, Master Xia, Yuer is still very young. We haven't considered searching for a spiritual partner for her yet. Xuanqing Daoist let out a scornful chuckle. Nowadays, Lingshu sect is in an unstable situation. Master Xia himself is only at the foundation building stage. Is he attempting to form a spiritual bond with the pearl of the Jiang family? Does that not overestimate himself a bit? Xia Yi smiled wryly and replied, Honored matriarch is overthinking again. The Tianqing flower I sent was merely a reward from Miss Jiang. A reward? Both Lady Jiang and Xuanqing Daoist were stunned. Before Xia Yi could explain further, a divine rainbow pierced through the heavens and paused in midair, revealing a young girl dressed in white. Her presence was as pure as jade, ethereal, and unlike an ordinary mortal. As soon as this woman appeared, everyone around was instantly eclipsed. It was as if heaven and earth had transformed into a celestial realm, filled with an otherworldly orlan everywhere. Brother Xia, it's been a long time. Jiang Yuer stepped forward to greet him respectfully. 10 years have flown like a blink, yet Fairy Jiang becomes ever more radiant and dazzling. Xia Yi hurriedly returned the greeting. And I must also thank Brother Jiang for rescuing me from the hidden abyss secret realm 10 years ago. A trivial matter, unworthy of mention. Xia Yi shook his head slightly, especially since Fairy Jiang also saved a good friend of mine as promised. So the person Yuer referred to as her savior is actually Master Xia. I acted rashly, please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Lady Jiang felt a bit ashamed and immediately invited everyone inside. Xuanqing Daoist flicked his sleeve coldly, huffed, and strode in, head held high. Behind each of the jade tables sat individuals who had already gained names and reputations in cultivation circles. The birthday banquet for the Jiang clan's matriarch had drawn congratulations from all the major forces. Among the 5 great sects alone, for had sent representatives, each dispatching elders of middle or late golden core stages, all of whom had long been well-known figures in the northern cultivation realm. The 7-star cave stood aloof, its heritage so ancient that even its origins couldn't be traced. Across generations, there had been no more than a dozen members, yet each one was incredibly powerful. Normally, unless some major matter occurred, 7-star cave cultivators wouldn't walk among ordinary men. The northern cultivation realm lay at the extreme north of Xianhuan continent, an isolated and remote region with thin spiritual energy, making it extremely difficult to produce a nascent soul grandmaster. Therefore, historically, there were no ancient sects in the northern realm. That was why, after Jiang family's eldest daughter became a true disciple of Danding sect, a wave of attention had surged across the cultivation world. Everyone hoped to connect with the rumored ancient teachings through Jiang Yuer. Master Xia, I've long admired your reputation. So young yet already presiding over a great immortal sect. A man dressed in black walked over, holding a cup of wine, with a smiling face. He was the master of Xinyue Valley. Though his cultivation span hadn't lasted long, he was remarkably powerful and famous, possessing a middle-stage golden core cultivation. Naturally, Xia Yi did not pretend to be lofty. He smiled and toasted with the man, discussing insights from their respective cultivation journeys. Many others also approached to engage him in conversation. For a time, the banquet was bustling with energy. Suddenly, he sensed a killing intent. He turned his head and saw a tall young woman with snow-white, jade-like skin. Her eyes were full of hostility, filled with deep hatred, as if she wished to devour him alive. Xiaoyi frowned. This girl's face was unfamiliar. He was sure he had never met her before. He couldn't figure out why she held such deep hatred against him. His gaze swept sideways and landed on a Taoist priest in purple gold feathered robes with a golden crown on his head, standing beside the girl. Xiang, true man. I see now, Xiaoyi murmured softly. The girl was the granddaughter of true man Xiang, Ning Yan, and also the fiancée, or would-be spiritual partner, of Lu Bai. Back then, when the master-disciple duo from Qingxian caused chaos at Yuhua Palace, Lu Bai was executed alongside them, leaving Ning Yan stuck in a living widowhood. No wonder she held such deep resentment against him. It was vengeance for the death of her intended husband. Xiaoyi smiled faintly, unbothered. He even raised his cup in a toast toward true man Xiang across the room, as if greeting an old friend. Cups clinked and flowed. Fruits, fine wines, and rare beast meat were served in an endless stream. Among these delicacies were many strange and exotic fruits, a display of great luxury. The northern regions truly are barren lands. Even a mere foundation-building cultivator can become a sect leader now. Suddenly, a discordant voice broke the atmosphere, not loud, yet clearly audible. A teenage boy around 17 or 18 years old approached, dressed in purple robes, appearing refined and elegant, though his eyebrows bore a slight trace of vicious energy. Zhou Chun, don't be too reckless. Master Xia is my savior. Jiang Yuer stepped forward at this point, lightly reprimanding the white-robed youth, and then turned to Xia Yi and said, his name is Zhou Chun. He's the great-grandson of a nascent soul elder from Danding Sect, and also my junior disciple. We came to the northern region together for some sightseeing. He was born into luxury and speaks without thinking. Brother Xia, please don't take offense. It's fine. Xia Yi smiled, unconcerned. Zhou Chun turned and smiled, saying, I was just being rash earlier. I didn't know you were my cousin's savior. Please accept my apologies. Allow me to toast you. So saying, he gripped the wine jug. A stream of wine flew from the mouth of the jug, transforming into a tiny, fierce dragon with claws bared, about the size of a palm, exuding a menacing and majestic aura as it lunged towards someone hungrily. Brother Xia, look out. Jiang Yuer beside them grew anxious but couldn't stop it in time. Xia Yi sat calmly at his seat without the slightest panic. He lifted his wine cup to meet it. The translucent dragon, coming fiercely with claws and teeth bared, was forcibly contained by him and turned into a swirl of wine that disappeared into the cup. Zhou Chen's move seemed casual at first glance, but was, in fact, a powerful strike equivalent to a core formation early-stage cultivator's full-strength attack. If it hadn't been for Xia Yi himself being at the late foundation building stage, having cultivated the Tao of Heaven, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Xia Yi raised his wine cup, tilted his head back, and drank deeply. Laughing heartily, he said, Great wine. Hospitality requires reciprocity. Allow me to return a toast to Brother Ao. He picked up the wine jug from the jade table, filled it to the brim, and then gently flung the wine in his cup outward. The liquid solidified into another translucent dragon, which flew toward Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun held his wine cup and swiped his sleeve, easily capturing the dragon inside. He drank it all in one gulp and sneered. Parlor tricks? That's all you've got. As his voice faded, Zhou Chun's expression suddenly changed. He felt countless sword chi burst from within the wine, attempting to pierce his physical body into a sieve. The golden core inside him radiated brilliant golden light, trying to suppress this sword intent. But this sword intent was extremely complex, containing 4 elemental attributes that both nourished and restrained one another, endlessly surging within him. Even if reduced to the finest sliver, it could draw on the host's spiritual energy to rapidly regenerate, then cling stubbornly to the cultivator's power like a parasite, striving to merge completely. This was the terrifying power of the 4 Seasons sword technique. Chapter 50, The Dream-Observing Spectacles. The 4 Seasons sword art was immensely complex and profound. A moment's carelessness could easily lead one down the path of martial cultivation mishap. In Ling Su Sect's 1,000-year history, only Lu Bai, who possessed a sword spirit root constitution, had successfully mastered it. However, Xia Yi had drawn the item, Immortal's Joyful Journey, whose robotic immortal could explain any cultivation technique. Though he couldn't yet locate a cultivation method capable of forming a 9-revolving golden core, Xia Yi transferred all 5 Ling Su techniques to the robotic immortal for thorough explanation. As the most formidable combat technique of Ling Su, the 4 Seasons sword art was naturally the one Xia Yi studied the most in depth. Suppress. Zhou Chun let out a low shout, summoning forth a white jade tower only 3 inches tall. Made from an unknown material, it looked neither like jade nor metal, yet possessed characteristics of both. Its corners featured dragon heads swirling with golden orbs. The tower was engraved with dense talismanic inscriptions, exuding a feeling of immense weightiness, vastness, and solidity. The jade tower released a golden ray of light, illuminating Zhou Chun himself. Before long, all traces of the 4 Seasons sword intent within him were completely cleansed without leaving the slightest residue. An Jiping treasure. Looking at the white jade tower before him, Xia Yi revealed a trace of astonishment. For a core formation stage junior disciple, to effortlessly possess and G-Fiend treasure was terrifying evidence of the Dan Ding sect's formidable foundation. Excellent technique, truly excellent. Zhou Chen's face turned gloomy as he summoned the white jade pagoda. It looked like a great mountain and thundered with a rumbling sound that shook the palace itself. Xia Yi did not rise from his seat, remaining composed in front of the crystalline jade table. He summoned the sword of Ling Su Sect's patriarch, Long Yuan's sword. Its sword intent was condensed yet unreleased, directly rushing forth to meet the jade pagoda. When they collided, a powerful surge of energy burst forth. Fortunately, both men were capable of controlling the force. Otherwise, the entire palace would have collapsed. Although the Long Yuan sword was merely an upper-grade treasure, over generations the Ling Su patriarchs had etched numerous restrictions onto it, enhancing its power. Moreover, Xia Yi had achieved a foundation unique to only the rarest of cultivators throughout history, the Way of Heaven Foundation. Ordinary core formation stage experts could not withstand his might. Zhou Chun was pushed backward dozens of steps, and only came to a halt after crashing into a pillar behind him. Xia Yi remained unmoved, though he wasn't as composed as he appeared. The ancient sandalwood chair beneath him had already cracked from the residual shockwave, but was cloaked by magical power, preventing any embarrassment. Zhou Chun, Xia Yi is a guest of our Jiang family. Don't overstep yourself. Jiang Yuer coldly stepped forward. If you continue to act rudely, don't blame senior sister for being unkind. Zhou Chen's face darkened, but considering Jiang Yuer's presence, he chose not to retaliate. The banquet continued as normal, with lively conversation and laughter, as if what had just happened was merely a brief interlude. Xia Yi cast an inscrutable glance at Ziyang Jinrun and Ning Yan. Zhou Chen's hostility wasn't accidental. He had noticed the fleeting exchange between Ning Yan and Zhou Chen earlier. The Jiang clan hosted a grand feast for 3 days, an elaborate affair. However, elders from larger factions could not remain for the entire 3 days. Most paid their respects after the feast and then departed. Just as Xia Yi was about to leave, Jiang Yuer stopped him. Xia Yi, please stay at our humble abode for a few more days. That way, you and I can share insights regarding the cultivation path. Despite politely declining a few times, Xia Yi finally gave in to Jiang Yuer's hospitality and agreed to stay temporarily. At night, the sky shimmered with brilliant stars. The bright full moon moved through the clouds, casting its clear, cold glow, leaving the mountains and rivers spotless and pure. Xia Yi sat alone in the courtyard, raising his cup to the moon, while his shadow formed the company of a third. Xia Yi, you certainly have a refined taste. Jiang Yuer arrived with the moonlight, appearing like a celestial maiden descending from the lunar palace. I'm merely indulging in a few cups. Xia Yi conjured a wine cup and said, with this long night ahead, why don't you, fair fairy, join in for a sip? My pleasure. Jiang Yuer gracefully sat down, lifting the cup. Inside flowed a crystal-clear, jade-like liquid so fragrant that its aroma could almost intoxicate. This wine is a rare treasure even in Zhongzhou. Its value is immeasurable. Jiang Yuer expressed surprise. This is monkey wine, obtained from the Xiankong Mountain secret realm a decade ago. It carries a unique flavor, Xia Yi smiled. Mentioning Xiankong Mountain noticeably warmed their relationship. Curiously, Jiang Yuer asked, how did Xia Yi foresee the Ling Su disciple's danger 2 years from now, and why didn't you personally save him? It's said that when one reaches the nascent soul stage, great cultivators begin to divine the past and future to seek cause and effect. This matter involves a contest of wills among certain senior experts. Regretfully, I cannot divulge further details. Xia Yi took another sip of fine wine. I see. Jiang Yuer appeared to grasp something profound. Miss Jiang, your talent is truly world-class, having refined a 7 revolving golden core. I'm sure it won't be long before you shatter your core and form your nascent soul. I managed to cultivate the 7 revolving golden core mainly due to the core martial art of the Dan Ding sect. Your sect's martial arts truly are formidable. Recall, in the Northern Territory, the last person to cultivate the 7 revolving golden core was the current head of the 7-star cave. Xia Yi mused. The Bandingzhong's method of core formation is second to none throughout the entire Dongxing continent. In the sect's history, many geniuses have formed 8 revolving golden cores, and even cultivators with 9 revolving golden cores have appeared. No wonder it is one of the 8 ancient sects. Truly terrifying. Xia Yi sighed in admiration before shifting the conversation elsewhere. After a few cups of monkey wine, a faint blush appeared on Jiang Yuer's face. She raised her wine cup and said, the Northern Territory is still too small. Given your talent, Brother Xia should venture into Zhongzhou. Xia Yi smiled slightly. Now that Ling Su's sect is in a turbulent state, how could I abandon my sect? Moreover, Zhongzhou is filled with outstanding talents and gifted land. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. Even if I went there, I would only fade into obscurity. If even the legendary Heaven's Way Foundation is considered mediocre, then Zhongzhou has no true prodigies. Jiang Yuer smiled gracefully, her beauty blooming like spring flowers. It was just luck. Xia Yi chuckled. She was a legendary 7 revolving golden core cultivator, an entire stage above him. It was natural for her to detect his Heaven's Way Foundation. The moon had reached its zenith, casting a soft and pure glow. Monkey wine was an extremely rare liquor, and as both became slightly drunk, an awkwardness emerged between them, prompting them to part ways and return to rest. Back in his side chamber, Xia Yi's eyes gleamed intensely, not the slightest hint of sleepiness in them. After so much preparation, tonight will determine everything. The reason he had personally attended the birthday banquet was for the Danding sect's cultivation techniques. Only the techniques of the 8 ancient sects and the 3 great sacred lands had the theoretical potential to achieve the 9 revolving golden core. The tranquilizing tianxin flower he had offered and the small wine session late at night were both intended to make Jiang Yuer fall asleep. Only when she was asleep would he have an opportunity. Xiaoyi took out a pair of dark glasses and put them on. It was a tool he had drawn previously, the dream-observing spectacles, capable of viewing others' dreams. Half an hour later, he stood atop the roof and, through the spectacles, spotted numerous puffs of pink mist floating around. Xiaoyi approached the nearest pink mist and peered closely. What a sight! He hadn't expected the very first dream he encountered to be so exciting. Inside, a middle-aged man was embracing beauties on both sides, surrounded by many other seductive women in gauzy silk robes, reveling in sheer ecstasy. Looking through the window, Xiaoyi saw that the one dreaming was a simple Jiang family servant. The man was smiling foolishly, drool dripping from his mouth, his snoring shaking the room. Other people's dreams were wildly varied. Some, like that middle-aged servant, dreamed of romantic fantasies. Others dreamed of mysteriously acquiring secret techniques, later dominating the cultivation world after mastering them. Naturally, there were also nightmares, being pursued and killed, their lives hanging by a thread. Xiaoyi reached the Jiang clan's inner courtyard, Luoshui Courtyard, where the Jiang women resided, including Jiang Yuer. Above Luoshui Courtyard, several pink mists floated here and there. After observing a few, Xiaoyi couldn't help but marvel. Female cultivators truly knew how to enjoy themselves. Finally, deep inside Luoshui Courtyard, Xiaoyi discovered a puff of pink mist shimmering with golden light. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Jiang Yuer's dream. Chapter 51, The Complete Dream Set. This was a beautiful spiritual mountain, surrounded by misty clouds and lush vegetation. Between the steep cliffs grew valuable herbs such as ginseng, bloodlingji, and cinnabar fruits. Within the crevices of sheer rock faces grew trees bearing spirit fruits, emitting a fragrant aroma. Spiritual energy pulsed, and colorful lights shimmered, a perfect place for cultivation. Xiaoyi felt that this area looked familiar, as though he had been here before. This is Xiankong Mountain. After a while, he finally realized where he was. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuer dreams of this place. Xiaoyi felt slightly surprised. However, he did not stay to admire the scenery but flew forward swiftly, seeking traces of Jiang Yuer. A violet-clad girl was being chased and nearly killed by a ferocious bird. The monstrous bird was 10 meters long, with a 20-meter wingspan. Its body was covered in red feathers, radiating an aura of ferocity. It's the same storyline again. Xiaoyi's expression turned odd. But this was fine. Currently, the strength of Jiang Yuer in the dream was only at the middle foundation building stage, which he could handle easily. If it had been the golden core stage, it would have been more difficult to control, introducing too many variables. Muttering incantations, Xiaoyi formed seals with both hands and pushed forward. A ray of golden light shot out. Initially as thin as a thumb, it expanded as it flew outward. At 10 zhang away, it widened into a gu-sized beam, growing larger the further it went, until it turned golden and filled the sky, covering the sky and earth like a net toward the scarlet-feathered eagle. The scarlet-feathered eagle shrieked horribly, its feathers shooting forth sharp crimson rays, trying desperately to break free from the snare. But it was like a fly caught in a spiderweb. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't escape. Xiaoyi had once again used a secret technique from the flying Immortal scripture. Just as he had 10 years ago, the violet-robed girl, Jiang Yuer in the dream, came forward and bowed her hands. Thank you, Senior Taoist, for your help. No problem. Xiaoyi nodded before adding, though I'm not rescuing you for free. The girl immediately pulled out a storage bag and said, all my savings are here. I offer them willingly to Senior Taoist. You misunderstand me. I don't want your treasures. The girl hesitated, then suddenly realized and asked guardedly, what do you want? Xiaoyi had intended to lead into the scripted plot, saving Li Feng. But he keenly noticed 2 powerful presences approaching from afar, filled with hidden killing intent. Upon closer inspection, they were 2 gray-clothed old men emanating terrifying auras, enough to make one's hair stand on end. The killing intent in their eyes locked directly onto Xiaoyi. Not good. These are Jiang Yuer's dream guardians. Xiaoyi's expression changed. To Jiang Yuer's subconscious mind, Xiaoyi was an invader, so she had sent forth dream guardians to eliminate the intruder and preserve the dream's stability. Xiaoyi urgently told Jiang Yuer, quickly, these 2 are elders of the evil sect, specialized in hunting down devils entering Xiankong Mountain. Evil sect elders? Jiang Yuer's face changed too, never expecting that after just surviving the ferocious bird, she'd immediately encounter people from the evil sect. Xiaoyi waved his right hand, and from the sky appeared a shuttle-like boat, entirely made of ancient bronze and inscribed with countless complex runes. This is the demon-repelling divine shuttle, an ultimate flying treasure. Hurry and come inside. Xiaoyi entered the boat first and invited Jiang Yuer to follow. Jiang Yuer hesitated and did not immediately board. Evil sect cultivators are experts at soul-stealing cultivation techniques. Are you sure you want to stay behind? After hearing this, Jiang Yuer's expression changed. She glanced toward the swiftly approaching gray-clothed elders and without further hesitation, entered the boat. The demon-repelling divine shuttle was the sect's treasure of Lingsu sect, and few in the northern regions could match its flying capability. The gray-clothed figures conjured by Jiang Yuer's subconscious only possessed early golden core level cultivation and naturally couldn't keep up. Xia understood, however, that this was Jiang Yuer's dream territory. As long as he remained in the dream world, dream guardians would continue to emerge endlessly. Inside, the demon-repelling divine shuttle was luxurious and spacious. The floor was covered with a crimson carpet, and all sorts of wooden furniture, made from thousand-year-old spiritual wood, filled the room with a fragrant woody scent. Hanging on the walls were a few ink landscape paintings, magnificent and lively on paper, created by past generations of Ling Su Sect's sect leaders. This divine shuttle is unrivaled in speed across the northern region. Miss, you needn't worry about the evil sect elders catching us. Xia Yi waved his hand again, and a pot of hot tea appeared on the table, its delicate fragrance quickly filling the cabin, blending with the scent of the wood, creating a natural and refreshing atmosphere. Jiang Yuer held a cup of fragrant tea, but did not take a sip. Her brows were tightly furrowed. I feel like I forgot something important. Just then, thunder rumbled outside. The sky darkened with storm clouds as fierce wind and torrential rain swept in within moments. Xia Yi's face changed instantly. It was a sign of the dream world becoming unstable. At this moment, Jiang Yuer's aura surged rapidly. The teacup in her hand cracked and shattered on the ground into pieces. I'm sorry. Xia Yi no longer held back, quickly moved forward, his right hand like a blade, striking swiftly at Jiang Yuer's nape. Jiang Yuer let out a soft cry, then fainted. At this time, the thunder, wind, and rain outside slowly disappeared, and the dream world began to stabilize. However, Xia Yi also sensed that gray-clothed cultivators were continuously appearing from all directions, each possessing early golden core level cultivation, trying to force the demon-repelling divine shuttle to a halt. The oppressive force from dozens of golden core cultivators was truly terrifying, perhaps even more frightening than the previous battle at Xiankong Mountain for the celestial vein qi. The demon-repelling divine shuttle was like a fish struggling through thick mud, facing resistance everywhere. I must quickly enter the next layer of the dream, or else if I'm killed by the dream guardians, Jiang Yuer will wake up, and all my efforts will be wasted. Xia Yi's expression grew serious. He quickly took out a full-size dream set, about the size of a chair, with a helmet on top that looked somewhat similar to the life reconstruction machine. This device could freely create new dreamscapes. After placing the helmet on Jiang Yuer's head, soon a puff of pink mist appeared above. Wearing his dream-watching glasses, Xia Yi entered the dream without hesitation. As soon as he stepped inside the dream, he saw endless ranges of mountains filled with towering peaks, sharp and straight as arrows piercing the sky. Some peaks were covered with spiritual herbs and immortal flowers, while extravagant palaces lay nestled within. To the east, dozens of peaks were enveloped in a thin, colorful glass-like light, inside which lay countless rare flowers and herbs. Xia Yi even spotted a few purple lingji mushrooms the size of wash basins, and large, thick huangjing roots as thick as a child's arm, coiled beneath the stone slabs beside flowing springs. Bright red cinnabar trees grew on sheer cliffs, their branches heavy with red, glowing fruits, guarded by long creatures that looked half snake and half dragon, their bodies covered in white scales, with crystalline horns protruding from their heads. Even deeper within the peaks, in the hazy mist and drifting clouds, vaguely floated a gigantic sky city, like a mirage, making one feel as though they had entered the realm of the immortals. Xia Yi stared at the magnificent heavenly palace before him, completely stunned into silence. Compared to this, the Ling Su sect was like a grass hut next to a royal palace. Chapter 52, Tai Xianjing. So this is the Danding sect among the 8 ancient sects? Truly terrifying. Xia Yi sighed, and then pointed with one hand, conjuring up a mirror. The mirror displayed a beautiful woman in her early 30s, dressed in classical palace attire, exuding a noble and elegant aura. This was none other than Han Yun, the leader of Lingyun Peak in the Danding sect and the master of Jiang Yuer, with a cultivation level of Huashan stage. The full set of dream machines could be set to create any dream. However, Jiang Yuer was no ordinary person, but a golden core expert, with a very powerful soul. Although currently in the second level of the dream, Xia Yi could only influence Jiang Yuer through subtle and gradual means. Xia Yi, appearing as Master Han Yun, arrived at Lingyun Peak and summoned Jiang Yuer. Disciple greets the master. Jiang Yuer respectfully knelt on the ground. I wonder what urgent matter has brought the master here. Han Yun, actually Xia Yi in disguise, replied solemnly. Since I took you as my disciple, I have yet to truly teach you anything. The profound secrets of our sect may puzzle you. Feel free to ask, and I shall explain everything to you. Thank you so much, master. Without suspecting anything, Jiang Yuer honestly voiced her cultivation doubts. Xia Yi possessed the Shun Xian Xiao Yao Yu, so naturally, he was always ready to answer Jiang Yuer's questions. A few days later, Xia Yi had more or less extracted the main content of Tai Xianjing from Jiang Yuer. Eagerly, he asked the immortal robot, Old Immortal, can practicing this part lead one to reach the 9th golden core stage? In theory, yes. However, the Danding sect's method of forming the core is different from the usual one, and it requires many rare treasures. As he spoke, the immortal robot displayed a list, filled with various kinds of herbs. Xia Yi quickly glanced over it, and couldn't help taking in a breath sharply. 9-leaf fire phoenix grass, azure blood golden ginseng, Tianqin jade marrow, immortal mushroom, Qing Su grass, purple spirit stone, oriental wood. I obtained the azure blood golden ginseng and immortal mushroom in Xiankong Mountain before, but Qingsu grass has supposedly gone extinct 10,000 years ago. Where am I supposed to find it? Xia Yi began to feel the pressure. These heavenly treasures were not only extremely rare, some of the herbs on the list had even been extinct for ages and no longer existed. However, now wasn't the time to discuss that. The dream world wasn't stable anymore, meaning Jiang Yuer's real body was about to awaken. Immediately, Xia Yi withdrew from the dream. The moonlight felt as cool as water. Xia Yi stood outside the Luoshui courtyard, watching the pink mist slowly disappear in the courtyard. He knew Jiang Yuer was about to awaken and quickly flew back to his side room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuer let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her temples, feeling slightly weary in her soul, and then recalled the dream. Her face turned slightly red. Why did I dream of Xiankong Mountain again? Then I dreamed of my master. A strange and indescribable feeling rippled in Jiang Yuer's heart. Suddenly, she felt clear and enlightened about the Tai Xian Jing, as if a pearl shrouded in a thick layer of dust had been wiped clean with a cloth, not entirely spotless yet, but already glowing brightly. Who would have thought that having a hangover could bring such an effect? Perhaps I should exchange some monkey wine with Brother Xia. The next morning, Xia Yi had his breakfast, and then bid farewell to Madame Jiang and Jiang Yuer. Madame Jiang expressed some polite pleasantries and did not press him to stay longer. After all, as the sect leader, Xia Yi staying overnight at the Jiang residence was already a great favor. Jiang Yuer accompanied him for miles. At the moment of parting, she pulled out a pill the size of a longan fruit, crystal clear, emerald green, translucent, and radiating a glow. This is the Jade Green Purity Pill, created by my master after collecting hundreds of spiritual herbs and refining them for decades with her own spiritual power. A regular foundation-building cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand its potency and would likely explode upon consuming it. Even a golden core cultivator would take months to fully absorb its power. Once completely absorbed, it purifies and renews one's meridians and slightly enhances one's innate talent. Xia Yi was taken aback. In the cultivation world, pills that improved one's innate talent were priceless and extremely hard to come by. He hesitated slightly and asked, "Such a precious pill. Surely, miss, you must have a task for me to fulfill in return." Brother Xiao's monkey wine is unparalleled in the world. My master also loves fine wines, so she hopes you would kindly share some with us. Jiang Yuer felt a bit too shy to admit that she herself wanted to drink it, so she used her master far away in Zhongzhou as an excuse. Oh, that's such a small matter. Xia Yi relaxed a bit and took out a small golden gourd the size of a palm, saying, "This contains a small quantity of wine, but just 2 or 3 drops can brew a jar of fine wine. I shall gift it to you. As for the pill, please keep it for yourself." He had obtained part of the Tai Xian Jing from Jiang Yuer's dreams, which he considered a rather underhanded method. Feeling a sense of guilt, he wanted to make up for it by offering her some monkey wine. "Brother Xia, please don't refuse." Jiang Yuer naturally wouldn't accept refusal. After some polite exchanges, Xia Yi, Wenai, accepted the Jade Green Purity Pill. After all, this pill could improve one's innate constitution, and it would be of great help to him. Farewelling Jiang Yuer, the journey back to Lingshu Sect was peaceful, without any incident occurring. Although the Zhuanzhen was considered the most powerful cultivator under the nascent soul stage in the northern region, he had previously been terrified by the magic lamp without a spirit. As long as he had not shattered his dine to form the nascent soul, he would not dare to confront Xia Yi directly. In Yuhua Hall, spiritual void gives birth to wisdom light. True nature emerges as worldly attachments fade. Bright pearl shining at night, illuminating all places with clarity. Restless nature transforms into true essence. Mundane heart turns into Taoist heart. If not for the refining power of divine flame, how could pure gold be extracted from ore? Xia Yi was contemplating the Tai Xian Jing. The method of forming a dan used by the Danding sect was quite unique. It involved first refining an external dan, and then using that pill to form an internal dan. The external dan was created by refining various rare treasures into a golden core. The number of openings formed in the golden core during its creation determined how many transformations one could achieve after consuming it. At the time, Jiang Yuer had refined a 7-opening golden core, which was why she had formed a 7-transformation golden core. No wonder in the past 10,000 years, the Danding sect has only produced a single 9-transformation golden core. It must be due to the extreme rarity of the medicinal ingredients. Xia Yi shook his head. Some of the herbs listed in the formula only existed in ancient times. After the primordial era, a great cataclysm had changed the land. This affected not only cultivators and martial artists. Many spirit herbs were also impacted. Due to the cosmic upheaval, many such herbs gradually became extinct, disappearing into the pages of history. Unless I draw a time machine, there's no way I can collect all the required ingredients on this list. Xia Yi gave a bitter smile. Drawing tools from the 100 treasure bag was purely a matter of luck. If one was unlucky, it could take years or even decades to draw a time machine. Old Immortal, since some of these medicinal herbs have already vanished, do you think any substitutes could be used? Xia Yi asked. The Immortal robot pondered for a moment and replied, if substitutes are used, the effect would be greatly diminished. You'd likely only end up with an 8-transformation golden core. Chapter 53 Indoor Fishing Pond. Congratulations, you have drawn the indoor fishing pond. As the system's cold voice rang out, Xia Yi pulled out from a white pouch a prop that resembled wallpaper. It was snow white on the surface, like a sheet of paper, with various colorful buttons and knobs on its far right. Green light flickered in Xia Yi's eyes as he quickly obtained the detailed information of this item. Item name, Indoor Fishing Pond. Function, connects to a nearby body of water, allowing fishing without leaving the house. Extremely convenient. Well, the indoor fishing pond isn't too bad after all. At least better than the automatic nose picker I pulled last time. Xiaoyi turned on the switch. Instantly, ripples spread across the formerly snow-white wallpaper, and before his eyes appeared a square of emerald lake water. The item came with a fishing rod and bait, so he lazily grabbed one and cast a line, quietly waiting for the fish to bite. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the float trembled and then quickly sank downward. Here we go. Xiaoyi hastily lifted the rod. A fish leapt high into the air, splashing droplets of water everywhere. The fish was about 1 chi in length, radiating a jade-green glow from its entire body, like a masterpiece sculpted from fine jade. Actually, it's a cold jade carp from the Bibbo Pond. Xiaoyi was overjoyed. Bibbo Pond was located about 800 li away from Lingshu Sect. A golden python at the core formation stage lived there. Its venom was extremely deadly. Once contaminated, it would cling like an incurable disease. Combined with the freezing spiritual energy from the bottom of Bibbo Pond, even an elder at the nascent soul stage wouldn't come out unscathed. Thus, Bibbo Pond had become a notorious dead zone within the territory of Lingshu Sect. Although its cold jade carps were known for enhancing physical strength and boosting spiritual energy, very few disciples dared venture there to fish. Looking at the cold jade carp thrashing violently on the ground, Xiaoyi suddenly smacked his forehead in excitement. I underestimated it. This prop, when used well, is more powerful than ordinary props. Previously, he had subconsciously thought the indoor fishing pond was useless, suitable only for fishing during leisure time to cultivate one's mind. But thinking carefully, the fact that it could connect to nearby waters clearly marked it as a spatial item. As Xiaoyi was still excited, a vicious and bloodthirsty aura surged from the water, and a massive dark shadow emerged beneath the lake, speeding rapidly toward the surface. Not good. His face changed in an instant. He pressed the power button at lightning speed, and the originally cool and greenish pond water vanished instantly, leaving only the snow-white surface. Huh. Xiaoyi exhaled in relief. He had been careless just now, almost forgetting about that venomous python. Fortunately, he had quick reflexes and avoided a disaster. He had originally considered catching a few more cold jade carps, but under the current situation, it was impossible. Now was summer, the python was more active. Perhaps only in winter, when it hibernated, could he consider coming back. Next, Xiaoyi continued operating the indoor fishing pond, selecting an appropriate river. Shaoqing River was only a dozen or so li from the Yuhua Grand Hall, and didn't harbor any ferocious beasts or demonic fish. However, this time he didn't choose to fish, instead jumping straight into that stretch of river. Before long, Xiaoyi surfaced, finding himself in a small stream beneath a mountain ravine. Around him stood sheer cliffs on all sides. Several springs converged into a brook that plunged down the cliffside, resembling shattered jade and silver coins falling from the sky. The sound resembled a lute's melody, like pearls cascading onto a jade plate, harmonizing with the birdsong among the ancient trees and insect chirps within the grass and rocks. Sure enough, the indoor fishing pool allows spatial teleportation. It's almost like having a magic door. Delighted, Xiaoyi felt he had truly been lucky this time, having scored a real treasure. Stepping out from the stream, not a trace of water was left on him. The Taoist robe he wore was no ordinary item. Woven from the silk of a 6-winged jade silkworm, it contained the essence of water from Kuei, making it extraordinarily durable and impervious to water, fire, blades, or thunder. Through experimentation, Xiaoyi discovered that the maximum distance the indoor fishing pond could connect to was about 50,000 li. Beyond that, it was out of range. 50,000 li seemed far, but in the vast northern territory, it wasn't even worth mentioning. When the hour of Z arrived, deep into the night and silence, Xiaoyi turned on the indoor fishing pond once more, inputting the exact coordinates of Shuiyun River. Shuiyun River was a famous spiritual river located within the territory of the Lihua sect, harboring many rare spiritual fish. Before long, a stretch of pitch-black, chilling river water appeared before him, its surface reflecting a crescent moon. Xiaoyi retrieved his specially made fishing rod and bait. The fishing rod was crafted from a type of spiritual bamboo called bingbai, possessing excellent flexibility. Even when facing the most powerful spiritual fish, it would not break. As for the bait, it was the larvae of a creature known as the black-armored wasp, white, tender, plump, and juicy, loved by various spiritual fish. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, the float suddenly plunged downward. Xiaoyi hastily lifted the rod. Instantly, the fishing rod made from bingbai bamboo bent into a perfect circle, emitting a sharp, howling sound as it cut through the air. The red gold carp exerted tremendous force. An ordinary chi condensation stage cultivator might not even be able to control it. However, Xiaoyi was a late foundation building expert, so naturally, this posed no challenge. Slap, slap, slap. A golden carp over 3 chi long thrashed about on the ground. It had a pair of long golden whiskers on its head, and its pectoral fins resembled short legs, still flailing violently. Its sharp shriek echoed as it looked ferociously menacing. This indoor fishing pond really delivers. With this, the Lihua sect won't be a threat anymore. A cold glint flashed in Xiaoyi's eyes. The Lihua sect and the Lingshu sect weren't on good terms. There had been occasional frictions between them, forming deep-seated enmity. Previously, over the middle-grade spiritual or mine in the Liangji Mountains, the two sects had engaged in several battles, and their relationship had hit rock bottom. The Lihua sect was a second-tier sect in the Northern Territory, with 3 or 4 Golden Core elders. Their sect leader, Du Kuan, had practically reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, making his power formidable. Originally, the Lingshu sect had vastly overshadowed the Lihua sect, but ever since Qing Xuanzi and his disciple were executed and Wu Zhongtian was sealed away, the Lingshu sect had suffered a major decline. The Lihua sect had been restless, frequently sending cultivators to spy near the Liangjia Mountains, aiming to reclaim the middle-grade spiritual or mine. Now that he had the indoor fishing pond, a spatial artifact, Xia Yi could strike like a heavenly soldier, launching a sudden raid on the Lihua sect. In the following days, Xia Yi continued using the indoor fishing pond to catch spiritual fish. In his previous life, he had been an avid angler, going fishing whenever he had free time. Now, having reached the peak of foundation building, he only needed to collect the necessary herbs to concoct the 9-orifice golden pill. However, some herbs had already gone extinct, so there was no rush. 30 red gold carps, 80 golden scaled loaches, 200 jade yellow fishes. This was Xia Yi's harvest over the past half-month. He couldn't possibly eat them all, so most were given as rewards to elders and disciples. Master, the Southern Yu Kingdom is mobilizing a large force, aiming to breach Yanbei Pass and seize control of the Liangjia Mountains. Suzuki approached, looking somewhat solemn. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Xia Yi's eyes as he coldly said, "If the Lihua sect dares to unilaterally break the agreement, then don't blame the Lingshu sect for being ruthless." Chapter 54. Attack on the Leaf Fire sect. Inside Yambiguan, Xia Yi installed the satellite rocket and pressed the launch button. With a loud "blong," a 2-foot-tall rocket shot out a long trail of flame, flying straight upward. Half a shurchen later, the monitor emitted a "toon" noise, its screen filled with static and occasionally flickering with blurry images. After another incense sticks time, the satellite's signal finally stabilized. Instantly, a map appeared on the screen. Xia Yi clicked and enlarged it. Before his eyes appeared a continuous military encampment stretching more than 50 li, filled densely with heavily armed soldiers. Clearly, the Southern Yu Kingdom had mobilized its entire nation's forces, determined to seize the Twin Worlds mountain at all costs. In the central area of the massive army stood several elaborately decorated tents. Though no guards were stationed at the entrances, numerous servants and maids bustled about outside. Xia Yi guessed that these tents likely housed the high-ranking figures of the Leaf Fire sect. Indeed, over the next few days, he observed through the reconnaissance satellite that several golden elixir elders of the Leaf Fire sect frequently entered and exited those tents. Besides them, there was a mysterious Taoist priest wearing flowing cloud-patterned robes and a peculiar tall crown, thin to the point of emaciation, exuding an ethereal, sage-like aura. The several golden elixir elders of the Leaf Fire sect treated him with utmost reverence, like ministers before an emperor. The mysterious old Taoist resided alone in the most luxurious tent, separate from the tents of the Leaf Fire sect's golden elixir elders. No wonder the Leaf Fire sect dares to challenge Lingsu's sect. They've invited a nascent soul, true monarch. Xia Yi's expression turned grave. At first, he had thought it was the supreme elder of the Phantom Sound sect personally coming out of seclusion, but then dismissed the idea. It was rumored that the supreme elder of the Phantom Sound sect was a 500-year-old crone, not a man. Could it be someone from the Pill Cauldron sect? A chill passed through Xia Yi's heart. He recalled the birthday celebration of the elder matriarch of the Jiang family, where he had clashed with Zhou Chun, a true disciple of the Pill Cauldron sect. Perhaps this mysterious Taoist had been invited by Zhou Chun. But why would a nascent soul monarch involve himself in such a minor matter? Xia Yi felt puzzled. A mid-grade Rimai would be a considerable fortune for the 5 great immortal sects. But for the Pill Cauldron sect, one of the 8 ancient sects of the Central Plains, it would be no more significant than a child's pocket money, unworthy of mention in refined circles. Suddenly, he thought of Master Xiang and his granddaughter Ningyan. Could it be that Master Xiang revealed to Zhou Chun that I have the inheritance of the ancient mechanism Dao? The more Xia Yi thought, the more plausible it seemed. The ancient mechanism Dao had once been a terrifying sect rivaling holy lands across the eastern Shenzhou continent. The mechanism Dao specialized most in crafting all sorts of magical artifacts. Legend had it they had even created immortal-grade treasures. Although the Pill Cauldron sect was one of the 8 ancient sects dominating its own domain, compared to the sacred lands, it simply paled in comparison. Only an inheritance of the ancient mechanism Dao could possibly stir the interest of a nascent soul cultivator from the Pill Cauldron sect. Thinking thus, Xia Yi used the machine to print the images of the mysterious Taoist taken by the satellite. He handed them to a Foundation Formation elder, instructing him to immediately show the photo to Jiang Yuer, and confirm whether the Taoist in the picture was indeed one of the elders or peak masters of the Pill Cauldron sect. If it turned out to be true, Jiang Yuer might be able to mediate the conflict. After all, in the cultivation world of the Northern Territory, nascent soul experts were the ultimate ceiling. Let's go. While they're off guard, strike straight at the stronghold of the Leaf Fire sect. Xia Yi decisively issued the command. The Leaf Fire sect had only 4 golden elixir cultivators total. 3 of them had already appeared before Yamingwen. Only the sect leader Du Kuan remained behind to guard the sect, leaving it practically defenseless. Xia Yi took out his indoor fishing pond, flipped a switch, and immediately the pristine white wall rippled, as if water was spreading across its surface. Before their eyes appeared a stretch of turquoise lake. Beyond the lake waters lay the heartland of the Leaf Fire sect, the Linggu known as Bai Bo Lake. Kill. Charge into the Leaf Fire sect, and breach their sect with our most powerful forces. Xia Yi gave the pre-battle address. For this campaign, 3 golden elixir elders had joined the battle. Mo Lai, elder official Lin Bin, and elder Li Qingfeng. Song Yuanshan and several other elders remained behind to guard the sect. Additionally, more than 100 Foundation Formation elders and disciples were dispatched. Almost the entire elite force of Lingsu sect had been mobilized. Li Fire Sect. Baibo Lake was one of the sect's core regions. It was rumored that the sect's Limai lay beneath the lake. Many elders and disciples sat cross-legged along the lakeshore, absorbing the pure spiritual energy exuding from the lake water. Suddenly, the tranquil lake's surface rippled violently. One after another, unfamiliar cultivators brimming with killing intent flew out from the lake. Who are you? How dare you appear in Baibo Lake? An elder stood up and shouted angrily. The leader among them was Elder Enforcer Mo Lai, a fiery-tempered man. He summoned his golden mace, unleashing a golden rainbow stretching thousands of meters. With a furious swing, he brought it down savagely. Before the elder could even draw out his artifact, his body had been crushed into pulp. The rest of the elders and disciples were thrown into chaos and panic, completely unprepared for such bloodshed occurring within their own sect headquarters. Some tried to flee, while others attempted to resist. But under Elder Mo Lai's golden mace, they all turned into pulp. Hardly anyone survived a second strike. Most of them, filled with terror and resentment, began to flee from the advancing Ling Su sect cultivators. However, wave after wave of blood blossomed in the air as people fell one by one. Ah, mercy, spare us. This was a massacre. The Ling Su sect cultivators showed no mercy, for showing weakness to the enemy was tantamount to cruelty to themselves. Crack. With a single swing of the golden mace, the head of a Foundation Formation elder in the late stage was knocked clean off, and the headless body plummeted from the sky. With a sweeping blow, the mace cut through the ranks like cutting through thousands of soldiers. Several Foundation Formation elders were sliced at the waist, blood spewing like spring water, hot and steaming, the stench of blood clogging the air. Ah! Screams continued to echo inside the Li Fire sect. This was pure slaughter, no match at all in terms of power level. Without the presence of the 3 golden elixir elders, the remaining Foundation Formation elders were like ants trying to shake a giant tree. There was no chance of escape. This was a bloody scene, sickening and unbearable even for the strong-hearted. But that's how annihilation wars were. Either you died, or they did. There was no room for sentimentality between two sides. Yin Hao, being the personal disciple of the sect leader, had also joined this battle. Though only at the early Foundation Formation stage, he wielded a white bamboo fan. With a violent swing, he unleashed a furious gust of wind. Instantly, sand and stones flew into the air, massive boulders were blown skyward, countless trees were bent and broken, and several terrifying tornadoes, hundreds of meters high, formed rapidly. Many Li Fire sect disciples were caught inside, their fates unknown. Dong! The bell tolled loudly, echoing for hundreds of li, vibrating against people's eardrums. This was the warning bell of the Li Fire sect. Once rung, it signaled that the sect was under attack by a powerful enemy. Inside deeper parts of the sect, chaos erupted. Upon hearing the warning bell, everyone was alarmed. What sudden disaster had befallen the sect? That bell hadn't rung in 1,000 years. Even if elders heard the bell and realized what was happening, it was already too late. 3 golden elixir elders from Lingsu sect, followed by over 100 elite Foundation Formation disciples, arrived in an instant like a howling storm. Kill. This was a tidal wave of steel, unstoppable in its advance. Like a lion entering a flock of sheep, they were invincible, sweeping everything before them. Chapter 55. The Demise of the Li Hua Sect. Ahead, ranges of mountains stretched endlessly like a giant dragon lying across the land. This was the most spiritually auspicious mountain within the territory of the Li Hua Sect. The sect's main hall stood deep within. Over 100 Ling Su cultivators had surrounded this area. Everyone raised their magical treasures, preparing for the final battle. Du Kuan flew out from the sect's main hall. He felt both shocked and enraged. These Ling Su cultivators had appeared like heavenly soldiers with no forewarning, catching them completely off guard, causing heavy casualties. You, the Ling Su sect, rank among the 5 great immortal sects. Why do you act like a demonic sect trying to wipe us out? Do you truly wish to cut yourself off from the entire northern region cultivation world? Du Kuan shouted in anger. Mo Lai held his golden large mace and coldly laughed. Your Li Hua sect has conspired with nascent soul cultivators from the Central Plains, intending to destroy our Ling Su sect. This is truly cutting yourself off from the northern region cultivation world. Du Kuan was startled. He hadn't expected the other side to find out so quickly. He did not respond at this moment, as the confrontation had already reached the point of mutual annihilation, with no room for retreat. He then summoned the sect's most treasured artifact, the Qiyang Furnace. This top-tier magical treasure emitted a stream of hazy mist and possessed terrifying power. At this moment, centered on Du Kuan, a powerful ripple of energy surged forth like a roaring river, spreading violently in all directions. The sect's main hall was the core of a sect. Though Du Kuan was still a step away from reaching the late stage of the golden core cultivation, with the geographical advantage, he could unleash a might surpassing that of ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators. Mo Lai was unafraid. In his hand was the golden large mace, an ancestral treasure of the Ling Su sect, forged by a former cultivator who had reached the nascent soul stage. It was also a supreme magical treasure. With its own rumbling noise that shook the heavens, Tan Di Qingfu, the 2 supreme magical artifacts collided violently. unleashing a storm of chaotic energy that swept across the sky and spread in all directions. Everywhere was like a raging tide, brimming with devastating force, causing the entire region to become chaotic and overturned. Activate! Du Kuan roared furiously and struck out once again. In midair, the Qiyang furnace quickly enlarged, becoming as large as a small mountain, spewing towering flames. A sound like a tidal wave echoed out from within, making people's ears buzz, and the raging inferno within was clearly visible. Then, the flames roared into the sky, an intensely bright fire surging straight upward. The scorching heat instantly evaporated nearby rivers, filling the air with a misty haze. Far away, the disciples from both sides were terrified. Even those standing outside the battlefield could hardly endure it. Those close to it would likely be turned to ashes instantly. Mo-Lai let out a low roar, unleashing his full power. With one strike, the golden mace radiated dazzling light, turning the entire sky golden. The mace expanded greatly in the air, resembling a celestial pillar. Laden with overwhelming might like rolling thunder, it seemed capable of smashing a mountain to pieces as it slammed viciously toward Li Hua Sect's sect leader, Du Kuan. Dang! The mace fell like a mountain onto the furnace, creating a sound like heaven collapsing and earth cracking, deafening many, causing blood to flow from their ears. Many people nearby screamed in pain, clutching their ears in agony, as waves of sonic force sent them flying. The Qiyang furnace, as the sect's most valued treasure, had been consecrated by generations of sect leaders. Its fiery might was boundless, its sound capable of injuring people, possessing terrifying power. Mo-Lai was equally alarmed. The golden mace had been forged over decades by a nascent soul expert. With his strength, not even cracking the Qiyang furnace spoke volumes about how extraordinary it was. He circled around the 100-meter-high furnace and continued striking with the golden mace, creating a continuous clang against the red-hot walls. Shallow marks appeared on the Qiyang furnace, though its fundamental integrity remained intact. Master Mo, may my colleague and I lend assistance? Elder Li Qingfeng, the sect's transmission elder, called out. There's no need for the two of you to interfere. I can handle this alone. Mo-Lai huffed coldly. Previously, outside the Yanbei Pass, the former disciplinary elder Qing Xuanzi had gravely injured Du Kuan. Now, as the current sect enforcer, if he could not subdue Du Kuan, how could he maintain his dignity as sect enforcer in the future? Scarlet Phoenix Annihilation. Du Kuan, the leader of the Li Hua sect, spat out a mouthful of refined blood onto the Qiyang furnace. Then, chanting ancient words of power, he performed a secret technique. Torrents of fire surged out like waves. Flames as red as blood burst from the furnace, surging toward Mo-Lai like a torrent, capable of burning away everything in the world. Instantly, a colossal red blood furnace appeared in the sky, from which a fire phoenix burst forth, wings spread wide to the heavens, surrounded by scorching flames. The cry of the phoenix shook the sky, clear and distant. As the fire phoenix soared through the air, surrounding it were giant lotus-shaped flames the size of houses. Across the sky, crimson light filled the void, seeming to twist the very space itself. All the vegetation upon the spiritually rich mountain was instantly reduced to ash, leaving behind only a mountain of blackened stone. Even the rocks atop the peak had melted into a glowing red liquid, flowing slowly downward, becoming molten lava. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The scorching heat caused universal fear among all present. The fire phoenix dove down, launching itself at Mo-Lai. The surrounding giant flaming lotuses emitted eerie glowing light and surged forward together. A nearby mountain peak was struck, instantly melting a section of it. A mountain ridge over 10 meters tall vanished in an instant, turning into molten lava. Such terrifying temperatures made even transmission elder Li Qingfeng change expression. If he had been in that position instead, he surely would have been reduced to ashes already. The golden large mace's power could shatter mountains and rivers. With one swing across the sky, golden waves actually suppressed the sea of flames. The fire phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry, flying backward with a sharp, mournful shriek. Seizing this opportunity, Mo-Lai roared furiously, swinging the mace downward with unmatched dominance. The sky seemed to collapse as the heavy strike crashed violently onto the furnace wall. This tremendous vibrating sound echoed throughout the Li Hua sect, carrying for dozens of miles, nearly splitting people's eardrums. A massive mace-shaped imprint was deeply engraved onto the Qiyang furnace. Du Kuan, whose spiritual essence was connected with the Qiyang furnace, also suffered serious injuries at this moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression became weak and listless. How could Mo-Lai possibly let this opportunity slip away? In the blink of an eye, he dashed to Du Kuan's side and mercilessly struck the Li Hua sect's leader with the golden mace. His physical body was instantly smashed into pieces. Even the golden core within his dantian was not spared, shattering along with the destroyed flesh. With the sect leader dead, the remaining members of the Li Hua sect no longer had any desire to resist. Don't kill us, we surrender to the Ling Su sect. Some people trembled with fear, even kneeling on the ground. But this was a battle to eliminate an entire sect. There could be no mercy shown at all. The peaks were stained with blood, corpses scattered across the ground. An hour later, all disciples and elders of the Li Hua sect at the foundation building stage and above were completely wiped out. Some lower-level inner and outer disciples with weaker abilities were spared. If all 3,000 disciples of the Li Hua sect were killed, even if the Ling Su sect had the most justifiable reasons, they would be labeled as a demonic sect, unwelcome throughout the entire northern region cultivation world. The Qiyang furnace buzzed, rising from a pile of rubble, slowly shrinking until it was palm-sized, glowing deep red like blood jade, delicate and exquisite. After collecting this supreme treasure, Immortal solemnly said, "We don't have much time left. Begin looting all of the Lihua sect's wealth immediately." Chapter 56, The Harvest. Within the territory of the Lihua sect, ancient palaces stood tall and grand halls stretched endlessly. The Ling Su army captured one hall after another, most filled with swirling spiritual energy and brilliant treasures glowing with precious light. Although Ling Su was one of the 5 great immortal sects, it had long been in decline. Its last remaining resources had been squandered by the former sect leader Li Shuijing. Now, they were practically penniless. But Lihua was different. Also an ancient sect, it once had 1 or 2 core formation lords in its history. In the northern cultivation realm, apart from the 5 great sects, Lihua was considered one of the most outstanding. After breaching one of the treasure vaults, a brilliant light shot into the sky. It was pile upon pile of spiritual stones. The air was so thick with spiritual energy that it nearly condensed into droplets. Some were as big as soccer balls, others as large as millstones, varying in size and freshly mined without being cut into standard forms. The quality of these spiritual stones was astonishingly high. Most were mid-grade, and many were even top-grade, each of immense value. The medicinal halls were also discovered. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma that refreshed the soul. White porcelain bottles were lined up in rows, sealed with talismans. Inside were countless types of pills: prime Yuqing pills, 3-flower jade dew pills, turtle crane longevity pills, and rebirth elixir. Too many to take in at once. Another vault was found, its entrance sealed with powerful formations, but before Mo's golden war club, all those defenses were instantly shattered. Radiant treasure light poured out, dazzling to the eyes. A branch, covered in green leaves, exuded a powerful aura of vitality. This was the Tianqing Lingmu, brimming with rich wood qi, capable not only of nourishing the physical body, but also aiding in the cultivation of wood-based techniques. A crystalline droplet-like object, the size of an egg, emitted faint sounds of roaring waves, as if a single drop could summon a mighty river. A 3-foot-long slab of golden metal radiated blinding light, and an infinite surge of metal qi, piercing the skin with sharp discomfort. In addition to these rare and precious ingredients, there were also numerous magical artifacts. Yanhao picked up an 8-inch ruler beside him. As it radiated powerful spiritual energy, he lightly waved it, and golden light enveloped his entire body. What a marvelous treasure! Though Yanhao was visibly envious, he carefully stored it inside the sect's storage bag. He addressed the surrounding disciples. All treasures must be submitted to the sect headquarters for final distribution by the sect leader. Do you all understand? Rest assured, Master Senior Brother. We would never keep anything for ourselves, the disciples replied. The accumulation of the Lihua sect was simply too vast. With multiple treasure vaults, the total amount of precious treasures was beyond imagination. This was the legacy of thousands, even tens of thousands of years, an incalculable wealth of heavenly materials and rare herbs, far surpassing what Ling Su ever had. As one of the most prominent sects in the northern region, Lihua had many disciples. Naturally, the Ling Su army couldn't eliminate every last one. Some elders and disciples managed to escape. Beyond the Yanbeiguan Pass, a golden core cultivator in a green robe was incredulous. What? The Lihua sect has been wiped out? What nonsense are you spouting? Kneeling before him was a disciple covered in blood, his expression furious and mournful. Elder Zhou, every word I speak is true. Out of nowhere, a massive Ling Su army attacked our sect. Leading them were 3 golden core cultivators. No one within the sect could resist them. Master Du has fallen, and nearly all the elders have been slain. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou nearly collapsed from dizziness. He immediately transformed into a streak of divine light and soared toward Lihua's sect. 2 other golden core elders accompanied him. Less than a Du Shang time later, the 3 golden core cultivators arrived above their sect. The once prosperous Lihua sect now lay in ruins. Many palaces were engulfed in raging flames, smoke rising thick and heavy. Corpses lay scattered across the mountains and within the halls, dying in horrifying, gruesome ways. Ling Su sect, I shall never coexist with you. The 3 golden core elders were furious, their rage barely contained, wishing they could launch an immediate attack on Ling Su. At that moment, a cultivator dressed in cloud-patterned robes, possessing the bearing of a celestial, drifted in from afar. The tragic sight of Lihua stirred no reaction from him. Instead, he reached out into the air, bringing his hand to his nose and sniffing thoughtfully. Why do the auras of the 3 golden core disciples from Ling Su only appear within the sect compound, with none detectable outside at all? Could it be they actually possess the ancient formation Dao's inheritance? Elder Zhou and the other 2 golden core elders approached and knelt before him, speaking with a solemn voice. Ling Su has gone mad with ambition, committing such an act of annihilation. It's no different from the demonic path. We beg true Lord Yu Yang to eliminate this evil sect and restore justice to Lihua. Sighing deeply, the true Lord Yu Yang spoke with a tone of sorrowful compassion. To eradicate evil and protect the Tao is the duty of our path. Since Ling Su has committed such an inhumane act, I shall make the journey myself to cleanse the northern cultivation realm of this great menace. Thank you, true Lord, for intervening on our behalf. The 3 elders of Lihua's sect were overjoyed. With a nascent soul true Lord joining the battle, annihilating the Lingsu sect would be a matter of minutes. Meanwhile, in Yuhua Hall, chests upon chests of spiritual stones, magical artifacts, pills, and divine materials filled the grand hall. The radiance of these treasures was so intense that one could barely keep their eyes open. Xia Yi, although mentally prepared, still found himself stunned by the sheer magnitude of this wealth. Ling Su had long been impoverished. This feeling was just like a poor family suddenly winning the lottery, an overwhelming sensation of instant riches. Now we have enough spiritual stones to purchase the ingredients for the 9-orifice golden pill. Xia Yi was ecstatic. The list of medicinal ingredients required by the pill formula was long and extensive, many of them rare and highly valued treasures in the cultivation world, so expensive that ordinary cultivators could hardly afford them. Previously, the spiritual stones seized from Qing Xuanzi and his disciple, along with the proceeds from the excavation of the mid-grade mine at Mangdang Mountain, were mostly spent on repairing and maintaining the sect's protective grand formation, the Great Sumer Positive and Negative 9 Palace Immortal Array. There had barely been any surplus left to purchase other treasures. Now, with the immense wealth Lihua's sect had accumulated over thousands of years, Xia Yi finally had the resources to make bold moves. Master, outside Yanbeiguan Pass, there is a nascent soul, true lord watching us like a tiger ready to pounce. If he uses the justification of avenging Lihua's sect and marches straight here, how should we respond? Mo Lai, standing beside him, voiced his concern. A nascent soul true lord was at the pinnacle of power in the northern cultivation realm. In the past, if former sect leader Li Shuijing and Qing Xuanzi were still alive, Ling Su might have stood a chance in resisting one. Now, Ling Su had only a handful of disciples, and the strongest among them was Mo Lai himself, at the late Golden Core stage. Facing a nascent soul true lord would mean utter annihilation, with no ability to resist whatsoever. Even with the protective grand formation, they would not be able to withstand a nascent soul expert hailing from an ancient, great sect. Fear not. This seat already has a plan. Xia Yi remained calm, showing no signs of worry or excitement. The elders, including Mo Lai, felt slightly relieved. Although their sect leader wasn't the strongest in cultivation, he always managed to turn even the most desperate situations around. Just then, a voice filled with grief and fury traveled from afar. Ling Su sect, you have committed heinous acts, destroying our sect. Today, we demand you repay this blood debt with blood. Chapter 57, Wei Zheng Can. Outside the gates of Lingshu Mountain, Elder Zhou was shouting furiously, his voice transforming into waves of sound that radiated in all directions, covering a radius of hundreds of miles. The enemy had reached the very gates of the mountain, and naturally, Xie Yi, as the sect's supreme patriarch, could not afford to show cowardice. Your Lihua's sect unilaterally violated the Yanbeiguan Treaty by striking first, attempting to seize control of our Lingshu. You must now face the consequences. Xie Yi stood firm within the sect headquarters. The Grand Protective Formation had already been activated, enclosing the entire sect within an orange-yellow barrier that emitted a dim glow. The Maha Sumru Inverted 9 Palaces Immortal Formation had been enhanced over generations by countless past patriarchs and elders. Many secret and intricate arrays were inscribed upon it. Earth, fire, water, wind, thunderbolts, and dark malevolent energies. Any who attacked this orange shield with Fabov or techniques would suffer severe counterattacks. You even wiped out my entire Lihua sect. How are you any different from demonic cultivators? I beg the true sovereign of Yuyang to intervene and avenge my sect. Elder Zhou turned and spat angrily. That is only just. True sovereign Yuyang stepped forward and proclaimed in a loud voice. Although I am a cultivator from Zhongzhou, ridding the world of evil and safeguarding the Tao are our duty. If you surrender now, you may receive lighter punishment. If not, do not blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, an immense and awe-inspiring aura spread outward from his body. A colossal energy ripple surged outward from his center, shaking heaven and earth with terrifying power and overwhelming force. The might of a Yuaning true sovereign was fully revealed. He extended forth a misty green hand, 5 fingers stretched like towering trees across the sky, creating an insurmountable presence. Everyone within the sect immediately felt a heavy weight descend upon them, as though 10,000 mountains were pressing down slowly. The enormous hand, like a mountain, crashed into the protective barrier, sparking countless electric arcs, which crackled and danced like golden snakes. Terrifying energies surged forth like endless raging rivers, unleashing devastating destruction. True Sovereign Yuyang's lips twitched slightly as he too experienced a significant backlash. He hadn't expected that such a small, remote sect could possess such a powerful protective array. That it could actually wound a Yuaning true sovereign was simply unbelievable. With no further hesitation, he unleashed his full power. With a wave of his fingers, a great yellow bell flew forth, spinning rapidly as it expanded, growing larger and larger until it looked like a golden mountain, tolling with a resounding, world-shaking clang. This is a Tao artifact. A wave of dread rose within the hearts of the Lingshu disciples, a helpless feeling washing over them. Throughout the entire northern region of cultivation, there were perhaps only a handful of Tao artifacts in existence. Each was a sect treasure. They were never brought out lightly, except in situations of existential crisis. But to the people of Zhongzhou, Tao artifacts seemed to be of little significance. Ancient sect elders often possessed one with ease. Patriarch, what should we do? Mo Lai's voice trembled as he spoke. A cultivator who had dominated the northern region for over a century, this was the first time he had witnessed a Tao artifact firsthand. No worries. I have my own means of dealing with this. Xie's expression remained calm, like still water. He took a step forward and said, True Sovereign Yu Yang, I noticed your presence in the Southern Army camp long ago, yet still went ahead and annihilated the Lihua sect. Can you guess why? With a wave of his sleeve, an image formed in the sky, an exact picture of True Sovereign Yu Yang within the encampment. Oh, what? True Sovereign Yu Yang was also startled, not expecting that someone had already captured his image without his awareness, which was deeply unsettling. A Yuaning cultivator's spiritual sense was unfathomably strong. Within 10 miles, even an ant could be clearly seen. If someone tried to investigate through secret techniques, one would feel it instantly. Yet, a few days prior, he had sensed nothing at all. I already know why you support the Lihua sect. It's none other than the inheritance of the ancient mechanism Tao. Xie sneered and directly exposed True Sovereign Yu Yang's intent. He continued, the ancient mechanism Tao is a power on par with holy lands. It is even rumored to have forged immortal artifacts. Even if I only received a fragment of its minor inheritance, you, a Yuaning cultivator, would be no match. Unless the patriarch of your Danding sect personally intervenes. What bold words! True Sovereign Yu Yang laughed in contempt. You're nothing but a bunch of narrow-minded frogs at the bottom of a well, daring to spout such nonsense here. The patriarch of the Danding sect was a deity, transformation sovereign. Even within Zhongzhou, a land teeming with experts and wonders, he was still a dominant power. The northern region, a barren land with thin spiritual qi, hadn't seen a single deity transformation expert in thousands of years. How could these mere villagers possibly understand the terrifying might of a deity transformation expert? Whether my words are bold or not, you will know when you see for yourself. Xie smiled faintly, chanting an incantation while forming seals with both hands. In the empty sky, a massive circular black hole appeared, as if connected to a bottomless, endless dark realm. From within that void, a gigantic object slowly emerged. It was nearly 100 zhang in size, its entire body seemingly forged from black gold, magnificent and vast, like an ancient mountain that had existed since time immemorial, radiating a cold, metallic luster. Everyone inhaled sharply. This immense monster was simply too overwhelming, its presence suffocating and filled with the aura of ancient ages. What is this? True Sovereign Yu Yang also took a step back in shock. This item is called Wei Zhentian. It is an ultimate puppet crafted by the ancient mechanism Tao, an artifact capable of unleashing the power of a nascent soul sage. Xie controlled the massive figure as it took a single step forward, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to crumble, with massive boulders rolling down from the peaks. True Sovereign Yu Yang immediately felt an immense pressure descend upon him, as if the weight of a mountain had settled on his body, making even breathing difficult. Elder Zhou and the other two Golden Core cultivators fared even worse. Their faces turned pale, sweat streamed down their faces, and they gasped for breath heavily. True Sovereign Yu Yang pointed upward, and the giant bronze bell floating in midair flew above his head, emitting streams of golden light that enveloped him. Yet, the oppressive sensation still remained, as if his infinite golden bell was completely ineffective. He couldn't help but recall the moment he had stood before his own sect leader, the same feeling of overwhelming pressure. Could this giant truly be capable of manifesting the power of a nascent soul sage? He felt unease stirring in his heart. At this moment, Elder Zhou struggled to speak. True Sovereign, even if this object possesses tremendous power, Xie, the sect leader of Lingxiu, is only at the foundation building stage. How much strength could he possibly unleash? Your words make sense. True Sovereign Yu Yang nodded, then laughed loudly. Just a foundation building brat. Even if he somehow obtained a legendary Jachip, he still wouldn't be able to bring forth its true might. Xie sneered coldly. How could you possibly understand the profound mysteries of the ancient mechanism Tao? As long as Wei Zhentian has sufficient spirit stones, it can fight. Previously, with Lingxiu's limited financial resources, sustaining Wei Zhentian in battle was difficult. But now that I have acquired the vast reserves of spirit stones from Lihua sect, slaying a Yuan-ing true sovereign is certainly within reach. Chapter 58, The Gravity Regulator. Saying so, Megatron stepped forward, immediately causing the ground to shake and dust to rise, filling the air with an unmatched oppressive force. Then he extended his right finger, snapped it, and instantly a fist-sized golden light shot out. Facing the storm, it rapidly expanded, like a collapsing mountain range or surging sea, covering the heavens and earth. With a deafening roar, an explosion erupted from nowhere. In the distance, a mountain crumbled, rocks scattering wildly. The massive stones flew at tremendous speed. Some struck the protective barrier and were instantly crushed into dust. True Sovereign Yu Yang, I respect you as an elder of the Danding sect from Central Zhou. This matter is a feud between Lingxiu sect and Lihua cultivation. You would do well to not get too involved. Xia said solemnly. Megatron radiated a terrifying aura. Countless lightning bolts flickered across his surface, producing crackling sounds as he prepared for battle at any moment. True Sovereign Yu Yang's face turned grim. This giant, hundreds of zhang tall, was capable of shattering mountains with a single finger strike, truly possessing the might of a cultivation realm saint. He himself was only at the mid-core formation stage, though his cultivation and power dominated the entire northern region of cultivators. Facing this ancient mechanical construct, he would be completely crushed. But if he truly just walked away now, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Danding sect? Caught in indecision, he stood between action and retreat, unable to decide whether to attack or leave. True sovereign, matters of the northern region should be settled by the northern region itself. As a senior figure from the Central Plains, interfering in the affairs of the northern region cultivation sects will surely cause disputes between the two regions. For the sake of peace between our lands, I humbly request the sovereign to withdraw. Seeing true sovereign Yu Yang's hesitation, he intentionally took a humble stance, offering the elder a way out. Yu Yang, of course, had no desire to fight such a terrifying giant. As a powerful and influential elder of one of the 8 great sects, renowned in the Central Plains, it would be utterly unworthy to fall here, in this backwater of the northern region. Taking the offered excuse, he nodded and said, "What you say is reasonable. As a cultivator of the Central Plains, it is indeed improper for me to meddle in the northern region's affairs." Elder Zhou panicked, shouting urgently, "True sovereign, you must not stand idly by. The actions of the Lingsu sect are unforgivable crimes. Every cultivator in the northern region must destroy them. If you eliminate them, you are doing so for the peace and stability of the entire northern region." Yu Yang's expression changed. He said, "This is a domestic matter between the 2 sects in the northern region. You may invite other sects to settle the matter. I, being from the central region, should not intervene." He then flicked his sleeve, summoned a cloud of radiance from beneath his feet, and flew off as a streak of divine light. With true sovereign Yu Yang gone, only the 3 foundation realm elders of Lihua cultivation remained. Xia Yi said calmly, "Senior Elder Mo, it's up to you." As ordered, Mo Lai showed a cruel smile as he stepped forward, wielding a great golden mace from outside the mountain barrier. The 3 elders of Zhou wished to flee, but they were far inferior to Mo Lai, who was at the late foundation realm. Though they attacked together, they still fell under the golden mace. With everything now settled, Xia Yi also let out a breath of relief. With a sweeping wave of his hand, the enormous Megatron instantly vanished. In truth, it had all been a facade. If true sovereign Yu Yang had chosen to keep attacking, the mountain defense formation would have definitely been destroyed. There was no second option. That Megatron figure had actually been created by Xia Yi using an item he drew, a holographic projector. It was simply a ball of light and shadow, with no actual combat ability whatsoever. As for this saint pressure, felt by true sovereign Yu Yang and the 3 elders of Lihua cultivation, it was also an effect caused by another item. The gravity regulator. It looked somewhat like a scale. By adjusting the dials, the gravity within the surrounding area could be altered, with the minimum setting being 0 gravity. Xia Yi adjusted the regulator to its maximum, increasing gravity up to 100 times normal. What does 100-fold gravity mean? Suppose someone weighs 100 gene on the ground. Under 100 times gravity, they'd weigh 10,000 gene. Furthermore, the gravity field cannot be blocked by magical treasures. Even Yu Yang's Dao artifact, a large bronze bell, was unable to block it. Only if a formation was erected, sealing the surrounding area around the body and isolating it from the outside, would it be possible to avoid the effects of the gravity regulator. As for Megatron's mountain-shattering finger blast, that was even simpler. Xia Yi had secretly planted numerous single-use explosive talismans deep inside the mountain, including items such as thunder bombs, flame pellets, and crimson ghost hellfire bombs, which had cost a total of 800 high-grade spirit stones. Also, Xia Yi was no fool. He wasn't relying solely on the holographic projector. He had long since hidden all elders and disciples within a tool he possessed, free entry paper. This paper contained a weakened version of the Mountain River Society picture artifact, a spacious inner world capable of housing tens of thousands of people. Had true sovereign Yu Yang insisted on attacking the protective barrier, everything would not have been destroyed. Therefore, Xia Yi would decisively act together with several elders, carrying all of Ling Su Sect's assets, and escape through the indoor fishing pond. Of course, this was merely a last resort. Once they had reached such a situation, the Ling Su sect would be like homeless dogs, wandering everywhere. Fortunately, the final outcome was acceptable. True sovereign Yu Yang had departed, but the crisis had not yet been eliminated. He somewhat regretted having declared during the competition for sect leader that he possessed the Unsheng of the ancient mechanism Dao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted the attention of Purple Sunjunrun and true sovereign Yu Yang. If only the system could give me another life reconstruction machine, so I could return to the time of the election for sect leader and change what I said. Xia Yi said bitterly with a wry smile. In the end, he had indeed underestimated the influence of the Shengdi. The Dongxing continent was boundless and vast. Since ancient times, there had been only 3 great Shengdi, constant and unchanging. Each Shengdi had produced immortals in ancient times, possessing profound legacies that the 8 great sects could never match. The ancient mechanism Dao was on par with the Shengdi, and some even claimed it had created immortal artifacts. Such a Chensheng was irresistibly tempting for any sect or cultivator. They must die. Purple Sunjunrun, true sovereign Yu Yang, and that Zhou Chun. A strong murderous intent flashed in Xia Yi's eyes. If they weren't eliminated, news about the ancient mechanism Dao would inevitably reach the Danding sect eventually. As one of the 8 ancient sects, the Danding sect even had a nascent soul sage residing within. Once they learned about the ancient mechanism Dao, they might even dispatch a nascent soul sage personally to the northern region. Why mention the ancient mechanism Dao at all? I could have just claimed the inheritance of some vanished ancient sect. Though Xia Yi felt regret, he now had no remedy, and could only seek a way to solve the problem. It was time again to draw for a dajir. Xia Yi held an incense stick, burning it in front of a 3-chi-tall clay idol. The clay figure was a small, cute beast, appearing clumsy and adorable, except it lacked ears, and had a pocket drawn on its belly. Now he was certain that Doryman had crossed into this world before him, so calling him senior was appropriate, and worshipping him with incense was not excessive. Doryman, blue fatty, ding ding cat, bless me to draw a powerful dog. Xia Yi murmured to himself, then inserted the incense into the burner. Chapter 59, Earth Destroyer Bomb. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the Earth Destroyer Bomb. Item, Earth Destroyer Bomb. Function, an extremely powerful bomb. Its weight equals that of an undiminished Tsar bomb. Xia Yi looked at the black oval-shaped bomb in his hand and couldn't help but inhale sharply. The legendary Tsar bomb was initially designed to have an explosive yield equivalent to 170 million tons of TNT. However, out of concern about the nuclear fallout from the test affecting the environment and causing domestic and diplomatic issues, the Bearmen reduced the yield of this hydrogen bomb to 50 million tons, still 3,864 times stronger than the little boy atomic bomb. I refuse to believe that even a complete Tsar bomb can't kill a core formation cultivator. Xia Yi was full of confidence. Although the core formation elders possessed many miraculous abilities, no matter how terrifying their defenses were, they couldn't compare to a 10,000-meter high mountain. Anyone caught at the core blast site of the Earth Destroyer bomb would be utterly annihilated. Even if the nascent soul managed to escape from the body, it would not be able to exert much power. Leaving that aside, the intense nuclear radiation in the surrounding area would destroy it completely. Unless the nascent soul was powerful enough to transform into a spirit soul and retain 70% of its strength, survival would be impossible. Now the problem is how to lure the Jade Sun Elder into range and ensure he's right at the center of the explosion. Xia Yi couldn't help but feel troubled. His opponent was a core formation cultivator, an elusive figure like a mythical dragon. Tracking his movements was extremely difficult. Maybe the holographic projector could come in handy. Xia Yi's eyes lit up. At the Tiansong peak of the Hall of Illusory Sounds, Ziyang Taoist carefully poured a cup of spiritual tea and said softly, although Xia Yi's cultivation is low, he's only at foundation building. He possesses the inheritance of the ancient mechanism path, making him a rather difficult opponent. Jade Sun Elder looked at the tea nearby and slightly frowned, feeling that the northern region was indeed a remote and impoverished area. The cultivators were nearly destitute, with nothing presentable to offer. He didn't even bother to drink the tea, sighing, I didn't expect the Lord of Spirit Ruins to possess an ancient puppet at the soul ascendant level. Even I couldn't possibly defeat it. Master, the ancient mechanism path is really that terrifying? Asked Zhou Chun, slightly astonished. Ziyang sighed. The mechanism path has a mysterious origin and specializes in cultivating through artifacts. A foundation building disciple, using mechanical artifacts, could even defeat a golden core cultivator. Zhou Chun inhaled sharply. Foundation building defeating golden core? That's no less impressive than an ordinary mortal defeating a celestial. Ziyang cautiously added, Master, Xia Yi's inheritance is limited, and puppets are after all a heretical path. Against cultivators of the same realm, they hold no chance at victory. Why not request the Sect elders to intervene? Surely, you will obtain the inheritance of the ancient mechanism path then. The Sect elders are all meditating on the great Tao of heaven and earth. How could they emerge from seclusion easily? Jade Sun Elder appeared somewhat displeased. Although as a core formation cultivator, he was respected wherever he went. In the Pill Furnace sect, powerful experts abounded, including numerous core formation elders. If the sect learned about the inheritance of the ancient mechanism path, he himself might only get the scraps at the end. This was something he absolutely couldn't accept. Just then, a young girl rushed in hurriedly. It was his granddaughter Ning Yen. Yenner, can't you see that I'm in the middle of a discussion with Elder Jade's son? How could you be so impolite? Ziyang Taoist looked displeased. Ning Yen said urgently, there's a suspected azurite golden toad appearing in the western wasteland basin outside the Ziling prefecture, likely close to core formation cultivation. I fear it will endanger our clansmen, so I request the elders' aid. Ziling Prefecture was practically the base of operations for Ziyang Taoist, where the Ning clan resided. It was the foundation of his power. Azurite Golden Toad. Are you sure it's this type of beast? Elder Jadesun's breathing became slightly rapid. After all, the Azurite Golden Toad was an ancient monstrous beast. Its blood was suitable for refining medicinal pills, and its skin, fur, and bones were top-grade materials for forging artifacts, utterly priceless. Even in the Central Plains, such high-grade beasts were rare. Even more importantly, within the Pill Furnace sect existed a secret art that could refine monstrous beasts into external manifestations. The higher the quality of the beast, the stronger and more promising the manifestation became. If such a high-grade ancient beast could be transformed into an external manifestation and properly cultivated, it could even surpass the original master. The clan leader of the Ning clan, who is a mid-stage golden core cultivator, observed it from afar and confirmed it exactly matches the ancient description of the azurite golden toad. Ning Yen said solemnly, eliminating monsters and demons is exactly my sworn duty. Elder Jadesun nodded. Then I thank you, Elder. Ziyang Taoist also exhaled in relief. If that monster with core formation cultivation were to bring havoc upon Ziling Prefecture, the Ning clan would suffer an unprecedented catastrophe. Although he also coveted the azurite golden toad, Xia Yi hadn't formed his nascent soul yet, making it impossible for him to confront such an ancient creature alone. He could only ask Jadesun Elder to intervene. The group quickly arrived at the Western Wasteland Basin. Spanning over 200,000 square kilometers, the Western Wasteland Basin maintained sub-zero temperatures year-round, with permafrost covering the land. making it incredibly hard and almost uninhabitable for flora and fauna. Moreover, the area had extremely low spiritual energy, so no cultivators would choose to establish their dwelling there. After flying for a while, they saw a gigantic jade-colored toad in the center of the basin. Its body was colossal, like a small mountain, with 6 enormous eyes on its forehead, resembling pools of emerald water and radiating terrifying aura. Gua! Suddenly, the azure-eyed golden toad roared, its voice thunderous and shaking the heavens. Xiang Taoist was delighted. It's really the azure-eyed golden toad. This beast seems to be pregnant. Zhou Chun, with sharp eyes, noticed that the toad was lying on the ground with a swollen belly. Jade's son Elder laughed heartily. Heaven is surely aiding me. Pregnant beasts often suffered greatly reduced strength. In the later stages, they might not even retain half their usual power. He immediately flew toward the center of the basin, with Zhou Chun closely following. Xiang Taoist hesitated briefly before flying down as well. As a nascent soul cultivator, Jade's son Elder flew at incredible speed. Within a few breaths, he arrived directly above the toad. A surge of magical energy erupted around him, condensing into a giant hand that looked like jade, fingers spread wide like 5 heavenly pillars, covering the heavens and earth, attempting to seize the azure-eyed golden toad. To refine a beast into an external manifestation, it had to be alive. If the creature was dead, it could no longer be used to forge a manifestation, and its value would decrease significantly. Unexpectedly, the palm-sized hand the size of a mountain passed straight through the toad as though it were nothing more than empty air. What? How is this possible? Jade's son Elder was momentarily stunned. He tried to grab it several more times, but the azure-eyed golden toad seemed like a puff of air, completely intangible. Not good. It's an illusion. Despite the confusion, Jade's son Elder, as a nascent soul cultivator, still possessed profound experience. Instantly, he activated his infinite golden bell, which hovered above his head, radiating intense golden light that poured down like waves, enveloping him in protection. Though he didn't understand what was happening, instinctively he sensed grave danger. Just then, the azure-eyed golden toad flickered like a mirage, shifting in and out of sight before vanishing completely. On the ground where it once stood, a black tube-shaped object, several meters long, was left behind. A sudden wave of unease surged through Jade's son Elder's heart, as if he were about to face the greatest danger of his life. Chapter 60, Nuclear Detonation. In the distance, Xia Yi pressed the button of the earth-destroying bomb. In an instant, the entire basin was filled with extreme brightness. Nothing else existed. No color, no form, no sound. Time itself seemed to stop for that moment. Infinite, dazzling white light surged across the vast land like a collapsing mountain or a roaring sea. The intense flash didn't last long. Soon after, a fireball as massive as a mountain was born, as if the eternal sun in the sky had fallen into the human world. Endless light and heat filled the air. Even from thousands of miles away, one could feel the apocalyptic power. The terrifying high temperature ignited the very air itself. Giant waves of flame began to surge outward in all directions like rolling waves. At the epicenter of the explosion, an immeasurable torrent of energy poured out like a mighty river or boundless ocean, surging forth with such force that heaven and earth trembled violently. Innumerable mountains were blown apart. Boulders the size of millstones or houses were lifted into the sky as though weightless. Many collided midair and turned into meteoric rain, falling upon the earth below. At the center of the blast, a magnificent mushroom cloud, beautiful beyond description, slowly rose into the sky. On the outer edges of the Shihuang Basin, Ning Yin was waiting for the second yang to vanquish the demon. Her cultivation was weak, same as Xia Yi's, at the peak of foundation building. Thus, she did not go to the core region, for fear of being harmed by lingering energy from the battle. That damn Xia Yi. How could he possess the inheritance of the ancient Holy Land? Even the Yang Junrun couldn't defeat him. Her voice dripped with deep resentment. Her Dao companion had originally been Lu Bai, who possessed a sword spirit root. A promising future ahead, likely to become a rare nascent soul sword immortal in the northern domain's cultivation world in the near future. But he was murdered by Xia Yi. She had become a widow, her own value greatly diminished. Finding another prodigy like Lu Bai again was practically impossible. This may be an opportunity. If I can gain the favor of the Yang Junrun and become his concubine, perhaps I can ascend in one step and become a disciple of the Pill Cauldron Sect. A strange gleam flickered in Ning Yan's eyes. A nascent soul cultivator was a high-level powerhouse anywhere, worthy of universal respect. Being his concubine wasn't at all shameful. Just at that moment, she suddenly felt an overwhelmingly brilliant light coming from the front, instantly wrapping around her in a blinding white. My eyes! What happened up ahead? Covering her seared eyes with both hands, panic and fear welled up inside her at once. Yet she herself was a genius disciple of the illusory voice palace. She immediately reacted appropriately, pouring all her strength into activating her flying sword and fleeing westward out of the Shihuang Basin. During her escape, she even took out a jar of ointment, rubbed it on her eyes, and with a little cultivation, her vision was restored. Instinctively, she looked back, only to witness a sight forever etched into her soul. The sky was burning. A towering mushroom-shaped fire cloud soared into the heavens, as if an ancient demonic god had descended to unleash destruction upon all living things. Weren't we supposed to kill the blue-eyed golden toad? Why does it feel like we've released an ancient demon god instead? Peng Kuan's heart was overwhelmed with panic. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy, sending a ray of light off the high-grade spiritual sword beneath his feet as he soared outward from the basin. But behind him came endless waves of fire, faster than he could flee. The sky itself seemed consumed. The entire basin transformed into a burning inferno. As she was about to be engulfed, Ningyan suddenly spotted a several thousand-meter-long gorge not far ahead and felt a surge of joy. Without hesitation, she flew with all her might toward it, not even having time to slow down before crashing violently into the depths of the ravine, activating her protective fabak as she did. Just as she was about to sigh in relief at the sight of the raging inferno overhead, she suddenly felt the earth trembling beneath her. Amidst deafening rumbles of the quake, countless rocks and soil tumbled down from the mountainsides. Truly a cataclysmic scene, as if heaven and earth had collapsed. What on earth is happening? Letting out a terrified scream, Ningyan pulled out a handful of healing spring pills, no longer caring if she would explode from taking too many at once. She swallowed them recklessly, quickly refining them before pouring all her strength into her fabak to defend against falling debris. But the volume of falling stones and earth was simply too great. Not long after, she was buried deep within the gorge. The Ning clan was a renowned cultivation family in the northern domain cultivation world. Their grand elder was Xiang Junrun, a peak foundation cultivator. Many of their promising young talents had joined the illusory voice sect. It could be said that the Ning clan was a bloodline clan of the illusory voice sect, untouchable in the northern domain. Their domain, the Xiling prefecture, wasn't far from the Chaxihuang basin, merely 1,000 li away. At this moment, the sun had already tilted westward, the sky dimming. The day was overcast, making it even darker. The members of the Ning clan, having worked hard throughout the day, were returning home one by one. Suddenly, as if the sun had reappeared from the west, the entire sky was illuminated with blinding white light, so intensely it pained their eyes. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned into daylight? Could it be that heaven and earth have undergone some kind of abnormal change? Some powerful elders of the Ning clan, wielding their fabak, flew into the air on their magical artifacts, gazing toward the Chaxihuang basin to see what had happened. After a while, the endless white light finally faded, and all the clan members saw a sun, massive beyond measure, appear on the eastern horizon. Then it blossomed outward like a deadly, black flower, terrifying and lethal. That's the Chaxihuang basin. Wasn't Xiang Elder leading the Yangjinren to eliminate demons? How could such a thing happen? Ning clan leader Ning Xuanqing stared in horror at the apocalyptic scene, his heart filled with dread beyond words. Xiang Jinglun was the foundation of the Ning clan. If anything happened to him, the Ning clan would suffer a devastating blow. Such terrifying power. Could it really be that the demon god has awakened? Perhaps it's a natural disaster. The surrounding elders of the Ning clan also wore heavy expressions as they voiced their own speculations. After some time had passed, the entire Xiling prefecture began to quake. The earth cracked open, and countless buildings collapsed. Activate the clan's protective formation. All clan members must remain on high alert. Ning Xuanqing quickly issued orders. The previous heaven-shaking calamity had been too shocking. They had to prepare for the worst. Soon, the mighty Ning clan sprang into action. The protective formation was activated, and all clan members took up their fabak, standing ready in tight formation to defend against the unknown danger. At the same time, Xia Yi and many Jindan elders of the Lingshu sect were observing the event from high in the sky. Over 100 li outside the Chaxihuang basin, aboard the sect's most sacred treasure, the demon-repelling divine shuttle. The shockwave from the explosion caused even the divine shuttle to tremble slightly. Several Jindanjunrun were so frightened that they were practically frozen in place. Even Mo Lai, who had the highest cultivation and boldest personality, simply stared blankly downward at the basin, too stunned to recover for a long time. Song Yuanshan swallowed hard and said hoarsely, "Even the legendary strike of an immortal being must be no more fearsome than this." Xia Yi was quite satisfied with the reactions of these Jindan elders. This was exactly his intention, to instill fear and prevent any from harboring rebellious thoughts. This is the ultimate treasure of the ancient mechanism Dao sect. It's said to have been forged by a heavenly lord at the Ascension realm. Xia Yi glanced at the elders and continued, "The inheritance of the ancient mechanism Dao sect is extraordinary. I hope all the elders will keep it secret, even at the cost of your lives. Otherwise, this sect leader will personally extract your souls using ancient secret techniques and roast them in demonic fire for 100 years, forever forbidden from reincarnation." Such cold and cruel words made the Jin Denjin present tremble with fear, sweat pouring from their brows as they all quickly clasped their fists together and declared in unison, "We humbly obey the sect leader's decree." Chapter 61, Memory Reel Mallet. Above the basin, thick clouds of black downy snow floated down. Upon closer inspection, they were actually black ashes drifting abundantly. A zeppelin weaved silently through the haze. As they ventured deeper, the elders at the core formation stage aboard the demon-repelling divine vessel became increasingly alarmed. Before them stood mountains that once touched the heavens, now missing half their peaks. Once lush with greenery, the forests that had survived for centuries were now nothing but ashes. Rivers had been evaporated into oblivion, replaced by roaring flames and rising black smoke, an apocalyptic scene. As they flew inward a little further, the group gradually sensed an invisible force permeating the basin, bringing a profound discomfort. "This is the residual aura left behind after the ancient artifact's explosion? Truly terrifying," one of them murmured. A feeling of dread spread among the group. Soon, the demon-repelling divine vessel arrived at the center of the basin. Before them lay a crater several miles wide, where the rocks and sands had all melted together into a fused mass. The crater radiated an intense and mysterious energy, far stronger than what they had sensed before, and this force continuously assaulted both their physical bodies and soul essence. Any ordinary human caught here would likely suffer physical decay and perish in a short time. They were forced to activate their life-bound treasures to form a barrier, keeping the mysterious energy at bay. Xia Yi didn't dare to relax either. Though he was a foundation-building cultivator, the nuclear radiation outside was too thick. If he wasn't careful, both his body and soul would be damaged. The treasures from the ancient mechanism path are this powerful. Then, that Yuyang Trujin must have been blown into nothingness already, remarked one core formation elder, swallowing hard. Don't get careless. Yuyang Trujin is still a core formation mid-stage expert. With a powerful defensive artifact on his person, we must stay cautious, warned Song Yuanshan. Just then, a faint whisper came from several miles ahead. Most of the present cultivators were at the core formation stage. Even the slightest change in the environment was immediately detected. Everyone hastily summoned their treasures, raised their guard, and cautiously piloted the airship forward. Ahead appeared a pitiful old man. More than half of his body had turned to ashes, while what remained of his upper body was pitch black, flesh and blood smeared beyond recognition. It was impossible to discern who he was. An ordinary cultivator suffering such injuries would have died long ago. Beside the old man lay a golden bell emitting a powerful aura. The bell was partially damaged, with some melted parts causing its overall shape to warp slightly. Yuyang Trujin. The group exclaimed in shock. A nascent soul expert was considered one of the pinnacles of power in the northern domain of the cultivation world and was highly respected across the other 4 regions as well, considered a mighty being. Especially Yuyang Trujin, who hailed from one of the 8 ancient sects, the Dandingzhong, whose status had once been extremely prestigious. Yet now, only his head remained relatively intact. The majority of his body had been destroyed by earth disintegration rounds, a truly tragic sight. Master, let me finish him off. Mo was already eager to act. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he'd get the chance to personally slay a nascent soul practitioner in his lifetime. Hold on, I have something else to do first. Xia Yi pulled out a wooden hammer and aimed it toward Yuyang Truj's head, preparing to strike. Is the master going to handle this personally? The elders behind him felt puzzled. The wooden hammer didn't even give off a hint of spiritual pressure, clearly not a magical artifact, and was simply a normal piece of wood. Although Yuyang Trujin was in such a pitiful state now, a regular piece of wood wouldn't kill him. Xia Yi struck Yuyang Trujin's skull hard with the wooden hammer. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the old man's blood-red eyes, projecting a scene into the sky. Inside a vast palace, dozens of beautiful young girls dressed in light gauze served Yuyang Trujin, reveling in luxury and decadence. Indeed, such corruption. Xia Yi struck another blow. The scene shifted. This time, Yuyang Trujin was seen slaying a late core formation monster, a Zijin Tian snake. This beast was a mighty Yao Sog, possessing the innate ability of rotting bone demon poison. An ordinary core formation practitioner could turn into a puddle of blood within half an hour if infected with just a trace of this poison, extremely deadly. Yet this monstrous creature, so mighty in power, was nothing but a harmless little snake in the hands of Yuyang Trujin, completely helpless and unable to resist. Mo's breath grew heavy watching the scene unfold. Even with his golden mace, facing off against this Zijin Tian snake meant nothing but escape. Then Xia Yi gave a few more strikes. Scene after scene played out. Entire memories of Yuyang Trujin, cultivation, slaying enemies, yin-yang harmonization. All useless scenes. Xia Yi muttered, clearly displeased. Yet his hand didn't stop swinging the wooden hammer. This wooden hammer was naturally another item Xia Yi had drawn from his 100 treasures bag. It was called the memory reel mallet. It could recover forgotten memories and project the scenes recalled by the person through their eyes. Originally, this item was quite useless and practically ineffective. Because the stronger the cultivator, the stronger their spiritual soul. Being able to remember things after just a single glance was the most basic ability. It was very difficult for such a person to forget something, unless sealed away through some secret technique. But now, Yuyang Trujin had been blown into nothingness except for his head, and his spiritual soul was already on the verge of collapse. Especially in such a place saturated with intense nuclear radiation, his spiritual soul was already chaotic and his consciousness unclear. Using the memory reel mallet here was simply the perfect timing. Just at this moment, the projected scene changed again. In the center of the grand hall sat a middle-aged man wearing feathered robes and a star-shaped crown. He exuded a dignified and heroic aura, his expression emotionless, his presence restrained yet formidable, majestic like a towering mountain, vast like an endless sea. Even across the projected image, his air of absolute authority was unmistakable. Standing beneath him was Yuyang Trujin, bowing respectfully with his head lowered, showing not even the slightest trace of disrespect. This is a nascent divine Junjura. Xia Yi's pupils shrank slightly as his expression turned solemn. In the northern domain of the cultivation world, if a Yuaning Trujin was considered the pinnacle of existence, then a nascent divine Junjuro was a figure of legend. Why had the 7-star dome always been ranked first among the 5 great sects in the northern domain? Because its founding ancestor was a nascent divine Junjura, which had allowed the sect to dominate the northern domain for thousands of years. Even though the Lingyinzhong had become increasingly prosperous in recent years, producing many powerful experts, it still could not shake the 7-star dome's position. Yang, based on calculations made by myself and several other ancient sect masters, the wasteland regions have become increasingly unstable in recent years. It seems the fierce beasts are showing signs of breaking through our defenses. Go and investigate the matter. The middle-aged feather-robed man's voice was like thunder, solemn and commanding, humbly obeying the sect leader's decree. Yang Trujin replied respectfully. Then the projected scene vanished. So the wasteland regions are having problems. Xiaoyi's expression turned somewhat grave. The wasteland regions lay at the extreme northern edge of the northern domain. It was a primitive wasteland, untamed, filled with primal energy. Ancient legends told that in ancient times, fierce beasts roamed rampant while the human race was weak, reduced to little more than prey. Later, as great cultivators from humanity emerged, they rose up and fought back, driving the beasts to the furthest northern reaches of the Dongxing continent, the place now known as the wasteland regions. Chapter 62. Restoration Potion and Destruction Potion. Originally, the northern region was also a place abundant in spiritual energy, where nascent soul monarchs and transformation stage sages emerged one after another. However, to seal those ferocious beasts beyond the borders of Dongxing continent, ancient immortals had no choice but to use the ancestral vein of the northern region as a foundation, constructing a massive stone Great Wall defense line. This caused the northern region's spiritual energy to become thin and scarce, making the nascent soul monarchs the ultimate peak. Over the past 10,000 years, the northern defense line had loosened several times. Some ferocious beasts from the uncivilized lands seized the opportunity to escape, forming rampages that each time brought unimaginable losses upon the northern region. Another beast rampaged again. Everyone present fell silent, deeply concerned and anxious. The true monarch Yang on the ground had been hit so many times that he seemed to regain a bit of consciousness. He roared at Xia Yi. It's you. You ambushed this true monarch. Correct. A pity there's no reward. Xia Yi sneered, then put away the memory projection wooden hammer and gave a meaningful look to Malya. Malya wielded his golden great club, gave a shak, stepped forward, and swung his club once, crushing the head on the ground into nothing but pulp. At that moment, a pearl the size of a dragon's eye flew out, bearing a faint image of true monarch Yang's face. Only this face was twisted in torment, radiating a powerful aura of resentment. This is true monarch Yang's nascent soul? What a treasure! Xia Yi conjured a large earth-yellow hand to grab it, then took out a round jar slightly larger than a basketball. This was also an item taken from his treasure bag, known as the time-sealing jar. Within this sealed jar, anything stored would remain as fresh as new. Under normal circumstances, once a cultivator's nascent soul separates from the body, if it cannot find a suitable host for reincarnation within one shurchen, it would disperse into oblivion. Unless the nascent soul transforms into a nascent spirit, could it exist for a prolonged time in the world. But even then, it must find an extremely mean place to prevent direct sunlight, much like a ghost spirit, bound by many limitations. The flow of time inside the time-sealing jar was nearly halted, naturally enabling the nascent soul of true monarch Yang to be stored for a long time. Cough cough. Ningyan painfully sliced through a huge rock with her flying sword. An array of sunlight shone through the crack, piercing the darkness. She felt it uncomfortably glaring after such a long time without seeing sunlight. Seeing the light, she breathed a little easier. Her entire body was dirty and tattered, looking extremely disheveled. Since childhood, she had always been a prodigy favored by heaven. Never before had she fallen into such a predicament. I wonder how my grandfather and true monarch Yang are doing. I hope nothing bad happens to them. It had been hard enough for her to gain contact with the Dan Cauldron sect. If that were lost, she would find it extremely difficult to recover her standing again. Just as Ning Yen cleared away all the rocks and was about to step out of the canyon, an unexpected face appeared before her. Xia Yi. Ning Yen cried out in disbelief, shock, fear, and uneasiness surging up within her heart. We meet again, Miss Ning. Xia Yi smiled, seemingly like a warm older brother living next door. Yet to Ning Yen, it was undoubtedly a demonic smile. How did you get here? Where's my grandfather? And what about true monarch Yang? Ning Yen exclaimed anxiously. True monarch Yang was just smashed to death by elder behind me with his club. As for your grandfather, that is true monarch Xian. He might have already merged with the entire world and nature. Xia Yi caught a few flakes of black snow in his hand, pinched them slightly, then blew them away. True monarch Yang has a nascent soul cultivation. You couldn't possibly have killed him. Ning Yen roared, nearly insane, her eyes blood red, like a vicious ghost. Exactly as you thought, this old man inherited the ancient mechanized Tao. Killing a nascent soul, true monarch, comes with little difficulty. Now it's time to send you off. Xia Yi sneered. Ning Yen dropped to her knees, crying bitterly with tears flowing like rain, a sight of touching beauty and sorrow, and begged, please, don't kill me. I can be your concubine. Even a cauldron vessel, I shall obediently be. Yet all that met her was the swinging of a golden club. With Ning Yen dead, Xia Yi let out a sigh of relief. Now, except for the members within his sect, no one else would know that he actually possessed the inheritance of the ancient mechanized Tao. In the end, I was just too weak. Xia Yi sighed. His most urgent priority now was to concoct the 9-orifice golden pill. The nuclear explosion in the western desert basin was so tremendous that a massive amount of radioactive material was released into the air, forming a huge mushroom cloud spreading throughout the atmosphere of the northern region. Especially the electromagnetic pulse wave produced by the blast swept through more than half of the northern region. Ordinary cultivators felt nothing out of the ordinary, but some of the ancient hermits in retreat were awakened by this pulse. How terrifying. The northern region has encountered some anomaly. Could it be that the defensive line at the outer territories has failed? Some ancient elders, disturbed from their deep meditation, gave up their retreat and started moving out. All of this had nothing to do with Xiaoyi. The Western Desert Basin was thousands of miles away from the Dan Cauldron Sect, so far that no one would possibly link the nuclear explosion event to the sect. Let's see what I can draw from the system this time. A flash of light shimmered, and immediately a medicine box appeared in Xiaoyi's hand. On it were two symbols, a plus and a dash. Prop: Restoration Potion and Destruction Potion. Function: by applying the Restoration Potion onto damaged objects, they will be repaired. If the Destruction Potion is applied onto intact objects, they will be damaged. Finally, I've drawn something useful. Xiaoyi felt tears welling up in his eyes. The event at the Western Desert Basin had already happened nearly half a year ago. The news of true monarch Yu Yang being mysteriously blown to death by what seemed like either a heavenly calamity or man-made disaster in the Western Desert Basin spread across the entire northern region cultivation world. In response, the Dan Cauldron Sect even sent envoys to investigate. But they found nothing useful. The nuclear radiation within the Western Desert Basin similarly affected cultivators. And the stronger one's soul was, the more obvious the effect became. Even Golden Core elders and even nascent soul monarchs could not remain there for a prolonged period. In the end, the matter was simply left unresolved. During this time, Xiaoyi had been hiding within the sect. During this period, he also drew many props, but most of them were rather useless. Things like laughing fleas, six-sided cameras, and noise-making paper bombs were pure child's play, offering absolutely no help for cultivation. Restoration Potion. What came to Xiaoyi's mind first was not repairing any magical treasures, but Master Wu Chongtian. He was currently trapped inside the genieless magic lamp, unable to come out. Once the lamp was used, it meant the final moments of one's life. Let's see if the Restoration Potion can repair Shrifu Poisoida Jin Dan. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and decided to take the risk and try. Now, with the northern region seething in secret and the seal to the outer territories once again loosening, the Dan Cauldron Sect urgently needed a true expert to hold the fort. Wu Chongtian was one of the rare existences in northern region history who had shattered his golden core to form a nascent soul and yet remained alive. If his golden core could be restored, he would undoubtedly become even stronger than Xian Junren, a true number one under the nascent soul stage. Chapter 63, Repairing the Golden Core. Before repairing Wu Chongtian's golden core, Xiaoyi decided to practice on someone else first. His first test subject was his own closed-door disciple, Yanhao. Greetings, master. Yanhao was extremely respectful. For a cultivator who hadn't solidified a golden core yet, the dantian was one of the most vital areas of the body. If damaged, it would no longer be able to store spiritual power. A cultivator without spiritual power was worse than an ordinary martial artist. Back when Yanhao had been ambushed, poison had pierced straight through his dantian. Simply surviving had been difficult enough. Attempting to repair the damage was nearly impossible. Even Golden Core elders had been helpless to fix it. Reluctantly, Xiaoyi had no choice but to have him cultivate the lesser all-heaven cloud restriction true method from the Yun clan. This cultivation technique was completely different from methods practiced by humans. The lesser all-heaven cloud restriction true method required the formation of 36 layers of restrictions within the body. Each level of the heavenly restriction contained countless talismans and runes, making it extremely complex and profound. When cultivated to the highest stage, it could manifest the essence of all things in the world, achieving immortality and indestructibility. How many Ichi pills do you have left? Xiaoyi asked. This method of cultivation wasn't suitable for humans, as their physical forms were too fragile to withstand the power of the restrictions. The Yun clan possessed ethereal and intangible bodies that could easily reform even when scattered, perfect for this technique. Fortunately, Xiaoyi had the Yiqi pill, which could transform the human body into liquid or gas, something truly wondrous. Only 10 left. They're nearly all gone. Yanhao replied. Today, I will test your progress. Show me what you've learned. Yes. Yanhao chanted an incantation and formed hand seals. His body began to fade away, becoming like swirling smoke drifting in the air. Xiaoyi summoned a flying sword and slashed it toward Yanhao. With a flash of sword light, the smoke was cleaved in two, becoming two clouds. But after a few breaths, the two clouds fused back together, returning to exactly what they had been before. Then it rushed outside the hall, lunging toward a giant boulder and wrapping around it. Flashes of light emerged from within the cloud. In an instant, the hard blue granite crumbled into fine dust, which scattered into the air with the slightest breeze. Good, Xiaoyi nodded. The method cultivated by the somersault cloud was exceedingly rare, surpassing the topmost techniques of any major sect in the northern region. When perfected, one's body would become ethereal and changeable, capable of resisting nearly any worldly attack. Although Yanhao had only barely scratched the surface, barely even touching its depth, he was more than capable of defeating cultivators of the same realm. Your dantian was damaged. These years, though several Golden Core elders have tried to repair it, the effects have been minimal. Today, I acquired a bottle of medicinal elixirs which might be able to fully restore your dantian. Xiaoyi took out the restorative potion and handed it over. Yanhao accepted it, following Xiaoyi's instructions carefully. He ingested the potion, wrapping it in spiritual power and guiding it down his throat to the damaged part of his dantian. Not long after, he felt his once shattered dantian slowly mending itself. The spiritual energy stored inside no longer seeped out. Thank you, master. Yan Hao bowed with excitement. You may leave now. After sending Yan Hao away, Xia Yi felt greatly encouraged. He took out an old and ornate copper lamp, rubbed it with his hand, and began chanting an incantation. O spirit, come forth. The lamp flickered and released a puff of mist that then shaped itself into the form of Wu Chongtian. He wore a white silk headscarf, with a large red gem embedded at its center. His body was more ethereal than before, his legs having transformed into something resembling a fish tail, continuously twisting and swaying. Did you call me my master? Wu Chongtian bowed respectfully. Xia Yi took out the restorative potion and handed it to him. Spit out your golden core. Yes, my master. Wu Chongtian spat out his golden core, which floated in midair. It was about the size of a longan fruit, its surface cracked and full of fractures, as though the slightest impact would cause it to shatter. Xia Yi carefully poured the restorative potion onto the cracked golden core. Moments later, the cracks began visibly mending themselves at a steady pace. The once dull golden core began to emit dazzling golden light, releasing powerful ripples from within. It actually works. Xia Yi was overjoyed and poured more potion onto it. Half an hour later, the golden core had become perfectly smooth, reflecting like a mirror with not a single blemish remaining. Flawless. Then the golden core flew back into Wu Chongtian's body. He bowed deeply to Xia Yi and said, Master, the task is complete. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chongtian felt his body shift from insubstantial to solid. His strange headscarf disappeared, and his lower body, previously shaped like a fish's tail, reverted back to its original form. What happened? Looking at the intact golden core within his body, Wu Chongtian felt both shocked and delighted. He had no memory of what had happened before, as if his memories had been extracted. Congratulations, Master, on returning to your peak condition. Forming a nascent soul is now within reach. Xia Yi stepped forward with a smile and offered his congratulations. I knew I hadn't chosen you wrongly, Wu Chongtian said with emotion. He didn't dig too deeply into what had happened previously, just as he hadn't questioned Xia Yi about the famed sword lightning pill back then. Now that his golden core had been restored, his lifespan had significantly increased. This alone was more than enough. Disciple, I must retreat for cultivation for a while. This time, I will surely succeed in forming a nascent soul, Wu Chongtian declared confidently. Then this disciple shall offer congratulations in advance. Xia Yi replied with a smile. The power of the restorative potion exceeded expectations, being able to repair both the dantian and the golden core. Xia Yi's gaze then shifted to the destructive potion. Destructive? Probably not as useful as the restorative, right? He tried applying a drop of the destructive potion onto a spirit beast, but nothing like the expected explosion with blood splattering everywhere happened. The spirit beast remained full of vitality, completely unaffected. It seems the destructive potion doesn't target any living beings, Xia Yi murmured. He had originally planned to use it as a hidden trump card, secretly applying it onto an opponent during battle. Oh right, it could be used on the infinite golden bell. A spark of realization lit Xia Yi's eyes. The infinite golden bell was the guardian treasure of true, sovereign Yu Yang. Although it had sustained some damage after the nuclear explosion, it remained functional. To avoid detection by Dan Ding's Sect's emissaries, Xia Yi had placed it inside the paper capable of freely entering and exiting. With a thought, he entered the paper world. The moment he entered, he heard a series of dang, dang, dang sounds. Mo Lai, bare-chested, stood beside the alchemy furnace, using a golden great mace as a hammer, striking the bell repeatedly as it burned in the flames. As the Dan Ding Sect's precious treasure, the infinite golden bell was highly recognizable. If brought outside, people would instantly connect the deaths of true sovereign Yu Yang and true sage Zi Yang to Ling Su Sect. Even without the Dan Ding Sect, a mere faction like the Hollow Sound Sect could easily destroy Ling Su Sect. Therefore, the infinite golden bell needed to be reforged. Chapter 64, Time-Space Transformer. Blazing flames engulfed the golden bell, while Mo Lai, at the late golden core stage, continuously hammered it with his golden mace. Half an hour passed. Mo Lai was drenched in sweat, and his hands nearly numb from the repeated strikes. Yet the golden bell inside the Qiyang furnace remained exactly as it was, unchanged. No wonder it's called a legendary Dao artifact. Xia Yi sighed with admiration. As one of the 5 major sects in the northern cultivation world, Ling Su Sect's inheritance dated back to ancient times. Yet they only possessed a single Dao artifact, and that one was broken, its power incomparable to a real Dao artifact. Unfortunately, the damage on the demon-repelling spirit shuttle was too extensive, while the repairing potion was insufficient in quantity. Attempting to mend it with what little was available was like trying to stop a cart with a cup of water. Master, the power contained in a Dao artifact is unimaginable. My current abilities are still insufficient to reforging it, Mo Lai said helplessly. Xia Yi circled around the Qiyang furnace, stroking his chin. I don't think it's a problem with the flames. The Qiyang furnace is the core treasure of the Lihua sect, and the Lihua elites are rare flames ranked highly among the northern cultivation world. Most likely, the Jizhong's inherent seals are too powerful, blocking most of the flame's heat, making it impossible to melt. Mo Lai scratched his head. There are 38 layers of seals on this golden bell. They must have been left by Yu Yang Zhenren. Unless an actual Yuan Ing Zhenjun intervenes, no one can break them. Xia Yi took out the destruction potion and said, this potion can break down magical artifacts. Maybe we can give it a try. But we must be careful not to damage the artifact's core formations. Otherwise, this artifact will be rendered useless. Typically, powerful artifacts incorporated formations, talismans, or seals during their forging process. The stronger the formation, the more powerful the artifact became. What Xia Yi aimed to do was dismantle the seals left by Yu Yang Zhenren, not the formations or seals inherent to the artifact itself. It was like finding a smartphone. To take ownership, one needed to crack the password. The operating system inside the phone must not be destroyed, or else it would become nothing more than a useless brick. Mo Lai extinguished the fire within the furnace. Once the golden bell had mostly cooled, his surging spiritual energy erupted outward as he tried to refine and suppress it. Feeling threatened, the Wu Ji Jin Zhong responded as glowing, tadpole-sized characters appeared across a portion of its surface, radiating golden light and resisting Mo Lai's hydropressure. There it is. Xia Yi gently poured the destruction potion onto the surface, immediately hearing a hissing sound. The tadpole characters began wriggling rapidly, shining brightly. The Wu Ji Jin Zhong trembled violently and emitted terrifying fluctuations. Mo Lai roared lowly and activated the Qi Yang furnace, attempting to suppress the golden bell once again. Although the Wu Ji Jin Zhong lacked a master, it remained a lifeless object. Soon, it was subdued by the power of the Qi Yang furnace. Not enough. Use more. Xia Yi poured on even more destruction potion. Moments later, a ka-cha sound echoed, followed by several fine cracks appearing on the surface of the golden bell. Its golden glow dimmed considerably, and all the glowing tadpole symbols vanished. So it actually removed the seals left by Yu Yang Zhenren. Xia Yi was delighted. He hadn't expected the destruction potion to be so effective. Truly, anything made by the system was a top-quality product. Now, without its seals, the Wu Ji Jin Zhong was like an unprotected phone without a password, completely vulnerable. Mo Lai forcefully activated the Qi Yang furnace. Within, the Li Hua elites roared and burned fiercely enough to distort the space around them. Xia Yi could no longer endure the heat and had to step back a few paces. After 3 days and nights of continuous forging, the Wu Ji Jin Zhong finally melted completely, becoming a pool of golden liquid suspended inside the furnace. Master, may I ask what shape you'd like to forge it into? Mo Lai asked. Xia Yi hesitated for a moment. Tripods, towers, and bells were quite similar and could easily be associated with the Wu Ji Jin Zhong. As for swords and blades, such weapons typically contain special formations and seals during their forging. For instance, Xia Yi's personal sword, the Long Yuan sword, had been imbued with the lesser boundless azure heaven sword formation. When activated with the appropriate techniques, it could unleash countless sword chi, incredibly formidable. After a moment's thought, Xia Yi said firmly, forge it into a shield. A shield? Mo Lai was stunned, never expecting his master to have such an unusual preference. Yes, a shield. Xia Yi nodded in confirmation. Shields as cultivation artifacts were rare. They were typically made from spirit wood, with very few crafted from metal. Xia Yi's choice was to avoid wasting the core formation inside the Wu Ji Jin Zhong. This formation was clearly related to sound waves. After careful consideration, he believed a shield would best allow it to function effectively. When struck by an enemy attack, the shield could both defend and emit a resonant sound as a countermeasure. Before long, the shield was forged. It was half a chi thick and taller than a man. Upon its surface was cast a vicious beast brimming with malevolent energy. This ferocious beast had 2 sharp horns growing from its head, radiating a dark, sinister luster. It possessed 5 eyes and a large mouth lined with fangs over half a foot long, each resembling a dagger, glistening with cold light, terrifying in appearance, exuding a brutal and murderous aura. This was an ancient beast from antiquity, the Mo Lin beast, comparable to immortals. With a single roar, it could split the heavens. The entire shield had been coated in a layer of black lacquer, giving it an immense, solid feel. It seemed as if, once held, nothing in the world could possibly harm its wielder. Please, master, bestow a name upon this treasure. Mo Lai's voice sounded weak. These past few days forging the artifact had nearly drained him completely. Let's call it the Mo Lin shield, Xia Yi replied. With a wave of his hand, Mo Lai sent the massive black shield flying over. Master, please be careful. It's incredibly heavy. Xia Yi caught it with one hand, his body instantly sinking under its weight. He hastily muttered, oh no, and immediately channeled magical energy to support the shield. Even so, his body still trembled slightly. Moments later, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Helplessly, he had to store the shield away. Later, he would find the immortal robot and study the core formation inside the shield to unleash the Mo Lin shield's full might. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. The medicinal herbs required for refining the Ji Chao Jin Dan were mostly collected. Though a few were considered extinct, small quantities still existed in the world. Xia Yi had gone to great lengths to gather them, spending a considerable amount of spirit stones. Without the annihilation of the Lihua sect, Ling Su sect's previous financial situation wouldn't have allowed such an expense. However, the single most crucial herb, Jiangzhu Chao, remained nowhere to be found. This celestial herb had only existed during the ancient times 30,000 years ago. Once harvested, its spiritual energy would dissipate completely within less than an hour, leaving behind nothing more than an ordinary weed. Unlike other medicinal herbs that could be dried and preserved for long periods without losing potency. This is going to kill me. Where on earth am I supposed to find Jiangzhu Chao? Xia Yi felt utterly helpless. One day, as usual, he used the item extraction function. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the time-space transformer. Chapter 65, Beginning of Space-Time Transformation. Prop, Time and Space Transformer. Function, it can transform the space of the past and the present. You actually drew a time-related artifact. Xia was overjoyed. Many of Doryman's tools were relatively useless, but time-related ones were exceptions, each with incredible effects. The Crimson Pearl herb existed only in ancient times. Once picked, it had to be quickly used in medicinal preparations, otherwise its spiritual energy would dissipate, becoming little better than common weeds. Thus, such spiritual herbs couldn't be preserved, and finding them was virtually impossible. Only by drawing a time machine-like artifact, and going back to before the ancient era, could one hope to find the Crimson Pearl herb. Although the time transformer couldn't directly send a person back to ancient times, it could swap past and present spaces. As long as the areas that had Crimson Pearl herb back in ancient times could be located, there was a chance to transfer them to the present. In the following days, Xia searched ancient texts from Lingshu. The ancient books contained little information about the Crimson Pearl herb, only brief descriptions of its effects, with no records of where it grew. After all, back in the ancient times over 30,000 years ago, the Lingshu sect had not yet been established, so the scarcity of records was understandable. With no other options, Xia could only send Mo to Kangwu City, offering a substantial reward through the Baibao building for any information about the Crimson Pearl herb. Kangwu City was the largest Jiansheng in the northern domain's cultivation world. The Immortal City consisted of hundreds of markets, with a resident population of no less than 100,000 cultivators. Countless cultivators came and went every day. It was a place teeming with all sorts of people, a melting pot of various characters. Before long, Mo sitting inside the Baibao building received some leads. Senior Mo, a wandering cultivator, has information about the Crimson Pearl herb. A beautiful woman walked in, looking around 30, wearing a low-cut crimson silk dress that revealed a generous amount of cleavage. Her face resembled a hibiscus blossom, her eyebrows like willow branches, and her like eyes were captivating. She was the manager of the Baibao building, Shangli. The Baibao building was a mysterious power in the northern domain's cultivation world, dealing in all kinds of treasures and maintaining good relations with major immortal sects. It was rumored that the Baibao building in the northern domain was merely a branch office, with its true headquarters located in Zhongzhou. Even the 5 great immortal sects treated the Baibao building with utmost courtesy. Oh, hurry and bring him in. Mo promptly put down his teacup. Shortly after, a middle-aged cultivator entered. He was at the late Qi condensation stage, an average level in Kangwu City, the kind of cultivator who'd vanish in a crowd. He pulled out a yellowed ancient book riddled with wormholes, obviously of considerable age. This is an ancient text left by my ancestor. It is said to be written by a nascent soul sage, recording some information about the Crimson Pearl herb. A nascent soul sage? Mo was astonished. After all, the northern domain cultivation world hadn't seen a nascent soul expert for over 10,000 years. If this book was truly authored by a nascent soul sage, then its author might have actually seen the Crimson Pearl herb. He took the book and skimmed through it, confirming it was indeed written by a nascent soul sage. Unlike other cultivation manuals, this book focused on birds, flowers, fish, and insects, offering insights into nature rather than any cultivation techniques. No wonder this wandering cultivator was willing to sell it for spirit stones. 1 top-grade spirit stone, how about that? Mo closed the book and offered his price without hesitation. The middle-aged wandering cultivator was stunned. He had previously tried to sell the book, but no cultivator showed interest since there was no cultivation technique in it. 1 top-grade spirit stone equated to 100 middle-grade or 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, an astronomical sum for a Qi condensation stage cultivator like him. Fine. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly handed over the book, fearing the other party might change his mind. Mo took out a piece of jade with abundant spiritual energy of excellent quality. Senior Mo, the current natural environment differs greatly from that of ancient times. The Crimson Pearl herb has long been extinct. Why is the senior paying such a high price to search for it? Shangli asked curiously. There are no absolutes in the world. Perhaps it still exists somewhere. Mo smiled faintly, giving no further explanation. Shangli, being perceptive, didn't ask further. After returning to the Lingshu sect, Mo presented the ancient book to Xia. There is a lake 300 miles south of Tianyuan Mountain. In the center of the lake is an island where the Crimson Pearl herb grows. It ripens once every 500 years. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. At last, he had found the specific location of the Crimson Pearl herb. However, he had no recollection of the Tianyuan Mountain mentioned in the book. Tianyuan Mountain? Is there such a place in the northern domain cultivation world? Mo was also clueless. Later, they finally found information about Tianyuan Mountain in the collections of the Lihua sect. Tianyuan Mountain was not far from the Lingshu sect, merely 3,000 miles away. After more than a day of flying, Xia finally arrived at Tianyuan Mountain. Before him stretched a barren land, devoid of any greenery or signs of life, desolate and lifeless. A silent, desolate mountain peak stood ahead, towering and majestic, like a coiled ancient dragon. Following the records in the ancient text, Xia flew 300 miles south. What met his eyes was a desolate expanse, red soil, reddish-brown rocks, and everywhere a scene of desolation and decay. This was completely different from the sacred land described in the book. But Xia had expected this. How long was 10,000 years? It was more than enough for the seas to turn into fields. If there were truly a lake before him now, that would be truly abnormal. The top priority is to dig a small river first. Xia took out the explosive fireballs he had purchased and threw a few downward. Boom, boom. A few explosions rang out, shaking the mountains and creating a massive deep crater on the ground. He then took out a calabash, recited an incantation, and immediately raging waves poured out from its mouth, like a magnificent waterfall. Before long, the crater was filled with water. Back at the Lingshu sect, Immortal took out the indoor fishing pond, searched for Tianyuan Mountain's location on his computer, and quickly located the crater Xia Yi had dug. Then he leaped into the water before him. In an instant, he emerged from the water pit Xia Yi had dug. Master, the spatial passage is safe. Xia Yi nodded slightly, exhaling in relief. In ancient times, dangers were everywhere. Innumerable Yaosho roamed the land, terrifying Shungsho thrived, and humanity survived only under the protection of immortals. If an ancient Supreme Shungsho were to appear here through the passage, Xia Yi would likely end up as its meal. Therefore, he needed to be prepared with an escape route. The indoor fishing pond was essentially a simple version of a portal. As soon as Xia Yi detected any danger, he would immediately jump into the water pit and return to the Lingshu sect. And he would shut down the indoor fishing pond immediately. Even if some ancient Shungsho did come through, the Lingshu sect, located 3,000 or 4,000 miles away, wouldn't be easily reached. Xia Yi pulled out a hammer-like device, the time-space transformer he had obtained earlier. He marked out an area according to his intuition. Then he adjusted the device, setting the time to 30,000 years ago. Pressing the button, Xia Yi muttered to himself, "I hope we can find the Crimson Pearl Herb." Chapter 66, Ancient Dragon. Suddenly, the space ahead distorted, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, sending out ripples. Then the scene changed. The originally desolate plain vanished, replaced by a primeval forest. The ground was completely covered by towering trees, dark and gloomy, never seeing sunlight. Occasionally, miasma rose into the air, shimmering with colorful lights and specks of golden glow. Xia Yi, through the reconnaissance satellite, didn't detect any large ancient monstrous beasts. However, scorpions, golden centipedes, toads, poison silkworms, ants, moths, hornets, spiders, mantises, locusts, and countless other bizarre venomous insects filled the area in unimaginable numbers. Many were dozens of times larger than normal, with terrifying toxins, completely fearless of the miasma, clinging densely on the trees and among the leaves. At the slightest disturbance, they would swarm all at once, nearly impossible to resist. From a distance, Xia Yi saw a colorful centipede with 7 segments, its body radiating a rainbow-like hue, 5 meters long, its large eyes burning like flames, as if made of fire gems, with faint blue glimmers flickering between its pincers, clearly an extremely venomous creature. The 7-colored heavenly centipede. He was startled. This was an ancient, extinct breed from the primordial chaos, said to have gone extinct tens of thousands of years ago. It was extremely powerful, rumored to rival ancient dragon-like beasts. 800 years ago, a very powerful devil cultivator in the northern cultivation world once obtained an egg of the 7-colored heavenly centipede. The egg was originally a fossil and could not hatch, but the devil cultivator warmed it daily with his own lifeblood. Over time, he managed to communicate mentally with the true spirit within the egg. Using powerful magic, he merged his soul with the egg, acquiring a portion of the centipede's supernatural abilities and becoming vastly more powerful. All poisonous insects and snakes in the land obeyed his command. For a time, the northern cultivation world lived under the oppressive rule of this devil cultivator, with countless righteous disciples falling victim to his toxic beasts. It took the combined effort of 5 immortal sects' nascent soul cultivators to barely kill him. That devil cultivator had only obtained a single egg of the 7-colored heavenly centipede, gaining limited abilities, yet that was enough to dominate the northern cultivation world. Now, facing a complete 7-colored heavenly centipede, if it could be refined into an external avatar, it was unimaginably terrifying. As recorded in ancient texts, an adult 7-colored heavenly centipede can be dozens of zhang long. This one is less than 5 meters, clearly still a juvenile. Should I take the risk? Xia Yi's heart pounded. If captured and refined into a secondary form, in time, even the northern cultivation world would kneel before Lingsu's sect, including the mysterious 7-star cave. Yet reason soon dismissed the idea. Although this one was still immature, it was still far beyond what Lingsu's sect could handle. If even a tiny bit of its venom got into the body, not only a core formation expert, even a powerful cultivator like Master Yu Yang would be instantly poisoned to death, no doubt about it. But now he had the 100 treasure sack system. As long as he kept surviving, he could obtain all sorts of magical tools. It wasn't worth risking everything for a short-term gain. The red pearl immortal grass usually grows in spiritual lands. This place, filled with toxic insects and evil surroundings, clearly doesn't meet its growth conditions. Sighing, Xia Yi adjusted the time-space transformer. The primitive wilderness vanished in an instant, returning to the previous desolate wasteland. Looking at the device in his hand, he saw the power level had dropped from 100% to 81.356%. About 4 uses left. A sense of urgency welled up inside him. Although the time-space transformer he had drawn this time wasn't a fragment, but a permanent item, its time reversal function required an enormous amount of energy, fueled by spirit stones. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones could only charge 2.5%. Roughly 8,000 high-grade spirit stones would be needed for one use. Although Lingsu's sect had recently defeated the Lihua sect, and its finances had improved somewhat, all the sect's accumulated spirit stones weren't even enough for half a use. Therefore, Xia Yi could only hope that before the time-space transformer's built-in energy was exhausted, he would find the red pearl immortal grass. Otherwise, refining the 9-orifice golden pill would have to be postponed again. Xia grabbed the time-space transformer and adjusted it back another 3,000 years. Time flowed and space transformed. The previous primeval forest disappeared, replaced by a vast lake. Within the surging waves, occasional glimpses of enormous aquatic monsters could be seen lurking beneath, half visible, with scales and claws hinting at their terrifying might. Roar. A roar shook the heavens and earth, chilling the soul. It made Xia feel as though his spirit was drifting away, nearly leaving his body. Like a white rabbit hearing a tiger's roar at close range. A colossal dragon-like beast hundreds of zhang long rose from the surface of the lake, its entire body covered with silver-white scales the size of palm fans, glistening under the sunlight. Most peculiar was the bump on its head, resembling a piece of jade, continuously radiating flowing light. This is the legendary Jiaolong, and this one is already showing signs of becoming a true dragon, beginning to grow horns. Xia Yi's heart was stunned beyond measure. The Northern Territory, being a remote and barren region akin to a small pond, could never produce a Jiaolong. Only in regions like Zhongzhou or the Eastern Territories, where spiritual energy was abundant, could a Jiaolong exist. It was said that once fully grown, a Jiaolong would possess combat strength rivaling that of a nascent soul true lord. The silver-white Jiaolong before him was clearly already an adult and had started the transformation toward becoming a dragon. This Jiaolong must have the strength of a Ling Su stage cultivator. Xia Yi's heart was filled with shock, never expecting to have attracted such a beast from the primordial age. Thus, he leapt toward the pit and pressed the time-space transformer button the moment he landed. Just as the two spaces were about to separate, the silver Jiaolong seemed to sense something amiss. Its lantern-like eyes turned, emitting electric-like beams that pierced through layers of space, finally locking onto Xia Yi in the far distance. At that moment, Xia Yi felt as though a mountain had been pressed onto his body, making it difficult to breathe, his blood seemingly frozen in his veins. He struggled even to mobilize the energy in his dantian. Boom! Xia Yi fell from the sky into the water, splashing a large wave. In an instant, he emerged from the other end, now inside the Yuhua Hall. Whoosh! He exhaled in relief as the pressure on his body instantly vanished, and the indoor fishing pond was shut down immediately. That silver Jiaolong is at least at the Ling Su stage. Xia Yi felt lingering fear. Beyond the nascent soul stage was the legendary Ling Su stage. The Ling Su stage cultivators were incredibly rare across the entire Dongxing continent, each capable of controlling the fate of the world. Had Xia Yi not reacted swiftly and leapt into the pit in time, he might have died under the Jiaolong's gaze. After a while, Xia Yi activated the satellite display and found no sign of the Jiaolong in that area. Clearly, the beast had been teleported to ancient times, returning to its original era. Only then did he reopen the indoor fishing pond and head once more toward Tianyuan Mountain. Chapter 67. The Nine-Orifice Golden Pill. Time once again flowed backward. This time, Xia Yi directly adjusted the time to 40,000 years ago. A clear picture emerged, immortal mountains and breathtaking scenery, like a poetic painting. The roaring lake had vanished, replaced by a valley filled with vibrant flowers, rare herbs, and gentle streams trickling by. Fragrance wafted through the air, green mists curled around lush greenery, mist drifted and danced, and an immortal aura lingered. Through the reconnaissance satellite, Xia Yi detected no unusual beasts. Still, he didn't risk heading in immediately. Instead, he patiently observed and waited. This area was the ancient world 40,000 years ago. No amount of caution was excessive. After a long while, confirming no danger in that area, Xia Yi cautiously made his way toward it. As soon as he stepped in, an extremely rich current of spiritual energy rushed toward him. Each breath he took brought a moist, fresh sensation, while the gentle breeze against his face gave him the feeling of flying away on the wind. Even standing there motionless, he couldn't help but feel reluctant to move. The spiritual energy of this ancient era, both in density and quality, surpasses the present world by countless times. Cultivating here would truly be effortless and highly effective. Xia Yi sighed inwardly. The spiritual energy emitted by the spirit veins in his sect was nothing compared to this place. Utterly garbage, completely incomparable. In the forest ahead, vague glimmers of treasure shimmered. Clearly, Xia Yi spotted ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Polygonum multiflorum, and other spiritual herbs. Particularly on the cliff walls, several small crimson trees were covered with cinnabar, fruits the size of fists. These precious herbs and fruits grew freely on the ground and trees, as commonplace as weeds. But in Xia Yi's eyes, they were the best herbs for restoring primordial energy and nourishing vitality. In terms of quality, they surpassed even the rare ancient herbs found in the secret area of the Hanging Mountain by far. With an environment like this, it must be suitable for the growth of the crimson pearl immortal grass. Compared to the previously seen barren mountains and wild forests, the scenery here could truly be called paradise. In the small river ahead swam several dragon loaches about a foot long, exuding golden light and leaping joyfully in the muddy water. Xia Yi was greatly shocked upon seeing this. Dragon loaches were considered supreme spiritual treasures in the cultivation world, priceless treasures invaluable for refining elixirs, much rarer and more valuable than even 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Back when the secret cave of the Hanging Mountain was uncovered, just one dragon loach had appeared, sparking fierce battles among countless sections. Yet here, there were several, their bloodline even stronger, possessing a charm similar to that of a dragon. Xia Yi approached carefully, fearful of scaring these rare treasures away. The dragon loaches were no longer than 3 feet, shaped like dragons, golden all over, their entire bodies radiating powerful spiritual energy. Each drop of essence within them was worth a fortune. But they were highly alert, and before Xia Yi could get close, they had already dived deep into the riverbed, vanishing into the abyss. Forget it. The Crimson Pearl Immortal Grass is more important. Once the space-time converter was activated, it continuously consumed energy. His sect's resources were meager and could not withstand long-term waste. After walking several miles deeper, he came upon a divine spring bubbling forth. Beside it grew 3 plants, each about a foot tall, as if sculpted from emerald jade, crystal clear, dazzling with radiance, and emitting a strange fragrance that was pleasant to the heart and soul, intoxicating and unforgettable. The Crimson Pearl Immortal Grass. Xia Yi's breath quickened. After reversing time so many times, at last, a new vista had opened before him. Carefully, he took out a flying sword and dug up the 3 crimson pearl grasses, along with the surrounding soil. For once this herb was harvested, its spiritual essence would dissipate entirely within half an hour, reducing it to a common plant, utterly useless. There is hope for the 9-orifice golden pill. A smile appeared on Xia Yi's face. Before the effect of the space-time reversal ended, he hurriedly collected additional medicinal herbs. Some were already extinct in the present world and were beyond priceless. After half an incense sticks time, Xia Yi pressed the button on the space-time converter. The scene transformed. The ancient immortal realm vanished, replaced by a barren land. Returning to the Lingshu sect through the indoor fishing pond, Xia Yi immediately began preparing for the pill refinement. The 9-orifice golden pill was extremely difficult to refine. First, hundreds of rare herbs collected had to be carefully roasted dry using soft and strong true fire. Then, they were to be smelted for 36 days with elite moonwater essence before finally forming the primordial pill embryo. Once the embryo was formed, the crimson pearl grass and other ancient herbs would be added, and then smelted within a pill furnace filled with dense spiritual energy using one's own true fire. The process was elaborate and extremely complicated. If even a single mistake occurred during the process, the pill furnace could explode, destroying the entire batch and seriously injuring the cultivator. Moreover, the pill-making process itself was the practice of condensing a golden core, something no one else could substitute for. Only by personally refining the pill could one succeed. The pill furnace naturally selected was the Qiyang furnace, a treasure of the Leaf Fire sect, and Jifeng treasure artifact, with few in the entire northern region's cultivation world possessing furnaces of superior quality. During pill refinement, interference was most taboo, so Xia Yi chose the paper that one could freely enter and exit as the location for refining pills. Inside the paper world existed a palace, which contained no furniture or objects, and was extremely vast and empty. In the exact center stood a 3-legged pill furnace, about 2 zhang tall, round in body with an ancient, elegant design, and carved with numerous patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. It was indeed the Qiyang furnace. Underneath burned a transparent, pure true fire, which Xia Yi recognized as elite leaf fire, a famous heat fire in the cultivation world known for its extremely high temperature, capable of instantly vaporizing ordinary steel upon contact. The temperature within the hall was extremely high, with steam rising, making the interior feel just like being inside a steamer basket. Around the room were piles of spirit stones, each about the size of a fist, of extremely high quality, top-grade specimens. Facing the towering Qiyang furnace, Xia Yi positioned himself properly, forming hand seals and incantations, and immediately a small whirlwind arose out of thin air, swirling like a vortex, forcefully drawing in the dense spiritual energy within the hall. Fierce flames roared to life within the furnace, blazing intensely with surging heat waves. Xia Yi took out a jade box, tore off the seal, and immediately a fragrant aroma filled the air. He retrieved the gem-like fruit formed from the ice mountain snow lotus, and placed it into the furnace fire, its emerald glow making even the leaf fire shine with a green hue. Immediately after, he picked up a 9-leaved herb that appeared as red jade, his hands glowing with radiant vermilion light. This was a rare ancient herb he had obtained from the secret realm of the Hanging Mountain. Soon, many more spiritual herbs were brought forth, each surrounded by radiant auras, shining brilliantly with dazzling light, exuding intoxicating fragrances, none of them inferior to the 3 he had just added to the furnace. The deep red flames flickered, emitting gentle light, with ripples of spiritual power flowing through them. As one of the heat fires in the northern region's cultivation world, leaf fire possessed not only immense destructive capability, but also many miraculous effects. For example, it could break down medicinal herbs, condense the essence of life, and refine them into immortal pills. The leaf fire danced, and the Qiyang furnace became enveloped in thick spiritual energy, seemingly gaining life as the engravings upon it appeared to awaken. Xia Yi sat silently beside it, legs crossed, eyes tightly shut, guarding the pill furnace with no sign of slackening. Chapter 68. 9 Transmutations of the Golden Core. At this very moment, the liquid suspended inside the Qiyang furnace had begun to boil violently. Xia Yi hurriedly activated the arcane method recorded in the Tai Xian Jing, and a large amount of his innate vital energy gushed forth from his dantian, flowing into the boiling medicinal mixture. In an instant, brilliant light erupted, towering waves crashed and roared, shaking the air with deafening thunder. It was as if thousands of troops were galloping, like a volcanic eruption. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled and lightning split the skies, weaving together above the blue with terrifying might. These supernatural phenomena are exactly as described in the Taishan Jing. They are the signs that precede the formation of a Jifeng golden core. Xia Yi did not dare to slacken even for a moment. The sound of waves continued without ceasing, as though he stood atop an endless ocean, within which flashes of lightning and peals of thunder echoed powerfully throughout the palace. Inside the Qiyang furnace, fiercely fire blazed like a black hole, continuously absorbing ambient spiritual energy, even forming whirlpools of spiritual power. The spiritual energy inside several spirit stones was completely drained, making a crackling sound before crumbling into a cluster of translucent, crystalline fragments. This continued for 36 days until the roar of the sea gradually quieted and the deafening thunder faded away. The interior of the Qiyang furnace became calm, with only the roaring leaf fire remaining. At last, the fist-sized embryonic core was successfully formed, radiating a gentle silver glow. The day the pill is completed shall be the day of my breakthrough. The 36-day process of pill refinement had left Xia Yi greatly exhausted, but it had also been a process of cultivation. The spiritual light in his eyes gleamed brightly. His cultivation had clearly improved. The Jiangzhu Immortal grass shone like a crimson ruby all over its body. A unique fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and intoxicating. This was the main herb required for the 9-orifice golden core pill. After the embryonic core formed, the ancient medicinal herbs such as the Jiangzhu Immortal grass must be added and refined within the pill furnace, using true fire amidst a rich atmosphere of spiritual energy. Xia Yi began to chant arcane spells and mudras with his hands, carefully harmonizing the yin-yang and kanli energies. This was the final step of pill making, also the most critical. A single misstep could undo all the previous efforts. Within the span of a tea time, the Jiangzhu Immortal grass and other ancient spiritual herbs were transformed into a bubbling liquid inside the furnace, emitting dazzling rays of colored light. Xia Yi's expression grew solemn. His hand mudras flew rapidly, and he dared not slacken even for a moment. An hour later, wisps of milky white vapor rose gently from the furnace, coalescing into dragon and tiger shapes above it, lingering for a long time without dissipating, vaguely emitting the roars of tigers and howls of dragons. After a while, magical flowers and radiant drizzles appeared above the furnace, their glowing petals drifting down like rain, only to vanish instantaneously, like dew and lightning, illusory and fleeting. Myriad worlds and boundless realms, filled with strange spectacles and terrible scenes, devils and yaksas, immortals and Buddhas, faintly manifested within the rain of light. These were manifestations of one's inner demons. Xia Yi knew well that refining the 9-orifice golden core pill was an act against heaven's will, invoking divine jealousy and provoking demonic trials. Those demons and celestial maidens were projections of his own true thoughts, seeming both real and unreal, hard to distinguish. If the cultivator could not maintain a firm grip on his mind and heart, even the slightest confusion could lead to catastrophe, both pill and person destroyed. This was precisely why, throughout the history of the Pill Cauldron sect, very few disciples had managed to refine golden cores of the 8th or 9th transmutation. Amidst the illusions created by inner demons, Xia Yi activated his arcane technique, manifesting a green lotus above his head. Unaffected by the phantoms around him, the celestial maidens and yakshas were repelled by the golden light of the protective lotus, his spirit unsoiled, like a lotus untainted by the mud. Fully expecting these demonic manifestations during pill refining, Xia Yi had studied the matter with the divine robot for a long time. Combining the techniques of the Tianxian Jing and some secret methods from the Lingsu sect, he created the 10,000 calamities lotus method, which was effective at resisting inner demons. Suddenly, Xia Yi spat out a mouthful of essence energy, and his hand mudras came to a halt. All the strange phenomena above the furnace dissipated, and the flames inside diminished, allowing the fragrance of medicine to spread. Inside the furnace, a pill was now clearly visible, about the size of a longan, with 9 holes on its surface, just like the 9 orifices of the human body. A current flowed in and out of these holes, continuously pulsing with an unusual vitality, as if the pill itself were alive. With a wave of his hand, Xia Yi summoned the pill toward him. Upon entering his palm, it felt heavy and solid, radiating golden light across its surface, as if cast from pure gold. Yet its weight was tens of times that of gold. A gentle shake produced faint liquid sounds within, suggesting it was hollow. Yet, there was no scent of medicinal fragrance. Unlike any pill, more resembling a magical artifact. Without hesitation, he tossed the pill into his mouth, chewing it only a few times before it transformed into a magnificent golden radiance, surging into his body and instantly cloaking him in a mysterious golden glow, as if forging a golden body. An ordinary human body would have turned to ashes instantly under such power, but Xia Yi, cultivating according to the Taishan Jing, knew how to respond. All that golden light, like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea, was eventually absorbed entirely into his body. At this moment, his flesh, viscera, and bones were crystal clear, pure and immaculate, like Ri, and his skin radiated a crystalline luster, exuding an immense aura. Done, Xia Yi whispered, feeling an unprecedented strength surge within him. Inside his dantian, a pill the size of a longan fruit was spinning rapidly, emitting glimmers of light and radiating a gentle golden glow. This was the legendary 9 transmutations golden pill. Across the entire Dongxing continent, very few cultivators could successfully condense such a core. Only within the three great holy lands, where ancient legacies ran deep and immortals had once appeared, might there exist monstrous geniuses like Xia who had achieved 9 transmutations of the golden core. Now, it's time to unveil the secrets. Shortly after, Xia exited the paper-contained realm and arrived at the Yuhua Grand Hall. He took out a large, square seal engraved with dragon and phoenix motifs, an ancient seal script, similar in appearance to an emperor's imperial jade seal. This was precisely the sect leader's seal of the Lingsu sect. Xia silently recited an incantation, and the seal instantly emitted dazzling light, unleashing terrifying power. The entire Yuhua Grand Hall began to tremble, space within the hall warped, and gradually a massive stone tablet manifested. A faint aura of ancient wilderness, desolation, antiquity, and majesty exuded from it, giving an impression of boundless vastness and profound unfathomability. On the back of the tablet, engraved markings began to appear. They formed a mysterious and intricate set of carvings. Wu Chongtian had once said that only cultivators who had achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation building, 9 transmutations golden core, and flawless Yuan Ying could fully comprehend the secrets hidden within. Currently, Xia had already accomplished the Heavenly Tao Foundation and the 9 transmutations golden core. Out of the 3 conditions, 2 had been met. He was now qualified to unravel more mysteries. The ancient stone tablet grew increasingly larger in his eyes, resembling an ancient divine mountain towering over the mortal world. The carved lines upon it seemed to come alive, bursting forth with 10,000 rays of radiant light, twisting and slithering like dragons and snakes. Slowly, they coalesced into an image. The composition was extremely simple, outlined in just a few strokes, yet it depicted a mysterious little beast. It looked endearing and adorable, yet carried an indescribable aura capable of devouring heaven and earth. It was exactly Doryman, the same vision Xia had seen when he completed the Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivation. However, at this moment, many details were different. Chapter 69, the classic of ascension through feathering. Those mysterious and unfathomable lines actually came to life, continuously undulating like fish swimming through water. The carvings on the stone steel transformed from static images into moving scenes, constantly reorganizing themselves. Xia witnessed a group of small humanoid figures kneeling on the ground, bowing in worship and sacrifice toward the little beast with extreme reverence, just as one would venerate a celestial or Buddha. According to Wu Chongtian, the Yuhua sect back then didn't just produce one grand ascension heavenly sovereign, rivaling even the great sections. For Doryman to have been engraved upon the steel by powerful cultivators of the Yuhua sect, and for the sect's core cultivation technique, the classic of ascension through feathering, to be imprinted within it, clearly demonstrated its immense significance. There was even a slight possibility that the Yuhua sect itself had been founded by Doryman. After all, Doryman possessed numerous miraculous tools, and with those, it wouldn't be impossible for it to rise to power in the cultivation world. But now, Xia realized he had still underestimated Doryman. The little humanoid figures appeared to be dressed like primitive humans, with nearby stone spears and fire pits, just like scenes from an ancient tribal period. That era had been long before the Yuhua sect was even founded. This meant that Doryman's arrival in this world dated back even further than Xia could fathom. It could have been 50,000 years ago, during the ancient tribal period, when humans lived in a primitive state without nations established, or even further back, to the ancient and chaotic primordial age. Previously, Xia had speculated that Doryman, with its limitless treasure bag, might even have achieved mechanical transcendence. Seeing this scene now, perhaps the Yuhua sect itself had been created by Doryman. Thinking this, Xia involuntarily inhaled sharply. When he first crossed over into this world, he had thought that awakening to a system must be the divine advantage typical of such transmigrations. But now, it seemed far more complex than he had imagined. He increasingly felt that the treasures bag system he had obtained had not been by chance. Yet he couldn't understand why Doryman would come to this world. After all, it was a childcare robot primarily meant to look after Nobita. Could it be that Doryman accidentally crossed into this world while traveling through time and space? Xia speculated in his mind. Perhaps, upon arriving here, Doryman discovered it couldn't return to its original world. So it used the power of its treasures, gradually growing stronger within this cultivation world, eventually achieving mechanical transcendence, becoming a being equal to, or perhaps even surpassing, a celestial immortal. Yet no one knew whether in the end Doryman managed to return to its original world. If it had returned, then Xia himself might also find a way back to his own world. Just then, a voice came from who knew where, interrupting his thoughts. Resounding Taoist tones echoed, like Buddhist chants, like ancient sacrificial songs drifting through time and space from the distant past. These sounds seemed to carry the profound principles of heaven and earth, and the profound mysteries of cultivation, causing one to involuntarily fall into a deep trance. A wondrous sensation welled in his heart, and suddenly Xia Yi's mind drifted into a state of serene emptiness. The Jingjiak of unity of heaven and humanity. Many cultivators spent their entire lives striving for this state without ever reaching it. Since the incident in the Suspended Mountains hidden realm, Xia had longed to return to this Jingjiak, yet had failed to grasp it. Unity of heaven and humanity is something attainable only by chance, not something to be pursued forcibly. To do so would lead to the opposite result. Eventually, he could only give up in resignation. He never imagined that today, he would once again achieve it. From the void, more sacrificial sounds rang out again, an indescribable chanting of supreme Taoist scriptures. Innumerable ancient characters appeared densely, inscribed into empty space, exuding boundless radiance. Xia Yi's heart quaked. This was without doubt an incredibly powerful cultivation technique. Legend had it that the third patriarch of Ling Su, after attaining Tao Foundation and an 8-turn golden core, had formed the Flying Immortal Sutra, the third of Ling Su's 5 supreme techniques, by comprehending the stone steel. Now, Xia Yi was even more powerful than that third patriarch had been, so the technique he was comprehending now would inevitably be even more supreme. No one could tell how long this lasted, but eventually the sacrificial sound ceased, and all the ancient characters in the void vanished. Brilliant light sparkled in Xia Yi's eyes. From those chanting sounds, he had comprehended an ancient scripture. The third patriarch of Ling Su had cultivated Tao Foundation and an 8-turn golden core. Throughout the 10,000-year ancient history of Dongxing continent, such a prodigy was highly ranked. But since he had not formed a 9-turn golden core, he had barely met the requirements of the stone steel. As a result, the Flying Immortal Sutra, though powerful, was extremely complex and difficult. Very few disciples and elders were able to practice it. Compared to the Flying Immortal Sutra, the classic of ascension through feathering was more detailed, encompassing all the cultivation techniques from foundation building to the nascent soul stage, and surpassed even the supreme Sect Dan Ding Sect's main scripture, the Tai Xian classic. However, the classic of ascension through feathering was incomplete. It only allowed cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. The techniques for the soul tempering stage were missing. Perhaps only after achieving a flawless nascent soul could he discover the further stages of the scripture. In short, this time the gains were tremendous. Not only had he refined the 9-turn golden core, but he had also obtained the classic of ascension through feathering. Just as Xia Yi and the immortal robot were studying the newly acquired cultivation technique, Song Yuanshan returned. Earlier, through the memory projection wooden hammer, he had learned that the defensive line in the outer lands had encountered problems. Legend had it that in the ancient era, ferocious beasts roamed rampant while the human race was weak and vulnerable, often becoming prey for these beasts. Later, as immortal cultivators emerged among humanity, they rose in rebellion, driving the ferocious beasts to the farthest northern reaches of the Dongxing continent, precisely the region known as the Outer Lands. The ancient immortals had established a vast sealing defense line based upon the ancestral vein of the Northern Territory. Over the past 10,000 years, this northern defense had loosened several times. Some ferocious beasts from the Outer Lands had seized the opportunity to escape, forming beast swarms that each time inflicted unimaginable devastation upon the Northern Territory. Therefore, Xia Yi had dispatched Song Yuanshan to the Outer Lands to personally inspect the condition of the defensive line. Master, the reconnaissance satellites have been successfully launched, Song Yuanshan said with a solemn expression. The situation is likely much worse than we imagined. Without a word, Xia Yi took out a monitor. Although the Outer Lands were quite distant from the Ling Su sect, the system's products were always top quality, and thus the satellite signal could still be received. ZZ. After a moment of static, the image gradually became clear. On the screen appeared endless gray-green mountains, resembling a barrier stretching to the ends of the sky. Looking closer, one realized that these were actually towering walls. So immense were they that a person standing below would be like an ant before an elephant. Only immortals could have constructed such a magnificent spectacle. Xia Yi murmured. This colossal stone wall stretched for tens of thousands of miles, majestic and grand, linked to the Northern Territory's ancestral vein, and forming an immortal formation designed to repel the invasions of the ferocious beasts. To the north, a sky-darkening aura of violent malevolence surged, within which countless enormous figures moved about, violently ramming the walls. In some areas, the wall had already been damaged, and boundless waves of malevolent energy poured out like turbulent tidal surges. Amidst the surging energy could also be seen glimpses of the beasts themselves. However, due to the relatively small size of the breach, the larger beasts could not squeeze through. Yet beneath the relentless assaults of countless beasts, the opening continued to expand. One day, inevitably, it would widen into a gaping chasm, and then an uncountable horde of beasts would surge forth from the far north, forming a terrifying beast tide that would sweep across the entire Northern Territory. Chapter 70. The Vault Blade. Master, during this trip to the extreme north, I investigated many regions and found that the concentration of spiritual energy in various areas is showing a declining trend. Song Yuanshan reported. You mean the spiritual energy tide? Xia Yi asked quickly. The concentration of spiritual energy in the indeed isn't constant. It constantly fluctuates, just like tides. During high tide, when the concentration of spiritual energy increases, cultivators can cultivate more easily, and experts emerge one after another. During low tide, when the spiritual energy concentration decreases, cultivators can absorb less spiritual energy. They become more dependent on spirit stones, making cultivation difficult and resulting in slow progress in cultivation. The Great Stone Wall defense line in the extreme north relies on the continuous supply of spiritual energy from the northern ancestral vein. Now that the spiritual energy tide is receding and the ancestral vein can only provide limited spiritual energy, the defense power of the Great Wall defensive line will also be greatly reduced. At that time, fierce beasts are very likely to break through the defensive line, forming the largest ever tide of fierce beasts. In the previous waves of beast invasions, many Foundation concealment stage beasts appeared. With the current defensive weakness, I estimate there might be beasts of even higher cultivation stages appearing this time. Song Yuanshan was filled with worries. Because the northern ancestral vein was used as the eye of the defensive array, the Northern Territory's cultivation world already had thin spiritual energy. Reaching the foundation concealment stage was already the highest possible achievement for cultivators here. If a beast of the core formation stage appears in this invasion, then the entire cultivation community in the Northern Territory won't have any sect capable of resisting it. Xia couldn't think of a better solution for now, but could only strive to improve the strength of all elders and disciples in his sect. The feathered Immortality Classic was quickly distributed, allowing everyone to start cultivating. This was a cultivation technique surpassing ancient sects, enabling a cultivator to perfectly progress from the chi gathering stage all the way to the foundation concealment stage. All the disciples and elders were nearly ecstatic. Normally, obtaining such a technique would require an enormous stroke of luck. Now they easily obtained it, feeling just like they were in a dream. Within merely 3 months, more than 5 chi gathering cultivators advanced to the foundation building stage, and 1 elder at the late foundation building stage successfully formed a golden core. Master, during this period, there have been a total of 30 disciples who failed in foundation building. 10 disciples died on the spot, and the other 20 suffered serious injuries. Kuko approached wearing red leather clothes, holding a report in her hand. How come so many disciples died? Xiai frowned. These disciples have mediocre talent and foundations, and without influential backgrounds, they can't afford foundation building pills, so their chances of success are very low. The most dangerous aspect of building a foundation is losing control of spiritual power. During foundation building, to break through their cultivation barrier, one must condense gaseous spiritual power into liquid form. The spiritual power flows faster and faster, and this violent spiritual energy can cause tremendous damage to the cultivator's meridians, flesh, cavities, and dantian. Foundation building pills, besides increasing the success rate by 2 or 3 layers, have the most important effect of slowing down the raging spiritual energy, warming and nourishing the cultivator's meridians and dantian. Even if one fails foundation building, their life can still be preserved. Therefore, attempting foundation building without foundation building pills is extremely dangerous. For this very reason, foundation building pills are very expensive. A single foundation building pill is worth nearly 3 top-grade spirit stones. A chi-gathering cultivator would need to spend at least 40 or 50 years before having the possibility of accumulating such a quantity of spirit stones. Moreover, the grade of foundation building pills reaches the level of low-grade treasure pills, exceeding the scope of pill manufacturing machines. Its primary ingredient is a blood ruby ginseng of over 1,000 years cultivation, and it also needs 5 spirit fruits aged 500 years each, Jigu, Chuko, Xieshua, Bayulianhua, and Wuzhua, as auxiliary ingredients. Additionally, 20 spirit herbs about 100 years old are also required. Just the price of a single blood ruby ginseng with over 1,000 years of cultivation exceeds 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10 top-grade spirit stones. Each of the 5 500-year-old spirit herbs is also of an extraordinary grade, with each herb costing around 50 middle-grade spirit stones. Producing a batch of foundation building pills requires a minimum cost of around 15 top-grade spirit stones in spirit herbs alone. Furthermore, foundation building pills are very difficult to produce, and their difficulty exceeds that of most treasure pills. Only a master alchemist of high caliber can create foundation building pills. Even Song Yuanshan, who was highly skilled in pill making at Lingsu's sect, would find it hard to produce a batch of foundation building pills. Precisely because of the difficulty in producing foundation building pills, even large sects specializing in pill making cannot ensure a high success rate, and the number of pills produced in one batch is generally about 5 or 6 at the least, and not more than 10 or 12 at the most. Most cultivators, even if they have sufficient spirit stones and no connections, can only dream of exchanging for a single foundation building pill. As for scattered cultivators living in harsh conditions, they basically won't have the chance to even smell the aroma of a foundation building pill their whole lives. They only have the option of taking risks to build a foundation before the age of 60, facing a 90% death rate, all fighting for the slim chance of building a foundation. Bloody ginseng. Xiai fell into deep thought. This herb wasn't just rare in the cultivation world of the Northern Territory, it was also very popular in the other 4 territories. Especially when its age surpassed 1,000 years, it would make countless cultivators fight fiercely over it. This is because it's not only the main ingredient of foundation building pills, but also an essential herb in many other pill formulas. This has caused the price of the blood ruby ginseng to skyrocket, and as a result, the price of foundation building pills has remained high and rarely available in the market. Try to buy some foundation building pills first. Xiai couldn't think of a better idea for now. After all, even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Yes, master. Kuko hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, there aren't many spirit stones left in Ling Su Sect's treasury, so it might be hard to gather a large number of foundation building pills. Not long ago, to prepare all the herbs needed for refining the 9 aperture golden pills, an enormous number of spirit stones were spent. Later, to prepare for the coming tide of fierce beasts, Xiai decided to strengthen the sect's power and purchased a large amount of cultivation resources, spending spirit stones like water. The wealth looted from the fire separation sect had already been nearly depleted, with little remaining. Xiai felt somewhat troubled as well. The mid-grade spirit stone mine at the Two Worlds Mountain, after years of vigorous development, had already been mostly excavated. As for the pill manufacturing machine, Since learning about the imminent collapse of the Great Stone Wall defense line, he had decided to shift the produced pills from exports to domestic use. A portion was used to improve the disciple's strength, while another batch consisted of healing pills stored in the pill storage vault to prepare for future crises. Just do what you think is appropriate. After sending off Kuko, Xia began drawing items. During this past month, he had been in retreat consolidating his golden core stage, so he hadn't drawn any items. Finally, I can draw a bunch all at once. Xia excitedly rubbed his hands together. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Vault Blade. The system's emotionless voice sounded. A common 3-inch-long small knife materialized in the air. Item, Vault Blade. Function. As long as this tool is used for cutting, a superspace will appear anywhere, functioning as a vault. Curious, Xia cut slightly at the ground with the small knife. Immediately, the white jade stone split open, forming a space of half a cubic meter. He casually threw a magic artifact inside and covered it back up. The white jade stone immediately appeared completely intact, showing no sign of having been cut at all. Chapter 71, Gourmet Dining Cloth. Xia continued to slash through the air. Instantly, a spatial rift appeared in the void, revealing a space roughly 1 cubic meter in size. This is comparable to the spiritual technique of Needle of Indra's Net. Xia became interested. Such an ability could barely be achieved only by cultivators at the transformation stage. Breaking the Shikon with one's own powerful spiritual energy to create a space would result in merely a small pocket dimension, useful only for storing items, certainly not enough to hide a person. It was said that at the ultimate level, mighty experts could create their own small world, caves of immortality. Only the great sects as ancient as the Badawu sects, with long histories and former grandmasters at the ascendant stage, possessed such small worlds similar to caves of immortality. Interesting. After playing with it for a while, Xia retracted the safe knife and proceeded to the next draw. Item, light-absorbing light bulb. Function, as long as it is connected to a power source, darkness surrounds the light-absorbing bulb. Even in the daytime, it creates a dark atmosphere. A table lamp appeared in Xia Yi's hand, looking very ordinary. He turned on the switch. The bulb, like a black hole, swallowed all surrounding light. Within a radius of 30 meters, everything turned pitch black, just like in the dead of night. Another useless item. Xia shook his head. Many of Doraemon's items were like this. You could say they were useful, but they were hardly applicable in most situations. Yet you could not say they were useless either, they might just come in handy at some point. Like the previous memory projection mallet. Under normal circumstances, the higher a cultivator's cultivation stage, the stronger their soul. Especially after forming the nascent soul, one's brain became unimaginably powerful, with an extremely fast processing speed, akin to a supercomputer. Therefore, such experts could hardly ever suffer from forgetfulness. But in the Western Wasteland Basin, Master Yu Yang's nascent soul had been shattered by the Earth Disruptor bomb, his spiritual consciousness affected by the strong radiation, leaving him mentally unstable and crazed. Only then did the memory projection mallet prove useful. Next came a pistol. Item, sorrowful smiling pistol. Function, this pistol had 3 types of bullets, laughing bullets, weeping bullets, and anger-inducing bullets. Struck by different bullets, the target would exhibit different reactions. This is truly a useless item. Xia scoffed, continuing to draw. Congratulations, master. You have obtained the snake demoness head. Suddenly, a black box appeared out of thin air and landed steadily on the ground. Item, snake demoness head. Function, any creature exposed to the beams emitted from the snake demoness eyes would experience muscle stiffening, turning immobile like stone. Finally, an offensive item. Xia felt his spirits lift. Ever since he obtained the magic cutting sword and the never-losing boxing gloves, he hadn't drawn any decent offensive items. This must be somewhat similar to Medusa's severed head in mythology. Carefully, Xia opened the box. Inside was a stone statue's head. Soon, a small green snake crawled out from the head. Its eyes were blood red, and its tongue flickered in and out. I wonder how powerful it really is. Curious, Xia approached and playfully teased the snake. At that moment, the green snake coiled atop the statue's head. Suddenly, its blood-red eyes shot forth 2 beams of light. Xia inwardly cried out in alarm. But even with his fast reflexes, he couldn't outpace the speed of light. Instantly, he felt his blood circulation halt, his entire body feeling as if paralyzed, frozen in place. Even the spiritual energy in his dantian became stagnant and hard to control. After about the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Xia gradually felt the invisible pressure on him dissipate. His blood resumed flowing, and his dantian energy became movable again. Wow, this snake demoness head is quite impressive. Xia felt exhilarated. He had cultivated to the level of the 9-turning golden pill, reaching an incredible strength. Even the old purple Sunjin run was no match for him. Not to mention Mo Lai and Song Yuanshan. Truly, among all cultivators below the nascent soul stage, he stood at the top. Yet this tiny snake demon managed to immobilize him. How terrifying it was. He asked the system, could the snake demoness head paralyze a nascent soul grandmaster? The primary effect of this item is to immobilize the target's physical body. Nascent soul grandmasters have nurtured their soul form, so the snake demoness head has minimal effect on them. The system voice promptly responded. Minimal effect? That still means it has some. Xia Yi's spirits rose again. Even if the snake demoness had only managed to freeze a nascent soul grandmaster for a few breaths, or just slightly slowed them down, it would be more than enough. In battle, even the slightest hesitation could be exploited by the enemy, potentially costing one's life. A fine treasure. I must keep this carefully. Xiaoyi carefully packed the box away. The next item he drew was the gourmet dining cloth. No matter what you desired to eat, simply speak it out in front of this dining cloth, and it would materialize the dish. Manhwa. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi exclaimed. Beep, beep. A red glow emitted from the cloth on the ground, yet no food appeared. Please use the item reasonably, master. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Just kidding. Xiaoyi chuckled, then said, fine then, how about a KFC family bucket? Soon enough, a paper container appeared on the table filled with fried chicken and potatoes, accompanied by 2 cups of Coca-Cola with ice cubes. Xiaoyi grabbed a piece of original recipe chicken, took a bite, and his eyes instantly lit up, same old familiar taste. In no time, it was like a storm sweeping through, and the entire family bucket was devoured. The portion is still as small as ever. Muttering slightly, Xiaoyi prepared to pack the dining cloth away. After all, even though the food created by the gourmet dining cloth was delicious, it contained no spiritual energy. It was only good for occasionally savoring a flavor or reminiscing about his past world. Perhaps I could supply ingredients to the dining cloth and have it prepare gourmet meals. A sudden idea brightened Xiaoyi's eyes. After some experimentation, he indeed discovered that the cloth had the function of using designated ingredients. He then caught a spirit fish from the lake and captured a fat and plump spirit chicken from the jungle. Following that, he pressed a relevant button, and a space appeared in the center of the cloth. Quickly, Xiaoyi tossed the spirit fish and spirit chicken inside, adding some vegetables as well. Before long, 2 steaming hot dishes appeared on the cloth. One was braised spirit fish, and the other was spirit mushroom chicken soup. Eagerly, Xiaoyi took a taste, and indeed it was incredibly delicious. Moreover, the dishes contained abundant spiritual energy, which could significantly aid cultivation. With this gourmet dining cloth, maybe I can open a restaurant in Kangwu City. In the cultivation world, there were cultivators who specialized in culinary skills. After countless years of development, a discipline known as spirit chef gradually formed. Spirit chefs primarily used spirit beast meat and followed unique secret recipes to mix various rare spirit herbs. Then they would cook these ingredients with true flame to create delicious delicacies. These dishes were not only exceptionally flavorful, but also enhanced magical power. Highly skilled spirit chefs were in great demand. Some restaurants even spared no expense to hire them, offering wages slightly higher than elder cultivators' stipends in cultivation sects. Chapter 72. Indoor Small Farm. Among the 5 great sects in the northern region, the 7 Stars Cave maintained a detached stance, while Spirit Ruins sect was simply too poor. The other 3 great sects had all opened restaurants in Kangwu City. After all, compared to selling dunyao or magical treasures, opening a restaurant required low investment but could bring high returns. Some Golden Core elders would spend thousands of spirit stones lavishly when hosting banquets, possibly spending dozens of high-grade spirit stones for a single meal. Extremely extravagant. The skills of the restaurant chefs were perfect, capable of bringing out the truest flavors of the ingredients. There were many spiritual chefs in the northern region's cultivation world, but few could match the cuisine of the finest restaurants. Forget it. I'll consider opening a restaurant after resolving matters in the outland region. Xiaoyi sighed. Opening a restaurant wasn't so simple, especially when it came to sourcing ingredients, which required assigning numerous tasks to disciples, asking them to hunt yao shou and search for yao. This was exactly why most restaurants were operated by cultivation sects in the first place. Ordinary cultivators wandering alone wouldn't have enough time or energy to collect these ingredients. Of course, as the largest city in the northern region, Kangwu City had every type of ao meat available, but the price was inevitably much higher, and long-term procurement would create a great financial burden. With the impending wave of Shungsug drawing near, the top priority of Spirit Ruins sect was to improve their cultivation abilities. They simply lacked the energy to open a restaurant at the moment. Just one more item left. Xiaoyi's expression became slightly more relaxed. This time, his luck had been pretty good. He had drawn the snake demon's head and gourmet restaurant cloth, 2 very useful items. Even if the last item turned out to be the determining reality device, he would accept it. Congratulations, master, you have drawn an indoor small farm. The system's voice echoed. As the voice faded, a ray of light shimmered on the ground, revealing many new objects. There stood a small farmland, an artificial sun, a wireless remote-controlled rain cloud, and additionally, many capsule-sized containers, each containing various seedlings and seeds of different crops. A cultivation tool for planting, and it's a full set. Xiaoyi hesitated momentarily. Then he picked up an item that resembled the sun and pulled the switch cord at its base. A small fireball immediately flew into the air. This artificial sun is way too small. Next, he retrieved a black bottle. Upon opening it, dark smoke poured out and formed a small dark cloud beneath the artificial sun. He took out a painting, which expanded into a field once unfolded. He then grabbed a shovel, dug a hole, and placed the corn seedling from the capsule into the ground. According to the system's explanation, all that was left to do was wait. During the process, he needed to regulate the heat of the sun, control the rain clouds at appropriate times, making sure it wasn't too dry, otherwise the crops would wither and die. But it also couldn't rain too much, or the crops would rot. An hour passed, and the corn grew vigorously, bearing fruit. Xiaoyi tore open an ear of corn, peeling back the husk, inhaling the fragrant corn aroma, and a nostalgic expression appeared on his face. After another 15 minutes, the corn stalks turned yellow, and the corn kernels had completely dried out, ready to be used as seeds. It only takes over 2 hours to harvest an acre of corn. This tool is genuinely powerful. Then Xia suddenly thought, this indoor small farm can accelerate crop growth. Then could it possibly also accelerate the growth of spiritual rice and medicinal herbs? At this thought, his heart pounded rapidly. If that were truly the case, then this tool could mass-produce spiritual herbs, rivaling Han Laoma's sky-fostering vessel. Let's start with spiritual rice first. Spiritual rice had a growth cycle of approximately 1 to 3 years, much shorter than some Mingyao that required 800 or even 1,000 years. Golden pearl rice was plump, clear, and lustrous, like golden pearls, with a faint fragrance. It belonged to the category of mid-grade spiritual rice and was very popular among foundation-building stage cultivators. This kind of spiritual rice was widely cultivated in the Spirit Ruins Sect, with over 1,000 mu under cultivation. Xia evenly planted the golden pearl rice seeds onto the ultra-small farmland, then raised the artificial sun just as he had with the corn, and regularly summoned rain. Quickly, green shoots sprouted across the field, fresh and lush. Golden pearl rice matured once a year, growing much slower than corn. Within half a day, it had only grown to about 3 feet high. An hour later, green ears began to form on the golden pearl rice. As time passed, the golden pearl stalks began to ripen, their golden hue spreading from head to toe. Why is it shriveled? Xia pinched a rice ear and found that it was not full. The inside was hollow, as if there was only an outer shell. He immediately called over a disciple responsible for planting spiritual rice in the sect, still one of the spiritual farmers. Report, master. This is due to a lack of Ving Qi, said the disciple. Having cultivated spiritual fields for 30 years, the disciple was very experienced and identified the issue immediately. So that's the problem. Xia murmured to himself. He had still been planting spiritual rice using the methods for regular worldly crops. That's naturally why it didn't work. According to the disciple's explanation, cultivating spiritual rice wasn't an easy task. First of all, one must have good spiritual soil. Spiritual farmland wasn't ordinary farmland. Its soil contained abundant spiritual energy, capable of cultivating various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. For a cultivation sect, spiritual farmland was among the most precious assets, second only to spiritual veins and spiritual mines. Solving the issue of spiritual soil is easy enough. Xia quickly obtained a patch of black fertile land, which not only brimmed with spiritual energy, but also contained rich earth essence. It could be said that no better quality spiritual farmland could be found throughout the entire northern region. Because this land came from ancient times, over 40,000 years ago. Back then, Xia had used the time-space converter to reverse time and space, reverting a certain area of Tianyuan Mountain back to 40,000 years ago. He hadn't simply harvested spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs. Instead, he'd taken the soil along with him into the paper realm. He wanted the paper realm to become a secret realm imbued with the flavor of ancient times. For this purpose, he had even recruited elders Mo Lai and Song Yuanshan. They had almost scraped the entire area clean down to the bare ground, like locusts swarming through a field. In addition to spiritual soil, spiritual rain had to be released from time to time. Spiritual farmers generally use the minor cloud and rain art, a technique capable of condensing ambient moisture into droplets of rain, which would also absorb the faint spiritual energy dispersed throughout the heavens and earth, forming rain filled with spiritual energy that nourished the spiritual rice. This was the signature skill of spiritual farmers, known and practiced by almost every one of them. Though not a complex spell, most qi condensation cultivators could learn and master it fairly quickly. However, some spiritual plants, especially spiritual rice, required a great deal of water, often needing irrigation with spiritual rain every 1 or 2 days. Unfortunately, performing the minor cloud and rain art consumed a significant amount of spiritual power, often draining the energy of even a middle-stage qi condensation cultivator after only 2 or 3 uses. So, it was common for lone qi condensation cultivators to grow only 5 or 6 mu of spiritual farmland, since expanding beyond that proved too demanding. Unless one was a specialized spiritual farmer, expert in the cloud and rain technique, growing more than 10 mu of spiritual rice would be nearly impossible. I don't have time to manually release rain over this small farm every single day. Elder Mo Lai and Elder Song Yuanshan were both in retreat, attempting to break through to higher cultivation levels in preparation for the impending wave of Shengso. As for other elders and disciples, Xia didn't fully trust them to handle this, so he had no choice but to operate the farm himself. Chapter 73 Mass Cultivation. Drizzle fell from a floating black cloud in the sky. Xia used his spiritual power to collect a handful of the rainwater, but found no ring qi within. The principle of remote-controlled rain clouds is actually quite similar to the small cloud rain technique. Both absorb moisture from the air and convert it into rainwater. However, remote-controlled rain clouds cannot absorb the free-flowing ling qi from heaven and earth. Rainwater containing ling qi is the key to the growth of Vingdak. Xia wondered whether combining the spirit gathering formation with the remote-controlled rain cloud might work. Soon, he inscribed a spirit gathering array onto the cloud. The surrounding ling qi immediately rushed toward it like a swarm. After activating the rain cloud, the drizzle continued without pause. This time, the rain was different. It contained ring qi and could now truly be called spiritual rain. With the Lingtan and spiritual rain issues resolved, Xia decided to plant another batch of spiritual rice. With abundant ting qi, the golden pearl rice grew more vigorously and full of life. But due to the abundant ting qi, many new problems also emerged. Normally, spirit herb cultivators must diligently maintain NS, otherwise weeds and pests will flourish and affect the harvest. Xia had barely closed his eyes for a short cultivation session when he opened them again to find his inn overrun with weeds. Many of these weeds stood nearly 2 feet tall. The weeds would compete with the spiritual rice for nutrients and ringqi in the soil, and thus needed to be removed. These weeds had a particularly tenacious vitality, with deep roots underground. Completely eliminating them was no easy task. No sooner had the weed problem been resolved than a new issue emerged. There were also many pests in the Lincoln, gray-eyed ladybugs, crimson beetles, leaf eaters, jade snails, and so on. According to the planting disciples, the most harmful among them was the golden-toothed locust, a pest that loved feeding on the leaves and ears of spiritual rice. Golden-toothed locusts had a very strong reproductive ability. If even a single one was discovered in the Lincoln, soon there would be a cluster, or even swarms. To Xia, who had already cultivated into a golden core cultivator, these pests were not a real threat. However, they were extremely troublesome, requiring constant monitoring of the Lincoln. Finally, after 6 hours, the field turned golden. It was harvest time. This batch of golden pearl rice was the size of actual golden pearls, plump, round, and radiating a strong aroma. Its quality could truly be described as top grade. After all, this was cultivated using ancient spiritual soil, and thus naturally extraordinary. I should find a time to improve the treatment of the disciples responsible for planting spiritual rice within the sect. Through half a day of farming, Xia sighed at how difficult it was to be a cultivator herb grower. And this was even with his 1,000-fold accelerated time flow. If he were cultivating under normal conditions, the challenges would be even greater. Since spiritual rice could be cultivated, spiritual herbs should also be possible. Quickly, Xia instructed the elders to purchase seeds of Bishijin Shun. Bishijin Shun was a highly sought-after spiritual herb in the cultivation world. It was not only the main ingredient in Foundation Establishment pills, but also an important herb in many other pill recipes. While Bishijin Shun was rare, it generally grew underground, making it extremely difficult for cultivators to locate. Usually, only long-established sects engaged in large-scale cultivation possessed it, as these sects had ancient inheritances and ample time to grow it. These sects rarely sold Bishijin Shun externally, usually reserving it to make Foundation Establishment pills to improve their disciple strength. 1,000-year-old Bishijin Shun was rare, but its seeds weren't especially expensive. Soon, Xia obtained a handful of Bishijin Shun seeds. Unlike other 1,000-year-old medicinal kings, Bishijin Shun wasn't particularly demanding about its growing environment. Unlike Yu Binglian, which could only grow on snow-capped mountains 10,000 feet high, or Qianhua, which could grow only inside volcanoes, constantly absorbing fire essence. The potency of Bishijin Shun largely depended on its age. Though Bishijin Shun didn't require high Ling Qi levels, that was only in comparison to other king-grade medicinal herbs. Therefore, Xia fetched a pile of middle-grade spiritual stones and placed them around the indoor farm to provide sufficient qi for Bishijin Shun's growth. The indoor mini-farm could accelerate time up to a ratio of 1 to 3,000. That is, in just 4 months, a batch of 1,000-year-old Bishijin Shun could be forced to maturity. This speed could truly be considered a miracle. Moreover, the indoor mini-farm covered a relatively small area, so its energy consumption wasn't as high as the time-space transformer, and was thus within an acceptable range. Xia placed the indoor mini-farm inside the foldable paper world that could be freely entered and exited. After all, the time flow rate in the paper world was slightly faster, with a ratio of 1.2358 to 1. This was because the paper world was an independent space, less affected by the outside world, thus causing a discrepancy in the passage of time. Thanks to this, the Bishijin Shun would mature even earlier, yielding 1,000-year-old medicinal power in just over 3 months. In the following days, Xia remained stationed beside the indoor mini-farm, tending carefully to the spiritual herbs within the field. Truth be told, cultivating Bishijin Shun was much simpler than growing spiritual rice. This king-grade medicinal herb exuded a special kind of majesty, keeping ordinary weeds and pests from daring to approach within 10 meters of its radius. This eliminated the need for weeding or pest control. All Xia had to do was control the remote-controlled rain cloud, occasionally summoning spiritual rain with high Ling Qi concentration to provide sufficient Ling Qi for the Bishijin Shun. Crack, crack. The surrounding spiritual stones were drained of Ving Qi, turning into mounds of crystal-like debris. The indoor mini-farm's maximum time flow speed reached a stunning 1:3000, meaning the amount of Ving Qi required was also extremely vast. The farm resembled a black hole, greedily absorbing Ling Qi from the surrounding area. For this reason, Xia especially used his authority as sect leader to channel Ling Qi from the sect's Cordonlai directly into the Linghan for the Bishijin Shun to absorb. Soon, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time to inspect the results. Xia carefully dug up one of the ginseng roots. It measured over a foot long, completely golden from head to toe, as if forged from pure gold, shimmering with radiant luster and emitting a unique fragrance that filled the air, deeply penetrating the heart and soul, making one involuntarily entranced. He took one of its roots and took a bite. The medicinal effect was extremely rich, far stronger than that of ordinary 1,000-year-old Bishijin Shun. Bishijin Shun was deeply rooted in the soil, and the quality of the Lingdu determined its final grade. After all, in the entire Northern Territory cultivation world, who else possessed Lingdu comparable to that of the ancient times? With a large amount of Bishijin Shun available, Xia next focused on refining Foundation Establishment pills. In Lingsu sect, The best alchemist was Elder Song Yuanshan. When Song Yuanshan saw so much by Shui Jinshun, he was so shocked that he nearly couldn't walk properly. He stuttered, "Patriarch, have you wiped out another sect?" In his mind, only ancient and long-established sect families possessed by Shui Jinshun. "You don't need to ask about that. Your task is to refine foundation establishment pills," Xia Yi said with slight amusement. "Patriarch, according to my memory, attempting to refine foundation establishment pills will still be somewhat difficult." Song Yuanshan hesitated. Foundation establishment pill refinement was extremely challenging, even more difficult than most treasure pills. Only alchemy masters of the highest caliber could accomplish such a feat. He already struggled somewhat with refining ordinary treasure pills, let alone a more complex foundation establishment pill. Chapter 74 Candy Treats and Forage Grass. Senior Zhonglog Song. As long as you fully understand this pill formula, producing foundation-forming pills will be as easy as a piece of cake. Xia Yi handed over a book titled Detailed Methods for Refining Foundation-Forming Pills. The book recorded every step required for refining foundation-forming pills in painstaking detail, including precise true fire temperatures, roasting times, and herb measurements. Even remedial measures for failed refining attempts were described in depth. This formula is beyond priceless. Song Yuanshan's hands trembled, his voice quivering with emotion. As a master pill refiner, he understood all too well the incredible value contained in this very manuscript. Foundation-forming pills were core strategic resources for a cultivation sect, directly impacting its future development. Refining these pills was extremely difficult. Furnace explosions were common, and even grandmaster pill refiners seldom achieved a success rate above 60%. But with this guide, Detailed Methods for Refining Foundation-Forming Pills, even an ordinary foundation-forming pill refiner could reach a success rate on par with a grandmaster. Not to mention Song Yuanshan was a golden core cultivator, whose refining skills ranked high among the northern cultivation experts. With the help of this pill formula, his pill refining success rate would be at least 80%, an astonishing figure. Before long, Song Yuanshan began refining foundation-forming pills using the flame crucible. Every single step followed Xia Yi's formula exactly, measuring each ingredient precisely, controlling furnace temperature with perfect accuracy. Soon, a full batch of foundation-forming pills was completed, reaching the astonishing number of 15 pills. Normally, a single batch of foundation-forming pills yielded about 8 pills, poor quality ones yielding only 5, while high-quality batches might reach 10 or 12. Disciple leader, with so many by blood gold ginseng, Ling Su sect will soon witness a surge of newly foundation-formed disciples. Song Yuanshan said, clearly excited. Prioritize the disciples at the late qi condensation stage first, and if there's any surplus, we may consider releasing some for sale. It couldn't be helped. Compared to other sects, Ling Su sect's resources were still relatively limited. Half a year passed quickly. The defense line in the extreme north region grew increasingly vulnerable, with many ferocious beasts escaping from it. Some minor sects that encountered scattered beasts were utterly helpless, being completely wiped out overnight. Only relatively large sects had the strength to withstand beast invasions. In no time, the northern cultivation world fell into widespread unease, with the majority of cultivators knowing that something was seriously wrong with the stone Great Wall defense line. During the past half year, the by blood gold ginseng had been harvested twice, and Song Yuanshan's skills in refining foundation-forming pills skyrocketed. In later batches, he nearly achieved a 100% success rate. With abundant foundation-forming pills, the number of disciples successfully entering foundation formation within the Ling Su sect had already reached over 100. Master, the reserves of high-grade spirit stones are running low. Xingzi submitted a report. Didn't Elder Song sell many foundation-forming pills? Why are there only 1,000 high-grade spirit stones left? Xia Yi frowned. With the imminent beast tide, all major sects were focusing on strengthening their disciples' abilities. The demand for foundation-forming pills had increased drastically, driving the prices up several-fold. The foundation-forming pills refined by Song Yuanshan far surpassed the general market quality, offering a slightly higher chance of successful foundation formation. Naturally, these were highly sought after, often sold out as soon as they hit the market. There are 3,000 outer sect disciples, 500 inner sect disciples, and 38 core disciples. According to your instructions, we must strive to meet their cultivation needs. Even 10,000 high-grade spirit stones aren't enough. Xingzi was also helpless. Under normal circumstances, disciples completed missions given by the sect, earned merit points, and used them to exchange for cultivation resources. This system benefited both the disciples and the sect. But now, the sect was constantly giving resources without any return, so even an ocean of spirit stones would eventually run dry. Arrange for a golden core elder to travel to the territory of Li Hua's sect with some spirit harvesting bees to explore for spirit stone mines. All the spirit stone mines within Ling Su sect's domain had already been discovered. If new sources were to be found, they would have to be searched for in other territories. Yes. Xingzi walked out, clearly in a rush. Oh, it's time to draw from the item lottery again. Xia Yi took a deep breath, then reached into the treasure sack projected by the system. Shortly after, he pulled out a can labeled with an image of grass. Green light flickered in his eyes as he quickly obtained detailed information on this item. Item name, candy treats and forage grass. Function, no matter what kind of treats they are, simply feeding this grass to them will increase their quantity. The number of treats increases when consumed with this grass. Xia Yi immediately thought of ling cakes, which were sold in the markets. These treats were made from spirit rice and were quite expensive, especially popular among female cultivators and children. Buying ling cakes from the market was too inconvenient. Before this, he had cultivated quite a lot of gold pearl rice in his indoor mini farm, which could be used directly to make ling cakes. He asked the guards outside to bring 2 eggs from spirit chickens and some spirit jujubes, and now the ingredients for the red date spirit rice cake were basically complete. This world didn't have ovens, but it did have pill furnaces. Xiaoyi specially selected a low-grade spiritual tool-level pill furnace. If the quality was too high, it would actually be difficult to refine the spirit cake. After busying himself for an hour, a full batch of spirit cakes was finally done. Smelling the rich rice aroma, Xiaoyi swallowed hard. But this wasn't the time to eat. He took 1 spirit cake and carefully placed it on the candy treats and forage grass. Moments later, the originally motionless spirit cake began to twitch and make a crinkling sound. Looking closely, the cake had somehow developed a tiny slit across its surface and was slowly munching on the grass like a silkworm. It actually came to life. Xiaoyi's face showed shock. The gadgets from Doraemon truly defied logic. They couldn't be judged by ordinary reasoning. But 1 spirit cake alone wouldn't do. At the very least, 2 were needed for reproduction to produce baby spirit cakes. Without delay, he placed another spirit cake on the candy treats and forage grass. Before long, this second cake also showed signs of sentience, starting to devour the grass. However, as they ate, the 2 spirit cakes actually began to fight. Since they had neither hands nor feet, their way of fighting was peculiar, quite similar to cattle or sheep, clashing heads against each other. The larger of the 2 cakes flipped the other over and pinned it beneath, trying to nibble at it with its slit-like mouth. It seems both of them are male. Xiaoyi shook his head and separated the 2 fighting cakes. There were a total of 5 red date spirit cakes. After testing the remaining 3, they all turned out to be female. He divided the 5 cakes into 2 groups. The bigger male cake was assigned 2 female cakes. After all, the stronger deserved more mating opportunities. After 5 or 6 hours of feeding and the 2 male cakes' efforts, the female cakes finally bulged out their bellies. The next morning, a group of baby spirit cakes were born, each about the size of a rubber eraser, looking very adorable. Just keep raising them for now. Leaving several jars of grass for the spirit cakes to eat, Xiaoyi got up and walked out of the Yuhua Grand Hall. Chapter 75. The Reproduction Path of Foundation Formation Pills. The 5th, 15th, and 25th of every month were the days when Xiaoyi would ascend the preaching ton to teach the Tao. After all, the Sutra of Ascension was a new cultivation method, and many elders and disciples still didn't understand it deeply, having numerous doubts. Therefore, Xiaoyi simply gathered all the disciples and elders of the sect to explain the sutra. The 3-hour preaching session passed in the blink of an eye. After returning to the sect's main hall, Xiaoyi first went to check on the Lingal. Unexpectedly, the Lingal, big and small, were lying weakly in their nests, having already devoured all the mutag inside. If the Lingal died of starvation, they would lose their vitality and become ordinary pastries, unable to revive again. I underestimated the appetite of these ringas. Xiaoyi hurriedly took out several boxes of canned butao from his treasure bag and poured the butag inside. With sufficient food, the Lingal that had been barely alive slowly recovered. There were now 10 little Lingal, doubling the population. If raised for a while longer, he might even be able to open an Lingal shop. The mutao of candied pastries was extraordinary. It could make inanimate objects without souls reproduce and multiply, nothing short of a divine miracle. If the news leaked out, it would drive the alchemy specializing sects crazy. The value of 1 Lingal ranged from 3 to 10 spirit crystals. With the current scale, he could earn some petty cash, but it was still unrealistic to hope it would significantly enrich the sect. Besides Lingal, what else can I breed? Xiaoyi pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, he thought of pills. People's definitions of snacks might vary. For cultivators who didn't lack spirit stones, pills could perhaps be treated like candy or snacks. Let's give it a try. Xiaoyi had 3 low-tier grade, 1 gathering chi pills on him. These pills could slightly increase mana when consumed and were among the commonly used pills for chi condensation stage cultivators. Carefully, he took 1 pill the size of a soybean and placed it inside a box filled with futsak. An incense stick of time passed, but the pill atop the mutsak showed no sign of reaction. Xiaoyi felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed his imagination had gone too far. Just as he was about to add futsak for the ringao, he suddenly noticed that some mutag in the can where the gathering chi pill lay had been gnawed unevenly, as if there were insects inside. Looking closer, he saw a plump, round object delicately chewing a blade of grass, slowly, almost as fast as a silkworm eating mulberry leaves. Actually, the pill can reproduce. Xiaoyi suppressed his inner excitement and carefully lifted the pill onto his palm. Upon closer look, the pill had seemingly sprouted a face on one side, resembling a bug's mouth, packed with finely chewed bits of grass and continuously chewing. It said only divine pills might possibly develop consciousness. Xiaoyi's heart thumped hard. Though the gathering chi pill was worth only 5 low-grade spirit stones, if one could breed foundation formation pills, then he'd be on the path to true fortune. Luckily, the mutao of candy and pastry contained numerous seeds, so he didn't have to worry about the mutao quantity. Xiaoyi carved out a spiritual field inside his paper world and planted mutag seeds there. The candy pastry mutag, after absorbing spiritual energy, could upgrade from ordinary grass into spiritual grass, likely enhancing its effects significantly. The mutag seeds grew quickly. Within a day, they had reached half a man's height. And since they contained spiritual energy, they were already equivalent to common spiritual herbs. Xiaoyi borrowed a pile of freshly made foundation formation pills from Song Yuanshan and evenly placed them among the mutak. About half a day later, the pills gradually developed a bit of consciousness, sprouting tiny mouths that began slowly chewing on the grass leaves. There were many of them, and within the spiritual field, the foundation formation pills formed two separate tribes. They ate, fought, bred, and casualties even occurred. The dead pills lost their consciousness and became ordinary pills. Therefore, Xiaoyi had to intervene and mediate between the two pill tribes to prevent large-scale casualties. 10 days later, the foundation formation pills within the spiritual field began universally producing small baby pills. Picking up one the size of a mouse dropping, Xiaoyi sniffed at it and found that its quality hadn't diminished. Quite good. Probably about a month more, and we can harvest. As time slowly passed, a tense atmosphere hung over the Lingshu sect. Xiaoyi did not conceal the impending beast tide, but had already informed all the disciples and elders at the sect headquarters. This way, they could motivate themselves to unleash their full potential and cultivate wholeheartedly. The effect was obvious. Apart from the growing number of foundation formation cultivators, the Lingshu sect had also gained 2 golden core cultivators. These two had been stuck at the peak of foundation formation for many years, always lacking confidence to form their golden core. However, since Xiaoyi obtained a portion of the Taishin Sutra from the Danding sect, he had modified it through the divine robot and created a cultivation method called Infinite Golden Core Formula. It contained detailed records of several secret methods for condensing Golden Dawn S. Both of them had achieved 5 Revolution Golden Dawn S, which was already quite impressive. That day, Xiaoyi was cultivating in seclusion when suddenly he sensed a powerful aura surging from the heavens. He quickly flew out of the Yuhua Grand Hall and arrived at a mountain peak filled with spiritual energy. Congratulations to Master on shattering Yordon and forming an infant, becoming a Yuan Ing true lord. Wu Chongtian flew out. His hair and beard were white, yet his skin looked as smooth as a baby's. When his eyes opened and closed, flashes of golden lightning shot out, displaying his profound cultivation power. It's all thanks to your Yuhua Fashing Sutra. Without it, I couldn't have shattered Maidon and formed an infant in such a short time. Wu Chongtian stroked his white beard, his heart filled with excitement. He had originally suffered Dawn fracture and was barely clinging to life, never daring to imagine that one day he would actually succeed in cultivating a Yuaning. Even now, it felt like a dream. Xiaoyi shook his head. It was also due to Master's solid foundation and exceptional talent. After all, in the history of the northern region, very few people had failed to shatter their Dawn and form an infant yet survived. Even someone as strong as the previous sect leader, Li Shuijing, had exhausted the entire sect's resources and even owed 3,000 top-grade spirit stones trying to shatter his Gon and form an infant to become a Yuan Ing true lord, but ultimately ended in death and failure. Among the 5 great immortal sects of the northern region, Lingshu sect had always ranked last. Previously, there had been constant voices in the cultivation world suggesting that Lingshu sect should be removed from the 5 great sects, since among all 5, only Lingshu had no Yuan Ing true lord guarding it, making it the weakest. However, now that Wu Chongtian had cultivated to Yuan Ing, they had gained the power to stand equally with the other 4 great sects. Just as the entire sect was immersed in the joy of their supreme elder achieving Yuan Ing, Mo Lai brought a bad piece of news. The beast tide was about to descend. Through the satellite TV, Xiaoyi clearly saw a large hole appearing in the stone Great Wall, and an endless stream of fierce beasts surged out from inside. The screen showed various terrifying beasts, surrounded by violent spiritual pressure and emanating terrifying Weishu. Each one was incredibly powerful. Chapter 76, The Tide of Fierce Beasts. A monstrous beast resembling a python ox with a dragon's head and covered entirely in dark golden scales stood dozens of meters high, like a small mountain. Another fierce beast, a giant spider with colorful patterns, was about 10 meters tall, its body appearing as if carved from multicolored jade, crystal clear and translucent. A giant bird blotted out the sun and sky, its wings stretching hundreds of meters wide when fully spread, radiating dazzling brilliance, as if forged entirely from gold. These fierce beasts gathered together like a river flowing from hell itself, extinguishing all life in the mortal world. It's finally coming. What must arrive will inevitably come. Everyone watching the screen had a grim expression, their moods unbearably heavy. Even Wu Zhongtian, who had just become a nascent soul cultivator, wore a serious expression. On the image, several fierce beasts had reached the nascent soul realm, towering hundreds of feet high, comparable to a mountain. Any one of them would give him a hard time, much less a great number of such beasts. Wu! An ancient horn sounded, and the Lingshu sect entered a state of war readiness. The northern territory was vast, and the tide of fierce beasts surged in wave after wave, just like rivers flowing into the sea. Initially, only a few, dozens, entered the domain of Lingshu sect. Li Xingming, you guys deal with the Qi condensation beasts. I'll take on the foundation building Yao General. Yanhao shouted. Yes, senior brother. Li Xingming and other disciples stood ready. Although several among them had successfully foundation built with the help of foundation building pills, the current number of beast soldiers was over 100, each one ferocious and difficult to handle. Kill. The disciples wielded magical treasures and formed a killing formation, rushing into the beast soldier ranks with sharp and fierce determination. In an instant, magical lights sparkled, and fierce beasts roared. CSI. From the distance came a hissing sound, like a snake flicking out its tongue, thick with a pungent stench so strong that people felt nauseous. The beast general facing Yanhao was a giant snake as thick as a water vat, its body covered in scales the size of palms, brightly colored, glistening brilliantly under the sunlight. On its head was a dark golden horn, darkly shimmering, sharp and menacing. This horned snake has already become a spirit beast. Its bloodline power is extraordinary. If it had claws growing beneath its belly, it would become a mythological Jiao dragon. A chill rose within him, and he dared not show the slightest negligence. The giant snake moved forward swiftly, incredibly fast. Trees blocking its path were smashed apart, creating a terrifying commotion. From its mouth came a strange hiss, and it spewed a large amount of toxic mist, which flew like an arrow despite being more than 100 meters away. Continuous SISI sounds arose from all around, and the plants and trees surrounding Yanhao quickly dissolved into a greenish, unidentifiable liquid, which startled and horrified those who saw it. Just how powerful is this snake's venom? If not for his quick evasion and defense, his physical body would have turned into bloody liquid. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and the giant snake had already arrived. Its massive tail swung like a colossal tree, instantly flattening an entire forest, sending leaves flying and spreading a foul stench. Yanhao flew through the air by sword, dodging swiftly, narrowly avoiding the deadly snake tail. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger rose in his heart. The dark golden horn atop the giant snake's head shot forth a dazzling beam of light, similar to a laser shooting into the sky. Yanhao spit out a green small shield from his mouth. The shield sparkled with radiance. As it met the wind, it expanded into a shield 4 or 5 zhang tall, blocking the attack head-on. Pong! A heavy thud sounded, and Yanhao felt a powerful force strike him, his internal blood and chi violently roiling. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was ultimately an experienced fighter who had once participated in a surprise attack on the Lihua sect. Instantly, he summoned a treasure sword, clear and pure as autumn water, 2 chi long, rippling like water waves. He soared 10 zhang into the sky, where the sword spun and darted. Then it slashed down, its sword chi brilliant and dazzling, like a brilliant white rainbow piercing toward the giant snake's 7 orifices. Ding! A metallic sound rang out like jade clashing. Sparks flew from the scales on the 7th-inch area of the giant snake, leaving a deep mark. But that was all. His sword had barely left a scratch and had not pierced its fatal weak point. How hard are these scales? Yanhao exclaimed in astonishment. This flying sword was of Jipingling sheet quality, extremely sharp, capable of easily piercing a mass of Xian iron. Yet it proved ineffective against this beast. A surge of dark green poison mist shot forth, spreading out like a cloud. As the surrounding trees made even the slightest contact, they withered instantly, completely eroded, demonstrating the terrifying power of this toxic gas. Yanhao summoned a fan and vigorously waved it, instantly stirring up a storm of flying sand and stone. It was none other than the wind god fan, a magical artifact. The poison mist was immediately blown back in the opposite direction. Just at that moment, screams erupted. Behind the giant snake, several beast soldiers were caught unprepared and immediately dissolved into yellowish corpses, their bones turning pitch black and rapidly eroded into ashes. The Lingsu sect cultivators watching this scene were seized by fear. This venomous snake was simply too terrifying. With just a single puff of its toxic mist, it dissolved chi condensation stage beast soldiers into blood-stained liquid. It was absolutely horrifying. Yanhao's expression turned grim. Clutching a white bamboo fan in his hand, he swung it fiercely, unleashing a violent gust of wind once again. Instantly, flying sand and rolling stones filled the air. Massive boulders were lifted into the sky, countless trees were snapped, and several terrifying tornadoes over 100 meters tall formed. Boom after boom echoed as house-sized stones rained from the sky. Even the giant snake, strong enough to possess the potential of becoming a Jiao dragon, was struck dizzy and stunned. Its colossal body was greatly hindered by the violent wind, leaving it unable to hide or dodge. Fortunately for the beast, its bloodline was exceptionally powerful. Its scales, as hard as divine weapons, withstood wave after wave of crashing boulders. Now, a huge green stone was lifted into the sky by the wind, and Yanhao swung his fan once more. Instantly, another fierce gale surged forth. The stone, enhanced by the powerful wind, flew at an incredible speed and slammed hard into the giant snake's massive body, sending stars dancing before its eyes. At the same time, Yanhao summoned the same flying sword as before. Sword light flashed like lightning, covering hundreds of meters in an instant, directly stabbing into the giant snake's gaping mouth, heading straight for its throat. Its giant stone-like scales were hard enough to resist Jifingling Cheat, top-grade spiritual artifacts. Yet its internal organs remained soft and vulnerable, and even a mid-tier magical weapon could easily tear them apart. Inside the giant snake's belly, the sword energy erupted violently, slicing and dicing in all directions. Within several breaths, its organs were completely shredded. Boom! The once unstoppable giant snake collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from its mouth, mixed with chunks of torn flesh. Meanwhile, battles at several other locations were also drawing to a close. Disciples of the Lingsu sect were well-trained and well-equipped. Skilled at defeating enemies one by one, they overwhelmed the beast soldiers. Although over 100 in number and seemingly formidable, the beasts were merely a disorganized rabble incapable of coordinated tactics, and defeat was only a matter of time. Senior brother, we have 3 severely wounded, 10 lightly wounded, and no deaths. Li Xingming reported the battle status. Understood. Clean up the battlefield and withdraw immediately. The number of fierce beasts is increasing. Yen Hao began dismembering the giant snake. This snake's scales were not only extremely hard, but also very valuable. If taken back and refined by Elder Mo, they could produce over 100 pieces of defensive spiritual artifacts. Chapter 77, The Beasts. On the satellite screen, there were numerous red dots scattered everywhere. The red dots varied in size, and some were moving rapidly. The number of ferocious beasts is increasing. Xiaoyi felt quite troubled. As time passed, more and more beasts surged from the Chou in the Great Wall of Boulders. In a short time, the number of beasts within the Lingshu Sect's territory sharply increased. It wasn't just Lingshu Sect either. Other Immortal sects and Cultivation clans were also facing attacks from these beasts. Some sects dispatched disciples and elders to resist the beasts, while others concentrated their populations inward and activated protective mountain formations, adopting a defensive, turtle-like strategy, shutting the mountain and refusing to emerge as long as the beasts didn't directly invade. The hardest hit were the common people, who had no cultivation and were powerless to resist, forced to suffer at the hands of the rampaging beasts. Suddenly, a mass of red shadows burst forth from the upper left corner of the screen. Quickly, Xiaoyi clicked, zoomed in, and pulled up the image. What appeared on screen was a massive beast herd, emanating terrifying auras so intense that the dread of their presence could be felt even through the monitor. There are actually several beast kings in this group. A chill ran through Xiaoyi's heart. Beast kings were the equivalent of human golden core cultivators, extremely fierce and powerful. Order Elder Mo to take elders Sun Tian and Zhou Haoran to deal with this incoming beast swarm. Understood. Upon hearing this, Xingzi immediately walked out. Sun Tian and Zhou Haoran were two elders who had recently formed their golden cores. Their battle experience was not as extensive as the more veteran golden core cultivators, so they needed some training. Although this beast swarm contained several beast kings, with Mo Lai as backup, there shouldn't be any problem. Over the past year, the sect had provided Mo Lai with numerous resources rivaling even what the sect leader himself received. The results had been remarkable. Now, Elder Mo had already reached the cultivation realm previously attained by Xiangjun, making him second only to the nascent soul cultivators. As for the number one spot, that naturally belonged to Xia Yi, who had cultivated his golden core to the 9th transformation. In the distance, thick and fierce malevolent qi surged into the sky, covering the heavens and forming a gray-brown cloud layer, causing the entire world to grow dark. Whoa, there must be thousands of beasts here. Mo Lai expressed slight surprise. Elder Mo, can just the three of us really handle this beast swarm? Sun Tian swallowed hard. He had only recently formed his golden core and hadn't completely adjusted to his new power and mindset. Don't worry, you two each target one beast king. The rest are mine. Mo Lai showed no fear towards the massive swarm in front of him. He launched the first strike, swinging his golden war mace with might. Brilliant golden light erupted forth, seemingly capable of splitting the void itself, crushing mountains and submerging seas. The golden mace expanded midair, becoming as huge as a mountain or a sky pillar before crashing violently into the beast swarm. The ground shattered with a deafening boom, splitting open into massive cracks. Over 100 beasts were crushed into a pulp, mixed with soil and trees, staining the land crimson. Such a grand display instantly drew the attention of the entire beast swarm, and countless beasts surged forward, attempting to kill the human cultivators. Unfazed, Mo Lai appeared as if he had transformed into a golden war deity. Golden waves of energy filled the air alongside layers of towering golden mountains, suppressing and crushing the beasts coming from all directions. Wow. If Mo Elder had lived in ancient times, he probably would have been a martial artist, not just a cultivator. Watching Mo Lai wield his golden mace, Elders Sun Tian and Zhou Haoran were left speechless. However, they quickly composed themselves, selected their own beast kings, and charged into battle. Sun Tian opened his mouth and exhaled a green energy beam, which transformed into a 100-meter-long sword glowing green and covered in countless mystical runes. Zhou Haoran summoned a lamp the size of a winnowing basket. When charged with spiritual power, it unleashed countless fiery lotuses in rapid succession toward the Beast King. These two treasures, the Azure Jade Sword and the Bagua Purple Gold Lamp, were treasures preserved within the Lingshu Sect. Normally, Sun and Zhou wouldn't yet be of the status to possess such valuable artifacts. One would have to perform great meritorious deeds to earn them. However, with the beasts causing chaos now, Xiaoyi needed to boost the sect's strength as much as possible, hence his generosity in granting these treasures. Initially, the two elders weren't yet fully adept at using the full power of their newly formed golden cores, so their movements were hesitant and ineffective. Below them, the black-furred Beast King possessed 6 thick limbs, as thick as tree trunks, ending in razor-sharp claws emitting a sinister black luster, truly fearsome. Additionally, a sharp horn up to several meters long jutted from its head, gleaming with a cold, dark golden light. It was truly an extremely terrifying beast. Its entire body emitted a dark light, which concentrated on its horn before firing powerful beams of light toward Zhou Haoran above. Zhou Haoran quickly summoned the Bagua Purple Gold Lamp, conjuring layer after layer of crimson lotuses that surrounded him in a protective barrier, narrowly preventing himself from being pierced by the beams. Sun Tian on the other side wasn't faring any better, as he faced a beast that was crimson red like burning flames. The beast was entirely covered in blood-red scales, exhaling and inhaling fire from its mouth and nose, illuminating the entire sky. The heat was so intense that even the space around it distorted like a funhouse mirror. Although Sun Tian hovered on his sword and stayed beyond the flame's reach, he still couldn't do much against this fiery beast. Unlike Elders Sun and Zhou, Mo Lai was in a frenzy, slaughtering recklessly. He was already the most aggressive elder within the Lingshu sect, and even Elder Enforcement Officer Qing Xuanzi had been unable to restrain him in the past. Coupled with his top-grade treasure weapon, the Golden Mace, nothing less than a beast emperor-level monster could possibly stand in his way. Ferocious beasts were chaotic and ignorant. They fought mostly on instinct. The biggest advantage of human cultivators, however, lay in their intelligence. Although Elders Sun and Zhou had started off at a disadvantage, they quickly regained their senses and formulated a new battle strategy. That strategy was mutual cooperation. Sun Tian was one of the few sword cultivators in the Lingshu sect, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. However, his defense was weak. He couldn't get close to the beasts, thus preventing him from fully utilizing his sword techniques. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoran's Bagua purple gold lamp had an astonishing defensive power. Layer upon layer of crimson fire lotuses emerged, covering both elders and shielding them from the barrage of beams and flames. Now free from worries, Sun Tian swung his sharp green sword continuously. The spiritual energy coursing around him flowed into the blade, condensing into extremely deadly sword beams that pierced down from the sky. Surprisingly, both beast kings were completely engulfed by the sword beams. After a fierce battle, the beast swarm was finally annihilated by the three golden core elders. All three had sustained varying degrees of injury. Mo Lai had suffered the worst, having charged the hardest, fighting no less than 70% of the beasts, naturally bearing the greatest amount of damage. Yet, he himself didn't seem to care. Thanks to the Lingshu sect's indoor mini-farm, there was never a shortage of spirit herbs. For such minor injuries, he simply needed to chew a 1,000-year-old blood spirit dare upon returning, and within the time it took to burn an incense stick, he would be fully recovered, as if nothing had happened. Through this battle, Elders Sun Tian and Zhou Haoran had also gained significantly, stabilizing their golden core cultivation and experiencing immense improvement in combat experience. The Teiko in the Great Wall of Boulders seems to have expanded a bit further. Xia Yi, standing before the screen, wore a heavy expression. Chapter 78. Inverse World Entry Oil. Die. Amidst the endless tide of beasts, Wu Chengtian let out a low roar. He then formed a seal with both hands, and boundless magical power poured down as if from the heavens, sweeping across the entire sky like an oceanic wave of energy. Over 100 beast generals and 5 beast kings were annihilated. This is the might of a Yuan Ing, true monarch. Every action radiating supreme power. The golden core elders behind him quickly followed suit, plunging into the sea of beast hordes. After casually slaying a 100-meter-long black serpent, Wu Chengtian called out to the elders behind him. If anyone is unable to withstand, retreat into the stream below immediately. Rest assured, Senior Patriarch. We all know our limits, the elders replied. Protected by a special formation, the stream wouldn't be destroyed by the residual force of the battle. Beneath the stream's surface lay the main sect of Lingshu sect. If any cultivator ran low on power or encountered an unbeatable monster, they could escape through the stream. In the Western Liang Kingdom's royal palace, Taiha Hall, reporting to the sect leader, 8 out of 10 civilians from the 9 commanderies, 36 provinces, and 180 counties have already entered the secret realm. The remaining 2 will be moved shortly, Zhou Guang answered respectfully with a bowed posture. The beasts grow more numerous by the day. Before long, the entire Western Liang Kingdom will become their hunting ground. You must hasten, Xia Yi said indifferently. Understood. I shall obey the decree without fail. Zhou Guang bowed deeply and clasped his hands together. His position as the king of Western Liang had been granted solely through a decree from the Lingshu sect leader. He was deeply grateful to Xia Yi for that. Moreover, the other party was the supreme sect leader of a cultivation sect, a cultivator of peerless power, whose single thought could determine Zhou's life and death. But to speak plainly, the sect leader actually possesses a world that is the exact opposite of reality. It's simply terrifying. Even the legendary immortals may not be capable of such a feat. Although Zhou Guang had visited this mysterious world multiple times before, each time he was still overwhelmed with awe. This world was nearly identical to reality, except everything was reversed, as if it were a world seen in a mirror. During the battle at Yinmen Pass, when Zhou Guang led his troops to defeat the army of Manhwa Kingdom, he earned considerable merit. As a reward, Lingshu sect gifted him numerous cultivation techniques and elixirs. Currently, he had reached the late stage of qi condensation and understood well the basic knowledge of the cultivation world. To create a world that was the complete opposite of Western Liang, he must have been truly an immortal-level being to accomplish such a task. Leave no single civilian behind. Before the last word faded, Xia Yi transformed into a streak of divine light and vanished from the hall. Western Liang was a vassal kingdom under Lingshu sect with a population in the tens of millions. Left unprotected, nearly all its people would be devoured by the monstrous beasts. Very few would survive. Fortunately, Xia Yi had obtained a powerful spatial treasure, the inverse world entry oil. Dripping the oil onto a reflective surface like a mirror allowed the creation of a mirror world that mirrored reality, only reversed. This mirror world contained everything except living beings, inhabitable terrain, forests, rivers, houses, fully equipped. Using it to shelter the people of Western Liang was ideal. Of course, Xia Yi recalled that in the original story, the Doryman's inverse world entry oil could produce an entire opposite universe, truly heaven-defying. However, here in this world of cultivation, the artifact's power was greatly reduced. Besides, given the system's limits, it likely couldn't even replicate the entire eastern Shenzhou continent. That he had managed to create a world the size of Western Liang alone was more than enough for Xia Yi. Originally, such a heaven-defying artifact could be used elsewhere for greater benefit to the sect. What would happen if he used it within the territory of the Xianin sect? He could possess a completely empty, yet perfectly intact copy of the Xianin sect. Among the 5 great sects of the northern region, the Xianin sect was second only to the Qixing cave. The amount of spirit stones, magic treasures, pills, and cultivation techniques inside was beyond imagination. Compared to it, the Lihua sect was no better than a beggar standing before a king. But Xia Yi wasn't someone like the benevolent immortal sovereign who pursued pure benefit above all else. His path of cultivation was one of following the heart. He had no intention of allowing 3 million innocents to perish, only to face countless heart demons when he underwent the Tenjia in the future. The power of heavenly thunder could be blocked with tools. For example, the last artifact he used, the No Contest Gauntlet, could withstand lightning directly. But heart demons came from within, intangible, colorless, and difficult to purge through external means. Throughout history, countless great cultivators at the Tribulation Crossing stage had successfully resisted terrifying thunderjia, yet ultimately fell to their own heart demons. They were destroyed beneath the Tenjia, their spirits and forms utterly annihilated. As soon as Xia Yi returned to the Yuhua Grand Hall, he saw Wu Chengtian and several Golden Core elders with disheveled appearances, clearly fleeing as if being pursued. Master, what's going on? Could it be you've encountered a beast emperor? Xia Yi felt puzzled. Wu Chengtian was a Yuan Ingjinren after all. Although the tide of beasts was vast in numbers, there were no more than 20 beast kings at most. 18 beast kings used to be more than enough to crush the Lingsu sect, without any doubt. But now, they had 1 Yuan Ing true monarch and 5 Golden Core elders deployed. Though difficult to handle together, 18 beast kings shouldn't have caused such a desperate situation. Unless, they had met a beast sovereign. Beast sovereigns were on par with human Yuan Ing cultivators, extremely terrifying. Disciple, we didn't meet a beast emperor. It was a beast sovereign. Wu Chengtian said, still shaken. What? A beast sovereign? Xia Yi abruptly stood up from the sect leader's seat. A beast sovereign was an even higher rank than a beast emperor, possessing cultivation at the transformation formation stage. In ancient times, the northern region had once been rich in spiritual energy, where Yuan Ing true monarchs and transformation formation sages emerged continuously. However, to seal those beasts outside the eastern Shenzhou continent, ancient immortals had no choice but to use the northern region's ancestral spirit vein as a foundation, establishing a massive sealing defense line. This was precisely why the northern region became spiritually barren, with Yuan Ing true monarchs as the peak. A transformation formation sage was an extraordinary existence, unmatched even in the other 4 regions. Only sect leaders of the 8 ancient sects would possess such cultivation. Perhaps we should activate the backup plan and relocate the entire sect. Wu Chengtian sighed. If it were a beast emperor, he might still manage to fight hard and eliminate them. But this was a beast sovereign. He estimated that just 1 finger would be enough to crush him into death. He truly had no desire to fight. Not in a hurry yet. We still have the teleportation formation. We can relocate at any time. Xia Yi waved his right hand, and 2 black, pillar-like objects appeared on the ground. Sect leader, are these the destruction bombs you used in the Western Desert Basin? Mo Lai recognized the objects immediately, as the events in the Western Desert Basin had left an unforgettable impact on him. Destruction bombs. Wu Chengtian looked confused. This was the first time he had seen such things. Chapter 79, Ancient Crocodile Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Deep within the vast forest, tremors echoed one after another. The moon, sounding footsteps spread dozens of miles. A gigantic black figure was slowly approaching. Its body stood 1,000 meters tall, as if a towering mountain was advancing. Its back, as massive as a mountain range, was covered with densely packed bony spines resembling towering trees, sharp and gleaming with chilling light, enough to instill terror in anyone who laid eyes upon them. Its sheer size was overwhelming. Its entire body was covered with silvery scales that radiated cold luster. Each scale was over 1 meter long and half a meter wide. From a distance, this giant silver behemoth, sparkling with frigid brilliance, appeared extraordinarily terrifying. Its head, larger than a house, was horrifying, with a cyan horn 6 or 7 meters long radiating sinister cold light. A pair of crimson eyes, as large as grinding stones, exuded cold, ruthless gleam. Fierce and murderous aura surrounded it, making it easy to imagine how many lives it had already taken. It opened its enormous mouth toward the front, revealing rows of sharp teeth, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The ancient trees within 100 miles radius were flattened by the successive shockwaves, forming a vast circular area. Such formidable might truly shook heaven and earth. Even through the screen, everyone felt a soul-deep pressure, their breathing quickened involuntarily. This is the legendary, ancient crocodile dragon. Wu Chengtian inhaled sharply. In ancient times, there was a tribe known as the divine crocodile. Upon reaching maturity, they could roam freely through heaven and earth, rivaling even the Jiao dragon. The crocodile dragon was the offspring of a divine crocodile and a Jiao dragon, combining the advantages of both races, making it terrifying beyond measure. The numbers of divine crocodiles in ancient times were scarce, even more so than the Yao dragons. Those of the crocodile dragon lineage were even fewer. Throughout history, there have been very few. Never did I imagine we'd encounter one today. Wu Chengtian smiled bitterly. Among Lingshu's sect, he had the most seniority and thus knew many secrets. Perhaps we should focus on relocating everyone instead. A Golden Core elder suggested. No, there are still close to 3 million civilians from the Western Liang Kingdom who haven't entered the secret realm yet. Xiaoyi decisively rejected the suggestion. Then what about the doomsday bombs you mentioned? Can they really kill this crocodile dragon? Wu Chengtian doubted. Previously, his golden core shattered and his life hanging by a thread. He had been taken into the genieless magic lamp by Xiaoyi, thus never having witnessed the doomsday bomb's power. 2 doomsday bombs will, at the very least, heavily wound it, even if they can't kill it outright. A cold gleam flashed through Xiaoyi's eyes. Retreating without a fight wasn't his style. Since he had chosen to save the civilians of the Western Liang Kingdom, he would go all the way. Otherwise, he might as well use the world-reversing portal oil elsewhere. Xiaoyi acted decisively, and while the crocodile dragon had just entered Lingshu Sect's territory, he activated the 2 doomsday bombs. Otherwise, once it entered the Sect's inner area, it would be too late to detonate them. The power of one Tsar bomb could potentially flatten half of the Western Liang Kingdom. What more if it were 2? By then, without needing the beast itself to kill the civilians, the blast wave alone would wipe them all out completely. Opening the indoor fishing pond, Xiaoyi quickly located a stream next to the crocodile dragon. The snow-white wallpaper rippled, revealing a stretch of dark green river water before them. Intense malevolent chi seeped from the lake water, sending chills through the hearts of everyone present. Merely separated by the lake water, they could already sense the immense, ferocious power of the crocodile dragon. Xiaoyi took out a flying sword and tied the 2 earth doomsday bombs onto it. Then, chanting an incantation, he pointed one finger. The flying sword immediately floated into the air, and, with a whoosh sound, carrying the earth doomsday bombs shot across the green river, surging up into the sky from the river's surface on the other end. The ancient crocodile dragon was simply too terrifying. Xiaoyi could only briefly refine the bombs before manipulating them. The massive, mountain-like crocodile dragon was advancing rapidly. Each step it took covered dozens of miles. There was a hidden path of spatial manipulation within each movement, giving a feeling of traversing vast distances with a single step. Suddenly, a tiny black dot flew from ahead. Compared to the mountain-sized crocodile dragon, this black dot was far too small, practically negligible. It was too powerful, with no rival in the entire Northern Territory capable of even a single strike against it. Thus, it sought to slaughter all living beings in the Northern Territory, enhancing its bloodline power to reach the legendary Divine Beast Emperor stage. Emperor of Beasts ruling all lesser beings. The Divine Beast Emperor was equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. Across the entire eastern Xingzhou continent, such a being would be only the 3 sacred lands, with profound foundations and Shan treasures suppressing the heavens and safeguarding the fate of their sects, might withstand such a force. As for the other 8 ancient sects, upon encountering a crocodile dragon at the nascent soul stage, they could only flee. Far within the Yuhua Hall, thousands of miles away, Xiaoyi pressed the button to activate the Earth Doomsday Bomb. Suddenly, light, blinding, extreme brilliance. The radiant burst at this moment was 1,000, no, 10,000 times brighter than the eternal sun in the sky. The entire world was enveloped in an extreme, blinding white light, and everything under this omnipresent brilliance was obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. The illumination lasted only a few breaths, but following it came a colossal fireball over 100 miles in diameter. It was as if the sun itself had fallen from the sky, descending into the world. This terrifying, monstrous fireball radiated unimaginable light and heat. The space around it seemed to twist and collapse. The explosion's searing temperatures even ignited the air, forming visible waves of flame, like an endless sea of fire. Forests, boulders, rivers, ferocious beasts, every visible tangible object was engulfed in flames. At the epicenter of the blast, a power strong enough to send the entire heaven and earth trembling was spreading outward. Visible longitudinal and transverse seismic waves, accompanied by countless radiation rays, tore through the heavens, sweeping across the entire Northern Territory. The 1,000 Zhanghai mountains around were flattened like children's wooden blocks, as if they had never existed at all. The Earth Doomsday bombs had been detonated right next to the ancient crocodile dragon, so it bore the brunt of the explosion. In that instant, the entire crocodile dragon was swallowed by the massive fireball. It let out a furious roar powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. But it was drowned out entirely in the nuclear explosion. At the heart of the blast, a dazzling, beautiful mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky. This towering cloud of flame, shaped like a mushroom, resembled the divine fire of an ancient demonic deity descending upon the world to burn away all living things. This is the Doomsday Bomb. Wu Chengtian stared at the apocalyptic scene on the screen, frozen in place. The other Golden Core elders, though they had witnessed the Earth Doomsday Bomb's power from a distance before, were still shocked beyond measure. This time 2 bombs had exploded simultaneously, their combined power far surpassing even the destruction of the Western Desert Basin. ZZZZ. Various rays, magnetic fields, and light waves produced by the explosion severely disrupted the high-altitude reconnaissance satellite signal, causing the image to flicker and distort. Let's go see how that crocodile dragon is doing. Xiaoyi spoke up. Chapter 80, Battling the Crocodile Jiao. Several Golden Core elders hesitated. A core formation stage beast was simply an insurmountable mountain to them, one that inspired no desire to resist. After all, the gap between their cultivation levels was two entire major realms. It was as if a few mortals were attempting to ambush a foundation-building cultivator. Essentially, mortals challenging immortals. I'll go instead. Your golden core cultivation won't be of any use there. Wu Chongtian stepped forward and volunteered. Take me along. If I can witness a core formation beast in my lifetime, it'll be worth it. Mo Lai, filled with fighting spirit, chimed in eagerly. All right then, let's the three of us go. Xiaoyi declared. Disciple, why don't you stay here and guard the sect with the other elders? Mo Elder and I can manage alone. Wu Chongtian advised, as facing a core formation beast was simply too terrifying. None of them had confidence, and if they all perished there, the Lingshu sect would be doomed. Master, please rest assured, I know my limits. Seeing Xia Yi's determination, Wu Chongtian refrained from further objections and instead focused his full attention on ensuring his safety. Through the surveillance of the indoor fishing pool, the epicenter of the nuclear explosion was established, and within a 1,000-mile radius, all water sources had been vaporized, an illustration of the explosion's power. After some time searching, they finally found a water source located 1,200 miles from the explosion center. The fishing wallpaper rippled, and a black river appeared before them, filled with impurities of all kinds. Everyone enveloped themselves in their magical energy, isolating themselves from the contaminated water, and leaped inside. Spatial energy shifted, and the scene instantaneously changed. What appeared before them was a world-ending view. Entire mountain peaks had been stripped of half their height, and primitive forests stretching for hundreds of miles were reduced to ashes. Rivers that once flowed ceaselessly were now entirely evaporated. In all directions, fire raged, and swirling pillars of smoke twisted upward, blotting out the sky and eliminating any trace of life. They flew further for a while, and then saw dark, thick snowflakes falling in waves from the blackened sky. Looking closer, it was actually black ash falling endlessly. Drifting ashes and smoke intermingled, obscuring visibility, which deteriorated to less than 500 meters. Fortunately, their spiritual awarenesses were powerful, so the poor visibility was of little concern. This must be what legends describe as burning rivers and boiling seas. This destruction bomb truly possesses the terrifying power to obliterate everything. Wu Chongtian inhaled sharply in shock. Along the way, they only saw ash and ruin left in the wake of the nuclear blast. Finally, the group reached the epicenter of the explosion. It was a massive crater hundreds of miles across and 10 miles deep. The rocks and gravel inside had melted, merging together into a single mass. Even they, cultivators at the golden core and nascent soul stages, could not help but feel infinitesimally small in the face of such destruction. There seems to be some strange lingering energy here. It can corrode the body and damage the soul. Wu Chongtian frowned. As a nascent soul cultivator, he was particularly sensitive to such things. This is nuclear radiation. Everyone, be careful, Xia Yi warned. A shuttle the size of his palm appeared in his hand, then suddenly expanded, transforming into a 10-meter-long boat. It was indeed the Lingshu sect's most treasured treasure, the demon-avoiding divine shuttle. After entering the shuttle, they were shielded from the radiation, and everyone felt a bit better. Proceeding carefully for several dozen miles, they found an enormous creature lying within the crater. Its scales were streaked with blood, and certain areas were even melted, fusing parts of its body together. The bone spines that had once stood tall like ancient trees were now all broken. Could it be dead? Mo Lai swallowed hard, barely believing it. It shouldn't be dead yet. Wu Chongtian solemnly shook his head. As a nascent soul cultivator, his spiritual awareness was extraordinarily powerful. He could sense the terrifying vitality still remaining within the distant beast. However, even if it's not dead, it should be gravely injured and on the verge of death. Wu Chongtian added. Master is right. Xiaoyi nodded and continued. We must act quickly. The radiation is highly damaging to the human body and soul, but it may have a different effect on the beast. It could even cause some indescribable mutation. Wu Chongtian struck first. With a wave of his right hand, a shield appeared in his grip. It was taller than a man and about half a foot thick. The shield bore the image of a terrifying beast forged into it. This beast had 2 horns upon its head, both sharp and glimmering with dark luster. It had 5 eyes, and its huge mouth was lined with fawn-like teeth over half a foot long, each like a dagger, gleaming with cold light, and emitting a savage and terrifying aura. This was the Mo Lin shield, forged by Xia Yi using Yu Yang Jinjuan's Dao artifact, the Infinite Golden Bell. At present, it was the most powerful magical artifact in the Lingshu sect. Wu Chongtian said, hand me the golden great mace as well. Yes, sir. Mo Lai immediately passed the golden mace in his possession to him. Wu Chongtian pointed with one finger, and the shield, upon meeting the wind, instantly expanded to the size of a small mountain, hovering midair. Immediately after, he commanded the golden great mace and smashed it powerfully into the Mo Lin shield. Boom. A visible wave of sound surged outward, rushing toward the crocodile Gao on the ground. Although protected by the demon-avoiding divine shuttle, Xia Yi and Mo Lai still felt their souls quake and heard a ringing buzz in their ears, suffering great discomfort. Roar! The crocodile Gao also awoke from its slumber. Its house-sized eyes suddenly flew open, radiating killing intent that caused anyone who looked upon them to shiver with fear. It tried to rise, but its entire body was too weak. It lost balance and crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth beneath. Boom! Boom! Wu Chongtian struck again, using the golden great mace to hit the mountain-sized shield floating in midair. Wave after wave of visible sound rippled outward. This time, Xia and Mo Lai were prepared. They used their magical energy to seal their ears, which somewhat relieved the pressure. The crocodile Jiao was stunned and irritated by the continuous waves of sonic attacks. It struggled to stand, wanting to kill the insects before it. However, the demon-avoiding divine shuttle was truly one of the top-tier flying treasures of the northern region. If the crocodile Jiao were at its peak, with a single jump it could cross hundreds of miles effortlessly, catch up to the shuttle, and swallow it whole. But now, gravely injured and on the brink of death, it could no longer use its race's unique spatial abilities. Therefore, although the mosquitoes before it were far from ordinary humans, the crocodile Jiao was helpless to do anything about them. Boom, boom, boom. The sound waves rolled like ocean tides, wave after wave, endless and unceasing. Though the beast's physical body was unimaginably strong, its spiritual soul was very fragile. Yu Yang Jinjuan's infinite golden bell was a great treasure of the Danding sect. Its ringing could harm the soul. When Mo Lai transformed it into the Mo Lin shield, he hadn't altered its core formation techniques at all. Soon, under the constant bombardment of sonic waves, the crocodile Jiao could no longer endure. With a loud crash, it collapsed again. Is it dead this time? Mo Lai quickly asked. You wish. This crocodile Jiao is at the Beast Lord stage. My previous attacks only managed to put it back to sleep. As for killing it, our power simply isn't enough. Wu Chongtian shook his head. How terrifying was the destruction bomb's power. Yet, even it couldn't completely destroy the crocodile Jiao's physical body, showing just how terrifying the defense of a Beast Lord's body truly was. Even with all three of them giving it their all, it would be no more than a tickle to the crocodile Jiao. Then what do we do? If the crocodile Jiao wakes up again, we'll have no choice but to relocate the entire sect. Mo Lai muttered in frustration. Let me try, Xia said. Chapter 81, The Shrinking Lamp. Xia stepped out of the demon-repelling divine shuttle, and above his head hovered a small white jade pagoda. Threads of brilliant light fell from it, blocking the extremely dense nuclear radiation from the outside world. This 9-layered white jade pagoda was also a supreme treasure of the Lingsu sect, just like the golden mace. He stretched out his right hand. A flash of light appeared, and in his palm appeared something resembling a flashlight. Prop, shrinking lamp. Function, resembles an ordinary flashlight. When objects are illuminated by its light, their volume and weight are reduced. Shining the light again restores them to their original state. Note, the shrinking effect has a time limit. If not continuously illuminated, the object will return to its original size after 3 days. The shrinking lamp was also one of the more satisfactory props Xia had acquired over the years. If used well, it could truly become a powerful weapon. He flew above the crocodile dragon and switched on the flashlight. A golden beam of light shot forth, shining upon the beast's mountain-sized body. The crocodile dragon's body immediately became ethereal, flickering as though it had turned into a two-dimensional image. Then, the body the size of a mountain began to shrink gradually. In just a few breaths, it became the size of ordinary cattle or sheep. This is impossible. Elder Wu Chongtian and Elder Mo Lai were both stunned. Not even the previous explosion of the earth-destroying bomb had shocked them this much. That was an ancient crocodile dragon over 1,000 feet tall. How could it suddenly become as small as a cow or sheep? Their sizes were vastly different. Is this one of the treasures of the ancient Taoist sect of Jiganda? The two were utterly amazed and felt renewed reverence for that already long extinct ancient sect. The crocodile dragon awakened from its slumber once more. A surge of fury instantly arose within it. These tiny little creatures dared to insult it. It was going to strike back immediately. However, the sight before it startled it greatly. The human cultivators, once as tiny as insects, had now grown to the same size as itself. No, they were even a bit larger than it was. How could that be possible? But the crocodile dragon was a beast of the transformation forming stage after all, and quickly understood the current situation. It wasn't that the humans had grown larger, rather, it was itself that had become smaller. Having lived for over 5,000 years, this was its first encounter with such a situation. This must be the means of immortals. A wave of fear arose in the crocodile dragon's heart. It remembered how the immortals had banished countless ferocious beasts into the dark wastelands, devoid of light and sparse in spiritual energy, where they would never rise again. Equivalent to a mid to late core formation stage cultivator. Xia circled around the crocodile dragon, nodded in satisfaction, and casually remarked, as expected of system-produced treasures, the shrinking lamp didn't just shrink the creature's physical size, but also its weight and magical power. The crocodile dragon had shrunk by at least 3,000 times. Disciple leader, should we just knock it off with one blow? Eagerly, Mo Lai asked. Last time it was him who delivered the finishing blow to Yu Yang True Master. If he could now slay a beast monarch of the transformation forming stage, then his life wouldn't have been lived in vain. No, killing it would be a waste. Xia quickly stopped him, fearing that the man might impulsively strike down the crocodile dragon in one go. The current crocodile dragon, not only had it become small in size, but it had also become extremely weak. Anyone present could easily kill it without difficulty. You mean to say, we refine and subjugate it? Wu Chongtian asked. Exactly, Xia nodded approvingly. This was his ultimate plan. A beast monarch must never be humiliated. The crocodile dragon roared furiously. Xia sneered coldly. He grabbed Mo Lai's golden mace and heavily struck the crocodile dragon. The crocodile dragon struggled violently. Its body scales clashed with the mace, Producing metallic sounds like clashing steel. I have the inheritance of immortals. Even with core formation level power, I can capture you, a beast monarch. Serve me faithfully, and in the future, you will definitely become a beast emperor. Holding the golden mace aloft, Xia Yi preached to it. You little insect, die. The crocodile dragon's originally emerald green eyes turned blood red with rage. It fixed its stare upon Xia Yi, exuding boundless malevolence. Don't you know a good thing when you see it? Do you really think I can't do anything about you? I was originally appreciative of your noble blood, part divine crocodile and part dragon, full of potential. Since you refuse to submit, I shall use the refined fire essence to separate a piece of your soul and spirit, leaving behind only your pure spiritual essence and physical body. Then I'll seal your consciousness into a demonic artifact, and day after day, I will refine you with that refined fire. Seeing the crocodile dragon's refusal to submit, Xia Yi was enraged. I have countless ways and plenty of time. With your pure spirit and physical form, I can simply implant another beast's soul inside you and refine it for years to create another beast monarch of equal power. I am only showing you leniency out of pity for your noble bloodline. Since you are too foolish to appreciate kindness and insist on choosing hostility, don't blame me for being ruthless. The crocodile dragon roared furiously, and the spiritual essence sealed within its body began to rage violently. Rather than endure this humiliation, it intended to self-destruct its core essence, killing the 3 human cultivators before it in a final act of retaliation. You want to die? Not so easily, I'm afraid. Seeing that the crocodile dragon still refused to submit, and was actually attempting to self-destruct its Yuan Shun to take Xia Yi down with it, Xia Yi's patience for taming it vanished instantly. With a furious roar, a golden dawn the size of a dragon's eye appeared above his head, radiating countless beams of light. The crocodile dragon instantly felt an overwhelming pressure surge upon it, as though it had mountains upon its back. With a loud plop, it collapsed onto the ground, limbs splayed wide, completely helpless. Even its magical power was sealed, not a single thread of it could be summoned. Then, with a single snap of his fingers, a crimson furnace the size of a palm flew out. It expanded rapidly with a sway in the wind, growing to the size of a small house, roaring with blazing flames and surging heat. Xia Yi tossed the crocodile dragon into the furnace, and then sent several elite flames of pure fire essence into it. They entered through the beast's 7 orifices, swimming toward its nu, where its suppressed Yuan Shun was located. There, they began mercilessly scorching it. True fire burning the soul. This kind of torment was hundreds of times worse than simply burning the physical body. The crocodile dragon was suffering double agony from both flesh and spirit. It felt an unbearable heat, burning and aching, along with an indescribable itch deep within its very heart, as if it wanted to rip its own chest open and scratch away the agony. Worse still, this suffering directly affected its soul. It couldn't even lose consciousness. Truly, it wished to die, but could not. In excruciating pain, the crocodile dragon twisted with fury, but its Yuan Shun was firmly locked down by Xia Yi's 9-turned golden and even preventing self-destruction. Wu Chongtian and Mo Lai shuddered involuntarily. If they were in that position, they wouldn't be able to endure it either. For a full day and night, the crocodile dragon remained inside the solar flame furnace, enduring the dual torment of body and soul. Its mouth was dry, its eyes seemed ready to burst from their sockets, smoke and fire had already burst from its nose and eyes. Its Yuan Shun seemed to be ablaze, its vitality almost gone, its former might now completely gone. Fiendish beast, if you still refuse to submit, this seat shall tear your soul apart, refine it anew, and make you breed endlessly with other ferocious beasts to produce offspring with crocodile dragon blood, serving me for eternity. The crocodile dragon, already tormented by the soul-searing flames, was desperately resisting the elite fire essence trying to peel its consciousness and Yuan Shun apart. Suddenly hearing Xia Yi's words, it nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, its soul nearly shattered from shock, and a large portion of its consciousness was instantly burned away by the true fire. Chapter 82. Subduing the Crocodile Dragon. Xia Yi let Mo Lai capture a black tiger at the Golden Core stage, then killed it and extracted its divine soul. With a flick of his spiritual sense, he implanted several layers of seals onto the soul. Then, in a flash of radiant light, it shot into the gaping mouth of the crocodile dragon, instantly burrowing into its nascent soul palace to lie in ambush beside the dragon's original spirit, awaiting Xia Yi's use of true flame to separate its 3 souls and 7 spirits completely, so that the black tiger soul could occupy both the original spirit and physical form. At this stage, the ancient crocodile dragon finally lost its composure and showed signs of fear. This was equivalent to utter destruction, its soul and body both obliterated beyond reincarnation. What's more, after its death, other weaker beasts would take control of its original spirit and body, even mating daily with other despicable and filthy female beasts. How could a creature of noble ancient crocodile and dragon bloodline possibly bear such degradation? Seeing this, Xia Yi hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, if you still haven't decided to submit, when will you? Once the true flame fully activates and the black tiger soul occupies your original spirit, it will be too late for regrets. This sect leader can appoint you as my deputy and even grant you partial access to the immortal legacy. You might become a Taoist beast god in the future. What do you think?" Then he repeatedly bombarded the creature with persuasion, using promises of immortal legacies to confuse its mind, all while the true flame scorched and the black tiger soul devoured its spirit. The crocodile dragon suffered indescribable torment. Xia Yi had stabilized its original spirit using the 9-turn golden pill, so it couldn't even die to end its pain. Eventually, it closed its eyes and exhaled a bit of its primal spirit essence. Xia Yi was overjoyed. He immediately refined this essence, and then implanted a life and death talisman spell deep within the crocodile dragon's original spirit. This talisman technique came from the classic of Ascension and Transcendence, an incredibly powerful ancient secret method. Finally crafted, it had been widely used by ancient cultivators to subdue fierce beasts as mounts. Once embedded deep within the soul, its life and death would fall completely under another's control. Now, even if the crocodile dragon returned to full strength, with just a single thought from Xia Yi, its soul would shatter beyond recovery. After finishing everything, Xia Yi retrieved the beast from the red sun furnace and dismissed the black tiger's soul. The crocodile dragon let out a sigh of relief. A full day and night of roasting in the true flame had been sheer torture. It instinctively wanted to resist, but as soon as that thought surfaced, an agonizing pain struck, causing it to roar loudly. This heart-piercing pain came from deep within the soul itself, more terrifying than the previous scorching by the true flame. This is an ancient immortal secret technique, Xia Yi sneered. Unless you manage to cultivate to the mythical void refinement stage, you will never remove the life and death talisman embedded deep in your soul. The crocodile dragon before him wasn't pure-blooded. True ancient crocodiles had disappeared 50,000 years ago, and even the fiercest beasts could not live more than 10,000 years unless they were special long-lived species like the black tortoise or the everlasting crane. Reaching the peak of the bestial sovereign stage, equivalent to nascent formation, was already the limit of its potential. Advancement beyond that would be extremely difficult. Of course, Xia Yi said this intentionally to plant a sliver of hope inside the beast to prevent it from frequently contemplating soul self-destruction or betraying its master. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The effect of the body reduction lamp faded. The crocodile dragon, which had previously been the size of livestock, started to grow larger and larger until its body reached 1,000 meters tall, as massive as a towering mountain. Its back, shaped like a mountain range, once bristled with tree-sized bony spines, now mostly gone, lending it an even more savage aura. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black armor-like scales shimmering with icy light. Each scale was more than a meter long and half a meter wide, although several areas had melted under high heat. Its head, larger than a house, looked grotesque and terrifying. A 6 or 7 meter long azure horn protruded from it, radiating frigid coldness. Its red eyes, the size of grinding stones, exuded an icy gleam. It opened its massive maw toward the front, revealing multiple rows of razor-sharp teeth, and let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, clearly regaining the majestic aura of a bestial sovereign. Wu Chongtian and Mo Lai both felt a tremor of fear in their hearts. When the crocodile dragon had been shrunk, its power had diminished thousands of times, leaving it helpless and easily controlled. Now it was like a tiger returning to the mountains, or a dragon returning to the sea. Naturally, it stirred a sense of dread. Yet, despite having regained full power, the crocodile dragon did not attempt to rebel again, but instead lowered its head. Xia Yi nodded. From now on, we shall call each other fellow Taoists. Starting today, you shall be the deputy leader of Ling Su's sect, not my mount. After all, it was a beast lord, carrying the bloodline of the crocodile dragon, with innate pride. If he wanted this creature to protect his sect, he had to preserve its dignity. If he relied solely on the life and death talisman and primal spirit essence to humiliate and oppress it, eventually serious trouble would arise. Seeing how considerate Xia Yi was being, the crocodile dragon's expression softened somewhat. Immediately, it reduced its own size. Although it still stood 100 meters tall, it had shrunk greatly compared to its former self, becoming far less conspicuous. Unlike the reduction caused by the body reduction lamp, the crocodile dragon's shrinking did not affect its power. Halfway back, Mo Lai spoke joyfully. Now that we have the crocodile dragon, our Ling Su sect can dominate the northern territory. There is no need for the entire sect to relocate anymore. Wu Chongtian nodded in agreement as well. A beast lord at the nascent formation stage could easily take on the other 4 major sects single-handedly. Except perhaps ancient sects from other regions, few would be able to stand against it. Just then, the crocodile dragon let out a low growl and transmitted a divine message. This time, the collapse of the stone Great Wall far exceeds any previous instance. According to what this one knows, 3 beast sovereigns have entered the northern territory from the outer regions, each of them not weaker than myself. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. It was 3 beast sovereigns. Even within the northern territory, such a combination was extremely powerful, enough to annihilate several weaker ancient great sects ranked at the bottom. And this information was already from before the crocodile dragon entered the northern territory. Who knew how many more beast sovereigns had already arrived from the outer regions? Pack up and move. Xia Yi made the final decision. In truth, he had already considered relocating the entire sect before. Because of the problem with the ancestral spirit vein in the northern territory, core formation was already the highest attainable cultivation stage there. Xia Yi possessed the 100 treasures satchel system, and his ultimate goal was to achieve immortality. Thus, leaving the northern territory was only a matter of time. Now that things had reached this point, both Wu Chongtian and Mo Lai clearly supported relocating the sect. After returning to the sect, Xia Yi convened a meeting of elders. All elders at the foundation building late stage and golden core stage attended. Xia Yi briefly explained the situation. What? The legendary beast sovereign has become our deputy sect leader. Song Yuanshan's head was completely spinning. Nascent formation stage was an unreachable level for him. Now the sect leader had actually subdued a nascent formation stage ferocious beast. How could he not be shocked? The other elders were also in a state of shock, speechless for a long time. Xia Yi scanned the room and spoke. Given the worsening situation in the Northern Territory, this sect leader has decided to relocate the sect. Do any of you have objections? Chapter 83, Relocation. We have no objection. All the elders spoke in unison. Now Lingshu sect stood at a critical moment of life and death. Choosing to stay would eventually lead to being devoured by fierce beasts. Now the question is, where should we go? Central Land? Eastern Territory? Or Western Territory? Xia Yi asked. As for Southern Territory, it required crossing through the Central Land, which made the journey extremely long. Even with the demon-repelling divine shuttle, it might take several years, or even a decade. The longer the journey, the more dangers they would face, so it was not under consideration. I think Central Land would be better. As the core area of Dongshin continent, it has produced many immortals since ancient times. It's blessed with outstanding talents and abundant spiritual energy, said a core formation cultivator. The Taoist priest also believes Central Land is a suitable place, and it isn't too far from Northern Territory. However, some elders expressed disagreement. Certainly, Central Land is a good place, but it is dominated by numerous powerful sections. 2 of the 3 holy sects are based there, along with several ancient great schools. Although we possess a spirit transformation stage beast as vice sect leader, our strength remains insufficient. That's right. Central Land is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As newcomers, we can't compare to other sects with histories spanning thousands or even tens of thousands of years. What about Western Territory? The spiritual energy there is much richer than Northern Territory. It could support cultivation up to the spirit transformation stage, even the refinement emptiness stage, suggested an elder. Not advisable. Western Territory is under the influence of Buddhism. We are Taoist practitioners. Moving there uninvited will definitely face opposition from Buddhist forces. Another elder opposed. Then how about the Eastern Territory? Historically, immortals have emerged from there as well. The elders didn't reach a consensus immediately, but most of them supported relocating to Eastern Territory. All right, we shall go to Eastern Territory. Xia Yi finally made the decision. Certainly, they couldn't go to Central Land. Xia Yi had already killed a Foundation Core elder and a direct disciple from the Pill Cauldron sect. If that was ever exposed, the sect would surely retaliate. Moreover, in every aspect, Central Land was indeed too strong. Lingshu only had 1 Foundation Core elder and 9 Core Formation elders. Such power would hardly create ripples there. Western Territory, dominated by Buddhism, was naturally out of the question. Eventually, only Eastern Territory remained. Among the 5 territories of Dongshin continent, Eastern Territory ranked second only to Central Land in overall power. Its spiritual energy was also rich, incomparable to that of Northern Territory. Once the decision of relocation was made, the moving process began immediately. All palaces, gardens, and houses were basically moved into the paper world by the elders using their magic. Inherited from the ancient Yuhua sect, many ancient structures in Lingshu held profound historical value. Xia Yi and Supreme Elder Wu Chongtian worked together to relocate the protective mountain formation. The Great Sumru Reversal 9 Palaces Immortal Formation was set up by an ancient ancestor of Lingshu sect, a late-stage ascended cultivator. Although thousands of years had passed, and the world had undergone tremendous changes, the protective array was already severely damaged, its current power less than 1% of its prime. Yet even a broken array, remaining just a corner of its former self, still possessed immense might. Even a Foundation Core cultivator attacking the sect wouldn't come off unscathed. Otherwise, Lingshu sect would have already been divided up by other sects long ago. Over the years, Xia Yi had invested a huge amount of spirit stones to repair the Great Sumru Reversal 9 Palaces formation. But the results were minimal. After all, it was a legendary immortal array, extremely intricate and complex. Its enchantments and formations were innumerable. Even a spirit transformation expert could not possibly master it completely within a lifetime. Pity, I didn't have more repairing elixirs last time. If I had drawn the giant lamp and magnified the elixirs, perhaps I could have restored about 70 to 80% of the Great Sumru Reversal 9 Palaces formation. Then, we could have even resisted a spirit transformation expert. A sudden thought rose in Xia Yi's mind. Doryman's tools were miraculous. Combined, they could achieve unexpected effects. Besides the Great Sumru Reversal 9 Palaces formation, the item Xia Yi most wanted to repair was the demon-repelling divine shuttle. This was the treasure of Lingshu sect, rumored to be of supreme grade Taoist treasure quality. Once restored, the sect's strength would rise another level. 10 days later, everything that could be moved had been relocated into the paper world, leaving behind only the spiritual mountains that could not be taken along. Underneath the Yuhua Hall lay a tier 3 spiritual vein, the very foundation of Lingshu sect. Xia Yi had tried countless methods, yet he still could not move it. For spiritual veins were deeply rooted underground. Moving them was impossible. Attempting to forcibly relocate the vein would only result in its collapse and the dissipation of its spiritual energy into heaven and earth. Finally, Xia Yi piloted the demon-repelling divine shuttle toward the distant and mysterious Eastern Territory. 3 days later, woo-woo, a solemn, deep, and far-reaching horn sounded across the sky, audible within a 100-mile radius. A streak of ink-golden shadow, like a flaming cloud, rushed forward rapidly, massive and heavy, like a small mountain. As it emerged from the clouds, the massive warship became clearly visible, gleaming with golden metallic luster. It was a colossal warship forged entirely from ink golden metal, with a large banner fluttering in the wind at its bow. The three huge characters on it read, Huanin Sect. Standing atop the ink golden warship was a middle-aged Taoist priest. He wore flowing cloud-patterned robes, a purple gold crown atop his head, and his long black beard fluttered in the wind. His eyes shone like lightning, and a faint green aura swirled around him. In his hand, he held a green jade fly whisk with silver threads dangling from it, exuding an aura of refined elegance and ethereal grace. This person was none other than the leader of the Huanin Sect, Qingxian Taoist, a cultivator at the middle stage of nascent soul cultivation. He was highly respected and feared throughout the Northern Territory. After the collapse of the giant stone Great Wall, countless ferocious beasts poured in endlessly, turning the Northern Territory into a desolate wasteland. The Huanin Sect had also decided to relocate the entire sect. However, Qingxian possessed exceptional vision. Along the journey, under the pretense of aiding fellow cultivators of the Northern Territory, he had assimilated countless smaller and larger cultivation factions. Among these factions, there were as many as 30 or 40 golden core experts, and foundation-building cultivators were too numerous to count. The amount of spiritual stones they had collected was astronomical, enough to pile into a small mountain. Lingshu's sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Northern Territory, ranked lowest among them. Yet as the saying goes, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Naturally, Qingxian could not afford to overlook it. He planned to accept all the mid to high-level members of Lingshu's sect and take possession of all their wealth. However, he never expected that Lingshu's sect had fled even faster than them, and hadn't left behind even a single hair. It seems Lingshu's sect isn't as simple as it appeared, Qingxian murmured, his eyes flashing with sharp light. To be able to transport all the palaces and houses, and to accommodate thousands of disciples, surely they possessed a powerful spatial Taoist treasure, at least a Tao artifact. Lingshu's sect had always given the impression of being a fading sect. Its most powerful possession was said to be a broken Taoist artifact, and even that was flight-based with minimal offensive capabilities, thus not being valued by the other 4 great sects. Yet, unexpectedly, Lingshu's sect had been hiding its strength and deceiving others like a pig eating a tiger. There was another Tao artifact in the sect. If Lingshu's sect also chooses to relocate to the Eastern Territory, perhaps we shall meet again. I shall see for myself what their spatial Tao artifact looks like, Qingxian said coldly. Chapter 84, Eastern Territory. A flying vessel, Tianzhong long, cut through the clouds at tremendous speed, moving faster than sound. Inside the demon-repelling divine shuttle, the space was vast and lavishly decorated. Red carpets covered the floor, while tables and chairs, all made from 1,000-year-old spirit wood, filled the interior. A calming fragrance emanated throughout the cabin. Even the decks were intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, displaying unparalleled craftsmanship. Hanging on the walls were scrolls of ink-wash landscape paintings. On them stood countless spirit mountains with verdant peaks, stretching endlessly. Perched atop each peak were a few ancient palaces. Upon closer inspection, one could even see tiny figures of cultivators, no bigger than ants, soaring between the peaks. In the center of the painting was a beast the size of a fingernail. Resembling both a crocodile and a dragon, it lay atop a mountain, sleeping soundly. Hundreds of formation arrays, large and small, had been inscribed upon the shuttle. A powerful spirit-gathering formation had drained the surrounding heavenly and earthly Lingqi, continuously channeling it into the shuttle, compressing it into a dense mist of Vingqi, so thick that it filled the entire cabin. The Eastern Territory lay far from the Northern Territory, no less than millions of li away. Even with the demon-repelling divine shuttle being a rare treasure capable of flight, the journey still required 2 or 3 months. Taking this rare opportunity, Xia Yi refined his golden core. During the trip, they encountered many cultivators from the Northern Territory, refugees fleeing the tide of fierce beasts, heading toward the other 4 territories. The journey was long and fraught with untold hardships and dangers. It was already a blessing if even a few cultivators survived. Alas, the humans of the Northern Territory will suffer greatly. Xia Yi sighed. His power was limited. He could protect only the people of Shiliang Kingdom. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The demon-repelling divine shuttle finally left the Northern Territory and entered the Eastern Territory. The moment they entered the Eastern Territory, Xia Yi sensed a difference. On the shuttle were dozens of spirit-gathering arrays, big and small. Previously, the spiritual energy was rich, but only about as concentrated as in Xia Yi's private cultivation room back at the sect headquarters. But today, suddenly, he felt the concentration of spiritual energy inside the shuttle rise sharply. The previously mist-like Lingqi had begun to condense into droplet forms, transitioning from gas to liquid, a qualitative transformation. Once inside the Eastern Territory, the shuttle gradually slowed down. Their ultimate goal was to find a place with a spirit vein and establish the new Lingshu sect. Over the course of more than 10 days, Xia Yi and the others passed by several landscapes rich in spiritual essence. But almost all were already claimed, either by powerful unaligned cultivators or established sects. As the shuttle wove through the clouds, Dark Qi and Yao Yin suddenly appeared in the distance. What lay before them was a desolate and barren land, a landscape of mud pits, swamps, and ancient towering trees, their leaves dark and bluish-black. It looked eerie and grim. Frequent bursts of Yao Feng blew through, howling like the wails of malevolent ghosts, truly terrifying. Xia Yi piloted the shuttle, gazing at the distant mountains, where toxic fogs and plagues were everywhere, and countless venomous insects crawled about. Among the mountain ranges lay deep ravines, with icy streams trickling through them. Strange, grotesque rocks protruded everywhere, along with several swampy pits, bubbling noisily with thick black mud that had accumulated and decayed, emitting foul odors that turned the stomach. Above several peaks, dark chi surged, and black clouds roiled, a sign that powerful demons or monsters resided there. What a barren, wretched land. Truly suited for demons and spirits to dwell, Wu Zhongtian murmured with admiration. Though dangerous, this place is rich in spiritual energy. No wonder so many powerful monsters dwell here. We might even consider it as candidate site number 008. Xiaoyi stepped out of the shuttle and stood upon a giant boulder, gazing into the distance. Black clouds churned in the sky above, interlaced with a yellowish chi. Clearly visible was a demon, a leopard spirit, cultivating at the late golden core stage, riding the wind as it traveled. Unfortunately, a spirit vein location without an owner was extremely difficult to find. Among the 8 potential locations, this was one of the better options, though admittedly overrun by demons. Let's keep searching. The choice of sect location is of the utmost importance. It affects the sect's future fortune. We must not be careless. Xia Yi re-entered the shuttle and continued onward. After a few more days of flight, Xia Yi was sitting in meditation when suddenly he faintly heard the sounds of shouting and battle below. Looking down, he saw a city. It resembled a strategically crucial pass. Its bluestone walls stood more than 30 zhang high, riddled with bullet holes and marked with scars from swords and axes, giving the ancient fortress a heavy historical weight and a sense of bleak solemnity. Beyond the city gates stretched a wide plain where 2 armies clashed. Nearly 100,000 soldiers fought furiously, creating a sky filled with killing intent, arrows like locusts, blood splattering, screams echoing, and horses neighing loudly. After a fierce clash, thousands of corpses lay strewn across the battlefield. Neither side gained the upper hand, so their commanders called for a withdrawal, regrouping their forces to face each other once again. Who dares to face me alone in single combat? From one side burst forth a general wearing bright armor and riding beneath crimson banners embroidered with the character Xia. From within their ranks rode a warrior astride a fiery red warhorse, wielding a spiked club. Each copper spike measured around 5 inches long, and the entire weapon must have weighed hundreds of jin. With one hand gripping the reins, the general halted before the enemy lines and roared a challenge. On the opposing side, marked by banners bearing the character Qian, a similarly bold commander clad in white robes charged forth, brandishing a great broadsword. The 2 warriors clashed head-on, neither yielding an inch. After dozens of furious exchanges, they remained evenly matched. Battle drums thundered from both sides, boosting morale as the soldiers roared in unison, their battle cries rolling like thunder. This is martial cultivation. Xia Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. In the secular world of the Northern Territory, martial cultivation did exist, though it had little significance. The strongest martial cultivators barely reached the peak of the Shinten stage, and even they could not escape death when faced with mid to late foundation-seeking cultivators. Yet these 2 generals were different. Their vitality radiated powerfully, visible from afar like a burning furnace. Their physical bodies were formidable, each strike capable of effortlessly piercing steel. Xia Yi estimated that either of them could easily kill a foundation-building cultivator. Such strength was simply unimaginable in the Northern Territory. Weren't martial cultivators already in decline? Xia Yi thought, puzzled. In ancient times, when 100 schools flourished, martial cultivators once dominated the world. A single finger could sever a river, a palm could shatter mountains, a fist could crack magical treasures. At that time, cultivators and martial artists stood on equal footing, each excelling in their own domain. However, since the Middle Ancient era, the world had changed, becoming unsuitable for martial cultivation. The Eastern Territory is truly unlike the Northern Territory. Xia Yi became interested. It had been many days since he arrived in the Eastern Territory, yet he had remained high in the sky all along, searching for a suitable location to establish the sect. He had not yet learned much about the customs and culture of this land. Chapter 85, The Great Xia Dynasty. Ruling over the Eastern Domain is the Great Xia Dynasty. It occupies 1/3 of the entire Eastern Domain, and even various cultivation sects are nominally subordinate to its authority. The Great Xia is an immortal ancient dynasty, with millions of soldiers, having passed down unbroken for 30,000 years. Its foundation is so profound that it is unimaginable, a true celestial kingdom. Mountains may collapse, great rivers may dry, seas may turn into fields, and time may drift endlessly. Everything changes. Yet ever since the Xia Emperor established this immortal dynasty in ancient times, it has stood unshaken. In the entire cultivation world of the eastern Shenzhou continent, there are sayings of 3 holy lands and 8 ancient sects. However, among the 3 holy lands and 8 ancient sects, there also exist 5 immortal dynasties. These immortal dynasties were founded by mortals, yet they are able to command various immortal cultivation powers, even the ancient great sects. The reason behind this is martial cultivation. Martial cultivation, among the various sects and schools, is ranked among the upper echelons. The 3 doctrines commonly refer to Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. Taoism is the path to immortality, the supreme among the 3 doctrines. Cultivators soar above the mundane, and upon reaching the peak, can undergo heavenly tribulations to ascend as immortals, living forever in freedom. Martial cultivation, outside the three doctrines, was usually practiced by commoners who lacked spiritual roots. Practitioners strengthened their physical bodies to unleash great power. Martial cultivation also has cultivation stages, divided into 9 levels: Hotian, Xiantian, Quani, Jinyuan, Tongmai, Tianyuan, Martial King, Martial Venerable, and Martial Sage. These roughly correspond to the stages of cultivation: Qi condensation, foundation building, golden core, Yuan soul, spirit transformation, refining void, body tempering, ascension, and tribulation crossing. Naturally, martial cultivators and immortal cultivators cannot be equated. A Qi condensation cultivator wielding a magical artifact could effortlessly massacre martial artists below the Quani stage without any doubt. Earlier, those two generals should have reached the Jinyuan stage. Their Jinyuan energy could extend 100 steps outward, and relying on their formidable physical bodies and divine weapons, exhausting a foundation-building cultivator wouldn't be difficult. Cultivators could refine magical fabak, with profound spiritual power, capable of defeating martial artists 2 or 3 cultivation stages higher. The peak of martial cultivation is the martial sage. Every movement they make contains boundless power, capable of shattering mountains with a single palm strike, or severing a mountain range with one finger. In particular, the blood of a martial sage reaches the state of pure yang, with their vital energy capable of soaring to the heavens. It greatly suppresses the soul of a spirit transformation cultivator. Although a martial sage is a powerful fighter, there are great limitations, the main one being lifespan, nowhere near that of immortal cultivators, lasting only a mere 1 or 200 years. A spirit transformation cultivator, on the other hand, can easily live up to 800 years or even more than 1,000. This is also why cultivators often look down on martial artists, seeing them as outsiders on a minor path, relatively weak and unable to attain immortality, unfit for noble society. Of course, martial cultivation also possesses advantages that immortal cultivation lacks: accessibility. All mortals can practice martial arts, unlike cultivation, which depends on spiritual roots. But the common people of the Great Xia dynasty number more than 100 billion. Among them, how many countless mortals have embarked upon the path of martial cultivation? Even though reaching the stage of martial sage is difficult, producing one among millions. With its vast population, the Great Xia dynasty still possesses numerous martial sages. It is precisely because of this that all sorts of cultivation sects, big and small, in the eastern domain nominally must obey the rule of the Great Xia dynasty. Otherwise, should the current Xia emperor give the order, dozens of martial sages leading over 10,000 imperial troops in siege, no cultivation sect could escape annihilation. Even the ancient great sects, with spirit transformation experts guarding inside, would be unable to resist so many martial sages. However, martial sages cannot fly. If a spirit transformation cultivator wishes to escape, they likely could. Thus, the Great Xia dynasty still holds great reverence for these ancient sects. After all, a frenzied spirit transformation cultivator could cause devastation that is absolutely terrifying. Yunzhong City is a key city in the Great Xia dynasty, home to millions of commoners, bustling and prosperous. Its towering walls are magnificent and grand, like a city gate fallen from the sky, ancient yet imposing. The moat surrounding the city is dozens of meters wide, its depth unfathomable. The murky water flows powerfully, and upon closer inspection, strange fish resembling crocodiles can be seen darting within. Looking ahead at the enormous city, Xia Yi flew down from the demon-repelling spirit shuttle and prepared to enter. Crossing the drawbridge and passing the moat, he smoothly entered the city. Though guards at the city gate were at the Xiantian level and checking identities, the inspection wasn't very strict. Stepping into Yunzhong City, he found himself immersed in a scene of prosperity, carts and horses bustling, streets filled with crowds, and shops lining both sides of the wide roads, with vendors shouting ceaselessly. Finest tiger essence hide, only 5 taels of red gold. 1,000-year-old ginseng from wild mountains, able to revive the dead and regenerate flesh. Wheat flatbread, 2 copper coins each. Pearl spirit rice, each grain plump and rich in spiritual energy. Don't miss this chance as you pass. Glyceriza nectar, sweet and sour, delicious. Xia Yi walked through the crowd, dazzled by the overwhelming variety. Many of the items sold on the street were used by cultivators, yet ordinary people were freely trading them. Boss, bring me a full spread of the city's specialties: lamb baozi, licorice nectar, roasted spirit beasts, and everything else. Xia Yi had been pent up for a while, staying inside the demon-repelling spirit shuttle and abstaining from food. Today was the perfect chance for him to relax and enjoy himself. Little brother, this is just a noodle shop, the boss said with a usurp smile. Fang Xiong handed him a cinnabar gold coin and said, "Please do me the favor of arranging a feast, and whatever remains is your tip." Cinnabar gold coins were the currency minted by the Great Xia dynasty. Just like little pancakes, they were commonly referred to as gold cakes by the people. Unlike the gold and silver in the secular world of the northern domain, cinnabar gold coins had tremendous purchasing power. They could even be exchanged for spirit stones. Approximately 1 cinnabar gold coin could be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. The exchange rate was exactly 1:1. The metal used to forge cinnabar gold coins was extremely valuable and could be used in crafting magical treasures. However, the cinnabar gold mines of the eastern domain were controlled by the Great Xia dynasty, and all other sects were strictly forbidden from mining them. Any sect daring to secretly dig and extract would provoke the wrath of the Great Xia dynasty. Once, there was a sect called Luoxia sect. Within it were several foundation-building true lords and many golden core true elders. They accidentally discovered a cinnabar gold mine and began secretly extracting it. But in the end, the news still leaked. The Great Xia dynasty was furious and immediately dispatched imperial troops to deal with them. 5 foundation-building true lords from Luoxia Sect were all killed by arriving martial sages. None escaped. As for the golden core true elders, some were killed, others captured. In no time, the once mighty sect vanished into the tides of history. Soon, the noodle shop owner brought a table of delicacies. Xia feasted heartily. The flavors here were different from those of the northern domain, yet carried a unique charm. After finishing the local specialties, he leisurely strolled down the street. Needless to say, Yunzhong City was enormous, filled with all sorts of shops, pawnshops, taverns, casinos, tea houses, granaries, escort agencies. Nothing was missing. Xia was just about to listen to some music and savor the exotic atmosphere, when suddenly he noticed a new shop opening across the tea house. The sign read, Danyang Martial Arts Hall. With the bang of a copper gong, a large man bowed to all directions and loudly proclaimed, "Fellow townsfolk, today marks the grand opening of Danyang Martial Arts Hall. Those who wish to become warriors must not miss this opportunity." Martial arts were flourishing under the Great Xia dynasty. Before long, a large crowd of citizens had gathered around the newly opened Danyang Martial Arts Hall, packing it so tightly that not even water could pass through. Chapter 86, Yujing City. When the crowd had gathered sufficiently, the giant cleared his throat and raised his fists respectfully. "My name is Qi Kuei, the master of Danyang Martial Arts School. My cultivation is at the middle stage of body tempering. Our school possesses the martial arts manual called Bullock Strength, a very powerful and supreme manual. Its techniques can take lives with every move. Show us one. Show us one." The surrounding crowd began cheering wildly. "Then I shall perform." True to his name, Qi Kuei took off his upper robe, revealing bronze-colored, well-developed muscles, then assumed a stance and began performing a boxing technique. It must be said that Qi Kuei's strength was indeed sufficient for establishing a martial arts school in Yunzhong City. Every move he made was vigorous and forceful, the wind from his punches producing a sound like oxen bellowing. Bullock charge. At the final move, Qi Kuei suddenly squatted down before springing upwards powerfully, simultaneously throwing a punch with his right hand. That final move was as fierce as thunder and as fast as lightning, piercing straight through a nearby 3-inch thick stone slab. Excellent. The surrounding onlookers immediately burst into loud applause. The tuition here is not high. Only 3 red gold coins per year, announced Qi Kuei with a respectful bow. Since 1 red gold coin could cover the yearly expenditure of an average household, nearly 99 out of 100 spectators immediately left. Of course, there were still many people who signed up. After all, Qi Kuei had just demonstrated impressive skill. Xia originally intended to leave, for martial arts cultivation was incomparable to Dao cultivation, offering no promise of immortality, and only truly powerful at the martial saint stage. But then he had a second thought. Martial arts could strengthen the physical body, and a strong physical body could also enhance combat abilities. Thus, he went to several stalls selling martial arts techniques and purchased some manuals. After studying them for a few days, however, he gave up. Not because cultivation was difficult, but because martial arts and the Dao were 2 entirely opposite systems. Dao cultivators cultivated the soul. The process of cultivation itself was a process of strengthening the soul. From the soul to the spiritual soul, Yuan Ying, and then Yuan Shun. Finally, Yuan Shun would undergo heavenly tribulation, transform into Yang Shun, and become a legendary immortal. Martial cultivators, on the other hand, refined the physical body until eventually breaking through space and becoming human immortals. They could not be practiced simultaneously. Because martial cultivators had abundant qi and blood, especially when reaching the martial saint stage, their blood could suppress all evil spirits and negative energy. Even a cultivator reaching the nascent soul formation stage, whose Yuan Shun would still be considered a yin soul, would risk damaging their Yuan Shun if their physical body became too strong and blood circulation became too abundant. These two were not compatible. If Xia Yi now achieved the martial saint stage, he would forever be unable to break his core into forming a Yuan Ying and becoming a Yuan Ying Jinjun. Nowadays, martial cultivators were in decline. Transitioning from Dao cultivation to martial arts would be extremely unwise. Back in ancient times, it might have been worth considering, since back then martial artists could rival the Qi cultivators on equal terms. Xia Yi recalled an ancient cultivator named Meng Xinji, who once lamented the difference between martial cultivation and Dao cultivation as follows in an ancient text. The world is a vast bitter sea. Human beings float in this sea. The physical body is the boat. The soul is the person inside the boat. The boat carries the person, forever sailing toward the other shore. Should one cultivate the physical body, reinforcing the hull until reaching the other side of the bitter sea? Or should one cultivate the soul, teaching the person inside the boat how to swim? Cultivating the martial path becomes a human immortal. Cultivating the Dao path becomes an earth immortal. Which should one choose? If I could use the time-space converter to send myself back to ancient times, perhaps I could witness the brilliance of ancient martial cultivators and Qi cultivators. Xia Yi thought suddenly. The time-space converter could transform past and present spaces. It still had 1 or 2 uses remaining. Forget it. I'll travel through time and space when I reach the nascent soul refinement stage. No, better yet, when I reach the body integration stage. Xia Yi shook his head. Back in ancient times, masters were everywhere. to the point that nascent soul refinement experts were as common as dogs, and even legendary immortals existed. Previously, when using the time-space converter, an ancient crocodile dragon at the nascent soul refinement stage had been transported into this time. If not for Xia Yi's quick reaction, and also because he had the indoor fishing pond, a teleportation artifact for support, he likely would have been targeted by that silver crocodile dragon. In Yunzhong City, Xia Yi also acquired a lot of useful information. The faction that had previously been at war with the Great Xia dynasty was another immortal dynasty, called the Great Qian. The Great Qian dynasty was an immortal dynasty in Zhongzhou, but after continuous oppression by another immortal dynasty in Zhongzhou, the Great Zhou dynasty, it desired to expand eastward. After all, the foundation of the Great Xia wasn't as deep as that of the Great Qian. Of course, the Great Xia dynasty was no pushover, with armies numbering in the millions, fearlessly confronting the Great Qian dynasty. Joining the Great Xia dynasty as a spiritual master could result in being granted a sacred Taoist grotto heaven. Xia Yi learned an important piece of information. As the ruler of the eastern region, the Great Xia dynasty controlled many lands with spiritual veins. Powerful cultivators who desired to establish their own sects could align with the Great Xia and become imperial spiritual masters. I'll go to Yujing City, the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, and take a look. Xia Yi made his decision. Wu Chongtian and several other Foundation Formation elders also agreed with this suggestion. They too wished to see what the immortal imperial dynasty ruling the eastern region was like. The demon-repelling divine shuttle set off once more, heading toward Yujing City. The eastern region is truly vast. It must be 4 or 5 times larger than the northern region. Wu Chongtian murmured in astonishment. 10 days had already passed, yet they still hadn't reached Yujing City. Indeed, compared to the eastern region, the northern region seems quite small. Xia Yi nodded in agreement. This was rather unusual. After all, the northern region was one of the 5 regions, and its territory seemed excessively small. Master, during ancient times, the northern region was actually larger than the eastern region. However, later on, cultivators drove all the fierce beasts into the northern region, separating and sealing it off with the stone Great Wall, forming what is now called the Barbarian Lands. Sachiko spoke from the side. She had absorbed all the scriptures from Lingshu Sect and Lihua Church, and could easily recount various historical events. I see, Xia Yi nodded. Judging from the present situation, the so-called Barbarian Lands aren't much smaller than the eastern region. One can imagine how many fierce beasts reside within. If the stone Great Wall were to collapse completely, it would be a catastrophe for the entire Dongxing continent. Wu Chongtian hesitated for a moment before speaking. If that's truly the case, wouldn't the ancient great sects of Zhongzhou, even the legendary Holy Lands, remain indifferent? After all, their own territories would also suffer tremendous consequences if the stone Great Wall collapsed. Who can say? 5 more days of travel passed. After flying over countless mountains and rivers, the demon-repelling divine shuttle finally arrived at the most prosperous area of the eastern region, the region's very heart. Xia Yi stood in midair, gazing in all directions. Before him lay an expansive, boundless plain. Flowing upon this plain were 9 ceaseless great rivers, weaving into a pattern that seemingly contained some cosmic principle, guarding a colossal city like an impregnable shield. This city was Yujing City, the flourishing imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty. During the Middle Ancient period, the Great Xia was merely one of the mid-tier states. However, at the end of the Middle Ancient period, a wise monarch emerged, the illustrious King Xia Taikong. Possessing great ambition and strategic brilliance, he worked diligently to improve governance. Through decades of effort and skillful diplomacy, breaking alliances and forming new ones, he dismantled the power of neighboring states and then waged war to conquer them one by one. The nation's strength consequently flourished until ultimately, he unified the entire eastern region, founding an immortal dynasty. He was later revered as the Jade Capital Holy King Emperor, and this city, Yujing City, was built by later generations in commemoration of that sage monarch. Sachiko explained while standing nearby. In recent times, she had uploaded numerous scriptures concerning the Great Xia dynasty and had acquired a significant understanding of this eastern region hegemon. Chapter 87, Xianshi. How magnificent. The moment Xia Yi laid eyes on the site of the Jade Capital, he was greatly shocked. The area of this city was even larger than the entire western Liang kingdom. On the streets inside the Jade Capital, traffic flowed ceaselessly. Carriages and horses moved in an endless stream. It was densely packed with people, bustling day and night without pause. As night fell, the city's insides and outsides were decorated with brilliant lights, like a sea of silver flowers. Master, if you wish to become an immortal master, you must first go to Tianyun Tower. Hiko reminded beside him. Tianyun Tower was located in the central area of the Jade Capital. It stood over 100 meters tall and had 3 levels. As soon as they reached the entrance, numerous cultivators were coming and going. Each one at least at the Golden Core stage, with many even at the Nascent Soul stage. Once they walked inside, they saw many scrolls of white paper, each more than 10 meters long, suspended in midair. There is a Golden Core beast creating chaos in Tsuiwei County. Killing it grants 10 merit points. Disciples of the evil sect are performing blood rituals with civilians in Kaiyang County. Eliminating them grants 15 merit points. In Xinghe Prefecture, fierce beasts are wreaking havoc. Exact merit points are determined by the class and number of beasts killed. Xia Yi looked at the list of tasks on the white paper scrolls with an odd expression. This was clearly like a sect issuing tasks, where disciples could choose tasks according to their cultivation levels and earn contribution points. It was practically identical, except that contribution points had been replaced by merit points. Hiko explained, the Great Xia Imperial Court states that 10 merit points will grant the rank of 9th rank Immortal Master, 100 points grants the 8th rank, and so on. The treatment given varies according to the rank of the Immortal Master. To be granted a blessed land, one must reach the 4th rank Immortal Master, which requires 1,000,000 merit points. 1,000,000 contribution points. Xiaoyi gasped. Killing just one golden core beast would only grant 10 merit points. To become a 4th rank Immortal Master, one would have to kill 100,000 beasts. It was unimaginable. Beside him, Wu Chongtian sighed. To even become a 9th rank Immortal Master, one must possess at least the strength of the Golden Core stage. This Great Xia Imperial Court is truly an unusual sect. That's right. Xiaoyi also nodded in agreement. Although the rank of 9th rank Immortal Master came with no official stipend, it was officially recognized by the Great Xia Imperial Court. If someone were to kill a 9th rank Immortal Master without cause, the Great Xia Imperial Court would surely impose severe punishment. There was once a powerful sect in the Eastern Territory known as the Xianyu Palace. Historically, it had produced more than one cultivation sage at the transformation stage, and it was a well-known sect among the ancient sects. A nascent soul elder from the Xianyu Palace killed a golden core middle stage 9th rank Immortal Master during a disagreement. When the Great Xia Imperial Court learned of this, it immediately issued a task in Tianyun Tower. Whomever could kill that nascent soul elder would receive 1,500 merit points. Instantly, several nascent soul experts acted together, killing the Xianyu Palace's nascent soul elder and dividing the 1,500 merit points among themselves. At the time, the Xianyu Palace's palace master was a transformation stage sage. In the face of the Great Xia Imperial Court's overwhelming authority, he chose to remain silent and did not dare retaliate in any way. Therefore, most factions would show respect for Immortal Masters sanctioned by the Great Xia Imperial Court. Xiaoyi wasn't very interested in the first floor's tasks. These were essentially all meant for Golden Core stage cultivators. To become a 4th rank Immortal Master, it might take 300 to 400 years. The second floor was targeted at nascent soul stage cultivators. Normally, with Xiaoyi's cultivation, he would not have been allowed up. But Wu Chongtian's cultivation was high enough. He told the guards that Xiaoyi was his disciple, and thus, both were able to ascend easily. The tasks on the second floor were mostly about killing nascent soul-level beasts or evil sect members. The merit points for each task started from no less than 100. A nascent soul stage cultivator could possibly become a 5th rank Immortal Master after working diligently for a sexagenary cycle, but reaching 4th rank was still a distant dream. Let's go to the top floor and have a look. Under normal circumstances, the topmost floor should have been reserved for transformation stage cultivators. Halt. According to the laws of the Great Xia, unless one has reached the transformation stage, one cannot ascend to the 3rd floor. At the staircase entrance stood 2 guards, their blood energy flourishing, their eyes gleaming with sharp light, clearly martial experts. Xiaoyi sent out a thread of divine consciousness, entering the paper world, communicating with the crocodile dragon. Wake up! The previously dozing crocodile dragon slowly opened its eyes. Upon understanding what was going on, it yawned, then released a ripple of aura, a transformation sage's pressure. The 2 guards glanced at each other in shock, quickly stepped aside, and bowed respectfully. A transformation stage cultivator. Even the Great Xia Imperial Court would treat such a being with great courtesy. Should one directly defect to the Great Xia Imperial Court, they would immediately be appointed a 5th rank Immortal Master. However, to become a 4th rank Immortal Master, one still needed 1,000,000 merit points. Compared to the other 2 floors, the 3rd floor contained far fewer tasks. But the merit points weren't few at all, some as low as thousands, some even tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of points. For example, the Blood Sun Z of the Devil Sect, a man who had committed countless crimes and had rivers of blood on his hands, would grant 300,000 merit points to whoever slayed him. But Blood Sun Z possessed mid to late transformation stage cultivation, immense strength, and a talent for disappearing without a trace. Many righteous sects transformation stage experts wanted to take on this task, yet all had ultimately failed. This task has been posted at Tianyun Tower for over 100 years. I heard recently that Blood Sun Z, while forging demonic magic, slaughtered over 10,000 civilians, unleashing a wave of terror. Recently, the Imperial Court plans to increase the reward for his head to 400,000 merit points. If you, honored one, are interested, perhaps you should pay attention to this mission. Beside them, a government official from the Great Xia Imperial Court explained. Although Xiaoyi was quite tempted by the 40,000 merit points, the crocodile dragon had not yet fully recovered from the injuries caused by the nuclear explosion. After all, it was 2 of the largest yield Tsar bombs. Even a beast sovereign couldn't endure that. Moreover, Blood Sun Z was a seasoned transformation stage sage with formidable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to remain free under the Great Xia Imperial Court's manhunt for over a century. The crocodile dragon had already lived for 5,000 years, its vitality long past its prime. In an actual battle, the crocodile dragon wasn't necessarily a match for Blood Sun Z. As for the other tasks, they were basically no different from those on the lower 2 floors, just killing beasts or devil sect members. Except this time it was at the transformation stage instead of golden core or nascent soul. This task seems slightly interesting. Xiaoyi saw a scroll of white paper, which read, heavy rain has fallen continuously in Qingzhou, causing devastating floods. 5 prefectures, 30 cities, and more than 200 counties are submerged in water. Whoever can disperse the clouds and restore Qingzhou to its clear, bright sky shall receive 30,000 merit points. I'll take this task. Xia Yi's eyes lit up with joy. With a single wave of his hand, he summoned the scroll of white paper into his grasp. The middle-aged official hurried over, saying quickly, "It seems Honored One possesses a treasure similar to the Heaven-Devouring Pot." The Heaven-Devouring Pot was an ancient immortal artifact, said to be capable of holding an entire realm's sky. Absorption-type treasures were rare in the cultivation world. Generally, they served as auxiliary treasures. To disperse clouds over an entire province, one would at least require a Tao artifact, and must be personally operated by a transformation stage sage. With insufficient spiritual energy, a nascent soul stage cultivator dispersing clouds over a single prefecture was already the limit. Chapter 88 Weather Satellite. You could say that. Xia Yi didn't deny it. The middle-aged official didn't ask further. He brought over a document and a token, saying, "Respected master, please sign this." After the signature, the official bowed again and said, "Qingzhou is now in the rainy season, suffering from continuous heavy rains. For the sake of the common people, please hurry to Qingzhou and eliminate this disaster." Of course. Xia Yi nodded, took the document and token, and prepared to head to Qingzhou. The Great Xia Empire consisted of 36 provinces, and Qingzhou was one of them. Time was of the essence when dealing with natural disasters. Wu Chongtian personally piloted the demon-repelling divine shuttle, traveling at an extremely high speed. In merely 3 days, they arrived at Qingzhou. Dark clouds covered the sky, stretching for countless miles. After half a month of continuous heavy rain, the water levels in Qingzhou had risen dramatically, flooding numerous villages and towns. Many rivers had burst their banks, causing widespread floods. Half of Qingzhou had become an ocean of water. The surging floodwaters were filled with the floating corpses of humans and livestock, and large aquatic monsters could be seen intermittently, their fierce and murderous aura piercing into the heavens. Some of these water monsters had scales and horns, their length unknown, resembling snakes, serpents, fish, and shrimp. Others were as large as houses, capable of devouring struggling yellow cattle in one bite. Xia Yi wasted no time and quickly arrived at the governor's mansion. Hearing that a Taoist master had come to deal with the flood disaster, Qingzhou Governor Meng Wenxian hurried out to greet him. During this time, Meng had been under immense pressure. The flood disaster this time in Qingzhou was a once-in-a-thousand-years event. Countless civilians were displaced, their homes destroyed, and families perished. If the rain continued, the entire Qingzhou would become submerged, and even if it were an unavoidable act of heaven, Meng's political career as governor of Qingzhou would essentially be over. "Welcome, master, to Qingzhou." Although surprised by the young age of the Taoist master before him, Meng warmly welcomed him into the backyard. Before Meng could offer a few polite words, Xia Yi took out the document and said, "The disaster situation allows no delay. Please, master, sign this document, and I will start alleviating the disaster immediately." "All right." Overjoyed, Meng quickly wrote his name and stamped the seal, handing the document back. Xia Yi accepted the document without further words, gave a respectful bow, then flew out. "I hope this master can eliminate the flood disaster." Watching Xia Yi vanish into a streak of divine light, Meng murmured to himself, "Father, this Taoist master is not a nascent soul stage cultivator, but actually a golden core expert." At this moment, a young girl pushed a wheelchair into view. She wore a multicolored radiant jade robe, her beauty exquisite, elegance radiating within, her very bones refined as jade, her face nearly flawless without a hint of blemish. "Inger, why did you come out?" Meng hurried forward to support her, his eyes full of deep affection. The room was too stifling. "I just wanted to go out for a walk," the girl smiled. Meng sighed. "You possess the Shan Tan Tuling Kit, a rare Wuxing Shan cheat in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, years ago, an enemy of mine attacked, and though we repelled them, your mother suffered an injury to her fetal essence, leaving you born with physical deficiencies. The innate earth energy in your body has accumulated in your legs. You can neither walk nor fly. If this continues, your entire body might transform into an earthen statue. For over a decade, I ruled Qingzhou effectively and had originally hoped to receive a favor from the court to send a second-grade Taoist master to heal your leg. But who could have predicted this severe flood disaster?" Meng Inger fell silent for a moment, then smiled. "Father, you don't need to push me. The innate earth energy weighs so heavily that even with your 4th-level martial cultivation, it's no easy feat to move this Cynthia wheelchair." Meng Wenxian broke out in a fine sweat, but gritted his teeth and kept pushing the wheelchair forged from meteoric iron, saying, "Only when you cultivate and resolve this earth attribute in your body will you be free. Despite your exceptional talent, surpassing most geniuses in the eastern regions, your progress in cultivation has been extremely slow due to your congenital deficiencies. I don't know when you will completely cleanse the innate earth energy in your body. Let's not talk about this anymore." That young man managed to take on this mission at the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion in the imperial capital. He must have some abilities. Perhaps he really can eliminate the flood disaster and return Qingzhou to a peaceful sky. Seeing the atmosphere turning heavy, Meng Inger intentionally changed the subject. "I hope so." Boom. A streak of lightning split the sky, pouring rain drenched the land, and in an instant, the world turned into a white haze. Fierce winds howled as golden snakes danced across the sky. The river waters below surged violently, with several serpent demons churning the water, creating monstrous waves. A flash of light appeared, and suddenly a box appeared in Xia Yi's hands, filled with miniature satellites about the size of a palm. Besides that, There were also accessories such as rockets, launch pads, and display screens. It was the family satellite kit he had obtained earlier from the secret realm of Xiankong Mountain, containing reconnaissance satellites, weather satellites, missile satellites, and more. Xiaoyi installed the satellite rocket and pressed the launch button. With a loud boom, the firecracker-sized rocket spewed out a long flame and flew straight upward. After about the time it took to burn an incense stick, the dark clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate. The torrential rain gradually ceased, and the long-hidden sun emerged from the clouds. The once gloomy and dim sky instantly became clear and bright. Master, please check the coverage area of this weather satellite. All right, I'll go take a look right away. Wu Chongtian nodded, then soared high into the sky and disappeared from sight. Xiaoyi wasn't entirely sure about the maximum coverage area of the weather satellite, but he guessed it must be quite large, probably enough to cover at least an entire prefecture. Meanwhile, Meng Wenxian was pushing the meteoric iron wheelchair with all his might, slowly advancing along the garden corridor. Meng Inger looked at the pouring rain outside and extended her delicate hand. Raindrops slid from her fingertips, quickly soaking the hem of her robe. This month I've been so busy with disaster relief that I neglected you, Meng Wenxian said with Shinkong. It's fine, father. I don't feel bored at all. As Meng Inger was about to comfort her father, the raindrops falling into her hand gradually became lighter, and soon not a single drop fell. Both of them looked up. The previously pitch-black clouds had begun to fade in color, eventually disappearing entirely, revealing the long-lost sun. Bright sunlight shone on Meng Inger's face. Her previously pale complexion, caused by long days without sunlight, suddenly gained a faint flush, making her even more charming and delicate. That immortal cultivator truly possesses hidden talent. Perhaps he can indeed eliminate the entire rain disaster across Qingzhou. Meng Wenxian was extremely excited. At the same time, Wu Chongtian, who had been gone for an hour, flew back, excitedly saying, Disciple, this divine object called a weather satellite can influence the climate of an entire prefecture. Qingzhou consisted of 9 prefectures and 58 counties. Among the weather satellites, there were still 3 clear sky satellites remaining. Obviously, it wouldn't be enough to completely remove the rain disaster across the entire Qingzhou region. Disciple, the remaining 3 weather satellites will be launched by you in the 3 nearest prefectures. As for the other prefectures and counties, I will handle them myself. Chapter 89, Cloud Clones. Within the thick layers of dark clouds above Qinshui Prefecture, Mo Lai held a large iron pail the size of a fighting dog and began sucking in the nearby clouds. The iron pail seemed like a black hole devouring everything, and within just a few breaths, all the dark clouds within a 10-mile radius had been completely absorbed. Within the vast sea of black clouds, a huge greenish hole appeared, allowing brilliant sunlight to shine through. This so-called cloud suction pail is truly miraculous. It only works on dark clouds, and its efficiency is incredibly high. Mo Lai marveled, continuing to fly through the sky while absorbing clouds with the pail. In half a day's time, the dark clouds above an entire prefecture were nearly gone. According to the sect leader, not all the clouds in the sky should be removed. Otherwise, after the storm would come severe drought. Nanping Prefecture, Changhai County. Xiaoyi took out a box equipped with a radar the size of a palm. In addition, there were several cards, one bearing lightning, one a hurricane, another snowflakes, and yet another hailstones. This artifact was called the Weather Box, capable of manipulating various weather conditions. Xiaoyi had previously drawn many weather-altering artifacts such as the Cloud Suction Pail and the Weather Box. Originally, he thought they were useless, mere mediocre artifacts. But Mei Shangdao Lai Dao the Eastern region, they had proven extremely useful. Xiaoyi selected a card marked with the sun symbol and inserted it into the device. About an incense stick's time later, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, giving way to bright sunshine. Then, he piloted the demon-repelling divine shuttle to test the Weather Box's maximum effective range. It seems the Weather Box isn't as powerful as a weather satellite. It affects roughly 2 prefectures worth of area, about a third of a large ing. Xiaoyi wasn't disheartened. After all, he could always fly around multiple times, not a huge waste of time. After about a week, the flood disaster across all 9 prefectures of Qingzhou had completely ended. Without continuous storms, the floods on land also gradually receded. Governor's Mansion. On behalf of countless citizens of Qingzhou, I sincerely thank Immortal Master. Meng Wenxian was overjoyed and wanted to host a feast for him. Xiaoyi politely declined, preparing to return to Yujing capital to complete his mission report when he accidentally noticed a young girl sitting on a wheelchair, curiously staring at him. His heart stirred as he asked, "Who is this young lady?" "Oh, this is my daughter. Due to congenital insufficiency, earth energy has become blocked in her legs, rendering her unable to walk or even fly. I've sought help from countless cultivators, even a grandmaster at the transformation stage, but none have been able to cure her." Meng Wenxian bowed respectfully and pleaded, "Immortal Master wields profound techniques. I wonder if you could possibly heal her stubborn ailment?" Xiaoyi said, "This Taoist can only give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not shall depend on fate." Meng Wenxian happily replied, "Just the willingness to treat my daughter is enough to make me deeply grateful. How dare I demand success? Then if that's the case, please forgive my boldness, miss." Xiaoyi turned to Meng Inger. "No need to apologize." Meng Inger lowered her head shyly, her cheeks reddening slightly. Xiaoyi lifted her dress and revealed a pair of delicate slender legs, but their color was entirely earth yellow, as if carved from yellow jade. When tapped, they emitted a sound like metal and jade striking together. Meng Yinger was deeply ashamed and bowed her head further, her face reddening even more. I wonder if the Immortal Master has any solution? Meng Wenxian anxiously asked nearby. Xia Yi gently pulled the dress back into place and shook his head. Miss Meng's congenital wood energy in her legs is far too strong. Only by refining a golden core above the 7th rotation and using the core to absorb the earth energy can she slowly recover. A glimmer of hope sparked in Meng Yinger's eyes, only to be quickly replaced with disappointment as she sighed bitterly. Due to my innate insufficiency, earth energy has invaded my dantian, making my cultivation 10 times more difficult than that of ordinary cultivators. Even after years of training since childhood, I am only at the late foundation building stage. My golden core at best may only reach 2nd or 3rd rotation, slightly weaker than even common cultivators, not to mention the legendary 8th rotation golden core. That's right, sighed Meng Wenxian. I've heard only the Sky Mirage Sect's Yi Lingyun has refined an 8th rotation golden core, earning him the title of peerless talent since birth. For my daughter to cultivate an 8th rotation golden core is truly easier said than done. Rest assured, Xia Yi smiled mysteriously. I have a method that can allow Miss Meng to refine an 8th rotation golden core, perhaps even a 9th rotation. I beg you, Immortal Master, please save my daughter. Meng Wenxian nearly dropped to his knees. Because of him, his daughter had been injured and weakened by an enemy, leaving her unable to walk normally for 18 years. He blamed himself constantly. Governor, please rise. Xia Yi quickly emitted a gentle force to prevent him from kneeling. After all, the man was a high-ranking official of the Great Xia Empire, a first-rank minister. What kind of precedent would it set for him to kneel before Xia Yi? This cultivation technique is called the Ultimate Golden Elixir, an extremely supreme external elixir method. Xia Yi extended his finger, and a soft beam of light shot into Meng Yinger's eyes. Instantly, a complete cultivation technique appeared in Meng Yinger's mind. However, surrounding this technique were countless dark golden shackles. This was a vow-sealing curse. The vow-sealing curse was a commonly used spell in the cultivation world, generally employed by sects to ensure that their inherited techniques wouldn't be leaked or spread outside. Under the restriction of this vow, disciples could learn, cultivate, use, and even modify the techniques they received, but they could never pass them on to others. If one violated this oath, their very soul would be destroyed by the cursed talisman. The ultimate golden elixir was a secret technique of the Dan Cauldron sect. If it were leaked, it would cause major trouble, so Xia Yi had to be cautious. Then, Xia Yi took out a spherical object and said, inside this sphere is one of the primary ingredients of the ultimate golden elixir, the vermilion pearl immortal grass. It is already extinct now, so I hope you will use it wisely. This sphere, naturally, was a time-sealing sphere, in which anything sealed would remain in its original state indefinitely, including the vermilion pearl immortal grass. How can this be? Meng Yinger had spent most of her life confined in her quarters since childhood, so she had read extensively through ancient texts, and naturally knew how rare and precious the vermilion pearl immortal grass was. No problem. The vermilion pearl grass Xia Yi had given away wasn't from the ancient era, but rather, it had been forced to mature early using ancient era spirit soil combined with the artificial growth system of his indoor spirit farm. Although its medicinal potency couldn't match the naturally grown original, it was more than sufficient for refining a golden elixir. Thank you, Immortal Master. If there's anything the governor can ever assist you with in the future, he will spare no effort. Meng Wenxian was overwhelmed with excitement, for his daughter now had a sliver of hope for recovery, unlike before, when they had been utterly helpless. Well, perhaps not too far in the future, there will be something that will require Magistrate Meng's assistance. Xia Yi bowed and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something, turned his palm upward, and conjured a small cloud into his hand. This is the clone cloud, which may temporarily solve Miss Meng's mobility issues. Chapter 90, The Martial Sage. Immortal Master, my legs are filled with innate earth primal energy. I naturally possess an infinite gravitational pull toward the earth. Even the most powerful flying treasures are useless. The higher I fly, the stronger the earth's pull becomes. Meng Yinger shook her head bitterly. Her father was one of the 36 governors of the Great Xia dynasty, and she had encountered many nascent soul elders before. But even nascent soul elders couldn't carry her in flight for long periods. Even if this cloud was a powerful Tao artifact, it wouldn't be able to bear her weight. My cloud is different from other treasures. As Xia Yi spoke, he slowly flew the cloud forward and passed it around Meng Yinger's waist, placing her directly in the center of the cloud. You try controlling the cloud and flying. All right, I'll give it a try. Meng Yinger was eager to try. As she focused her thoughts, she suddenly felt as light as a swallow and floated into the air. She didn't feel the Earth's infinite gravitational pull at all. How is this possible? Meng Yinger was both shocked and delighted. In her 18 years of life, this was the first time she had ever felt what flying truly felt like. Beside her, Meng Wenxian was stunned beyond measure. To his eyes, Meng Yinger's upper body stood atop the cloud, floating midair. Meanwhile, her lower body was still sitting on the wheelchair, covered with a layer of cloud. How eerie was this scene? Meng Yinger noticed her father's unusual reaction, puzzled, and then turned around, catching sight of her lower body in the wheelchair. She had never seen such a sight before, and she screamed in fright. Don't panic, don't panic. Xia Yi calmed the Meng father and daughter pair, then said, Miss Meng, try returning to your body. Meng Yinger quickly regained her composure. With a thought, she guided the cloud back to the wheelchair. The two clouds collided and immediately merged into one. Then, Xia Yi waved his hand, and the cloud clone flew over. Inger, are you alright? Meng Wenxian hurried over to check on his daughter. Meng Inger felt her waist and found nothing out of the ordinary. She sighed in relief and smiled. Don't worry, father. I'm perfectly fine. Rest assured, this cloud clone is actually an extremely sophisticated spatial artifact. Although it seemed as if Miss Ming's upper and lower body had separated, in reality, they hadn't. It was merely the upper body that had traversed space. In simple terms, it was like Xia Yi using the Anywhere door to travel to the Jade capital city. When he opened it, half of his body entered the door while the lower half remained in Qing Prefecture. As a result, his upper body arrived in the capital while his lower half remained behind. His body was still connected. It hadn't actually separated. Both Meng Inger and Meng Wenxian were highly intelligent and quickly understood the principle. Thank you, Immortal Master. Meng Wenxian expressed his gratitude. He had been busy with official duties and rarely had time to take Meng Inger outside for fresh air. Other maids were ordinary mortals, without martial arts abilities, and couldn't push the wheelchair forged from meteorite iron. As for the Qing Prefecture government, there were several martial experts, but the Great Xia Imperial Court had strict etiquette rules. Unmarried girls weren't allowed to be alone with men, or else it would bring disgrace, and severe cases would be treated as sexual misconduct. Thank you, Immortal Master. But might I ask for your honorable title? Meng Inger asked, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Xia Yi. After saying this, he clasped his hands in a salute, transformed into a streak of divine rainbow, and disappeared into the distance. In the Jade capital city, on the 3rd floor of the Tianyan Tower. Master, it's only been half a month. You've already eliminated the flood disaster in Qing Prefecture. Looking at the official document from the Qing Prefecture governor and the Crimson Governor's seal on it, the middle-aged official was astonished. That's right. This Taoist has an ancient atmospheric artifact passed down from antiquity that can control clouds and summon rain. Xia Yi replied in a deliberately mysterious tone. Here are 30,000 points of merit. Would you like to exchange them for treasures or be promoted to the 6th grade Immortal Master? The official asked. The 6th grade Immortal Master position will suffice. Xia Yi had just entered the Great Xia dynasty without any foundation. It was better to become an Imperial Immortal Master. At the very least, he would have some backing. Immortal Masters above the 7th grade must be personally conferred by the tower head. Please wait a moment. The official hurried downstairs. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown walked in. His aura was mighty, exuding immense power and majesty. This is the tower head of the Tianyan Tower, King Yueying Wang, the emperor's younger brother. The official beside him introduced. Greetings, King Yueying. Xia Yi clasped his hands in respect. At the golden core stage already? And your golden core's quality is extremely high. At least 8 cycles refined, perhaps even 9. King Yueying's eyes were sharp and piercing, like 2 divine lanterns radiating brilliance. Xia Yi was secretly astonished. The opponent's vital energy was incredibly strong. The yang energy radiating from his flesh and blood had reached a blazing, sun-like intensity. This was truly a martial sage. At less than 10 paces away, if the opponent suddenly attacked with a punch, Xia Yi wouldn't even have a chance to resist. He might not even be able to withstand a single strike. Even if Wu Chongtian were present, his nascent soul would still be suppressed by the pure yang energy of the opponent's solar-like aura, barely able to unleash 60 to 70% of his full strength. Subconsciously, Xia Yi reached out mentally to communicate with the crocodile dragon, in preparation for any sudden danger. My master said my experience was lacking, so he sent me out to cultivate. Coincidentally, I saw the people of Qing Prefecture suffering from floods, so I asked my master to subdue a crocodile dragon to disperse the rain clouds. Xia Yi fabricated another story. A crocodile dragon. King Yue was secretly startled. This was an ancient mythical beast, possessing dragon-serpent bloodline, naturally capable of controlling clouds and rain. And to eliminate the flood disaster across the entire Qing Prefecture, it must be at least at the transformation-forming stage. Immediately, he withdrew his internal energy, suppressing his aura entirely, appearing just like an ordinary person, then said, in recent years, the Great Xia dynasty has frequently suffered from floods and droughts. If you are capable of controlling the clouds and summoning rain, this king shall recommend you to the emperor, appointing you as a 4th-rank Immortal Master. Then thank you, your highness. Xia Yi bowed with folded hands. Following that, King Yue officially recorded Xia Yi into the Immortal Registry, registering his name within the official records. After becoming a 6th-rank Immortal Master, Xia Yi had now become an official of the Great Xia dynasty. Curious, he asked. The Great Xia dynasty inherited its power from ancient times, possessing unfathomable foundations. Why then does the court issue tasks for something as basic as controlling clouds and rain? Floods and droughts could heavily impact a nation's fate. If this were a minor country like the Western Liang Kingdom, lacking even a foundation-forming stage cultivator, it would naturally be unable to control the weather. But the Great Xia dynasty was the hegemon of the eastern region, having nominal authority over all cultivation sects. Such a colossal empire being incapable of controlling the weather would be unbelievable. King Yue helplessly replied. Originally, there were 2 dragon serpents in the royal dragon enclosure of the Great Xia dynasty, 1 male and 1 female, who could both summon and disperse clouds normally. However, these 2 dragons wish to reproduce, and won't be able to leave the dragon enclosure for 10 years, resulting in the persistent rain disaster in Qing Prefecture, and the court has been unable to resolve it. 2 dragon serpents. Xia Yi was inwardly shocked. He had clearly underestimated the deep foundation of the Immortal dynasty. Though the crocodile dragon he had tamed possessed bloodline not inferior to the dragon serpents, perhaps even slightly stronger, it had already lived 5,000 years, and its bloodline had declined, making further cultivation extremely difficult. However, the dragon serpents of the Great Xia dynasty were still in their prime, capable of reproduction, clearly in their vigorous youth with robust vitality. Chapter 91, 5th Rank Limot. In Hushi Prefecture, Shangyang Mansion, a monstrous beast the size of a mountain was flying through the sky, darkening the heavens. It opened its enormous mouth, spewing out masses of black clouds that instantly turned the clear, cloudless sky into a pitch-black canopy. This crocodile dragon must have a strong dragon bloodline to be able to fly in midair like this. Yu Weiwang below gave a low whistle of admiration. It's still not a match for the dragons kept by the Great Xia Empire. Xia Yi smiled slightly, but didn't elaborate further. In truth, crocodile dragons couldn't fly. Compared to spiritual beasts, monstrous beasts were naturally gifted. They barely needed to cultivate at all. Once they grew strong enough, they could instantly reach peak power. Spiritual beasts were different. They usually gained intelligence by chance, and then began cultivating through absorbing heavenly and earthly qi, much like humans. To grow stronger, they needed to cultivate. Of course, despite their immense power, monstrous beasts had many disadvantages. First, practically all monstrous beasts were incapable of shape-shifting, unlike spiritual beasts, which could take human form starting at the late foundation building stage. Second, compared to spiritual beasts, monstrous beasts possessed lower intelligence and were more violent by nature, often radiating overwhelming killing intent. Third, some monstrous beasts, restricted by their physical forms, could not fly, such as tigers, lions, oxen, and apes. However, they could run at incredible speeds and leap several kilometers in a single bound. Even cultivators riding flying swords could rarely escape their grasp. The reason his crocodile dragon could fly was entirely thanks to the two items Xia Yi had used, the weight absorption gun and the weight regulator, which drastically reduced the beast's weight. Though not light enough to float like air, allowing it to fly freely was still easily achievable. As for the dark clouds the crocodile dragon spat from its mouth, that was simply due to the cloud suction bucket placed at the back of its throat. Previously, Immortal had absorbed nearly all the clouds in a prefecture of Qingzhou. What the beast was doing now was just releasing them. This crocodile dragon's ability to summon clouds and rain rivals that of the imperial dragons. I shall immediately report to the emperor upon my return and confer upon you the title of 4th rank celestial master, King Yu declared. Then I thank you in advance. The East is rich in spiritual energy and gifted individuals, and I've been hoping to establish my own sect within the Great Xia Empire. Xia Yi bowed. Oh, young brother wishes to found a sect. King Yu's interest was piqued. Your Highness, have you heard of Yuhua Sect? Yuhua Sect? That was an ancient major sect, renowned throughout the entire Dongxing continent, second only to the 3 Holy Lands. Later on, it mysteriously disappeared. Are you saying you have ties to this legendary sect? Yu Weiwang asked curiously. Xia Yi sighed. Back then, the Yuhua sect was destroyed, with less than 10% of its disciples and elders surviving. My ancestral lineage was once the master of a peak in Yuhua sect, and along with a small number of disciples, they fled north and founded the Lingsu sect. Now that the stone Great Wall in the northern regions has been breached, allowing a surge of monstrous beasts to flood in, my master, out of compassion for Lingsu sect sharing our common origins, has sent me to aid them and re-establish the Yuhua sect here in the eastern regions, reviving the glory of our ancient lineage. I see. King Yu nodded, then said, please wait a few more days, young brother. We must await the emperor's final decree. Thank you, your highness. After bidding farewell to King Yu, Xia Yi let out a sigh of relief. To establish a sect in the Great Xia Empire required some strategic name-dropping. Moreover, what he said wasn't entirely fabricated. Lingsu sect indeed originated from the ancient Yuhua sect. Even if someone were skeptical, there would still be traces to follow. In the imperial capital, Taiha Hall, Crocodile Dragon, Yuhua sect. The current Xia Emperor put down his brush, thinking deeply. Sire, the master behind Xia Yi can subdue a nascent soul crocodile dragon with ease. That likely means he's reached the refinement void stage. Your humble servant believes we should try to ally with such a powerful figure, King Yu suggested cautiously. A void refinement expert indeed deserves the respect and alliance of Great Xia. Then let it be so. He shall be conferred the title of 4th rank celestial master, and given a 5th rank Roma. You may decide the other rewards as you see fit. As you command. After leaving the palace, King Yu hurried straight to Xia Yi's residence. Feng Ming Lu was a renowned restaurant in the capital, famous for its spiritual gathering formation that made the air thick with ling qi. The restaurant employed top-grade ring chefs from the eastern regions, whose spiritual delicacies ranked among the best. Many powerful cultivators, including core formation and even nascent soul experts, had frequented this place. Xia Yi was staying in the highest tier room, room Tian number 1, at 10 high-grade ling stones per day. It was quite extravagant. He hadn't originally wanted to stay in such a luxurious room, but now his identity was that of a disciple of a reclusive master, with ancient-level monstrous beasts as his bodyguards. If he were too frugal, it would instead draw suspicion. The emperor has decided to confer you the title of 4th rank celestial master and has awarded you a 5th rank Ramat. King Yu announced excitedly. A 5th rank Ramat. Xia Yi was slightly surprised. Previously, Lingsu Sect's Limad had only been 3rd rank. In the entire northern regions, the highest grade Ramai had been a 4th rank one in Kangwoo City. As for 5th rank Ramite, they didn't exist in the northern regions, ultimately due to the barrier of the stone Great Wall defense line. Under normal circumstances, a 4th rank Celestial Master being awarded a 4th rank Ramai would already be the highest possible honor. The Emperor, in appreciation of your ability to summon clouds and bring rain, has specially bestowed upon you a 5th rank Ramai. King Yu took out a map and said, "This is the distribution map of 5th rank Mile in Great Xia." Looking at the map, Xia Yi saw numerous red dots densely marked across it, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "So vast and profound is the foundation of the Great Xia Empire." A mere mortal dynasty managing to control the majority of cultivation resources in the entire eastern regions was truly unimaginable. This was only possible due to the great changes in the world, during which true cultivators no longer existed. If the laws of heaven and earth hadn't changed, perhaps humanity would truly prosper, with humans standing at the center of all things, capable of commanding ghosts and gods. Although all these are 5th rank Ramai, even 5th rank Ramai are categorized into supreme, upper, middle, and lower grades. Since the Emperor hasn't specified a grade, this is likely another favor bestowed upon you, young Xia. Thank you in advance for the Emperor's boundless grace. Xia Yi bowed towards the direction of the Imperial Palace, then continued to study the map. On the map were 3 supreme grade 5th rank Ramite, basically all located in the heart of the Great Xia Empire. There were 10 upper grade 5th rank Ramite, while middle and lower grade ones were even more numerous. Xia Yi located Qingzhou on the map and saw that it contained 1 upper grade 5th rank Ramai and 5 middle grade ones. He promptly declared, "I shall take the upper grade 5th rank Ramai within Qingzhou." "Oh, why didn't you choose one of the supreme grade Ramai, young brother?" Yu Weiwang was somewhat puzzled. Ancient sects like Xianyu Palace and Zixia Gate, whose sect histories included more than one nascent soul Jinzhou, only possessed middle grade 5th rank Ramite, quite a distance behind the supreme grade ones. Generally speaking, only 2nd or 3rd rank celestial masters might be granted supreme grade 5th rank Ramite. "I suppose I might just have some destined connection with Qingzhou." Xia Yi smiled, without offering further explanation. Once decided, all you need to do is register it at the Bureau of Astronomy. King Yu then took out a spatial ring and added, "These are the other treasures bestowed by the Emperor." Chapter 92, the Yuhua Sect. On the demon-repelling spirit shuttle, Wu Chongtian curiously asked, "Disciple, why didn't you choose one of the top-tier 5-grade MAS?" Xia Yi sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Those top-tier MAS are all located in the heart of the Great Xia Empire, where numerous sects reside, including many ancient great sects. Although Lineage Sect now has a crocodile dragon as guardian, our foundation is still too thin, with only you, Master, as a core formation done. We're clearly lacking in senior experts. How precious are the top-tier 5-grade MAS? Even ancient sects would be envious. One misstep could lead to the destruction of our sect." There was actually one most important reason he didn't mention. Because of the treasure bag system, Xia Yi would continuously draw out items. If we were located in such a focal point, I might be noticed by some nascent soul cultivators. Then things would get really bad. Then why did you choose Qingzhou? Is it because of that young girl from the Meng family? Wu Chongtian chuckled. "Master, you're mistaken me. This is completely for the millions of civilians in the Western Liang Kingdom." Xia Yi protested. "Qingzhou just suffered a disaster. Several counties were heavily affected. It's the perfect place to resettle the people of Western Liang. Otherwise, why would I go out of my way to heal that governor's daughter, and even gave her cultivation techniques and treasures?" Wu Chongtian said shamefacedly. "I thought you were just smitten. Master, you should go into the paper world and inform all the disciples and elders. After all, once we arrive in Qingzhou, we can start rebuilding the sect." After Wu Chongtian left, Xia Yi sighed with relief, then took out a storage pouch. It was indeed the gift granted by the current Emperor Xia. He sent his spiritual sense into it, and saw piles of spirit stones and red gold coins. At a rough glance, its value reached 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Besides that, there were also some heavenly rare materials, all unique to the eastern region and difficult to find in the northern territory. Goodness, the Xia Emperor really is generous. Seems like the tiger skin I pulled actually worked. Xia Yi murmured with emotion. These items were truly priceless. Exactly because of the beast tide, the Lingshu sect stored spirit stones had long been almost completely consumed, leaving very little. The disciples in the paper world had been living frugally, barely meeting their most basic cultivation needs. The treasures granted by the Xia Emperor would indeed offer significant relief. 7 days passed in a flash, and the demon-repelling spirit shuttle arrived at the borders of Qingzhou. Ahead lay continuous, immortal mountains. On the cliffs and rocky slopes, precious medicinal herbs like orchids and vermilion fruits grew abundantly. Within the crevices of sheer cliffs, there were even clusters of spiritual trees exuding refreshing fragrance. A gentle breeze blew, mountains and rivers clear and serene, with sacred springs gushing forth in streams, celestial cranes soaring and spiritual beasts darting through forests, lush grass and flourishing trees brimming with the vitality of life. Surrounded by ethereal mist, luxuriant excellent trees gave no hint of heat. The air vibrated with spiritual energy, condensing into fog. This was truly a paradise for cultivation. Slowly advancing, the demon-repelling spirit shuttle landed on the central main peak. Atop the summit stood an ancient stone tablet, engraved with the 4 characters, Great Xia Empire. The brushstrokes were bold and powerful, exuding an air of magnificence. This tablet naturally belonged to the Great Xia Empire. Anyone who occupied this place without imperial permission would violate the empire's law and be hunted down by the imperial guard. At Xia Yi's mental command, a gigantic palace suddenly appeared in midair, then Hongrun landed with a mountain-shaking impact, dust flying everywhere. This was none other than the sect's main hall, the Yuhua Hall. Mo Lai, Song Yuanshan, Sun Tian, Zhou Haoran, and other Golden Core elders also walked out from within the paper world. A dense surge of spiritual energy immediately hit them, giving everyone a feeling of damp freshness with each breath. The breeze brushed their faces as though carrying them away on the wind. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Northern Territory's Suspended Mountain secret realm probably doesn't surpass this, exclaimed one elder who had been to the Suspended Mountain. Everyone, the Vingxi sect inherits the ancient Yuhua sect. Now that we've come millions of miles from the north, we should start anew. How about renaming our sect Yuhua sect? Suggested Xia Yi. Lingshu lacks grandeur. We do need a new name. I agree. Agreed. The elders unanimously expressed their approval, except for Wu Chongtian, whose face bore an expression of concern. The Yuhua sect of old had once been supreme, dominating the entire Dongxing continent. Even Holy Lands dared not oppose its might. Unfortunately, this immensely powerful sect attempted to defy heaven, resulting in the entire sect's annihilation. Over 10,000 powerful cultivators perished in an instant, including several peak nascent soul experts who were struck down by heavenly punishment. The entire Yuhua sect was reduced to ruins. At that time, one of the sect's inner disciples was exploring the Eastern Sea for a dragon pearl and by luck survived the calamity. Later, when he reached the nascent soul stage, he rebuilt the Lingshu sect upon the ruins of Yuhua. That direct disciple who had reached the late-stage Great Perfection cultivation later discovered some truths behind the Yuhua sect's destruction. He too attempted to defy heaven, but ended up receiving the same heavenly punishment, which destroyed more than half of the Lingshu sect, leaving only a handful of survivors. Since then, the Lingshu sect had fallen into decline. Now, his own disciple possessed ancient inheritances, was a rare prodigy, had cultivated the Heavenspan Foundation and the 9-turn Golden Elixir, both extremely rare achievements. He feared that in the future, when Xia Yi grew stronger, he might walk the same forbidden path and be struck down by heavenly retribution. Oh well, let's see how things go. My disciple is quite cautious. He probably wouldn't dare defy heaven. Wu Chongtian shifted his thoughts and finally relaxed his furrowed brows. Seeing that no one opposed, Xia Yi immediately announced that the Lingshu sect would henceforth be renamed the Yuhua sect. Truthfully, Xia Yi originally only wanted a more imposing name for the sect, something like the Holy Ruins sect. However, with constant usage, the name, Holy Ruins, began to carry unintended implications. Later, when Xia Yi thought about the sect's core cultivation manual, the Yuhua Ascension scripture, which had been inherited from the ancient Yuhua sect, it suddenly made sense to rename the Lingshu sect into the Yuhua sect. This was not a random or baseless decision. Once the sect's name had been changed, elders and disciples enthusiastically threw themselves into constructing the new sect. Meanwhile, Xia Yi, as the sect leader, was left with some rare free time. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Xia Yi went to the governor's mansion in Qingzhou. Before even entering, he saw a white cloud in the sky supporting the upper body of a young girl who was freely soaring through the air. A immortal sage? Meng Inger spotted Xia Yi and was extremely delighted. Is your father currently at home, Lady Meng? Father has gone on an inspection tour and won't return until evening. Sage, please come in first and rest a bit. Meng Inger warmly invited. With no choice, Xia Yi entered the governor's mansion. It seems Lady Meng has made extraordinary progress these past days. Already at the final stage of foundation building. Soon, you'll be able to begin forming your golden elixir. Thank you greatly, Sage. Meng Inger thanked him sincerely. Previously, she had known no matter how hard she trained, she couldn't overcome the speed of blocked earth chi formation within her body, and had practically given up. Now, with hope of healing, she naturally devoted herself entirely to cultivation. After all, she possessed the legendary once-in-a-thousand-years 5-elemental immortal body, naturally endowed with extraordinary talent. She had quickly advanced to the final stage of foundation building. Chapter 93, Somersault Cloud. The Immortal has arrived? Please forgive Master Meng for not receiving you properly. Meng Wenxian was quite enthusiastic. Xia Yi stood up, bowed with his hands clasped together, and said, I have come here today with a favor to ask of Governor Meng. Please feel free to speak, Master Xia. Whatever it is, I shall do it. There is a breach in the stone Great Wall in the Northern Territory, which has resulted in hordes of fierce beasts surging out from the desolate lands beyond. My master has connections with a sect in the north, and specifically ordered me to go there to offer aid. This sect oversees a small nation called Shiliang. Not wanting to see its people become prey for these beasts, I used a space treasure to gather all its citizens inside. However, this space treasure is ultimately a closed small world, and cannot sustain them indefinitely. I beg, Governor, you find a place to settle these ordinary people. Oh, may I ask how many people are there in Shiliang? Approximately 10 million. 10 million? That's excellent news. Meng Wenxian clapped his hands excitedly. The recent floods in Qingzhou hit Yinshui and Shandong prefectures the hardest, leaving many homeless and countless injured or dead from the devastation. It would likely take decades to restore them to their former glory. Now, with over 10 million people falling from the sky, they could perfectly make up for the population shortage in Yinshui and Shandong. The two reached an agreement instantly. Xia Yi also exhaled in relief. The Xia Empire was vast, and one prefecture here was much larger in territory than the entire former state of Shiliang. Meng Wenxian, as governor of Qingzhou, could easily absorb 10 million newcomers. Meanwhile, Xia Yi also mentioned his plan to establish a sect at Montong Mountain. Rest assured, Immortal. Among the 9 prefectures and 54 commanderies of Qingzhou, there are millions of people. If any child with exceptional spiritual roots is discovered, I will personally inform you, Immortal. If the child and their parents agree, you may take the child into your sect as a disciple, Meng Wenxian said generously. Then I thank you, Governor Meng. Xia Yi was overjoyed and immediately bowed in gratitude. In the northern territories, whether it was a cultivation sect or a cultivator, if one found a child with superior talent, they could simply take the child away. The more conscientious ones might inform the parents and leave some worldly wealth. The harsher ones wouldn't say a word and simply take the child, forever separating them from the mortal world. But it was different in the Xia Empire. If a sect or a cultivator discovered a child with exceptional spiritual roots, they must report to the local government first. If the child's parents agreed, the sect could take the child. Also, the Xia Empire had regulations stating that each disciple was entitled to 1 annual visit home, which the sect could not prevent. And if a disciple died in battle, the sect must pay a condolence payment to their parents. That was why most major sects maintained good relationships with local governments. Some sects even assigned a few elders to serve as honored immortals in the Xia Empire, so that they would have connections in the imperial court to facilitate affairs. The Xia Empire was divided into 36 provinces, each governed by a governor of the first rank, powerful officials in charge of vast regions. If not for Xia Yi having stopped the flood disaster in Qingzhou and also possessing a cure for Meng Ying'er's leg condition, he might not have even gotten into the governor's mansion. When Miss Meng reaches the core formation stage, governor can send word to me at Mangding Mountain's Yuhua sect, and I will personally ensure her safe advancement, Xia Yi said solemnly. Then I give you my heartfelt thanks, Immortal. Meng Wenxian was delighted. Previously, he'd felt somewhat uneasy. Xia Yi was still so young, only at the golden core stage, and not necessarily capable of clearing his daughter's congenital earth force buildup. But in less than half a month, the young man had already become a 4th-rank immortal, and the emperor had personally bestowed upon him a 5th-grade spiritual vein. Such recognition from the Xia Emperor was something he couldn't have received without extraordinary abilities. Just as Meng Wenxian was about to exchange a few words with his daughter, he noticed her staring blankly at the direction where Xia Yi had vanished. A feeling of loss crept into his heart. At Mangding Mountain, row upon row of palaces had been moved out of the paper world, mostly arranged according to the previous layout of Lingshu sect. Master, even though we now have spirit stones granted by the Xia Emperor, we aren't familiar with the nearby markets or immortal cities, so we can't spend them, Song Yuanshan said with a frown. Now he was the steward elder of Yuhua sect, managing the sect's finances. Therefore, Xia Yi summoned his robot, Sachiko. The Xia Empire controls 3 secret realms: Liang Secret Realm, Fengwu Secret Realm, and Bixiao Secret Realm. Like the Kangwu city of the northern territories, these are special places for cultivation trade, but on a much larger scale. Conveniently, Qingzhou has one, Liang Secret Realm. It's not more than 100,000 li away from our Yuhua sect, Sachiko explained. Then let's pay Liang's secret realm a visit. Xia Yi was instantly interested. However, Song Yuanshan had a mountain of tasks needing urgent attention with the sect's relocation, leaving no time to tour the secret realm. Thus, he compiled an extremely long list of resources essential for cultivation. Why is there still 5,000 tons of Also meat on the list? Is the sect really that short on meat now? Xia Yi looked puzzled as he saw the list. This is the deputy sect leader's daily ration, and only for about 10 days. Song Yuanshan replied helplessly. The crocodile dragon's appetite was truly enormous, and it wouldn't even bother with ordinary meat. It required beasts of at least late foundation building stage. Plus, every 1 or 2 days, it needed a core formation stage beast just for a snack. Altogether, feeding the crocodile dragon alone was already a huge expense. Can't it just go out and find its own food? The crocodile dragon said. How could the honorable deputy sect leader go out hunting for food? Besides, it doesn't even need spirit stones as salary. What's wrong with eating a bit of meat? Song Yuanshan explained. Xia Yi was momentarily speechless. Indeed, since the creature was doing its best to protect the sect, how could they not even provide enough to eat? We'll need to find a way to earn money, or we won't even be able to feed the crocodile dragon. Sighing, Xia Yi whistled, and a yellow cloud flew over. It was the somersault cloud he had previously lured over with somersault bait. Back then, when King Swansea and Xingren from the Huanyin sect had tried to force their way into the sect, during the critical moment, it was the somersault cloud that had stepped forward to resist desperately. Later, Xia Yi had drawn the lamp without a genie and turned the battle's tide. But as a result, the somersault cloud had fallen into a deep sleep. It had only awakened a few days ago. Xia Yi pulled out a handful of somersault bait and threw it into the air. The somersault cloud flipped once, swallowing the bait in one bite. Let's go. Let's take a spin. Xia Yi originally planned to ride the demon-repelling divine shuttle, but the somersault cloud wasn't willing, insisting on carrying him instead. Unable to argue with the cloud, he had no choice but to ride atop it. As one of the rare cloud clans in the world, the somersault cloud's flying speed wasn't any slower than the demon-repelling divine shuttles, quickly breaking the sound barrier. There should also be cloud clans in the Eastern Territory. In a few days, let's see if we can attract one over. So don't eat too much somersault bait. Xia Yi patted the soft yellow cloud beneath him, which was softer than cotton. Woof woof. Although the somersault cloud longed for the taste of the bait, it happily nodded in agreement. After all, it also wished to meet more of its own kind. Chapter 94 Restoration Light. On the peak of Zillion Mountain stood an ancient gateway, 10 meters tall. Across the sky, rays of light flew through the air before descending, revealing the figures of cultivators. Xia also landed atop the mountain, his somersault cloud transforming into a small white beast perched on his shoulder. The surrounding cultivators varied in cultivation realm. Some were only at the chi condensation stage, while others had shattered their core to form a nascent soul. Yet whether they were at the chi condensation stage or the nascent soul stage, all of them stood obediently in line before the stone gate. The guards at the entrance were armored generals, each with abundant vital energy, clearly possessing profound martial cultivation attainments. When it was Xia Yi's turn, he was stopped. 50 low-grade spirit stones are required for each entrance to the secret realm. Xia Yi said nothing and instead took out a badge. A 4th-grade Immortal Master. The guards' hearts trembled slightly at the sight of the badge, immediately stepping aside to let him pass. This was one of the hidden benefits of becoming an Imperial Immortal Master of the Great Xia Empire, not needing to pay any taxes imposed by the Imperial Court. Countless cultivators, by no means fewer than several tens of thousands, entered and exited the Liang's secret realm every day, sometimes even reaching a peak of over 100,000. 50 low-grade spirit stones per person amounted to an extremely staggering total, and that was merely a day's worth of ticket revenue for the Liang's secret realm. As soon as he entered, thick spiritual energy rushed toward him. Before him, 3 sides were surrounded by mountains, majestic and towering, stretching for thousands of miles, with a massive city in the center, densely populated. Judging by the density of spiritual energy here, there should be a 6th-grade spirit vein. Xia Yi secretly felt astonished in his heart. The Liang city within the secret realm was about the same size as Kangwu City, but unlike Kangwu City, there was no distinction between inner and outer city here. All its residents were cultivators. This was truly a celestial city, where anything, whether rare heavenly treasures, exotic beasts, or invaluable treasures, could be purchased, as long as one possessed sufficient spirit stones. Xia Yi casually entered a pill shop and found that the pills sold there were at least spiritual pills, with many being of the treasure pill class, making up nearly a third of the shop's inventory. The Huichun pill and the Blood Chi pill were of good quality, and their prices were much lower than those in the northern region. Boss, how much is the Foundation Establishment pill? Xia Yi asked casually. A regular Foundation Establishment pill only costs 2 high-grade spirit stones, the shopkeeper replied. A chill passed through Xia Yi's heart. He had originally considered using the medicine manufacturing machine to sell spiritual pills within the Liang secret realm. But here, the prices of pills were overall much lower than in the northern region. The Foundation Establishment pill, in particular, was astonishingly cheap. Only 1 high-grade spirit stone. If he opened a pill shop here, he would surely earn less than in the northern region. Moreover, the rent here, without even needing to think, would certainly be astronomical. After a month, the profit might still be negligible. If it were just for Xia Yi himself alone, that might be enough. But behind him stood an entire sect, and an insatiable monster like the evil dragon. Earning spirit stones from running a pill shop here would be like using a ladle to draw water from a river, utterly insignificant. If only the medicine manufacturing machine could refine treasure pills, sighed Xia Yi. He then followed the list provided by Song Yuanshan and purchased everything he needed. In an instant, 30,000 high-grade spirit stones flowed out like water. In the center of Liang City stood the governor's mansion. Inside resided thousands of imperial guards and several saint-level martial cultivators, meant to suppress and awe the cultivators within the secret realm. Relying on the badge of a 4th-grade Immortal Master, Xia Yi entered the governor's mansion. The governor is not here, Master Immortal. Do you have any instructions? An official greeted him. I heard that 4th grade and above Immortal Masters can obtain a permanent free cave residence within the 3 secret realms. Xia Yi asked. The Liang secret realm indeed contained a 6th-grade spirit vein, its spiritual energy astonishingly dense. Thus, the Great Xia Empire had built countless cave dwellings within the secret realm for cultivators to use. Of course, such cave dwellings were not free. The closer one's dwelling was to the spirit vein, the more expensive it was. Some better quality cave dwellings could cost as much as 1 high-grade spirit stone per day. However, those who became Immortal Masters of the Great Xia Empire received discounts. The higher one's Immortal Master rank, the greater the discount. Even a 5th-grade Immortal Master could get a 50% discount. 4th grade and higher Immortal Masters were entitled to receive a cave dwelling absolutely free of charge. This approach by the Great Xia Empire not only generated vast amounts of spirit stones, but also won the allegiance of many powerful cultivators. Are you Master Xia? Prince Yue has specifically instructed that, if you came to the Liang secret realm, we must choose a fine cave dwelling for you. After checking Xia Yi's Immortal Master badge, the official's attitude improved significantly. Prince Yue. Xia Yi's mind stirred. Most likely, Prince Yue knew Xia Yi was within Qing province's territory and would eventually enter the Liang secret realm, so he was proactively cultivating good relations. Prince Yue was the emperor's younger brother and controlled the Tianyin Tower. He was a man of immense power and influence. For such a high-ranking figure to show him favor was certainly to forge a connection with the hidden teacher behind Xia Yi. Xia Yi quite liked this arrangement, otherwise he wouldn't have received so many benefits. Cave dwellings were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Heaven-grade cave dwellings were rare and nearly all occupied, typically reserved only for nascent soul stage experts. Although Xia Yi's cave dwelling was an Earth grade one, its location was much closer to the Heaven grade dwellings, with spiritual energy far denser than other Earth grade cave dwellings. Immortal Master, this jade talisman is your proof of entry to the cave dwelling. Please keep it safe. If lost, you must go to the Jade Emperor City. The official handed him a green jade talisman and gave some reminders before hastily leaving. After all, the governor's mansion had a vast city to manage, with countless daily affairs awaiting attention. The cave dwelling's interior was not large, but clean and neat, containing stone tables, a stone bed, stone benches, and stone chairs, all complete. The spiritual energy inside was thick and of high quality, slightly better than that at Mangdang Mountain. No wonder so many foundation establishment and nascent soul stage cultivators desire to join the great Xia Empire. Just this matter of cave dwellings alone is enough to drive people mad, Xia Yi sighed. The cultivation world was full of danger, where killing for treasures was as ordinary as eating or drinking. Having a place filled with dense spiritual energy and absolute safety was enough to make most cultivators fight desperately for it. Oh right, today seems to be the day for drawing props. Xia Yi's heart stirred. Congratulations, you have drawn the restoration light. The familiar voice of the system rang out. A flashlight appeared in midair, somewhat similar to the previous miniature lamp he had drawn. Prop, restoration light. Function, anything illuminated by the restoration light can be restored to its original state. Excellent item. Xia Yi laughed aloud. Previously drawn healing potion had repaired Wu Chengtian's golden core and Yin Hao's Dantian. Now, this restoration light surpassed the healing potion, with undoubtedly more powerful effects. Even more crucially, the system's description specifically mentioned the word all. This was somewhat like the laws of causality props. The previously drawn, unyielding glove was the same. Regardless of the enemy, it could always create an even match, and in the end, even resist heavenly calamities. A pity it only has one fragment. Once used, it will be gone. Though slightly regretful, Xia Yi quickly decided what to repair. It was the demon-repelling divine shuttle. Chapter 95, The 9 Heavens and 10 Realms Demon-Repelling Divine Shuttle. According to ancient records of the Sect, the demon-repelling divine shuttle was a major treasure passed down from the Yuhua Sect era, and its rank was very likely at the level of Supreme Tao Artifact. As for the protective mountain formation, namely the Great Sumru front and back 9 palaces Immortal Array, let's set that aside for now. Because this immortal formation was simply too vast. What they were trying to extract now was just a fragment. If they failed to fully illuminate it, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, repairing the demon-repelling divine shuttle was a safer option. The Sect's Grand Hall, the Yuhua Hall, stood at the core of a 5th-tier spiritual vein, an area with even stronger spiritual energy than this cave dwelling. Thus, Xia Yi didn't linger long and returned to the Yuhua Sect. The crocodile Zhao, seeing fresh blood offerings brought back, became very excited and swallowed a giant serpent over 100 meters in length in one bite. This giant serpent possessed the cultivation of golden core formation and even contained a Yao Dan within, making it extremely valuable. Xia Yi's lips twitched at the sight. Upon returning to the Yuhua Hall, Xia Yi took out the demon-repelling divine shuttle. It was about 3 zhang in size, shaped like a small boat. Then, he pulled out the restoration lamp, flipped the switch, and a dazzling yellow beam shot forth. The damaged areas inside the shuttle began slowly repairing themselves. A powerful aura began to emit from it. Ancient, solemn, like a mountain or an ocean, exuding a mysterious and profound sensation. For a moment, it felt as though the divine shuttle before Xia Yi was not a weapon, but a sacred ancient book that explained the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. This is a Xian artifact. Xia Yi stood there stunned. Though the higher-ups of Lingshu sect had overestimated the demon-repelling divine shuttle's rank and believed it to be a supreme Tao artifact, they were still mistaken. Above the Tao artifact came the Xian artifact. Above the Xian artifact lay the Immortal artifact. Across the entire northern territory, not a single sect possessed a Xian artifact. For instance, Qixingdong, the top among the 5 immortal sects, had only one superior Tao artifact. Even in the mighty eastern territory, possession of a Xian artifact was limited to only a handful of sects. Xia Yi extended his spiritual sense to examine it carefully. The previously damaged formations and restrictions were already restored to their original state, and the broken components had also been repaired completely. Originally, the real name of this divine shuttle was the 9 Heavens and 10 Realms Demon-Repelling Divine Shuttle, and it's a superior Xian artifact. Xia Yi couldn't calm his heart for a long time. At the same time, he had completely re-evaluated the ancient Yuhua sect. If a simple leftover treasure from them was already of the level of a superior Xian artifact, one could only imagine how formidable the sect had been in its prime. Let's see the power of a superior Xian artifact. Xia Yi entered the 9 Heavens and 10 Realms Demon-Repelling Divine Shuttle, channeling his magical energy to activate it. Immediately, the space before him twisted, like ripples on the surface of water. A dense and sticky gray spatial force wrapped around the shuttle, and the world before his eyes became distorted, like a stone striking the calm surface of a pond. Then came a whirl of heaven and earth, and in an instant, he had already entered the spatial world. In front of him was a grayish haze, a pressure larger than mountains surging toward him. Thankfully, the divine shuttle emitted a gentle yellow glow, forming a canopy-like barrier that blocked the overwhelming pressure from all directions. This is the spatial world. Xia Yi's heart tightened. He hadn't expected the 9 Heavens and 10 Realms Demon-Repelling Divine Shuttle to have the ability to tear open space. Suddenly, in the far distance, was a tornado as thick as a house, formed purely of spatial energy. Its power was shockingly immense, enough to kill even a nascent soul formation expert should they be caught inside. Immediately, Xia activated the divine shuttle to flee far from that gray tornado. After exploring for a while, Xia guided the divine shuttle out of the spatial world. Before him appeared a bustling city filled with endless streams of people and worldly atmosphere rising into the heavens. This is Shanggu Commandery. Xia was quite familiar with this place, having visited many times. The governor mansion of Meng Wenxian was located in the city. He never expected that merely exploring a small area in the spatial world, upon returning to reality, he would have moved such a vast distance. Then, Xia rode the divine shuttle and experimented several more times. He found that the spatial world and the real world had corresponding coordinates. If one flew a distance of, say, 1 li in the spatial world, and then returned to the real world, one would have advanced 10,000 li. In other words, the ratio between the spatial world and the real world was precisely 1 to 10,000. This will definitely make traveling much more convenient. For instance, reaching Yujing City will probably take only the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Xia felt delighted. However, the spatial world was equally dangerous. For example, that gray tornado could instantly kill even a nascent soul formation expert without question. Moreover, there were also spatial tides and spatial turbulence, each presenting extreme danger. A slight carelessness could lead one to get lost within and be instantly annihilated. Fortunately, the 9 heavens and 10 realms demon-repelling divine shuttle was powerful enough to glide through the spatial world like a fish in water, without any danger of capsizing. Moreover, he discovered that the spatial world was not a single realm, but rather layered upon one another. Some spaces were chaotic, filled with gray tornadoes and spatial turbulence, forming forbidden zones for all living beings. Other spaces were orderly, relatively calm, and far less dangerous. With the 9 heavens and 10 realms demon-repelling divine shuttle, Xiaoyi's confidence soared. At the very least, he no longer faced life-threatening dangers. Even if an expert at the nascent soul formation attacked, as long as he retreated into the divine shuttle and dove into the spatial world, no matter how strong the opponent was, there was nothing they could do. In the following days, Xia trained methodically, striving to reach the middle stage of golden core formation. On the other side, Meng Wenxian also sent soldiers, reporting that his daughter was about to break through to golden core formation and requesting Xia to come and guard the ritual. With no choice, Xia had to leave his retreat and head to the governor's mansion. Meng Inger had now reached the peak of foundation building. Although she had taken the human Dao foundation, her base was extremely solid, in no way inferior to the average earth vein foundation. You're familiar with the alchemy process, right? Xiaoyi asked. Though I haven't actually performed it before, I've practiced it countless times in my mind. Meng Inger wasn't nervous at all. Instead, she seemed somewhat excited. Inside the secret chamber, piles of palm-sized spirit stones were placed neatly. These were all high-grade spirit stones. As a high-ranking official of the Great Xia Empire and a first-rank noble, Meng Wenxian naturally possessed vast wealth. Xiaoyi flicked his wrist, and the red flame furnace flew out. Meng Inger pushed the wheelchair forward, adjusted the direction, and sealed the space with hand seals and incantations. A small whirlwind appeared from nowhere, drawing the dense spiritual energy inside the chamber into the furnace. Then she brought out one by one a variety of rare spirit herbs brimming with spiritual energy, glowing with radiant brilliance and exuding a pleasant fragrance. These included 9-leaf phoenix grass, blood dragon lingji, qingsu grass, and more. These were treasures that Meng Wenxian had acquired at great cost. Each herb was of high quality, even better than some Xia he had previously gathered. Meng Inger remained calm. Following the proper order, she carefully tossed the rare herbs into the furnace one by one, where they melted into a bubbling herbal liquid. Chapter 96: The Future Mobile Phone. Waves of milky white mist rose gently, coiling around the red fire furnace and condensing into dragon and tiger shapes that lingered in the air, faintly echoing with tiger roars and dragon roars. After a while, more magical illusions appeared above the cauldron. Flowers and light rain shimmered with glowing specks. Blossoms danced like scattered petals, drifting gracefully downward, only to vanish instantly, like morning dew or lightning, like an illusion. Innumerable worlds and countless heavens filled with dazzling spectacles and terrifying scenes. Devilish yakshas, celestial beings, and Buddhas faintly emerged within the light and rain. These were all illusions created by heart demons. If the cultivator lost control or let his mind waver, the result would be the destruction of the pill and the death of the alchemist. This was also the reason why very few disciples of the Pill Cauldron sect had ever achieved the 8th or 9th golden pill transformations through the generations. Xia had encountered such scenes before, but fortunately, his mind was strong and he subdued his heart demons with great willpower. Meng Inger kept her eyes tightly shut, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, giving her a charm all her own. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her expression twisted, clearly locked in battle with heart demons deep within her mind. Heart demons, just like heavenly tribulations, could only be overcome alone. No one else could help. Should I use the dream viewing glasses to see what Meng Inger's heart demon looks like? A thought crossed Xia Yi's mind, sparking his curiosity. But immediately he shook his head, dismissing the idea. After all, peering into someone else's privacy was immoral, especially when it involved a young girl. After a stick of incense burned away, Meng Inger opened her eyes, exhaled deeply, and was drenched in sweat, as if pulled straight out of the water. When she saw Xia Yi standing nearby, her face reddened slightly before returning to normal. Then she resumed her pill refining. Half a day passed, and the furnace fire gradually weakened, spreading a fragrant medicinal aroma. Inside the furnace appeared a golden pill, the size of a longan fruit. There were 8 holes on the pill's surface, with air flowing in and out ceaselessly, as though it were breathing, radiating a peculiar vitality, like a living thing. An 8th transformation golden pill. Xia Yi felt slightly astonished in his heart. No wonder Meng Inger was known as the legendary 5-elemental immortal body. Her talent was truly extraordinary. Meng Inger then refined and fused the pill into her own internal elixir. You should try using the golden pill to absorb the innate earth energy inside your body, Xia Yi suggested. Meng Inger closed her eyes again, using her spiritual sense to control the golden pill and absorb the accumulated earth energy from her legs. A full day passed in the blink of an eye. Meng Inger awoke from her meditation. She lifted the hem of her skirt and revealed her yellow jade-like leg. Originally, her legs had turned to stone, completely devoid of life. But now, her legs had begun to take on a flesh-like color, no longer lifeless as before. It really worked. Overcome with joy, Meng Inger burst into tears. Her paralyzed legs, crippled for 18 years, now finally had hope. This golden pill seems a bit unusual. Let me have a closer look. Xia Yi's expression showed mild surprise. Without suspicion, Meng Inger immediately sent out her golden pill. To know that a golden pill was the core essence of a cultivator's life. Xia Yi raised a single hand, and the golden pill flew over. It felt heavy in his hand, solid and unyielding. Its golden glow flowed smoothly over its surface, as if cast entirely from pure gold, surrounded by faint swirls of yellow earth energy. My goodness, this isn't a golden pill. It's practically a magical artifact. Xia Yi returned the golden pill and said, use your full power and attack me with it. Then I'll proceed, Master Xia. With a single thought, the longan-sized golden pill shot forward like a bullet. Xia Yi pulled out a mirror the size of a palm. It shimmered with colorful lights and was crafted from crystalline jade, with dragon and phoenix patterns carved around its edges, exuding a formidable aura. This was a low-grade treasure, possessing remarkable defensive capabilities. It emitted 10,000 beams of light, completely surrounding Xia Yi. Crack! Meng Inger's golden pill wasn't affected by the light at all. It slammed heavily into the mirror, instantly shattering its surface into countless fragments. TSK. Xia Yi inhaled sharply through his teeth. So strong was this golden pill. To shatter even a low-grade magical treasure was simply unheard of. After all, his own golden pill had reached the 9th transformation, a rarity even throughout the entire Dongshan continent. But solely by relying on the golden pill itself, to break through a low-grade magical treasure was nearly impossible. Master, I didn't mean to. Seeing the shattered mirror, Meng Inger looked rather helpless. No worries. Xia Yi collected the broken pieces of the mirror and speculated. Your golden pill absorbed the innate earth energy and has already become harder than a magical treasure. Once it absorbs all the earth energy accumulated in your legs, it may become equal to a Dao treasure. Meng Inger herself remained rather indifferent, as she wasn't interested in combat. There is, however, one downside. You will find it extremely difficult to shatter this golden pill and form an embryo in the future. Xia Yi added gravely. Actually, he was being kind. Meng Inger's chances of breaking through and forming a nascent soul were, practically speaking, non-existent with her current strength. I've already resolved my leg condition and even cultivated to the golden core stage. I'm more than satisfied. Meng Inger remained cheerful and utterly unbothered by it. With things settled here, I'll return to my sect now. If Miss Meng ever needs anything, you're welcome to visit Yuhua Sect. After speaking, Xia Yi left the governor's mansion. Arriving at Yuhua Hall, Xia Yi intended to draw some items from previous attempts that hadn't been claimed yet. If nothing useful came up, he would immediately retreat into intensive meditation and wouldn't emerge until he reached the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. Congratulations, Master. You've drawn the mechanical legs. A complete lower half appeared in the sky, somewhat similar to a mannequin found in a mall. Item, mechanical legs. Function, by placing anything upon these mechanical legs, everything, no matter what, can be transported. If I had drawn this earlier, I could have given it to Meng Inger. It's useless to me now. Xia Yi shook his head, put it away, and continued. Congratulations, Master. You've drawn the candy that makes you want to give money. Item, candy that makes you want to give money. Function, once consumed, the eater will desire to give money to others. I'm certainly no wealth boy. The next item drawn was a pair of technical gloves. Once worn, the fingers transform into various tools capable of performing any kind of work. Xia Yi tried experimenting with combining them with cultivation techniques, and finally concluded that the technical gloves were a decent supporting item, useful for pill refining and talisman drawing. For foundation building stage cultivators, they were of great help. But for golden core cultivators, it seemed somewhat redundant. After all, a golden core cultivator's spiritual consciousness was astonishingly powerful, making assistance from the technical gloves unnecessary. Just one item left. If this one's also useless, then I'll enter an ultimate retreat and won't come out until I reach the mid-stage of golden core. Xia Yi resolved firmly. Congratulations, Master. You've drawn a mobile phone. Item, future mobile phone. Function, this is an old-style phone from the future, equipped with functions such as making calls, flying, and healing wounds. A palm-sized mobile phone materialized in Xia Yi's hand, seemingly crafted from crystal, radiating dazzling brilliance. There's no internet here anyway. This phone is useless. Xiaoyi shook his head, preparing to put the phone away and retreat into cultivation. But suddenly, something struck him, and he clapped his hands in excitement. Now I know what Yuhua Sect should sell in the future. Chapter 97. Communication Base Stations. Spirit stones are essential for both cultivators and sects, and can rightly be considered the foundation. Especially for a sect, cultivating so many disciples requires a tremendous amount of spirit stones spent daily, like water flowing away. To earn spirit stones, a sect cannot solely rely on resources like spirit mines. The most important factor is to have its own unique products. For example, a sword sect could sell treasures like flying swords, along with derived sword pills and sword talismans, etc. Another example, an alchemy-based sect naturally makes its profits by selling various pills. A sect that lacks distinctive specialties means it cannot earn a significant amount of spirit stones. Without sufficient spirit stones, it cannot cultivate powerful disciples and elders, and thus the sect will never grow stronger. Take the previous Lingshu sect for example. They mainly sold various grades of Qingyun boats. The Qingyun boat was modeled after Lingshu sect's treasure artifact, the demon-repelling divine shuttle, and possessed a fairly decent flying speed and defensive capabilities. However, restricted by its materials and complicated crafting techniques, the price was much higher than other similar flying phobak, making them rather low in cost performance, and sales were pitiful. One boat wouldn't sell in a month. Had it not been for selling them at half price, the inventory could never have been cleared. Xiaoyi had also tried improving the Qingyun boat several times before, but the results were far from satisfactory. Mobile phones were indispensable to everyone in his past life, and had an incredibly vast market. However, in the cultivation world, there was also boundless potential. In fact, there existed in the cultivation world artifacts similar to mobile phones, known as communication talismans. The communication range of a communication talisman depended on the talisman's own grade. A talisman of the magical item class could only cover a range of several dozen to 100 li. This was sufficient for foundation building stage cultivators, especially the scattered cultivators living in market towns. A spirit item grade communication talisman could cover several thousand to 10,000 li. Generally, powerful masters would equip their apprentices with one to prevent accidents when the apprentices were out cultivating. A treasure item grade communication talisman could cover a radius of 100,000 li, or even tens of millions of li. Such talismans could basically cover an entire province of the Great Xia Empire. Those who could possess treasure item grade talismans were basically the gifted disciples of powerful factions. As for the highest grade of communication talismans, they belonged to the Dao item class and could cover over 1 million li. These talismans were extremely valuable, often worth 10 times more than ordinary Dao items. Even the Great Xia Empire, the dominant power of the Eastern Domain, only possessed 36 Dao item grade communication talismans, assigned to the 36 province governors, used to maintain imperial control over local governments. Otherwise, given the vast territory of the Great Xia Empire, an imperial edict issued from the capital Yujing city could take months before reaching the lower provinces and commanderies, by which time everything would already be too late. Perfect, I can finally put that technology glove I drew to use. Xiaoyi took out the technology glove and prepared to construct a communication base station first. Although the future mobile phone he had drawn couldn't connect to the internet, it did come with a highly intelligent AI virtual assistant. Although advanced technology required internet access, creating a basic mobile phone or communication base station was simple enough for the AI to easily deduce. With the assistance of the technology glove, Xiaoyi quickly manufactured a communication base station and several mobile phones. Well, they were called mobile phones, but were more similar to early cordless phones, only capable of making calls and sending text messages. Xiaoyi summoned the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-repelling divine shuttle, causing space itself to ripple outward like water, and then stepped through. In a moment, he appeared hundreds of li away. Then he took out the phone and started dialing. Drying. Hello, is that master? On the other end came the voice of Koyoko. Seems like the signal is pretty good. Xiaoyi then drove the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-repelling divine shuttle again, arriving 1,000 li away. This time, the voice was somewhat noisy and choppy, making it difficult to hear clearly. The coverage of this communication base station is indeed too short. Xiaoyi frowned. If he wanted to completely cover the Eastern Domain, he would need to build millions of base stations, maybe even more. Just the construction cost alone would exceed what the entire feathering sect could provide, even if it sold everything it owned. Furthermore, there was the ongoing maintenance cost. Plus, there was another problem. Many places in the Eastern Domain contained unknown magnetic fields that could severely interfere with the signals, which meant even more base stations would be needed. If I can't resolve the signal problem, then all the plans I had before would just be wishful thinking. Inside the pocket dimension, Xiaoyi rode the divine shuttle with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, as he gazed at the grayish space outside, a thought struck him. What if I build both the servers and the communication base stations inside a stable pocket dimension? That way, wouldn't it cover the entire Eastern Domain? You must understand, the pocket dimension and the real world correspond at a scale of 1:10,000. Thus, the number of base stations required would be greatly reduced. But the problem is, can the mobile phones in the real world receive signals from the pocket dimension? Xiaoyi's knowledge of spatial matters still remained at the level of his past life. According to past scientific research, wormholes were everywhere, extremely tiny, imperceptible to the naked eye, yet existing in every corner and crevice of space and time. Put simply, no object was perfectly flat. If one looked closely enough, one would find cracks and wrinkles on its surface. This was a basic physical principle that also applied to space-time. Space-time, too, was full of gaps, folds, and voids, only much smaller, even tinier than molecules or atoms, measuring only a few trillionths of a centimeter wide. After returning to Yuhua Hall, Xia hurriedly placed the communication base station inside the pocket dimension. Then he called Koyoko from Shanggu County, 10,000 li away. For a long time, the call finally connected, but the signal was extremely weak, making it impossible to hear what Koyoko was saying. At least there's a signal. What remains now is how to enhance it. Ever since the demon-repelling divine shuttle had been restored by the restoration lamp and upgraded to the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-repelling divine shuttle, Xia had studied it extensively, gaining substantial insights. The reason why the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-repelling divine shuttle could perform spatial jumps was very simple. It enlarged countless tiny wormholes and fused them together to form large spatial rifts. Xia couldn't enlarge a wormhole measuring a trillionth of a centimeter across by 1 billion times to make it nanometer-sized. But constructing a spatial receiver that could expand surrounding wormholes by several dozen times was something he could easily accomplish. It wasn't complicated, just required carving a few runes. Soon, a mobile phone equipped with the spatial receiver was completed. Again, from Shanggu County, 10,000 li away, the signal this time was excellent. Xia could clearly hear Koyoko's voice without any interference. Just as Xia was rejoicing over this success, another unexpected issue occurred. Chapter 98 Spatial Divine Silkworm. The communication base station was destroyed by a gray whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. The biggest problem now is to find a peaceful spatial world, one without spatial turbulence or whirlwinds, Xia murmured to himself. Only in a stable spatial world could servers and communication base stations be built. Otherwise, even a single whirlwind could destroy all the base stations, leaving every mobile phone unusable. The spatial worlds overlapped one another like a beehive. Xia decided to pilot the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-slaying divine needle to explore within them. For safety's sake, he himself did not go personally, instead using the prop, the doppelganger cleaver. By cutting himself with this item, he would obtain a perfect duplicate. However, the body would be only half the normal size, as would his power. Xiaoyi's doppelganger still possessed the strength of an average middle-core formation stage cultivator, more than sufficient to pilot the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-slaying divine needle. If the clone perished in a spatial world, Xiaoyi's original body would also suffer great repercussions, but at least his life would remain intact. And if, in the future, he happened to draw the appropriate item, such as the time bundle skin, or something similar, he could always recover completely. That was the confidence behind his exploration of the spatial worlds. Still haven't found a suitable spatial world yet. In a gray, hazy world, Xia frowned. This was already the most orderly of the 53rd spatial worlds he had entered. At the very least, during the past half-day he had stayed there, he hadn't encountered any spatial turbulence or spatial whirlwinds. But he had still found traces of spatial turbulence, possibly from about a year ago, or even more recently. If it really comes down to it, I'll just install the servers and communication base stations here. At worst, I'll come back every 3 months for maintenance, or build a few more sets of base stations and replace them immediately when problems arise. Xiaoyi sighed. This was the best plan he could think of at the moment. Still, he wasn't willing to give up yet. He decided to keep going deeper. Some spatial worlds were on the verge of collapse, filled with spatial whirlwinds as thick as mountain ridges. It was said even nascent soul stage experts, or even late nascent soul cultivators, might not be able to survive in there for long. Xia quickly piloted the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-slaying divine needle to escape that dangerous space. What is this? Why is there a big hole in the spatial world? While exploring one spatial world, Xia noticed a black hole about the size of a water vat in the spatial crystalline wall. Its edge was uneven, as if something had gnawed on it, exuding a thick spatial energy. In theory, the crystalline walls between spatial worlds should be extremely hard, and once damaged by external forces, they will quickly recover. How could such a large hole still exist here? Xia felt puzzled. Spatial crystalline walls were similar to the walls between honeycomb cells. To travel to another spatial world, one had to break through the crystalline wall. Breaking through required immense spiritual power. If it weren't for the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-slaying divine needle being an ultimate-grade spatial mystery artifact, then with Xiaoyi's cultivation, he could only leave a faint mark upon the crystalline wall. Looking at the marks, it seems like some kind of creature gnawed through here. Xiaoyi speculated within his mind. After all, the cultivation world was far too vast, giving birth to countless inconceivable life forms. For example, somersault clouds were clouds that had become spirits, natural phenomena imbued with heavenly mysteries. Those spatial worlds were perilous voids. They too could give birth to life. I'll go in and take a look. After thinking for a moment, Xia decided to take the risk and explore. He kept himself fully alert, ready to immediately activate the divine needle to return to the real world if any danger arose. Such spatial creatures must surely possess unfathomable supernatural abilities. Carelessness was not an option. After passing through the hole into another spatial world, Xia spotted yet another large opening about 100 li ahead. Its edge was also uneven, resembling the mark of a creature gnawing again. Yet even after traversing 7 or 8 spatial worlds, he still hadn't encountered the so-called spatial creature. Strange, there seems to be a bit of saliva on this hole. Xia noticed a trace of transparent liquid on the wall. It was almost the same color as the crystalline wall and impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. Only with spiritual sense could the difference be perceived. This must be the drool of that spatial creature. It seems it hasn't gone far. Xia cautiously controlled the divine needle forward, ready to tear open space and return to the real world at any sign of danger. After traversing several more spatial worlds, Xia finally made a discovery. Not far ahead lay a huge insect molting, more than 10 feet long, crystal clear like water, radiating mighty spatial energy. Xia propelled the divine needle closer. The molting resembled a silkworm, but was quite large, somewhat like a smaller version of a young dragon. After passing through several more spatial worlds, Xia finally caught sight of the spatial creature. It resembled a spring silkworm, but also bore the appearance of a miniature dragon. Transparent and crystalline, it looked as if it had been carved from clear glass. Perhaps it was extremely weak after shedding its skin. The spatial divine silkworm curled up and was in a state of dormancy, emitting an immense aura as vast as the ocean or an abyss. Xia dared not make a sound, fearing he might disturb this terrifying creature. The qi this spatial divine silkworm exudes surpasses that of a crocodile-jiao hybrid. It's likely reached the nascent soul stage. Xia felt Chun-Jing inside. This kind of spatial creature was extraordinary. Its strength was likely several, even dozens, of times greater than the average nascent soul stage beast found in the outside world. Particularly within the spatial worlds, it was like a fish in water. In fact, even heaven-assembling cultivators might not gain the upper hand here. Still, before leaving, Xia left a mark in this spatial world for future reference, so he could return once he grew stronger. Such a high-level creature probably needed to sleep for hundreds or even thousands of years just to rest, let alone right after molting. Its period of weakness likely meant an even longer hibernation. Returning to the spatial world where the insect molt was located, Xia sensed something unusual. The area where the molt lay showed no signs of spatial turbulence, not to mention whirlwinds. It was strangely calm. Then, he carefully picked up the molt and flew to the previous spatial world. This spatial world had previously been ravaged by spatial turbulence, with gray whirlwinds occasionally tearing through. Yet the moment the molt appeared, everything became calm, without even the slightest ripple. This molt has the power to suppress the spatial turbulence. Xiaoyi's expression was filled with excitement. The reason he had adventured into the spatial realms was precisely to find a stable spatial region to build communication base stations. He had never expected to encounter the discarded molt of such a mystical creature, an item capable of stabilizing spatial turbulence. After further observation, Xia found that the molt's suppression range extended to about 1,000 li in all directions. Beyond that distance, its effects became barely noticeable. 1,000 li in the spatial world, when projected to the eastern land, might span millions of li, enough to cover half of the eastern land. Moreover, in some worlds with dense spatial energy, the ratio to the real world might even reach 1 to 20,000 or higher. Ultimately, Xia selected a spatial world that had a relatively strong connection to the real world. In fact, every spatial world existed in parallel with the Earth Immortal realm, possessing countless subtle links. It was just that some spatial worlds were hard to break into, while others were relatively easier. Chapter 99, Telephone Credit. He had constructed a total of 500 communication towers, each placed every 10 miles. This way, there would be no signal issues. Even if one of the towers malfunctioned, the communication signal wouldn't be affected in the slightest. During the following days, Xia mainly focused on researching the manufacturing of mobile phones. If produced purely using technology, although the cost would be low, the device would be fragile and result in high post-sales maintenance expenses. Thus, he decided to combine cultivation with technology, replacing some complex components with talisman runes. Within less than 3 days, a mobile phone tailored for the cultivation world was completed. It was entirely crafted from colored glass, with several talisman runes embedded inside. Some were spatial expansion runes, used to magnify space wormholes, while others were used to receive signals from the spatial world. Of course, some technological components were retained, mobile SIM cards and chips. The technical complexity of the phone itself wasn't high. Any golden core expert could disassemble and study it within a few days. Without restrictions, it wouldn't be difficult to imagine that clone devices would flood the market. The SIM card and chip were entirely technological. No talisman runes were used. Without these two components, the phone was simply a brick and rendered useless. As for whether anyone from the cultivation world could decipher the mobile phone card and chip, Xia wasn't concerned at all. For example, chips had nanometer scale craftsmanship, something so small and complex. Even nascent soul experts couldn't handle it, let alone experts at the core formation stage. Inside the Yuhua Hall, several golden core elders had gathered. What? Sect leader, you have created a communication talisman that can make calls across the entire eastern domain. Mo was visibly shocked. Communication across the entire eastern domain? Not even Dao-rank communication talismans could possibly achieve that. It's probably a legendary Xian-grade communication talisman to accomplish such a feat. The entire eastern domain probably doesn't even have something like that. Maybe only the central plains could possess such a thing. Other golden core experts were also shocked beyond measure and couldn't even believe it. If you all still have doubts, then please let the Grand Elder Senior demonstrate it. Xia said. Wu Chongtian nodded in agreement and rode his heaven and earth demon-repelling shuttle through the spatial world. In the capital Yujing city, Wu Chongtian held a mobile phone in his hand and opened the screen, entering Xia Yi's number. The call connected very quickly. Hello, can you hear me? Wu Chongtian asked. Master, where are you now? Xia Yi's voice came from the other end. He was far away in Yuhua Sect, Qingzhou, Yujing City. After saying this, Wu Chongtian raised the phone above his head. Spiritual Essence Nectar, the favorite drink of cultivators, 1 high-grade spirit coin per cup. 1000-year blood ginseng, effective for reviving the dead and regenerating flesh and bone. Spirit beast meat buns, 1 spin silver per tael. Even at the Yuhua Sect, everyone could feel the heavy worldly atmosphere coming from the phone. Xia Yi nodded in satisfaction. The Yujing City was millions of miles away from Mengdang Mountain, yet the signal was still clear, without a hint of interference. It's actually true. Everyone was finally convinced that the sect leader had indeed created a communication talisman comparable to a Xiangrade treasure. Sect leader, how many of these mobile phones can you manufacture? Song Yuanshan asked hurriedly. He managed the financial matters of Yuhua Sect, and thus was especially sensitive to such matters. As many as you want. Xia Yi smiled lightly. What? Song Yuanshan's breath quickened. This was the kind of effect previously only achievable with Xiangrade communication talismans. There probably wasn't even a single one across the entire eastern domain. But Xia Yi said he could manufacture as many as he wanted. How could Song not be excited? Sect leader, how much will you price this mobile communication talisman at? Song Yuanshan asked. I think it should be at least 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is a communication talisman comparable to a Xiangrade treasure. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones is too cheap. It should be at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, one elder said. Don't be short-sighted. Sect leader said he can produce a large quantity. Pricing it at 10,000 high-grade spirit stones should suffice. I believe many large sects or powerful wandering cultivators would be willing to buy it, another elder suggested. Right? I agree with Elder Sun's view. Seconded. Sect leader, what do you think is a suitable price? Song Yuanshan asked. Everyone looked at Xia Yi. Xia Yi didn't speak. He simply raised 5 fingers. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones? That's a reasonable price. Scarcity adds value. As long as we sell 10 of them, we'll gain 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Song Yuanshan nodded approvingly. No, I meant 50 low-grade spirit stones. Xia Yi said. What? Not only Song Yuanshan but all the elders were baffled. Even the returned Grand Elder Senior Wu Chongtian wore a look of astonishment. 50 low-grade spirit stones? It was practically giving it away for free. Even a Qi condensation stage wandering cultivator could afford it. One must understand that this mobile phone communication talisman could cover the entire eastern domain, its functionality rivaling that of a Xiangrade communication talisman. Song Yuanshan swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, Sect leader, you're not joking, are you? I'm not joking at all. The price of this mobile phone is truly 50 low-grade spirit stones. At such a low price, can we even make a profit? Not only Song Yuanshan, but the other elders shared this doubt as well. Xia Yi calmly replied. First, the cost of manufacturing this mobile phone is extremely low, only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, selling it for 50 low-grade spirit stones still ensures no loss. Secondly, unlike other communication talismans, I'm not aiming for a one-time transaction with this mobile phone. The real profit lies in the subsequent call charges. Call charges. The elders, all Golden Core experts, were hearing this term for the first time. To put it simply, we sell the mobile phones at a very low price, but we charge for their call duration. This generated cost is called the call fee. Then what is the charging standard for these call fees? One elder asked. 1 low-grade spirit stone for the duration of 1 incense stick's burning time. Xia Yi said. Just 1 incense stick's worth for a single low-grade spirit stone? That doesn't seem like much. How much spirit stone could we actually earn? Elder Zhou said, somewhat disappointed. Are you stupid? There are tens of millions of cultivators in the eastern domain. Even if half of them purchase the mobile phone, over time the accumulated call fees will be astonishing, Sun Tian replied from the side. Reflecting carefully, the other elders also understood the crux of the matter. If, as they had suggested earlier, the price had been set at 10,000 or several tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, the number of buyers would be inevitably limited, as not many sects could easily afford such a sum. But setting the price at 50 low-grade spirit stones made it affordable for almost every cultivator. Although selling the phones directly wouldn't generate significant profit, these so-called call fees would continuously produce substantial returns. Only the sect leader could think so far ahead. The elders expressed their admiration. Chapter 100, The Cat That Attracts Customers. The new model smartphone is equivalent in grade to a low-grade magical artifact. The runes inside are all very basic, the only slightly complex ones being a few spatial runes. With 10 to 15 days of training, even a Qi condensation stage cultivator could easily master them. Senior Changlao Song, please go and purchase a large quantity of Jade Crystal V. Buy as much as you can. Xia Yi began issuing orders. Jade Crystal V is a relatively rare resource in the cultivation world. It is usually used for decorative items like mirrors and windows, and even some wealthy people in the mundane world can afford it. Moreover, it has good conductivity from magical energy, making it suitable for crafting low-grade magical artifacts. Yes. Song Yuanshan bowed slightly and hurried off to prepare. Senior Changlao Mo, during your time at Lingshu Sect, you oversaw the forging peak, and your forging skills were unmatched in the sect. Now, organize all 5,000 outer disciples to start manufacturing these phones. Of course, the sect will not exploit the disciples. Each completed phone will earn 1 contribution point. Xia Yi spoke confidently. Understood. I'll first organize a training session explaining how to manufacture the phones, then begin mass production. Mo Lai bowed with clasped hands. For an outer disciple, receiving 1 contribution point per phone made was a substantial income. One must understand that 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones, and an average outer disciple could easily earn 50 or 60 low-grade spirit stones per day. Moreover, since Lingshu Sect's rebranding to Yuhua Sect, contribution points had become even more valuable, capable of purchasing anything related to cultivation. After all, the eastern regions were rich in resources, vastly superior to the barren and remote northern territories. It could be foreseen that, in the coming period, all the outer disciples would devote their energies entirely to manufacturing phones. Even some inner disciples would likely be envious. As for the technological components like SIM cards and phone chips, Xia Yi left those to Xingzi's operation. The mechanical manufacturing machine could produce the desired products as long as there were design blueprints. Producing SIM cards and phone chips was not difficult. However, the process was quite tedious and required constant supervision. While Yuhua Sect was bustling with activity, Xia Yi personally headed to the Liang secret realm. Master Cultivator wishes to purchase a shop. The official who had previously assisted Xia Yi pulled out a pile of documents and searched through them for a while before saying, "Currently, there are 1,230 vacant shops in Liang City. Prices range from 1,000 top-grade spirit stones to several 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Which one would the master prefer?" Xia Yi took the thick stack of paper and skimmed through it briefly. He noticed that shops in prime locations were almost all priced above 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, which was shockingly expensive. After browsing for a while, he finally chose a shop valued at about 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Although it was not in the core area of Liang City, the foot traffic was still impressive. Crucially, Yuhua Sect only had slightly less than 20,000 top-grade spirit stones left, and maintaining the sect's operations also required funds. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was already the upper limit they could afford for purchasing a shop. There is a discount for 4th-tier Immortal Masters. You only need to pay 8,100 top-grade spirit stones, the official said. That's great. Xia Yi readily paid the spirit stones. He hadn't expected that the Imperial Court of Great Xia would provide such excellent benefits for Immortal Masters. No wonder so many cultivators rushed to complete missions from the Tianyun building to become Immortal Masters. Soon, Mo Lai's training course ended, and nearly all the disciples had mastered the technique of making phones. Song Yuanshan had long finished procuring the necessary materials for crafting. Driven by the lure of contribution points, every disciple began making phones at full effort. The daily production capacity astonishingly reached 50,000 units. Xia Yi brought the first batch of phones to the new store. The shop was named Yuhua Pavilion and had been decorated very simply without any extravagance. A banner was hung above the entrance. New style communication talisman, a product ahead of its time. After simply displaying the phones, Yuhua Pavilion officially opened for business. People came and went outside the shop, but practically no one walked in. This made Xia Yi feel somewhat dejected. With no other choice, he could only use a special item, the cat that attracts customers. This cat was black and white in color and could help struggling business owners attract more patrons. For a shop owner, it was no doubt a god of wealth. Xia Yi placed the cat at the edge of the entrance. Before long, an elderly man at foundation building stage unconsciously walked in. "Is this place exclusively selling communication talismans?" the old man asked. He intended to buy an artifact-level communication talisman for his disciple, with a coverage range of about 100 miles. "This is a communication talisman developed by our sect. It's called a mobile phone. Take a look." Xia Yi handed over a model phone. Looking at the jade crystal-made communication talisman, the elderly man at foundation building stage mumbled, "Fancy-looking and much bigger compared to ordinary communication talismans." After examining it for a while, the old man continued asking, "What's the price of this communication talisman? And what's its coverage range?" "This phone is priced at 56 low-grade spirit stones per piece. As for the coverage range, it can basically cover over 90% of the eastern territories." 56 low-grade spirit stones? That's too expensive. Even artifact-level communication talismans from the Xiantian sect only sell for 50 low-grade spirit stones. Just as the old man was about to put it down, he suddenly realized something. "Wait, what did you say about the coverage range?" "Over 90% of the eastern territories." Xia Yi replied calmly. 56 low-grade spirit stones. The old man swallowed hard. "Exactly. You must be out of your mind." The old man shot Xia Yi a glance mixed with pity, shook his head, and quickly left the shop. A communication talisman capable of covering the entire eastern territories? He had never even heard of such a thing. Even if such a treasure existed, how could it possibly sell for just 56 low-grade spirit stones? It should be at least 56,000 high-grade spirit stones. There are way too many madmen in Liang City these days. As he left, the old man still had an expression of disbelief. Xia Yi also felt helpless. The cat that attracts customers was only responsible for bringing people in. Whether he could keep them was entirely up to his own salesmanship. Soon, the cat did its job again, drawing several customers into the shop one after another. However, their reactions were the same as the old man's. They all thought Xia Yi must have suffered from a spiritual backlash, spouting such absurd claims. 56 low-grade spirit stones. Such an amount was by no means small for ordinary wandering cultivators. None of them were willing to spend so much on such a ridiculous artifact. By evening, not a single phone had been sold. Xia Yi let out a slight sigh and prepared to put the cat away, planning to use it again the next day. The effects of the phone were real. There was no doubt in his mind that eventually it would sweep the entire eastern territories. It was only a matter of time. Just as Xia Yi was about to close the shop, a young girl walked in. Chapter 101, an order from Qingzhou. A girl of 16 or 17, her skin as smooth as congealed fat, her eyes as clear as autumn water, lips delicately red, with exquisite features and a flawless beauty that made her absolutely perfect from head to toe. She also emitted a faint fragrance around her, a scent delicate like orchid and musk, refreshingly pleasant and deeply enchanting. Master Xia, why are you here? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Meng Xia Yi was first taken aback, then asked, have you completely absorbed the congenital earth energy in your legs with your core? It's nearly all absorbed. I can walk and fly without any problem now. The hem of Meng Ying'er's skirt slightly fluttered, revealing the slender and tender legs beneath. Congratulations, indeed. Xia Yi hadn't expected her talent to be so extraordinary that in merely 1 month, she managed to completely absorb more than a decade's worth of stagnant congenital earth energy, truly deserving of her reputation as the fabled 5 elements immortal body, blessed with the nurturing of nature and favored by heaven itself. Master Xia, what is your shop selling? I couldn't help but walk in just now. I hadn't even seen the sign outside yet. Xia Yi took out a mobile phone and explained its functions and capabilities in detail. It can actually cover the entire eastern region. Meng Ying'er was likewise astonished, her mouth forming a small "oh." However, unlike other customers, she didn't harbor any doubt at all. Instead, she happily bought 10 mobile phones and successfully obtained Xia Yi's phone number. Finally, my first sale. Xia Yi chuckled. Master Xia, this phone is so incredible and priced at merely 56 low-grade spirit stones. It will surely sell like wildfire eventually. Ying'er comforted him appropriately. Then her eyes sparkled with excitement as she added, actually, the ones who need this communication talisman called mobile phone most are not ordinary cultivators, but the Great Xia Empire. The Great Xia Empire? Xia Yi was first stunned, then instantly realized the implication. The Great Xia Empire governed the entire eastern region, its territory unimaginably vast. Communication between Yujing City and the 36 states basically relied on Zhou Tianyi, a communication talisman of Dao artifact rank. This artifact, known as the Zhou Tianyi, was a product of Shantian Sect, one of the 8 ancient sects, with deep-rooted traditions and ancient origins surpassing even that of the Danjing sect. Each Zhou Tianyi had a range covering 1,000,000 li, yet the territory of the Great Xia stretched for tens of millions of li. Therefore, decrees issued by the Xia Emperor could only be conveyed to the 10 surrounding states. The rest had to be passed along successively, which was very inconvenient. Below the state level was the county, like Qingzhou's 9 counties. Normally, the states set up Zhou Tianyi, a treasure-grade artifact, between the counties. But as it was a treasure, only a core formation expert could operate it. So except in dire circumstances, the governor would never contact the magistrates below. However, these phones had no such restrictions. Even a cultivator who had just entered the qi condensation stage could use them effortlessly. Master Xia has already gained the emperor's favor and was appointed as a 4th-grade immortal master within such a short time. Surely, you could go directly to the imperial capital and discuss this matter with the emperor himself. Meng Ying'er said, no rush. If your father wishes, I'd rather start by establishing cooperation with the Qingzhou authorities. Xia Yi smiled. Then thank you, master. Meng Ying'er was delighted and hurried home to discuss this with her father. This was a huge opportunity. If these phones could really cover the entire Great Xia Empire, and were priced at only 56 low-grade spirit stones apiece, then as long as Meng Wenxian reported this matter upward, it would definitely be considered a great achievement. After returning to the governor's mansion, Ying'er quickly relayed the news. Meng Wenxian instinctively doubted the claim at first. It sounded far too ridiculous. To cover the entire eastern region? Perhaps even Shantian Sect couldn't produce a single artifact capable of that. However, he then recalled the miracle Xia Yi had performed before, ending the flood in Qingzhou in less than 7 days, and curing his daughter's leg ailment. So he found himself having to believe. You call Master Xia first. For the sake of caution, Meng Wenxian decided to test it out. Hello, is this Master Xia? Soon, the call was connected. Yes, Miss Meng. This is Xia Yi speaking. The familiar voice came from the other end of the line. It's true, Meng Wenxian was first startled, then reacted quickly and hastily said, Master Xia, I would like to order 30,000 mobile phones. Would that be possible? Among the 36 states of the Great Xia, Qingzhou was considered a lower-tier state, yet it still had a population of over 100 million. 30,000 mobile phones weren't that many at all for the government office of Qingzhou. He wanted to start with 30,000 first. If the results were good, he would order more. That can be arranged. I will send someone to deliver them within the next day or 2. Xia Yi replied. 30,000 mobile phones meant 1,680,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1,680 high-grade spirit stones. It was a promising start. Back then in the northern region, he couldn't even earn a fraction of that amount. Over the next few days, thanks to the cat attracting customers, many cultivators entered Yuhua Pavilion, but very few ended up making purchases. Most of them thought the shopkeeper had gone insane and had lost his senses. Ji Xian, let's leave quickly. This shop owner truly dares to speak nonsense. He really is ignorant and fearless, an older cultivator helplessly remarked. Master, it's just a mid-grade spirit stone. Boss, give me 2 of them. Yu Ji Xian showed no concern. A flash of light passed, and a pile of spirit stones appeared on the counter. This is like throwing spirit stones into water and not even hearing a sound. The older cultivator helplessly shook his head. 1 mid-grade spirit stone could buy me a good jug of high-quality spirit wine. I just want to Following Xia Yi's instructions, Yu Xian saved their respective communication numbers into each other's phones and handed one over to her master. The older cultivator then placed the phone into his storage bag, and the two left. This was merely a minor incident in Yuhua Pavilion, and Xia Yi didn't think much of it. The main market now was the Great Xia Empire. As long as the Great Xia Empire was secured as a steady customer, Yuhua Sect could enjoy immense profits. Qingyun Sect, a long-established sect in Qingzhou, had a deep foundation and even a nascent soul expert residing within. Zhong Qingyuan was the sect leader, a late nascent soul cultivator whose reputation throughout Qingzhou was unmatched, with few equals. At this moment, he was presiding over an elders' meeting. Disciple, this month's sales of Qingyun pouches have reached 30 million low-grade spirit stones, a 10% decline compared to last month, a golden core elder reported. The Qingyun pouch was a signature artifact of Qingyun Sect, capable not only of defending its user, but also transforming into a cloud that enabled fast travel, thus making it highly popular among cultivators. And the sales of Wuyun pouches? Zhong Qingyuan asked. Sales of the Wuyun pouch have slightly increased this month, reaching 15 million low-grade spirit stones, the golden core elder responded. Never would I have thought that after only a few months on the market, the Wuyun pouch would achieve such success. Many elders expressed delight. Compared to the Qingyun pouch, the Wuyun pouch focused more on offensive power and, in battle, could release lightning with considerable force. Since Qingyun pouch sales have already reached saturation, perhaps we should focus more on the production of Wuyun pouches moving forward, one of the elders proposed. Chapter 102, the Yinyang Young Master. What does the sect leader think? The elders asked. Zhong Qingyuan was silent for a moment, then replied, I think it's unwise. The Wuyun cloak is divided into two levels, spirit artifact and treasure artifact. Spirit level Wuyun cloaks, limited by their quality, emit white lightning, which has only moderate attacking power and offers little advantage among foundation establishment cultivators in Qingzhou. As for treasure level Wuyun cloaks, they emit green lightning. However, since our price is not low and they are aimed at golden core or core formation cultivators, our customer base is small. If we increase production, we might end up with accumulated stock. What should we do then? Sales of Qingyun cloaks have been weakening lately. If we don't come up with some solution soon, the Qingyun sect will have to tighten our belts, perhaps even face a financial crisis. One of the elders said anxiously. There's no doubt about the quality of the Qingyun cloak, but the Qingzhou market is gradually becoming saturated. So I have dispatched Xiener to conduct a survey in Yunzhou, our neighboring region, to see whether we can open a market there. Zhong Qingyuan said slowly. Yunzhou covers an even larger area than Qingzhou and has far more cultivators than we do. If Xiener manages to establish a market there, perhaps the Qingyun sect can take a step onto a new level. Many of the elders were visibly pleased, but some elders expressed concern. Although Xiener cultivated into a 6 revolving golden core long ago, Yunzhou is quite far. Will there be no problem with her safety? Zhong Qingyuan replied. Don't worry, Elder Sunday. For this journey, I specially gave Xiener a Qingtian Dao talisman. A Qingtian Dao talisman? Then there shouldn't be any problem. The elder nodded approvingly. The Qingtian Dao talisman was carefully refined by Qingyun sect's nascent soul grand elder. Once activated, it would summon green clouds to protect the user's body, clouds that even a core formation true Jin could not penetrate. As for cultivators at the soul formation level, they were all elders of the sect, who would go out of their way to bother a mere golden core junior. On the outskirts of the Manling Mountains, a young man with a lecherous expression and wearing pink robes summoned forth a bell as large as a house, trapping a young woman inside. It's been a long time since I've seen a female cultivator with such a strong yin essence. If I can extract her essence, my Yinyang celestial desire art could surely advance to a new level. The pink-robed youth's eyes gleamed with excitement. Inside the bell, Yu Xuan was in great despair. She had been ordered by her master to carry a batch of Qingyun cloaks to Yunzhou to expand the sect's business. On the way, she saw a heretic cultivator attacking several female disciples and couldn't help but interfere. She had no idea this heretic cultivator was actually at the core formation stage, and previously fighting those female disciples was merely for fun, like a cat playing with mice. When he discovered Yu Xuan, a heaven spirit root, and 6 revolving golden core cultivator, his interest greatly increased. He completely forgot about the previous female disciples and was now fully determined to capture her. Inside the bell world, the air turned a deep pink, like mountains pressing in from all directions. A sensual fragrance filled the space, mixed with a slightly soft, slippery aroma that tempted one to surrender to corruption. Yu Xuan quickly activated the Qingtian Dao talisman. A house of green clouds wrapped around her body, blocking the encroaching Yinyang desire lights. Not good. The Yinyang desire lights clung like viscous liquid to the outside of the green cloud, seeming to possess a certain corrosive power slowly eroding the protective green cloud. The bell rang, boom, boom, sending waves of sound that seemed to have a strange enchantment, making Yu Xuan's heart race with anxiety and her body tingle with numbness. Yu Xuan quickly took out a jade pendant, attempting to contact Qingyun sect thousands of miles away. This jade was known as the Mother and Child Soul Link Jade, a treasure-level communication talisman developed by Xintian sect, with a coverage range reaching up to 100,000 miles. It was composed of one mother pendant and several child pendants. Each child pendant was independent, yet all could connect to the mother pendant. Major sects usually purchased these communication talismans and distributed them to their core disciples. After all, core disciples were the future hopes of a sect, The loss of even one was considered a major setback. Stop struggling, little girl. This Yin-Yang Bliss Bell is a Tao artifact. Even if your communication jade is a treasure-level item, it will be useless here. The pink-robed youth laughed loudly. He had ample experience in this area. With the Yin-Yang Bliss Bell, he had harmed countless female core disciples from various sects. Those girls had also possessed treasure-level communication talismans, but none had been able to help them. Afterward, no one ever knew it was the Yin-Yang young master who had committed those crimes. Yu Zhishuan's face was filled with despair. If even Shantian Sect's mother and child soul-linked jade couldn't work, the other spirit artifact-level communication talismans would be even less effective. Am I doomed to become this evil cultivator's spiritual consort, used for energy extraction? Yu Zhishuan was overwhelmed with despair. The thought of death surfaced in her mind. Better death than being defiled by this heretic. Suddenly, she remembered a communication talisman she had bought in Liang City called a mobile phone. The shop owner had sworn that this phone's communication coverage extended across the entire Eastern Territory. You must know that only legendary grade Xian artifacts possessed such incredible communication abilities. Even the Shantian Sect could not forge such a treasure. Back then, Yu Zhishuan had simply thought it was fun and bought 2 of these mobile phones to play with. Now, trapped in this life-threatening situation, she clung to this phone like a lifeline and dialed her master Zhong Qingyuan's number. Beep, beep, beep. Soon enough, the call was connected. Xianer. A slightly confused voice came from the other end of the line. Master. Yu Zhishuan was overwhelmed with joy, not expecting that this so-called mobile phone could truly have such a miraculous effect. She immediately explained her current situation. If you dare to cultivate from my disciple's essence, Yin-Yang young master, I, Zhong Qingyuan, sect leader of Qingyun sect, swear upon my Tao, no matter how far you run, I will hunt you down, crush your bones to dust, and erase your soul forever. Zhong Qingyuan's furious roar erupted from the phone. The Yin-Yang young master was startled. Could this girl actually possess a communication talisman beyond even treasure artifacts? He knew of Qingyun sect. They were the undisputed giant of Qingzhou. Their sect leader Zhong Qingyuan had reached the late nascent soul stage. His reputation widely feared. Under normal circumstances, he might have hesitated, intimidated by Zhong Qingyuan's might. But Yu Zhishuan's talent was exceedingly rare, the legendary heaven spirit root cultivator. Capturing her essence would elevate his Yin-Yang celestial desire art to new heights, perhaps even enabling him to break through to the transformation stage in the future. Ignoring Zhong Qingyuan's warning, he concentrated all his power into the Yin-Yang Bliss Bell. The ringing intensified. He aimed to seize the girl before Zhong Qingyuan arrived. Stop resisting. Qingyun sect is tens of thousands of miles from here. Your master cannot arrive in time. The Yin-Yang young master sneered with lewd laughter. Yu Zhishuan fell into despair again. The bell sound waves pressed heavily upon her. She could not hold out much longer. Suddenly, she remembered another number. It was left behind by the store owner, who said that in case of any issues later, she could always seek him out. Holding on to a sliver of hope, she dialed that number again. This is the after-sale service of Yuhua Pavilion. How may I assist you? A young man's voice came from the other end of the line. Chapter 103, The Shock of Emperor Xia. Are you saying you were persecuted by evil cultivators and are now seeking help? Xia Yi asked. Wah, I wouldn't have contacted you, the shop owner, if I had any other choice. My master is tens of thousands of miles away at Qingyun sect. It'll take at least half a day before he can arrive. Yu Zhishuan sobbed uncontrollably. With nowhere else to turn, she had no choice but to make this final attempt. Even an ascended sage wouldn't be able to save you at this point. By the time they arrive, it'll be too late. Yin-Yang Prince let out a hideous laugh as he unleashed his full power through the magical energy in his hands. Since you are one of the first users of Yuhua Pavilion, additional protection will be provided. Please wait a moment. With that, the call ended abruptly. Yu Zhishuan looked at the phone in her hand that was emitting urgent beeping sounds, somewhat confused. What does he mean by wait a moment? Could it be that the shop owner just happens to be near the Mangling Mountains? Not even half a teacup's time had passed when ripples appeared in the void, forming a massive spatial crack before them. An ancient flying vessel slowly emerged from the darkness of the rift. The shop owner? Seeing the young man stepping out of the vessel, Yu Zhishuan felt overwhelming joy that brought tears to her eyes. Is that the legendary Xian artifact? Yin-Yang Prince, being a nascent soul sage, had seen much and recognized this as a spatial artifact, undoubtedly a Xian artifact. There should only be a handful of Xian artifacts throughout the eastern region, right? Realizing the danger, Yin-Yang Prince quickly snapped out of his shock and tried to escape. After all, anyone who possessed a Xian artifact would at the very least be a sage at the ascended sage level. But the young man had a tiny azure snake coiled on his shoulder. Its blood-red eyes suddenly emitted 2 rays of light. Yin-Yang Prince inwardly cried out in alarm. But just now, he had been momentarily stunned by the appearance of the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-repelling shuttle and hadn't reacted in time. At once, he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing. His body felt as if all his meridians had been sealed, and he barely could move. Even his spiritual power felt sluggish. Still, he was a nascent soul expert at heart, and after just 1 or 2 breaths, the negative effects were gone. But it was too late. An extremely sharp sword chi burst forth, moving at the speed of light. Yin-Yang Prince's head flew high into the air as a red mist of blood sprayed forth. Then, a milky white mist flew out, taking the shape of a small human figure. This was Yin-Yang Prince's nascent soul. Xia Yi had expected this, as he had already dealt with Yu Yang Sage's nascent soul previously. Without hesitation, he summoned a giant hand and sealed the nascent soul. Let's bring it back to Mo Lai for refining. Perhaps it could help him break the golden core and form the nascent soul. Xia Yi murmured to himself. Mo Lai had already reached the late golden core stage, though he had always lacked the confidence to break through. If he could fully understand Enyang Prince's nascent soul, it would drastically increase his chances of success. Then, the Yuhua sect would have 2 nascent soul sages. Thank you. Yu Jixuan walked out of the bell, still shaken. From the moment she had made the phone call until now, she'd been in a daze. From the shop owner agreeing to save her to the killing of the Enyang Prince, the entire process hadn't even taken half a teacup's worth of time. It's fine. Is the phone working well? Xia Yi waved his sleeve and retrieved the giant bell in midair. It was a Dao artifact and worth a fortune. It works great. Yu Jixuan nodded repeatedly. Great? This was incredible. Not even a Dao artifact could block the signal. How powerful was this phone? Most amazingly, such a divine treasure was sold for only 56 low-grade spiritual stones. As Xia Yi was about to return, he saw the still shaken young girl and asked, which sect in Qingzhou do you belong to? Should I send you back? Qingyun's sect. After this incident, Yu Jixuan naturally had no intention of continuing to develop the market in Yunzhou. Flushing red, she boarded the vessel. Soon, Qingyun's sect's scenery came into view. Miss you, I bid you farewell here. If your phone should have any problems in the future, feel free to come to Yuhua Pavilion in Liang City to find me. Xia Yi nodded in salute, then departed aboard the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths demon-repelling shuttle. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for saving my life. Yu Jixuan hurriedly bowed deeply. Only after the vessel vanished from the void did she snap out of her trance. Suddenly remembering that her master should have gone to save her, she hastily took out the phone and dialed. Meanwhile, Zhong Qingyuan was frantically flying through the sky. He deeply blamed himself in his heart. Why had he insisted on sending his disciple instead? Since Yunzhou was so far away, he, the sect leader, should have gone in person. Just as he prepared to burn his lifespan and use the blood-escaping art, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? My dear disciple, are you okay? Zhong Qingyuan couldn't wait to ask. Master, I've already returned to the sect. His apprentice's faint voice came through the other end. What? Zhong Qingyuan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't his disciple tens of thousands of miles away at the Mangling Mountains? How could she return to Qingyun's sect in such a short time? Could it be that his longing for his beloved apprentice had caused him to fall into the trap of illusions or heart demons? Master, let's talk about everything once you return, Yu Jixuan said through the phone. At this point, Zhong Qingyuan hadn't even left Qingshui Prefecture, let alone the entire Qingzhou region, so he immediately changed direction and returned to Qingyun's sect. Before long, he saw Yu Jixuan's figure at the sect's entrance. My dear disciple, you've scared me to death. A wave of relief washed over Zhong Qingyuan at once. Yu Jixuan immediately recounted the entire incident in detail. That pavilion master of Yuhua Pavilion actually possesses a spatial Xian artifact. Zhong Qingyuan exclaimed in shock. Yu Jixuan spoke solemnly. Master, no matter what the pavilion master's true intentions are for selling this divine treasure, the phone, at such a low price, we should urgently purchase a batch for use by our disciples and elders. Once this opportunity is gone, it will be gone forever. You speak wisely. I shall personally go to Liang City to purchase a large quantity at once. Zhong Qingyuan said. Soon, Qingyun sect procured 10,000 phones. At the elders meeting, a golden core elder asked doubtfully. Can this phone really cover the entire eastern region? It all sounds too surreal. Exactly. Even if such a divine treasure exists, it shouldn't be sold at such a low price. Patriarch, are you sure you haven't been scammed? Since the phone's functions seemed too extraordinary, the elders were skeptical. Esteemed elders, I have personally witnessed the wonders of this phone, Yu Jixuan stated firmly. Then, she narrated her entire experience. As the eldest disciple of Qingyun sect, and the future successor to the sect leadership after reaching the nascent soul stage, Yu Jixuan's words still carried weight among the elders, who chose to believe her. Zhong Qingyuan coughed lightly and said, if any of you elders still doubt the phone's capabilities, take it back and try it yourselves. This phone will now be issued to every disciple of Qingyun sect. In times of danger, our disciples can call the sect for help immediately. Also, all our sect's establishments throughout Qingzhou can receive information in the first instance. None of the elders raised any objections. Qingzhou, Shanggu Prefecture, Governor's Mansion. Meng Wenxian stood solemnly before a Zhou Tian instrument, while beside him, Meng Inger exerted all her efforts to activate it. The Zhou Tian instrument was a communication artifact developed by Xiantian's sect and was a Dao artifact capable of transmitting messages across a million-mile range. However, due to the distance between Shanggu Prefecture and the imperial capital Yujing City, the message required 2 relay stations. Previously, Meng Wenxian had purchased 10,000 phones and distributed them to lower prefectures, governments, and counties. After a period of trial, the results were surprisingly effective. The efficiency of Qingzhou's government offices skyrocketed, as senior officials could now immediately grasp events happening at the local level. Likewise, when local officials faced difficulties, they could seek immediate assistance from higher-ups. Therefore, taking Qingzhou's administrative situation into consideration, Meng Wenxian meticulously drafted an imperial memorial to submit to the current Xia emperor. Although the memorial had to pass through 2 relay provinces, it was encrypted with a special seal, only readable with the Xia dynasty's imperial jade seal, thus preventing other provincial governors from accessing its contents. Yujing City, Taiha Hall. The current Xia emperor was reviewing memorials from various provincial governors through the Huntian instrument. The Yin Yun Sect and Fire Sect in Keizhou engaged in bloody conflict, causing severe casualties among the local civilians. The Xia Emperor closed the memorial and sneered coldly. Lately, these sects have grown increasingly disrespectful toward the imperial court. Immediately, he drafted an order for Duke Xinbei to lead 100,000 imperial guards to annihilate both sects. The strength of Yin Yun Sect and Fire Sect was no weaker than Qing Yun Sect in Qingzhou. However, Duke Xinbei himself was a powerful martial sage, with several other high-ranking generals of the same level, along with 100,000 elite imperial guards, sufficient to completely destroy these two sects. Once the matter in Keizhou was resolved, only Qingzhou's memorial remained among the messages displayed on the Huntian instrument, a communication talisman that covers the entire East region, costing nearly 50 low-grade spiritual stones. The Xia Emperor instinctively looked at the Huntian instrument before him. This Huntian instrument was of high-grade Dao artifact quality, far superior to the ordinary Zhou Tian instruments used by other provincial governors. Yet its coverage was still limited to a radius of only 2 million miles. Then, within the lengthy memorial, he noticed the name Xia Yi. Xia Yi. Could this be the same name mentioned by Prince Yue as the disciple of that mysterious expert? The Xia Emperor murmured to himself, then commanded solemnly, "Summon Prince Yue." Soon, Prince Yue hurriedly entered, still dusted from travel. Before he could finish his salute, Qingzhou's memorial was thrown before him. What do you think of Meng Wenxin's memorial? Could this phone truly be as miraculous as he described? Prince Yue quickly picked up the memorial to read. Moments later, he hesitated and said, logically speaking, for a communication talisman to cover the entire eastern region, it would need to be of Xian artifact class, as only Xian artifacts could potentially break through spatial limitations. But the hermit expert behind Xia Yi is actually a descendant of the ancient Yuhua sect. His own cultivation realm probably has reached the refinement of void stage, or even the nascent integration stage. If this phone was indeed crafted by that expert, it's not impossible. The Xia Emperor pondered for a moment before saying, "You shall personally go to Qingzhou and see whether this phone truly works as Meng Wenxin described." At once, after leaving the imperial court, Prince Yue immediately ordered his men to bring forth a Faragio Union beast. This Faragio Union beast was an offspring from the breeding of a dragon from the Xia dynasty's dragon garden and an ancient exotic beast. Its flying speed was extraordinarily fast, far surpassing the flight speed of even a Yuan Jinjuan. It took Prince Yue several days before he finally arrived at the Liang secret realm. Shortly after entering the city, he saw a large crowd of cultivators lining up in front of a store. Cultivators of various stages, qi gathering, foundation building, golden core, and even several Yuan engines, were patiently waiting in line. "I've managed to grab 5 phones. Who wants them?" A qi gathering cultivator held up 5 white square boxes, looking extremely excited as he walked out. "I'll take one. I'll pay 1 mid-grade spirit stone for each box. I'll offer 5 mid-grade spirit stones each. I'll go up to 10 mid-grade spirit stones." Soon, the price had soared to 80 mid-grade spirit stones per unit. My goodness, judging by this scene, the effect of the phone is very likely genuine. Prince Yue originally intended to buy a few for personal testing, but the line was too long. Even the scalpers were immediately snatched up at high prices. He gave up on the idea of purchasing any and instead decided to go directly to Yuhua Sect to talk with Xia Yi in person. Upon learning that the leader of Tianyun Pavilion had arrived for a visit, Yuhua Sect extended the utmost courtesy. All elders and high-ranking figures personally came out to greet him. Is sect leader Xia currently at the sect? Yue didn't carry himself with the arrogance of a royal prince, but remained quite cordial instead. Sect leader Xia has gone to discuss matters of cooperation regarding the phones with several other sect leaders in Yunzhou. "Please, my lord, wait for a short while," Mo Lai respectfully replied. "Very well, I shall wait." Mo Lai promptly brought out top-grade spirit tea to serve their guest. As the sun dipped beneath the western hills, Xia Yi finally returned to the sect. "Xia brother, it's been quite some time." Prince Yue raised his hands in a bow, a smile spread across his face. "Why? It's truly a great honor to have your highness gracing us with your presence. Please forgive my rudeness for not welcoming you sooner." Xia Yi welcomed him with equal cheerfulness. As for Prince Yue, Xia Yi held a particularly warm feeling. If it weren't for the prince's speculation regarding his identity, he wouldn't have quickly been appointed a 4th-grade immortal official, nor received such generous rewards from the current Xia Emperor. "My visit this time is at the command of His Imperial Majesty, to personally investigate this so-called phone." Yue's expression became serious. "Xia brother, is it truly capable of covering the entire eastern region as described in Meng Sishi's memorial?" Perhaps covering the entire eastern region may be overstating it slightly, but easily covering 90% of the region is certainly feasible. Xia Yi replied calmly with a light smile. 90%? Yue inhaled sharply. Just how vast was the eastern region? Even the Xia Empire only occupied about a third of its total area. 90% coverage of the eastern region meant the entire Xia Empire was within the range of the phone, leaving no place untouched. "Was this phone truly invented by your master?" Xia Yi chuckled. "Naturally. My master has also previously crafted many Xian artifact-level communication talismans. However, due to the complicated production process, mass production was impossible. Thus, he secluded himself in meditation for 100 years and eventually created the phone. It is inexpensive to produce, so almost every cultivator can afford one. Your master's broad-mindedness is truly admirable." Prince Yue sighed in admiration. Then hesitating slightly, he continued, "This phone would indeed be ideal for usage across the entire Xia Empire. However, His Majesty worries about potential information leaks, especially since the source of these phones remains under your control. The structure of the phones made by Yuhua Sect was relatively simple, yet they must certainly contain a powerful monarch artifact, possibly even a Xian artifact. The Xia Empire was, after all, the dominant power of the eastern region, with numerous political and military secrets within the imperial court. How could the current emperor feel at ease using the phones when the core monarch artifact was not under the empire's own control? Chapter 104, Subcontracting. The structure of the mobile phone was simply too straightforward. Some knowledgeable cultivators could probably guess that behind it there must be a powerful monarch artifact, which ruled over numerous minister artifacts. Every decision made by the Great Xia dynasty could potentially cause turbulence in both the cultivation and secular worlds. If the imperial court couldn't obtain control of the monarch artifact, then the Yuhua sect would hold no secrets from the royal government. This is actually very simple. Yue Wang was taken aback and said, very simple? Could it be that Brother Xia is willing to hand over the monarch artifact voluntarily? Of course not. The monarch artifact is created using a special ancient cultivation technique. Even if we handed it over to the Great Xia dynasty, you wouldn't be able to use it, Xia Yi replied. Then what do you mean, Brother Xia? We can create a codebook to encrypt the messages. This way, we won't have to worry about information being leaked. With that, Xia Yi proceeded to explain the concept of Morse code from his previous life. This does seem like a feasible method. Yue Wang's eyes lit up, and he said, in that case, on behalf of the Great Xia dynasty, I will purchase 10 million mobile phones from the Yuhua sect. 10 million. Xia Yi was stunned by Yue Wang's audacity. The Great Xia dynasty's population numbers into the tens of billions. There are countless officials. 10 million mobile phones are merely the beginning. Yue Wang wasn't particularly impressed by the number. 10 million units only amounted to about 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. To the Great Xia dynasty, this wasn't even a fraction of their resources. What shocked Xia Yi wasn't just the scale of the 10 million unit sale, but rather the immense potential value hidden behind those 10 million units. These were 10 million customers. Once the service fee system launched in a year's time, it would mean a steady and endless stream of income. Very quickly, Xia Yi and Yue Wang reached an agreement. However, 10 million was a massive order. Based on Yuhua Sect's current capabilities, it would be extremely difficult to fulfill the order within a short time frame. Yue Wang wasn't particularly concerned. As long as the order didn't take 1 or 2 years to fulfill, it would be acceptable. After bidding Yue Wang farewell, Xia Yi informed the elders of the Great Xia dynasty's order. A 10 million unit order? We're going to get rich. Many of the elders laughed joyfully. They had all come from the barren northern region and had never before witnessed such an enormous amount of spirit stones. In addition, orders have also been placed by numerous cultivation sects, including Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Songqiong Palace. Yet our inventory is far from sufficient. Xia Yi reminded them. That's right. Lately, almost all the disciples, stewards, and elders have been involved in mobile phone production, yet it still cannot keep up with demand. Song Yuanshan sighed, clearly exhausted. Then we just work overtime. If necessary, we'll give the disciples additional contribution points. Mo Lai suggested. Xia Yi looked around at the elders and said, keep in mind that this is only for the Qing province. The Great Xia dynasty governs a total of 36 provinces, with cultivators numbering into the hundreds of millions. Do you plan to have our disciples stop cultivation entirely in favor of manufacturing phones? The elders fell into deep thought. A Qi condensation cultivator could live for 1 or 200 years. A foundation building cultivator could live 2 or 300 years. Golden core cultivators lived even longer, generally reaching around 500 years. Over time, the number of cultivators in the eastern region was truly terrifying. For Yuhua sect, with only more than 5,000 disciples, to satisfy such a massive market was obviously impossible. Then what should we do? Should we raise the price of the mobile phones? Song Yuanshan asked. Xia Yi said slowly. The most important parts of the phone are the SIM card and the chip. The rest of the components don't really involve much technology. So why don't we sell these two components to other sects at a high price, and let them manufacture and sell the mobile phones themselves? The elders were momentarily confused. This kind of new marketing method was something entirely new to them. Now that mobile phones are highly sought after, what if those sects take this opportunity to raise prices and sell them at a premium? Song Yuanshan, always the careful thinker, asked. We can make them pay a deposit first. If they violate the policies we have established, we'll deduct the fines from their deposit until the entire deposit is gone. Xia Yi replied. Then what price does sect leader plan to set for the SIM cards and chips? The price can't be too low, or else we won't make much profit. Yet if it's too high, then no sect would be willing to take the manufacturing contract. Set it at 35 low-grade spirit stones then. Xia Yi finalized the price and established a rule that the retail price of each phone couldn't exceed 60 low-grade spirit stones. This way, excluding the cost, each sect could earn at least 15 to 20 low-grade spirit stones per unit. Some elders felt the price was too low and suggested that the price of the SIM cards and chips could be increased. Everyone, we must look at the bigger picture. The SIM cards and chips will essentially bring pure profit to us, as their cost is very low. Furthermore, the more mobile phones there are within the cultivation world, the better it will be for us, because in a year, we will start charging service fees. Xia Yi patiently explained. The elders nodded in agreement. The sects capable of taking on the manufacturing contract couldn't be too small in scale, and must have a good reputation within the cultivation world. The first sect that came to Xia Yi's mind was Qingyun Sect, They were an old and well-established sect with a decent reputation in Qing province. Besides, Xia Yi had met their sect leader Zhong Qingyuan a few times, and had even saved the life of Zhong's disciple. He immediately dialed Yu Zhishuan's number. "Is this the master of Yuhua Pavilion?" A slightly excited voice came from the other end. Xia Yi briefly explained his plan to cooperate with Qingyun's sect. "Hold on, I'll go inform my master about this." After Yu Zhishuan spoke, she hung up and quickly flew toward the sect's main hall. "What? Yuhua sect wants to collaborate with us on manufacturing mobile phones?" Zhong Qingyuan was startled. What was currently the hottest item in the Qing province cultivation world? Undoubtedly, it was the mobile phone. Every day, there were endless lines of cultivators waiting outside Yuhua Pavilion, so long they couldn't even be seen. To manage demand, Yuhua Pavilion had even introduced a purchase limit policy, allowing only 10 phones per person. On the black market, phones were already reselling for up to 1 high-grade spirit stone per unit. Now the sect leader of Yuhua sect actually wanted to share this business with his sect. It was like manna from heaven. Even the smallest share would be more than enough to fill Qing Yun's sect's belly. He knew how difficult Qing Yun's sect's current situation was. The sales of Qing Yun robes were declining day by day, and the market in Yun province hadn't even opened yet. He desperately needed to find a new industry for the sect. "Disciple, dial sect leader Xia's number." "No, this matter is too important. I should go personally." Without hesitation, Zhong Qingyuan hurriedly flew outward. An hour later, he arrived at Mangding Mountain, the location of Yuhua sect. In the distance, a streak of light flew swiftly and descended, revealing the figure of a Taoist priest. "Tao Qin, you old fellow, why are you here too?" Zhong Qingyuan was somewhat surprised. Standing before him was the sect leader of Xianxia sect. Xianxia sect was also an old established sect in Qing province, and its strength couldn't be underestimated. "Of course, I was personally invited by the leader of Yuhua sect." Tao Qin smiled gently. Chapter 105, Mass Production. Inside the paper world, Sachiko was operating the item manufacturing machine, producing one mechanical device after another. Nowadays, with mobile phones becoming wildly popular in the cultivation world, orders were increasing exponentially. A few machines alone could no longer meet market demands. Under Xia Yi's arrangements, Sachiko had established a super factory dedicated to the production of SIM cards. "What is the current output capacity?" Xia Yi asked. "The daily output of SIM cards and mobile phone chips has already reached 500,000 units. The second factory is already under construction and future production will double," Sachiko replied. Xia Yi nodded slightly. The time flow within the paper world was a bit faster than the outside world, so the actual daily output would be even higher. In the Yuhua Hall, Zhong Qingyuan looked surprised at the 7 or 8 nascent soul cultivators before him. These people, just like himself, were sect leaders from various factions, powerful local figures renowned in Qingzhou. In addition, there were more than 10 golden core cultivators present, the leaders of smaller sects. "Are you all here to discuss cooperation with the Yuhua sect regarding mobile phones?" Zhong Qingyuan asked. "Of course. Just wonder, how does sect leader Xia intend to cooperate? Will he share the method of crafting the mobile phones with us?" "That's unlikely. The communication range of the phone covers almost the entire eastern region. Even the central region doesn't have such a rare treasure. Although sect leader Xia is young, he's no fool. So how could he publicly reveal the crafting method? Then how do we cooperate? Mobile phones are so popular, they don't even need extra help to sell." The cultivators in the hall began murmuring amongst themselves. After an hour, a divine rainbow streaked through the hall from outside, revealing an elegant young man as refined as jade. "Apologies for Xia's poor hospitality." Xia Yi clasped his hands and smiled. No. Though several of the sect leaders present were nascent soul cultivators, he was an imperial certified 4th rank celestial sage of the great Xia dynasty. Generally, those who achieved the rank of 4th rank celestial sage were at least soul transformation cultivators. Xia Yi was only at the golden core stage, yet managed to become a 4th rank celestial sage. The reason behind this naturally prompted speculation. So none dared to act too casually. "I've invited you all today for cooperation regarding the mobile phone." Xia Yi smiled faintly. "I believe you all understand the astonishing power of this communication artifact. In the future, it will inevitably sweep the entire eastern region. And just how many cultivators are there in the eastern region? Including even the Qi gathering stage, the number could reach hundreds of millions. What's more, the phone isn't expensive, just 56 low-grade spirit stones. Also, the great Xia dynasty's chibi coins are quite stable. 10 chibi coins can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Just 560 chibi coins, not a big sum for the rich in the secular world. Just think how enormous the market potential for the phone must be." The gathered leaders and sect heads were momentarily breathless. Previously, they only knew of the phone's unmatched market potential in the cultivation world, but never realized it could also become popular in the secular world. How many billions of citizens were there in the great Xia dynasty? Among them were countless merchants and the wealthy elite. Especially the merchants, with businesses spread throughout the land, frequently missed business opportunities daily due to slow and inefficient communication. Traditional communication talismans were expensive, limited in coverage, and required cultivation to use, clearly unsuitable for ordinary people. If mobile phones entered the secular world, those merchants would certainly be the first to pay handsomely for them. The market for the phone in the eastern region is simply too big for the Yuhua sect alone to handle, so I'm willing to share this enormous cake with you all, Xia Yi smiled. But may we know specifically what you mean by cooperation, sect leader Xia? An elder of the nascent soul stage couldn't help but ask eagerly. Xia Yi didn't answer directly, but asked instead, "You all must have studied these phones carefully. What are your findings?" Zhong Qingyuan hesitated briefly before replying. The structure of the phone is very simple, only 7 or 8 arranged glyphs. However, 2 components within remain completely incomprehensible to me. I have meditated on them for several days without making any progress. Everyone else nodded in agreement. They had naturally all studied the phones. But those 2 parts seemed foreign to the craftsmanship of the current cultivation era. Those 2 components are derived from ancient secrets. It's normal that you can't decipher them, considering the laws of the heavens have long changed. Xia Yi smiled faintly, continuing. Therefore, I intend to provide these 2 components to all sect leaders present. The rest of the parts you can assemble yourselves, and the final phones can also be sold by your sections. How much would you charge us for those 2 components, sect leader Xia? Everyone here was shrewd and instantly understood the key point. 35 low-grade spirit stones, and you must sell the finished phones no higher than 60 low-grade spirit stones, nor below 50, Xia Yi answered. In this case, the profit per phone would be around 15 to 20 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting labor costs, it would be roughly 13 low-grade spirit stones. Zhong Qingyuan quickly calculated the profit in his mind. Can the price of those 2 components be lowered? Considering the phone's unit price is already so low, even producing 1,000,000 phones would only yield around 1,500 high-grade spirit stones. Yes, such a massive production volume would require too many disciples. The revenue isn't substantial, and we certainly can't have the entire sect dedicating itself to phone manufacturing. A nascent soul cultivator wanted to negotiate a lower component price. This unit price isn't too high already. After all, our Yuhua sect also incurs significant costs for the core technology. Besides, although your sects may not have many disciples, each of you has numerous affiliated cultivation clans. The total number of disciples within these families might reach tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Xia Yi smiled faintly. He understood these sect leaders were simply trying to chase more profit. However, the price he offered was already quite fair. Of course, if anyone is unwilling, I absolutely won't force you. Everyone fell silent. Though the unit price for assembling phones wasn't high, the process was technically simple. Any cultivator at the Qi gathering stage could easily perform it after proper training. A major sect would naturally have countless affiliated families. Take the Ziyang Daoist, for example. The Ning clan behind him was an affiliated family of the Huanin sect. Another example would be the Qingyun sect, which had over 50 golden core elders and more than 30 cultivation families affiliated with it. As Xia Yi had pointed out, these sects could easily outsource a portion of their production to these downstream cultivation families. After a year, they could earn tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones in pure profit. After all, the market for phones was simply too vast, so much that it was hard to imagine. Then I, Zhong Qingyuan of Qingyun sect, will order 10 million components first. Zhong Qingyuan spoke first. I, of Shini sect, will also order 10 million units. TXI and Xian also requests 10 million units. The sect leaders and patriarchs quickly followed with their orders. Other smaller sects, about the same scale as the previous Lingsu sect, were not especially powerful, but they had good reputations in Qingzhou. Xia Yi gave each of them orders in the millions. Xia Yi suddenly added, "Oh, by the way, all of you need to pay my Yuhua sect a deposit in advance. The amount varies from hundreds to tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, depending on your sect's strength. Then, our sect will establish a special inspection team to randomly check your products. If any unqualified phones are found, fines will be imposed. If your passing rate falls below our standards, your contract manufacturing privileges will be revoked immediately. Also, if any sect is found selling the manufactured phones into the black market, aside from having their contract privileges revoked and their deposits confiscated, they will be blacklisted by Yuhua sect and permanently prohibited from purchasing any of our products. For any sect that no longer wishes to cooperate with Yuhua sect in the future, their deposits will be fully refunded." Everyone fell silent for a moment. Although the conditions seemed strict, they were generally acceptable. Thus, one after another, they agreed and paid the required deposit. After signing the contract, Zhong Qingyuan grabbed the 10 million SIM cards and chips and hurriedly returned to Qingyun sect. He immediately convened an elders meeting. This 10 million unit order is only the beginning. If the first batch meets our quality standards, there will be more orders to come. What are your thoughts, honorable elders? Zhong Qingyuan asked. Based on the calculations, from this 10 million unit order alone, we should make at least 15,000 high-grade spirit stones. That's right. This will significantly ease the financial burden on our Qingyun sect. The elders unanimously agreed. However, our Qingyun sect disciples are talents who should focus on cultivation rather than waste time on this tedious phone manufacturing. An elderly nascent soul cultivator coughed, and instant silence followed. He was the eldest among the elders, and even Zhong Qingyuan, the sect leader, held him in high regard. The elder continued, "Therefore, I suggest we assign this contract manufacturing to the Wang clan. This way, our disciples won't be distracted from their cultivation." The Wang clan was also a 1,000-year-old cultivation family, and the elder was indeed their patriarch. What an audacious old villain. If anyone should receive it, it should be my Lu clan. One nascent soul cultivator nearby became discontented. My phone clan should be the one chosen by popular will. Seeing the chaotic scene below, Zhong Qingyuan's head instantly began to ache. Liang's secret region. I lined up right after Yuhua Pavilion closed last night. This time, I'm sure I'll get a phone. I heard black market phones are already selling for 1 high-grade spirit stone per unit. It's all those geniuses or high-level cultivators buying them. They don't care about such small costs. Yuhua Pavilion sells too few phones daily. Only a mere 30,000 units. This time I must buy one and give it to my junior apprentice sister. That way, we can talk every day. Even before Yuhua Pavilion opened its doors, a long line had already formed outside, packed with people like a bustling sea of humanity. The popularity of the phones was growing by the day. After all, previously, even a talisman-level communication charm cost around 40 to 50 low-grade spirit stones and had a coverage range of merely a few dozen miles. Now, for a similar price, one could purchase a legendary spirit tool-level communication artifact. How could people not go crazy over it? Especially for the Sect disciples. When going out on cultivation missions, the danger was always high, resulting in a consistently alarming death rate. This made many disciples reluctant to take on such missions whenever possible. However, with phones, they could contact their masters or the Sect at any time, greatly increasing their survival chances. Of course, some cultivators were deeply resentful of the appearance of the phones. For example, cultivators of hardship, demons, or evil sects. In the past, they loved ambushing Sect disciples because these disciples usually had plenty of spirit stones and possessed superior phoboth and cultivation techniques compared to wandering cultivators. Afterwards, by using bone-dissolving liquid or similar substances to destroy the bodies, even the sects behind the disciples couldn't find any evidence. With the advent of phones, their old methods no longer worked. Once a Sect disciple encountered hardship, they would immediately inform the Sect. If those hardship cultivators killed the disciple, they would face ruthless retaliation from the Sect. Up to now, many hardship cultivators had already been hunted down due to the exposure of their crimes via phones. Soon, the gates of Yuhua Pavilion opened. Line up, line up. Today we have 100,000 phones available. Everyone, please don't rush. More than a dozen disciples of Yuhua Sect quickly came out to maintain order. Within half a day, the entire stock of 100,000 phones was sold out. Damn, didn't manage to buy one again. How can I face my senior sister later? With so many junior sisters in the Sect, 10 phones are clearly not enough. Guess I'll have to queue again tomorrow. This phone is just too hard to buy. Can't Yuhua Pavilion consider expanding production? Many cultivators who failed to purchase phones wore expressions of disappointment. At this moment, a distant voice called out, "Fellow cultivators, our Qingyun Sect has numerous establishments selling phones, officially authorized by the Pavilion Master of Yuhua Sect himself. The quality is exactly the same as those sold in Yuhua Pavilion. Supplies are limited, first come, first served." What? Qingyun Sect also sells phones? And personally authorized by Yuhua Sect's Pavilion Master. The surrounding cultivators looked bewildered. My Shinyi Sect also has phones for sale, authorized by the Pavilion Master of Yuhua Sect as well. The Ziyin Pavilion is the same. One after another, voices joined in. Hearing this, numerous cultivators who had not yet obtained phones suddenly lit up with hope and hurriedly rushed to check out these establishments belonging to the sects. Sure enough, there were phones available in those shops. Ziyin Pavilion originally specialized in selling Yin Yun Ziyin Dan, a pill that slightly improved a cultivator's talent. Although expensive, it was very popular among cultivators. These pills were usually gifts from masters to apprentices or purchased by sects to improve their disciples' aptitudes. But today, instead of the pills, the several large counters previously displaying Yin Yun Ziyin Dan were filled with phones, while the pills were moved to the corners on both sides. Countless cultivators swarmed inside, all coming solely to purchase phones. Chapter 106, Imitation Mobile Phone. Xiantian Sect. A middle-aged Taoist wore a violet and cyan 8 trigrams cloud-patterned robe, a purple gold crown upon his head. Azure energy swirled around him, and his gaze was sharp as lightning, exuding immense authority. At this moment, his anger boiled over as he roared. Why have the sales of our communication talismans plummeted drastically in the Liang secret realm and the 10 surrounding provinces? Especially this month, sales in Qing province and Liang city have dropped to an all-time low, less than 1% of normal levels. Who can tell me why? The furious voice of sect leader Tian Su resounded through the hall like rumbling thunder, clearly revealing the awe-inspiring power of a soul formation sage. Leader, this is because a sect called Yu Hua Min in Qing province has developed a communication magic treasure called a mobile phone that covers the entire northern territory. That's why our line of communication artifacts has seen such miserable sales. A purple-robed elder bowed respectfully and spoke softly. The entire eastern territory? Could it be that Yu Hua Min has developed a Xian-grade communication talisman? Even if they had, only the current Xia Emperor could afford it. Tian Su snorted coldly. The purple elder replied cautiously. It's not a Xian artifact, but a common magical tool, priced at only 56 low-grade spirit stones. The current sales of Yu Hua Min's mobile phones have already reached 50 million units. Hitting 100 million is just a matter of time. How is that possible? A mere magical tool-level communication artifact can cover the entire northern territory. Tian Su was momentarily dazed. He had only secluded himself in cultivation for 10 years, yet already felt utterly out of touch with the cultivation world today. This is Yu Hua Min's mobile phone. Saying this, the purple elder handed over a mobile phone and explained how to use it. Even among Xiantian sect members, many now wear these mobile phones. You could try making a call yourself. The elder also pulled out a small notebook listing a series of phone numbers. Xiantian Sect's Qing Province Branch, 526-6521. Xiantian Sect's Yun Province Branch, 526-4515. Xiantian Sect's Liang Secret Realm Supervisor, 541-5657. Tian Su, filled with curiosity, dialed one of the numbers. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? This is Li Tianran from the Qing province branch of Xintian Sect. Who is this? An elder's voice came through the other end. I am Tiansu. Oh, it's the sect leader. What can I assist you with? Li Tianran's voice became instantly respectful on the other side. Where are you now? Tiansu asked. I am in Qing province, sect leader. Li Tianran felt puzzled, wondering why the sect leader was asking such a question. Before he could say anything else, a sharp beep, beep, filled the line. Obviously the call had been hung up abruptly. Meanwhile, Tiansu's entire understanding had been shattered. Xintian Sect was famous for manufacturing various communication artifacts, producing hundreds of different types, its business spanning the entire Xia imperial dynasty. His purpose for this retreat had been to refine several communication artifacts and expand the sect's influence to Zhong province. Never had he expected that not only would trans-provincial expansion be impossible, but their current business was under threat. Sect leader, you are a soul formation sage who deeply understands the principles of communication talismans. Throughout the Eastern Territory, few can rival you. Perhaps you could study this mobile phone and try to replicate it. The purple elder suggested. That's a sound idea. With that, Tiansu released his spiritual sense, channeling it into the palm-sized mobile phone. The inner runes were easy to comprehend. With a mere thought, he could simulate their structure. However, two nail-sized components inside were exceptionally mysterious and filled with intricacies. He studied them for a long time, but still couldn't grasp how they worked. This seems to differ from the mainstream craftsmanship in the cultivation world. There are no runes or flow of spiritual energy inside. Could this be a technology outside the Eastern continent? Tiansu murmured, puzzled. He raised one hand, summoning a block of Xian iron into view, then conjured roaring flames to melt it into liquid. Tiansu attempted to perfectly replicate those two components using the Xian iron. Soon, two nail-sized components were crafted, their surface patterns identical to Yu Huamin's original products down to the finest detail. The purple elder marveled in admiration. Indeed, their sect leader was one of the top artifact masters in the Eastern Territory. Other than these parts, the rest of the artifact posed little difficulty. In a matter of breaths, Tiansu had assembled a complete mobile phone. Curious, the purple elder stepped forward for a closer look and found the two phones nearly indistinguishable. Mixed together, almost impossible to tell apart. Chongsu wanted to call the Qing province branches Li Tianran again, but the mobile phone showed no response whatsoever, as lifeless as a brick. Tiansu fell silent. How could his self-crafted mobile phone fail to function at all? Externally, this mobile phone was nearly identical to Yu Huamin's version. Every tiny line and detail had been faithfully replicated without oversight. Yet it was still of no use. This was definitely bad news. If the principle behind this mobile phone could not be understood, the Xintian Sect's share of communication talismans would soon be completely overtaken by Yu Huamin, leaving no chance for recovery. Exactly what kind of background does this Yu Huamin have? Why have I never heard of them before? Tiansu Daoist's eyes flickered with a sharp killing intent. One of our elders is a 5th-rank immortal magistrate of the Great Xia Empire. According to what he told us, Yu Huamin's sect leader ended the drought in Qing province's 9 prefectures with a single act, and was subsequently granted the rank of 4th-rank immortal magistrate in the Great Xia Empire. He most likely has a master at the soul formation stage behind him. Their background is extremely profound, said the purple-robed elder. What about the sect leader's own cultivation level? Is he at core formation mid-stage? Or late stage? Tiansu asked. Neither. The purple elder shook his head and replied. Core formation early stage, to be exact. What? Core formation? Tiansu was utterly shocked. After all, within Xintian Sect alone, there were probably 300 or 400 disciples and elders who had reached the core formation stage. That was the foundation that made them one of the 8 ancient sects. Even in an ordinary county or prefecture within the Great Xia Empire, aristocratic cultivation families usually had more than one core formation expert. They say the quality of that sect leader's golden core is 9th transformation. The purple elder added coldly. 9th transformation golden core. Tiansu's pupils constricted. Since ancient times, very few cultivators had ever achieved the legendary 9th transformation golden core, and all of them came from the central continent. Each of these individuals left a brilliant mark in history. Even the weakest among them had cultivated to the peak of the soul formation stage, standing just one step away from the nascent soul stage. It seems that this Yu Huamin sect leader must be a disciple of some hidden sage, out on a trial cultivation journey. A flicker of caution passed through Tiansu's eyes. Originally, he had intended to eliminate them at the source if replication of the mobile phone proved impossible. As long as Yu Huamin were destroyed, Xintian Sect could regain its dominant position. But now, it appeared clear that this core formation rank sect leader had a formidable backing. Any move against him would carry a great risk, the wrath of his powerful hidden master. For now, we have no choice but to ask the ancestor to end his retreat and come out. Chapter 107. The Void Refining Ancestor. Dongyangzi, the ancestral patriarch of Xintian Sect, was a Dao sovereign at the void refining stage, an existence regarded as a top-tier powerhouse across the entire Eastern Territory. Even the current Xia Emperor would show him respect, honoring him as a national master without the slightest bit of arrogance or negligence. The place where Dongyangzi secluded himself was deep within a top-grade 6th-tier spiritual vein of Xintian Sect. Tiansu Daoist stood respectfully outside the secret chamber, bowing deeply with his hands clasped together. The 86th sect leader, Tiansu, humbly invites the ancestor out of seclusion. After a long while, there was no movement from within the chamber. Could something have happened to the ancestor? Tian Su's heart quivered, then his voice rose slightly. I humbly invite the ancestor to come forth. Another moment passed, as long as it takes to drink a cup of tea, before some stirrings were finally heard from inside. Following that, an overwhelming and oceanic pressure surged outward. An elderly man with white hair and a slightly hunched figure walked out. So it's you, little fellow. 500 years ago, when you succeeded as the sect leader, I briefly saw you. Dong Yangzi coughed once, appearing somewhat weak. Though 5 centuries have passed, this junior still remembers vividly the ancestor's heroic presence from back then. Tian Su dared not show the slightest carelessness. The old figure before him, although seemingly at the dusk of life, was in fact only over 2,000 years old. A Dao sovereign at the void refining stage usually lived for more than 3,000 years. In other words, Dong Yangzi had at least 800 years of remaining lifespan left. You're in such a hurry calling me out. Is it because Xiantian sect is on the brink of annihilation and the enemy has reached our gates? Bowing deeply, Tian Su replied. The ancestor, though the enemy has not yet reached our doorstep, the danger of our sect's extinction is very real. He immediately revealed everything regarding the mobile phone. Oh, the communication range of this so-called mobile phone can actually cover the entire Eastern Territory. Dong Yangzi's face turned grave. His previously hunched posture straightened visibly. He accepted the mobile phone handed to him by Tian Su and probed it with his divine consciousness. After a moment, he showed a slight expression of surprise. The craftsmanship of these 2 internal components is somewhat familiar to me. Then, with a solemn voice, he commanded, Bring me the sect's treasure, the myriad transformation mirror. Yes. Tian Su promptly responded. It was well known among cultivators that the Xiantian sect's supreme artifact was a divine instrument called the Heavenly Mirror, capable of copying and reflecting enemy attacks back. A truly terrifying weapon. However, few outsiders knew of another sect treasure, the myriad transformation mirror. Only the current sect leader and the elder patriarchs were privy to its existence. Legend said that the founding ancestor of Xiantian sect had created the heavenly mirror by drawing inspiration from the myriad transformation mirror. Not long after, Tian Su carefully flew in, carrying the mirror. The mirror was rectangular in shape, covered entirely by a layer of plain black material. It appeared simple and unremarkable, with no fluctuations of spiritual energy apparent, like a common mirror one might find in mortal society. Legend says that in ancient times, the myriad transformation mirror could replicate anything under heaven. However, as the laws of the world changed, its ability diminished to copying only mundane objects, no longer able to replicate rare materials, artifacts, or pills. Dong Yangzi sighed and placed the 2 components from the mobile phone before the mirror. With a push of a button, the mirror trembled. Eventually, he extended his hand into the mirror and retrieved a mirror image SIM card and a mirror image phone chip. Truly miraculous is the myriad transformation mirror. If not for the great change in heaven and earth, Xiantian sect would surely have become a great ancient sect second only to the sacred lands. Tian Su marveled with admiration. Dong Yangzi then installed the duplicated SIM card and chip into a newly forged mobile phone. Soon, the phone's screen lit up. It actually worked. Tian Su was exhilarated. With the myriad transformation mirror, the sect could manufacture its own phones and, utilizing its vast production network spread throughout the Xia dynasty, directly drive Yuhua sect into bankruptcy. Don't get ahead of yourself yet. Let's test its effectiveness first. Dong Yangzi dialed Tian Su's number. Beep, beep, beep. Dear customer, hello. Your SIM card's code is found to be duplicated. Please visit a nearby mobile station with your purchase receipt to exchange for a new one. Reminder, this device will be destroyed in 5 seconds. Please ensure safety precautions. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, puff. The phone in Dong Yangzi's hand emitted a noise, followed by a large puff of white smoke. Not even the myriad transformation mirror, capable of copying all things, could overcome this. Looks like this old fellow will have to personally visit the Yuhua sect, Dong Yangzi sighed. The ancestor's personal involvement will certainly resolve Yuhua sect. Tian Su replied confidently. Tian Su Daoist was overjoyed. Although he didn't know exactly what cultivation stage Dong Yangzi had achieved, he understood that Dong Yangzi had advanced exceptionally far along the path of void refining, to the point where even ordinary Dao sovereigns at this stage would stand no chance against him. Feather Transforming Sect. In 30 days, our Feather Transforming Sect, together with many collaborating sects, has sold a total of 60 million mobile phones. After deducting the costs, our pure profit has reached as high as 180,000 top-grade spirit stones. In the Elders' Assembly, Xiaozi held a report in her hand and spoke with confidence. 180,000 top-grade spirit stones. The gathered elders inhaled sharply, their minds momentarily stunned. None of them had ever seen such a huge amount of spirit stones before. These 60 million phones were actually sold only in 6 or 7 continents, including Qingzhou, Yunzhou, and Keizhou. In the more distant continents, we are unable to expand our sales for now due to logistical constraints, Xiaozi added, updating them in real time. Master, why don't I take a batch of phones and head to other continents to develop the market? Mo Lai volunteered eagerly. Now, with abundant resources and the help of numerous Inyang Prince's core formation pills, he had successfully shattered his core and formed an infant, becoming a true sovereign. Not necessary yet. The phone markets of Qingzhou, Yunzhou, and other major continents are still far from saturation. There's no need to rush into developing new markets. Xia Yi rejected Mo Lai's suggestion. If you take too big a step, you might tear yourself apart. Right now, the feather-transforming sect had only 2 core-forming true sovereigns and a fierce beast at the quasi-immortal transformation stage. In Qingzhou alone, there were many sects as powerful as the feather-transforming sect. When it came to the entire Eastern Territory, their strength was even more insignificant. So the immediate task was to thoroughly develop the 10 major continents centered around the Liang secret realm. Once the feather-transforming sect produced a large number of core-forming true sovereigns, even reaching the immortal transformation stage, they could then think about expanding further into other continents. Starting today, all disciples' cultivation resources will be doubled. Additionally, foundation-building pills, qi-condensing violet pills, and 1-qi infant-forming pills, these realm-breaking pills, will be sold at discounted prices. Xia Yi issued an edict. The qi-condensing violet pill could increase the chance of forming a core, and the 1-qi infant-forming pill could similarly improve the success rate of shattering the core and forming an infant. These were the coveted pills that cultivators had longed for, so expensive that even disciples from major sects would go bankrupt just trying to afford a single one. By lifting restrictions on these 3 kinds of realm breakthrough pills, it was foreseeable that a great number of disciples and elders would soon break through in the coming days. In the cultivation world, solitary cultivators could never rival a powerful sect. Only when the sect became truly strong would Xia Yi feel safer as well. In addition, the feather-transforming sect carried out a large-scale recruitment campaign. With the great assistance of Qingzhou Governor Meng Wenqian, the sect successfully recruited numerous talented disciples. Among them were 1 monolithic spirit root disciple, 18 dual spirit root disciples, and countless disciples with the triple spirit roots. The feather-transforming sect is truly rising at last. Wu Chongtian murmured. Xiantian sect's Danyang Zi requests an audience with the feather-transforming sect's Grand Elder. A deep and sonorous voice echoed from afar. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was inside the feather hall itself. The visitor's voice had penetrated through the protective formation safeguarding the mountain and the protective barriers of the feather hall, showing an overwhelming level of power. On a nearby mountain peak not far from the feather hall, Yi Jiao was happily eating meat. Now that the feather-transforming sect was earning vast profits from mobile phones, even his year as deputy sect leader had significantly improved. Previously, the meat he consumed was mostly from ordinary spirit beasts, mostly at the late spirit gathering stage. Being able to eat a core formation beast was already considered a festive occasion. But now things were different. Foundation establishment beasts were readily available, and golden core beasts were offered frequently, nearly every few days. Even Xia Yi had said that once phone production expanded further, they could feed him a core-forming beast once a month. This made him reminisce about his old days in the wilderness, where spiritual energy was thin, food scarce, and violence filled every day. But now he no longer had to hunt. Someone would deliver meat directly to him, and the mountain peak he resided on was even connected to the sect's ancestral vein, providing endless spiritual energy. At that moment, a deep, powerful voice came from a distance. Yi Jiao instantly grew alert. The incoming figure's power far surpassed his own, possibly reaching the Beast Emperor level, equivalent to the void refining stage among human cultivators. Xia Yi transformed into a divine cone, appearing at the sect's main entrance. Yi Jiao hesitated slightly, but followed closely behind, releasing his full aura, ready for battle at any moment. Why, it's actually the venerable ancestor Danyang Zi of Xiantian sect. This junior welcomes you late. I beg your forgiveness. Xia Yi clasped his hands together, his face brimming with smiles. He had been in the Eastern Territory for quite some time now, and had a clear understanding of the region's power structures. Naturally, he knew all about this senior elder of the Xiantian sect. Master Xia is indeed a prodigy beyond his years. Your 9-turning golden pill achievement is rare throughout history. Danyang Zi's gaze was like divine lightning, instantly piercing through Xia Yi's cultivation. Just luck, I suppose. I wonder, venerable ancestor, what brings you to my humble sect? Xia Yi politely inquired. Danyang Zi sighed and said, Master Xia's mobile phones possess unfathomable divine weight, capable of covering the entire Eastern Territory. Compared to them, our Xiantian sect's communication treasures are nothing but trash. Therefore, this old Taoist seeks a path of survival from Master Xia for Xiantian sect. Senior ancestor speaks humorously. Xia Yi smiled. Right now, the area covered by feather-transforming sect's phones only includes Qingzhou, Yinzhou, and a few other continents. The Great Xia Empire alone contains 36 great continents, and the Xiantian sect still dominates more than 70% of them. How could there be no path of survival? Why quibble with words, Master Xia? You and I both know very well that, given the terrifying capability of the phones, the unification of the entire Northern Territory is only a matter of time. Chapter 108, Doraemon? Duo Bao Daoren. The cultivation world is never static. As the saying goes, beside a sinking boat, thousands of sails pass by. Before a sick tree, a myriad of flourishing trees bloom. The old shall always fade away, while the new shall always emerge. This is an eternal, unbreakable law. Xia Yi said calmly. But when something new appears, it's often weak and fragile. What if it's destroyed by the old? Dong Yangzi snorted coldly. He stood like a devil god, staring coldly at the people of Yuhua sect. A mighty and terrifying aura radiated from him, sending powerful waves of energy surging through the heavens and earth. His presence was awe-inspiring, his momentum shaking the skies. History has proven that no matter how hard the old resists, it will ultimately be replaced by the new. Then let's see whether your Yuhua sect has the capability to replace the Xuani sect. Dong Yangzi roared lowly. A massive phantom hand formed in the air, rushing forward with a whoosh, tearing through space and covering heaven and earth, sealing the entire Yuhua sect. It gave the impression of being utterly unstoppable. Xia Yi was not the slightest bit panicked. He pulled out a flashlight and gently turned it on. The enormous hand that had blocked the skies immediately shrunk, nowhere near as intimidating as before. Dong Yangzi let out a cry of confusion and had not yet figured out what happened when suddenly the entire landscape around him seemed to grow enormous. The hills that had been only hundreds of meters high now looked like mountains 10,000 zhang tall, towering majestically. The once ordinary trees had also grown into towering colossi that reached into the clouds, like world trees of the primordial chaos, connecting to the immortal realm. It's not that the scenery grew larger, it's that I myself have shrunk. A deep sense of indescribable fear rose in Dong Yangzi's heart. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and it was a massive blow to his mind and spirit. Looking at the tiny figure the size of a thumb before him, Xia Yi did not immediately move forward. The shrinking light could reduce the size, weight, and spiritual power of a cultivator. The Dong Yangzi before him was at least reduced to 1/800th to 1,000th of his original size. However, his opponent was still a Tao Lord in the refinement void stage, most likely at the late refinement void stage. Xia Yi himself was only in the early golden core stage. The gap between them was simply too great. He gave a signal with his eyes and Shi, the crocodile dragon, to step forward. The crocodile dragon roared, as if remembering a familiar scene. Only this time, it had been the one previously shrunk down to the size of livestock. Looking at the now minuscule Dong Yangzi, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up inside it. It stretched out its giant claw, trapping the shrunken Dong Yangzi within its palm. Although Dong Yangzi was an unrivaled expert at the refinement void stage, now shrunk nearly 1,000 times, his strength had weakened proportionally. There was no way he could fight against a crocodile dragon at the transformation stage. The crocodile dragon spread its 5 claws, each as mighty as a colossal mountain, between which faint greenish-purple energy flowed. Trapped between these 5 mountains, Dong Yangzi looked like the Monkey King trapped beneath the 5-finger mountain. There was absolutely no way for him to escape. Do you want me to kill this little old man now? The crocodile dragon sent a mental message. It had once been shrunk before, and it knew that this kind of treasure had a time limit. It could only hold the target for a few days at most. Moreover, the opponent was a Tao Lord of the refinement void stage. It probably could only be suppressed for about half a day. Hold on. I have one question for him. Xia Yi flew forward, stopping in front of the crocodile dragon's mighty claws. Seeing the thumb-sized Dong Yangzi still furiously struggling with the might of a nascent soul expert, he said, Senior Dong Yangzi, please stop wasting your energy. My Vice Sect leader here has cultivation at the mid-stage of transformation. With your power weakened 1,000-fold, there is absolutely no way you can escape from its grasp. Upon hearing this, Dong Yangzi stopped resisting and said, What kind of artifact is this of yours? It can actually shrink someone? I have lived 2,000 years and have never encountered such a strange artifact. Could it be a legacy passed down from immortals? Xia Yi did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, What kind of artifact does your Xuani Sect possess that allows it to replicate 2 critical components of my phone? I find this quite intriguing. Earlier, he had received a warning message from the spatial world server indicating that another phone with the same code was requesting network access. At that moment, he had been so alarmed he broke into a cold sweat. The technology contained in the SIM card and chip was practically indecipherable to cultivators in this world. Unless one became an immortal, understood the laws of heaven and earth, and could deduce everything in the world. However, to be safe, Xia Yi had engraved a unique code onto each SIM card and phone chip. Just like paper money, no matter how realistically counterfeit money is forged, it can never pass through the banking system. Because once deposited, the system would immediately detect the problem with the serial number. It would either be a duplicate number or an invalid code. There was no third possibility. The same was true for the SIM cards. That was also the reason why, although Dong Yangzi had replicated the SIM card exactly, it still could not connect to the server. Dong Yangzi remained silent. After all, this was a secret of the Xuani Sect. How could he reveal it to outsiders? Besides, he was a Tao Lord who had once struck fear across the great Xia Empire. How could he possibly surrender under coercion? Without Xia Yi needing to speak another word, the crocodile dragon began curling in its 5 mighty fingers like 5 towering mountains, exerting a vast and immense pressure in all directions toward Dong Yangzi. Dong Yangzi now felt just like a fly trapped inside amber, completely immobilized. Senior, you have cultivated for over 2,000 years to finally reach this level of attainment. Are you truly willing to throw it all away? Xia Yi refrained from making a killing move, and instead tried to persuade him. This junior is willing to cooperate with the Xuani Sect to jointly promote the mobile phone across the entire Eastern Territory, even the entire Dongxing continent. Just think about it. Given the potential of the mobile phone, it would certainly be a massive hit anywhere else. The Yuhua Sect alone wouldn't be able to cover even a single great Xia Empire, let alone the entire Dongxing continent. Cultivation doesn't always have to be about fighting. Cooperation and mutual benefit is the optimal path. Senior, what do you think? Dong Yangzi hesitated momentarily, then said, You truly wish to cooperate with the Xuani Sect? Of course. In Qingzhou, my Yuhua Sect has already partnered with several sects, so why not the Xuani Sect? A smile spread across Xia Yi's face. My master has entrusted me with the mission of spreading the mobile phone throughout the entire Dongxing continent. Relying solely on the current strength of the Yuhua Sect, It might take several decades just to spread it across the Eastern Territory, not to mention the entire Dongxing continent. Cooperating with the Xuani sect would be an excellent decision for us. Upon hearing Xia Yi mention his master, Dong Yangzi's face revealed a hint of wariness. Someone who could possess both the mobile phone and the treasure capable of shrinking others must at least have a master at the nascent forming stage, or even possibly a heavenly monarch at the late ascension stage. Thinking along these lines, Dong Yangzi no longer insisted and said, "The reason I could replicate your two components was entirely because of the Wanhuijing." Saying this, he took out a rectangular mirror. This Wanhuijing can replicate anything from the mortal world, although it cannot replicate spiritual treasures, medicinal pills, or spirit herbs from the cultivation world. Dong Yangzi added, This isn't the Wanhuijing. It's the copier mirror." Excitement caused Xia Yi's voice to tremble slightly. This was the first time he had ever seen an item from Doraemon in the outside world. The copier mirror? Dong Yangzi was taken aback. In the Xuani sect's tens of thousands of years of history, he had never heard it referred to this way before. "Bring this mirror over here." Dong Yangzi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately used his spiritual power to send the mirror over. After all, in his current position, as a piece of meat at the mercy of the butcher, he had no choice. "Be careful with this mirror. It's as fragile as ordinary worldly objects," Dong Yangzi reminded him. This junior is well aware. Xia Yi took the Wanhuijing. Upon examining it, he saw the mirror part was just like the ordinary glass mirrors from his past life. The base had several buttons on it. A probe of his divine consciousness immediately revealed a dense network of wires and components inside. Truly the copier mirror. Xia Yi was greatly shocked and quickly asked, "Senior, do you know the origins of this mirror?" Dong Yangzi hesitated again, but finally replied, "The Xuani sect's heritage traces back to ancient times over 50,000 years ago. At that time, our sect's first ancestor, Jinyuan Daoist, followed a powerful immortal demon into battle, achieving great military accomplishments. Later, this demon granted Jinyuan Daoist the Wanhuijing. Afterwards, Jinyuan Daoist drew inspiration from the Wanhuijing to refine the Haoguang mirror, and thus established the Xuani sect, continuing its lineage until today. Later, as the rules of heaven and earth changed greatly, the functions of the Wanhuijing also transformed. Now it can only replicate ordinary objects, but cannot reproduce rare heavenly treasures, spiritual artifacts, or medicinal pills. However, according to ancestral instructions, only the most powerful grand elders and elders of our sect are aware of its existence. The other elders and disciples know nothing of it." Immortal demon? Xia Yi fell into deep thought. If he had guessed correctly, then the immortal demon, mentioned by Dong Yangzi, must be Doraemon. Earlier, he had merely suspected that with Doraemon's bottomless treasure bag, he might have cultivated into an immortal and achieved mechanical ascension in this world. And now it turned out to be true. "Do you know any detailed information about that immortal demon?" Xia Yi quickly asked. Dong Yangzi shook his head. "I've studied the ancient texts of the Xuani sect many times, but there are practically no records about this immortal demon. The only useful piece of information was something our ancestor Jinyuan Daoist mentioned, that this immortal demon was called Duobao Daoren by the cultivators of that time." Duobao Daoren. Xia Yi was taken aback. This really did match Doraemon's description. After all, Doraemon's treasure items were countless, an endless sea of them. That's all. Dong Yangzi answered honestly. "Fine, now it's time to talk about cooperation. Senior, please accompany us to the Yuhua sect for further discussions." With a mere glance, Xia Yi signaled the crocodile dragon to release its claws. Dong Yangzi immediately felt relieved and followed the crocodile dragon and Xia Yi into the Yuani sect. Inside the Yuani hall, a beautiful attendant traditionally presented a cup of supreme spiritual tea. However, the teacup was now several times larger than Dong Yangzi himself, making the scene look rather comical. "Senior, your cultivation is exceptional. Please forgive this junior for not being able to lift the curse upon you for now." Xia Yi bowed respectfully. Even though Dong Yangzi had been shrunk by hundreds or even thousands of times, he still possessed the battle strength of a nascent soul true monarch, so the crocodile dragon followed them into the hall as well. Dong Yangzi nodded in understanding and asked, "I wonder what kind of cooperation you, Xia sect leader, have in mind." Chapter 109 Cooperation with Shantian sect. "Do you know what OEM means, senior?" After saying that, Xia Yi explained the specific cooperation plan with the various sects. In other words, Yuhua sect sells the two core components, the SIM card and the phone chip, and the Shantian sect assembles them? Dantian ancestor frowned. This model was somewhat unacceptable to him. If that were the case, the prestigious Shantian sect would essentially be working for Yuhua sect. No, the Shantian sect has its industries spread across all the provinces and counties of the Great Xia Empire. Naturally, the cooperation details cannot be the same as with the other sections. Xia Yi changed his tone and continued, "I will hand over to the Shantian sect all the machinery required to produce SIM cards and phone chips. This way, the Shantian sect can directly manufacture complete phones without having to purchase SIM cards and chips from Yuhua sect all the time. If that's the case, won't the secrets of manufacturing phones be in the hands of our Shantian sect? Aren't you afraid that Shantian sect will replace Yuhua sect someday?" Dong Yangzi was shocked and hadn't expected that Xia Yi would hand over the treasures used to produce the two core components. Xia Yi smiled faintly. "Didn't your sect already replicate those two parts using the Wanhuijing before? Did they work?" "This is true, but could there be other components to the phone?" Dong Yangzi asked. "In fact, it's similar to the golden notes of the Great Xia Empire. Each SIM card has a unique number. If the number is duplicated or doesn't exist, it will be detected by the phone's master mechanism. which will then proceed to block it. No wonder. Recalling the scenes of mobile phones self-destructing previously, Dong Yongzi nodded and then asked, "So, what Yuhua Sect sells to the Xintian Sect is the encoding numbers. You truly understand with just a little hint, senior." Xia Yi smiled. Each encoding number costs 40 low-grade spirit stones, and the Xintian Sect's retail price must not exceed 60 low-grade spirit stones. That's impossible. 40 low-grade spirit stones is far too expensive. Yuhua Sect doesn't have any cost at all and still earns a profit of 40. That's outrageous. Dong Yongzi refused immediately. Also, you sell the same to the Qingyun Sect and other sects for 35 low-grade spirit stones and provide both the SIM card and phone chip. Why should the Xintian Sect pay 40 just for an encoding number? This is completely unfair. Xia Yi explained. It's precisely because Qingyun Sect has a small scale that we gave them a price of 35 low-grade spirit stones. The phone itself is easy to manufacture, not technically complicated, and relies on low profit margins and high sales volumes. With the Xintian Sect's industries spread across the Great Xia Empire, if they operate at full capacity, it might be possible for them to produce 70 or 80 million, even 100 million phones per month. Moreover, phones are different from magical artifacts. They can't be preserved indefinitely, and because of their low price, on average, each cultivator may need to replace their phone every 4 years. The frequency would be even higher for foundation-building cultivators and above. They wouldn't be short of half a middle-grade spirit stone. So Senior Dongyong, don't worry about this being a one-off deal. Future orders for phones will be continuous. Dong Yongzi pondered for a moment, but still shook his head firmly, saying, "The price for the encoding is still too high. Also, Yuhua Sect controls the phone's retail price. The Xintian Sect has a large scale, with nearly 100,000 disciples. The daily consumption of spirit stones is enormous. Moreover, due to the emergence of the phone, our biggest industry under the Xintian Sect has suffered devastating losses, and the amount of spirit stones lost is beyond your imagination. More importantly, the Xintian Sect has a complete industrial chain spread throughout the Great Xia Empire. You won't find another sect like that throughout the eastern region. So cooperating with us brings significant benefits to your Yuhua Sect as well. Therefore, I demand 30 low-grade spirit stones per encoding number." "Absolutely not. Who said Yuhua Sect doesn't incur any cost?" Master closed himself in meditation for over 100 years to create the phone. He created several top-rank communication artifacts, and the cost involved is unimaginable. 40 low-grade spirit stones per encoding is too expensive for the Xintian Sect to afford. Watching the two arguing back and forth, a Zhao the crocodile dragon lazily yawned and was nearly dozing off lying on the ground. After an hour of intense negotiations, the two finally reached an agreement. 34 low-grade spirit stones per encoding. In addition, the Xintian Sect would leave their won-waging and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones at Yuhua Sect as a deposit. If the product pass rate of the phones fell below Yuhua Sect's standards, a portion of the deposit would be deducted. Moreover, considering the Xintian Sect's massive scale and numerous branches, it was necessary to combat scalping. Phones were not allowed to be sold privately on the black market for profit, or the deposit would be forfeited. Both sides were very satisfied with the outcome, believing they had both gained an advantage. "Oh, and before lifting the curse of diminution from Senior, please swear an oath under heaven and earth that you will not act against Yuhua Sect in any form in the future," Xia Yi added. After all, Dong Yongzi was a formidable expert at the late nascent emptiness stage, his power unimaginably terrifying. If not for the shrinking lamp in his hand, Xia Yi might have had to bring his sect disciples and flee aboard the divine demon-repelling god shuttle across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now that the final piece of the shrinking lamp was completely used up, without any more tools to control Dong Yongzi, Xia Yi naturally needed to think of ways to respond. As for the other deity core formation stage elders in the Xintian Sect, with the Zhao around, there was no need to worry too much. "No problem." Dong Yongzi nodded, indicating that he understood. After all, he was currently the one vulnerable to attack, while Xia Yi held the blade in his hands. Moreover, the feeling of being shrunk was simply too absurd. He didn't want to remain like that even for a moment longer. Then, Dong Yongzi honestly swore an oath under the heavenly Tao. Seeing that the oath was acceptable, Xia Yi followed through by shining the shrinking lamp on him again. Immediately, Dong Yongzi's body expanded continuously, returning to his original height. At that very moment, the shrinking lamp turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. This treasure truly is miraculous. I imagine your master's cultivation must have already reached the body integration stage. Dong Yongzi asked, his tone carrying subtle implications. Xia Yi smiled faintly but didn't reply. It was better to let the other side imagine on their own. Speaking it out loud would only ruin the effect. Then, Xia Yi had Xiao Ying place all the machines for producing SIM cards and chips into a spatial artifact, packed them all together, and handed it over to Dong Yongzi. Holding the spatial artifact, Dong Yongzi didn't stay any longer and hurriedly returned to his sect. Looking at the returning ancestor, Tianshu Daoren was overjoyed and said, "Ancestor, did you destroy that Yuhua sect?" Dong Yongzi's expression darkened. He reprimanded. "As the sect leader, you shouldn't always think about fighting and violence. Even if you destroy Yuhua sect, won't everything just revert to the original state? Cooperation and mutual benefit is the correct path." "Then what was the result of your trip?" "Under the Ashura of my supreme magical power, the Yuhua sect leader was trembling with fear and willingly handed over the core secrets of the phones, agreeing to jointly sell phones with our Xintian sect. As the senior ancestor and supreme elder of the Xintian sect, how could Dong Yongzi admit that he had just arrived at the sect gate when he was captured and reduced to the size of an insect, helpless and under another's thumb? If that got out, he'd lose face permanently. Only our venerable ancestor could see so far ahead. Tianqiu Daoren expressed his admiration. Following this, all the shops across more than 24 provinces of the Great Xia Empire under the Xintian sect slashed prices for various communication artifacts. Most were discounted to 30 or 40% of their original price. Some of the poorer selling models were even sold at 20% of their former price. Has the Xintian sect gone mad? Why are they selling communication artifacts so cheaply? Could it be that the Xintian sect has gone bankrupt? Or did Dong Yongzi, the senior ancestor of Xintian sect, suffer a magical backlash and die, forcing the sect to downsize its operations? It's not impossible. The reason the Xintian sect could dominate the eastern region was solely because of this nascent emptiness expert. Cultivators murmured and speculated endlessly. The Dali Empire was just too vast. Even a common golden core cultivator would need a month to travel to another major province. The phones were only popular in 7 or 8 provinces centered around Qingzhou, still far from reaching the other 20 or so provinces. Therefore, before the news of phones arrived, Tianqiu Daoren decisively issued the order to cut losses and sold all inventory at low prices. Otherwise, the losses to the Xintian sect would be unbearable. Charge. Communication talismans were essential travel companions for cultivators, so once all the Xintian sect stores started offering discounts, countless cultivators rushed in, nearly trampling the store thresholds. Many scalper cultivators even started stockpiling large quantities. After all, from ancient times onward, communication artifacts had always been a necessity, never going out of style. The price drop by the Xintian sect triggered other sects' restless ambitions. I heard that Dong Yongzi of the Xintian sect suffered a magical backlash and is in need of healing herbs, so they had to discount all communication artifacts. If Dong Yongzi is dead, then the Xintian sect only has a few deity core formation sect leaders and elders left. Nothing to be feared. Within just a few days, many strategic resource locations directly under the Xintian sect, spirit mines, purple gold copper mines, Qiang iron mines, purple spirit bamboo groves, were besieged by unknown cultivators. Suddenly, the Xintian sect found itself in dire straits, with everyone eager to tear off a piece from this former hegemon of the East. Is the Xintian sect doomed to decline? That was the question on many cultivators' minds. However, the Xintian sect did not act. They chose silence. This silence made outsiders completely believe their supreme elder had perished. Even some deity core formation elders started targeting the sect's industries. Just as the crisis was growing more intense, Dong Yongzi made a powerful move, killing more than 10 core formation monarchs and even a deity core formation senior elder. Such ruthless methods left the sects involved in the incident in a state of panic, fearing that Dong Yongzi might personally come knocking at their doors. As a result, one after another, they issued statements declaring that their sects had not participated in the previous acts of destruction and looting. It had all been the doing of the evil sects. Chapter 110, The Automated Pawn Machine. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the automated pawn machine. A toneless voice from the system announced. A small house materialized out of thin air, bearing a single character, Dong, meaning pawn or pledge, on its surface. Item, automated pawn machine. Function, simply place an item inside the pawn shop, and it will dispense spirit stones equivalent to the item's value. Note, if you wish to redeem your item, simply return the corresponding value in spirit stones to the machine. Should an item remain unredeemed for over 6 months, it will be considered permanently sold and cannot be reclaimed. This item seems quite interesting. Xiaoyi became intrigued. He took out a spiritual artifact and opened the roof of the miniature pawn shop before placing the item inside. Soon after, the traffic lights on the wall of the machine began to flicker rapidly. Before long, over a dozen spirit stones rolled out from the entrance of the tiny shop. Xiaoyi looked down and saw exactly 13 mid-grade spirit stones, all identical in size. It's about what I expected, pretty fair pricing. Xiaoyi nodded approvingly before putting the 13 mid-grade spirit stones back into the machine. The 3 lights, red, green, and yellow, flickered again, and the spirit stones rolled out of the entrance once more. Let's try a treasure-grade artifact, and see how many spirit stones I get. Xiaoyi retrieved a high-grade, treasure-level flying sword. 3 chi in length, ancient and plain in appearance. The blade emitted no glow, its surface a pure, dark black. This was the Moyuan sword, a renowned blade produced by the Zhouxiao sword sect in Yunzhou. Not only did it pack a powerful punch, capable of releasing countless sword beams, but also allowed the wielder to fly with extraordinary speed. It was a versatile weapon, great for both offense and escape, and highly cost-effective. Xiaoyi had purchased 50 Moyuan swords all at once, one for each foundation establishing elder, spending a total of 11,000 high-grade spirit stones. He tossed the Moyuan sword into the pawn machine. The lights flickered briefly, then a large number of spirit stones rolled out, sparkling with light and brimming with spiritual energy. What? Only 190 high-grade spirit stones? Guess I paid too much. Xiaoyi's heart winced at the loss. Never did he expect to be scammed like this. This was over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones down the drain. Just as he was about to retrieve the automated pawn machine, he suddenly had an idea. He could open a pawn shop inside the Liang secret realm. The automated pawn machine could accurately determine the actual value of any item, leaving no chance of being scammed. In both the northern and eastern territories, countless people had stumbled upon valuable artifacts. A young qi condensation cultivator had once accidentally bought a shabby artifact from a marketplace. After blood binding with it, he discovered it was an ancient Tao artifact, an heirloom from antiquity. From that point on, he ascended the cultivation path, eventually becoming a nascent soul sage. Or there was the case of a youth who unknowingly obtained a ring containing the residual soul of a late-stage heavenly sovereign. Afterwards, he walked the path of cultivation, eventually becoming a mighty expert in the entire region. Such stories were widely told in the cultivation world, always sparking lively conversations among cultivators. In the Liang secret realm, Xia Yi already owned several shops. After all, property in the cultivation world was an asset that only appreciated in value. Zhang Shua was a disciple in charge of affairs at the Yuhua Sect. Years ago, he had been an outer disciple of the Lingshu Sect and the sect leader of Qingyun Pavilion, responsible for selling Qingyun boats on behalf of the sect. Unfortunately, due to its low-cost performance ratio, sales of the Qingyun boats were never good. One boat might barely sell within a month. After Xia Yi ascended to the position of sect leader of Lingshu, he transformed Qingyun Pavilion into Lingdan Pavilion. With the low-priced healing spring pill and blood chi pill, Lingdan Pavilion enjoyed brisk business, raking in enormous profits daily. Because of his exceptional management skills, Zhang Shua was transferred to the inner sect, becoming an inner disciple. Later, during the Stone Great Wall incident, the chaos of beasts erupted. To strengthen the disciples' abilities, Xia Yi decided that all qi condensation late-stage disciples would receive foundation establishing pills for free. Zhang Shua, having reached the 9th layer of qi condensation, successfully broke through into foundation establishment thanks to the pill's effect, thus rising to the rank of sect disciple in charge. Afterwards, when the sect relocated eastward and was renamed Yuhua Sect, his cultivation resources skyrocketed along with the popularity of the mobile phone. Given his innate talent, reaching the late stage of foundation establishment was already his ceiling. Achieving core formation was nearly impossible. But now, with the abundant cultivation resources provided by the sect, and even the help of pills such as the gathering qi into purple pill, which increased the chances of forming a core, Zhang Shua now had at least a 35% chance of success. To a common cultivator like him, that was an excellent probability. Absolutely worth a shot. That day, while in cultivation meditation, he suddenly received an imperial decree from the sect leader. Zhang Shua, you have business acumen. Are you willing to go to the Liang secret realm to open a pawn shop? Xia Yi said solemnly. A pawn shop? Zhang Shua was puzzled. Wasn't the sect fully focusing on the development of mobile phones? Why had the sect suddenly turned its attention to pawn business? Nonetheless, without hesitation, he bowed respectfully and answered loudly. I am willing to accept this task. Excellent. Xia Yi nodded in satisfaction. The sect won't leave you unrewarded. You will receive 1 high-grade spirit stone as monthly salary, and you are permitted to enter the cave residence within the Liang secret realm for cultivation 4 days every month. 1 high-grade spirit stone. Zhang Shua's breath quickened slightly. As a sect disciple in charge, he only received 10 mid-grade spirit stones per month, and that was after multiple raises due to the sect's good revenue. Now, just for managing a shop in the outside world, his salary had increased tenfold. He also knew very well about the cave residence in the Liang secret realm. It belonged to the sect leader originally, located near a 6th Turnai, where 1 day of cultivation equated to 10 days outside. He was merely a minor sect disciple in charge, yet given the opportunity to cultivate in the sect leader's cave residence, how could he not be overwhelmed with excitement? Thank you, sect leader. Zhang Shua knelt on the ground. Ji Dongwanfun. Go and prepare. Xia Yi waved his hand dismissively. Truthfully, Xia Yi didn't live in the cave residence inside the Liang secret realm anyway. It was better to let nearby sect disciples in charge use it for cultivation. Soon after, a brand new pawn shop opened in Liang City. It retained the name Yuhua Pavilion, though now marked with a pawn symbol. Nowadays, due to the popularity of mobile phones, Yuhua Sect was gradually becoming known in the cultivation world. Seeing that Yuhua Sect had opened another new pawn shop, many curious cultivators walked inside. Esteemed guest, may I ask what item you'd like to pawn? Zhang Shua approached enthusiastically to greet. I want to pawn this spiritual artifact, the middle-aged cultivator in gray clothes replied. In a few days, I'm going to explore a secret realm, and I urgently need a large sum of spirit stones. Saying that, he took out a flag the size of a palm, neither silk nor hemp, with a swirling green aura flowing over it, condensing into the image of a fierce tiger. Just a moment, please. Zhang Shua grabbed the green flag and entered the back room. He placed the green flag into the automated pawn machine and pressed the button without choosing immediate pawning. After just a few breaths, the machine responded with a voice, a decent mid-grade spiritual artifact, valued at 312 low-grade spirit stones. After clearly understanding the artifact's value, Zhang Shua retrieved the green flag and returned to the main hall. Cultivator, this artifact is valued at 312 low-grade spirit stones. According to our pawn shop's policy, if you choose to pawn it here, we will deduct a 10% service fee. Only 10%. The gathered cultivators were taken aback. Most other pawn shops never charged less than 20%. 312 low-grade spirit stones. The gray-robed cultivator was extremely pleased. The price was more than fair, surpassing even his expectations. Even if he sold it in the black market, he couldn't fetch nearly this price. Then I'll pawn it directly. Though 30 low-grade spirit stones were deducted as service fee, the final amount of 280 still left him very satisfied. He planned to use this money to buy banyao and fulu. If he successfully explored the secret realm, he could enjoy the pleasures of a Shinzi courtesan house. If he failed, he would simply die. It was that simple. I also want to pawn something. A full-figured female cultivator took out an ancient piece of parchment, tattered and worn, bearing multiple small wormholes. There were also mini kudo-shaped characters on it, winding and twisting mysteriously. They say this is a cultivation manual passed down from the ancient times. What do you think its value is? The female cultivator's voice carried a hint of seduction, pleasant to the ear. This item does look quite interesting. If it's truly from ancient times, it must be extremely valuable. Murmurs spread among the surrounding cultivators. Zhang Shuo didn't dare to be careless either. Carefully taking the parchment, he went to the backyard and placed it inside the automated pawn machine. A piece of parchment made last month, no value whatsoever. So it's a fraud. Zhang Shuo sneered coldly. He grabbed the parchment and returned to the main hall, tossing it straight onto the woman's ample chest. This isn't an ancient manual at all. It was made last month. You actually had the danger to try deceiving the Yuhua sect. How bold of you. The female cultivator's face changed dramatically. She hadn't expected the trick to be exposed so quickly. Previously, with her masterfully forged counterfeit techniques, she had deceived many cultivators. But today, she had clearly run into a tough opponent. She hastily fled in embarrassment. Witnessing the pawn shop's formidable power, the surrounding cultivators quickly brought out their own items for appraisal. By evening, the shop finally quieted down. Zhang Shuo was just about to close up and head to the cave residence in the Liang's secret realm for a night of cultivation, one of the benefits of being the manager of Yuhua Pavilion. Just then, an elderly man entered and rasped, "Pavilion master, I want to pawn something." Saying that, he took out a jade-carved treasure lamp. The lamp was 9 inches tall, entirely emerald green, shaped like a blooming treasure lotus blossom as large as a sea bowl. Looking at the lotus-shaped jade lamp before him, Zhang Shuo instinctively sensed it was a valuable treasure. Instantly, he replied, "Please wait a moment while I take this to the backyard for appraisal by our sect elders." Then he took the lotus jade lamp and went to the backyard. After placing it into the automated pawn machine, the red, yellow, and blue lights began flashing continuously. Unlike usual, this time the 3 lights kept flickering for a long while before finally reaching a conclusion. This is a powerful ancient treasure from the primordial era, known as the Balian lamp. Due to changes in the heavenly and earthly rules, the lamp's flame has gone out, and its core component, the lotus seed, has been lost. Its current value ranges between 1,000 to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zhang Shuo was greatly shocked. Having used the machine so many times, this was the first time he had ever seen it hesitate and become uncertain. Chapter 111. The Treasure Lamp of Lotus Bloom. This cultivator, this bronze oil lamp is a treasure left over from the ancient era, known as the Treasure Lamp of Lotus Bloom. However, due to the great changes in heaven and earth, its flame has extinguished, and with the core lotus seed missing, it has lost all its former power. Zhang Shuo returned the lamp. "Since your appraisal elder from Yuhua Gate has recognized it as the Treasure Lamp of Lotus Bloom, is there a way to restore it?" The elder with the golden core asked anxiously. Zhang Shuo replied, "If this were still the ancient era, even without the lotus seed, the lamp might still retain some of its power. But since those ancient times, the heavenly rules have changed, and the treasure lamp has become nothing more than a useless artifact. You could also choose to pass it on to future generations. Perhaps in 50,000 or even 100,000 years, when heaven and earth change once again, it might regain its former power." 50,000 years. The elder with the golden core sighed and said, "This old Taoist walks alone, with no descendants to speak of. Master, if I were to pawn this lamp directly, what would its value be?" Zhang Shuo hesitated briefly before answering. Although the lamp has lost its former might, it's still a major treasure from the ancient era. In terms of worth, it's comparable to modern-day Dao artifacts, so our Yuhua Pavilion can offer at most 1,500 high-grade spirit stones. 1,500 high-grade spirit stones. The golden core elder remained silent for a while before nodding. "Very well. Your Yuhua Pavilion has at least been honest. I'll pawn this treasure lamp to you." Saying that, the elder placed the treasure lamp on the counter. "Final decision, no redemption option?" Zhang Shuo confirmed. "Enough. This old Taoist has reached the mid-stage of golden core, but I've already exhausted my full potential. Better to enjoy what remains of life using these 1,000 or so spirit stones." The elder was very open-minded about it. "Senior brother, you're a man of wisdom." With that, Zhang Shuo quickly filled out a receipt and took out 1,350 high-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, the elder gathered up the pile of high-grade spirit stones and left. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuo was also secretly excited, not expecting to catch such a big bargain on the first day of opening. He quickly sent a text message to the sect leader, briefly recounting how he obtained the treasure lamp of Lotus Bloom. Originally, he had considered calling directly, but remembering how busy the sect leader was, he decided a text would be better to avoid causing disturbance. An instant sticks time later, a ding-dong sound came through. A message appeared on Zhang Shuo's phone. From the sect leader. "Return it to the sect immediately." After reading the message, Zhang Shuo quickly locked up the shop and rushed back to the main sect. Could this truly be the legendary treasure lamp of Lotus Bloom? Or is it merely a coincidence? When Xie saw the jade-like lotus-shaped treasure lamp before him, he was astonished. As he held the jade lotus lamp in his hand, he felt its smooth, warm texture, as soft as a young girl's skin. This is a cultivation world. How come a treasure from mythological chaos appears here? Xie couldn't figure it out for the life of him. Helplessly, He took the lamp to consult the Immortal robot. Upon seeing the jade lamp, the Immortal robot's eyes lit up. Good item. You can immediately tell it's one of the major treasures from the ancient era. Do you know the origin of this lamp? Xiaoyi quickly asked. The previous owner of this treasure lamp of lotus bloom should have been a female immortal, so powerful she was nearly at the peak of existence. Beyond that, I don't know. The Immortal robot shook its head. A female immortal? What kind of world exactly is this? Xiaoyi fell into thought again, then asked, did this female immortal have a child? A child? No idea. The Immortal robot shook its head again. Disappointed, Xiaoyi left the paper-bound world. In truth, Xiaoyi harbored a faint suspicion about the Immortal robot. He suspected that this 3-foot-tall little old man wasn't merely a robot. Perhaps a memory of some great existence had been uploaded into it, or it wasn't even a memory but the remnant soul of someone. After all, the props he obtained weren't original Doraemon props, but modified versions from the system. For instance, the automatic pawnshop machine should have originally been able to exchange for yen from Xiaoyi's past life, but now it traded with spirit stones instead. Other props such as the shrink lamp, the glove of draw, and the legendary sword flashblade shouldn't be this powerful either. They had even subdued a Tao Lord at the void refinement stage with ease, clearly beyond the scope of simple children's toys. Maybe when I form a flawless nascent soul, I'll be able to uncover part of the secrets, Xiaoyi murmured to himself. With the matter of the treasure lamp of lotus bloom settled for now, Zhang Shua returned to his post as the manager of the pawnshop in the Liang secret realm. Perhaps one day he might even come across the lost lotus seed. Who knows? Although the chances were slim to none, barely worth consideration. Meanwhile, deep in the state of Liangzhou, Xiantian Sect was up to another major project. Following Xiaoyi's suggestion, cultivator Tian Su held a product launch conference, inviting over a dozen major sects. These sects all had nascent soul cultivators as protectors, and each was far stronger than Qingyan Sect. Both the Tianshan Sect and the Jiang clan of Tianyi had heaven-sundering elders presiding over them, forces whose strength rivaled that of Xiantian Sect. Tian Su, the cultivator, was brimming with confidence as he addressed the crowd below. Everyone must be wondering why Xiantian Sect is selling all our sect's communication talismans at a loss. That's because Xiantian Sect has produced a revolutionary new communication treasure. A mobile phone. The attendees were mainly elders from major sections. They exchanged puzzled glances, as it was the first time they had ever heard this term. This mobile phone has a coverage range for communication that extends nearly across the entire northern region. Cultivator Tian Su announced loudly. The entire northern region? The assembled elders were stunned. Tian Su, could it be that Xiantian Sect has finally manufactured a communication treasure of the Xian level? One elder asked. Tian Su smiled calmly. Although this mobile phone isn't a Xian-grade communication treasure, its functions are no weaker. Actually, they might even surpass those of Xian-grade treasures. So how much does this mobile phone cost? 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Or 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, another elder asked. Not 50,000 spirit stones. Not even 100,000 spirit stones. Just 59 low-grade spirit stones. Tian Su said casually. What? 59 low-grade spirit stones? Tian Su, is it you who's gone mad? Or am I the one losing my mind? 59 low-grade spirit stones. That's the price for a mere talisman-level communication charm. Are you sure its communication range actually reaches the entire northern region? The elders in the audience began murmuring amongst themselves. Tian Su didn't panic in the least, and spoke calmly. If the mobile phone's coverage didn't really extend across the entire northern region, and if its price wasn't extremely low, why would Xiantian Sect sell all our communication talismans at a loss? Everyone fell into deep thought. Before this, Xiantian Sect had been selling their communication talismans in massive quantities. It could only be described as going mad. If they had merely invented a Xian-grade communication treasure, they could simply sell it as their most premium product, which wouldn't have affected sales of the lower-tier Dao treasures and Bao treasures. There would be no need to sell even talisman-level communication charms. The only plausible explanation was that the mobile phone truly had an extremely low price and a wide coverage range. Once released for sale, it would severely impact the sales of their own other products. Since this is Xiantian Sect's product launch event, we naturally invite all cultivator friends present to personally test and experience the mobile phone. With a single glance from Tian Su, numerous disciples stepped forward, each carrying a mobile phone to distribute. All Taoist friends here. I have already arranged for elders of Xiantian Sect to deliver several mobile phones directly to the leaders of each sect beforehand. If you still have doubts, feel free to give your own sect leader a call. After saying this, he waved his hand mightily, and rows of text and numbers appeared in the sky. Leader of Tianshan Sect, 65265. Master of Chijua Palace, 526466. Lord of Luohua Building, 553556. An elder below, deciding to try it out, dialed his sect leader's number. Ringing sound filled the air, beep beep beep. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? Aren't you Jiotian Taoist? The elder asked in surprise. This is indeed I, came a voice from the other side. Leader, it's me, Qing Yinzi. Qing Yinzi was somewhat astonished. After all, the Re-sect was located in the neighboring province of Yangzhou, over tens of thousands of li away, and not even Bayo treasure-grade communication tools could reach such a distance. Other elders also started calling numbers. Leader, are you at the sect now? Yes. I'm the enforcement elder, currently attending Xiantian Sect's product launch event. Before long, the majority of the elders had successfully connected with their own sect leaders, only a few hadn't managed to make contact. As for those who couldn't get through, maybe your sect leader didn't bring the gifted mobile phone on their person, or perhaps they are occupied with important duties. Cultivator friends, this mobile phone sells individually at 60 low-grade spirit stones per unit. But for those placing orders today, the price is 58 low-grade spirit stones per unit. Order over 50,000 units, and each unit will only cost 56 high-grade spirit stones. Cultivator Tian Su loudly announced. I'll take 50,000 mobile phones. I'll take 80,000. I want 100,000. The elders below shouted their orders. Soon, the total number of orders on site exceeded 1,000,000 units. Meanwhile, all Shantian Sect shops cleared their shelves of previous stock and started listing the new mobile phones, priced at 60 low-grade spirit stones per unit. At first, many cultivators were skeptical of the phone's claimed capabilities, but Shantian Sect had been a sect of the northern region handed down from ancient times, with the reputation of tens of thousands of years behind it. Therefore, quite a few cultivators were still willing to spend money to buy one. Before long, news about the phone's extraordinary power spread widely, and buyers came pouring in continuously. Fortunately, Shantian Sect's industrial chain was extremely vast and highly developed, so no shortage like the earlier one in the Liang secret realm occurred. However, at the same time, countless cultivators cried out in despair. Back when the Shantian Sect's Jiang family sold communication treasures, no one knew exactly how many cultivators had purchased them. Now all of them were stuck holding useless items. Many cultivators had sold all their possessions to buy a high-quality communication treasure, but now couldn't give it away even at a 10% discount. Especially the scalpers, who suffered devastating losses. Of course, there were also some bold cultivators who bought up the Shantian Sect's communication treasures at ultra-low prices, preparing to cross realms to sell them in the southern region or central region. Although the risks were extremely high, and they might never return, the profits were equally astonishing. Just as the Shantian Sect was experiencing a surge in mobile phone sales, Xia Yi had already traveled over 1,000,000 li away to the Jade capital city. Chapter 112. Mass Production of Robots. Inside the Imperial Palace, Taiha Hall. Your Majesty, compared to cultivators, the mundane world, especially the Great Xia dynasty, needs mobile phones more. Take the example of the war between Great Xia and Great Zhou. In the past, communication between your Majesty and the front line was inconvenient. Messages had to pass through 7 or 8 Zhou instruments before arriving, which was highly inconvenient. However, now your Majesty can easily contact any general on the front line. Xia Yi stood in the hall, speaking eloquently. The current Xia Emperor remained silent for a moment, then replied, mobile phones are indeed a powerful tool for the Great Xia dynasty, but they are also a double-edged sword. If mobile phones are made publicly available, the entire Great Xia dynasty would be left wide open to your Yuhua sect. That is absolutely unacceptable to this emperor. Indeed, although the Great Xia dynasty has purchased 10 million mobile phones, they have only been made available for official use. Furthermore, all official communications must be encrypted. Thus, the usual method of communication between officials in Great Xia is text messaging. Your Majesty, I can take an oath under the will of heaven that I will never eavesdrop on any of the communications of the Great Xia dynasty, Xia Yi said solemnly. You may not eavesdrop, but others may. Although oaths under the will of heaven seem sacred and inviolable, there are too many loopholes available for exploitation. The emperor coldly snorted, his tone brimming with the authority of a supreme ruler. If that is the case, then I am willing to relinquish a portion of the phone's monarchic authority and share it with the Great Xia dynasty. The current Xia emperor governs countless people and is certainly no incompetent ruler. Quite the opposite, he is a rare enlightened monarch in the past 10,000 years of the Great Xia dynasty. Deceiving him is no easy task. With no other choice, Xia Yi could only take a step back. Oh, are you willing to share the monarchic phone device with the imperial court, Minister Xia? The emperor's face revealed a faint, barely noticeable smile. Xia Yi sighed helplessly. We have no choice. The population of the Great Xia dynasty is simply too massive. At a price of 560 chi gold coins, there might be dozens, even hundreds of rich merchants in a single town who could afford one. Missing out on the Great Xia's market would cost the Yuhua sect a sum of spiritual stones so astronomical it would be immeasurable. Minister Xia, your choice is wise, the emperor said with a faint smile. After that, Xia Yi thoroughly explained the operating mode of the mobile phones. So the monarchic device of the phone resides in a spatial world. Even the composed Xia emperor was astonished. Not sure if your Majesty would like to accompany this servant to the spatial world. Xia Yi raised his hands in respect. Granted. Xia Yi then summoned the Jutian Shidi Pai Emotion Suo, saying, this is a profound artifact capable of tearing through space. Please, your Majesty, step aboard the shuttle. There's no need for your concern, Minister Xia. This emperor has my own dragon ship for travel. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the void began to tremble and twist. A massive, exquisitely luxurious dragon ship tore through space and appeared within the hall. This dragon ship was about 100 zhang in length, its bow shaped like a massive dragon's head, gleaming with cold metallic luster. Its enormous horns branched like ancient trees, giving it a majestic and grand appearance. The tail was also shaped like a huge dragon tail, possessing a unique aesthetic appeal. An overwhelming dragon pressure surged forward. Although the dragon ship was massive like a battleship, its presence within the hall did not seem awkward, clearly indicating that it was also a spatial profound artifact, its grade possibly surpassing the Jutian Shidi Pai Emotion Saw. Standing at the bow was an elderly Taoist priest. Although seemingly unremarkable, the aura he emitted made Xia feel that he was even more terrifying than the previous Dongyangzi. This is the first-rank Immortal Master of Great Xia, Master Tianyuan. The Emperor introduced. Greetings, Immortal Master. Xia quickly raised his hands in salutation. Disciple Xia, your talent is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. You possess the bearing of a future immortal. Master Tianyuan rasped in a hoarse voice. Immortal Master flatters me. Minister Xia, please board the dragon ship. The Emperor warmly invited. Gratitude to your majesty. Without hesitation, Xia stepped aboard the dragon ship. This dragon ship was clearly transformed from a void refinement stage dragon, a clear testament to the Great Xia dynasty's immense power and no wonder it is able to dominate numerous sects within its borders. Piercing through layers of spatial worlds, the group soon arrived at a quiet small world. Inside, rows upon rows of communication base stations stood in formation, their bizarre forms unlike any artifact of the cultivation world. Your Majesty, these are the communication base stations I spoke of. Mobile phone signals are transmitted and relayed entirely through their function, Xia explained beside the Emperor. No wonder the phone signals can cover the entire eastern region. It's all due to the clever utilization of spatial laws. Master Tianyuan marveled with appreciation. The three descended from the dragon ship. The Emperor's sharp eyes spotted a shed skin of a spatial silkworm, and he asked in confusion, Minister Xia, this looks like the shed skin of some insect. This is a silkworm native to the spatial world. Its shed skin has the wondrous effect of stabilizing this spatial world. It was a gift from my master, Xia explained. Your master truly is a transcendent expert beyond comparison. Please, Minister Xia, if possible, invite him to the Great Xia dynasty. This emperor shall welcome him with the highest royal ceremony, the emperor said. When my master finishes his retreat, I shall certainly invite him to Great Xia. Xia replied casually. Then the three proceeded to the location of the server. This is the monarchic device of the mobile phones. Xia spoke solemnly. I can grant the Great Xia dynasty a portion of authority over it. Naturally, this portion of authority will be limited to the mobile phones of government officials. As for cultivators and civilians, you will not have jurisdiction over them. The Xia emperor pondered for a moment before saying, This emperor accepts. Originally, he had intended to obtain full authority over the monarchic device so that the cultivation world would also fall under his complete control. However, Xia master made him feel cautious. He was likely a supreme expert at the nascent soul formation stage. Furthermore, just like Xintian's sect, the Great Xia dynasty can also manufacture and sell mobile phones after obtaining authorization from Yuhua sect. Xia continued. This time, the Xia emperor was genuinely moved. No one understood better than the Xia emperor himself how enormous the mobile phone market in Great Xia was. If they could control the manufacturing of phones, the dynasty's future treasury would see a significant increase. Then, Minister Xia, what do you desire in return? The Xia emperor remained calm, knowing full well that Xia must have his own motives. The phones will be sold by the Great Xia dynasty, and naturally your majesty will establish phone shops in every province, commandery, prefecture, county, and town. I request that next to each phone shop, an additional after-sales service center be established. This service center shall be controlled by Yuhua sect, responsible for the maintenance and repair of the mobile phones, Xia said gravely. The real purpose for him to relinquish partial authority of the server to the Great Xia dynasty was for this very reason. Back when Xintian's sect launched their assault, the reason Xia chose to cooperate with Dongyangzi instead of killing him was to tap into Xintian sect's industrial chain. Though Xintian sect wasn't the strongest sect in Great Xia dynasty, it was the only one possessing monopolistic power. When cultivators wanted to purchase a flying sword, a foundation-building pill, or a talisman, they had many options. Yet when they needed a communication treasure, the first name that came to mind would always be Xintian sect. That was why Xintian sect's business spread across the entire Great Xia dynasty. Without borrowing Xintian sect's complete distribution chain, Xia would require a significant amount of time to distribute mobile phones across the cultivation world. However, doing so had a drawback. Xintian sect could later take advantage of their leverage to demand lower wholesale prices on both phones and SIM cards. If Yuhua sect wanted to keep the markets in those 20 provinces, they would have no choice but to accept Xintian sect's conditions. There was nothing they could do. Yuhua sect was newly founded, with shallow roots. Only the eastern region's overlord, the Great Xia dynasty, had the capability to rapidly help Yuhua sect build a complete industrial chain. This request is not excessive. The Xia emperor nodded in agreement. To the Great Xia dynasty, this was a simple task. A single imperial decree via mobile phone would suffice to inform officials across various regions. Local officials would open 2 shops in the most prime locations of their cities, one for selling mobile phones, the other for after-sales service. After returning to the mortal world, Xia left despite the Xia emperor's attempts to persuade him to stay, returning to Yuhua sect. Kuko, do you understand your own anatomical structure? Xia asked. Kuko hesitated slightly before nodding. Of course I do. Good. Based on your structure, design a type of robot. You will be the prototype, and other robots must emulate your design, Xia instructed. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Kuko immediately went to work drafting blueprints. Although the Great Xia dynasty was willing to assist Yuhua sect in building a complete industrial chain, there remained the same problem. The sect's foundation was too shallow. Across the Great Xia dynasty, There were probably 50,000 provinces, commanderies, and prefectures, not to mention countless towns and villages. Yet Yuhua Sect only had about 5 or 6,000 disciples. Even if all of them were dispatched to manage stores, it would still fall short. Therefore, Xia Yi decided to first manufacture a batch of robots to manage the branch stores in provinces, commanderies, and prefectures, while they would in turn recruit humans to oversee county and town-level stores. Half a day later, Kuko entered with a thick stack of design blueprints. Master, these designed robots will possess highly advanced artificial intelligence, capable of independently handling tasks. Can you control them? Xia Yi asked. Yes, because they can be considered as subroutines of myself. We can be regarded as a single whole. Kuko explained. Then that will suffice. Xia Yi nodded approvingly. If that's the case, then proceed with mass production. The mechanical manufacturing device could produce anything as long as blueprints were provided. Soon, hundreds of types of robot templates were created. They came in male and female forms, varying heights, builds, and appearances. After all, they couldn't all look like Kuko, or it would cause unnecessary problems. The speed of the mechanical manufacturing device wasn't particularly fast. Fortunately, there was the replication mirror from Shantian's Sect. Within less than 10 days, all 5,000 robots were successfully produced. They looked exactly like real humans, and felt flesh and blood genuine to the touch. Unless dissected, it would be difficult to detect anything unusual. Excellent. Xia Yi was quite satisfied. Originally, Xia Yi had intended to produce more robots, ideally one Kuko for each store. But 5,000 was already the limit for Kuko. If there were too many, Kuko would be unable to handle the processing. She wouldn't be able to move at all during the day, needing constant command over all the robots. In a more serious scenario, system failure could even occur. Subsequently, the 5,000 Kukos began heading to various regions of the Great Xia dynasty to manage the stores. Chapter 113, The Devolution Gun. Patriarch, over this past year our Yuhua Sect has earned immense wealth. Our spiritual stones have completely filled the treasure vault. But the elders and disciples are still spending all their time only on cultivation. Isn't that a bit too idle? Mo said beside him. Xia Yi smiled. You mean you want this old man to give you something to do? Mo scratched his head. Mainly. Right now our Yuhua Sect is only operating pawn shops. Why don't we open a few more mobile phone stores? Even the smallest mosquito meat is still meat. You make sense. We should indeed open several phone shops. Then I will immediately have the disciples forge a batch of phones. Mo started preparing to leave. Hold on. Xia Yi stopped Mo and said, Elder Mo, don't rush yet. What I mean by selling mobile phones isn't referring to those artifact tier mobiles. Patriarch, are you thinking about forging spiritual artifact level, or even treasure artifact level mobiles? Mo's eyes lit up. That's exactly right. Xia Yi nodded. The phones currently being sold, although low-priced and favored by many cultivators, appear a bit underwhelming for core formation or Yuanying stage cultivators. After all, for a Yuanying cultivator to use the same type of communication artifact as a Qi condensation stage practitioner, it makes those big shots feel somewhat embarrassed. And some of the wealthy disciples already modify their phone cases with cultivation divine materials to stand out. Mo pondered. Patriarch, you're absolutely right. But what kind of abilities would spiritual artifact or treasure artifact level phones have? Considering the current artifact tier phones already cover more than 90% of the Eastern Territory, higher level phones with full coverage won't make much of a difference. Even if the signal could cross territories, it wouldn't bring much actual benefit. Xia Yi smiled. Elder Mo, your thinking is still too narrow. Who said phones must only be communication tools? We can combine magic treasures with mobile phones. For instance, forging a phone that functions similarly to a city seal, capable of transforming into a small mountain to suppress enemies. Or forging a flying phone, which cultivators can ride for fast travel. Or even forging a defensive phone, capable of turning into a giant shield when activated. Most importantly, a phone doesn't need to have massive power, but it must radiate luxury. Luxury? Mo was somewhat confused. Weren't magic treasures all about power? When did they start emphasizing extravagance? Do cultivators buying these luxurious phones really come for raw power? If they want destructive power, wouldn't the Baoshan seal of the Shangyang Sect be better? For flight capability, wouldn't the Qingyun hood offer a better cost-performance ratio? For defense, the Xuanwu armor from the Xuanwu Sect has been selling across multiple regions. You must understand, the phones we're making must look luxurious in design and be priced high so the rich and powerful cultivators can feel superior. You go first and forge a few samples. If they pass, we'll mass produce them. Yes. Mo then hurried off. In this past year, the phones basically conquered both the mundane and cultivation realms. The sales volume had long exceeded 300 million. The Yuhua Sect's overall profits reached a terrifying 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. Even the top sects in the Eastern Territory probably couldn't earn that much. With more spiritual stones, came more abundant cultivation resources. Nowadays, the Yuhua Sect had 38 core formation elders, and no less than 800 foundation-building cultivators. As for the Yuanying elders, the total still stood at 2, Wu Zhongtian and Mo Lai. However, Elder Song Yuanshan had recently breakthrough to late core formation, nearing the edge of breaking his core to form an infant. It seems like it's time to draw a new item again today. Xia Yi rubbed his hands together, his face filled with anticipation. Throughout this year, he hadn't drawn many decent items. With the Yuhua Sect's current financial resources, even Dao artifacts could be easily purchased. Now he only cared about time-space type items or causality law artifacts. These were treasures no amount of spiritual stones could buy. Congratulations. You have drawn the devolution gun. The system's familiar voice sounded. A pistol appeared in Xia Yi's hand. Item, devolution gun. Ability. The beam emitted by this gun can cause biological devolution, regression to an ancestral form. Devolution gun. Holding the gun in his hand, Xia Yi looked slightly puzzled. This thing could cause living beings to devolve. Judging from its name, it was clearly a debuff effect. Why not test it on someone? Maybe see if humans here evolved from monkeys. But then he worried about causing irreversible harm. After thinking it over, he decided against it for now. Maybe later, when they captured an evil cultivator or entered a battlefield, they could give it a try. Just as he was about to put away the devolution gun, his eyes suddenly lit up. The devolutionary beam didn't merely cause biological regression, it could also reverse evolution to ancestral forms. For human cultivators, this was definitely a debuff. But for ancient hybrid beasts, it could be considered a buff. The devolution gun could purify the bloodline of fierce beasts. After all, among Also and Shengshou, bloodline was always the most important factor. Just like how innate talent was crucial for cultivators. Immediately, Xia Yi hurriedly grabbed the devolution gun and went looking for the crocodile dragon. The crocodile dragon was currently lying leisurely on a fairy peak, basking in the sun with its eyes closed, snoring loudly. Its snores could be heard from afar, like muffled thunder. Seeing the crocodile dragon so relaxed and idle, Xia Yi couldn't help but feel both irritation and amusement. How wild and fearless this crocodile dragon had once been, fighting gods and slaying without losing its ancient Shengshou reputation. But now, it seemed as if it had been domesticated. It lazily wasted its days away. Where was the ferocity of a beast of malice? It had turned from a hungry wolf into a Siberian husky. Xia Yi stood in midair and loudly shouted, "Hey, Vice Sect leader, wake up. It's already past noon." The crocodile dragon awoke groggily and bellowed drowsily. "Is it mealtime already? Eat, eat, eat. You're practically turning into a pig." Xia Yi frowned. "Oh, it's Sect leader. Anything wrong?" The crocodile dragon yawned. "Has a soul formation or even a nascent divinity stage cultivator attacked us? Let me tell you up front. If it's a nascent divinity cultivator, I can't handle it. If you don't have those magical treasures, maybe we should flee early." It yawned again. "Don't just sleep after eating. You should cultivate hard. Don't let your power not only stagnate, but actually decline." Xia Yi lectured. "You wouldn't understand that. For Shengshou, our entire strength is mostly determined from birth. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger we become as adults. Unlike you humans, who can grow stronger through cultivation. My ancient Xiao dragon and ancient divine crocodile bloodlines weren't strong to begin with. I've already reached the peak of Beast Lord middle-late stage in this lifetime. Further cultivation is practically useless." The crocodile dragon had accepted this truth. Since it had no room for growth, it had simply given up. "I actually have a treasure artifact that might enhance your bloodline purity," Xia Yi said. "Really? You aren't kidding me." The crocodile dragon's sleepy expression vanished, suddenly wide awake and excited. "Stand properly," Xia Yi said impatiently, "and shrink your size a bit." The crocodile dragon quickly stood up, assuming its Jiao dragon form, and made its body as small as possible. Xia Yi aimed the devolution gun and fired a beam of radiant light onto the massive body of the crocodile dragon. "Do you feel anything?" Xia Yi asked. "I can feel my blood boiling." The crocodile dragon's body trembled with excitement. Originally, it had already approached old age, its bloodline gradually drying up, and its strength nowhere near its prime, hence why it had been so passive. But now, it felt a familiar vitality surging through its entire body. The once dried blood slowly flowed again, coursing through every inch of its body. Roar! The crocodile dragon couldn't help but let out a powerful roar, echoing for thousands of miles, splitting clouds as if struck by thunder. Soon, the devolution gun's light grew dimmer and eventually disappeared completely. Huh? Did it run out of power? Xia Yi shook the gun, but it was useless. He guessed it must be because the crocodile dragon itself was too powerful. Regressing, it would consume massive energy. The energy originally stored inside the devolution gun had already been exhausted. The crocodile dragon was in ecstasy. It felt as though in just a few short minutes, it had become 500 or 600 years younger. But suddenly, the sensation vanished completely, leaving it feeling cheated. It stared at Xia Yi with wide, hopeful eyes. All right, wait a moment. I'll recharge it." With no choice, Xia Yi fed spirit stones to the system, instructing it to recharge the devolution gun. The yellow beam lit up once again. The crocodile dragon's aura grew increasingly stronger. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic, cold luster. Its scales were cold and sharp, its form towering like a mountain, radiating immeasurable strength. A cruel, savage aura covered its surroundings. For a moment, Xia Yi seemed to once again see the crocodile dragon from those days. However, after some time passed, the beam dimmed again. The crocodile dragon sensed the change immediately, letting out a loud roar, hoping to continue bathing in this mysterious light. "What are you roaring for? Do you know how much spirit stones you've consumed in just a moment? 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones." Xia Yi felt his heart bleed. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The crocodile dragon also jumped in shock. Having stayed in the sect for so long, it naturally understood the value of high-grade spirit stones. That was enough to cover its food expenses for 20 to 30 years. "How do you feel?" Xia Yi asked. "My bloodline power has increased overall by about 30%. Given time, I can cultivate to the peak of Beast Lord." The crocodile dragon was filled with fighting spirit. The increase in bloodline power brought not only greater strength, but also a feeling of returning to its middle-aged prime, with a significant extension of its lifespan. At least these spirit stones weren't wasted. Xia felt slightly better and then asked, to become a beast emperor, how much does your bloodline power need to increase? At least 60%. And the higher the improvement, the stronger the beam needed, the crocodile dragon replied. Xia inhaled sharply. If enhancing the crocodile dragon's bloodline by 60% was this expensive, even a whole year's worth of phone income might not be enough. Never mind. Maybe we can talk about this again when I've earned 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 114. Epics, Legends, and Myths. Xia took over a mobile phone shaped like a gold brick. It felt heavy in his hands and emitted a soft golden glow. Trying to channel his energy into it, the gold brick phone wavered in the wind and immediately expanded to the size of a small hill, radiating immense oppressive power. This is a mobile phone of the treasure artifact grade. Its surface is forged from Shoshan dark gold, and its power is impressive. Mo explained beside him. After thinking for a moment, Xia said, replace the Shoshan dark gold with Tianlei red gold, and then this phone can be mass-produced. Tianlei red gold. Mo hesitated slightly. Even a tiny bit of Shoshan dark gold weighs a ton and is the preferred material for crafting fabak such as bells, pagodas, and bricks. Tianlei red gold is more suitable for forging flying swords and other weapons. However, the surface of Tianlei red gold is more magnificent and visually appealing. That alone is more than sufficient. Xia replied. Tianlei red gold had surface patterns that resembled tear marks. Legend stated these were impressions left when the heavens wept. It possessed a unique aesthetic appeal that was especially favored by many female cultivators. The flying-type phone had the wooden hue of ancient bronze. When activated, it transformed into a small boat. Mo had modeled it after the Qingyun boat from the Lingshu sect. The Qingyun boat had decent flight capabilities, but the materials used were expensive and excessive, resulting in a low cost-performance ratio. Yet, when applied to luxury phones, the cost appeared completely justified. Use at least 10,000-year-old spirit wood as the material and decorate the interior luxuriously. This Qingyun boat-style phone can be developed as the flagship treasure of our store. Xia suggested. For the other phone models, Xia also offered corresponding recommendations one by one. At last, Mo finally understood how to produce these phones. It was simple. Don't strive for the best, but aim for the most expensive. Nowadays, mobile phones had been gradually popularized across the Xia Imperial Dynasty's realm, reaching a staggering 500 million users. Of course, the number of cultivators in the Eastern Territory hadn't reached this terrifying figure. Most of these users came from the secular world. After the Xia Emperor obtained partial authority over the servers, phone purchases were fully open to the public. Additionally, because the imperial court served as the manufacturer, the government heavily subsidized officials' purchases. They didn't have to spend 500 or 600 red gold coins. They only needed about 100 red gold coins to buy a phone. This policy aimed to prevent officials from embezzling and taking bribes just to afford a mobile phone. Among the 500 million users, the largest share naturally belonged to the nobles, aristocrats, wealthy merchants, and landlords of the Xia Imperial Dynasty. To them, 600 red gold coins wasn't even worth a blink of the eye. Some clans even purchased hundreds of phones at once. Even some landowners spent fortunes buying phones, not to use them, but to carefully preserve them instead. They would only take them out during visits from honored guests or banquets, like displaying rare and precious treasures. Liang's secret region. Now, most shops in Liang City sold mobile phones, whether in pill stores, martial cultivation towers, or Wanhao Pavilion. Some sects even lowered their phone prices below the official guideline of 56 low-grade spirit stones, dropping 1 or 2 stones lower to attract countless cultivators rushing in. This inevitably pushed other sects into joining the price-cutting competition. The phone price eventually dropped to the minimum price stipulated by Yuhua Sect, the bare minimum of 50 low-grade spirit stones. Even more extreme, Shinny Sect started offering several talismans for free with each phone purchase, effectively lowering the phone price to below 50 low-grade spirit stones. Yuhua Sect had little to say against this, since Shinny Sect technically priced its phones exactly at 50 low-grade spirit stones. Free talismans upon purchasing a phone. This was merely part of a celebration marking Shinny Sect's 23,800th anniversary. This action enraged the heads of several other sections. Led by Zhongqing Yuan, the sect leader of Qingyun Gate, a group of nascent soul experts paid a personal visit to Shinny Sect to have a deep discussion with its sect leader. It was said that the meeting was very warm and friendly. After that, Shinny Sect immediately discontinued the talisman gift promotion and raised the phone price to 53 low-grade spirit stones, making it more or less in line with the general market price. The original mobile phone seller, Yuhua Pavilion, had closed its doors when many forces began heavily promoting phone sales. Such a marketing strategy left many cultivators puzzled. Some cultivators speculated that Yuhua Sect had already earned enough spirit stones through contract manufacturing and no longer needed to compete for profits with others. Others believed Yuhua Sect, as a rising sect in the Northern Territory, still had shallow roots and an incomplete industrial supply chain. On this day, after a long period of closure, Yuhua Pavilion reopened for business. This piqued the curiosity of passing cultivators. Could it be that Yuhua Pavilion was once again selling mobile phones? But now, a phone store could be found every dozen meters. Without a competitive pricing edge, cultivators wouldn't bother making a purchase. Let's go take a look. Perhaps the phone sold directly by Yuhua Sect will be even cheaper. With such thoughts in mind, many cultivators walked into Yuhua Pavilion. Unlike its extremely simple decoration from a year ago, Yuhua Pavilion now could be described as truly luxurious. The entire floor emitted a purple glow, entirely constructed from precious Zhang stones, flowing with dreamlike, colorful hues. A gentle cyan light radiated, and the fragrant air was filled with the scent of rare flowers and precious herbs placed in exquisite flower pots. The interior decoration of the shop was so refined and opulent that it was unparalleled throughout the entire Liang city. In the center of Yuhua Pavilion stood several showcases made entirely of colored glass. Inside were placed objects that shimmered with 7 colored gamut, emitting a powerful aura that instantly revealed them as extremely valuable treasures. Has Yuhua Pavilion switched to selling artifacts instead? A surprised cultivator asked. Beside him, a beautiful female disciple from Yuhua Sect answered. These are the latest luxury-grade mobile phones newly introduced by our sect. Each phone uses rare and precious materials that are seldom seen in the cultivation world, and were forged personally by our foundation's Yuan Ing stage elders who specialize in artifact crafting. For example, this spatial-type phone contains a space of 100 zhang in diameter. Not only is the space stable, but it can even store living creatures. And this attack-type phone can transform into a golden mountain capable of crushing enemies. The one I particularly recommend is this phone that can morph into a flying boat. Its flying speed exceeds the speed of sound, and its luxurious interior can greatly reduce travel fatigue. The disciple explained each item one by one to the gathered crowd. Now we understand. This is the integration of phones with artifacts, the crowd realized with sudden clarity. Then, how much is this gold brick-like phone? An interested cultivator stepped forward, who happened to be in need of an offensive artifact. Yuhua Sect had lowered the price of traditional communication artifacts, so perhaps the phone before him was also priced reasonably. Yuhua Sect has categorized phone quality into categories: vivid, epic, legendary, mythic, and limited edition. The phone you've chosen is of epic grade, priced at 88 high-grade spirit stones, the female disciple answered. What? That's so expensive. The cultivator recoiled in shock. 88 high-grade spirit stones could already buy a decent artifact. And judging from the quality of the phone before him, he could be certain it wouldn't surpass the category of supreme-grade spiritual tools. Has Yuhua Sect gone mad? 88 high-grade spirit stones? Who would buy a spiritual tool for that price? The surrounding cultivators were all stunned beyond belief. To repeat, this phone is of the epic grade and also bears the personal signature of our sect's deputy sect leader. Our sect's deputy leader is a crocodile dragon at the transformation stage, possessing the bloodline of both the ancient dragon and divine crocodile, an extremely rare being throughout history. The disciple raised the phone high. The crowd indeed discovered a small claw mark upon its surface. But that still doesn't change the fact that this is just a spiritual tool. The crowd remained unconvinced. An ordinary golden core cultivator would barely earn 88 high-grade spirit stones even after a year of exhausting effort. Who would spend so many spirit stones on a phone? Although no one present was willing to purchase one, they still pulled out their ordinary phones to send messages to relatives and friends. Yuhua Sect has released a new phone with absurdly high prices, practically treating people like fools. That so-called vivid grade phone is just an ordinary phone with a few mysterious runes etched on it. Yet they dare to ask for 8 high-grade spirit stones. A phone at the spiritual tool level being sold for 88 high-grade spirit stones? That's just insane. That so-called mythic grade phone costs 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. That's enough to buy a Dao artifact. Soon, news of Yuhua Pavilion's reopening spread rapidly. Continuous waves of cultivators came, eager to witness the appearance of these luxurious phones for themselves. Give me one of those legendary grade phones, spoke a boy of about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a purple robe, exuding youthfulness and vigor. Yet a faint arrogance lingered in his eyebrows, looking down upon the surrounding crowd. With a grand wave of his hand, he instantly placed a pile of emerald-like spirit stones on the ground. A dense spiritual energy immediately filled the entire pavilion. This is the last disciple of Master Kugu, Zheng Yi, who has just perfected his 6th transformation golden core cultivation. He is a young prodigy from Qingzhou, some nearby cultivators whispered. Master Kugu is a wandering cultivator from Qingzhou, at the mid-transformation stage level of cultivation, possessing formidable power. Major sects and factions treat him with great respect. Immediately, a disciple from Yuhua Sect carefully wrapped the legendary grade phone and handed it over. I want an epic grade phone too. Bring me one of those legendary grade phones. Purchases followed in succession, leaving the surrounding cultivators in astonishment. They were either prodigies of sects or personal disciples of powerful experts. None lacked spirit stones, so they acted the most generously. Some cultivators even bought 2 at once, planning to gift them to their admired female cultivators. Yuhua Pavilion also introduced a private customization service. For example, one could spend 10 high-grade spirit stones to have an inscription carved onto the phone, such as dedicated to the most beautiful fairy, so-and-so. Additionally, customers could customize their preferred startup animation. With this, many male disciples rushed in, eager to purchase a phone as a gift for their beloved senior or junior martial sisters. Chapter 115, Joint Petition. Yunzhou, the Palace of Mist and Clouds. Junior sister, said a handsome young man holding a phone radiating brilliant light. This is an epic-grade mobile phone I had purchased at great expense from a secret area in Liang. With your peerless beauty, it's simply inappropriate to use an ordinary phone. The young girl accepted the epic-grade phone, her eyes revealing a mesmerized gleam as she murmured emotionally. Only senior brother truly pampers Rome. The two then embraced tightly. Scenes like this were occurring in many places. In the past, it was popular in the cultivation world to gift female cultivators with treasures or pills. But nowadays, it's all about giving phones of dazzling or epic rarity. A female disciple of outstanding beauty would feel ashamed to still use an ordinary mobile phone. Even the elders and powerful cultivators of various sects, who certainly weren't short on spirit stones, wouldn't dream of using the same kind of phone as a chi-condensing cultivator. Hawkeye Taoist, said one cultivator proudly to another. Check out my legendary grade phone. Let me blind you with its brightness. What are you so proud of? Just because it's legendary grade? Wait until I purchase a mythic grade phone and you'll die from envy. Even powerful cultivators engaged in rivalry, and perhaps even more intensely than the disciples. Inside the Feathers Ascending sect, several elders led by Mo were hammering nearly nonstop, their arms practically numb. They had originally assumed that the number of people buying these luxury phones would be limited, but the popularity far exceeded their expectations. For a time, the Feathers Ascending Pavilion even ran out of stock. Fortunately, these phones emphasized lavish materials rather than actual power. Otherwise, no matter how hard they worked day and night, they wouldn't have kept up with the sales pace. Eldest Abbot, maybe we should switch to subcontracting the production of these luxury phones too? Mo Lai regretted following Xia Yi's proposal in the beginning. Back then, there was barely anything to do for the entire day. Now, he hadn't slept for 3 straight days and nights. Even as a nascent soul true sovereign, he currently felt spiritually exhausted and lacking in energy. Subcontracting? That could work. You go ahead and invite all the other sect leaders, Xia Yi said. Understood. Mo Lai was overjoyed and immediately took out his phone to notify each sect leader one by one. The first to receive the message was Zhong Qingyuan, the sect leader of Qingyun Gate. Upon hearing the news, he was equally ecstatic. Lately, watching the Feathers Ascending Pavilion's luxury phones selling like hotcakes made him envious. Take the epic grade phone for instance. Its cost was only about 30 top grade spirit stones, yet they dared to sell it for 88 top grade spirit stones. What a staggering profit. Had it not been for the fear of offending the Feathers Ascending sect, these sects would have already produced their own epic grade, legendary grade, or even mythic grade phones long ago. Now, the Feathers Ascending sect was actually willing to allow them to produce these luxury phones. How could they not go crazy? Soon, 20 or 30 sect leaders gathered in the Grand Hall of Feathers Ascending. Seeing that all the sect leaders had arrived, Xia Yi spoke up. Fellow sect leaders, the great sales of luxury phones clearly indicate that the number of wealthy individuals in the cultivation world far exceeds our imagination. This is a massive market, well worth our continued exploration. The sect leader of Happy Cultivation sect, Li's sect leader, sighed. Indeed, sect leader Xia is correct. Even within our Happy Cultivation sect, many disciples and elders have purchased luxury phones. They show off and compete constantly. Had I not promptly issued an order, this trend of comparison would have continued unchecked. Indeed, the same goes for the Divine Will sect. Our sect's transmission elder even asked the sect for a spirit stone loan specifically to purchase a mythic grade phone. Nowadays, many disciples and elders prefer to save spirit stones to buy luxury phones rather than for essential cultivation resources. Many sect leaders began to voice their complaints inside the Feathers Ascending Hall. Xia Yi awkwardly chuckled, somewhat embarrassed, as he realized this wave of extravagance was indeed his doing. He coughed and prepared to redirect the drifting topic back on track. Cough, cough. Today's agenda is the cooperation issue of subcontracting the luxury phones. Everyone present felt a thrill and immediately stopped the casual joking. Subcontracting the production of luxury phones was far more profitable than making regular phones. Manufacturing a single luxury phone could be more profitable than producing thousands or even tens of thousands of ordinary ones. The profit margin was just too huge. If they received subcontracting work, their sect's revenue could potentially double. Xia Yi continued solemnly. I will assign production tasks based on the strength of your sects and the corresponding phone tiers. For instance, sects such as Qingyun Gate, Divine Will sect, Tianqin Pavilion, and Happy Cultivation sect, where a nascent soul expert is stationed, have strong overall strength and thus are suitable for producing legendary grade phones. 4 sects like Shangyang sect and Fengqin Gate, whose strongest members are foundation-breaking true sovereigns. They will be responsible for producing epic grade and dazzling grade phones. Any objections? The assembled leaders exchanged glances before unanimously responding in chorus. We have no objections. At this point, Li's sect leader of Happy Cultivation sect hesitated, asking, may I ask what percentage Feathers Ascending sect will take as commission? The other sect leaders also sat upright, deeply concerned about this very issue. This is different from regular phone sales, Xia Yi explained. The luxury phones will be sold exclusively by the Feathers Ascending sect. Once your sect has finished crafting the luxury phones, you must deliver them directly to the Feathers Ascending sect. No CAU selling allowed. And what about our payment for manufacturing them? Although the gathered sect leaders were discontented with the Feathers Ascending sect monopolizing the entire market, they were still willing to accept the deal if the commission matched their expectations. Each sect must prepare on your own the divine materials required for crafting phones of each tier. The Feathers Ascending sect will only provide the SIM cards and phone chips, Xia Yi stated. As for the purchase price from the Feathers Ascending sect, it will be 40% of the retail price. 40%? That's far too low. After deducting labor and material costs, we're basically making no profit in spirit stones at all. Sect leader Xia, Your sect's behavior is truly overly domineering. All the sect leaders stood up in protest. It was as if they had been reduced to mere laborers, not even given a sip of the broth. No one was willing to accept such an unequal partnership. Fellow sect leaders, Xia said calmly, scanning the room. I've always believed in the principle of mutual benefit. How could I possibly make you suffer losses? He continued gently. Actually, besides the luxury phone manufacturing partnership, I also have another form of collaboration, the co-branding collaboration. I wonder if this interests you all. Co-branding. They looked surprised, as none had ever heard the term before. Xia patiently explained. Co-branding means different sects mutually leverage each other's reputations for marketing, jointly designing, and producing new products to achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Take, for example, Qingyun Gate's Qingyun Dupe, a remarkable artifact known for its excellent flight and defense capabilities, offering extraordinary value for money. It has been selling extremely well in Qingzhou. However, due to geographical limitations and other internal issues, Qingyun Gate has struggled to expand into Yunzhou. Whereas the Feathers Ascending Sect's mobile phones are already present in every major province of the Great Xia Empire, boasting over 500 million users. Just imagine, Xia added, what effect would there be if we incorporated the mobile phone function directly into the Qingyun Dupe? Upon hearing Xia Yi's words, Zhong Qingyuan, the leader of Qingyun Gate, found himself breathing more rapidly. The Qingyun Dupe market in Qingzhou had already reached saturation. Artifacts typically last for centuries. Hence, demand was steadily decreasing. Without the manufacturing contracts from the Feathers Ascending Sect's phones, Qingyun Gate's finances would likely have already collapsed. Earlier, he had sent Yu Jixuan to enter the Yunzhou market, but she had unfortunately encountered the Yinyang Young Master and failed. Later, he personally visited Yunzhou to conduct a market survey, but the situation remained unpromising. Yunzhou was a vast land filled with abundant spiritual energy, and its cultivation world was in no way inferior to Qingzhou, perhaps even slightly stronger. After conducting detailed research, Zhong Qingyuan learned that Yunzhou already had several artifacts that offered both strong defensive capabilities and fast flight speed, on par with the Qingyun Dupe. However, the sects selling those artifacts had been around for more than 10,000 years and were household names in Yunzhou with deep roots. In contrast, Qingyun Gate, though the top power in Qingzhou, was completely unknown in Yunzhou, except perhaps among the upper echelons of the major sects. The Feathers Ascending Sect was different. Even the newest cultivator in the cultivation world had heard of the mobile phone. The phone's reputation extended to the secular world as well, with countless wealthy merchants, landlords, and noble descendants purchasing them. If the Qingyun Dupe could truly be combined with the mobile phone and benefit from its high profile, it would be no fantasy to open up markets in Yunzhou, Yuezhou, and other neighboring regions. In comparison, the luxury phone manufacturing contracts, even the ordinary ones, suddenly seemed far less important. Other sect leaders, sharp-minded individuals all, quickly realized this as well. This was a tremendous opportunity for their sects. A crucial opportunity. Seize it, and their sect's commercial operations could expand several times over. Is this true? Can our Qingyun Dupe really be integrated with the phone? Zhong Qingyuan of Qingyun Gate hurriedly asked. Of course, Xia replied calmly with a faint smile. Moreover, after the Feathers Ascending Sect's phones are co-branded with your sect's artifacts, I won't be charging you excessively. Only 56 low-grade spirit stones per unit. 56 low-grade spirit stones for the commission? The assembled sect leaders couldn't believe their ears. Some were almost going wild with excitement. Earlier, they had thought the commission for manufacturing luxury phones was too low and harsh, with many secretly cursing Xia Yi's greed. Now, upon reflection, they even felt a little ashamed. Chapter 116, The Green Alliance. At this moment, Xia Yi suddenly spoke. However, if various sects wish to expand, you will inevitably face a problem. What problem? Everyone couldn't help but feel tense, assuming Xia Yi was going to set more conditions. In the entire Xia Empire's 36 provinces, the Green Province's cultivation world ranks only in the lower middle. There isn't even a nascent soul stage cultivator across the entire province, far inferior to places like Liang Province and K Province. If you wish to expand into other provinces' markets, you will inevitably threaten the local sections. May I ask, do all of you have the confidence to withstand the suppression from those local sects? Xia Yi asked. The various sect leaders exchanged glances. This was indeed an urgent issue right in front of them. Even a mighty dragon couldn't defeat the local snakes, and they themselves couldn't even be considered mighty dragons. Competing with sects from other provinces would indeed be extremely difficult. Do you have any good countermeasures, sect leader Xia? Asked sect leader Li of the Carefree sect. Since Xia Yi had raised the issue, he surely must have a solution. Thus, everyone turned their eyes towards Xia Yi, the leader of the Feathering sect. Xia Yi said, there's a saying in the mundane world, breaking a single chopstick is very easy, but breaking a bundle of chopsticks is difficult. Although the Green Province's cultivation world is slightly weaker compared to Yun Province and Yu Province, if all the sects in Green Province unite, the Yun Province's cultivation world would certainly tremble with fear. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Then, the Supreme Patriarch Zhong Qingyuan of the Azure Cloud sect spoke. Do you mean, sect leader Xia, that you wish to merge all sects in Green Province? That is absolutely impossible. The other sect leaders also immediately rejected the idea. Each of their sects had been passed down for more than 10,000 years. Each had once experienced glory, making them submit to a certain sect as its subordinate. This was absolutely out of the question. Even if they agreed, the elders and disciples of their sects wouldn't allow it either. What are you all thinking? Even if I were arrogant, I would never ask all of you to become subordinates of the Feathering Sect. At least, I do have that self-awareness. Xiaoyi said, smiling wryly. What I mean is that our various sects in Green Province could form an alliance, supporting each other and advancing or retreating together. Everyone shares blessings as well as difficulties. How does that sound to all of you? An alliance? Everyone was no longer as agitated as just now. If it was just an alliance, perhaps it wasn't that unacceptable. What constraints would this alliance impose on our sects? Master of the Divine Will Sect voiced what everyone was thinking. If they had to obey the Feathering Sect unconditionally, what difference would there be from being its subordinate sect? Xiaoyi sat upright and said, joining this alliance means you gain rights, but also must fulfill obligations. Firstly, the privileges that alliance members will enjoy, for example, discounts of 5% on the unit prices of mobile phones and phone chips, and so on. Of course, these privileges aren't the most important. The key point is, when new mobile phone features are developed, alliance members will have priority access to cooperative opportunities. New mobile phone functions? Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Xiaoyi smiled calmly. Yes, new functions. Making calls and sending messages are only the most basic functionalities of the phone. Currently, at least 99% of its functions remain undeveloped, perhaps even more. 99% of its functionality remains undeveloped? Everyone was startled. Making calls and sending messages were already pushing their imaginations to the limit. Could it be the phone had even more uses? Let me give you a simple example. The video call function allows two people millions of miles apart to see each other in real time. Xiaoyi took out a phone and operated it briefly. A piece of music played, different from the usual ringing tone of beep, beep, beep. Soon, the call was connected, and an image appeared on the screen. A muscular man with his chest bare appeared on the screen, with a red furnace behind him and roaring flames. Master, anything up? Came the voice of the man from the phone, along with the constant sound of hammering metal in the background. Nothing important. Keep up the good work. After saying that, Xiaoyi ended the call. On the other side, Immortal looked utterly bewildered. Could it be that Master thinks my weapon forging is too slow, so he video called to urge me on? Immediately, Immortal unleashed his spiritual power. The flames from the red fire furnace suddenly intensified several times, warping the surrounding space with their scorching heat. Everyone, this is video calling. That was merely a call to Elder Mo from my own sect. But even someone in the Jade capital millions of miles away can have the same video interaction. Looking at the stunned crowd, Xiaoyi inwardly smiled. This was just the beginning of video calling. QQ, Taobao, live streaming, and Weibo were the real internet era tools Xiaoyi had meticulously planned all along. Sect leader Xia, was your late master perhaps a celestial immortal? The capabilities of this mobile phone are truly terrifying. It was a long while before sect leader Li of the Carefree Sect finally spoke. Xiaoyi didn't give a direct reply, but said, what the phone has demonstrated is merely the tip of the iceberg. That's why I want to form an alliance to jointly develop this mobile technology. I'd like to know what obligations alliance members must fulfill, asked one of the sect leaders. The purpose of establishing this alliance is to coordinate among various sects and pursue common development. When an alliance member faces difficulties, the other members cannot stand idly by. When a member is attacked by enemies, the others should dispatch experts to assist, or provide resources such as magical treasures, biao, and falu. Members of the alliance must not attack one another. If conflicts arise, members can request an alliance meeting where the alliance leader and other members will render judgment. The alliance leader holds a veto power over proposals made by members. As for the leader's proposals, if more than 50% of alliance members disagree, the proposal cannot be implemented. Finally, the alliance leader shall not interfere in the internal affairs of any member sect. As Xiaoyi spoke, he took out a stack of small booklets and passed them around for everyone to look through. The booklets detailed the rights and obligations of the alliance in great depth. Half an instant sticks time later, Xiaoyi stretched and said, I'm sure you've all thought it through by now. Those who are willing to join forces with the Feathering Sect to establish this alliance, please raise your hands. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. Quickly, someone raised their hand first. It was indeed Supreme Patriarch Zhongqing Yuan of the Azure Cloud Sect. Soon after, several others raised their hands as well. Representatives from the Divine Will Sect, the Carefree Sect, the Mysterious Een Sect, and others. Before long, everyone present had raised their hands, with no opposition. After all, according to what was written in the booklet, the alliance didn't impose many restrictions. In fact, quite a few of the clauses were beneficial to their own sects. For example, when under attack, other sects were required to provide aid. The cultivation world was full of dangers. Historically, countless sects had been eradicated entirely. If the major sects of Green Province could help one another, it would benefit every single sect. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the alliance leader wouldn't have absolute power, as there were many restrictions in place. Particularly significant were the two clauses that the alliance leader couldn't interfere in members' internal affairs, and if more than 50% of alliance members opposed a proposal from the alliance leader, the proposal couldn't be enacted. These two provisions greatly limited the power of the alliance leader. Since all of you are willing to join the alliance, next we must elect an alliance leader. Before Xiaoyi could finish speaking, one sect leader stood up and said, we all agree to appoint sect leader Xia as the alliance leader. The Feathering Sect is mighty and even the Xintian Sect couldn't defeat them. The position of alliance leader should naturally go to them. Right, the mobile phones from the Feathering Sect have made our sects earn great wealth. Sect leader Xia becoming the alliance leader is indeed the will of the people. Despite Xia Yi politely declining several times, he couldn't resist the enthusiastic support from everyone and eventually accepted the position with grace. Since we are all sects from Green Province, how about we name the alliance Qingming? Qingming? Excellent. A great name. Qingming immediately gives a sense of belonging. I also support it. Quickly, Qingming's first proposal was unanimously approved. After all the sect leaders had departed, Xia Yi finally exhaled in relief. The main reason Xia Yi devised this cooperative method was to unite and gain support from the various major sects in Green Province. The Feathering Sect's foundation was simply too shallow. Only Wu Zhongtian and Mo Lai, who had recently broken through to the nascent Soul Realm, were powerful experts. There were only over 30 Foundation Core elders, most of whom had been raised to that level solely through Xia Yi's resources. If it weren't for the deputy sect leader Ajiao supporting things, the Feathering Sect would barely be a second or third-tier power in the Green Province cultivation world. This unbalanced state would continue for quite some time to come. Among the 36 provinces of the Xia Empire, Green Province ranked only in the lower middle tier. The entire province didn't even have a cultivator at the refinement void stage, falling far behind provinces like Liang Province and K Province. Even among the orthodox sects, excluding the demonic and beastly factions, there were more than 10 nascent cultivators, not to mention countless foundation-breaking experts. If the orthodox forces of Green Province could be united, they would form a remarkably strong power capable of greatly compensating for the Feathering Sect's lack of deep foundation. Of course, strength was king in the cultivation world. The reason why the major sects of Green Province had joined Qingming and elected Xia Yi as their alliance leader wasn't just for personal gain. There was another important reason. The Feathering Sect had once repelled the Refinement Void old ancestor from the Shantian Sect. If the Feathering Sect's true strength only consisted of Ajiao, a Saint nascent level ferocious beast, then even if Xia Yi became the alliance leader, many sects would surely be dissatisfied. Next, it's time to implement the phone call charging policy. Chapter 117, Phone Bill. Mingzhou, the Yanyan Sect. Wang Yi was an ordinary Foundation Core disciple, an inner sect member with only 3 spirit roots. His talent was mediocre, and breaking through to the core formation stage would be extremely difficult for him, requiring massive amounts of resources. When mobile phones first appeared last year, he gritted his teeth and bought one. Relying on the phone's powerful signal, Wang Yi safely completed many sect training tasks and earned a significant number of contribution points. I successfully got Senior Sis Yaoyu's phone number yesterday. What should I message her today? Wang Yi could hardly contain his excitement. Complimenting her appearance directly seemed too cliché. After careful consideration, he decided to get straight to the point. It would be better to be straightforward. After sending the message, Wang Yi stared intently at the phone, fearing he might miss something important at any moment. A long time passed, but there was still no response from the phone. Maybe Senior Sis Yao is in retreat, or maybe she's on a mission. Wang Yi tried to comfort himself mentally. Ding. Suddenly, the phone made a sound for receiving a text message. Did Senior Sis reply? Overjoyed, Wang Yi quickly unlocked the phone to check the message. Feather Ascension Sect, Telecommunications, Service Announcement. Dear mobile phone user, your 1-year complimentary package for unlimited calls and text messages has expired. You will now receive 10 minutes of free calling and 3 free text messages each month. Receiving calls remains free. Any usage beyond the complimentary package will be charged at the rate of 10 spirit sand per minute for local calls and 20 spirit sand per minute for interregional calls. Each text message costs 10 spirit sand. For details about bill payment, please visit local mobile phone repair stores. What? So making calls and sending messages now costs spirit stones. Wang Yi was stunned. 1 low-grade spirit stone equaled 100 grains of spirit sand. 10 minutes of monthly free calling and 3 free text messages were clearly insufficient. Although 10 spirit sand per minute for local calls didn't seem like much, over time, it could still add up to a considerable expense. The Feather Ascension Sect is just too crafty, charging suddenly a year later. If they'd made it clear right at the beginning, I probably wouldn't have. Wang Yi couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Yet, thinking again, considering the phone's ability to cover the entire eastern region, surpassing magical artifacts, selling it for merely 56 low-grade spirit stones was surprisingly cheap. Several spirit stones cheaper than the transmission talismans previously used in the sect. Now, the Feather Ascension Sect was merely charging for calling time, and even that was based on spirit sand. Looking at it this way, it wasn't that unreasonable. How exactly do you pay the bill? Wang Yi was puzzled. Did it mean he could only make calls through the Feather Ascension Sect stores now? Wouldn't that be too inconvenient? Never mind, I'll head to Qingyuan County nearby first, and see if I can find the phone service center mentioned in the message. After speaking, Wang Yi left his cave dwelling and soared off on his sword. Half a day later, he arrived at Qingyuan County, located near the sect. At the city's central location, he finally found the Feather Ascension Sect's mobile phone repair shop. Outside the store, already formed was a long line of customers, much like the frenzy he'd seen when phones were first released. I came as soon as I got the message. Never thought so many people would have come earlier than me. Startled, but obediently taking his place at the end of the line, Wang Yi patiently waited. Over an hour later, he finally reached the front of the store. Inside, the shop was quite luxurious, filled with many ordinary attendants serving the customers. I want to deposit 10 high-grade spirit stones. I want to deposit 50 low-grade spirit stones. Can I deposit 3 low-grade spirit stones? Really? Okay, then please charge me 3. The line moved quickly until it was finally Wang Yi's turn. How many spirit stones would you like to recharge? A smiling young girl stood across from him, her manner exuding friendliness and warmth. Let me start with 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Wang Yi took out 2 spirit stones the size of fists. Okay, please state your phone number. The girl in black continued to smile warmly. 6525-565-5836. Wang Yi replied smoothly from memory. After operating briefly on a glowing crystal screen, the girl announced, "Hello, your recharge of 200 low-grade spirit stones has been successfully processed. Please confirm the receipt." Just as Wang Yi was about to leave, a sudden thought struck him. Can I recharge phone credit for someone else with the service you provide? Of course you can, but you'll need to provide their phone number. It's 956-216-636. Please recharge it with 5 mid-grade spirit stones. No, wait. Put in 1 high-grade spirit stone instead. Wang Yi clenched his teeth. For the goddess in his heart, he was willing to go all out. At most, he could just complete a few more tasks later. Alright, the number 956-216-636 has been successfully recharged with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just after exiting the mobile phone repair shop, Wang Yi received a text message. Curious, Wang Yi tapped the unfamiliar blue symbol embedded within the message. Instantly, his phone screen displayed a downloading progress bar. After a few breaths, an icon appeared on the screen, accompanied by the small Chinese characters, Mobile Service Center. Wang Yi tried tapping this newly appeared icon. Immediately, an animation played on his phone, showcasing a grand and majestic sect. 2 breaths later, large characters appeared. The Feather Ascension Sect, a sect capable of transforming the entire cultivation world. The scene changed, displaying a new page featuring functions such as bill inquiry, balance check, and package registration. Oh right, I should send a message to Senior Sis Yao first. While exploring the mobile service interface, Wang Yi suddenly recalled that he had just recharged 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for his senior sister. He quickly typed a message. Senior Sis, I recharged 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for you in Qingyuan County. Please check if it has arrived. Soon, a reply came. I received it. Thank you, Junior Brother Wang. It seems Senior Sis finally finished her busy work. She replied as soon as she was free. Wang Yi's spirits soared, feeling that his high-grade spirit stone was well spent. The news of charging for phone calls quickly spread across the entire Eastern region's cultivation community. Opinions varied widely. Some believed it was acceptable since the phone's price was extremely cheap, making reasonable charges understandable. Others thought the Feather Ascension sect was too greedy. Since ancient times, magical artifacts had always been one-time purchases. Continuous charging for a device was unheard of. Among those most dissatisfied were the numerous qi condensation cultivators. Spirit stones were extremely valuable to them, and many could only afford to recharge a few low-grade ones. Some frugal cultivators decided to budget carefully each month, striving to stay within their free calling minutes and text message limits. Back at the Feather Ascension sect, Xia Yi had also received the initial recharge statistics across the entire Great Xia Empire through Xingzi. A full 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. And this was just an estimate. The actual number was even higher. Of course, this was because people were curious about the new billing system. In a few days, the number of recharges would drop significantly, eventually stabilizing. Tu Beiyuan was an ordinary qi condensation wandering cultivator at the Xiaocang Mountain Marketplace in Yunzhou. Regarding the Feather Ascension sect's newly introduced billing policy, he harbored dissatisfaction. Cultivators like him, at the late qi condensation stage, were all saving up spirit stones, hoping to purchase a foundation core pill someday to seek breakthroughs. They spent as little as possible on spirit stones. Tu Beiyuan had already saved 8,000 low-grade spirit stones, nearing the price of 1 high-grade spirit stone for a foundation core pill. Despite this, he hesitated to recharge generously, only putting in 3 low-grade spirit stones to avoid unexpected call disruptions in emergencies. Just as Tu Beiyuan gradually began accepting the billing system, he suddenly noticed new activities added to the mobile service center. Beside the bill inquiry section, a new check-in rewards activity suddenly appeared. When he clicked it experimentally, a red and festive lantern popped up on the screen displaying 10 minutes of free calling time. Beside it was a line of small text. This free calling time will expire after 12 hours. Please use it promptly before expiration. What? They actually gave me 10 minutes of free calling time. Tu Beiyuan was momentarily stunned, surprised by the Feather Ascension sect's generosity. After all, 10 minutes of in-state calls alone was worth 1 low-grade spirit stone. Pity this free in-state calling time has an expiration limit. Only 12 hours before it automatically expires. Still, it was worth 1 low-grade spirit stone. Upholding the principle of avoiding waste, Tu Beiyuan decided to use up this 10-minute free calling time. Who should I call? Might as well call Jibuochang. Jibuochang was Tu Beiyuan's closest friend, someone he had known for over 30 years and shared hardships with. Later on, after Jibuochang successfully formed his foundation core, he joined the Zhou family in Sisui County as a guest elder. The Zhou family of Sisui had an 800-year history, supported by a golden elixir cultivator as a guardian, so Jibuochang lived a relatively comfortable life. Ring, ring, ring. The phone was soon answered. Hey, Beiyuan, why'd you call me today? Did something happen? A bold voice came from the other end. Tu Beiyuan chuckled and mock scolded. So, am I only allowed to call you when I'm in trouble? Hurry up and say what's on your mind. Don't you know the Feather Ascension sect has started charging for mobile calls? 10 spirit sands per minute, costly. Jibuochang reminded him. Hey, there's this check-in rewards event on the mobile service center app. When I clicked into it, they gave me 10 minutes of free calling time, but it's only valid for 12 hours. If I don't use it within that time, it'll expire. Check-in rewards. Yeah, it's inside the mobile service app. You'll understand once you check it out. 10 minutes of free calling passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Jibo-chang suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Oh right, since I've accumulated considerable merits lately, the Zhou family patriarch has decided to grant me a foundation core pill." Before he could finish speaking, the line was disconnected. Jibo-chang gave a bitter smile. He knew his friend all too well. Most likely the 10 minutes had run out, and any additional time would cost money. Well then, no problem. Jibo-chang was planning to visit the Xiaocang Mountain Marketplace in a while anyway, and he could directly bring the foundation core pill the Zhou family patriarch had granted to Tu Baiyuan. Chapter 118 Check-in Rewards. The next day, Tu Baiyuan eagerly opened the check-in rewards event. A red festive lantern popped up again on the screen, displaying the words, 1 minute of call time. Tu Baiyuan carefully examined it multiple times, and not finding any time restrictions, happily exclaimed, "It's actually permanent. This time I've really scored big." You must know, sending a single text message cost 10 grains of spirit sand. This made Tu Baiyuan look forward to every day's check-in filled with anticipation. On the third day, it wasn't call time or a text message, but 100 megabytes of mobile data. What exactly is data? Tu Baiyuan was baffled. Thinking he might have fallen behind the times, he asked neighbors and friends about it, but none of them understood what data was either. Never mind. Anyway, it has no time limit. I'll just keep it for now. Maybe it will come in handy someday. The check-in rewards event became an instant sensation, sweeping the entire Xia Empire. Almost every mobile phone user's first act each morning was to open check-in rewards to see what new gift they had received. Yuhua Sect. Master, after you introduced the call charging policy, our Yuhua Sect has been making thousands, even tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones daily. But why did you launch the check-in rewards event? Doing so would surely greatly reduce the number of people recharging their phone accounts. Song Yuanshan was somewhat puzzled. He managed Yuhua Sect's finances and naturally understood how lucrative phone fees could be. Nowadays, the mobile phone market within the Xia Empire had nearly saturated. Essentially everyone who wanted a phone already owned one. However, phone fees kept coming in continuously, because even ordinary mortals had considerable communication needs. He just couldn't understand why the sect leader would undermine his own pillar of profit. Senior Song, have you personally tried out this check-in rewards event? Xia Yi didn't answer directly. Of course I've tried it. I've been checking in almost every day. And are you still doing daily check-ins now? Song Yuanshan paused momentarily before answering. Well, I haven't checked in the past few days. Why not? These rewards such as call minutes, messages, and data aren't really useful for me personally, so there's no point wasting time on them, Song Yuanshan replied. Nodding, Xia Yi said, that's precisely the point. To you Senior Song, these check-in rewards are clearly useless, so trivial that opening them feels like a waste of time, let alone checking in daily when you already have the management of sect affairs, meditation, cultivation, and alchemy occupying your entire schedule. Wasting time on unimportant matters simply isn't worth it. The same goes for cultivators at or above foundation building stage. A few low-grade spirit stones are essentially worthless to them. So who then are the users who check in daily? Mainly cultivators at the chi gathering stage and civilians living in the secular world. These users generally don't possess many spirit stones. Even when they do recharge their accounts, it's typically only 2 or 3 low-grade ones. Considering local calls cost 10 grains of spirit sand per minute and texts 10 grains per message, prices aren't cheap. They prefer to make fewer or no calls, trying to stay within the monthly free quota. Thus, this check-in event serves merely as a welfare program for the general chi gathering stage cultivators and common folk. It doesn't impact overall phone fee recharge revenues in the slightest. Reflecting for a moment, Song Yuanshan realized it was indeed true. The main contributors to account recharges were cultivators at foundation building stage and above. The contributions from chi gathering stage cultivators amounted to less than 0.8% of total revenue. This check-in event would significantly increase the chi gathering stage cultivators' favorability towards Yuhua Sect. After all, a chi gathering cultivator wouldn't remain at that stage forever. Master, your insight is excellent. I'm truly impressed. Song Yuanshan sincerely remarked. In Shao Tsongshan Market, Tu Baiyuan opened the phone carrier app, visibly excited. It was already the 30th day of checking in. According to the event regulations, completing 30 consecutive check-ins would earn one a golden treasure chest. As for what was inside the treasure chest, Yuhua Sect had given no specific details. I hope I get 10 minutes of permanent call time. Tu Baiyuan wasn't being greedy. Clicking on the check-in rewards event, a red festive lantern popped up on the screen, showing, congratulations, you've received phone credit worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. What? 100 low-grade spirit stones? Tu Baiyuan's breath quickened. He had expected perhaps permanent call minutes or several permanent free texts. Among his check-ins over the past 30 days, he had received credit rewards 3 or 4 times. However, they were usually just a few grains of spirit sand, not particularly significant. But now, he hadn't anticipated getting such a major reward in the end. You must know, phone credit can be cashed out. Right now, if Tu Baiyuan headed to the nearest phone service center, he could immediately exchange this credit for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Other mobile phone users who had completed 30 consecutive check-ins also opened their golden treasure chests at this very moment. I got 50 minutes of permanent call time. I received 20 free messages. 1 gigabyte of data? What the heck is that? There were also a few rare lucky ones, just like Tu Baiyuan, who drew substantial phone credit. Some people even received pills, talismans, magical artifacts, and so on. These pills and magical items could be exchanged at the nearest phone service center using the winning numbers. Moreover, the quality was quite impressive. Each item came directly from a major sect. Oh man, I just missed checking in one day and failed to get this golden treasure chest. It feels like I missed out on several high-grade spirit stones. Some cultivators regretted so much they nearly slapped their thighs to pieces. This kind of cultivator was far from uncommon. After all, cultivators usually had very busy schedules. Let alone other things, it was common to retreat into cultivation for several days at a time. Pill refining and fabao forging also consumed considerable time. Fellow Taoist, I will be retreating into cultivation for a few days starting tomorrow, so I'm leaving my phone with you. Remember to check in for me every day. Incidents like this were very common among Qi gathering stage cultivators. Today you retreat into cultivation, so I check in for you. Tomorrow I might be busy, and you can check in for me. Of course, such arrangements only happen between close friends. After all, a mobile phone cost 56 high-grade spirit stones, no small amount for Qi gathering stage cultivators. If someone became greedy, stole the phone, and lost a valuable friendship, that would be losing the big over something small. Seeing phone credit recharging become increasingly popular, Xia Yi finally sighed with relief. From the previous transaction between Yujing City and the current Emperor Xia to the present popularity of phone credit recharges, Xia Yi had only ever had one single goal, to establish a bank within the cultivation world. Those phone repair shops spread throughout every province, prefecture, city, county, and town across the Xia Empire were in fact banks. Mobile users recharged their phone credit here, effectively storing it, and freely withdrawing it anytime they wished. Although this bank currently had rather basic functionality, Xia Yi planned for the future, where phone credit would become as widely accepted as the Xia Empire's red gold coins, becoming a stable currency throughout the eastern region. Chapter 119 Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Fengyun Mountain was a towering peak that reached into the clouds, located within the Yongyang prefecture of Yunzhou. Legend had it that a peak stage Feng Wang had once entered deep slumber on this mountain, its body transforming into this 10,000 zhang high mountain. 1,000 years ago, there was a sect called Huofeng Sect at the mountaintop, headed by a sect leader who had reached the Yuaning stage. However, 200 years ago, the leader failed his ascension transformation, went mad with spiritual fire, and died, causing the Huofeng Sect to fall apart, leaving only 2 or 3 disciples around, before eventually fading into oblivion. Why has an ancient, traditional-style building suddenly appeared on top of Fengyun Mountain? Yunzi was a wandering cultivator who had successfully ascended to the nascent divinity stage 800 years ago. Most of his time was spent traveling across spirit mountains and rivers, gathering spirit herbs and refining spirit pills to refine his yuanshin. Upon sensing something unusual, he curiously stopped his flying light and slowly descended. He saw an ancient-style hall with a signboard hanging above it, reading Zuexian Lu, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Yunzi snorted in amusement. Drunken Immortal Pavilion? What arrogance! Nevertheless, he stepped inside, curious about what made this restaurant unique. Inside was decorated with utmost opulence, white jade steps, gold and stone pillars, floors paved with jade-like stone, while tables and chairs were all finely carved from high-grade spirit wood, with spiritual energy so thick it almost condensed into swirling mist. The place resembled a heavenly immortal palace. I'm the shopkeeper of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. What would the honorable guest like to have today? Xia Yi walked over and was surprised to find his very first customer was a nascent divinity expert. What dishes do you offer here? Xia Yi pointed toward the wall and said, the menu is carved on the wall. Please make your selection. Looking back, Yunzi saw the following listed. Emerald Crispy Phoenix Treasure Soup, Purple Jade Lingji Soup, Jade Snake Dragon Ginseng Stew, Pungbird Meat Braised with Yellow Essence, Red Pearl Grass Vermilion Fruit Salad. I've traveled all over the lands for years and visited countless restaurants, but this one surely takes the prize for the most expensive. Even someone like Yunzi, a top-tier powerhouse in Yunzhou, felt astonished at the prices. Some of these ingredients would even challenge a nascent divinity expert like him to purchase. Isn't red pearl grass an ancient spirit herb that's already gone extinct? How could your shop possibly have it? Are you trying to trick people? Yunzi exclaimed in surprise. Xia Yi smiled. This is authentic red pearl immortal herb. Our sect cultivated it through secret techniques, possessing 70% of the medicinal potency of the ancient version. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? A steal for its true worth. In that case, bring me a purple jade lingji soup, pungbird meat braised with yellow essence, red pearl grass vermilion fruit salad, and longya rice. Yunzi reluctantly placed the order. Even for a nascent divinity expert, 1,000 spirit stones was no small sum. Would the honored guest like some wine? We have spirit wine and celestial wine. I recommend our premium spirit wine, Pear Blossom Spring, 30 top-grade spirit stones per pot. Yangzi frowned slightly. Does that mean you think I can't afford your celestial wine? Celestial wine costs 300 top-grade spirit stones per serving, and it's only a small cup, about 2 sips. Are you sure you want it? Xia Yi asked with hesitation. 300 top-grade spirit stones. Yunzi was taken aback. And only a small cup? Was it really brewed by immortals? But 300 spirit stones? Go ahead and bring me one. But if it doesn't taste good, don't blame me for smashing your shop, so you won't rip off other fellow cultivators. Rest assured, sir. Our shop is called Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The specialty is Monkey Immortal Wine. If you think it's not good, you won't even need to act. I'll take down the signboard myself. After saying this, Fat Xia Yi left to prepare. I hope you really have that kind of confidence. Yunzi sneered. Having traveled all over the lands for years, he'd tasted all kinds of finest wines. Half an hour later, the dishes arrived together, including a cup of celestial wine. Instantly, a rich aroma filled the entire tavern, intense, smooth, and powerful. The cup contained a clear, sparkling liquid as brilliant and transparent as jade, resembling amber, with divine radiance swirling above and rainbow-colored lights shimmering. The fragrance was enough to intoxicate a person. Being a lover of wine himself, Yunzi's taste buds immediately tingled. Unable to resist, he picked up the cup and took a sip. A rich, intoxicating flavor surged through his limbs and marrow. Even his yuanshin seemed to drift into a dreamlike state, as if floating among the clouds. Excellent wine. Truly worthy of being called celestial wine. Yunzi's eyes gleamed as he praised repeatedly, the first time he'd ever tasted something so divine. So it really is monkey wine, and the divine monkey that brewed this wine possesses extraordinary cultivation. Exactly. The divine monkey that brewed this wine is an ancient rare breed with cultivation at the nascent divinity stage. Xiaoyi nodded. This was the original monkey wine taken from the secret realm of Shinkong Mountain. Peerless in the world and extremely precious. 300 top-grade spirit stones for a small cup was not considered expensive at all. Afterward, Yunzi turned his attention to the red pearl grass vermilion fruit salad. The red pearl grass shone like emerald jade, radiating dazzling light. He picked up a jade-like piece with his ivory chopsticks and placed it into his mouth. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted. The quality of this spiritual energy was exceptionally high, seeming not to belong to today's cultivation world, but rather like legendary celestial energy. Even his yuanshin appeared to receive a slight purification at that moment. This red pearl grass is real. Although Yunzi had never tasted it before, or even seen it, he firmly believed in this moment that this was truly the extinct red pearl grass. Xiaoyi smiled faintly. Indeed, the red pearl grass was authentic. However, it had been cultivated using a secret indoor small farm together with ancient spirit soil. Although not comparable to naturally grown red pearl immortal grass, it still retained 70% of its potency. Soon, an entire plate of red pearl grass vermilion fruit salad was devoured. Yunzi felt somewhat unsatisfied, as the cultivation world had extremely few medicinal herbs capable of refining one's yuanshin. Next, he picked up a piece of pung bird meat with his chopsticks. The meat was tender, with a slightly sour and fresh aroma, mildly spicy without greasiness. The longya rice grains were evenly textured and about the size of fingernails, resembling dragon's teeth, thick with gelatin, bright white and translucent. Its taste was aromatic, sticky, sweet, and delicious. The purple jade lingji soup was equally delicious, delighting Yunzi, who was usually very picky, who enjoyed his meal immensely. Before long, Yunzi had devoured all the dishes on the table and said contentedly, "The food is great, but the wine is even better. Drunken Immortal Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation. Once I return from Yujing, I must come again for another taste." Saying this, he waved his hand, and a pile of tall, fist-sized top-grade spirit stones appeared on the floor, each one of the finest quality. "Oh, by the way, may I purchase a small pot of your immortal wine? No need to worry about payment," Yunzi asked. Xiaoyi shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, this monkey immortal wine is our Drunken Immortal Pavilion's signature wine. It's strictly limited in quantity, please understand, honored guest." Chapter 120th, Wanshu Holy Land. I should have Yuko design a few service robots. It's just too tiring for me to run the entire tavern alone now. Xiaoyi rubbed his aching shoulders, his face filled with exhaustion. Drunken Immortal Tavern was a newly opened restaurant in Yunzhou. Although there had been relatively few customers lately, most of them were powerful figures like true sovereigns and venerables, who spent lavishly. In the cultivation world, some cultivators specialized in cooking. After countless years of development, a unique sect known as Ling Cooks gradually formed. Ling Cooks used spirit beast flesh and blood as their primary ingredients, combining them with rare medicinal herbs according to secret recipes. Prepared with true flame, these ingredients transformed into exquisite delicacies. These dishes were not only exquisitely delicious, but also enhanced one's magical power. A highly skilled Ling cook was greatly valued. Some taverns would even pay handsomely to hire them, offering salaries slightly higher than those of elders in cultivation sects. Some nascent soul cultivators or transformation venerables would spend extravagantly when hosting guests, splurging hundreds or even thousands of high-grade spirit stones in a single meal, utterly luxurious. The culinary arts of Meishirt Sanbu were nearly perfect, able to bring out the utmost flavor of the ingredients. Although there were many Ling cooks in the cultivation world, few could rival Meishirt Sanbu. Moreover, Xiaoyi had acquired the Yuan Qi powder, an item that could transform even the worst of dishes into something delicious with just a small sprinkle. Back in the northern regions, Xiaoyi had already dreamed of opening a tavern, considering the enormous profits involved. However, due to the beast tide crisis, he had to temporarily abandon that idea. Now in the eastern region, Xiaoyi had already earned a massive fortune. There was no real need to open a tavern, but he had thought it through carefully. It was a major strategic move. The mobile phones of Yuhua Sect had spread throughout the entire Great Xia Empire, but this wouldn't have been possible without the support of the Great Xia Empire and Xuani Sect as manufacturers. Without these two massive powers in the eastern region, Xiaoyi wouldn't have succeeded in spreading the mobile phones across the region in such a short time. However, the influence of Yuhua Sect was limited to Qingzhou, a tiny place. Even in the neighboring Yunzhou, though the sect had some name recognition, it had no real influence. This was something Xia Yi refused to accept. Typically, the most common way for a sect to expand outward was to establish branch headquarters in those areas. Take Xuanyi Sect, for example. It had set up branch offices in nearly all 36 states of the Great Xia Empire. Each branch leader generally possessed mid to late nascent soul cultivation. In several important states, even transformation venerables were present. This grand arrangement had taken Xuanyi Sect over 3,000 years to establish, through the efforts of several generations of sect leaders. Yuhua Sect lacked the deep foundation of Xuanyi, and Xia Yi had no intention of spending 3,000 more years, or even longer, just to build his influence. Furthermore, establishing Yuhua Sect branch headquarters would inevitably provoke the hostility of local sects. The most powerful figure within Yuhua Sect was the vice sect leader, Yijiao. Although the Qing alliance had over a dozen transformation venerables, according to their pact, without a valid reason, Xia Yi couldn't mobilize them. Therefore, setting up restaurants across the land seemed to be a good alternative. First, such ventures would not provoke hostility from local factions. Also, operating a restaurant didn't require stationing high-ranking cultivators like elders. After all, Yuhua Sect's foundation was still too shallow, with only 2 nascent soul elders. Drunken Immortal Tavern in Yunzhou was a trial operation. Xia Yi wanted to try something new. If successful, he would expand across the entire Great Xia Empire. The tavern had 3 levels, with different floors offering different experiences. The first floor offered ordinary dishes that cost just a few dozen or hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones, suitable for golden core cultivators. The second and third floors catered respectively to nascent soul, true sovereigns, and transformation cultivators. Foundation building cultivators rarely visited, since Feng Yinshan's peak towered thousands of feet high. Fierce gales frequently swept across the mountaintop, making it difficult for foundation building cultivators to fly up. Thus, Drunken Immortal Tavern served only golden core and above cultivators. Do you know about the Beast Tide in the northern region? Inside a private room on the second floor, 2 nascent soul true sovereigns were conversing. I've heard a bit about it. I heard it was because the seal at Stone Fortress collapsed. By the way, this seal was connected to the ancestral vein of the northern region. In ancient times, the northern region ranked among the top 3 of the 5 regions of Dongxing continent. A pity indeed. Another nascent soul true sovereign sighed. I heard a holy land from the central plains intervened, the other nascent soul cultivator said casually, picking up a piece of spirit beast meat with his chopsticks. Oh, which holy land was it? Wanshu Holy Land. So it's Wanshu. I've heard Wanshu produced more than one immortal in its history. Their foundation is terrifyingly deep. It makes sense they could solve the beast rebellion in the northern region. It said the Holy Land sect leader personally intervened with a fairy treasure, slaying countless beast lords and beast emperors. Finally, using the power of the immortal artifact, the seal was reinforced once more, bringing an end to the northern region's chaos. The 2 nascent soul cultivators had not set up any formation to block eavesdropping. Therefore, Xia Yi, not far away, clearly overheard their conversation. It's just as I thought. In the end, it was indeed a holy land that stepped in and suppressed the beast rebellion. But I wonder what realm the Wanshu Holy Land sect leader has reached. Is he at the transcendent stage, or perhaps even at the ascendant stage? Now, Xia Yi had already reached the middle golden core stage and was not far from the late golden core stage. After all, Yuhua Sect earned a steady income of 7 or 8,000 high-grade spirit stones every day. As the sect leader, Xia Yi's access to cultivation resources was unimaginable to others. At the normal pace, he could shatter his golden core and form a nascent soul within 10 years, thereby achieving the status of a true sovereign. By the standards of today's cultivation world, this cultivation speed was astonishing, comparable even to the rare, once in 10,000 year Shanqi. But Xia Yi was greatly troubled. Forming a nascent soul was not difficult, but forming a flawless nascent soul was extremely hard. He had consulted many ancient texts from the eastern region's cultivation world, and even sought advice from several transcendent venerables. However, the information he obtained was limited. It was known only that since ancient times, no cultivator seemed to have successfully formed a flawless nascent soul. As for the reasons, the ancient texts were vague and offered no detailed explanation. Could it be because the heavenly rules have changed? Xia Yi guessed in his mind. Changes in heavenly rules didn't happen overnight. According to ancient records, such changes seem to have taken place over the span of about 10,000 years, from the late ancient era to the early middle ancient era. The impact of these changes was profound. From that point on, ancient martial artists became extinct. Now, in the eastern continent, one could no longer find a true martial artist. And the so-called martial artists in the mundane world were merely people who relied on sheer numbers. No longer was there the might seen in the ancient era, like palm strikes splitting mountains or fingers severing great rivers. Alchemy cultivators also gradually disappeared from history, evolving into the modern-day cultivators. In the ancient era, the stages of cultivation among alchemy practitioners were limited. Only foundation building, transcendence, and void returning, followed directly by earth immortal, which was commonly regarded as the level of immortals. Modern-day cultivators had more than triple the stages of cultivation, and their path had become far more difficult than in ancient times. The most obvious proof was that since the ancient era, not a single immortal had appeared in the eastern continent. It seemed that the ascendant stage had become the peak. As for why the heavens had changed, there were many different opinions. Some believed that in ancient times, a war among immortals changed the fabric of this world. Others thought that the continuous appearance of immortals exhausted the eastern continent's foundation, thus making cultivation more difficult thereafter. rendering the appearance of new immortals impossible. If all else fails, I could travel back to the ancient era to uncover the truth. Although Xia currently hadn't drawn any props like a time machine, he did possess the time-space transformer, which could also enable time travel. However, the ancient era was filled with dangers. Truly, even nascent souls were as common as dogs and transcendent elders roamed the streets. To survive in the ancient era, one could only rely on special props. Until he acquired appropriate props like the shrinking lamp, the unfair fight gloves, or the sure wind device, he would not attempt time travel. Chapter 121, The Cultivator Union. Bring me a feast worth 100 top-grade spirit stones, and a cup of your signature immortal wine. Ling Xiao Daoist came to the drunken Immortal Pavilion and ordered a small cup of the legendary monkey Immortal Brew. As a core formation sage, he possessed numerous treasures, and those few hundred top-grade spirit stones meant nothing to him. A sweet-looking young girl approached with a melodious voice. I'm sorry, noble guest. We are temporarily out of the monkey immortal wine. However, we have the Jiping Spirit Wine Cold Pond fragrance available, and you can purchase a pot for just 80 top-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao Daoist was about to get angry when he glanced at the young girl and suddenly gasped. You are not human. You're a puppet. As an experienced core formation sage with unfathomably powerful divine sense, even though the girl appeared identical to a human, he could still detect the internal structure beneath her exterior. Noble guest truly has excellent eyesight. The girl smiled sweetly, without denying his claim. It seems the master behind your drunken immortal pavilion is indeed no ordinary person. Then bring me a pot of your Jiping spirit wine and a bowl of dragon tooth rice. Ling Xiao Daoist didn't ask further. Puppetry was considered a marginal path within the cultivation world, and few cultivators studied it. He had seen many puppets before, but none were as lifelike as this girl. She appeared no different from an ordinary human. Rigid, daidru, and ji-shit, those typical puppet traits were completely absent in her. Half an hour later, the feast was ready. Ling Xiao Daoist poured himself a cup of the cold pond fragrance, took a sip, and discovered it was smooth, mellow, and refreshing, with endless aftertaste, much better than he had expected. Although the monkey immortal wine was tempting, it came in only tiny servings, a single mouthful enough to finish it all. The cold pond fragrance, while only a Jiping spirit wine, came in a whole pot, offering enough to enjoy thoroughly. I remember now. This cold pond fragrance seems to be a special kind of wine unique to Liangzhou. I never expected to taste it here in Yunzhou. 300 years ago, Ling Xiao Daoist had passed through Liangzhou and once tasted this fine wine. However, Liangzhou was millions of li away from Yunzhou, usually busy cultivating, and in his free time searching for rare spiritual treasures and forging magical artifacts, he wouldn't specially journey to Liangzhou just for a drink. It seems this drunken immortal pavilion might belong to a certain sect. Could it be Shantian Sect? Or perhaps Tianshan Sect? Scenes of several super sects flashed through Ling Xiao Daoist's mind. Just then, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in a green Daoist robe approach the counter. The man stuck a piece of paper on the wall and then left. After finishing his meal, Ling Xiao Daoist curiously approached to take a look. The top line read, some suggestions regarding the establishment of the Yunzhou Cultivator Union. It is understood among fellow cultivators that everyone usually focuses on meditation and cultivation, and although the Yuara gates exist, communication with unfamiliar fellow cultivators other than close friends remains difficult, leading to isolation and an inability to offer each other help and support. In accordance with the principle of mutual strengths, mutual benefit, and shared resources, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion specially establishes this cultivator platform, aimed at helping fellow cultivators solve difficulties, support one another, and achieve common progress. Any customer who spends at least one top-grade spirit stone at this tavern can qualify to register as a bronze member. Bronze members may leave messages on the message board at the counter to post tasks, and leave corresponding spirit stone rewards. Of course, they can also choose to undertake tasks posted by other members to earn spirit stone rewards. For example, a member might write on the message board, I urgently need yellow spring soil of the underworld and am willing to buy it for 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Any cultivator friend who happens to have yellow spring soil and is willing to sell it may approach the innkeeper to claim this task. Each task posted by a member will be displayed on the message board free of charge for 30 days. After that, if one wishes to keep the task posted, an additional fee of 1 top-grade spirit stone per month must be paid. Note, members are divided into bronze member, silver member, gold member, platinum member, diamond member, master member, and king member levels. The higher the member level, the more privileges one enjoys. 2. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion will award experience points based on the tasks completed by each member. Once the experience points are full, members can be promoted. 3. Regardless of level, members are free to come and go as they please. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion will not impose any restrictions on their freedom in any way. For membership is open to all races and sects. 10. The final right of interpretation belongs to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. After reading about this so-called cultivator union, Ling Xiao Daoist became interested. He was originally a wandering cultivator, and many sects and ancient schools in Yunzhou and even other great continents had wanted to invite him to become an honorary elder or a guest elder, offering generous benefits. Some even went so far as offering annual compensation of tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. But he had rejected all of them because he disliked being bound by rules and regulations. The cultivator union before him, although seemingly makeshift, did not require fulfilling any obligations, offering complete freedom to come and go as one pleased. Ling Xiao Daoist was a wandering cultivator who usually spent a significant amount of time searching for rare spiritual treasures. There were times when he needed to concoct a pill and had gathered all the essential herbs, sovereign, minister, and assistant, yet still lacked a rare, obscure ingredient, causing him immense frustration. Sometimes, he even thought about joining a proper sect, for at the very least, such small matters would be taken care of by junior disciples and elders. A grand elder might hold a prestigious position, so much so that even the head of a sect dared not move him easily, yet during a sect crisis, one would be required to personally fight to the death, something Ling Xiao Daoist could never accept. He now spoke to the tavern keeper at the counter. My cultivation is at the nascent divinity stage, so for now, please register me as a diamond member. The tavern keeper was a middle-aged cultivator at the core formation stage named Sun Haoran, an old disciple from Lingshu's sect, sent here by Xia Yi to manage the tavern. He hurriedly handed over a form and a brush. Please fill out this form first. Ling Xiao Daoist took the form and looked. The top read, Immortal Mercenary Registration Form. Below it were lines to fill. Taoist name ______, race _____, cultivation level ______, gender _____, affiliated with any sect ______, wanted by the Xia Imperial Court ______, enemies ______. Observing that the questions did not involve privacy and most were optional, Ling Xiao Daoist picked up the brush and quickly filled it out. Sun Haoran briefly glanced at the registration form, found no issues, and said, please wait a moment, before heading into the back hall. Not long after, the tavern keeper returned with a card and said, this is your diamond membership card. Please keep it well. With this card, you'll receive a 10% discount on meals. Also, tasks you post will remain displayed free of charge for 3 months. Furthermore, our tavern has a cooperation agreement with Yuhua Sect. Presenting this card at any mobile store entitles you to a 5% discount on phone top-ups. Ling Xiao Daoist examined the translucent, oddly patterned card in his hand. Made from an unknown material, it bore the words Diamond Member clearly on the front, with his Taoist title Ling Xiao Daoist engraved in the lower right corner. Besides offering discounts on meals, the Diamond membership even gives a 5% discount on phone top-ups. That's quite good, Ling Xiao Daoist thought to himself. For one meal, he could save around 10 to 20 top-grade spirit stones. Even more surprising was the revelation that the tavern's backing sect had connections with Yuhua Sect, which came as quite a shock. Yuhua Sect had risen rapidly in the eastern domain, an almost unparalleled ascent. Even the Xia Imperial Court and Shintian Sect, established powers of the east, chose cooperation over opposition toward Yuhua. Some cultivators speculated that Yuhua Sect was an offshoot of an ancient, great sect or sacred sanctuary from Central Domain. Others suggested that the sect leader of Yuhua Sect was a disciple of a great perfection sage, the reason why even the Xia Imperial Court dared not provoke them, and Shintian Sect abandoned several 10,000-year-old assets to ally with Yuhua. Holding the diamond membership card, Ling Xiao Daoist said, oh right, I actually have a task I need you to post. Sun Haoran replied, you must first submit the task to us for approval. Only after passing the review can it be posted on the message board, as some tasks might violate the Xia Imperial Court's laws. Please understand. Ling Xiao Daoist understood completely. Although the Xia Imperial Court was formed by mortals, it still wielded a massive population and numerous martial saints. For this reason, every cultivation sect, big or small, in the eastern domain nominally submitted to Xia Imperial Court's rule. Otherwise, the current Xia Emperor could order dozens of martial saints, leading over 100,000 imperial troops, to siege any sect, wiping them out completely. Even ancient great sects protected by nascent divinity sages couldn't hope to resist so many martial saints. Of course, for a wandering cultivator like Ling Xiao Daoist, the Xia Imperial Court held no great fear. After all, he was free, unburdened. Though dozens of martial saints were terrifying, capturing a completely unrestricted nascent divinity sage who could traverse the skies and earth was still extremely difficult. Your task has been reviewed and approved as reasonable and lawful. Shortly afterward, Sun Haoran came back. Then they approached a wide, broad wall, clearly visible, with numerous small and large black wooden tablets hanging densely upon it, most blank except a few that had writing. Seeking Starlight Transformation Pill, willing to pay 300 top-grade spirit stones. A secret realm has appeared in Lower River Prefecture. Any Golden Core Stage Daoist companions interested in teaming up? Seeking one piece of 9 immortal vine grass. I am willing to exchange it for a mid-grade magical artifact. Ling Xiao Daoist picked up the brush and wrote on the message board. Seeking one Yinling fruit. I am willing to pay 500 top-grade spirit stones for it. 500 top-grade spirit stones was a large sum, nearly enough to purchase a Ji Feng magical artifact. The pill Ling Xiao Daoist intended to refine was the primordial leaf fire pill. Upon consumption, it would imbue his nascent soul with a trace of fiery attribute, allowing him to cultivate fire-based techniques with the ease of a fish in water. Yinling fruit was exceedingly rare, growing only in deep, yin-filled Ying, Zhidik. He needed it to balance the pill's intense yang essence. Otherwise, if consumed recklessly, his nascent soul could instead be scorched by the overwhelming yang force, severely damaging his foundations. Yinling fruit had no effect on enhancing one's cultivation or blood vitality, which was why few cultivators sought after it. Of course, Ling Xiao Daoist hadn't truly expected much from this cultivator union posting. He had done it casually, with no strong expectations. Should someone find it, great. If not, there was no real loss. 6 months later, Lingxiao Daoist emerged from his retreat. Suddenly, he longed for the famous wine of drunken, immortal pavilion. With that thought in mind, he headed toward Feng Mian Mountain. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, the tavern keeper informed him that his task had already been accepted by a bronze member. Sun Haoran brought out a jade box sealed with a talisman. After tearing off the flue, he opened the box, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by more than 10 degrees. Inside lay a crystal-like jade fruit, wreathed in faint icy mist. Ling fruit. Lingxiao Daoist's breathing quickened. He had searched the entire Yun prefecture without finding even one of these fruits. Never had he imagined that by mere chance, he would actually find it at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Sun Haoran said, "Respected diamond member, your requested Ling fruit was claimed 2 months ago by a silver member. Drunken Immortal Pavilion has already confirmed the authenticity of this fruit, and the 500 top-grade spirit stones have already been paid to that silver member on your behalf. In that case, thank you both greatly." Lingxiao Daoist was ecstatic. He took the jade box, then immediately set up an enclosing seal to prevent the medicinal potency from leaking. After handing over the promised 500 top-grade spirit stones to the tavern keeper, he no longer cared that his original purpose today had been to drink wine. In haste, he rushed back to his cave dwelling to cultivate and consume the primordial leaf fire pill. Chapter 122. Hiring a Venerable Elder. Yun Prefecture, the Jinxia Sect. Inside the sect's grand hall, a core formation elder rushed in with a panicked expression and shouted, "Patriarch, the Heaven Devil Sect has openly declared that they will destroy our Jinxia Sect in 1 month. The Heaven Devil Sect is pressing us too far." Guangming Daoist, the current leader of the Jinxia Sect, was consumed with rage, his face dark with fury. Though the Jinxia Sect was merely a second-tier power in Yun Prefecture, Guangming Daoist had shattered his core and formed a nascent soul 500 years ago, and now he was at the late nascent soul stage of cultivation. However, limited by his innate talent, attaining the transformational immortal stage within this lifetime was nearly impossible. In contrast, the Heaven Devil Sect was a top-tier force among the demonic sects in Yun Prefecture. Their leader, Infeng Daoist, had achieved immortal transformation 100 years ago and was hailed as a demonic sovereign, enjoying great fame and influence across Yun Prefecture. In fact, the Jinxia Sect had once been prosperous. At its peak, it had even nurtured several transformational immortals and was one of the top powers in Yun Prefecture. Unfortunately, decline was destined to follow such glory, and now the strongest individual in the sect was none other than Guangming Daoist at the late nascent soul stage. There were also 2 or 3 nascent soul early stage elders, but they weren't particularly capable. Previously, the 2 sects hadn't had much conflict, but exactly a year ago, a nascent soul elder from the Heaven Devil Sect killed one of Jinxia's female disciples. Unable to contain his anger, Guangming Daoist retaliated and killed the nascent soul elder from the Heaven Devil Sect. Later, when Infeng Daoist from the Heaven Devil Sect concluded his retreat and learned of the incident, he openly declared that he would destroy the Jinxia Sect. The 10,000-year legacy of Jinxia cannot be destroyed by my hands. Even if only a breath remains in me, I will fight the Heaven Devil Sect to the very end. Guangming Daoist wore a look of grim resolve. After all, their opponent was a transformational immortal venerable. There was an insurmountable power gap between them. Also, the sects with which Jinxia had friendly relations were mainly second-tier forces in Yun Prefecture. At best, their highest warriors were at the late nascent soul stage. They were simply no match for the Heaven Devil Sect. At this moment, the previously entered elder suddenly said, "Patriarch, there is a drunken immortal pavilion on Feng Mian Mountain in Yun Prefecture. Immortals at the transformational immortal stage are frequently seen there. The pavilion master has established an organization called the Immortal Cultivator Guild, and I myself am a silver-tiered member. If you can pay the right amount of spiritual stones, it might be possible to hire a transformational immortal. Perhaps you should go check it out. You may actually find a respected elder willing to help us." Drunk Immortal Pavilion? Immortal Cultivator Guild. Guangming Daoist was hearing this for the first time and asked with confusion, "Isn't that just a tavern? How can it possibly have such power? You aren't making this up to mock me, are you?" Upon this, the nascent soul elder quickly explained the details of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Though he finally understood the general concept of the Immortal Cultivator Guild, Guangming Daoist still harbored strong doubts about whether he could actually hire an immortal. Immortal venerables can live for 3,000 years, enjoying longevity and freedom. They travel between provinces and are highly revered. Even in the top-tier sects, they were beings of transcendence. How could such individuals easily serve under others? But now that the Heaven Devil Sect was coming with overwhelming force, Guangming Daoist had no choice but to grasp at this final lifeline. With no time to spare, he immediately transformed into a radiant rainbow and flew toward the distance. 2 hours later, he arrived at Feng Mian Mountain, and indeed, atop a mountain peak 10,000 zhang high, he saw a magnificent palace. After stepping through the main entrance, he saw many cultivators bustling about, most of whom were at the nascent soul stage, with a few rare venerables at the transformational immortal stage. Huh? Isn't that the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect? That person who just left looked like Yuan Gang Daoist. Why is he dining with the ruler of the Tian Xian Palace? That cultivator exuding thick demonic energy is likely a demon cultivator, isn't he? Even a demon elder is here. Guangming Daoist was stunned on the spot. After 800 years of cultivation, this was the first time he had ever seen righteous, demonic, and demonic beasts from the demon race sitting together at the same dining table. Such a sight was usually unimaginable in any other tavern. Demon clans had their own designated cities, rarely visiting cities of human cultivators to dine. Even if they wished to enter a city, they generally concealed their forms and energy. Demonic cultivators fared slightly better. So long as they had not killed ordinary humans and violated the laws of the Disya Empire, they could generally move freely within all the cities of Disya. Indeed, there were quite a number of demonic cultivators serving as imperial advisors within the Disya imperial court. Thus, most demonic cultivators only turned their blades against fellow cultivators for their rituals, rarely massacring ordinary humans. Because once the Disya imperial court learned of such crimes, the imperial armies would be dispatched to exterminate them, making the cost far outweigh the benefits. After walking around for a while, Guangling Daoist noticed a large crowd gathered near a wall in the middle of the grand hall and curiously stepped forward to see what it was. Seeking one purple cloud mist pill, offering 80 premium spiritual stones in return. Seeking a trustworthy righteous cultivator for a joint expedition into the 10,000 Li Mountains requires one to bring one's own antidote pills around mid-nascent soul cultivation stage. The Disya Imperial Court has issued a monster infestation mission in Chishui Prefecture. Anyone interested in joining? Must be at least late core formation cultivation stage. Looks like the drunken Immortal Pavilion truly allows anything to be traded. Guangling Daoist, previously full of despair, finally saw a sliver of hope. He hurried to the counter and, following the introduction on the wall, prepared to register as a member of the guild. According to the tavern keeper's explanation, a cultivator at the late nascent soul stage could directly become a gold-tiered member and enjoy numerous preferential policies. Guangling Daoist was overjoyed. Immediately, he posted a task, sincerely hiring an esteemed venerable to protect the Jinxia sect for 1 month. Patriarch Guangling Daoist is willing to pay 30,000 premium spiritual stones. As a time-honored sect with a 10,000-year legacy, Jinxia had once produced transformational immortal venerables, and they still had some spiritual stones. Although this offer nearly emptied more than half of their treasury. Right away, he took out 1,000 premium spiritual stones as a deposit. After the task was published, many cultivators in the tavern came forward to take a look, but nearly all of them instinctively ignored it. The requirement was simply too high. Only transformational immortal venerables were eligible, which had nothing to do with them. After 2 or 3 days passed, a few transformational immortal venerables noticed the Jinxia sect's protection task posted by Guangling Daoist. They were also aware that the Heaven Devil sect had recently declared its intent to annihilate Jinxia. The Heaven Devil sect was the top-tier power in Yun Prefecture, and these venerables themselves were sect leaders or supreme elders of righteous sections. To covet the 30,000 premium spiritual stones and protect Jinxia would easily drag their own sects into the conflict. It was simply not worth the cost. Days passed, and still, no transformational immortal venerable was willing to accept the task posted by Guangling Daoist. The sliver of hope that had appeared once again faded into despair. He pondered whether he should gamble everything and increase the reward to 50,000 premium spiritual stones. 50,000 premium spiritual stones was practically all the spiritual stones the Jinxia sect could offer. At this moment, a voice came from the counter. This one has accepted task number 0925. Guangling Daoist's heart jolted as he straightened up. Wasn't task 0925 the one he posted? He had been staying in the drunken Immortal Pavilion every day recently, and quickly rushed forward, discovering that the one who accepted the sect's protection task was actually a formidable Yaoju cultivator. His heart couldn't help but sink slightly. What? Do you distrust this one? Black-armored bull venerable sneered coldly. Unlike humans, Yaoju were generally quite poor. After all, they lacked the many industries human cultivators possessed. They could merely gather some rare medicinal herbs and spiritual treasures deep in the mountains and then sell them in human cities. To a transformational immortal venerable, 30,000 premium spiritual stones weren't particularly enticing. Cultivators at this level were mostly sect leaders or supreme elders of orthodox Taoist sects. However, for black-armored bull venerable, this was already a rare and substantial fortune. One could purchase 2 Taoist artifacts with it. Most Yaoju weren't even skilled in forging artifacts. Therefore, black-armored bull venerable accepted Guangling Daoist's task, hoping to earn those 30,000 premium spiritual stones. Seeing Guangling Daoist hesitate slightly, the tavern keeper said, although the Immortal Cultivator Guild is loosely structured, and members come and go freely, it still maintains strict discipline. If any member harms the employer after accepting a task, it's essentially attempting to destroy the guild's reputation. Don't think even a transformational immortal venerable or even a void-forming Dao monarch could escape consequences. Drunken Immortal Pavilion will ensure they pay the price they deserve. Guangling Daoist couldn't help but inhale sharply. Just what kind of background did this drunken Immortal Pavilion possess to not fear even Dao monarchs at the void-forming stage? Could it be that it was truly supported by a superpower like the Shintian sect? Correct, this one may be Yaoju, but values integrity and righteousness. Since this one has accepted your task, I will protect your gene something or another for a month. That's a promise. The black-armored bull venerable snorted out 2 streams of white vapor from his nose, somewhat angered. Senior Taoist brother, it's this humble Taoist's mistake. Guangling Daoist hastily apologized repeatedly. He was already at his wits' end anyway. Perhaps he should place his trust in the bull venerable standing before him. Oh, by the way, transactions exceeding 1,000 premium spiritual stones require a 5% service fee charged by Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Sun Howard mentioned casually. Both Guangming Taoist and the black-armored bull Venerable nodded simultaneously in agreement. They then signed the contract in front of Sun Haoran. Chapter 123, The Crocodile Dragon Strikes. Guanyang, I'm in the middle of refining the spirit-condensing ointment to temper my yuan ing. I'm hoping to cultivate a yuan shun within 100 years. How can I possibly find time to dine at the drunken Immortal Pavilion? Sui Weizi showed some impatience. Currently, he was at the late yuaning stage but had already entered middle to old age. His physical body was gradually decaying, his blood and energy no longer robust. He had spent 20 or 30 years finally gathering all the materials necessary for refining the spirit-condensing ointment, nearly draining all of his wealth in the process. Now, he was just about to start the furnace and refine the ointment, planning to enhance his yuaning afterward. For cultivators, desires of the tongue were hardly a temptation at all. Controlling such desires was extremely simple. Meditation, cultivation, and comprehending the heavens and earth were the true paths. You, like me, are at the late yuaning stage, but you possess higher talent than me. You should retreat into retreat cultivation. After I finish refining the spirit-condensing ointment, I'll give you some. Together, we might successfully transform our yuan yings into yuan shuns within a 60-year cycle. There was a trace of disappointment in Sui Weizi's tone. He and the other had been close friends for hundreds of years, having met when both were still foundation-building cultivators. One might say their friendship was inseparable, like Meng and Zhao, neither ever apart. For cultivators, the yuan ying was merely a faint mass of energy, very weak. If separated from the physical body, it likely couldn't even defeat a foundation-building disciple. Moreover, if the yuan ying left the body and failed to find a suitable host to possess within an hour, its soul would dissipate. Only after the yuan ying transformed into a yuan shun could it exist for a long time in this world, unleashing approximately 60 to 70% of its original power. However, it would still require a highly yin location to reside in, avoiding direct sunlight like a ghost, with many other limitations. There's no rush to refine the pill now. Besides, at the yuaning stage, mere cultivation is insufficient. One must focus more on refining the heart. As he spoke, Guanyang Taoist grabbed Sui Weizi, urging him toward the cave residence's entrance. Sui Weizi felt quite helpless. After all, the other was a several centuries-old friend with whom he had shared life and death. Sighing deeply, he extinguished the furnace flame and followed his friend toward the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon arriving at Fengyan Mountain, Sui Weizi immediately saw a grand building towering before him. When he entered, he discovered that many cultivators were already inside. Isn't that the Tianqi Sect's elder enforcer? That one resembles Jiang Taoist. I met him briefly 10 years ago. There are even cultivators from the Devil Dao. That one brimming with Yaoqi is clearly a Yao Jun. Sui Weizi was taken aback. He hadn't expected that, after just a few years of seclusion, he'd fall so far behind. In a modest Cloud Province tavern, 3 powerful factions, Orthodox, Demonic, and Yao, had gathered. It was indeed a rarity. Everyone knew the Orthodox sects and Demonic factions, or the Orthodox and the Yao, had always been enemies, like oil and water, irreconcilable. After all, Orthodox cultivators always carried banners bearing slogans like slay demons and eliminate evils. If all 3, Orthodox, Demon, and Yao, are gathering at this single tavern, it must have something extraordinary to offer. I assure you, you won't regret coming. Come on, eat anything you want, my treat. Taoist Guanyang proudly slapped his chest. A young girl handed them a menu. Opening it, Sui Weizi discovered various heavenly treasures and rare earthly materials listed on it. Jiangzhu herb and Zhugua salad? 1,000 Ji Ping Ling Shi. Sui Weizi was stunned. Jiangzhu immortal grass was a mythical herb from ancient times, most effective in nourishing the spirit. Its effect upon consumption would be far superior to the spirit-condensing ointment. He had spent an entire cycle of 60 years collecting materials for refining. As for Zhugua, it also nourished the soul, but its medicinal potency was nowhere near as strong as that of the Jiangzhu immortal grass. 1 order of Jiangzhu herb and Zhugua salad, Flying Dragon Huangjing soup, 2 bowls of Diwen pearl rice, and another 2 cups of immortal wine. Taoist Guanyang quickly placed his order. This 1 table's worth nearly 1,300 top-grade spirit stones. Where on earth did you get so much? Frowning, Sui Weizi knew his friend's character well. Free-spirited and indulgent, he seldom had much left over, often needing to be bailed out. The drunken Immortal Pavilion's greatest specialty isn't actually its food, but rather its cultivators' guild. Recently, a fellow Orthodox cultivator discovered a deserted cave residence on an immortal island in the East Sea. He left a request for assistance, and I accepted the mission. Unexpectedly, it was a cave left behind by a late-stage transformation expert. There were quite a few Dao artifacts inside, and thus I obtained a few pieces myself. Taoist Guanyang chuckled. Now, I'm a truly wealthy man. I see. Nodding, Sui Weizi knew his friend was always quite fortunate. Encountering the abandoned cave of a late-stage transformation expert made sense. Less than a stick of incense's time later, a girl dressed in adorable attire arrived carrying the dishes. The Jiangzhu grass looked like jade, radiating dazzling lights. Unable to wait any longer, Sui Weizi used jade chopsticks to pick up a blade of the jade-like herb and placed it into his mouth. The moment it touched his stomach, concentrated spiritual energy exploded outward. This spiritual energy was of exceptional quality, making him feel as though his yuan ing had swollen slightly. The effect is far superior to the spirit-condensing ointment. Sui Weizi was astonished. Just that tiny piece of Jiangsu immortal grass had likely accomplished the effects of at least 30 or 40 years of yuan ink tempering work. At first, he had thought that selling the Jiangsu immortal grass zhugua salad for 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was a bit too expensive. But now he realized it was truly worth it. Taste this immortal wine first. They say it was brewed by a divine monkey at the Yao Lord level. Only a few small cups are sold per day, and if you arrive just a little late, it will definitely be gone. Guanyang Daoist took a small sip and revealed an expression of great enjoyment, as if he were floating lightly in the air. Sui Zi had already smelled the rich and fragrant aroma of the wine, so he carefully took a sip. It indeed tasted mellow and lingering, and even his yuan ing felt slightly lightheaded. What do you think? Wasn't it worth coming here? Guanyang Daoist raised his wine cup and smiled. Sui Zi nodded. Just this dish of Jiangsu immortal grass and zhugua alone has already benefited me greatly. I'm not exaggerating when I say it increased my chances of cultivating a yuan shun by at least 10%. Just as they were chatting and laughing, a sudden commotion came from nearby. Xuanming Daoist, I searched for you fruitlessly for 10 years, never expecting to finally meet you here at the drunken immortal pavilion today. You killed my only disciple. Today I will personally extract your yuan ing and burn it to death in flames. The cultivators upstairs and downstairs all put down their jade chopsticks. So it's Yu Yun Daoist. Sui Zi immediately recognized the angry cultivator in front of him. Yu Yun Daoist was a famous free cultivator in Yun province, and his cloud sword was a top-grade Dao artifact, an incredibly powerful weapon that many sects wanted to court him for. As for Xuanming Daoist, he was a formidable figure from the Devil Dao, well known for his reckless and ruthless actions. Many orthodox cultivators had long wished to eliminate him, and even the Great Xia Empire had issued a bounty on his head and listed him on the Sky Fortune Pavilion's wanted board, yet he still managed to remain at large. Guanyang, perhaps we should leave now. If these two experts start fighting, even the shockwaves would be unbearable for yuan ing cultivators like us. Sui Zi looked worried. No worries, they won't actually fight here. Guanyang Daoist appeared quite calm and even picked up a piece of zhugua, just as the two were about to come to blows. The tavern owner stepped out, his voice heavy with authority. No fighting is allowed within the drunken immortal pavilion. If you have personal disputes to settle, take it outside Fengyan Mountain. Today, no matter who tries to stop me, I will make this old demon pay for his crimes. Yu Yunzi was a transformation-forming expert, among the highest ranks in Yun province. There was no way he would easily give up because of someone else's casual words. Immediately, his right hand flicked upward, and a glowing light danced in his palm, slowly taking shape into a sword nearly 3 feet long, thin as a cicada's wing, sharp and brilliant. Exactly the renowned top-grade Dao artifact, Cloud Sword. You old fart. Yu Yun, do you think I, the Supreme Master, fear you? Dark flames surged from Xuanming Daoist's body, thick and viscous like blood, chilling the heart and exuding immense demonic power. Sun Haoran was merely a golden core cultivator, yet amid these two great experts, he showed no fear. He took out a phone and made a call. Soon, the air in the void rippled. A huge flying vessel slowly emerged from a dark crack in space. Then, a massive ferocious beast leaped out from it. Its entire body was covered with gleaming black scales, each over a meter long and half a meter wide. Its enormous, terrifying head had a pair of sharp horns glowing with a ghostly cold light. A pair of crimson eyes radiated an icy, piercing glare. A bloodthirsty aura filled the air, making the beast appear extremely monstrous. It opened its massive mouth toward the two transformation-forming experts ahead, revealing rows of sharp teeth, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Even Yu Yunzi and Xuanming Daoist, both transformation-forming experts, felt a soul-deep suppression. Their breath quickened. Crocodile Dragon had undergone the baptism of the light of evolution, its bloodline greatly enhanced, returning to its peak condition. Except for Dao Lords at the refinement void stage, ordinary late-stage transformation-forming experts stood no chance against it. Moreover, Yu Yunzi and Xuanming Daoist were only mid-stage transformation-forming cultivators, clearly far inferior to the Crocodile Dragon. This beast seems to be a crocodile dragon, carrying the bloodline of both ancient crocodiles and divine dragons. Truly formidable. A crocodile dragon? Isn't there also a crocodile dragon at Qingzhou's Feathered Immortal Sect? Could this drunken immortal pavilion possibly be run by the Feathered Immortal Sect? It's very likely. The diners inside the drunken immortal pavilion whispered among themselves. Yu Yunzi's expression kept changing. Wanting to act, yet restrained by the crocodile dragon's imposing aura, he said, "Since this place prohibits private battles, I will respect the owner's rules for now. Xuanming Daoist, dare you follow me outside to settle this matter for good? What's there to fear? I'll use your yuan ing to refine a treasure." Rolling flames of blood surged from Xuanming Daoist's body. He was fearless. Then, both of them flew out of the drunken immortal pavilion, preparing for an all-out duel. Fights between transformation-forming experts were exceptionally rare. Many diners, unable to contain their curiosity, paid their bills and rushed out to witness the battle. Xiayi sat in a private room on the 3rd floor, where he had a clear view of the scene downstairs. The drunken immortal pavilion's business was getting better and better, gaining considerable renown throughout Yun province. Every day, several transformation-forming elders came and went. This was all due to the pavilion's excellent dishes. Many of its rare and precious ingredients were herbs long thought extinct, such as Jiangsu immortal grass and Xinjiao grass, all of which greatly benefited even transformation-forming experts. Even more gratifying was the overwhelming success of the Cultivators Guild model. As many as 23 transformation-forming elders had joined the guild. They came from the three major factions, Orthodox, Devil Dao, and Beast Cultivators. This was already an astonishing number. After all, even the Azure Alliance only had 11 transformation-forming elders. Although these 23 experts were not directly under Xia Yi's command, as time passed, these immortals would gradually develop a sense of belonging toward the Cultivators Guild. Moreover, the privileges granted to the guild were immense. Certain matters could be directly posted as tasks. After all, Yuhua Sect wasn't lacking in spirit stones. Although Xia Yi was the leader of the Azure Alliance, without a proper reason, it was difficult to mobilize transformation-forming elders from allied sections. The Cultivators Guild filled this gap quite well. The success of the guild in Yun Province showed that this model could be promoted in more than 30 other major provinces. By then, even if Yuhua Sect's main branch had only 2 or 3 Yuaning elders, with the support of the Cultivators Guild, Xia Yi could easily mobilize dozens or even hundreds of transformation-forming elders. Even if someone caused trouble in the tavern, Xia Yi possessed the heaven and earth demonic repelling spirit shuttle, allowing him to reach any branch location effortlessly. However, these days, the Crocodile Dragon was quite busy handling various incidents. Chapter 124 Atomic-Powered Submarine-Style Wind-Up Earth Diver. Tianyan Mountain, Zhuai Xian Building. The ancient cave mansion in the Southern Territory has appeared more than 10 days ago, yet not a single cultivator has managed to enter. Just now a fellow cultivator called me, saying 5 nascent soul elders joined forces, but still could not break through the formations. The owner of this cave mansion should be a Dao Lord at the refinement stage, or even in existence at the unity stage. I agree with that completely. What a pity there is no Dao Lord at the refinement stage in Yun Province, which is why this ancient cave mansion remains sealed. Inside Zhuai Xian Building, the most talked about topic currently was the ancient cave mansion that had emerged in the Southern Territory. The origin of this matter lay in a newly appeared secret realm in the Southern Territory, relatively small in scale, yet it had still drawn many nascent soul monarchs to venture inside. At that time, the message board at Zhuai Xian Building was filled with posts looking for group members. Later, a team accidentally discovered an ancient cave mansion. This team consisted of 5 nascent soul monarchs, most of whom were at the mid-nascent soul stage. Their strength ranked among the best among all the exploring teams. Yet even these 5 nascent soul monarchs, attacking in unison, could not break through the seal. Instead, they were counterattacked by the formation's force and suffered significant injuries. Later, the ancient cave mansion drew the attention of core formation elders, and even cultivators from the demon and monster factions. Yet without exception, none could break through the ceiling formations. Even the crocodilian Zhao, at the late core formation stage, tried his might but failed to enter. The news about the ancient cave mansion appearing in Yun Province quickly spread to other major regions. Previously, the connection between provinces was weak, so a message could take months, even years, to spread across the immortal cultivation world of the Great Xia Empire. But now it was different. With the invention of the mobile phone, information could spread throughout the immortal world within a day, something previously unimaginable. There were rumors that a Dao Lord at the refinement stage had already taken interest in the ancient cave mansion in Yun Province. He would soon set off to investigate. Yuhua Hall. Xia Yi prepared, as usual, to draw a random item. Congratulations. You have drawn an atomic-powered submarine-style wind-up earth diver. The system voice sounded. Before him appeared a black submarine approximately 10 meters long. A green light flickered in Xia Yi's eyes as he quickly grasped the information of this item. Item, atomic-powered submarine-style wind-up earth diver. Function, can dive underground and explore the subterranean world. It operates using a dynamo engine that needs winding after every 500 meters. Atomic energy, and still requires winding. Xia Yi felt a bit speechless. However, this atomic-powered submarine-style wind-up earth diver was capable of diving underground, which actually made it a rather fine magic treasure. The ability to tunnel underground is a major mighty technique in cultivation. Practically no sect currently possessed such a skill. Legend says only the ancient alchemists mastered complete the 5 elements escapes. However, after the heavenly rules changed, the wood escaping technique, fire escaping technique, earth escaping technique, and golden light escape had seemingly all been lost. Nowadays, no cultivator could master these 4 techniques. The water escape was somewhat better, giving rise to many water-type escape methods, though still far inferior to the water escape of ancient times. This atomic-powered earth diver could dive underground, effectively an earth escape, although one must wind the key every 500 meters, which made its burrowing speed somewhat slow. It'd be fine for Yan how to pilot this earth diver for exploration. After all, there are plenty of treasures underground, even more so than on the surface, Xia Yi thought. The underground was a vast, unexplored territory, teeming with treasures. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the ancient cave mansion in the Southern Territory's secret realm. The entrance to the cave mansion was densely covered in formations. Many core formation elders had come and failed. But Xia Yi refused to believe that there were formations blocking the area below the mansion as well. Nanyun, Yinchuan County. A black rift over 10 meters long floated in midair, its interior flashing with many lights, as though it contained a colorful miniature world. This was the secret realm currently making waves in the southern region, the ancient cave mansion resting within. However, with several core formation elders returning without success, the secret realm had lost much of its initial hype. The number of groups entering had dropped significantly. After Xia Yi entered, a thick wave of spiritual energy rushed toward him. Roughly a top 4th grade spirit vein, considerably weaker than the floating mountain secret realm back then, he analyzed inwardly. Spiritual herbs were scattered throughout, many of which could benefit nascent soul monarchs. However, for Xia, they were somewhat trivial. Very soon, he arrived at the ancient cave mansion everyone had been talking about. An ancient cave filled with the aura of time shone with 7 colored lights, its interior overflowing with spiritual energy, obviously not crafted by ordinary cultivators. Xia focused carefully. Although the 7-colored light appeared dazzling, beneath its beautiful surface surged dense murderous energy. Any person who attempted to attack, it would suffer a violent counterattack. Xia tried taking out a Sanxian Zhuyang bullet and threw it inside. Boom. A tremendous explosion rang out. Yet the immortal cave continued to radiate its dazzling glow, unchanged. This Sanxian Zhuyang bullet, worth 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, could match the power of an attack from a late-stage core formation cultivator, yet it didn't even make a ripple when thrown in. A waste of 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. Xia vaguely remembered that when he had just crossed over into this world, he had inherited a debt of 3,000 high-grade spirit stones from the former sect leader of Lingshu sect, which almost crushed him under its weight. But now, for Xia, losing 3,000 high-grade spirit stones wouldn't even make him blink an eye. How different things were now compared to before. Seeing that no cultivators were nearby, Xia carefully took out his atomic-powered submarine-style wind-up earth diver, opened the hatch, and jumped inside. After starting the atomic-powered engine, the surrounding soil began slowly softening, rippling with waves of yellow energy, just like flowing water. Then, the atomic-powered earth diver gradually sank beneath the surface, entering the subterranean world. As he controlled the earth diver, Xia mused thoughtfully. Too bad the preparation time before entering underground is so long. Otherwise, even if I encountered a Tao Lord at the refinement stage, I could escape. Then, he switched on the light of the atomic-powered earth diver. The light was called Dijon lamp, an extremely practical tool. Once turned on, it allowed clear vision of the entire underground world. A golden beam of light spread through the dark subterranean world, and suddenly all the surrounding soil vanished from Xiaoyi's sight. The stones, gravel, roots of grass and trees, insects, and earthworms, all aspects of the underground world were now clearly displayed. How amazing! This was the first time Xia had ever seen what the underground world looked like. However, since this atomic-powered earth diver was of a wind-up style, he needed to wind it every so often, which was extremely inconvenient. After just winding the key, Xia spotted something faintly glowing with a soft blue light not far below. What is that? Curious, Xia carefully maneuvered the earth diver lower. Soon, he arrived at the source of the glowing light. Looking closely, Xia discovered it was a large metal ore, much bigger than a millstone, emitting a faint blue glow under the lamp's illumination. Judging by its appearance, this seems like Blue Demon Essence Stone. Blue Demon Essence Stone was an extremely rare metal in the cultivation world, one of the critical materials used for forging spiritual artifacts. Spiritual artifacts could damage a cultivator's nascent soul and soul essence, usually crafted only by Jinjura at the core formation stage. Xia felt extremely pleased. He had only just begun his descent and already found such a treasure. Truly, the underground world was filled with wonders. However, the atomic-powered earth diver could only soften soil within a 5-meter radius. Xia exerted himself a bit to successfully collect the huge Blue Demon Essence Stone. Innumerable minerals exist underground. If I had this earth diver back in the northern region, it would have been wonderful. Xia sighed in admiration. Just then, he noticed a giant serpent dozens of meters long. Rather than a snake, it was actually an earthworm. Its massive body only resembled a snake in shape. This earthworm burrowed through the earth like water, displaying a powerful force of approximately nascent, soul-level cultivation. Seeing this, Xia quickly took out a small ball. Pressing the button, the small ball instantly expanded into a protective barrier, enveloping the entire atomic-powered earth diver. This item was called the shield ball, a defensive tool Xia had drawn last year. The shield's power depended on the amount of energy stored within the machine. The more energy, the stronger the barrier. Xia had tested it before. It could withstand the attacks of a late core formation stage crocodilian Jiao for a T-time duration. Don't underestimate this T-time duration. It would be more than enough time for Xia to pilot his 9 heavens and 10 directions demon-repelling divine shuttle and escape. After collecting the Blue Demon Essence Stone, Xia found no other ores of comparable value. Common ores like refined iron or dark steel were plentiful, but Xia couldn't be bothered to collect them. While moving forward, Xia spotted a land-based spiritual beast with thick armor-like scales covering its entire body. It looked somewhat like a pangolin, and its burrowing speed was much faster than the earth diver's. Fortunately, it didn't attack the earth diver. It was only after entering the subterranean world that Xia realized this ancient cave mansion was far more complex than he had imagined. The cave mansion stretched like the Jiao dragon raised within the imperial palace of Great Xia, immense, stretching endlessly downward into unknown depths. Piloting the earth diver down to a depth of 800 meters underground, Xia knew the deeper he went, the farther he would be from the cave's entrance formations. Before him lay the enormous dragon-shaped mansion, its outer walls constructed from countless blocks of bluish stone, looking extremely solid. Finally, there are no more restrictions here. Makes sense too, such a massive cave mansion. Even a nascent soul stage expert wouldn't waste so much effort to cover every corner with formations. After all, Earth Densu has long been lost. Still, even without the formations, I'm guessing it won't be easy to get inside. Xia Yi opened the hatch and stepped out of the atomic-powered earth diver. He took out Long Yuan's sword and thrust it forward with all his strength. Long Yuan's sword was the sect leader's personal sword of Lingshu's sect, possessing the power of an upper-grade treasure. After founding Yuhua Gate, Xia Yi had specially spent a large sum to purchase a heavenly Dao-level ancient sword, using it as the sect leader's personal weapon. It had the same name as before, still called Long Yuan's sword. Chapter 125, Earth Spirit Root. Ding! A sound like clashing metal and jade rang out. The Long Yuan sword had sunk in only 1 centimeter, and no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge further. What kind of stone is this? How can it be so hard? This is a top-grade Dao artifact, after all. Xia Yi stood stunned. At this rate, it might take half a year just to carve a path to the Immortal's cave. With great effort, Xia Yi finally pulled the Long Yuan sword free. No wonder the cave's master didn't bother setting up any barriers here. Suddenly, he remembered a tool he had previously drawn, an item called the penetration ring. With a thought, a golden hoop appeared in his hand. By placing it against a wall, one could pass right through it. Although the stones used by the cave master were extremely hard, the penetration ring essentially utilized spatial techniques, so it could penetrate regardless of the wall's hardness. Xia Yi placed the golden hoop against the cave's wall. Immediately, a swirling gray mist emerged from within the hoop, but instead of revealing the cave's interior, it remained opaque. Could it be the stone is too powerful, rendering the penetration ring useless? Frowning, Xia Yi thought otherwise. After all, anything from the system should be top quality. However, the cave's master was likely at least a nascent soul stage powerhouse, which made Xia Yi feel slightly uneasy. As he was pondering, the gray mist within the hoop vanished, revealing the scene inside the cave. Now's the chance. Without hesitation, Xia Yi leaped directly into the golden hoop. Just as he entered, the penetration ring exhausted all its energy, turning into a regular golden hoop. Outside was no longer visible through it, only darkness and earth. These stones really are formidable, draining the penetration ring's power in an instant. Xia Yi exhaled in relief and glanced around him. The ancient cave before him was dry and arid, with dense spiritual energy floating in the air. Every 10 meters along the walls sat a sea bowl-sized object, its flame burning steadily. This must be merfolk oil, which is why it can burn so long. Xia Yi surmised in his mind. Top-grade merfolk oil could burn for 1,000 years, but this oil appeared even more refined. The cave shimmered with spiritual energy, illuminated by radiant pearls casting brilliant hues. These pearls are also rare treasures. Xia Yi picked one off the wall. It was the product of a 10,000-year-old clam spirit. When the Xia Emperor conferred upon Xia Yi the title of 4th-grade Immortal Sage, he had also awarded many treasures, including many pearls of high value. But compared to the ones here, those were inferior, pale imitations. Xia Yi proceeded further inward. Soon, he noticed some carvings, ancient and faint but still visible. These seem like sword marks. Could it be that there's a secret sword technique hidden here? After studying them for a long time, Xia Yi confirmed they were indeed fragments of a lost sword manual. It was likely the cave's master had inscribed some insights during cultivation. Though seemingly haphazard, they contained supreme principles of sword cultivation. There were 9 clear sword marks engraved upon the wall, seemingly random at first glance. Yet they concealed an intense, piercing sword chi. After examining them for a while with his spiritual awareness, Xia Yi's soul ached as if under attack from countless sword energies. These sword marks were exceptionally unique. Outside, countless sword cultivators would go mad fighting for them. Bearing the pain of the sword chi, Xia Yi focused with his spiritual sense, mind empty and calm, and unknowingly re-entered the state of harmony between heaven and man. Harmony between heaven and man. Many cultivators spent their entire lives chasing this state in vain. It was a rare opportunity, yet also a dangerous one. This state, unattainable at will, connected one's true self with the Tao of heaven. The 9 sword marks were deeply etched into Xia Yi's soul. His spirit trembled, and now, finally, he had initially grasped the sword manual. This sword manual was a spontaneous creation of the cave's master, scratched onto the walls as he reflected on his sword cultivation insights. For 3 full days, Xia Yi sat cross-legged, meditating on these sword traces. Eventually, he opened his eyes again, his gaze gleaming brightly, clearly having gained much. He continued forward. Not far ahead, he spotted white jadestone steps leading into an even deeper, more remote area. For some reason, a tingling sense of unease rose in Xia Yi's heart. This cave's history was ancient, and there should logically be no living beings inside. However, whether there were deadly barriers or killing formations ahead was uncertain. Just to be safe, Xia Yi took out a robot and sent it ahead to scout for danger. Luckily, nothing dangerous occurred along the way. After descending for a while, a white skeleton came into view, a deceased human cultivator. The bones were as white as jade, still emitting a faint glow. Xia Yi took out a dating device and aimed it at the remains. The screen displayed 56412. Over 50,000 years ago. So this truly is an ancient immortal cave. Xia Yi was startled. That these bones had survived intact for over 56,000 years showed how powerful this person had been in life. Likely the cave's master. It seems the cave's master was at least a Grand Ascension stage celestial sovereign. Xia Yi's heart quivered. A Grand Ascension stage celestial sovereign, regardless of the era, even during the ancient age filled with powerful experts, belonged to the absolute peak of strength. Across the entire eastern region, stretching millions of miles, there wasn't a single grand ascension stage celestial sovereign. It was likely only the central plains, the gathering place of eastern Xingzhou's fortune, that held such a celestial sovereign. Xia Yi did not collect the cave master's remains. It was a sign of respect for a powerful cultivator. As he walked forward, Xia Yi mused. A cave left behind by a grand ascension sage was invaluable beyond measure. If word of this place ever leaked, it would ignite every void refinement Dao monarch in the eastern region. Before long, a medicinal field about an acre in size appeared ahead, growing numerous spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, he had no idea how many years they had been dead. While spiritual herbs generally grew more potent with age, like other living beings, they too had a lifespan. Common spiritual herbs would eventually wither after 2,000 or 3,000 years, their spiritual energy dissipating entirely. Even rare medicinal kings could grow for 10,000 years, but even that would not surpass 20,000. Since this cave had already existed for 50 to 60,000 years, the death of the medicinal kings here was only natural. Unless, of course, it was a legendary celestial herb, as immortal as a celestial being itself. What a pity, sighed Xia Yi. If just one of these medicinal kings had remained alive, it would have been enough to drive any Dao monarch wild with desire. At this moment, a stalactite above the medicinal field caught his attention. It was pure white, like jade, oozing dense spiritual energy. A drop of white liquid hung at its tip, as if ready to fall. This is Earth Spirit Milk. Xia Yi was overwhelmed with shock. He knew that Earth Spirit milk born from the Earth Spirit root had infinite wondrous uses, a priceless celestial treasure. According to legend, only a spirit root of the 8th rank was considered an Earth Spirit root, and the highest grade spiritual vein in the eastern region was reportedly a middle-tier 8th grade spiritual vein. It was said to be hidden deep in the palace of the Yu Kingdom's capital. The Great Xia dynasty had even attracted many void refinement Dao monarchs thanks to that spiritual vein. This cave's master is truly magnificent to actually possess an Earth Spirit root. Coming to his senses from the shock, Xia Yi carefully retrieved a white jade bottle and collected the single drop of Earth Spirit milk. Although this was only half a drop, it might have taken the Earth Spirit root decades to form, something no amount of spiritual stones could compare to. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Directly beneath the stalactite, there grew a piece of withered branch. The dead branch was about 2 feet long, utterly lifeless and lusterless, like a regular dead branch found in a forest. Looking at this arrangement, it seems the cave master intended to nourish this branch with Earth Spirit milk. Xia Yi circled the medicinal field and found the withered branch exactly at the field's core, in a place of refined spiritual energy, directly under the stalactite, where the Earth Spirit milk would drip onto it. This withered branch must be an extraordinary spiritual plant, for the cave master to cultivate it with Earth Spirit milk. Xia Yi didn't retrieve the branch immediately. He cautiously approached and examined it closely. Suddenly, he noticed a tiny green bud. It was nearly invisible at a glance. Though small, like a grain of sand, the bud brimmed with vigorous vitality. It seems that after 50,000 years of nourishment from Earth Spirit milk, this branch has come back to life. Xia Yi murmured in admiration. There was no doubt that this withered branch carried an immense heritage, possibly a celestial tree-level plant. He naturally wouldn't let this slip away and decided to take the entire medicinal field along with the branch. After all, the soil in the field had been nourished by Earth Spirit milk for tens of thousands of years. It was now the most potent medicinal soil in the world, filled with spiritual essence, rare beyond compare. Even ancient sacred soil couldn't match this. The 8th grade spiritual vein, the Earth Spirit root, seems nearly exhausted as well. After collecting the entire medicinal field using a spatial item, Xia Yi turned his thoughts to this rare 8th grade spiritual vein in the eastern region. However, after half a day of careful inspection, he found that its spiritual energy had already been almost entirely depleted. Only about 2 or 3 layers of energy remained. Even so, what remained surpassed in both quantity and density the spiritual vein of Mangdang Mountain's 5th grade vein. There was no doubt about that. No wonder the cave extends so deeply underground, like a dragon's winding body. It makes sense now that it hides an Earth Spirit root. Xia Yi nodded his head. However, such a vast cave dwelling was beyond his abilities to completely absorb. With this withered branch alone, the journey has already been worth it. Xia Yi took a broad view of the situation. Shortly after, he hesitated for a moment, before deciding to cut down the stalactite, which resembled white jade, using the Dragon Abyss sword. Although this stalactite wasn't as miraculous as the Earth Spirit milk, it still contained a very high concentration of it. Adding even a bit of this stone's powder during pill refining would greatly enhance the pill's quality. It was exactly the kind of resource that pill cultivators longed for. Why haven't I found any magical treasures belonging to the cave's master? Xia Yi examined the entire cave from top to bottom, but found no magical treasures. This was quite unusual. He clearly understood how crucial magical treasures were for a cultivator. It could be said that most of a cultivator's combat power was embodied in their magical treasures. Low-level cultivators could even kill someone of a higher realm by wielding powerful magical artifacts. Could it be that the master of this cave wasn't at the Deyuan stage, but the Dujie stage? A sudden guess appeared in Xia Yi's mind, sending a shock through his entire being. Taoists at the Dujie stage had another name, Immortal Wanderers. After reaching the Deyuan stage, a cultivator still had to endure 9 heavenly tribulations. Only after successfully surviving these tribulations could one transcend the heavens and attain the status of immortal. Though known as wandering immortals, Taoists at the Dujia level could barely be called immortals and were always considered transcendent beings in any era, capable of determining the grand trends of the world with their words and actions. The cave had no magical treasures at all, which was likely due to them being destroyed during the heavenly tribulations. But then why would such a Dujia wandering immortal choose to pass away peacefully in this cave? If it were merely a case of nearing the end of his lifespan, he could still take a gamble and endure the heavenly tribulations, which would still be better than sitting in the cave waiting for death. Or perhaps the master of this cave had placed his hopes on this dry piece of twig, even going so far as to find the earth's spiritual root, a peerless treasure. Unfortunately, the master of the cave did not live to see the moment when the dry branch sprouted life anew. After finishing his exploration, Xiaoyi once again took out the penetrating ring, charged it with energy through the system, and placed it against the wall. Before long, a layer of water-like mud appeared outside the ring. Drawing from previous experience, Xiaoyi did not hesitate and jumped directly into the penetrating ring. He boarded the atomic-powered subterranean submarine, wound the spring, and the submarine slowly ascended. After exiting the secret realm of Nanjun, Xiaoyi returned to the Yuhua Sect by riding the Jiotian shitty demon-repelling divine shuttle. 10 days later, the first Dalian expert at the Lianshu stage arrived in Yunzhou. This Dalian expert was the supreme elder of the Tianshi Sect in Keizhou, Taoist Sanxian. The Tianshi Sect was also an ancient sect. Its history was by no means inferior to that of the Shantian sect. Taoist Sanxian had become a Dalian expert 600 years ago and served as a second-rank immortal master in the Great Xia Empire, renowned and feared throughout the land. The entire cultivation world in Yunzhou was shaken. Innumerable cultivators followed Taoist Sanxuan's footsteps just to witness the might of a Dalian cultivator. After all, Yunzhou hadn't produced a Lianshu Dalian expert for 3,000 years, ranking as only medium strength among the 36 states of the Great Xia Empire. A nine-headed beast pulled a jade chariot soaring through clouds and mists, displaying overwhelming divine might as it arrived at the secret realm. The Tianshi sect will forcefully open the ancient cave residence. To prevent injuring innocents, everyone must retreat. A deadly and authoritative voice emanated from within the ancient war chariot, spreading outward like a tsunami and causing the sky itself to tremble. The pressure was unmatched. A Dalian expert's words could even cause celestial anomalies. All the people's hearts were shaken. Thunder seemed to roll in their minds. At that moment, their bodies involuntarily swayed and retreated into the distance. An old man in a blue robe stepped down from the war chariot. His hair was as white as snow, his complexion smooth and delicate like a girl's skin, utterly wrinkle-free, and his eyes deep as the sea. This was the supreme elder of the Tianshi sect, Taoist Sanxian. Before him lay an ancient cave brimming with the aura of antiquity. It shimmered with rainbow-colored lights radiating outward, beautiful, yet concealing perilous traps. With a soft cry, Taoist Sanxian unleashed a dazzling beam of light from his mouth, which transformed into a scroll filled with patterns of profound Taoist laws. This is the Tianshi sect's treasured artifact, the primordial Baoxian scroll. It is said to have been painted by an ancestor at the He-Ti level of cultivation within the Tianshi sect. Nearby, some cultivators recognized the true identity of the scroll. The scroll appeared to carry within it a tiny world, exuding a destructive aura. As it moved, it emitted dazzling beams of light, pressing down like Mount Tai, seeking to destroy the restrictions guarding the ancient cave. From the cave's entrance, countless beams of rainbow-colored light shot forth, sending the scroll, like a miniature world, flying far away. Taoist Sanxian also let out a muffled groan. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, obviously having suffered strong backlash. What? Even a Dalian sage was injured. The watching cultivators in the distance were shocked. One must understand that cultivators at the Dalian level were already at the peak of power in the eastern region. Taoist Sanxuan's expression grew serious. He casually wiped the blood from his mouth, retracted the primordial Baoxian scroll, then began chanting a mantra. Vast and fathomless spiritual power cascaded down as if from the Milky Way above, and waves of energy surged through the sky like an ocean. The ancient cave shuddered as brilliant rays of seven-color light pierced the heavens, dyeing the entire sky into a dazzling panorama. Taoist Sanxian clearly felt some strain. He once again unleashed his core spiritual energy, a vast ocean of power surging outward in radiant waves, attempting to engulf and drown the seven-colored light. However, the seven-colored light contained boundless strength, instead devouring his spiritual energy and overwhelming it. This time, Taoist Sanxian was directly sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as paper. This injury was clearly more severe than before. Ancestor, are you alright? Some disciples of the Tianshi sect rushed forward to support him. The distant cultivators erupted into an uproar. If even the supreme elder of the Tianshi sect had failed before this cave residence, could it be that this was a dwelling left by a Deyuan heaven lord? Cough cough. Taoist Sanxian looked somewhat weakened. Though wounded by the counterattack of the seven-colored light, his fundamental essence remained unharmed. He would recover fully after a decade of retreat and cultivation. Facing this ancient cave, his expression grew complex. Sighing softly, he said, "This cave was left by a Deyuan heaven lord. Only a cultivator at the He-Ti stage can break through it. We should leave." Far away, Xiaoyi snorted coldly. The difference between the Lianshu and Du Jie stages was like that of a Zujia cultivator trying to dismantle restrictions left by a Yuaning monarch. It was simply absurd. However, Considering this cave had existed for 50 to 60,000 years, its ancient restrictions must have significantly weakened over time. If a HT expert were to intervene, it might truly be possible to break through. Still, Xiaoyi wasn't worried. In the eastern region, HT experts were nearly all reclusive ancient monsters who rarely emerged into the world. News of the Tianshi Sect's supreme elder failing before the ancient cave quickly spread throughout the great Xia cultivation world through mobile phones, causing great uproar. A cave left by a Deyuan Heaven Lord carried immense temptation. Many Taoist lords at the Lianshu stage from other major regions rushed to Yunzhou, determined to explore the Heaven Lord's cave. Among them was Dong Yangzi of the Shantian sect. Yet without exception, all ended like Taoist Sanxian of the Tianshi sect, returning in defeat. Many Lianshu Taoist lords sustained serious injuries and needed to retreat for cultivation for several years. In the Zhongzhu Hall of the Yuhua sect, Dong Yangzi sipped a cup of spiritual tea and asked, Master Xia, you know about the cave in Yunzhou, right? Xiaoyi nodded. I heard it's an ancient cave left by a Deyuan Heaven Lord. Many Taoist lords have tried and returned injured. This cave contains hidden immortal arrays capable of reflecting attacks. Only experts above the Lianshu stage can possibly neutralize them. I heard the Great Xia Empire has a national preceptor who has served through several emperors. He's said to be a HT expert. Xiaoyi added, correct. That is the Great Xia Empire's greatest hidden strength, the fundamental reason all the immortal sects submit to it. Dong Yangzi paused, then continued. But that national preceptor's remaining lifespan is short. He has been secluded deep within the earth's spiritual root and won't appear easily. Xiaoyi curiously asked, besides the national preceptor of the Great Xia Empire, are there no other HT experts in the eastern region? Dong Yangzi thought for a moment. There are indeed a few others, but just like the Great Xia national preceptor, they are immortal ancient experts who won't emerge without great cause. Besides, these grandmasters are elusive, like the dragon whose presence you sense but never see. Who could possibly locate them? Then won't this ancient cave remain untouched forever? Xiaoyi remarked offhandedly. Dong Yangzi sipped spiritual tea again and casually said, with your father's cultivation level, breaking through the Deyuan Heaven Lord's restrictions shouldn't be difficult. Why don't you contact your master? Perhaps this ancient cave contains the complete legacy of a Deyuan Heaven Lord. Just a Deyuan cave. It won't be enough to bring my master across the realms. Xiaoyi smiled lightly. I see. Dong Yangzi chuckled outwardly, yet inwardly his heart jolted. From this remark, it seemed the young man's master was also a Deyuan Heaven Lord. Could this youth truly be a prodigy from a sacred land? Originally, his main purpose in coming here was to discuss mobile phone pricing with the Yuhua sect. The idea of breaking through the ancient cave was merely a side objective. Thanks to the mobile phone contract manufacturing, the Shantian sect was earning more spirit stones than ever before from communication talismans, something that had surprised sect leader Tianshu Daoist. Originally, they had feared the sect's decline upon the introduction of the mobile phone. Instead, the Shantian sect had found a second wind. However, the agreed cost of each mobile phone, 34 lower-grade spirit stones, was causing dissatisfaction. After all, it was the Yuhua sect's established industrial chain, built over 10,000 years, that allowed the mobile phones to spread rapidly throughout the Great Xia cultivation world. Hence, Tianshu Daoist believed that the success of both sects was mutual, with both parties equally benefiting. This wasn't simply a matter of employment. Thus, taking advantage of the ancient cave residence matter in Yunzhou, Dong Yangzi headed to Qingzhou's Yuhua sect to discuss mobile phone coding with Xiaoyi, aiming to reduce the price of each code to 30 lower-grade spirit stones, or even less. However, from their Gongtai conversation, Dong Yangzi felt that Xiaoyi's background was truly astounding. He himself might be a genius from a sacred land, and his master behind him probably possessed cultivation at the Deyuan stage. Compared to that, the Shantian sect appeared far too weak, even insignificant. Senior, is there anything else that brings you here today? Xiaoyi asked. Huh, nothing. What else could there be? Dong Yangzi laughed aloud, as if he had really just come for a visit. Chapter 127 The Birth of the Tieba. Lu Ji was a native of Madian village in Liangzhou, where his family owned a few acres of fertile farmland, and their life was decent enough. When he was 8 years old, while cutting firewood in the mountains, he accidentally entered a cave. Inside, he found a scattered skeleton, beside which lay a long sword and an incomplete ancient manual. With only that broken manual to rely on, Lu Ji cultivated on his own, spending 30 years to reach the 9th layer of qi condensation. Without any extraordinary encounters, he would likely never surpass the 9th layer of qi condensation in this lifetime. Advancing to foundation building was an extremely difficult task, especially for a solitary cultivator like him. With scarce resources and no experienced mentors to guide him, cultivation was 10 times harder than for ordinary disciples. Last year, mobile phones became wildly popular in the cultivation world of Daya. Whether in the cultivation world or the mundane world, possessing a mobile phone was considered a symbol of pride. Lu Ji gritted his teeth and spent more than 50 low-grade spirit stones to purchase one. After all, lower-level cultivators needed to stick together for warmth and support. This month's free call time has all been used up, and a few days ago I received 10 minutes of permanent call time. If I use it sparingly, it should be enough, Lu Ji murmured to himself. The check-in gift event was like a lifeline for cultivators at the qi condensation stage. For them, the cost of 10 spirit sand per minute for local calls and 10 spirit sand per text message was still quite expensive. However, with the check-in gift activity, the monthly costs were minimal, within a manageable and acceptable range. As usual, Lu Ji skillfully opened the mobile service app, clicked on the check-in gift activity, and a red and festive lantern popped up on the screen, displaying 500 megabytes of data. Why have I been drawing data allowances lately? Accumulated together, it's almost several gigabytes already. Lu Ji felt somewhat annoyed. Data was neither usable for making calls nor sending messages. He didn't quite understand its use. He would much prefer 10 minutes of limited call time. It was more practical. Just then, he suddenly received a notification. The Yuhua Sect has come up with something new again? Lu Ji immediately became very interested and promptly clicked the link to download. Soon, a thumbnail-sized icon appeared on his phone screen, with the big characters Tiaba beneath it. Curious, he tapped the icon. Immediately, text appeared on the screen. Using Tiaba will incur data charges. 1 low-grade spirit stone can be used to purchase 1 gigabyte of data. Are you sure you want to proceed? Confirm, cancel. So that's what data is for. Lu Ji suddenly understood. Through the check-in gift event in recent days, he had accumulated a full 3 gigabytes of data, so he wouldn't need to worry about data for now. Thus, he decisively clicked confirm. After clicking, the registration page appeared. Lu Ji followed the instructions, entered a password, then filled in the phone verification code. Choosing a username gave him pause. He thought for a long time and settled on Casual Cultivator Lu. Within just a few minutes, registration was completed. Please select your home jut. The screen displayed the names of 36 Great Doe. Lu Ji scanned through and spotted the name, Lianzhou, and without hesitation, clicked on it. A page appeared displaying the words, Yunzhou Cultivation World Forum. When he entered, he found it surprisingly lively. Breaking news. The sect leader of Tianxin Sect will head to Kangmang Mountain at the end of this month to hold friendly negotiations with the devil sovereign Huangquan Taoist regarding the matter of orthodox and evil cultivation in Yunzhou. Rumors say that a 10,000-year-old medicinal king has appeared in Yinchuan County of Yunzhou, seeking Dao companion, a late core formation cultivator, 720 years old, sincerely looking for a Dao companion. Requirements. Core formation cultivator under 800 years old. Some insights on ninefold golden core formation. Each of these posts broadened Lu Ji's horizons. He was only at the 8th layer of qi condensation. Previously, such information was only accessible to core formation or soul formation cultivators. But now, these pieces of information were openly shared with all cultivators in Yunzhou. Hesitating slightly, Lu Ji finally decided to post a thread. Casual cultivator, qi condensation 9th layer, respectfully seeking advice from seniors regarding foundation building. Deeply grateful. Posted by Casual Lu. Soon after, he carefully uploaded the post. JHGJK 55123655. I'm also a late-stage qi condensation cultivator. Same request here. Sword aiming at Snow Yun. Same here. Very quickly, Lu Ji received quite a few replies, but most were from qi condensation cultivators who couldn't offer particularly helpful advice. Gusher Dao. The most dangerous part of foundation building is the loss of control over spiritual power. During foundation building, to break through the bottleneck, one condenses spiritual energy into liquid form. As the power flows faster and faster, this violent force inevitably impacts the cultivator's meridians and dantian. Foundation building pills, besides removing impurities from the body, most importantly slow down the rampaging spiritual energy and nourish and repair the meridians and dantian. Even if foundation building fails, one can still survive. This is also the reason why ordinary cultivators purchase foundation building pills when attempting foundation building. Yuejiao Xiaoshan. Thank you, senior expert, for the explanation. Du Xianxing. Thank you, senior expert, for the explanation. Lu Ji received the message and quickly replied. Thank you, senior expert, for the explanation. Soon after, quite a few foundation building cultivators and even core formation cultivators began to share some knowledge about foundation building beneath the post. Before long, the number of replies on this single post had reached over 100. With this mobile Tiaba, I no longer have to guess my way through cultivation alone. Lu Ji was delighted. Compared to solitary cultivators, the greatest advantage of Zhongwen disciples wasn't superior cultivation resources, but having experienced mentors for guidance. Solitary cultivators usually had to figure everything out on their own, making it extremely easy to misunderstand techniques. Cases of mental imbalances or spiritual backlash were quite common among lone cultivators. However, now the mobile Tiaba had provided solitary cultivators with a platform for communication, so they would no longer remain isolated and ignorant. The next day, Lu Ji opened his phone as usual, first accessing the mobile service portal to check in, earning 1 free text message. Then he opened the mobile Tiaba, eager to see what new events had occurred in Yunzhou's cultivation world. Ancestor Yan Yunxian from Keizhou has arrived in Yunzhou, accompanied by 2 Dao lords who will jointly attack an ancient cave dwelling. After opening the thread, Lu Ji found that more than a dozen pages of replies had already been posted. 3 nascent void Dao lords attacking together. What do you all think are the chances of success? I'm not sure, considering this is a cave left behind by a Dao sage. I think it's possible. It's 3 Dao lords, after all. Most of the replies beneath were discussions on whether the 3 Dao lords could successfully enter the ancient cave dwelling, though pessimistic opinions were slightly more prevalent. Just as Lu Ji was scrolling through the threads and enjoying the show, he actually received an official message from Yuhua Sect. Your post has been selected as a featured post. Curious, Lu Ji opened his own post and found 2 bright red characters labeled at the top right corner, essential. Although it came with no tangible rewards, a strange sense of honor swelled within Lu Ji. Chapter 128, United Might of a Supreme Being. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones are mine. The black-armored bull sage looked at the pile of spirit stones in the storage bag and nodded in satisfaction. Last month, Guangning Daoist, the sect leader of the Golden Glow sect, had issued a guardian mission at the drunken Immortal Pavilion. At that time, there were several late-stage nascent soul cultivators who had seen Guangning Daoist issuing the mission. They also knew that recently the Heaven Devil sect had issued threats vowing to wipe out the Golden Glow sect. The Heaven Devil sect was a top sect in Yun Prefecture, powerful and influential, with its leaders being elders or sect leaders from orthodox sections. Accepting the reward of 30,000 high-grade spirit stones in exchange for protecting the Golden Glow sect would easily drag one's own sect into a dangerous conflict. Clearly, it would not be worth the gain. In the end, it was still the black-armored bull sage who took on the guardian mission. Among the demonic sects in Yun Prefecture, the Heaven Devil sect stood at the pinnacle. Their sect leader, Master Yin Feng, had reached the nascent soul stage 100 years ago and was truly regarded as the Jun-Er among demons. But the black-armored bull sage was already at the mid-nascent soul stage and possessed the ancient bloodline of the Black Heaven Bull God, making his power formidable indeed. Thus, the battle didn't last even an hour before Yin Feng Daoist was forced to flee in defeat. Guangning Daoist, the leader of the Golden Glow sect, had also kept his word and handed over the 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Venerable sage, my humble path wishes to appoint you as the honorary elder of the Golden Glow sect. Would you be willing? Guangning asked cautiously. Although this time the black-armored bull sage had driven off Yin Feng, no one could be certain the Heaven Devil sect wouldn't strike back. The only way was to secure the loyalty of this black-armored bull sage. With him standing by, Yin Feng would have to hesitate due to fears of consequences and dare not attack. You human cultivators look down on us demon clans. How come you're now inviting a demon to become an elder? The bull sage grunted. Elder, you jest. Not all human sects uphold the principle of demon elimination. There are sects like our Golden Glow sect that advocate peaceful coexistence among Taoists, devils, and demons. Guangning gave a helpless smile. Although hiring a demon Jun-Er as an honorary elder would certainly cause much gossip among the other immortal sects, the threat of the Heaven Devil sect loomed large, and he had little choice. He quickly added, if you accept, we will offer 10,000 high-grade spirit stones every year, along with various other privileges and benefits. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The black-armored bull sage was beginning to feel tempted. Spirit stones from humans were indeed a precious resource. This was a commonly held view even among demon clans. Under normal circumstances, he would mostly hunt ferocious beasts or gather medicinal herbs to sell in human cities. But human cultivators were usually shrewd and deceitful, so he seldom received a fair price. In an entire year, it was rare for him to earn 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Earning 7 or 8,000 was already considered a fruitful haul. Now, just by accepting the title of honorary elder, he could effortlessly earn 10,000 high-grade spirit stones annually. It seemed a deal without a single loss. Agreed, but I will only intervene when your sect faces annihilation. And should an opponent in the late nascent soul stage appear, I will not recklessly expose myself, the bull sage declared. Of course. Moreover, the Golden Glow sect is merely a second-rate sect in Yun Prefecture, unlikely to provoke conflicts with those super-powerful sections. There's no need for bull sage to worry at all. Daoist Guangning was overjoyed. Now with the name of the black-armored bull sage behind him, he had nothing to fear from the Heaven Devil sect's revenge. Besides, the Golden Glow sect had often clashed with neighboring sects over mineral resources. Now with the mighty shield of the bull sage, sects like the Yin Yang sect who previously opposed them would surely no longer dare compete with the Golden Glow sect over the spiritual or mine in Liang Prefecture. This was indeed a deal with only gains and no loss. Bull sage, what is your cell phone number? Should any emergency arise, we can contact you immediately. Guangning took out a mobile phone, ready to store the bull sage's contact information. A phone? I don't have one of those things. The bull sage scratched his head. He certainly knew about the popularity of mobile phones in the cultivation world. However, living alone as he was, and having no particularly close senior demons, he hadn't found it necessary to purchase a phone. Recently, the Feathering Sect developed a forum-like app for phones. All cultivators can gather there and speak freely. From what I heard, they have even specially opened a forum called Yun Prefecture Demon Clan Board, where many great demons post regularly, even a few demon heirs like yourself. After speaking, Guangning opened the app and found the Yun Prefecture Demon Clan Board. There were quite a number of trending threads. A demon god bloom has appeared in Yinchuan County. It can greatly enhance the purity of one's bloodline. Su Yun Daoist from the Cloud Sect has been oppressing demons unjustly, freely killing our kin. Urgent. Accidentally killed some mortals, and now being hunted by the Great Xia Empire. What should I do? Looking at the posts, the bull sage was immediately intrigued and exclaimed eagerly, this mobile forum seems rather interesting. Here, take this epic-grade mobile phone. It's forged entirely from Heaven's Tear red gold. It should be more than sufficient for Venerable Bull. Guangning Daoist said, taking out a mobile phone. You've done me a kindness. The black-armored bull sage accepted the phone and, following Guangning's instructions, began to register an account on the forum. In Yun Prefecture, Xiaolin County, a simple old farmer, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, carried a hoe over his shoulder, his body marked with spots of mud. He had clearly just returned from working in the fields. His temples were grayed, his face plain, exactly the type of person who could easily disappear into a crowd unnoticed. Old Wu, coming back from farming? This is home-brewed rice wine. I'm giving you a jar. Old Wu, Help me build my house tomorrow, I'll feed you. The old farmer casually greeted the villagers as he walked. Back at his home, he picked a handful of leafy vegetables from his backyard garden and stir-fried them in a wok. There was still a bowl of congee left over from breakfast, and that, together with the greens, made for his evening meal. Night had already begun to fall, and the moon now rested atop the willow trees. But the old farmer hadn't gone to sleep. Instead, he pulled out a mobile phone. Within the mundane world, even owning a mobile phone was something only the rich could afford. A single red gold coin could allow a family of 5 to live comfortably for 2 years, and the phone cost 560 red gold coins, a price that only wealthy merchants or aristocratic families could afford easily. This treasure-like item was surely something the old farmer couldn't afford across 10 lifetimes. The mobile phone invented by the Feathering Sect is quite intriguing. It secretly embodies the Tao of space. The old farmer murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp glint capable of chilling a nascent soul cultivator to their core. This person was none other than Taoist Wu Wei, the legendary cultivator who had commanded fear across the eastern region 3,000 years ago. Tired of the endless conflicts within the cultivation world, he had chosen to retreat into the mortal realm, to experience the joys and sorrows, loves and hatreds, of ordinary human life. This was also a method of tempering one's Tao heart. With practiced ease, Taoist Wu Wei opened the forum app and browsed through the latest happenings in the cultivation world. Even for someone like Taoist Wu Wei, who had lived over 3,000 or 4,000 years, the emergence of this forum app warranted a sigh of admiration. This was undoubtedly an innovation that would change the era. Its appearance caused the cultivation world, once accustomed to working in isolation, to become interconnected, breaking through the barriers of space. This was precisely why Taoist Wu Wei had decided to buy a mobile phone. Dear fellow Taoists in Yun Prefecture, does anyone have any advice for me? My Yuan soul cultivation has gone wrong. Beside this post was a number, 212. It had received 212 comments, an impressive figure. Taoist Wu Wei clicked on the post. The author was a late nascent soul stage cultivator. This person had spent 100 years extracting a piece of ultimate ice from the ancient frozen mountains of the northern Sangxiong range, eventually forging it into a treasure capable of freezing a 100-mile radius, comparable even to a top-grade Taoist artifact. But prior to extracting the ultimate ice, he had fought against some fierce beast guarding the frozen mountain and was tainted by a wisp of Yin Qi in his Yuan soul, a problem that remained unresolved to this day. Every 10 days he needed to gather solar fire energy and spend an hour refining it through cultivation to alleviate his symptoms. Otherwise, his Yuan soul would become sluggish, his Qi would cease to flow smoothly, and the pain would be unbearable. Below the post were many replies from cultivators. Autumn Cold, wow, this cold Qi is seriously powerful. If even a nascent soul elder can't remove it, my heart goes out to the OP. White Deer Frost, I know of the Sangxiong Mountains. For thousands of miles, they are covered in ice, a true dead zone where even life can't survive. The beasts living there are born from eons of bitter cold, extremely powerful. Only a nascent soul expert can escape alive. Aspire to be a lord. I heard that Liang Mountain in Yenzhou is one of the few extreme yang locations in the Great Xia Empire. Maybe the OP should go there and gather some yang qi fire to purge his body of the cold. Ice Injured Taoist replied to aspire to be lord. Already been there. Didn't help much. Scarlet Flame Maiden. I have a flame called Triple Yang True Flame. Extremely potent. Maybe I can help somehow. Ice Injured Taoist replied to Scarlet Flame Maiden. Thank you, but I've already tried nearly all kinds of flames. None worked except True Solar Flame. Scarlet Flame Maiden replied to Ice Injured Taoist. Well then, I don't know what else to do. Solar True Flame is known as the Emperor of Flames, probably only available in the sacred lands of Zhongzhou. Yenyun Sect Recruitment Advertisement. Our sect, standing 2,000 years, was founded by a Taoist grandmaster who left behind a fire-type cultivation technique capable of condensing pure yang qi. It might be effective against that yin qi. Feel free to message us if interested. Many cultivators had responded, even several nascent soul elders offering suggestions, but none had proven truly effective. Most were temporary or failed to address the root cause. Taoist Wu Wei hesitated for a moment before typing. It's simple. Take the extreme cold qi from the midnight and noon cold tides and combine it with the Xian Yin killing qi found deep underground, mixing them in a 3-to-1 ratio. Refine them into ice pills and slowly absorb them into your Yuan soul. That should eliminate the Yin qi within. It wasn't long before Taoist Wu Wei received several replies. Guang Xuanzi replied to Qingjing Wu Wei. The Loju himself already suffers from cold qi invading his body and needs pure yang energy to balance it. How could you offer such a suggestion? Your intentions are truly despicable. Qian Shuimingxin replied to Qingjing Wu Wei. One should be sincere. Don't give random advice. If it leads someone to go mad with cultivation or worsen their injuries, that would be terrible. Aihuashuada Dizzy replied to Qingjing Wu Wei. You probably only have the cultivation level of qi condensation or foundation building in real life. Don't make things up randomly here. Seeing these replies, Taoist Wu Wei didn't bother to explain or reply. He simply continued browsing threads. The next day, Taoist Wu Wei picked up his hoe again and went to the fields to weed. He truly enjoyed this lifestyle now. Half a month later, after Taoist Wu Wei had long forgotten about that reply, he suddenly noticed many more responses in his phone. Unlike the previous ones which were overwhelmingly critical, this time all the replies were apologies. I was short-sighted. Qingjing Wu Wei, just by name one can tell you're a senior expert. It's just that our knowledge was limited. This Qingjing Wu Wei is likely a late nascent soul stage expert. I wonder which sect's grand elder he is. It turned out that since Daoist Wu Wei had given his suggestion, the number of replies surged, and before long, the thread was featured on the forum's front page. Eventually, Xiangyu Fairy, the sect leader of Chijua Palace, also responded. In fact, using cold to expel cold is feasible. The Loju's In Chi is extremely malicious and has fused with his Yuan soul. Using ordinary divine flames would only cause violent reactions and have the opposite effect. Only the solar true flame, which nurtures all life, can work miraculously, effectively purging the icy poison. But as earlier replies pointed out, only Zhongzhou sacred lands possess the solar true flame. There's no such divine fire in the eastern region. However, the cold chi of noon and midnight tides, and the Xianin killing chi are both top-tier freezing energies, equally cold but non-toxic. They won't provoke violent reactions. One can use them first to drive away the internal extreme cold, and then use one's innate true fire to refine and eliminate these cold energies. Therefore, as I see it, the suggestion in reply 99 is not malicious as some have claimed. Chijua Palace was a major sect in the eastern region, housing a Taoist sovereign at the refining void stage. Its power rivaled that of Shintian sect. With the sect leader herself supporting this suggestion, the original poster clenched his teeth and replied, "Thank you all for your guidance. This seems to be the only possible method. I will give it a try. If there's no reply in a month, this thread will be closed forever. May the Loju be safe on his journey. May the Loju walk steadily on his path. Loju, why not share your cave dwelling's location? If you Buxing Ly perish, others may benefit. How could you say such things? Just give it to me alone." The cold chi of noon and midnight, and the Xianin killing chi were not hard to find. The original poster already had these two substances inside his cave dwelling. After much hesitation, he still followed the suggestion of Qingjing Wu Wei and made the ice pills. Gathering his courage, he finally swallowed the ice pill. Immediately, an extremely frigid current rushed into his Yuan soul. In an instant, it formed two distinct, separate forces inside, just like oil and water, unable to mix together. However, the cold energy from the ice pill was relatively small, occupying only about a fifth of the space. Seeing the effect, the cultivator rejoiced and quickly consumed more ice pills. After 7 or 8 days passed, the cold chi that had plagued his body for over 100 years was finally completely expelled. What came next was easy. The cultivator released his innate true fire and burned away the cold chi from the ice pills. At last, the cold chi is gone. He wept with emotion, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. For several decades, he had mostly stayed in his cave dwelling, never daring to go out casually, fearing encounters with powerful opponents. Because whenever a fight broke out, the cold chi would erupt, instantly freezing both his body and Yuan's soul into ice. A terribly stifling existence. Immediately, he grabbed his mobile phone, logged into the forum, and replied to Qingjing Wu Wei, "You are truly a great master. Please accept my sincere prostration. Your method completely cured my cold chi. Not even a trace of side effects remains. If you're available, please send me a private message. I'd like to invite you to an exclusive room at Drunken Immortal Pavilion to express my gratitude." In response, Qingjing Wu Wei remained calm and simply replied, "It was a trivial matter. Nothing to mention. This is the mind of a true senior expert." Everyone below the thread murmured in admiration. Later, many cultivators sent private messages or posted threads, seeking help with their cultivation problems. After all, Taoist Wu Wei was one of the few experts at the ascendant transformation stage in the entire eastern region. These issues posed no challenge to him. He was tempering his Tao heart within the mortal world, but he hadn't completely abandoned the cultivation world either. He answered most of the questions that came his way and gradually became a celebrity on the forum, accumulating a large fan base. Chapter 129 Managing the Tieba. Nowadays, as a common farmer in the Xia dynasty, the Wu Wei Daoist had plenty of spare time. Moreover, as a mighty cultivator at the unified body stage, he didn't even need to sleep. In his leisure time, he was more than willing to help other cultivators by answering their questions in the comment sections of online posts. Most users on the Immortal Cultivation Forum were merely chi condensation or foundation building cultivators, low-level practitioners who nevertheless made up about 80% of the entire cultivation world. The Wu Wei Daoist never held any contempt toward these practitioners. Even if a question came from a mere chi condensation beginner, he would patiently explain the answer. In no time, the username Qingjing Wu Wei became extremely popular among the cultivators in Yu Prefecture. Meanwhile, Xia Yi, now far away at the Yuhua sect in Qing Prefecture, wasn't having an easy time either. At this point, the Tieba had been divided into 36 major sections, each corresponding to one of the great prefectures. Within each of these major sections were countless smaller subsections. For example, sects for alchemy, spirit talismans, foundation building cultivators, golden core cultivators, nascent soul cultivators, devil cultivators, and demon clans, and many more. Xia Yi had appointed a chief moderator for each section, and under each chief moderator, many sub-moderators. All of these moderators and sub-moderators were disciples from the Yuhua sect, tasked with management duties. As the Tieba exploded in popularity, countless cultivators flooded into the forums. Immortal Taoists, demon cultivators, and beast clans alike entered, bringing about chaos and confusion, a mixture of good and bad. The tensions among these three sects had always been high, and it was no different on Tieba, where conflicts would break out with little provocation. At present, the numbers of Orthodox sect disciples were in the majority, leaving the Devil Dao and Beast clans no match in the verbal battles. Liang Prefecture, Devil Dao Forum. Discussion thread. Speculation on the refinement of the Tianma blood corpse. The Tianma blood corpse was the ultimate skill within the Devil Dao, and once refined, would grant unfathomable power. However, the cultivation method was incomplete, and although many great Devil Dao experts had attempted to restore it over time, none had succeeded. Using the corpse of a soul formation sage as the base material, supplemented with ghostly blood water from the underworld, Yoming Du Sa, Midnight Cold Tidal Force, and Crimson Blood Bloom, then the blood of 36 living beings could be refined into Tianma blood mist. Would this method work or not? A Devil Dao sage posted a thread, sharing his insights on refining the Tianma blood corpse within the Liang Prefecture Devil Dao section. Many Devil Dao practitioners became interested and started posting their own opinions. The bloodthirsty Yin miasma should be replaced with pure Yin devil qi. It isn't as corrosive as the former, yet the effect should be nearly the same, in my opinion. I agree with the above poster, but wouldn't 36 living beings be too few? Why not raise it to Earth numerology, 49? 49? That's a bit bold. That number is roughly equal to the total number of soul formation cultivators across 2 entire prefectures. Senior cultivators at the soul formation stage are indeed difficult to kill unless a unified body stage powerhouse intervenes. However, perhaps we could use beast cultivators instead. In the northern territories, there are still many beast kings running rampant. These beasts are narrow-minded, and if several sages work together, setting up some killing arrays, we might be able to collect quite a lot of their blood. Does anyone want to team up for beast hunting in the northern territories? I need to refine the 10,000 spirit banner and require plenty of souls and flesh. Gradually, cultivators from the orthodox sects also joined the discussions. Truly ruthless and cruel. The Devil Dao actually dares to cultivate such a monstrous and inhumane forbidden technique. Exactly. All devil cultivators are wicked and deserving of condemnation by the entire immortal cultivation world. The Yuhua sect should thoroughly review all buyers before selling them mobile phones. We should report this to the Xia dynasty and launch another large-scale suppression campaign against the demonic and beast clans. The Devil Dao cultivators in Liang Prefecture were numerous too, and soon started posting rebuttals. You upright sect cultivators may look like noble Taoists with lofty appearance, but in truth, your hearts are filled with ulterior motives and hypocrisy. Exactly. Behind their backs, each of them is even bloodier-handed than us devil cultivators, slaying and seizing treasures more skillfully. Yet they still chant, Wuliang Tianzun. How nauseating. The Devil Dao is also a legitimate cultivation path under heaven and earth. In ancient times, there were numerous Devil Dao immortals as well. Soon, the debate between the orthodox and Devil Dao practitioners became intense. The thread quickly exceeded 10,000 comments. In general, the orthodox cultivators were winning the argument. Not necessarily because there were fewer Devil Dao practitioners, but the orthodox cultivators kept bringing up one particular point. That in the ancient battle between the orthodox and Devil Dao in the eastern prefecture 10,000 years ago, the Devil Dao had lost. This one point left the Devil Dao practitioners speechless. 10,000 years ago, during the battle between the orthodox and Devil Dao, the Devil Dao had indeed been defeated. This defeat had directly caused the decline of the Devil Dao ever since, making it impossible for them to contend with the orthodox. Eventually, Xia Yi had to personally intervene and delete the entire thread to prevent the matter from escalating further. The orthodox sects weren't just at odds with the Devil Dao, they also harbored enmity toward the demon beasts. Earlier, a powerful beast had barely escaped being hunted down by several orthodox cultivators, and he couldn't help but post about it afterward, saying how wonderful it would have been to live in the ancient primordial age, when humanity was merely food for the demon beasts. As soon as this post appeared, it immediately caused a sensation, and countless immortal Dao cultivators rushed in to condemn the poster. Laughable. This kind of brainless loser can only live in dreams now. This is the age of humankind. Nowadays, humankind is the master of heaven and earth. The Yaozhu, they're nothing but beasts. Yao must accept their fate, quietly hiding in the deep mountains. Don't come out stirring up trouble, or you'll end up butchered by humans. Do you Yaozhu have the ability to invent mobile phones? Even some Devil Dao cultivators join the condemnation. You humans merely rely on your numerical advantage. If it were a true contest of power, the Yao clan would easily crush humankind. But such voices were quickly drowned out. The number of Yaozhu members who possessed mobile phones and could access the internet wasn't small, but they lacked unity. Plus, being spirits of beasts or plants, their minds weren't as sharp as humans. More often than not, they ended up getting verbally mauled in Tieba. In no time, the forum was divided into 4 factions: Orthodox, Devil Dao, Yao, and those lurking anonymously. The Orthodox cultivators held more power, often having the upper hand. But sometimes, the Devil Dao and Yao clans joined forces to counter the immortal Dao practitioners, leading to Devil Dao cultivators being labeled as traitors to humankind. What if we implement a real name registration system? The Devil Dao section should only allow Devil Dao practitioners to enter, and the Yaozhu section only Yaozhu. Looking at the chaotic and vulgar posts and endless cursing on Tieba, Xia Yi sighed. In the beginning, Tieba was relatively decent. Everyone discussed cultivation issues, and the atmosphere was harmonious. But as time passed, various problems emerged. Some cultivators who were timid and lowly in real life became extremely outspoken in Tieba, even publicly challenging Yuan Ingzhenjun. After all, even a Jinjura couldn't kill someone through a mobile phone. Soon, entering the Orthodox, Devil Dao, and Yaozhu forums required identity restrictions. Otherwise, no one would be allowed in. This was equivalent to having 3 fixed forums. Xiaoyi planned to implement a mute system. Anyone who insulted, slandered, or spread rumors would have their posts deleted and be muted for a period ranging from 7 days to 1 year. Those who caused serious intraler impacts could even have their accounts permanently banned. Chapter 130: The Knife and Fork That Cuts Scenery. Congratulations to the host for drawing the knife and fork that cuts scenery. The emotionless voice of the system sounded. A craft knife and a craft fork appeared in Xiaoyi's hand. Prop: knife and fork that cut scenery. Function: by drawing in the air toward a scene, you can cut out that portion of the scenery, turning it into a picture similar to a photograph. However, it is not a still photo, but instead continuously changes with the actual scenery at that location. This prop looks somewhat interesting. Xiaoyi picked up the knife that cut scenery, then stepped back several paces, facing a distant mountain peak, and drew a square in the air. That area seemed as if cut by a blade, splitting away from the original space like cutting a piece of paper. Then Xiaoyi used the fork to stab at that area, like skewering a piece of cake, pulling it out entirely. A massive, neatly squared-out pit remained at the original location, perfectly smooth and flat, presenting a strangely unnatural incongruity. Then Xiaoyi placed the cut mountain peak into the Yuhua Grand Hall. In the air, a square-shaped painting appeared. Xiaoyi leapt and entered into the painting. The scenery flowed around him, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived atop the mountain 10 miles away from Yuhua Hall. This knife and fork that cut scenery must involve extremely advanced spatial technology. Xiaoyi sighed inwardly. Shortly after, he suddenly remembered the ancient cave mansion in the southern region. Inside it was an 8th grade spiritual vein, though now nearly depleted, only leaving less than 3/10 of spiritual energy. But it was still priceless. Even the great patriarchs at the nascent soul stage would feel tempted seeing it. Furthermore, the 8th grade spiritual vein was called the Earth Spirit Root. Even at only 3/10 capacity, the amount of spiritual energy contained within was enormous, sufficient enough for the Yuhua sect to utilize for 10,000 years. Thus, Xiaoyi quickly rode the 9 heavens 10 earths demon exorcising divine shuttle and arrived at the southern region of Yun province. That secret area still floated in midair, a crack several dozen meters long. Even cultivators at the soul formation stage had given up trying, and those at the core formation and nascent soul stages wisely refrained from attempting to dispel the ancient cave mansion's formation. 1 month had already passed, and most of the treasures and medicinal herbs inside the secret realm had been harvested. So only a few golden core and nascent soul stage cultivators still searched within, hoping to find some overlooked treasures. Xiaoyi gave a glance, and beside him, the crocodile Gao understood. Then the crocodile Gao let out a mighty roar in the center of the secret realm. Immediately, the sky darkened, and waves of sonic force spread out, shattering clouds for hundreds of miles around, which scattered and poured down as heavy rain. The Heavenly Devil Sect's Grand Elder Yin Feng Thinjura is here. All of you, leave the secret realm immediately. A mighty voice boomed forth like thunder, echoing throughout the southern region's secret realm. Heavenly Devil Sect? Isn't that the leader among the demonic sects of Yun province? Yin Feng Taoist priest is a demon lord among demons, ruthless and cruel. We should flee immediately. I've heard that Yin Feng demon lord was forced to retreat in defeat by a certain Yao Zun. I wonder if that is true. When the cultivators within the secret realm heard the name of Yin Feng demon lord, their expressions all changed dramatically. Not daring to continue exploring, they hurriedly flew out, fearing they might suffer Yin Feng's wrath if they escaped even a moment too late. Within less than the time it took to burn a single stick of incense, every single cultivator inside the secret realm had vanished without a trace. Only then did Xiaoyi take out the knife and fork, circling the spatial crack in midair with the craft knife. Immediately, that area appeared as though sliced by a blade, cleanly separated from its original space. Then he used the fork to stab the entrance to the secret realm, pulling it out entirely. At the original location, a massive circular pit was left behind. After returning to the Yuhua sect, Xiaoyi placed it inside the Yuhua Grand Hall. Though he had brought back the secret realm from the southern region of Yun province, he now faced a problem: how to completely extract the Earth Spirit Root. You must know, the entrance to the cave mansion was guarded by a formation and deadly array set by a saint in the ascension stage. Though 50 or 60,000 years had already passed, and the power had weakened greatly, it was still beyond the ability of a saint in the soul formation stage to destroy. Unless a great expert at the nascent soul stage personally intervened, there was little chance. As for the outer walls of the cave mansion, they were wrapped in a thick layer of green stone. Xiaoyi used his top-grade Taoist artifact, the Long Yuan sword, putting forth his utmost effort to strike, yet only managed to penetrate 1 inch. Even if he spent years, he could only carve out a small hole. To access the Earth Spirit Root inside, this would be far from enough. The time tunnel ring could connect to the interior of the cave mansion, but it was far too brief, only lasting several breaths. This is having a treasure mountain right in front of me, yet I can't utilize it at all. Xiaoyi chuckled bitterly. If only I had drawn the anywhere door, then with the priority of the anywhere door, it would definitely surpass that of the time tunnel ring. Xiaoyi had long coveted the anywhere door prop. If only I could obtain such a prop, then truly I would be invincible. Undoubtedly, the 9 heavens 10 earths demon exorcising divine shuttle was an incredibly powerful mystical artifact. However, it was not unique to the eastern region. For example, the dragon boat of the Great Xia Empire was considered to be of a higher grade than the 9 heavens 10 earths demon exorcising divine shuttle. Moreover, a giant at the body integration stage could effortlessly tear through space and travel across dimensions using their own power. At that point, Even if Xia Yi wished to escape by riding the 9 heavens 10 earths demon exorcising divine shuttle, he would still be pursued and caught by an expert at the nascent soul stage. But the anywhere door was different. It could instantly teleport someone millions of miles away without leaving even the slightest trace in the space world. This was something even heaven-sundering stage heavenly immortals could not achieve. Am I really going to let this earth spirit root, so close I can almost touch it, just sit there and not be able to use it? Xia Yi was somewhat troubled. He summoned the system and instructed it to display all the props he had drawn in recent years to see whether there was anything useful among them. After all, a prop could be drawn every 5 days, and over the years, he had accumulated hundreds of props. Soon, the system provided a list, detailing all the props with full explanations of their names and functions. Quickly, Xia Yi scanned toward the bottom of the list and found one particular prop. Spatial Converter. This item had the ability to swap 2 locations in space. It was a prop Xia Yi had drawn last winter and had not paid much attention to at the time, so he had casually stored it away. After all, earlier he had drawn the time-space converter, which could swap spaces between the past and present, essentially an upgraded version of the spatial converter. But now, the spatial converter proved to be exactly what he needed. Thus, Xia Yi first took out the penetration ring and entered the interior of the ancient cave mansion. Then, he took out the spatial converter and used a rope to outline a large area surrounding the earth spirit root inside. Finally, after returning through the penetration ring to the grand hall, he marked off an equally sized area on the ground there. Now it's time to start the machine. Xia Yi pressed the activation button. Instantly, a massive surge of spiritual energy burst forth from that area inside the grand hall. Everywhere was filled with swirling cyan mist. The air felt humid as Xia Yi breathed it in. Even the walls and pillars of the hall began to glisten with countless tiny droplets. This was a sign that the spiritual energy had reached such a dense concentration that it had started to condense into liquid form. Xia Yi felt a sense of euphoria, a swelling and dizziness in his spirit. This was known as spiritual intoxication. Just as too much oxygen can harm ordinary humans, causing damage to their central nervous system and lungs, too much spiritual energy, without sufficient cultivation to match, would harm one's physical body as well. But fortunately, the effects were not serious. With such an immense amount of spiritual energy, even if 100 of me existed, we couldn't use it all. Why not distribute it to all the disciples and elders of Yuhua Sect? Xia Yi mused. Yuhua Hall, the sect's main hall, was the core of the entire sect, situated right at the heart of a grade 5 spiritual vein. This grade 5 spiritual vein branched into hundreds of smaller veins, running through the various peaks, and providing spiritual energy for the disciples' cultivation. Linghai Peak. Yuan Yi was an inner-sect disciple of Yuhua Sect. He could be considered an old hand from the Lingsu sect, with foundation establishment at the late stage and very close to core formation. With his cultivation, he could hold a powerful official position within Yuhua Sect. Every year he earned dozens of high-grade spirit stones as salary, and even received a personal cave mansion, something other sects would hardly dare to imagine. Yet Yuan Yi was ambitious. He was not content with just being an official, because once one became an official, even if one formed a core later, one could at most become an elder. He was barely in his 40s now, and if he could form a core before turning 50, he could become a direct disciple of Yuhua Sect. Direct disciples were the core of the sect, symbolizing the future hope of the sect. The next sect leader would be selected from among them. Yuan Yi knew that with his talent, becoming the next sect leader was next to impossible. But becoming a peak leader was still quite feasible. A peak leader enjoyed a very high status within the sect, second only to the 2 nascent soul elders. 800 inner sect disciples sharing a single spiritual branch. It's getting a bit crowded. Inside his cave mansion, Yuan Yi sighed helplessly and took out a middle-grade spirit stone, beginning to draw spiritual energy from it. This particular branch of the spiritual vein located in the inner sect mountains was the largest among all the branches of the grade 5 spiritual vein, but it still could not meet the demand from so many disciples. In fact, for foundation establishment cultivators, this much spiritual energy was already very abundant, even more than enough. After all, the spiritual vein of Yuhua Sect was a grade 5 spiritual vein, a treasure only the largest sects possessed. But Yuan Yi was currently at the critical moment of forming a core, and he had grand ambitions. He aimed to form a 6-rotation golden core. Therefore, the quality of spiritual energy in the inner sect mountains was somewhat insufficient for him. Just at this moment, the formation array that was spewing spiritual energy suddenly began to tremble violently, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy gushed out from within. This spiritual energy is of such an incredibly high quality. Yuan Yi was shocked beyond words. He absorbed a bit more spiritual energy and discovered that its quality was actually higher than the mid-grade spirit stone he was holding. Yuan Yi's heart was filled with ecstatic joy. With such a dense and high-grade spiritual energy, he had full confidence that he could successfully form a 6-rotation golden core. At the same time, all the disciples, attendants, and elders felt the change in spiritual energy at that very moment. Could this possibly be the work of the sect leader himself? They speculated deep in their hearts. Chapter 131. Asexual Reproduction Liquid. Yin Prefecture, Nan County. Wu-Wei Taoist looked up at the void in the sky, as if a piece had been scooped out, and felt somewhat bewildered. They said there was a secret realm here. Why does it look like a piece has been removed? Wu-Wei, a Taoist known for treating the cultivation world as his playground, had saw a post on Tieba about an ancient cave left behind by the great Ascension Heavenly Sovereign. Inspired on a whim, he decided to personally check it out in Yin Prefecture. If the cave really contained the legacy of the greatest sentient heavenly sovereign, it might provide him with some enlightenment for his own cultivation. Yet upon arriving in Nan County, he discovered the supposed entrance to the secret realm had already vanished, replaced by a round crater. A very strange circular crater. Wu Wei took out his phone, opened Tieba, and entered the Yun Prefecture Cultivation World Forum to see the discussions regarding the secret realm in Nan County. Indeed, there were numerous speculations and opinions circulating on the Yun Prefecture Cultivation World Forum regarding the secret realm. From nascent soul experts to chi condensation cultivators, everyone offered their own theories. Some cultivators speculated it might have been the work of a grand unity stage powerhouse using advanced space magic to take the secret realm away. Others suggested that the realm itself might have experienced a spatial distortion or mutation, causing such a bizarre phenomenon. Opinions varied widely. Wu Wei disagreed with all the theories circulating in the forum. He himself was a grand unity stage powerhouse. If someone at that level had taken the realm using spells, he would naturally be able to sense it. Moreover, removing a secret realm as vast as a small world would be beyond the capabilities of a grand unity cultivator. At the very least, one needed to be a great ascension, heavenly sovereign. As for the idea that the secret realm itself underwent a spatial distortion or mutation, that was pure nonsense. He had not sensed the slightest spatial fluctuations in this area. Even the space mirrored here appeared completely normal. Wu Wei circled the area with a frown and muttered, "Strange, strange. This is the first time in my 3,000 years of cultivation that I've encountered such a bizarre event." After researching for a long time with no results, he finally sighed. "Well then, I'll just return to Xiaolin County in Yu Prefecture and go back to farming." Just as Wu Wei was preparing to tear through the spatial barrier and return to Yu Prefecture, an idea suddenly struck him. The Yuhua sect that crafted his phone was located right next to Yun Prefecture. For someone like him, a grand unity expert, visiting them was no different than going to a neighbor's house. He had great admiration for such magical artifacts as the phone. Merely a few sets of extremely simple runes enabled cultivators across the entire immortal cultivation world to break through spatial barriers. This was something even ancient immortals couldn't achieve. So he became interested in paying a visit to the Yuhua sect. Meanwhile, Xia Yi was in the middle of studying a newly drawn prop in the Yuhua Hall, the asexual reproduction liquid. When this asexual reproduction liquid was poured onto someone's head and a single hair was pulled out, blowing on the hair would produce a clone of the person. This is practically the Monkey King's technique of using his hairs to create duplicates. Realizing the function of the asexual reproduction liquid, Xia Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He opened the cap and poured a bit of the liquid onto his hair. After a moment, he pulled out a single hair strand and gave it a gentle blow. With a pop, a miniature Xia Yi the size of a baby appeared before his eyes. Every facial feature and limb was fully present, identical to the original in every way except for the scale. It's roughly at the foundation building mid to late stage cultivation level. Xia Yi observed the clone before him and found he was completely linked with it. He could control this clone to do anything he wished. Then, he pulled out 5 or 6 more hairs and gave them a light puff. In an instant, the sect hall became lively, with a group of tiny Xia Yis frolicking on the ground. This is actually a pretty good item. Instantly, Xia Yi thought, if he used this on the crocodile dragon, it might produce a nascent soul stage clone. But he then recalled that the crocodile dragon didn't even have hair. What a pity. If only I had pulled an item that helps with hair growth. Xia Yi sighed. Disciple leader, there's a cultivator dressed as a farmer requesting an audience. Disciple elder Sun Tian entered the hall. Farmer? Did he say who he is? He said he is Taoist Wu Wei. Sun Tian replied. Wu Wei Taoist? I don't recall hearing of him before. Xia Yi was puzzled. He quickly summoned Xingzi. Xingzi's mind had at least hundreds of thousands of cultivation world books uploaded. She could be considered the Eastern Domain Encyclopedia of Cultivation. Master, after searching, there are a total of 921 cultivators named Taoist Wu Wei. Among them, 780 are at the Golden Core stage, 129 are at the Nascent Soul stage, and 12 are at the Core Formation stage. Hunkat, Xingzu Jiu Jiang Chashin Dao de Jiegua Sola Chulat. Some of Hai Cha Yi Run, Sha Yi Wan Dao. Hayo Yue Wu Wei Dao Ren Shi Hu Ti Chi de Jirto. San Shan Wei Jun Dong Yu. Zhibuguo Shao Shi Su Chan Luk. Shu Shan Jir Yidri Chen Wen Ti Jing Zofa. Xingzu Wei Da Da. Ma Zhang Man. Hayao Zhao Jin Jir Wu Wei Dao Ren Muk. Ying Bin Zhang Lao Sun Tan Wan Dao. Jan. Sha Yi Gvi Dao. If the person truly was the grand unity stage powerhouse who had dominated the Eastern Domain 3,000 years ago and harbored ill intentions, then whether Xia Yi met him or not would make no difference at all. After all, the protective mountain formation of Yuhua sect would be as good as paper in front of such a powerhouse. Just to be safe, Xia Yi decided to personally come out to greet the visitor. Soon, a simple-looking old farmer came into view, with patches of mud on his body, as if he had just walked out from the fields. Xia Yi's heart gave a jolt. If the man had been dressed in a purple-blue Bagua Yunguang robe, wore a golden Taoist crown, and held a jade-handled feather duster, exuding the manner of a true immortal, he wouldn't have felt so uneasy. But this kind of humble farmer outfit, in novels from Xia Yi's past life, always marked a hidden overlord, an ultimate powerhouse. At once, he stepped forward with a respectful bow and smiled. Disciple leader of Yuhua sect, Xia Yi, along with my sect elders, welcomes Taoist Wu Wei. Not at all, not at all. This old Taoist has rashly disturbed your sect. Wu Wei Taoist quickly returned the gesture. Please come in. Xia Yi gestured with a welcoming motion. Upon arriving at the main hall, servants soon brought in spiritual tea, Viluo Tian tea, Haven't tasted this in a long time. Wu-Wei Daoist expressed some surprise and took a sip. Still the same original taste. Produced from the sacred tea tree of Jichangshan Sect, Biluo Tian tea contained innate Taoist markings. Its effects were boundless. Drinking it could even offer insights into Tao cultivation. It was, without doubt, a divine treasure. Therefore, Biluo Tian tea was especially popular. On the market, just a small piece of it could be sold for 10 top-grade spiritual stones, making it extremely expensive and luxurious. Moreover, it was scarce, and once matured, the tea leaves were always quickly snatched up by major top-tier sects. To acquire this Biluo Tian tea, Xia Yi had specially cooperated with Jichangshan Sect, jointly producing a line of magical artifacts and phones, which allowed him to obtain merely 3 taels of this tea. Normally, Xia Yi didn't dare to drink it himself and would only bring it out when honored guests visited. Wu-Wei Daoist set down his cup and smiled. Master Xia, you are a rare young genius. You have laid a foundation on the heavenly Tao, refined a 9-turn golden pill, and even reached a flawless nascent soul stage. Even during the ancient era filled with heavenly geniuses, such individuals were few and far between. Xia Yi's heart tightened. Sure enough, the person before him was indeed that grand unity cultivator who had once dominated the eastern domain 3,000 years ago. After all, even the late Grand Elder of Xintian Sect, Dong Yangzi, had only detected Xia Yi's 9-turn golden pill state, but not his heavenly Tao foundation. This indicated that this unassuming old farmer possessed a cultivation level and vision far surpassing Dong Yangzi. Thus, Xia Yi replied modestly, merely lucky. Wu-Wei Daoist burst into laughter. A foundation on the heavenly Tao, a 9-turn golden pill, and a flawless nascent soul. If one possessed 2 of these, it was said he might have the qualifications to become an immortal. Possessing all 3, as long as he doesn't perish midway, he is destined to become one. If such a person calls it luck, then everyone in the cultivation world must be qualified to become an immortal. Xia Yi hurriedly asked, might I ask, Taoist, what are your thoughts on the flawless nascent soul? It seems that ever since the great transformation of the heavens and earth in the ancient times, no one has been able to cultivate a flawless nascent soul anymore. A grand unity stage cultivator was a living fossil within the cultivation world. Even in the central plains, he would be an absolute overlord. If he visited a sacred land, even the sacred sovereign would personally welcome him with utmost respect and without any negligence. Flawless nascent soul. Wu-Wei Daoist paused in thought, revealing a contemplative expression. That indeed relates to changes in the heavenly laws. I would be honored to hear your teachings. Master Xia, do you know what the biggest difference is between the ancient eras, both high antiquity and remote antiquity, and today's era? Wu-Wei Daoist asked. To be honest, I don't know. Xia Yi shook his head. It is the spiritual qi. Spiritual qi? Xia Yi was taken aback. He had used the time-space transformation device to exchange into an era 40,000 years ago, to be precise, the late High Antiquity and early Middle Antiquity period. Back then, the spiritual qi's quality and density had far surpassed what existed today. It was nearly as potent as the spiritual qi emanating from the Earth's Lingun. Needless to say, the exchanged ancient land was merely an ordinary spiritual mountain, not any sacred land of outstanding natural beauty. Yet even so, Xia Yi hadn't felt any fundamental difference between the spiritual qi of High Antiquity and the present. Wu-Wei Daoist patiently explained, spiritual qi is divided into primordial spiritual qi and postnatal spiritual qi. Primordial spiritual qi is born from the union of heaven and earth itself. It represents the original state of spiritual qi, completely pure and untainted. It is extremely beneficial for all living beings. The most direct benefit is that absorbing primordial spiritual qi allows one to attain immortality. Postnatal spiritual qi, on the other hand, is transformed from primordial spiritual qi. It consists of hundreds of different types. The spiritual qi we absorb today belongs to the postnatal type. Spiritual veins are classified from the 1st to the 9th grade. The lower the grade, the more impure the spiritual qi. 9th grade spiritual veins are the purest, containing only several types of spiritual qi. They are also the closest in nature to primordial spiritual qi. It is said that only the 3 great sacred lands possess 9th grade spiritual veins. No wonder few have become immortals since the ancient times, Xia Yi murmured. He then asked, then when did the primordial spiritual qi begin to transform into postnatal spiritual qi? Wu-Wei Daoist thought for a moment and said, around 50 to 60,000 years ago. Xia Yi's heart tightened. The time point of 50 to 60,000 years ago seemed very familiar. The master of that ancient cave dwelling, a scattered immortal at the ascension stage, had perished around that time. At that time, Xia Yi had been puzzled. Why wouldn't the cave dwelling's master attempt ascension if his lifespan was nearly exhausted? Now thinking back, perhaps the master's death was related to the great change in the heavens and earth. The transformation of primordial spiritual qi into postnatal spiritual qi must have been a very long process, possibly lasting thousands, even tens of thousands of years. If the cave-dwelling master's death was tied to the heavenly transformation, then what use was there in cultivating that dried branch? Xia Yi's heart pounded. The cave master's cultivation was extremely high. His yuanshan was likely a primordial yuanshan. But after the great change in the heavens and earth, the primordial spiritual qi decomposed into postnatal spiritual qi. Even if the cave master possessed ascension stage cultivation, he could not fight against the entire heaven and earth, and his yuanshan was probably decomposing as well. That dry branch seemed to be the only salvation method for the cave master. It might suppress the Yuan Shun's decomposition, or even absorb and emit primordial spiritual qi. Xia Yi leaned more toward the latter guess. Unfortunately, the cave master didn't live long enough for the dry branch to bloom again, and after his Yuan Shun decomposed, he perished. So, does primordial spiritual qi truly no longer exist in Dongxing continent today? Xia Yi asked, unwilling to give up entirely. Of course not. Perhaps only the legendary Immortal realm still possesses primordial spiritual qi. Wu Wei Daoist's expression turned wistful. The Immortal realm. Xia Yi once suspected that perhaps Doryman had achieved mechanized transcendence and traveled to the Immortal realm, hence why there was no trace of him in Dongxing continent. But where exactly the Immortal realm was, he still had no clue. Perhaps it was hidden in some corner of the universe, or perhaps it existed in a higher dimensional world. Only with primordial spiritual qi can one cultivate a flawless nascent soul. Master Xia, truly you were born in the wrong era. Wu Wei Daoist sighed with emotion, then continued, still, Master Xia, since you have the earth's spiritual root, even if you can't cultivate a flawless nascent soul, you should still be able to cultivate a first-grade nascent soul. Nascent souls of the current age were ranked from 9th to 1st grade, with 1st grade being the most noble and 9th the lowest. Xia Yi's heart stirred. He quickly spoke. If Senior Daoist is willing to become an honorary guest of Yuhua Sect, I will willingly offer the sect's main hall for your cultivation. After all, the old Daoist before him dressed as a farmer was a powerhouse at the Grand Unity stage, truly the ceiling of the entire northern domain. If such a great expert took residence, Yuhua Sect would have no fear of any force. Wu Wei Daoist shook his head. This old Daoist has always lived by the principle of quietness and non-interference, and does not wish to become entangled with any faction. Xia Yi's heart sank a little, but immediately he continued. May I at least add Senior Daoist on Chaoxin? Chaoxin. Wu Wei Daoist looked puzzled. It's a new mobile function developed by Yuhua Sect, currently still in the internal testing phase. You can be one of the first to try it. With that, Xia Yi asked Wu Wei Daoist for his phone number and sent him a text message. Wu Wei Daoist clicked the link in the message and began downloading. Soon, the Chaoxin app was installed. Senior Daoist, Chaoxin supports video calling. No matter how many millions of miles apart, you can see each other clearly. Moreover, Chaoxin includes standard mobile call and text functions, much more convenient, and it also allows you to take photos and record videos. Xia Yi explained each feature of Chaoxin carefully. Wu Wei Daoist showed great interest. This mobile technology of yours is completely different from current cultivation world techniques. It actually resembles the ancient Dao of mechanized constructs. When my master invented the mobile phone, he indeed referenced some ancient mechanized Dao secrets. Xia Yi smiled, once again bringing up that non-existent master. Xia Yi today was no longer that young sect leader of the northern domain who once painstakingly hunted down Master Yu Yang and Master Ziyang, just for rumors about the ancient mechanized Dao. Chapter 132, Chaos Unleashed. Sangzhou, Lingyun Sect. Li Mingyu was a true disciple of the Lingyun Sect. 3 years ago, he had successfully formed a 6th transformation golden core, and he was already a minor celebrity among the geniuses of Sangzhou. Recently, several towns in Shunwen County of Jinan Prefecture were struck by a deadly plague. The number of dead and injured civilians reached several 10,000. Since there had been no flood or war to cause such devastation, the local governor suspected secret interference by demonic cultivators. Therefore, he requested the largest Daoist sect in Jinan, the Lingyun Sect, to investigate. The Lingyun Sect was an ancient sect in Sangzhou. Although there was no nascent soul expert among their ranks, they had 8 or 9 foundation-forming elders, making it one of the top-tier second-rate sects in Sangzhou. After long deliberation, sect leader Su Fengzi decided to dispatch his senior true disciple, Li Mingyu, and a few inner sect disciples to investigate this plague situation in Jinan Prefecture. After all, the demonic forces in Jinan Prefecture were weak. Only a few scattered cultivators, and those who absorbed mortal souls to cultivate evil arts generally could not amount to much. This time in Shunwen County, none of you must act recklessly. Follow my orders, Li Mingyu instructed. Still, something about this mission felt off to him. Usually, common demonic cultivators wouldn't dare commit such large-scale blood sacrifices. The Great Xia Imperial Court was no joke. If such activities were discovered, the cultivators would be hunted down and eradicated by imperial decree. Yes, we will obey the senior apprentice brother without question. The group of young men and women behind him replied in unison. Most of them were at the late foundation building stage, close to forming a golden core, which was why they were sent out for this cultivation expedition to refine their spirit and wisdom. Not long after, they arrived at Shunwen County. Everywhere, people wailed in despair. Many civilians had turned sallow, their faces dotted with large blisters, many already oozing pus, appearing pitiful beyond words. Li Mingyu first found the local town chief and inquired about details regarding the plague. The town chief's condition was slightly better, though he too bore a yellowish complexion and numerous blisters on his body. He coughed, then said, "At first, the harvest this year was bountiful, everything going well. But suddenly, starting last month, a plague began sweeping through the surrounding towns. It is extremely contagious. Many villagers could not withstand it and died instantly." Cough, cough. Town chief, this is a detoxification pill. Grind it into powder and mix with water. 1 pill can be mixed into a barrel of water. Each person needs only a small bowl. Li Mingyu took out a red gourd. The lethality of this plague was not extreme. Strong, young men could barely endure it. so he believed that even a low-grade detoxification pill would suffice to neutralize its poison. Thank you, Senior Immortal. Overjoyed, the town chief immediately had the clan members who could still move to distribute the pills. Soon, those who had drunk the detoxifying water improved visibly. However, the plague inside their bodies was not entirely cleared. Senior Apprentice Brother, is this truly just a natural plague, or has some demonic cultivator caused it? A young girl asked. This plague is too strange. I collected a bit of the plague spore just now and found that if its concentration increased tenfold, even cultivators could suffer severe harm. That is why the detoxification pills cannot completely purge the poison from the civilians' bodies. Li Mingyu's expression was grave. He was nearly certain now that demonic cultivators were behind this plague in Shenwen County. Thus, the group waited, hiding until nightfall. At midnight, a black-robed figure, resembling a bat, appeared. He held a 3-inch black, demonic banner. The banner wasn't made of silk nor hemp, yet it emitted dark smoke and brown clouds of energy. He's here. All of you, junior brothers and sisters, stay alert. Li Mingyu sent a silent mental message from the distant house. They had concealment talismans crafted by the Sect's foundation-forming elders, so they need not fear being detected. The demonic cultivator approached a house, and with a swing of the banner, aimed at the 6 sick people inside. 6 faint strands of brown gas flew from the bodies of the mortals, absorbed into the demonic banner. The people, having their plague spore sucked out, gave out soft moans, clearly feeling much better. Yet the demon cultivator muttered an incantation, gently shaking the banner again. The villagers collapsed to the ground, their heads spinning worse than before, clearly in worse condition. Following this method, the demon cultivator soon extracted plague toxins from dozens of families. So that's it. He is cultivating with the plague itself, using it to harvest the plague essence from mortals. Li Mingyu immediately understood the demon cultivator's intent and immediately dashed out, shouting, "Who are you, demonic cultivator? Daring to spread plague and massacre innocents? Do you not fear the Great Xia Imperial Court's laws?" Behind him, the 8 young disciples followed. Each held a sword, forming a battle array. Their combined auras surged straight into the night sky, emitting the aura of a golden core expert. At first startled, the demonic cultivator soon realized that the leader of the opposing group had merely reached the late golden core stage, with the rest being mere foundation-building disciples. He immediately revealed a lewd smile, saying, "It turns out to be just a bunch of children. Heaven treats me, bloodbath done, too well, actually sending so many cauldron vessels. You evil fiend, you're asking for death." Li Mingyu roared furiously, summoning a treasure sword. The sword was entirely emerald green, seemingly carved from a single piece of cold jade, its surface shimmering with fluctuating cyan light. The blade, exhaling and inhaling, flickered like a spiritual serpent's tongue, clearly an extremely powerful flying sword. Without hesitation, he attacked first. His emerald sword danced like a silver snake, suddenly surging upward. The blade's glow flickered like crisp autumn winds, covering the earth with icy mists. The bloodbat cultivator showed no panic at all. A mountain-like sea of demonic energy surged from his body. Clapping his hands together, a black cloud the size of a winnowing basket appeared above his head, blocking all the sword chi from the sky. Li Mingyu was taken aback. The flying sword he held possessed the might of a top-tier magical artifact. He never imagined the opponent could effortlessly block such power. You're at nascent soul stage. You only realize now? Too late. Become my cauldron vessel obediently. With a cold snort, Taoist bloodbat threw out the coarse hemp demonic banner in his hand. Immediately, howling winds arose, brown poisonous mist spread out, and massive mushroom-like clouds blossomed one after another, engulfing the entire area. Be careful. He's a nascent soul devil. Though the 8 young disciples felt fear, they didn't panic. They formed a grand formation with Li Mingyu to resist together. Surrender obediently, and I may spare your lives. They resisted with all their might. This spirit sword subduing evil formation was a fearsome killing array in the cultivation world of Tsangzhou. Combined with the power of 9 cultivators, even a nascent soul expert would find it hard to break through. You dare refuse? Taoist bloodbat roared furiously, fully activating the demonic banner. Great swells of black smoke rose endlessly, containing countless hideous ghosts and Yeka demons. Each was tall and large, appearing like shadowy illusions, roaring continuously. From their mouths spewed continuous streams of brownish smoke, lingering without dispersing, forming numerous bowl-sized mushroom shapes. A thick, decaying stench of corpses filled the air, making the Lingyun sect disciples feel nauseated and on the verge of vomiting. Beware, this demonic banner contains plague essence. Li Mingyu immediately fetched some high-grade detoxification pills and distributed them among his junior brothers and sisters. After consuming the pills, the sensation of nausea and weakness eased significantly. Fortunately, he had been cautious earlier and requested some detox pills from the sect's alchemy elders. Otherwise, this plague energy alone would have been more than they could handle. Taoist bloodbat's expression darkened. He raised his right hand, and 5 skulls automatically flew out. Mid-air, they transformed into winnowing basket-sized apparitions, opening their bone-chilling white jaws, howling loudly, like a baboon wailing at night, emitting eerie, blood-curdling screeches. From their mouths spewed ribbons of emerald demonic flames mixed with huge clouds of black smoke. These weren't ordinary flames. Instead of heat, they exuded bone-piercing coldness. Interspersed within the fire were 2 barely visible thin white filaments of demonic energy, their stench suffocating. The moment the 5 skulls appeared, pressure on the group immediately increased drastically. Li Mingyu urgently called out, "We are disciples of the Lingyun sect. Are you not afraid of revenge from our elders?" The Lingyun sect. Daoist Bloodbat was momentarily startled. He knew full well that the Lingyun sect was a major faction in Sangzhou, with nearly 10 nascent soul experts among their elders. As a mere solitary cultivator, he would stand no chance against them. Shunwen County lies 10,000 miles from the Lingyun sect headquarters. Even if I kill you all, their elders will never know who struck the blow. Daoist Bloodbat chuckled coldly. You little brats know who I truly am? Not even calling for help would serve any purpose. We'll see about that. Mentally shifting focus, Li Mingyu didn't even need to move as his phone automatically powered on. He logged into Super Messenger, found his master, and initiated a video call. A piece of music started playing. Then, a light flickered in the void, and a Daoist projection appeared. The sect leader of Lingyun's sect himself, Xianfeng Den. Xianfeng the old Daoist. Not far away, Daoist Bloodbat was greatly alarmed. Master Xianfeng's reputation was among the top names across all of Sangzhou, a formidable expert below the transformation-forming realm. He himself was only at the early nascent soul stage. Moreover, during his formation of the nascent soul, he cultivated the lowest-ranked 9th-grade nascent soul, so even a serious battle would likely last less than half an incense stick's time. Help! Jiu Mingok, sect leader. The other disciples caught sight of hope. Master, Jiu Mingok. Li Mingyu also shouted loudly, quickly reporting the entire incident with the true nascent, soul-level devil cultivator. Quickly point the camera of that phone toward the demonic cultivator. Master Xianfeng ordered gravely. Hearing this, Li Mingyu hastily aimed the phone at Daoist Bloodbat. Terrified, the demon immediately conjured thick rolling waves of demonic clouds around his body, attempting to conceal himself completely. The projection of Daoist Xianfeng coldly snorted. Trying to hide now is too late. If this old Daoist hasn't miscalculated, you must be the Bloodbat old devil from Sanjiang Prefecture. 300 years ago, when the evil sect caused havoc in Sangzhou, you were merely a gold core cultivator, a mere minor fiend among the senior Bujao experts. You were only caught in the crossfire when this old Daoist fought with a Moadao Trujin. Seriously wounded, you fled, and I never expected you to actually become formidable now. Daoist Bloodbat's face darkened. 300 years ago during the Great Zhengsha War in Sangzhou, he had indeed only been a gold core cultivator, completely unremarkable among powerful Bujao elders. At that time, Daoist Xianfeng was locked in a fierce battle with a Moadao Trujin, and he himself was merely caught in the collateral damage. Later, he barely escaped and accidentally obtained a Plague Huang banner left behind by an ancient Han. The Plague Huang banner had once been a formidable daocheat feared across Sangzhou 1,000 years ago, but unfortunately, it was severely damaged. Therefore, Daoist Bloodbat had been cultivating plague energy within ordinary humans, intending to harvest it once it matured. He never expected that this would draw the attention of local authorities, which directly led the Lingyun sect to investigate. Bloodbat old devil, if you dare harm my disciples, this old Daoist will chase you to the ends of the earth, grind your bones to dust, and utterly annihilate both your spirit and form. Trujin Xianfeng roared furiously. The Bloodbat old devil's expression fluctuated between hesitation and calculation. He briefly considered wiping out the group. After all, this place was 10,000 miles from the Lingyun sect. Even if Daoist Xianfeng was formidable, he wouldn't arrive anytime soon. Bloodbat, think carefully. If you rampage in the mundane world, you will only offend the great Xia Empire. But if you offend the Lingyun sect, there won't be even a sliver of hope left for you. Trujin Xianfeng issued his threat. Li Mingyu was his beloved apprentice, extraordinarily talented, and the most suitable candidate for the next sect leader. The other disciples were also core disciples the sect had invested heavily in cultivating. If all of them perished here, the Lingyun sect would suffer an irreparable loss. Seeing the hesitation in the Bloodbat devil, Daoist Xianfeng quickly added, as long as you leave now, the Lingyun sect will no longer interfere. I hope you keep your word. In the end, the Bloodbat devil still lacked the courage to kill them. With a large wave of his hand, he withdrew the demon banner. The sky-wide yellowish-brown toxic clouds vanished without a trace. Being hunted by the great Xia Empire left a glimmer of hope, but becoming the target of the Lingyun sect's full wrath meant only certain death. Instantly transforming into a bat, he disappeared into the distance. The younger disciples immediately relaxed. After all, he was a nascent soul Trujin. Had he truly unleashed his full power, resisting would have been extremely difficult. Thank goodness the Yuhua sect added the Super Messenger video call function a few days ago. Li Mingyu still felt fear thinking about it. Without this video calling function, Master Xianfeng would not have recognized the Buojiao villain in front of them, nor would he have served as such a powerful deterrent. Big brother senior, what should we do now? One of the disciples asked. Li Mingyu thought for a moment before replying. We should first go to Jinbei Prefecture to report this to the local government. As for the Bloodbat devil, leave him to be dealt with by the Great Xia Empire. Do you think the Great Xia Empire can capture the Bloodbat devil? One of the junior female disciples expressed her concern. After all, the imperial guards of the Great Xia were all ordinary humans. If the Bloodbat devil fled, no ordinary martial cultivator would be able to stop him. This isn't the old days. Wait and see. Perhaps in a few days, the local government will issue a bounty on Daoist Bloodbat at the Zhangzhou Cultivators Guild. Many nascent soul Trujin might be interested in it then. Li Mingyu sneered. Then that would be good. The junior sister relaxed a little. She deeply hated the Bloodbat devil. Without the super messenger from Yuhua Sect, she dared not imagine what kind of humiliation she would suffer if captured by the Bloodbat Devil. Right away, everyone proceeded toward Jinbei Prefecture's government office to report the situation to the local governor. Li Mingyu even specially presented the video and photos he had recorded as conclusive evidence. Chapter 133, A Death Hunt Decree. Inside the Zhangzhou Cultivators Union. Any fire attribute treasure craftsman from the Tianan Prefecture? 3 high-grade spirit stones. Anyone seeking a team heading to the outer regions of the 100,000 Mountains? Preferably someone at the late Golden Core stage, and must have a defensive treasure artifact. I am heading to the neighboring Liangzhou, seeking a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The round trip offers 100 high-grade spirit stones, but a Heaven Devil Oath contract must be signed at the Zuexian Mansion in Zhangzhou. Nowadays, the Zuexian mansions have expanded into all 36 provinces of the Xia dynasty. Even though the owner originally only obtained a banquet cloth used for food enjoyment, there was no issue with quantity because he had the duplication mirror from Xintian Sect. The duplication mirror could copy common items, but was powerless against advanced items like the time-space converter or the miniaturization lamp. Furthermore, the unique Cultivators Union of the Zuexian mansions had moved from offline to online platforms. Each major province now had its own online Cultivators Union forum. Of course, the Zuexian mansions weren't just passive bystanders. Since most tasks were done on verbal agreement alone, it was normal for the cultivators posting and accepting tasks to be complete strangers and distrust each other. This was where the Zuexian mansion came into play. Under the witness of a Zuexian mansion on Gerd, both sides would sign a contract and take the Heaven Devil Oath. Of course, there were some cultivators who exploited the Heaven Devil Oath. They would leak sensitive information and let accomplices kill the contract issuer to grab the reward. Later, when this matter surfaced, the Zuexian mansion immediately issued a bounty hunting mission for that cultivator's head. Within less than 3 days, someone killed the cultivator, brought his head to the Zuexian mansion, and claimed the reward. Thousands of Zhangzhou cultivators were browsing the Cultivators Union forum when they suddenly noticed a red, pinned post. The Zhangzhou governor of the Xia Empire issues a death hunt decree. After clicking it open, the cultivators discovered that it was about a devil cultivator named Taoist Bloodbat, who belonged to the Devil Sect. This man had released a deadly plague that had affected nearly 100,000 commoners. His crimes were so severe that the Zhangzhou governor issued a death hunt decree. Whoever kills the true cultivator Bloodbat can earn 1,000 merit points. Hundreds of comments were already posted beneath the post. Heavens, 1,000 merit points? The Zhangzhou governor really is generous. I'm taking this task. I just need 1,000 more merit points to become a 6th grade Immortal Master. Although my cultivation is only at the late Golden Core stage, this reward is too tempting to pass up. According to the Xia dynasty's regulations, 10 merit points would grant one the title of 9th grade Immortal Master, and every 100 points earn the next rank higher, so on and so forth. Thus, 1,000 points could directly promote a cultivator to the rank of 7th grade Immortal Master. Meanwhile, Taoist Bloodbat was meditating inside his cave dwelling. He originally thought that his plague method of killing commoners was flawless and untraceable. After all, he hadn't used human flesh, blood, or living souls for his devil treasures. However, he didn't expect to be exposed so soon, or to draw disciples from the Lingyun sect to pursue him. Cursed feathering sect. How did they even invent such a thing as a mobile phone? And on top of that, what the hell is Chaoxin? Taoist Bloodbat felt extremely annoyed. Before mobile phones were invented, the lives of Devil Sect cultivators were relatively smooth and easy. As long as they knew some secret-keeping methods, even disciples of the top sects could be eliminated. Taoist Bloodbat had even killed a core disciple of the Heaven-Earth sect a few years back and faced no consequences. After all, the Heaven-Earth sect was a dominating power in Zhangzhou and had a sage-level nascent soul cultivator guarding it. But who would have thought he would slip up and get caught on a mobile phone yesterday? Now, none of his hiding techniques were effective. Ring ring. The mobile phone rang again. Taoist Bloodbat picked it up, and to his surprise, it was Elder Ghost Inma calling. Elder Ghost Inma was also a true master of the Devil Sect in Zhangzhou, slightly stronger than him. This old ghost called me. What? Taoist Bloodbat curiously pressed the answer key. Bloodbat, I happen to acquire a gourd of yellow spring water. I can share a bit with you. The voice of Elder Ghost Inma came from the other end of the call. Yellow spring water? Taoist Bloodbat's breath became slightly heavy. Because of their demonic cultivation methods, the nascent soul of Devil Sect cultivators often became tainted with negative Yin energies. Some cultivators who indulged heavily in killing even absorbed blood and violent qi into their nascent soul. The more polluted the nascent soul became, the more prone to qi deviation one would be. How many devil cultivators had suffered qi baozhou and died from internal qi chaos because their nascent soul was impure. Yellow spring water was a legendary item capable of cleansing this chaotic energy, purifying the nascent soul. It was a holy item that countless devil cultivators longed for. Huh? Why would Inma Ghost suddenly be so generous as to share yellow spring water with me? Could he be eyeing my pestilence yellow banner? Taoist Bloodbat speculated inwardly. He had survived this long precisely because he was always cautious. Oh, I am currently in the middle of a secret cultivation technique. I will visit your Yin Wind Mountain after some time. Before the phone call with Elder Ghost Inma had fully ended, another new call came through. Bloodbat, it's me, Blood Tiger. It's been a while since we last met. Why don't we get together? There's a demon overlord's cave appearing in Tianan Prefecture. Want to explore it together? Call after call came in, unsettling Taoist Bloodbat. Normally he only received a few calls a month, but now, all of a sudden, they kept flooding in. When something happens against the norm, there must be some sinister force behind it. He quickly opened the mobile phone Tieba app and after some searching, sure enough, saw on the Zhangzhou Cultivators Union forum a bounty hunting order posted about himself. No wonder everyone is calling me suddenly. So they want my life in exchange for 1,000 merit points. Taoist Bloodbat, the demonic cultivator, was so furious that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. Sure enough, those of the Devil Sect could never be trusted. He quickly walked out of his cave dwelling, preparing to escape to another great province. After all, there were still quite a few followers of the Devil Sect who knew the location of his cave. Not even flying 100 miles away, Taoist Bloodbat saw in the distance a black cloud swiftly approaching. Bloodbat, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Ghost Emo? Didn't expect this old fellow to come so quickly. Taoist Bloodbat was both surprised and furious, and without hesitation, immediately unleashed the blood-escaping technique to flee outward. Ghost Emo, after hundreds of years of friendship between us, you'd actually betray me for a mere 1,000 merit points? Precisely because we've been close friends for centuries, that 1,000 points would be better off going to me rather than anyone else. Elder Ghost Emo cackled maliciously. The sight of these two nascent soul true lords racing through the skies was truly spectacular, disturbing countless cultivators along the way. Why are two demon sect experts chasing and fleeing from each other? Could it be a case of dogs biting each other? The cultivators below were somewhat astonished. Yet some cultivators with more clever minds speculated. Could that person up there be Taoist Bloodbat, who's been trending recently on the Zhangzhou Tieba? Some even took photos and uploaded them to the forums. Possibly Bloodbat Demon King has appeared in Binjiang County, and they uploaded images. No sooner had the post been published than it attracted a flood of replies. The demon bat's blood escaping technique. The figure in the front is definitely Taoist Bloodbat. This humble Taoist just happened to be near Binjiang County. I'll go check whether I can encounter this old demon. This Taoist is in the neighboring county. As more and more cultivators witnessed Taoist Bloodbat's fleeing figure in the skies, his specific location slowly became clearer. Bloodbat Demon King, where are you running? Directly ahead of Taoist Bloodbat, a beam of escaping light appeared, revealing a Taoist figure whose presence was mighty, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. Knowing the power of the elder ahead, the old demon turned eastward to escape. Haha, sure enough, the Taoists from the Tieba Forum truly have amazing Suntong. I really have encountered him here. From the east, an elder Taoist at the nascent soul stage blocked the escape route. The Bloodbat Demon King was terrified and immediately flew westward. However, not long after starting to fly, he noticed several beams of light in the far west coming toward him. Seeing enemies coming from all directions, Taoist Bloodbat gave a long sigh. My fate is sealed. Chapter 134, Live Streaming. The cultivation bounty issued by the Zhangzhou governor eventually ended with the Bloodfu Elder Demon's defeat. Surprisingly, the Bloodfu Elder Demon finally perished at the hands of the Yin Elder Ghost. The Yin Elder Ghost was also a famous Vidzun in Zhangzhou, known for numerous killings, having claimed countless cultivators' lives. However, since his debut, the Yin Elder Ghost had never harmed ordinary civilians and had not violated the Great Xia Empire's laws. Therefore, he could freely enter and exit all cities within the Great Xia Empire and enjoy the same treatment as righteous cultivators. After all, there were many cultivators from the demonic paths serving in the Great Xia Empire as well. Tianyan Pavilion, Zhangzhou Branch. In broad daylight, the Yin Wind Elder Demon delivered the Bloodfu Elder Demon's Yuan Ing to a Tianyan Pavilion officer. Do you wish to exchange your 1,000 merit points for spiritual stones, or would you prefer to become a 7th grade Immortal official? The Tianyan Pavilion officer asked. Originally, the Yin Wind Elder Demon wanted to exchange for spiritual stones without hesitation, but seeing the righteous cultivators eyeing him greedily outside the Tianyan Pavilion, he shivered involuntarily and replied, Naturally, I shall become a 7th grade Immortal official, serving the Empire loyally. He appeared exactly like an Imperial loyal hound. The cultivators outside also looked slightly disappointed. Although a 7th grade Immortal official wasn't particularly impressive, it was still an official rank in the Great Xia Empire, enjoying the Empire's protection. At the very least, people couldn't randomly attack him anymore. Yuhua Sect. Chaoxin had become wildly popular in the cultivation world. Free calling and messaging alone were enough to drive most cultivators wild. Compared to expensive call fees, the traffic charges generated by using Chaoxin seemed negligible. Master, after launching Chaoxin, the 36Do phone top-ups have dropped drastically, declined by 1/3. Looking at this month's call fee financial report, Song Yuanshan frowned. Are more people paying for traffic then? Xiaoyi asked. 2/3 of the spiritual stones collected are for traffic usage. Song Yuanshan replied. Then it makes sense. The phone top-up market is saturated now. The future belongs to traffic. Song Yuanshan frowned slightly, puzzled, but using Chaoxin doesn't consume much traffic at all. Only the video calling function uses considerable traffic. Exactly. That's why the next mobile app will be where Yuhua Sect truly starts to make money. Xiaoyi smiled. May I ask what the next app you plan to develop, Master? Song Yuanshan was very interested. He had given extremely high praise for the newly launched Chaoxin from Yuhua Sect. Originally, his personality had been introverted, someone who wouldn't speak unless familiar with the person. But last month he happened to add a cultivator lady called Ling Shuang Immortal via Chaoxin, and they became extremely close. Every day seemed filled with endless topics. Especially shocking to the elders who knew Song Yuanshan well. because now, the previously reserved Song Elder actually started chatting and joking with others. Live streaming. Live streaming. Song Yuanshan was hearing the term for the first time. Yes, live streaming. After careful consideration, Xia decided to start with live streaming first. Although apps like Alipay or Taobao would be more profitable, given Yuhua Sect's current scale, building an entire logistics chain was still not feasible. Live streaming was far simpler and required no massive offline setup. Of course, determining the content for live streaming was critical. In this world, beauty streamers, gaming streamers, and food streamers from his past life wouldn't work at all. Xia planned to implement something similar to online courses. Invite powerful cultivators from the cultivation world to teach skills related to forging artifacts, concocting pills, talismans, etc. He was sure this would attract massive audiences. In the cultivation world, the largest portion consisted of wandering cultivators. They had no masters to guide them, so their cultivation mostly relied on self-learning. Sometimes misunderstandings and techniques, without senior mentors to correct them, easily caused spiritual imbalances. By contrast, many small clans and sects had leaders or elders with merely foundation-building stage cultivation, whereas larger sect disciples, they usually had specialized elders teaching them forging techniques, alchemy, and talisman drawing. Also, providing resources for disciples to practice. Like Yuhua Sect, every core disciple received free herbs and sacred metals each month for forging and pill refining practice, along with furnaces. Now, imagine an elder saint at the Yuan-ing stage willing to teach and share cultivation experiences. For a small payment of one low-grade spiritual stone, countless cultivators would be willing to pay. After all, for low-level cultivators, they might rarely see a Yuan-ing stage elder saint in their lifetime, let alone have one personally lecturing them. Even gold core stage experts might find such live streams appealing. Master Song, there seems to be something called the beauty chart in the great Xia cultivation world. Prepare a list of names for me. Xia said calmly. Song Yuanshan's eyes lit up. Could it be that our young master has finally come to his senses and wants to find a cultivation partner? He immediately left to gather information. Soon, the latest beauty chart in the great Xia cultivation world was in Xia Yi's hands. Glancing through it briefly, he quickly decided on the candidate for the first live stream. The palace mistress of the Seven Perils Palace, Lady Xiang Yu, successfully ascended to the transformation stage 10 years ago, ranked 3rd on the beauty chart. She's the one. The first live streamer had to be a woman, and preferably a beautiful one, only that could attract massive numbers of cultivators to watch. Secondly, she had to be of high cultivation. After all, no matter how beautiful one was, without high cultivation, nobody would willingly pay spiritual stones to watch. Ranked 3rd on the beauty chart and a transformation stage expert, the palace mistress of the Seven Perils Palace perfectly met these two requirements. On my behalf, invite Palace Mistress Xiang Yu of the Seven Perils Palace to discuss cooperation with us at Yuhua Sect. Xia Yi took out an invitation letter. Song Yuanshan hesitated, saying, but won't Lady Xiang Yu be a bit too old? After all, she's 900 years old. A transformation stage expert has a lifespan of 3,000 years. 900 years is like a human in their late 20s. What do you mean by too old? Just the right age. Xia Yi waved his hand towards Song Yuanshan, signaling him to proceed quickly. As Song Yuanshan bowed and left, he muttered, so the young master prefers mature women. When Xia Yi came back to his senses, he wore a helpless smile. This elder Song sure has a wild imagination. The Seven Perils Palace was located more than 500,000 li away in Jiangzhou, but there was no need for Song Yuanshan to travel there in person now. Yuhua Sect had the phone numbers of all the sect leaders ranked 3rd rate or above within the Great Xia Empire. Very soon, Elder Song found the number of Palace Mistress Xiang Yu from the Seven Perils Palace and dialed. He used the official mobile phone of Yuhua Sect, which displayed the words Yuhua Sect on the receiver's screen. Meanwhile, when Xiang Yu received a call from Yuhua Sect, she dared not be careless. After all, Yuhua Sect was now the most renowned sect in the Eastern Territory, and its mobile phone industry had spread throughout the Great Xia Empire. She pressed the receive button and said, "This is the Seven Perils Palace." Chapter 135, Hype. A massive, colorful dragon boat hovered in front of the Yuhua Gate, shimmering with radiant light and glowing mist, its hull shimmering with waves of light. One by one, beautiful handmaidens stepped out from the dragon boat, lined up in 2 rows, and began scattering brightly colored petals. Soon, Xiang Yu Fairy floated out from the dragon boat on a multicolored cloud, her palace robe swaying gently like a willow in the breeze. Her silhouette was graceful and elegant, dignified yet ethereal. A glowing red beauty mark adorned the center of her brow, and her eyes sparkled like flowing water, truly embodying the charm of a generation's sect leader. The visit of Fairy Xiang Yu brings great honor to our sect. Xia Yi stepped forward to greet her. After some polite formalities, they proceeded together to the sect leader's hall. The foundation of Yuhua Sect is truly awe-inspiring. The quality of spiritual energy here even surpasses that of Qijua Palace. Xiang Yu Fairy exclaimed in surprise. Xia Yi smiled faintly, without giving much explanation. After all, the Earth's spiritual root was a matter of enormous significance. If word spread, it would certainly attract unwanted attention. Today's meeting is actually to discuss the matter of cooperation. A spark of realization flickered in Xiang Yu Fairy's eyes. Could it be that Master Xia wants to collaborate with Qijua Palace? In the current cultivation world, aside from sects from Qingzhou, only Zhangxin Sect and Yuhua Sect had successfully collaborated on a mobile phone project. The Jiuxiao sword from Jizangshan Sect originally had lackluster sales, but once mobile phone functions were added, sales soared. This made Qijue Palace, located in Jiangzhou, extremely envious. However, lacking treasures like Biluo Tianti, Qijue could not establish a similar collaboration with Yuhua. Never did she expect that just a few days ago, an elder from Yuhua personally called to invite her to visit, discussing a potential partnership, an invitation that made her very excited. After all, a decade ago, Qijue Palace paid an unimaginable price to help her break through to the transformation stage. Since then, the sect's finances had been tight. A partnership with Yuhua, the fastest-growing money-making sect in the Eastern Territory, could potentially resolve all financial issues. Joint branding is merely a small matter. If you're interested, you can discuss the specifics with Elder Song after the negotiations. However, the reason I invited you here today is for another form of collaboration. Xia Yi sipped a cup of spiritual tea. Biluo Tian tea truly lived up to its reputation as the finest tea in the Eastern Territory. Every sip an unparalleled delight. Another form of collaboration? Xiang Yu Fairy's mind sharpened. If even joint branding was a small matter, could it be related to luxury phone contract manufacturing? Her phone was of legendary quality, after all. If not for the financial issues in her sect, she would have aimed to buy a mid-tier phone long ago. Precisely, Yuhua sect would like to personally collaborate with you. With this humble one, Xiang Yu Fairy blinked in confusion, unsure what game Yuhua was playing. Xia Yi stopped being cryptic and briefly explained the concept of live streaming. Live-streamed lectures? Now that's an innovative idea. Xiang Yu Fairy fell into thought, then asked cautiously. However, charging merely one low-grade spiritual stone for entry is extremely low, don't you think? Even if 1 million viewers watch, it's just 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. For Qijue Palace, 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones was nothing more than a drop in the bucket, unable to solve much. Besides, Xiang Yu Fairy doubted whether her stream could actually attract 1 million viewers. 100,000 was more likely the upper limit. Your Highness need not be so humble. With your reputation, attracting 1 million viewers should be effortless. And regardless of the outcome, Yuhua is willing to pursue a co-branding partnership with Qijue. Xia Yi smiled. Then I agree. Xiang Yu Fairy replied decisively. The mere mention of a joint brand was reason enough to accept. Please stay with us for a few more days then. Xia Yi was delighted. Having secured the first candidate for live streaming, it was time to build up the hype. The Tiaba Forum was nearly universal among cultivators across the Xia dynasty, ranging from void-cracking Dao sovereigns down to newly initiated disciples. All frequented the Tiaba forums. Even many Aju spent their days surfing these forums, though most preferred to communicate within the separate Yao clan forums. In a way, Tiaba had gradually transformed a once fragmented and disorganized Yaju into a more cohesive community. To human cultivators, perhaps, this wasn't entirely seen as a good thing. On this day, cultivators, as usual, prepared to access the Tiaba forums on their phones. However, unlike before, the loading screen displayed a breathtaking woman in palace robes, her fair skin and elegant figure like veiled moonlight shrouded in mist, radiant amidst heavenly light. Above her was a bold headline. On the 3rd of July, Qijue Palace's leader presents an open livestream on the basics of spirit pill refinement. After 5 seconds, the screen returned to the standard Tiaba homepage. Yet already, the major cultivation forums across every province were abuzz with hot discussion. What exactly is a live stream? It should be something like broadcasting a cultivator's lecture to all cultivators in the Eastern Territory to watch. This is Fairy Xiangyu herself we're talking about. Ranked 3rd on the beauty list. I'll definitely make sure to witness her divine beauty on the 3rd of July. Seems like this stream isn't free. It requires 1 low-grade spiritual stone. What's 1 low-grade spiritual stone? Just being able to see Fairy Xiangyu's face would be worth even a high-grade stone. Everyone, your conversation seems slightly off-topic. This is a live stream by a transformation stage expert. Even a single sentence from her would benefit us ordinary, low-level cultivators immensely. And it only costs 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Exactly. For just 1 low-grade spiritual stone to hear a lecture from a transformation stage expert. This is such a great deal. I've already decided. I'm staying glued to my phone on the 3rd of July, waiting for Fairy Xiangyu's live stream. Soon, the news about Palace leader Xiangyu Fairy of Jiuxiao Palace going live spread across the entire cultivation world. After all, Fairy Xiangyu had always maintained tremendous popularity within the cultivation world. Additionally, she was a master alchemist. Across the entire Eastern Territory, those who surpassed her alchemical skills could be counted on 2 hands. Although the knowledge being presented was basic, it was fatally attractive to wandering cultivators and minor sects. Among the 100 crafts of cultivation, forging and pill refinement ranked the highest, and also cost the most money. Generally, those who could master these skills were almost always disciples from major sects. Having a transformation stage expert personally explain techniques could help wandering cultivators avoid many detours. Still, many transformation stage experts expressed confusion and even called Fairy Xiangyu personally. As a transformation stage expert, Xiangyu, giving lectures on alchemy to low-grade cultivators really disgraces our dignity. You're a transformation stage expert, charging merely 1 low-grade spiritual stone for people to watch your lecture. Doesn't that devalue your position too much? Fairy Xiangyu, are financial issues in Jiuxiao Palace serious? Just agree to be my Dao partner, and I'll offer you a dowry of 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Chapter 136, Xiangyu Fairy's Livestream. July 3rd, Yuhua Sect. Today was the day when Xiangyu Fairy, the palace mistress of Chijua Palace, would give a live stream lecture on elementary pill refining techniques. Cultivators in the Eastern Territory had downloaded the live streaming app Zhaojak. The live streaming software was still quite simple at the moment. When opened, the homepage displayed a picture of a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. In the lower right corner were the 5 large characters, live stream, not started. Clicking in, one would see an animated introduction about the achievements of Xiangyu Fairy. Although the live stream wouldn't start for another hour, the number of viewers had already reached the terrifying number of 30 million, and the comments section beneath the live stream was already exploding with activity. Wow, Xiangyu Fairy is simply too beautiful. No wonder she ranks 3rd on the beauty list. Exactly. My sect's grand disciple, known as the most beautiful woman in the Northern Territory, pales in comparison to Xiangyu Fairy. Our Mooncold Palace's ruler is no less beautiful than Xiangyu Fairy. I'm currently struggling to learn basic pill refining without a teacher to guide me. Now I finally have a nascent soul Zunjura personally explaining it. For low-level cultivators like me, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I've already got a soul recording stone ready. I'm going to record Xiangyu Fairy's lecture so I can watch it again and again later. I've also prepared a soul recording stone to record this. The words of a nascent soul Zunjuro are bound to be profound. How could I possibly understand it in just one listen? Is it still possible to buy a soul recording stone now? Seeing the comments, some cultivators had a sudden thought. Indeed, a nascent soul Zunjuro was far above them. Even a single sentence from her might contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. How could one listening possibly grasp its subtleties? In an instant, all the soul recording stones in every city markets and immortal cities were sold out. The sects that produced soul recording stones were grinning from ear to ear. In just an hour, their sales had reached half, even a full year's worth of their usual volume. At Yuhua Sect, inside the sect leader's hall, the number of viewers has already passed 100 million. In front of a giant screen, the meticulously made-up Xiangyu Fairy opened her mouth into a perfect O. The official live stream still had another incense stick's worth of time before it started, and yet the viewing numbers had already exceeded 100 million, far beyond her expectations. And every minute, the number of live viewers was increasing rapidly by tens or even hundreds of thousands. As the leader of a super sect like Chijua Palace and herself a nascent soul Jinja, Xiangyu Fairy had definitely seen many grand occasions. But now, this was a live stream for over 100 million cultivators. Still, she was a grandmaster level cultivator with an extraordinary state of mind. After just a few breaths, she adjusted her emotions. Palace Mistress, this live stream will be divided into 2 halves. The first half is free, and the second half requires payment. As to how many people pay to watch, that's entirely up to your skills. Xiaoyi, standing beside, said, this palace naturally understands that. Xiangyu Fairy nodded, full of confidence in herself. Soon, the appointed streaming time arrived. Xiangyu Fairy's breathtakingly beautiful face appeared on every cultivator's phone screen. Wow, Mistress Xiangyu is absolutely stunning, even more beautiful than the homepage cover. I feel like I'm completely smitten. This true Jin swears that one day I will cultivate to become a Jinjura and make Xiangyu Fairy my cultivation partner. Wah, Xiangyu Fairy, I'm just a chi gathering nobody. Please, explain things in a simple way. I'm afraid I'm too dumb to understand. Seeing the number on the upper right corner surpass the 200 million mark, Xiangyu Fairy was slightly surprised inwardly, but did not show it on her face. Instead, she showed a faint smile and said, "Welcome to this palace's live stream, fellow cultivators. In the following 2 sessions of this live broadcast, this palace will explain some knowledge related to pill refining. I hope it proves useful to all of you. The real lecture is starting. The insights from a nascent soul zone will surely be extremely unique. I've already prepared my soul recording stone. Although the messages were scrolling by extremely fast, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even distinguish a single message, Xiangyu Fairy, as a nascent soul Zinjura with an incomprehensibly strong divine sense, could clearly see every single comment. She smiled faintly and said, "Pill refining ranks second among the 100 arts of cultivation. Besides being able to enhance cultivation, pills can also detoxify, restore mana, heal injuries, nourish the soul, and more. Kuyisoa, every cultivator basically depends on pills in their cultivation path. But pill refining is extremely difficult. A novice pill refiner will often end up with 6 out of 10 furnaces producing failed pills. There's even the danger of a furnace explosion, threatening one's life. Pills are ranked similarly to magical treasures, ranging from law pill, spirit pill, treasure pill, Tao pill, mystic pill, to immortal pill. Today, this palace will focus on explaining the knowledge related to law pills and spirit pills. Law pills and spirit pills, in essence, are not fundamentally different. To master pills at this level, one must focus on 2 key points. The first is to strictly control the quantity and age of each medicinal ingredient. Take Hui Chun Dan as an example. Ling Lu Hua must be approximately 100 years old and weigh exactly 1 tael, 3 kandarines, and 5 li. Why do some cultivators encounter impure pills or failed pills during pill refining? Because the herbs are not aged enough or their weights are incorrect. Therefore, fellow cultivators must not seek cheapness when purchasing herbs. You must ensure that their age is sufficient. As for the issue of weight, many cultivators at the chi gathering stage have not yet developed spiritual consciousness and are unable to precisely control the weight of the medicinal ingredients. They can purchase the most precise pill scale made in the Xia dynasty and maintain it regularly. The second point is mastering the fire temperature during pill refining. If the fire is too strong, it easily burns the herbs, resulting in a complete waste of the entire furnace load. If the fire is too weak, it significantly prolongs the pill formation process, leading to dissipation of the herb potency. Even if the pill is formed, it will be of inferior quality. Understanding and controlling the fire temperature is an extremely advanced art. Xiang Yu Fairy explained everything in great detail, using no complex or technical terms. Even a chi-gathering beginner who had never refined pills before could understand the meaning. As the lecture progressed, even the comments section became noticeably quieter. Everyone was concentrating intently on listening to Xiang Yu Palace Mistress's explanation. Even some pill refiners at the core formation and nascent soul stages couldn't help but feel amazed. They admitted that if they had listened to Xiang Yu Fairy's explanations back when they were at the chi-gathering stage, they would have avoided many unnecessary detours. 280 million. Xia, standing beside, looked at the number of live stream viewers and couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Currently, the entire Eastern Territory had approximately 700 million mobile phone users. Among them, over 300 million were ordinary civilians, such as officials, generals, wealthy merchants, and noble families in the Xia dynasty. Another 300 million were cultivators from the cultivation world. The remaining less than 100 million phone users were members of the Aoju in the Eastern Territory. In other words, a large number of Aoju were watching the live stream of Xiang Yu Palace Mistress. On Yuandingshan Mountain, a tall and mighty Yao Zun was carefully controlling a pill furnace significantly smaller than himself. Next to him were piles of medicinal herbs, all emanating thick spiritual energy, with ancient age, and some still covered in soil, clearly freshly plucked. This Yao Zun was named Mo Lin Wang, the Yaowag of the Zhangzhou 10,000 Great Mountains, commanding 1,000,000 mighty Yaoju members. He was a well-known Yaowag throughout the Eastern Territory. However, despite Mo Lin Wang's control over so many Yaoju, his treasure vault did not hold much spiritual stones. For the Yaoju, the main source of spiritual stones was selling spiritual herbs or mineral resources mined from mountains. But the humans were extremely cunning. Whenever the Yaoju came to sell things, they would exploit them as much as possible. Even if the Yaoju later realized what had happened, they would dare not seek trouble in human cities. After all, this was the age of the human race. Among the Yaoju, the highest demand was for various kinds of Danyao. Due to their bloodline and physical forms, Yaoju generally preferred to use various kinds of weapons. Forging divine weapons was much simpler than crafting magical artifacts. But Danyao was a different matter. There was absolutely no room for improvisation. If you didn't know, you truly didn't know. Guessing or making it up often resulted in problems. Mo Lin Wang was preparing today to refine a Gyao called Zishui Dan, capable of purifying the bloodline power within the Yaoju. This Gyao was generally refined to the rank of spirit pill or treasure pill. Many Yaowang, wanting to enhance the strength of their subordinates or offspring, often had to actively purchase them from human cultivators. But since this Dao only worked for Yaoju, many sects or Diao masters would charge the Yaoju exorbitant prices. And since Yaoju basically had no pill refiners, despite knowing that humans were charging them unfairly, they had no choice but to accept. Mo Lin Wang held a pill formula in one hand and picked up a handful of herbs glowing with purple light, throwing them into the pill furnace. Great King, this Zitian Shui Ling Chao only needs 2 tails, 5 candarines, and 8 li. You've clearly added too much, the Fox Yao beside said. Mo Lin Wang glared at the Fox Yao and retorted, isn't adding more better? The medicinal effect will be stronger. What do you know about this? Then he threw another handful of Yishan Shui Shun into the furnace. The pill formula specifically requires by Shui Jin Shun, not Yi Jin Shui Shun, the Fox Yao timidly pointed out. Mo Lin Wang's eyes widened. Don't Yi Jin Shui Shun and by Shui Jin Shun have nearly the same effect? Why don't you try refining it instead? Great King, suit yourself. The Fox Yao quickly withdrew its head, afraid to speak further. After all, it didn't know much about pill refining either. Half an incense stick's time passed. Zishui Dan was completed. Looking at the blackish pill in his hand, roughly the size of a fist, Mo Lin Wang handed it to the Fox Yao and said, I will grant this Zishui Dan to you. Great King, old who has always been loyal to you. The Fox Yao anxiously exclaimed, kneeling on the ground. You can't just kill me with poison like this. Enraged, Mo Lin Wang kicked the Fox Yao away and retorted, poison? This is clearly a reward from this king. Then he looked at the blackish pill in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he still swallowed it down. Shortly afterward, Mo Lin Wang's face twisted in pain, his forehead drenched in sweat, and his stomach started growling with gurgling noises. Without delay, he decisively searched for a place to relieve himself. After an intense session, he had just caught his breath when his stomach again began gurgling. Inside his belly, it felt like a raging sea tossing in violent waves. This repeated dozens of times. Despite Mo Lin Wang's nascent soul cultivation level, even he was drained of nearly half his life energy from the ordeal. At that moment, the Fox Yao cautiously approached and said, the human cultivator sect leader Xiang Yu Fairy from the 7 Emotions Palace is currently live-streaming basic pill refining knowledge. Maybe you should go learn from her. 7 Emotions Palace? Xiang Yu Fairy. Mo Lin Wang had some impression of this human cultivator. She was a newly emerged human Jinjura in the Eastern Territory. It was said that she possessed extraordinary beauty, even outshining the Fox clan's chieftain. You mentioned this live-streaming thing. What is it exactly? The Fox Yao immediately took out a mobile phone and opened the streaming application. At that moment, Xiang Yu Fairy had just begun her live stream. First, you must strictly control the quantity and age of each medicinal ingredient. The second point concerns mastering the fire temperature during pill refining. After watching for a while, Mo Lin Wang suddenly understood, murmuring to himself, "No wonder pill refining involves so many key points. That's why my refining failed." He then issued an order, making all the powerful Yao under his command watch the live stream, whether or not they owned a mobile phone. I refuse to believe that among the 10,000 great mountains, we cannot find a few Yao with innate talent for pill refining. Many Yao kings in other major regions also organized their Yao warriors to watch the live stream. Yuhua Sect highly valued cooperation with Yao Zhuo and directly partnered with influential Yao kings. The price of a single mobile phone was set between 50 to 60 low-grade spiritual stones, the same as for human cultivators. There was no issue of discrimination. Therefore, many great Yao held positive opinions toward Yuhua Sect, purchasing in batches of 10,000 phones, or even tens of thousands at once. After all, in this world, sects that didn't exploit Yaoju were already very rare. Pill refining is a highly complex and vast discipline. Simply knowing refining techniques and processes is still far from sufficient. We must also understand the appearance and characteristics of medicinal herbs. For instance, Han Yu Chao and Shui Yin Chao look almost identical, but their medicinal effects are entirely different. Han Yu Chao can enhance a cultivator's spiritual power and has a slight nourishing effect on the soul. However, Shui Yin Chao contains vast amounts of yin poison. If mistakenly consumed by cultivators, it causes serious physical damage and may even contaminate spiritual energy. There is also Hu Yang Chao, which contains strong yang energy. You must never mix it with purely yin medicinal herbs such as yin Hanhua when refining pills, because the opposing properties will clash. If mixed, it would be like pouring cold water into hot oil, releasing tremendous energy and easily causing the pill furnace to explode. An hour later, Xiangyu Fairy ended the lecture. The first half of this free pill refining course concludes here. The second half is a paid stream requiring one low-grade spiritual stone. I will explain specific pill refining examples, ensuring you all find it well worth the investment. Then the screen disappeared, replaced with large characters reading. The second half begins half an incense stick later. Please wait patiently. Has an entire hour passed already? Why haven't I noticed the passage of time? Xiangyu Fairy's explanations were truly outstanding. Even a chi gathering beginner like me could understand everything. My pill refining success rate was previously only around 30%, but after watching Xiangyu Palace Mistress's live stream, I feel confident it can reach 60%. What's just one low-grade spiritual stone anyway? I can't wait to watch the second half of the live stream anymore. Humph! Xiangyu Fairy let out a sigh of relief, then smiled joyfully. There were nearly 300 million cultivators watching this palace's live broadcast just now. Master, you truly deserve your title as the third fairy on the cosmetics list. No one else could possibly have such a high viewership. Xia Yi clapped his hands in applause. He himself had not expected so many cultivators to tune in for the live stream. During this short break, the Tieba forum erupted into a heated discussion regarding the live broadcast. 300 million viewers for the live stream? That number is practically equivalent to the entire population of cultivators in the Eastern Territory. Isn't that too unbelievable? Are you suggesting that Yuhua Sect is fabricating viewing numbers? Keep in mind, many cultivators in the Immortal cultivation world are currently in retreat, undergoing trials, or refining treasures, with no time to spare to watch the live stream. How could there be 300 million viewers? Didn't expect the Yuhua Sect to play dirty either. They're manipulating viewership numbers. Everyone, have you all forgotten about the Yaoju? I remember last year the Yuhua Sect reached cooperative agreements with Yao kings across various provinces, selling them mobile phones at normal prices. That's right, Yaoju mobile phone users are also numerous, easily over 100 million. I have a few Yaoju friends who said that Yaoju now intends to cultivate their own alchemists. Many Yao kings have ordered their senior Yao to watch Xiangyu Fairy's live stream. In that case, the numbers do add up. I was too harsh on the Yuhua Sect. At the same time, some powerful Yao uploaded pictures to the Tieba. The photo showed 8 or 9 Yao crowded together, sharing one mobile phone while watching Xiangyu Fairy's live stream. It immediately drew a flood of comments. Goodness, when did Yaoju become so studious? Yaoju intelligence is questionable. Do they even understand Xiangyu Fairy's explanations? Don't underestimate them. Fox tribes and wolf tribes are not unintelligent. They might really produce some skilled alchemists soon enough. In the future, it might not be so easy to overcharge Yaoju for Niao anymore. Speaking of this, isn't the Yuhua Sect indirectly aiding the enemy? Are you kidding me? The greatest advantage humans have over Yaoju is our intelligence. Just because Yaoju's alchemy improves doesn't mean yours won't. Don't tell me your intelligence is worse than theirs. Insightful sect leaders quickly decided to slightly reduce the price of Danyao exported to Yaoju. After all, Yaoju populations are enormous as well. It's not at all impossible for some Yaoju to learn alchemy from Xiangyu Fairy's live stream and become true alchemists. Some cultivators began speculating on the number of paying viewers for the second half of the broadcast. I think at least 10 million, one guessed. 10 million is too low. At least 30 million. 30 million might be possible, but anything more is a stretch. After all, lower-level cultivators are so frugal that they'd split a single low-grade ring stone into 10 parts. How could they possibly afford to pay for a live stream? Besides, they could always watch through hollow stones recorded by others. Who knew hollow stones might become the biggest obstacle to paid live streaming? Soon, an hour passed. After a short rest, the elegant and graceful Xiangyu Fairy once again sat in front of the camera, ready to start the second live session. 160 million. Even though Xiangyu Fairy had prepared herself mentally, she was still astonished by the number. 160 million low-grade ring stones equaled 16,000 high-grade ring stones. Although she needed to hand over 40% of her earnings to the Yuhua sect, she could still keep 10,000 high-grade ring stones. This was already a fortune, especially considering how effortless it had been, just sitting here, casually explaining basic Dingyao knowledge. It felt practically like free money. Regaining her composure, Xiangyu Fairy continued. The Hui Chun pill is a commonly used Dingyao capable of rapidly restoring magical energy. It is practically a household essential. Today, this palace will explain in detail how to refine the Hui Chun pill. The Hui Chun pill is usually a spirit bond. Compared to Laodon, spirit bond pay far more attention to hand seals. Next, this palace will demonstrate exactly how to form these seals. In the comments section below. No good. The phone screen is too small. Ordinary hollow stones can't capture the fairy palace master's hand seals. Yeah, that means hollow stones won't help anymore. I'm worried I won't be able to master the hand seals in just one viewing. In the first half of the live stream, Xiangyu Fairy hadn't performed practical demonstrations. Although the image on the hollow stones was blurry, the audio was clear, so it didn't matter much. But now that she was about to demonstrate precise hand seals, ordinary hollow stones couldn't capture such fine detail, unless they were spirit-grade hollow stones. But such high-grade hollow stones were quite expensive, costing 1 or 2 middle-grade ring stones each. Ordinary cultivators could hardly afford them. Humph! Xiangyu Fairy let out a sigh of relief, then smiled joyfully. There were nearly 300 million cultivators watching this palace's live broadcast just now. Master, you truly deserve your title as the third fairy on the cosmetics list. No one else could possibly have such a high viewership. Xia clapped his hands in applause. He himself had not expected so many cultivators to tune in for the live stream. During this short break, the Tieba forum erupted into a heated discussion regarding the live broadcast. 300 million viewers for the live stream? That number is practically equivalent to the entire population of cultivators in the Eastern Territory. Isn't that too unbelievable? Are you suggesting that Yuhua sect is fabricating viewing numbers? Keep in mind, many cultivators in the Immortal cultivation world are currently in retreat, undergoing trials, or refining treasures, with no time to spare to watch the live stream. How could there be 300 million viewers? Didn't expect the Yuhua sect to play dirty either. They're manipulating viewership numbers. Everyone, have you all forgotten about the Yao clan? I remember last year the Yuhua sect reached cooperative agreements with Yao kings across various provinces, selling them mobile phones at normal prices. That's right, Yao clan mobile phone users are also numerous. Easily over 100 million. I have a few Yao clan friends who said that Yao clan now intends to cultivate their own alchemists. Many Yao kings have ordered their senior Yao to watch Xiangyu Fairy's live stream. In that case, the numbers do add up. I was too harsh on the Yuhua sect. At the same time, some powerful Yao uploaded pictures to the Tieba. The photo showed 8 or 9 Yao crowded together, sharing one mobile phone while watching Xiangyu Fairy's live stream. It immediately drew a flood of comments. Goodness, when did Yao clan become so studious? Yao clan intelligence is questionable. Do they even understand Xiangyu Fairy's explanations? Don't underestimate them. Fox tribes and wolf tribes are not unintelligent. They might really produce some skilled alchemists soon enough. In the future, it might not be so easy to overcharge Yao clan for Yao anymore. Speaking of this, isn't the Yuhua sect indirectly aiding the enemy? Are you kidding me? The greatest advantage humans have over Yao clan is our intelligence. Just because Yao clan's alchemy improves doesn't mean yours won't. Don't tell me your intelligence is worse than theirs. Insightful sect leaders quickly decided to slightly reduce the price of Danyao exported to Yao clan. After all, Yao clan populations are enormous as well. It's not at all impossible for some Yao to learn alchemy from Xiangyu Fairy's live stream and become true alchemists. Some cultivators began speculating on the number of paying viewers for the second half of the broadcast. I think at least 10 million, one guessed. 10 million is too low. At least 30 million. 30 million might be possible, but anything more is a stretch. After all, lower-level cultivators are so frugal that they'd split a single low-grade issue into 10 parts. How could they possibly afford to pay for a live stream? Besides, they could always watch through hollow stones recorded by others. Who knew hollow stones might become the biggest obstacle to paid live streaming? Soon, an hour passed. After a short rest, the elegant and graceful Xiangyu Fairy once again sat in front of the camera, ready to start the second live session. 160 million. Even though Xiangyu Fairy had prepared herself mentally, she was still astonished by the number. 160 million low-grade riksha equaled 16,000 high-grade riksha. Although she needed to hand over 40% of her earnings to the Yuhua sect, she could still keep 10,000 high-grade riksha. This was already a fortune, especially considering how effortless it had been, just sitting here, casually explaining basic Dingyao knowledge. It felt practically like free money. Regaining her composure, Xiangyu Fairy continued. The Hui Chun pill is a commonly used Dingyao capable of rapidly restoring magical energy. It is practically a household essential. Today, this palace will explain in detail how to refine the Hui Chun pill. The Hui Chun pill is usually a spirit bond. Compared to Laodon, spirit bond pay far more attention to hand seals. Next, this palace will demonstrate exactly how to form these seals. In the comments section below. No good. The phone screen is too small. Ordinary hollow stones can't capture the fairy palace master's hand seals. Yeah, that means hollow stones won't help anymore. I'm worried I won't be able to master the hand seals in just one viewing. In the first half of the live stream, Xiangyu Fairy hadn't performed practical demonstrations. Although the image on the hollow stones was blurry, the audio was clear, so it didn't matter much. But now that she was about to demonstrate precise hand seals, ordinary hollow stones couldn't capture such fine detail, unless they were spirit-grade hollow stones. But such high-grade hollow stones were quite expensive, costing 1 or 2 middle graders each. Ordinary cultivators could hardly afford them. Xiangyu Fairy noticed the comments and smiled gently. Cultivators, please rest assured. Those who pay for the live stream can freely rewatch the recording after the broadcast ends. A recording? That's great. This single low-grade ring was definitely worth it. The Yuhua sect is really considerate. Many foundation-building cultivators immediately sent messages to their companions. Xiangyu Fairy is demonstrating the alchemical hand seals. Regular hollow stones can't capture them. Spend a low-grade ring to watch live. And once you pay to watch, you can rewatch the recording for free forever. Instantly, the number of paying viewers soared. Watching the sharp increase in paying viewers, Xiangyu Fairy's mood brightened as she said, "Here, this palace will reveal a few small techniques to allow foundation-building cultivators to refine spirit-grade Hui Chun pills as well." The comments in the section rapidly flew across the screen. What? Foundation-building cultivators can also refine spirit pills? Did I hear that right? Is this true? Isn't refining spirit pills only possible for core formation cultivators? Xiangyu Fairy is a nascent soul revered elder. How could she possibly deceive a small fry? Just listen carefully. Then, Xiangyu Fairy calmly began explaining the refining method of Hui Chun pills. The main ingredients for Hui Chun pills are Ninglu grass and 3-leaf spirit herb. These two herbs actually have clashing properties. If improperly balanced, it's very easy to create failed pills. Only when one reaches the core formation stage and possesses a strong spiritual sense can these two herbs be properly harmonized. This is also the fundamental reason why foundation-building cultivators cannot refine spirit-grade Hui Chun pills. Later, this palace discovered that adding 1 mace and 3 li of jade snake fluid into the Hui Chun pill recipe perfectly neutralizes these two ingredients. As soon as her words finished, the comment section was instantly flooded again. Jade snake fluid? Isn't that one of the most common ingredients? Even ordinary people in the mundane world use it. Is this real? I don't read much. Don't lie to me, Palace Master. It could indeed be true. Xiangyu Palace Master is the youngest nascent soul revered elder in the Eastern Territory for 1,000 years, as well as a top-tier alchemist in the Eastern Territory. Her words are quite credible. Watching the rapid-fire comments on the comment section, Xiangyu Fairy smiled gently and spoke. Whether it's true or not, fellow cultivators can verify it yourselves after the broadcast ends. Next, this palace will focus on explaining the hand seals required to refine Hui Chun pills. Fellow cultivators need not worry about being unable to learn these seals. This palace will thoroughly explain the key points. Having said that, Xiangyu Fairy waved her hand, and an ordinary pill furnace appeared on the ground. It was merely a magical artifact-grade item. Alongside it, there were also some ingredients required to refine Hui Chun pills. From this moment onward, Xiangyu Fairy began her demonstration. Quickly, an entire hour passed. Xiangyu Fairy softly spoke. The 2.5-hour sessions today have now concluded completely. I'm sure everyone has gained new insights into alchemy, particularly the spirit-grade Hui Chun pill. Its refining method is not difficult. Everyone should practice frequently. In the future, this palace shall host occasional live broadcasts to explain alchemical techniques. Please remember to give a follow and offer support. Goodbye. The screen instantly turned black, displaying that the streamer had gone offline. Xiangyu Fairy looked at the final live viewer count. 230 million. She lightly covered her jade lips with her hand, astonished beyond words. That was 2,300 high-grade ringsure. Even after deducting Yuhua Sect's share, there was still 1,400 high-grade ringsure left. And all of this happened in just half a day. If she hosted a few more live broadcasts, then Chijua Palace's financial problems would be easily resolved. Over these years, Xiangyu Fairy had received full support from Chijua Palace for her breakthrough to nascent soul revered elder status. So she had always held herself back, refraining from purchasing things she liked. If it had been the old Xiangyu Fairy, she wouldn't have hesitated to spend thousands of high-grade ringsure to purchase a mythical tier mobile phone. Once I host a few more live streams and repay the Sect's debts, I'll buy. Thinking about this, Xiangyu Fairy revealed a slight smile. At this moment, Xia Yi walked over, holding a storage pouch and smiling. Palace Master, this is the income from today's live broadcast. In the future, any income generated from live broadcasts within your own sect will be credited to your phone card in the form of phone credit. Palace Master can withdraw the Lingshu anytime at nearby phone repair shops. However, it's best to go to larger stores in the provinces, as city-level shops may not have enough Lingshu on hand. This explains why sect leader Xia said the co-branding was only a minor cooperation. Xiangyu Fairy sighed, then casually added, would it be possible to add sect leader Xia's Super Exine? If there are future matters concerning live broadcasts, I'd like to consult sect leader Xia. My pleasure, Xia Yi said with a smile. 230 million. This was Xiangyu Fairy's final live viewer count. Many nascent soul revered elders were shocked beyond measure. You must know, these revered elders, although they held the prestigious positions as the supreme elders or even the sect leaders, their access to resources was still limited. Their annual allowance barely exceeded 30,000 high-grade riksha. If they wanted additional riksha, they had to personally hunt monstrous beasts and sell the materials in immortal cities. After working hard all year long, earning as much as 20,000 high-grade riksha was already considered excellent. And all of that came with life-threatening risks. As for Xiangyu Fairy, she was merely a newly promoted nascent soul revered elder, the only difference being a bit more beautiful than the rest. Yet she could effortlessly earn over 10,000 high-grade riksha in just half a day. The gap between them was simply too vast. If live streaming is this profitable, I might as well become an instructor too. Many nascent soul-revered elders were beginning to feel restless. Even the elders who had mocked Xianyu Fairy before were now swallowing their pride and asking how to start a live stream. After all, pride was worth far less than riksha. Xianyu Fairy didn't look down on those who had mocked her before. Instead, she patiently explained the rules. For instance, one who wished to start a live stream must first submit an application to the Yuhua Sect. Only after approval was one allowed to begin live streaming. Furthermore, the profits must be split with the Yuhua Sect in a 6:4 ratio, with the Yuhua Sect taking 40%. Chapter 138, A Surge of Live Streaming. Lu Ji was an ordinary, unaffiliated cultivator in Liangzhou. When he was 8 years old, he went up the mountain to collect firewood and accidentally entered a stone cave. Inside was a scattered skeleton, beside which lay a long sword and an incomplete ancient scripture. Relying solely on this damaged ancient text, Lu Ji cultivated alone, spending 30 years to reach the 9th layer of qi refinement. In his earlier years, he thought he had great talent in alchemy, so he spent all his savings to purchase a cauldron. But idealism was full-bodied while reality was harsh. The medicinal herbs he had painstakingly collected were all turned into ashes. Later, after great effort, he finally produced a single pill. However, he didn't dare to take it himself. He secretly fed it to a neighbor's spirit hound. The next day, that powerful spirit hound with great vitality lay stiff and dead, completely lifeless. This enraged the neighbor, who cursed loudly in the market for an entire month before finally calming down. Since then, Lu Ji finally recognized his own talent, or rather, the lack of it, and abandoned the path of alchemy. Yet deep in his heart, there remained a slight dream of becoming an alchemist, so he didn't sell off his cauldron cheaply. Therefore, when Lu Ji heard that Palace Mistress Xiangyu, the leader of the Seven Peak Palace, would be conducting a live broadcast explaining basic alchemy, he paid to watch without any hesitation. So that's why I was so off track before. Listening to Xiangyu's explanation, Lu Ji suddenly understood. Previously, because he was a self-taught solitary cultivator without a master guiding him, he had only relied on a formula, Vase, experimenting blindly. Now, with guidance from a nascent soul sage, many concepts suddenly became clear. He retrieved his long-unused cauldron, preparing to give it another try. I'll start with a Tier 1 antidote pill. Antidote pills were extremely important to cultivators, considered essential for home, travel, and expeditions. They were highly marketable in the cultivation world. Soon, he purchased all the necessary herbs for the antidote pill. Before beginning the alchemical process, though, he decided to rewatch 2 recorded sessions from Xiangyu's live broadcast. Once fully prepared, Lu Ji began making the pill. First, confirm the herb's maturity. Well, these are all quite good. As for the quantities, I have a brand new scale I just bought, so there shouldn't be a problem. And the heat must be handled carefully, with the utmost caution. After 1 stick of incense burned down, the pill making was complete. Inside the cauldron sat 3 pill-sized orbs, each the size of a silkworm bean, emitting a faint purple glow. I wonder if they'll work. Lu Ji pondered inwardly. Just then, a woof, woof sound came from nearby. It was the new spirit hound bought by his neighbor, a fiercely aggressive one. Many nearby residents disliked it, but its owner was a foundation-building cultivator, so everyone was furious but dared not say a word. Well, let's try it on you again. Lu Ji bought a piece of spirit meat, smeared some poison on the surface, and placed the pill deep within the meat. After confirming the neighbor wasn't home, he threw the meat over. The hound saw the meat and drooled instantly, gulping it down in one bite. Not long afterward, the poison took effect, and the dog let out a pitiful howl, foaming at the mouth. Did the pill not work at all? Lu Ji felt a chill run through him from not far away. Another stick of incense later, the once weak, nearly dying hound gradually recovered its energy and was lively and vigorous again. The alchemy knowledge transmitted by Mistress Xiangyu is truly effective. Lu Ji rejoiced. Although it was the lowest tier antidote pill, it marked a very good beginning. After several more successful attempts, Lu Ji's confidence surged, and he prepared to forge a spirit tier rejuvenation pill. The herbs required for the spirit tier rejuvenation pill were extremely valuable, but Lu Ji didn't care. He spent a large portion of his savings to buy a pile of ingredients. His first attempt to make the rejuvenation pill failed, predictably. Yet Lu Ji was not discouraged. He watched Xiangyu's videos again, carefully searching for the reason. It was because I added the Yushi too late, causing the medicinal properties of the Ling Lu Hua and San Yi Ling Chao to not fully neutralize, resulting in a failure. The second attempt still failed. Undeterred, Lu Ji opened the furnace again and resumed the alchemical process. This time, he finally succeeded, but the pill's quality was fairly low. Still, Lu Ji was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down his face. Although the quality of this rejuvenation pill wasn't the purest, it was, after all, a spirit tier pill. Such was typically achievable only by an alchemist at the foundation building stage. A few days later, Lu Ji took over a dozen spirit tier rejuvenation pills of decent quality and came to the Wanbao Tower. Boss, how much is a spirit tier rejuvenation pill going for now? He eagerly asked. 10 low-grade spirit stones each, the shopkeeper answered, absent-mindedly. Huh? How come it's so cheap? Isn't it usually 20 low-grade spirit stones per pill? Lu Ji was taken aback. The price was clearly cut in half. You must have learned how to make spirit tier rejuvenation pills after watching Mistress Xiangyu's live stream, right? The shopkeeper asked. Yes, is there a problem? Lu Ji was somewhat puzzled. Do you think you're the only one who can produce spirit tier rejuvenation pills through live streaming? Let me tell you the truth. After some time, the price of rejuvenation pills will drop even further, the shopkeeper sneered. Lu Ji was stunned. He had thought he had finally become a pill master and would earn a fortune in spirit stones. Who knew pill masters weren't even worth much anymore? Are you selling or not? The shopkeeper became impatient. Sell. Lu Ji gritted his teeth. At Yuandingshan Mountain. Great king, from this live broadcast, we have discovered over 100 Yaoju with pill-making talent. The fox spirit exclaimed excitedly. Oh, how good are their pill-making skills? King Mullen asked quickly. They can basically produce some law-tier pills and some spirit-tier rejuvenation pills as well, though their success rate isn't very high. The fox spirit replied. King Mullen snickered. If their success rate is low, make them practice more. The Yaoju may not have many things, but we do have plenty of medicinal herbs. Understood, great king. On the Tiebao forum, Xianyu Immortal's popularity was skyrocketing. The jade snake liquid really neutralizes the properties between dewdrop blossom and three-leaf spirit grass. I'm a late-stage chi refinement cultivator who has already succeeded in producing a spirit-tier rejuvenation pill. Xianyu Immortal's understanding of pill-making has reached a level we cannot fathom. She truly deserves the title of pill sage. Completely agree. It was precisely by watching Xianyu Immortal's live stream that I chose the path of alchemy and became a junior pill master. I'm already impatiently waiting for Xianyu Immortal's second live stream. By the way, what will be the topic of Xianyu Immortal's next broadcast? Could it be blood chi pills? At Yuhua Sect. Master, there are over 200 million paying viewers. This live streaming market is simply enormous. Song Yuanshan was thrilled. A master of alchemy himself, many of Xianyu's insights also benefited him greatly. Senior Song could also start a live stream. Given your proficiency in alchemy, many cultivators would surely pay to watch. Xia Yi suggested. Senior Song was somewhat tempted, but shook his head. No, my cultivation base is merely at the nascent soul stage. Compared to Xianyu Immortal, I wouldn't stand a chance. I do have that much self-awareness. By the way, here is the list of applicants for live streaming. Xia Yi handed over the documents. Flipping through, he noticed that most names at the top were all deity transformation sages, either supreme elders or heads of various sects, all renowned figures dominating entire regions. The rest were all nascent soul late-stage cultivators, each possessing expertise in different fields. Pill-making, forging, talismans, seals, formations, battles. For each field, select a few representative experts to serve as instructors. Xia Yi passed the list to Song Yuanshan, entrusting him with full authority. Soon, the initial list was finalized, consisting mostly of deity transformation sages. Xia Yi skimmed through the list and confirmed it had no issues before saying, contact these instructors and have them come here to pick up the streaming equipment and sign the contracts. Since deity transformation sages flew at great speed, upon receiving the information, they immediately headed toward Yuhua Sect. After all, with Xianyu Immortal as a precedent, whoever started live streaming earlier might seize the opportunity. 10 days later, many cultivators browsing the recorded streams on the live streaming app suddenly noticed that besides Xianyu Immortal's channel, over a dozen new diverse live streaming rooms had appeared. Pill forging, from beginner to master. Heavenly Sun Sage takes you on a journey through formation arts. Seals aren't as difficult as you think. Chaos War Sage teaches you how to fight beyond your level. So many sages have started live streaming. Countless cultivators were ecstatic, not even knowing which to watch first. However, these live streams hadn't started yet. Clicking in revealed the scheduled live times. On the Tiebao forum, Heavenly Sun Sage is a formation master from the Eastern Territory. Rumor has it he secluded himself in meditation for 100 years, yet unexpectedly started live streaming now. Also Chaos War Sage, who fought all the way from Foundation building up to Deity Transformation Sage. He must have thousands of battles under his belt. As for combat experience, no one in the East can rival him. Unexpectedly, our sect's ancestral master came to live stream too. Speaking of which, I've been in this sect for 60 years and have never even heard one of his teachings. With so many cultivators giving lectures, some of the times overlap. How do I decide which to watch first? Just pay for all of them in the end. After all, recorded streams can be watched anytime without any issues. I have to earn more spirit stones quickly, otherwise with so many courses available, I won't even have enough to buy them all. Chapter 139, Wild Survival Livestream. Manzhou, Black Wind Mountains. This mountain range was pitch black, deep, and filled with treacherous peaks. Towering trees formed a dense, dark canopy that blotted out the sky, and the occasional roars of monstrous beasts echoed from the forest, sending chills down people's spines. Whoosh, whoosh, a chilling wind blew from within the mountains, making one's skin crawl and causing goosebumps to rise. A rugged middle-aged man in the prime of his life was making his way through the dense jungle. The deeper he went, the harsher the surroundings became. The Black Wind Mountains spanned 2 provinces, and much of the area was filled with rising toxic miasma, shimmering with strange colors and dotted with golden rings of light. Suddenly, the middle-aged man stopped in his tracks and spoke to the empty air. This is the infamous fortune miasma among all toxic miasmas. Its stench smells like spoiled food regurgitated after gluttonous drinking and feasting, extremely filthy. Even a nascent soul cultivator who inhaled it would fall into a daze, his physical body paralyzed, eventually collapsing into unconsciousness. And collapsing unconscious in a place like this is undoubtedly fatal. So, when encountering this kind of miasma, everyone must think only of escape, not trying to resist it head-on. The comments section immediately flooded with comments. I've learned something new. Didn't expect fortune miasma to be so powerful that it can even poison nascent soul cultivators. Can high-grade antidote pills neutralize this fortune miasma? This Taoist is planning to hunt some monstrous beasts in the Black Wind Mountains soon. A faint green light flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes as he took in every comment below. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. This fortune miasma does have a cure." After speaking, he started searching around. Not long after, he spotted a colorful mushroom growing at the base of a large tree. It looked highly toxic. The middle-aged cultivator picked the vibrantly colored mushroom and held it in front of the lens. This is the rainbow lustrous mushroom. Though it appears highly toxic, its actual toxicity is mild. Its base is distinguishable with a unique bluish-green hue unseen in other mushrooms. Consuming it can provide resistance against the fortune miasma. Having spoken, he wiped off the surface rain and dirt from the rainbow lustrous mushroom and popped it into his mouth, chewing deliberately. Then, he strode forward into the swirling fortune miasma ahead, feeling nothing unusual at all. It actually worked. I've truly learned something new today. Xianhuang True Lord grew up in the wilderness and walks through primeval forests like he's returning home. There's something valuable in each of Xianhuang True Lord's teachings. Following them can increase one's chances of survival by at least 30%. Seeing the flood of comments and the ever-increasing viewer count, Xianhuang True Lord couldn't be happier. He had grown up since childhood in a tribe located in the remote wildlands, and after attaining cultivation skills, he left his tribe and entered the immortal cultivation world, gradually earning some reputation in Manzhou after years of struggle. When live streaming became popular, Xianhuang True Lord thought about his wilderness survival abilities and submitted an application to Yuhua Sect. At first, he had not harbored much hope. After all, wilderness survival wasn't among the 100 artisanal skills of immortality cultivation, and he himself only possessed late nascent soul realm cultivation, nowhere near the level of those god transformation elders. Unexpectedly, the Yuhua Sect had ultimately accepted him. He became the only nascent soul expert among the very first list of live streamers. Moreover, the Yuhua Sect specially created a new segment for him, Wilderness Survival. As the number of live viewers surpassed 30 million, Xianhuang True Lord, feeling energized like he had received an injection of adrenaline, continued marching deeper into the forest. Now they had reached the inner part of the Black Wind Mountains. The deeper he flew in, the taller and denser the trees became. Some trunks were so thick that dozens of people could barely encircle them with their arms, while others towered hundreds of feet tall, their thick foliage covering hundreds of acres, leaving the entire area under an endless darkness. Massive vines twisted among these trees, creating a unique world inhabited by countless monstrous beasts, snakes, insects, mice, ants, and other savage wild creatures. A world utterly different from the outside. Moreover, the ground was covered thickly with rotting leaves emitting a foul odor. Snakes, insects, mice, scorpions, centipedes, worms, mosquitoes, leeches, and more crawled everywhere, moving through the layers of decay. The dense canopy overhead left the jungle perpetually shaded. Especially in the hot and humid areas where decaying matter festered, colorful, misty clouds drifted up, far more potent than the fortune miasma seen earlier. Even a faint whiff caused dizziness and blurred vision. These were all highly toxic miasmas, so deadly that the moment someone inhaled even a trace, they would die instantly. Wow, is this really the inside of the Black Wind Mountains? Even nascent soul true lords are afraid to come here. One careless misstep might lead to an unexpected downfall. They say Xianhuang True Lord is from the wilderness tribe, which is why he has such deep knowledge of the forest. Where there are poisonous creatures, there must be a cure within 10 steps. This saying holds a lot of truth. Take the current man-faced death spider, for instance. If bitten by it, one can look nearby for a plant called the Yulon magnolia. Ahead, a spider the size of a palm appeared. Its head bore a pattern resembling a human face, giving it an eerie appearance. Upon seeing an intruder enter its territory, the man-faced death spider immediately grew alert. Its fangs bared, and with a sudden leap, it lunged forward to attack. Xianhuang True Lord did not dodge. Instead, he allowed the man-faced death spider to bite him. His face immediately turned dark green. It was clearly poisoned. However, he remained calm, showing no sign of panic, and started searching carefully around the area. Sure enough, not far away, he found a Yulon magnolia plant. He pulled it from the ground entirely and ate it, roots and all. Not long afterward, the greenish tint on his face gradually faded away. The livestream screen was instantly flooded with comments. Damn, this is the man-faced death spider, one of Manzhou's most famous poisons. Xianhuang True Lord is seriously too bold. True Lord, we believe you already. Please stop risking your life like this. No more words needed. Just for this act of bravery alone, I'm rewarding you with 30 low-grade spirit stones. That's all I've got. I've donated too. The host is way too fearless. Don't try to copy me, everyone. I've lived in the Manhwa tribe for 100 years and know everything about this forest like the back of my hand. If you ever come to explore a primeval forest, avoid these poisons as much as possible. Xianhuang True Lord reminded the viewers. Then he continued, undoubtedly, many of you venture into primeval forests seeking rare treasures. In the next section, I will introduce some special treasures unique to the Black Wind Mountains. After walking about 100 meters, Xianhuang True Lord's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward and gently plucked a 3-leaved flower growing on a dead tree. Don't underestimate this seemingly insignificant flower. It can greatly enhance a cultivator's magical power. This little brown mushroom here can counteract the effects of many different poisons. If you ever come across it, don't miss the chance to collect it. And this 3-inch-long blood scorpion, if soaked in alcohol, it becomes a powerful tonic. All male cultivators understand what I mean. Chapter 140 The Crocodile Dragon, the Beast Emperor. In the Grand Hall of the Yuhua Sect, Song Yuanshan held a stack of data and reported, "We currently have 120 live streamers, among them 69 soul transformation elders and 50 Yuaning cultivators. The daily income of the sect averages 600,000 high-grade spirit stones. We should gradually open up more slots for streamers without strictly limiting cultivation levels. For example, Xianhuang True Monarch, who is at the Yuaning stage, achieved extremely high popularity with his wilderness survival stream." After a moment's thought, Xia Yi asked, "By the way, has anyone calculated the number of Aoju mobile users watching live streams?" "Yes," said Xingzi enthusiastically. "About 800 million daily active users." Xia Yi replied, "Actually, there are far more Yaoju than human cultivators. Elder Mo, your key task moving forward will be to develop the Yaoju market. Try to get as many Yaoju who can transform into human forms to purchase a phone. Of course, since the Yaoju usually lack spirit stones, we can allow them to pay with medicinal herbs or other treasures. Only Yaoju who can take human form are capable of using the phones. The Yaoju have numerous species, possibly numbering in the tens of thousands. Each race has different cultivation stages required to achieve transformation. Some races can transform easily, even at the late foundation building stage. However, others find it much more difficult, requiring the core formation stage, or even the Yuaning stage. Oh, and find a few Yao Kings to persuade them to start live streams, mainly explaining how Yaoju cultivate." Xia Yi added, "Although the Yaoju are poor and rarely carry spirit stones, they possess rich natural resources. It's just like those small countries in the past world." "Yes, I'll go handle it right away," replied Imolai. After assigning the next phase's tasks, Xia Yi began to ponder how to cultivate an immaculate Yuaning. Now, with a sea of resources at his disposal, his cultivation level had already reached the late core formation stage, and it was time to consider breaking through the core to form the Yuaning. However, according to the fearless Taoist words, cultivating an immaculate Yuaning required one essential element: primordial spirit qi. Primordial spirit qi is born from the essence of heaven and earth. It is the primal state of spirit energy, untainted and pure, offering great benefits to all living beings. The most direct benefit is that by absorbing primordial spirit qi, one can ascend into a celestial immortal. Post-heavenly spirit qi, on the other hand, is the fragmented and diluted form of primordial spirit qi, divided into hundreds of types. The spirit qi currently used throughout the cultivation world is exactly this post-heavenly variety. Spirit veins are ranked from 1st to 9th tier. The lowest quality spirit veins are the most impure, while 9th tier veins are the purest, consisting of only a few types of spirit energy. These 9th tier veins are the closest existing match to primordial spirit qi. Though Xia Yi now possessed the earth spirit root, which was an 8th tier vein, it was still far inferior to the legendary primordial spirit qi. Do I really need to travel back to ancient times, over 50 or 60,000 years ago? Xia Yi frowned. Back in those ancient times, powerful experts thrived like weeds. At his current level, he might not even be a snack for a great Yao. Yet, to cultivate the immaculate Yuaning, going back to ancient times seemed to be the only path. It felt like an impossible dilemma. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, one that could foretell fortune or doom. The space-time transformer. He could exchange space between the past and present. If I return safely from ancient times, then let this mountain here vanish. Xia Yi muttered to himself. If, in the future, Xia Yi indeed returned from ancient times, he could use the space-time transformer to remove the mountain from this place. However, if the mountain remained, that would mean that future Xia Yi was in danger and had not kept his promise. The mountain before the entrance of the Feather Transformation Hall wasn't large, only a few hundred meters high, or frankly speaking, just a hill. But after a stick of incense time, the mountain stood completely unchanged. Is the journey to ancient times truly so perilous? Xia Yi's expression darkened. If things didn't go well, he would settle for cultivating a first-grade Yuaning and prioritize his life. Just then, the mountain in front suddenly vanished, replaced by a small pond. Did it really switch? Xia Yi rejoiced. He must have waited this long due to some time lag. I wonder if my future self left a message for me. Xia Yi flew over to inspect the area, hoping to find something. But after a thorough search, there was no trace of anything unusual. It makes sense too. If my future self did leave a message, history might have been altered. Xia Yi speculated inwardly. He calmed down. However, if he was really going back to ancient times, preparations must be thorough. At present, the strongest combatant within the Yuhua sect was the crocodile dragon. After undergoing the regression lamp, its bloodline strength surged to the soul transformation late stage. Arriving at the crocodile dragon's dwelling, true to expectations, it was fast asleep. Xia Yi wasted no time, taking out the regression lamp and shining it directly onto the crocodile dragon. Earlier, he had spent 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to enhance the crocodile dragon's bloodline to the 3rd level. To elevate its cultivation to the Beast Emperor level, which corresponds to the refinement sheet stage, the bloodline power must be enhanced to the 6th layer. However, the higher the bloodline level, the more difficult the enhancement. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones were nowhere near enough. The crocodile dragon sensed the changes within its bloodline and instantly woke from its sleep. I've been saying all along, The feather transformation sect really needs a beast emperor at the refinement chi stage to stand guard. The crocodile dragon exclaimed with delight. Being a fierce beast, it did not need to cultivate. Its strength solely depended on the purity of its bloodline. A pure-blooded crocodile dragon could reach the unity formation stage, even the great ascension stage. By the way, after your strength advances to the refinement sheet stage, accompany me to a certain place. Xiai casually remarked. No problem. The crocodile dragon vigorously pounded its chest, the sound echoing like thunder. After a stick of incense worth of illumination, the crocodile dragon let out a deep, furious roar. A mighty surge of energy, like a tsunami, rushed forth, boundless and limitless. Xiai felt as if he were a solitary boat in the vast ocean, in danger of capsizing at any moment. 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. Xiai's heart was bleeding. Adding the previous 100,000, he was nearly approaching 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones was an enormous sum, even for any super faction. If not for the introduction of the live streaming software, Xiai really wouldn't have had so many spirit stones at his disposal in a short time. The Beast Emperor is finally complete. The crocodile dragon appeared slightly sentimental. Originally, it had merely been a beast ruler sealed away in the outer regions, living in ignorance, no different from a stray dog in the mortal world. Later, captured by Xiai, it had thought it would become a mount, at the mercy of others. But, to its surprise, life had turned out quite well, plenty of meat to eat and a host of disciples serving it day and night. Truly, it was living a carefree and blissful life. Now, the ancient crocodile and dragon bloodlines within it had greatly improved, and its cultivation level had advanced to the refinement sheet stage. Quick, tell me where we're going. Across the vast eastern domain, there's nowhere this beast emperor cannot go, the crocodile dragon declared with enthusiasm. Chapter 141, Returning to the Ancient Era. This was a vast and boundless land, where millions of miles of rivers and mountains stretched infinitely, filled with a desolate and primordial atmosphere. Colossal ancient mountains stretched endlessly, towering over the land. Within this wilderness spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, ancient forests thrived, their trees as tall as celestial pillars. Trees tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years old, some stood taller than the mountains themselves, their massive canopies blotting out the sun and sky, covering dozens of miles in every direction. Thick and potent spiritual energy filled the air, sending a moist and refreshing sensation through Zhou Qing's body with every breath. A gentle breeze brushed across the face, giving one the sensation of being ready to soar into the sky. Standing there, Xiai felt so light and weightless that he didn't want to move at all, feeling as though he might ascend and become immortal at any moment. Is this the primordial spiritual qi? Xiai felt that if he cultivated here, he might reach the refining the void stage, even the nascent integration stage, within a century. I can feel the ancient call from my bloodline. Where exactly are we? The Jiao seemed somewhat uncertain and alarmed. This is the ancient era, when the ancient divine crocodiles had yet to go extinct. Naturally, you can feel the call from your ancestors' bloodline. Xiai replied calmly. The ancient era? The Jiao was so astonished that it almost leaped up. Xiai paid no heed to the Jiao's shock, instead taking out a treasure lamp, carved from jade. The lamp was 9 inches tall, entirely emerald green, shaped like a blooming treasure lotus blossom as large as a sea bowl. This jade lotus lamp was indeed the previous treasure lamp, which Zhang Shuo, an attendant of the Yuhua sect, had acquired using an automatic pawn machine. Because the laws of the world had changed, the lotus lamp had turned into a useless artifact. But now, it was emitting a soft light, and the previously dim body of the lamp had brightened. The primordial spiritual energy of the world surged wildly toward it, being absorbed by the lamp. As I thought, the lotus lamp couldn't display its true power in the mortal world due to the rules of the universe. It's a pity that the core, its lotus seed, was missing. Otherwise, it might even reach the level of a celestial artifact. Still, even without the lotus seed, the treasure lotus lamp in Xia Yi's hand possessed the power of a heaven-sweeping artifact. A heaven-sweeping artifact was a magical tool that had crossed heaven's tribulation together with its master. Some extremely powerful heaven-sweeping artifacts were even referred to as semi-celestial artifacts. You first go into the paper realm. Xia Yi took out a blank sheet of paper, the paper that can be entered and exited freely. The Jiao raised no objections and immediately entered the paper realm. Its body was simply too large, making it far too conspicuous and likely to attract powerful entities. I must first find a place similar to a market or sect cultivation base. After all, besides knowing that achieving a perfect nascent soul requires primordial spiritual qi, I know nothing else. Xia Yi murmured to himself. With the lotus lamp concealing his spiritual aura, Xia Yi encountered no ancient fierce beasts or world-class powerful cultivators along the way. After exiting the primeval mountain range, Xia Yi encountered many human tribes. Their lifestyle was extremely primitive, relying on slash-and-burn agriculture. These early humans did not possess any spiritual power, yet their physical bodies were immensely strong. Xia Yi saw some young men whose blood and vital energy rivaled even the martial saints of the great Xia Empire. In fact, they surpassed them. Is this the ancient martial way? Xia Yi felt secretly astonished. It was said that ancient martial cultivators were incredibly powerful. They could rival cultivators who pursued spiritual cultivation. They could punch mountains into rubble, block rivers with a single finger, and split the earth with a single palm strike. He secretly collected some ancient martial arts manuals. Unfortunately, martial artists focused on physical cultivation. Their training process essentially centered around strengthening the physical body, from the refinement of the body's essence, to the formation of internal energy, then to opening the dantian, and eventually breaking the physical limits and ascending into higher realms. In contrast, spiritual cultivators nurtured their souls, from soul to divine soul, to elemental infant, then to the spirit origin, which would finally cross the heavenly tribulation and transform into the yang spirit, ultimately becoming the legendary immortal. Martial cultivators, however, refined their physical forms, reaching the peak where they could shatter Shun, becoming human immortals known as Xian. The two cultivation paths could not be pursued simultaneously. Martial cultivators possess abundant vital energy, especially when reaching the martial saint level. Their blood can suppress all evil spirits and negative energies. Even if a spiritual cultivator reaches the spirit transformation stage, their soul is still regarded as a yin spirit. If their physical body is too strong and their vital energy abundant, this would damage the soul, making the two incompatible. If Xia Yi now achieved the level of a martial saint, he would be forever unable to shatter the golden core and form an elemental infant, becoming a nascent soul true lord. Fish and bear's paw cannot both be had. I must choose one over the other. After flying for a while longer, a massive river came into view. Stretching for countless miles, hidden within the riverbed were several sources of primordial spiritual energy. The spiritual energy seeped into the water, blessing all the grasses, trees, fish, shrimp, and exotic creatures along the riverbank with endless mystical powers. Even an ordinary fish demon could reach the golden core cultivation level. Of course, the cultivation levels in the ancient times differed from those of today. Xia Yi had already learned this in the modern age. In ancient times, due to the abundance of primordial spiritual energy, beings could cultivate much more easily, so there was no need for as many cultivation stages. Refining chi, spirit transformation, void returning. These were the three major stages before becoming an immortal. What a majestic view. The scenery of the ancient times is far more magnificent than that of 50,000 years later. As Xia Yi gazed at the scenery along both banks of the great river, the water flowed swiftly. Though the river surged and roared violently, it was incredibly clear, brimming with a kind of spiritual charm. Steep cliffs stood on both sides, with giant trees leaning precariously, sheltering spirit beasts within their thick foliage. Along the way were numerous caves, while countless jagged, sharp rocks jutted out from the river, as hard as refined steel, making the passage extremely perilous. At this moment, Xia Yi was already flying above the river. Ahead, towering mountains and steep ridges were shrouded in dense fog, and the entire sky and land were blanketed in a milky white. A morning breeze swept through, refreshingly pleasant. Standing atop a cloud, he admired the scenery, feeling relaxed and delighted, his face radiant with satisfaction. Suddenly, he sensed many powerful auras surging from within a rocky peak on the riverbank. By future cultivation standards, they were roughly at the spirit transformation stage level. It seemed to be a cultivation sect. Cautiously, Xia Yi concealed himself within the white clouds, using the treasure lotus lamp to mask his spiritual presence before daring to observe carefully. Below, there were several palaces built at the center of the stone mountain. Before the palaces was a plaza covering a few acres, while the rest of the area was filled with jagged rocks, with thick black smoke rising into the sky. 4 or 5 devil cultivators in dark robes were holding long banners stained heavily with blood. As soon as Xia Yi saw them, he recognized them as the evil spirit blood-slaughtering banners, an extremely sinister magical artifact. It required massive amounts of blood, flesh, and living souls to empower it. He could clearly sense the wailing of countless human souls trapped within the banners. No wonder it's the ancient era, when the human race is weak. In 50 or 60,000 years, if any devil cultivator dared openly harvest human souls on such a scale, the great Xia Empire would have already dispatched a martial saint to annihilate them. Xia Yi murmured inwardly from within the cloud. In this sense, the great Xia Empire had truly performed boundless meritorious deeds for the human race. Who dare spy on the unshaped devil sect? The devil cultivators were very alert. Though they could not detect Xia Yi's presence, they keenly sensed a faint spiritual consciousness peering at them. Xia Yi was also startled. He hadn't expected the ancient spiritual cultivators to be so perceptive. He acted first, summoning the treasure lotus lamp. From above his head burst brilliant rays of light, radiant and multicolored like shimmering ribbons, extending in all directions across the heavens. As soon as the attackers were discovered, the devil cultivators roared in fury. The leader among them released a shrill, piercing screech, a signal for aid. Then all raised their evil spirit blood-slaughtering banners. Instantly, the sky was filled with countless streaks of bloody light, and a heavy stench of blood filled the air, nauseatingly strong. The light from the lotus lamp was blocked by the blood light emitted from the devil banners. The blood rays were unusually vicious and intensely even capable of corroding magical energy. This was still ancient times. Since Xia Yi wasn't familiar with the situation, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Thus, he shot forth a tiny lamp flame the size of a soybean, which continuously split and expanded in midair, transforming into massive balls of fire. Below, countless golden embers rained down across the sect's compound. Each devil cultivator was struck by some embers, and flames quickly engulfed their bodies. Clothes, skin, and flesh burned away in mere breaths. They were soon reduced to blackened corpses, leaving only the 5 evil spirit blood-slaughtering banners. which somehow escaped complete destruction by the lotus lamp's flames. Xiaoyi was slightly taken aback. If this was already the power of a damaged lotus lamp, he could hardly imagine how terrifying it would become once the lotus seed was restored. The flames of the lotus lamp contained concentrated pure yang energy, precisely the most effective force to destroy these evil artifacts and demonic treasures. As Xiaoyi prepared to leave, sudden piercing roars erupted from within the caves, sounding like the cries of old hawks. The surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. The 5 evil spirit blood-slaughtering banners, under dark magical stimulation, soared into the air, flapping fiercely. Then rays of light shimmered, and 5 figures reappeared before the banners, newly arrived powerful devil cultivators. The leader among them wore a blood-red robe, his body thin and emaciated, clinging to his bones. He crossed his arms over his chest, each finger sporting nails 2 or 3 inches long, curled like hooks. Seeing his disciples guarding the gate killed, he became so furious his teeth clenched and blood gleamed in his eyes. He began chanting an incantation. Instantly, a blood-red orb the size of a millstone shot towards Xiaoyi in the sky. As the thick blood light approached the radiance from the lotus lamp, it hissed with a foul smell. Startled, the mummified old devil muttered. Could this man know that a secret realm is about to appear in the Huanglang River, and the news has already spread? The old mummified devil was alert. He suspected the current righteous cultivator before him had received some crucial intelligence and had come to seize a share. The speech of ancient cultivators did differ slightly from that of the future 50,000 years later. Fortunately, Xiaoyi could understand it, though he did not speak himself. Instead, he summoned forth the lotus lamp once more. A lotus-shaped flame descended from the sky. Instantly, the entire stone peak was engulfed in intense heat, so overwhelming that even space itself seemed to warp, showing how terrifyingly high the temperature was. The 5 devils from the stone peak quickly summoned protective crimson clouds and released numerous extremely sharp swords. However, as the sinister swords came into contact with the lotus-shaped flame, they immediately erupted into hundreds of sparks. After all, the treasure lotus lamp was suspected to be a Shintenlingbok, a divine object that suppressed and demonic artifacts in the world. These swords melted instantly. The 5 devil cultivators felt agony in their hearts. Those swords had been painstakingly crafted through countless efforts, and now they were destroyed so easily. It was impossible not to feel pain. With furious roars, they bit their tongues and spat out streams of refined blood. Soon afterward, thick black smoke spewed from their mouths and surged forward. Upon contact with the blood, the smoke ignited, transforming into a massive area of crimson flame. Each flame was palm-sized, resembling flesh and mixed with delicate threads of black mist. It shifted and twisted into countless devils that rushed forth like a tidal wave, quickly submerging the lotus-shaped flame launched by Xiaoyi. Utilizing the might of the treasure lotus lamp, Xiaoyi transformed it into a giant flaming palm the size of an acre, which swept across the sky and came crashing down with an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Zizi. The blood flames and devilish light encountered the fiery hand like snow melting under boiling water, rapidly dissolving. A foul stench spread out, nauseating and repulsive. Moreover, the flaming hand continued without losing momentum, slamming violently into the 5 devil cultivators atop the stone peak. Except for the mummified old devil, whose power was formidable at the transformational spirit stage, the other 4 devils were much weaker. Struck by the fiery hand, they spat blood and were invaded by pure yang energy, suffering serious injuries requiring immediate recovery. The mummified old devil, indeed at the transformational spirit stage, would have equated to late transformational spirit and nearly ascension evasion stage levels in the future 50,000 years later, an extremely powerful existence. Although Xiaoyi wielded the treasure lotus lamp, his own power was still weak. Hence, the old devil wasn't gravely injured. Instead, he now let down his hair and brandished his sword, chanting strange incantations. Then, with a single gesture, he summoned a vast expanse of black devilish mist from the ground. It was so dense that it could block spiritual awareness. Even those within couldn't see clearly, effectively blinding them. As the black mist spread across the battlefield, Xiaoyi suddenly noticed a devil cultivator emerging from the smoke, almost completely fused with it. Had it not been for the lotus lamp's warning, he wouldn't have sensed the presence at all. Thus, he forcefully blew toward the lamp, and instantly, a pained cry echoed. The devil cultivator's entire body erupted in flames and vanished into the depths of the smoke. It turned out that one of the 5 devils, the third in rank, had intended to take advantage of the smokescreen's obscured vision for a surprise attack. However, he hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly and had been struck directly by the lotus lamp's flame, now grievously wounded and near death. Suddenly, several enraged roars sounded again. From within the devilish mist emerged 9 tall, golden giants, their bodies seemingly forged from solid gold. Each stood about 10 feet tall, muscular, and imposing. Their movements caused cracking noises in their bodies, occasionally producing sounds like colliding metal. Immediately upon appearing, they rushed forth, throwing punches directly at Xiaoyi. Each of these punches could rival the strength of 10 martial saints. Xiaoyi was alarmed and dared not block directly. Instantly, he waved his hand, and a white sheet appeared. Soon after, a towering ferocious beast emerged before him, none other than the crocodile Jiao. Boom! A massive golden devil's head struck first, hitting the crocodile Jiao and producing a sound like clashing metal and jade. However, the crocodile Jiao's body was exceptionally solid and terrifyingly tough. with the strike only leaving a shallow mark on its scaly armor. Then, the 9-headed metal-headed devils rained down punches like a storm, engaging in fierce battle with the crocodile Jiao. It turned out that these blood-slaughtering 5 devils had already established their sect here for over 100 years. Previously, the leader, again the mummified old devil, once descended to the riverbed while searching for ancient river mussels and inadvertently discovered a hidden secret realm. Due to the river's tides, a crack had temporarily formed in this mysterious hidden realm, which he noticed and rejoiced over immensely. Immediately using his demonic artifacts, he launched an attack. After 10 painstaking years, he finally breached the outermost layer and discovered inscribed on the wall a cultivation method titled the Invisible Golden Devil Art, which he memorized instantly. He had planned to advance further, but was blocked by the internal seals. If not for expending his own life essence, employing the blood-dividing clone art, and sacrificing 3 of his personal demonic treasures, he would surely have been destroyed by those mysterious defenses. The invisible golden devils were crafted by these 5 devil cultivators from complete transformational spirit stage human remains, refined together with Black Mountain red copper, Heaven Mystic blood copper, and red thread immortal gold. Moreover, each statue incorporated the essence, blood, and souls of countless living beings, which were smelted together and fused onto the skeleton to serve as flesh. Once completed, they possessed immense power, so strong that ordinary magical treasures would shatter upon the slightest collision. If refined to the ultimate stage, they would become truly immortal and impervious to any swords, treasures, heavenly flames, or lightning. Extremely formidable. The 5 demonic cultivators devoted everything they had to forging the invisible golden devils, dedicating a full 60 years to complete only the initial crude forms, showing just how difficult it was to create them. Now, the crocodile Jiao, bearing the incredibly powerful bloodline of both a divine crocodile and a dragon Jiao, was renowned among beasts for its physical prowess. Every strike it launched made the towering golden figures tremble, leaving deep traces upon their metallic bodies. Where did this world-shakingly powerful beast come from? The 5 devils were stunned. They knew the power of the invisible golden devils well. Although these were only crude forms, they were incredibly tough. Yet this beast was actually overpowering the 9 invisible golden devils in battle. Could it possibly be a descendant of Yaoshan? Chapter 142, Ancient Secret Realm. The crocodile dragon, hundreds of feet tall, attacked relentlessly, causing the void to vibrate repeatedly, revealing the terrifying intensity of its power. Crack! One of the formless golden devils could no longer endure. Its arms and legs fell to the ground, and golden powder continuously rained down from the joints. The formless golden devil was an extremely powerful immortal art from ancient times. Legend says its creator was a scattered immortal who had passed the heavenly tribulation. If cultivated to the peak, it could become practically immortal, which was truly terrifying. Although these 5 devils had spent over 100 years and heaped countless heavenly treasures and rare materials onto it, they had merely produced a rough form, nowhere near completion. These formless golden devils moved stiffly and were easy to dodge. Their only advantages were immense strength and durability. Within less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the crocodile dragon destroyed the formless golden devils one by one. The second devil at the center of the black mist saw the successive defeats of the 9 formless golden devils and knew something was wrong. Being the closest to Xia Yi, he immediately swung his whisk, releasing countless sparks of yellow-green light to intercept the beast. At the same time, he unleashed the yellow wave Kuei water net he had cultivated, a thin veil of water mist like fine silk, aiming to trap Xia Yi, allowing the other 3 devils to join forces and kill him with ruthless techniques. This yellow wave Kuei water net was woven from the essence of 1,000-year-old Kuei water collected at the bottom of the Canglong River mixed with silk from water silkworms, making it extremely flexible. Even a cultivation stage cultivator from the core formation stage would find it hard to escape once ensnared. As the net was cast, it expanded rapidly, emitting a bluish glow that painted the area in a deep shade of blue. But then, a surge of radiant 7-colored light pierced the heavens, instantly creating a millstone-sized hole in the vast yellow wave Kuei water net, rendering it torn and ruined. Seeing his net destroyed, the second devil was shocked. Without even pausing to lament the loss of his precious artifact, he released a flying sword, which was immediately blocked by Xia Yi's treasure lotus lamp. Then, the crocodile dragon, having finished off the last of the formless golden devils, appeared on the battlefield. Its massive shadow dashed forward, its tail as thick as a celestial pillar crashing down like a collapsing mountain. In an instant, the second devil was smashed into a puddle of blood pulp. After killing the second devil, the crocodile dragon turned around and attacked the largest devil. The mummy-like old devil, seeing that not even 9 formless golden devils could withstand this terrifying beast, Gulen shot into the sky on a crimson ray of light, trying to escape. But the crocodile dragon suddenly leaped, rushing forward like a whirlwind and reaching the mummy-like old devil in an instant. Filled with immense power and pervading murderous aura, it let out a thunderous boom as the old devil was crushed into meat paste as well. After killing the 2 chief devils, the crocodile dragon did not spare the other 3 either, tearing each apart with a single swipe of its claws. After all, it was now a spiritual refinement beast emperor, regarded as a demon king even by the standards of ancient times. After killing those devil cultivators, Xia Yi, holding the treasure lotus lamp, entered the cave mansion inside the stone peak to inspect it. Inside the stone peak, there were twists and turns, like the entire mountain had been hollowed out. Hiss! Xiai couldn't help but inhale sharply at the sight. Before him stretched a large plaza with more than a dozen stone-built altars arranged around. These altars were covered with blood-drawn talismans, adorned with various banners, 3 zhang in height. On each altar burned a pair of thick, arm-sized blood candles, radiating an eerie crimson glow. Moreover, in the center was a blood pool filled with thin danbi and white bones soaked in dark red blood. A person with weak nerves would likely vomit instantly. Since his reincarnation, Xiai had experienced nothing but smooth sailing. Never before had he witnessed such a horrifying sight. His stomach turned, and he silently remarked that ancient times lacked proper teachings and civilization. When compared to the devil cultivators of 50,000 or 60,000 years later, the ancient devil practitioners seemed like amateurs before true masters. Just as Xiai was about to activate the treasure lotus lamp to destroy the bloody, repulsive pool, he suddenly noticed a nearby stone tablet. Extremely ancient and emanating a mysterious, indescribable aura, clearly not crafted by the 5 devils. Approaching it and scanning it with spiritual awareness, he realized it contained the cultivation technique for the formless golden devil. This seems to be an incomplete section. After further inspection, he found that the cultivation method on the stone tablet wasn't complete. It contained only the upper section, with the rest missing. If even the rough form created from the upper half was powerful enough to besiege core forming stage cultivators, how powerful would the full version be if completed? It might rival a great ascension immortal sovereign, or even a tribulation past scattered immortal. After collecting the stone tablet, Xiai blew gently on the treasure lotus lamp in his hand. Instantly, fierce flames roared to life. Immediately afterward, 10 crimson fire threads shot forth, striking the altar and causing boulders to explode in fiery bursts. In the blink of an eye, the blood pool was engulfed in flames. Moments later, the blood pool collapsed inward, melted into a vast field of glowing, molten rock. Beside the blood pool lay numerous materials for forging artifacts, rare metals such as Lingshan red copper, solar mysterious copper, and Tai golden essence, some of which had already become extinct 50 to 60,000 years later in the future. These formless golden devils were all forged by the 5 devils using the essence of high-grade forging materials, hammered repeatedly to remove impurities before solidifying them. Each golden devil stood 16 feet tall, weighing 10 tons. Each of the 5 devils was a cultivator of profound cultivation, with even the weakest at the nascent soul formation stage. They had spent several thousand years accumulating all their resources solely for forging the formless golden devils. After thoroughly searching the entire cave mansion, Xiai found scattered treasures, books, pills, talismans, and in addition, some spiritual rice. This spiritual rice had absorbed primordial qi and was classified as primordial spirit rice, offering unfathomable benefits to a cultivator's soul and physical body. Even cultivators who had condensed their soul into a spiritual form still needed to eat. Although cultivators could all achieve fasting, the duration varied depending on their cultivation strength, shorter or longer. For example, nascent soul stage cultivators in the future could easily fast for 5 or 6 years since they could absorb spiritual energy. But they couldn't go 10 years without eating at all. If this continued long-term, their internal organs would deteriorate to some degree, causing significant harm to their physical body. Therefore, in the cultivation world, spiritual rice was as essential as pills for cultivators. It was an absolute necessity. A section of the river surface about 100 miles away from the stone peak had rapid water currents, hidden undercurrents, and numerous whirlpools swirling within. Following the inscriptions on the stone tablet, Xiai descended into the riverbed. The water was murky, allowing him to detect his surroundings only with spiritual awareness. Numerous strange rocks stood densely at the riverbed, forming vast groves of stone pillars spread across thousands of mu of area. These strange rocks stood firm amidst the turbulent riverbed, varying in size, some towering 7 or 8 zhang high, as thick as large trees, while others were only about half a person's height. The surfaces of the stone pillars were carved with dense rows of tarufun, every stone displaying different markings. A powerful fluctuation seemed to emanate from within these pillars, as if something was sealed inside. This expanse of stone forest covering thousands of mu was clearly constructed by a powerful cultivator. It was definitely not naturally formed. Chapter 143, Strange Living Beings. How profound the formation is. Could this be the legendary fairy Dongfa? Xiai looked toward a vast stone forest that stretched nearly 1,000 mu, yet he still couldn't clearly see the interior. He sensed a bizarre little world contained within. The fairy Dongfa, before me, probably contains countless transformations. Once someone enters, it will be extremely difficult to exit. Back then, the mummy demon was blocked merely by the outer part of the formation. If it hadn't cost him a lifetime's worth of essential true energy, using the blood escape doppelganger technique, sacrificing several precious fabag, and losing most of his life essence to escape, he would have been crushed into nothingness by the restrictions. Xiai held the lotus lamp in his hand, carefully entering the stone forest according to the instructions on the steel. Before his eyes blazed a roaring fire, everywhere flames, as though he had entered a world of pure fire. Plum! A fireball the size of a house, bright as the sun, blasted straight toward him. Xiai saw clearly, a fiery being, covered in scales and horns, appearing snake-like, yet not a snake. Like yet not a mom, dragon-like yet not a dragon, spewing roaring flames from its mouth, with a gigantic body exuding a horrifying killing aura, extremely fierce. In the blink of an eye, the fire Jiao arrived before him. The surrounding Shihong was twisted and scorched, and even before it struck, he could already feel the intense high temperature, seemingly capable of burning everything to ashes. Seeing the fierce charge of the fire Zhao, Xia Yi didn't have time to think further. From above him, the lotus lamp sent down streams of colorful radiance, forming a protective veil around his body, shielding him from the terrifying heat. At the same time, he activated the lotus lamp, conjuring forth a flame phoenix, formed entirely of fire, to battle the airborne fire Zhao. The Zhao was ultimately no match for the phoenix. With a faint cry, the fire Zhao transformed into swirling flames, finally vanishing completely, leaving only a small fire pearl behind. Xia Yi picked up the pearl and found within it an extremely terrifying fire essence force, an upper-tier material suitable for forging Fobak, capable of creating a fenqi. At the same time, he realized with dread how another fire Zhao, made entirely of flame, had already emerged from the blaze ahead. If it hadn't been for the lotus lamp, he might already have been turned to ashes. This Junfa transcended his understanding and made him even more cautious. This mysterious, unpredictable Junfa contained all things, hiding within it the forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. By chance, Xia Yi had entered through the fire gate. The Junfa had unknowingly operated for countless millennia, drawing in the essence from the sun, gathering endless fire essence energy, intermingling with the primordial Inchi by the Yellowwang River, nurturing many living beings. This fire Zhao was one of the spiritual beings nurtured by the Junfa, which, after forming consciousness, absorbed fire essence energy day by day, gradually taking on humanoid form. The fire Zhao he had just defeated wasn't the strongest, merely one born from a terrifying central womb. The womb at the Junfa's core contained a massive solar flame essence, emitting the sun's true flame. As soon as someone intruded on its territory, it would launch immediate attacks. After walking forward not far, Xia Yi saw a fire Zhao hundreds of zhang in length appear before him. Xia Yi couldn't help but recall the Zhaoi dragon he had met previously in the northern region. Both exuded terrifying might, roaring so loudly the heavens and earth trembled, followed closely by a swarm of densely packed fire snakes, only lacking the horn on its head, and smaller in size. Like the previous one, these were also offspring born from the central womb, each containing immense destructive power. Need to end this quickly. Under the enhancement of the lotus lamp, Xia Yi carefully activated his divine awareness and finally managed to perceive some of the movements and transformations within the Dunfa. The terrifying fire Zhao womb had summoned a large host of descendants. He had no idea how many fire-based creatures lurked within this flame-created Junfa world. If he were to be surrounded and harassed, the consequences would likely be dire. Too many ants can even kill an elephant. Immediately, he activated the lotus lamp, using the protective multicolored radiance to withstand the fire Zhao's continuous barrage of fireballs. Then, flying over 1,000 meters outward, a flame lotus blossomed above his head, resembling jade sculpture, glowing with enchanting light, rushing forward. The fire Zhao before him was clearly more intelligent than the first. It seemed to sense the beer lotus power, its body flickering once before vanishing into instantly reappearing 10 li away, narrowly evading the deadly strike. But immediately following came 9 ferocious waves of multicolored flame. Roar! The fire Zhao avoided the beer lotus, but not the lotus lamp's other 9 flames, and was struck directly, its body scattering into clusters of flame, flying in all directions, attempting to recoalesce. Yet how could Xia Yi allow it to reform so easily? Immediately, he used the lotus lamp's power to suck all the scattered flames into the lamp. The lotus lamp could be called an extremely formidable divine treasure. Even though incomplete, it still possessed fearsome might. Even though the fire Zhao was a terrifying living being nurtured over thousands of years within the Grand Formation, it was practically impossible for it to escape from the lotus lamp. The fiery world ahead remained unchanged, and the central womb seemed to be releasing an enormous number of descendants. Xia Yi muttered in alarm. There was no way he could remain in this sea of flames any longer. Immediately, he took out the 9 heavens and 10 directions demon-repelling divine shuttle and caused rippling waves to spread through the Shikong. In an instant, he vanished from this fire-formed world using the power of the spatial Vinci. Voila! Not long after Xia Yi activated the 9 heavens and 10 directions demon-repelling divine shuttle, he reappeared within another world. Such a strong earth elemental force. Suddenly, Xia Yi sensed a strong, thick, earthen stench exploding from the ground below. A section of the vast land beneath him suddenly exploded. A yellow snake head, dragon-like in its ascent, rose from the earth, opened its blood-red maw, and ferociously lunged toward him, attempting to devour him whole. What strange living being is this? Xia Yi watched as the yellow snake head burst forth from underground. It was as large as a house, wrapped in a swirling cloud of dust, seemingly merging with the air itself. Judging by its aura, it appeared slightly stronger than the fire Zhao of the previous flame world. Xia Yi controlled the 9 heavens and 10 directions demon-repelling divine shuttle and instantly vanished, reappearing above the yellow snake head. He activated the lotus lamp, sending forth a blazing jet of flame. This time, he held nothing back. With the might of the lotus lamp, he instantly reduced the yellow serpent to ashes. Not even a single wisp of its soul could escape, completely destroyed. The serpent's head transformed into a pure stream of yellow elemental energy. This monstrous serpent was known as a spiritual being nurtured by the Grand Formation. Normally, in the outside world, one could find them only deep beneath the earth, buried at depths of over 10,000 meters, and it was extremely rare for them to evolve any supernatural abilities. This creature was also an extremely precious material for refining spiritual artifacts. Xia reached out with a single hand and absorbed it. Afterwards, numerous Mortosas surged forth, filled with deadly aura. Xia annihilated each one with the lotus lamp. Continuing forward, he sensed the 10D changing once again. Not long afterward, a buzzing sound came from the horizon, as if thousands upon thousands of bees were swarming together. Then, a large golden cloud surged toward him, appearing to consist of countless golden hornet-like monsters. Xia felt a sense of unease. These creatures gave off an even greater aura of danger than the previous Firejiao and Tintha. Chapter 144, Music in a Can. Xiaoyi's expression turned solemn. These were golden spirit bees transformed from the essence of metal qi, extremely venomous. Their tails could fire extremely sharp golden needles designed specifically to pierce through protective magic treasures used by cultivators. Ordinary treasures couldn't resist them and would be easily pierced. If during the future era, tens of thousands of years later, a single golden spirit bee, attacking by surprise, could kill an expert at the late golden core stage. If these golden needles fired from the bee's tail struck someone's physical body, they would immediately release poison into the flesh, paralyzing the body and rendering the person unable to use any spiritual energy. Back in the ancient times, powerful cultivators abounded. Even immortals had existed. Naturally, Xia dared not be careless. This fairy formation composed of stone forest was dangerous at every corner. One small mistake could mean death. Previously encountered spirit creatures, such as the Firejiao and tongue snake, were rare innate treasures formed by the natural elements over millennia, incomparable to ordinary, man-made spirit treasures. Although Xia had the protection of the lotus lamp, he still couldn't withstand endless attacks. It seemed slow but was actually very fast. Just as he hesitated momentarily, buzz, buzz, buzz. A cloud of golden bees flew swiftly toward him like a storm, faster than flying swords. Within the blink of an eye, it seemed as if they broke the sound barrier, arriving above his head within a few breaths. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Following that, countless golden needles were fired from the tails of these bees, piercing through space, extremely sharp and fierce. Seeing this, Xia knew instantly something was wrong. Immediately, he activated the lotus lamp, causing streams of 7-colored radiance to pour down from the jade lamp, enveloping him completely. The reason he dared to challenge this deadly formation was entirely due to the power of the lotus lamp in his hands. The golden needles shot by the golden spirit bees, each about an inch long and ruthless in their force, slammed into the colorful protective shield, making it violently shake with each impact. Some bees, especially powerful ones, even managed to shoot their needles through the barrier. Fortunately, the weak glow emitted by the lotus lamp itself disintegrated those needles that had pierced the colorful shield into dust, transforming them into pure streams of metallic qi. What ruthless needles! Even the crocodile dragon, with its extremely tough defense, probably couldn't withstand such terrifying attacks. Xia was deeply shocked and dared not show the slightest carelessness. If these metal qi bees were to breach the protective barrier created by the lotus lamp, even Xia, at the peak of the golden core stage, whose power rivaled even nascent soul cultivators, could suffer damage to the very foundation of his cultivation. These needles kept coming non-stop, like an endless cascade of pear blossoms falling in spring rain. Even ancient cultivators of the core formation stage from the mid or late period, if surrounded by golden spirit bees, would eventually be worn down and die. Therefore, Xia decided to counterattack actively. He blew fiercely, summoning a surge of blazing flames soaring skyward. Then, these flames transformed into a massive fiery hand extending forward, stretching out for several miles, grabbing the golden cloud-like swarm of spirit bees in one grasp, and setting them ablaze until they melted into streams of golden molten liquid. This molten liquid was a rare treasure known as the essence of Genjin, a highly valuable material for forging weapons. If a small amount were added into a sword, it would greatly increase the blade's sharpness. In the future, it was a rare treasure highly desired by sword cultivators. Suddenly, Xia thought of the Wuxing Jinwo, invisible golden demon. The 5 demons from the Stone Peak had used rare metals like Ling Sancheng, Tengshintong, and Ti Jinjing. Some of these materials were already extinct in future times, but compared to the essence of Genjin, they were far inferior, unable to compare even in the same class. This place swarmed with countless golden spirit bees, forming cloud-like clusters across the sky. No one could guess how much pure Gaijin essence could be refined from them. If the Wuxing Jinwo were entirely forged from this Gaijin essence, it would be countless times more powerful than those crude versions crafted by the 5 demons, possibly serving as the ultimate treasure for the Feathering Sect. If the previous Jinfuo had contained even a third of the Gaijin essence, it's possible even the crocodile dragon wouldn't have stood a chance and would have been beaten to death. Secondly, this essence could also be used to forge flying swords. If a bit of this refined Gaijin essence were added to the flying swords of disciples of the Feathering Sect, then whether they were training outside or engaged in battle, their overall strength would significantly increase. At this moment, those golden clouds flew over rapidly, their buzzing sound growing louder and more irritating, even affecting the soul and causing discomfort. Suddenly, many golden spirit bees gathered together, tightly clustering to form a gigantic golden sword. This immense golden sword sliced down from the air, seeming to split the very void itself. It was sharp beyond imagination. What? These golden spirit bees can actually assemble themselves into some sort of formation. Xiaoyi was shocked. This phenomenon hadn't occurred in any of the previous minor worlds he had encountered. Witnessing this, he had no choice but to place his hopes once again on the lotus lamp in his hands. Boundless flames erupted from it, scorching the void until it twisted like in a funhouse mirror. Among the 5 elements, fire was the natural conqueror of metal. Using the divine flame from the lotus lamp to burn these golden spirit bees formed from Gungjin Qi was indeed the right choice. Yet the endless flames pouring from the lotus lamp barely affected the sword formed entirely of the golden swarm. The sword sliced through the flames at incredible speed, unleashing boundless sword qi. Only some of the golden spirit bees at the outer edges of the giant golden sword were melted. These golden spirit bees are this powerful. If one could capture a large group and refine them into a magical treasure, even a golden core cultivator might be able to slay an expert at the nascent soul stage. Thanks to the protection of the lotus lamp, Xiaoyi was not immediately in danger, though he felt some urgency. In the sky, several golden giant swords had already formed. Moreover, after the golden spirit bees grouped together into the giant golden sword, a qualitative change had occurred. Their power greatly increased, and they also became more intelligent, as if a collective consciousness had formed. I can't keep this up any longer. Xiaoyi's heart filled with anxiety. He carefully waited for his moment, transforming his hand into a giant golden palm and grabbing one golden spirit bee. It was about the size of a thumb, shaped exactly like a completely golden giant hornet. Though caught, its wings, thin as a cicada's, still vibrated rapidly. Its tail curled inward, the sharp stinger pointed forward. After observing it carefully, Xiaoyi discovered that while the bee's shell was indestructible, it could still be melted only by the divine flame of the lotus lamp. However, its soul was very fragile, no stronger than an ordinary insect outside. If I attack with spiritual consciousness, maybe I can deal with these golden bees. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Though he was at the golden core stage and had not yet transformed his soul into an infant soul, he had other methods. His mind shifted slightly, and one by one, small cans appeared in his hand. In previous years, Lingshu Sect had a conflict with the Illusory Sound Sect over a mid-grade spirit mine. They fought multiple battles outside the Yong'an Pass. To defeat Yao Yu, a genius disciple of the Illusory Sound Sect, Xiaoyi had used a lucky pill to obtain a sound absorber that could absorb any surrounding sound into cans. Before traveling to ancient times, to prepare more secret techniques for himself, Xiaoyi specially asked Fairy Xiangyu to play several musical pieces. The Qijua Palace was renowned for musical arts. Its sect's most treasured artifact was the Qijua Zither, possessing the power of a low-grade arcane treasure. Fairy Xiangyu was also a rare prodigy from the Qijua Palace in the last 10,000 years, possessing profound expertise in music. To thank Xiaoyi for allowing her first live performance in the eastern regions, Xiangyu gave it her all without holding back. Now, Xiaoyi took out one can after another, pulled the ring, and tossed them outward. A surging tide of sound roared forth, and this region instantly transformed into a sea of sound. Instantly, countless golden spirit bees fell from the sky, dropping lifelessly to the ground. It actually worked. Xiaoyi was overjoyed and threw more and more cans by pulling the rings. Soon, heaps of dead golden spirit bees covered the ground. These golden spirit bees were born from powerful Gungjin Qi. The Jin Qi contained within a single swarm equaled no less than that found in an entire mine vein. Who knows how much time had passed, but Xiaoyi had finally thrown out all the cans. The golden clouds that once filled the sky had long since vanished, though many golden spirit bees still flew about, now disorganized and incapable of forming any golden sword formation. Chapter 145, Wuxiao. Next should come the water world, or perhaps the wood world? Xiaoyi muttered to himself. The world formed from this ancient immortal formation was clearly based upon the 5 elements. Fire, earth, and metal had already appeared. Next would be either wood or water. Walala. Suddenly, countless rushing streams erupted from the void, surging like tsunamis with turbulent waves. Within these flowing torrents emerged innumerable strange fish, each possessing sharp teeth and a grotesque, horned fish head, all rushing forward to tear and bite Xiaoyi. Some of these peculiar fish opened their mouths, firing high-speed jets of water as powerful as sword strikes, nearly identical to the assault of a flying sword. Others were capable of spitting out water spheres that crashed violently against the 7-colored radiant light, immediately exploding with force equivalent to a powerful strike from a Yuan Jinjun. These must be rare fish spirits formed from the essence of Kuei water. Even in the external world, within the Huanglang River, which contains innate spirit veins, one would be lucky to find even a single such creature. Yet here they are, densely packed and innumerable. Xiaoyi exclaimed in astonishment. The second demon among the Stone Peak 5 demons previously possessed a life-treasured artifact, the Huanglang Kuei water bag, crafted by collecting the essence of Kuei water from the riverbed of Huanglang mixed with silk from waterworms, excelling at trapping foes. Even a nascent soul cultivator wrapped in it would find escaping extremely difficult. Yet the amount of Kuei water essence contained within that Huanglang Kuei water bag was far less than what could be found in even one of these average strange fish before him. Xiaoyi sighed as if resigned to his fate, yet once again activated the lotus lamp, sending forth clusters of tiny lotus flowers the size of palms. Fortunately, these strange fish, though formed from Kuei water essence, weren't quite as difficult to deal with as the golden spirit bees. While they lacked the golden bees' hard shells, when these fish banded together, forming into packs of vicious shark-like creatures capable of launching explosive water mines from their mouths. The results were devastating. Even under the protection of the lotus lamp's light, a single careless moment could send his internal energy into chaos and nearly cause him to spit blood. When the Kuei water-strange fish came into contact with the jade green English, they suddenly exploded violently, hissing with a zzz sound as torrents of mist filled the air, making the entire world appear hazy and indistinct. Eventually, those fish transformed into the purest form of Kuei water essence. This was a treasure rivaling the essence of metal, and Xia Yi certainly wouldn't let it go to waste. He collected it all. As for the water mines, they were all blocked by the seven-colored radiant glow of the lotus lamp. If I hadn't confirmed the safety of this ancient journey before coming, and especially without the supreme treasure that is the lotus lamp, I really wouldn't dare to enter such a great formation. Xia Yi murmured thoughtfully. However, risk and reward were always proportional. In the future, both the essence of metal and the elite of Kuei water would be supreme substances for forging treasures, priceless and exceedingly rare. Continuing forward, protected by the lotus lamp, he didn't know how many more strange fish formed from the condensed Kuei water essence he had slain. Yet the rushing waves coming from the distance seemed endless, and even the light emitted from the lotus lamp began to dim noticeably. Fortunately, there was Yi Jiao, a Shozun beast of the Liansu realm. Otherwise, relying solely on himself as a Jindan cultivator, he would have been drained long ago. Finally, the last giant shark was blown apart by a lotus the size of a water vat. The massive surge of Kuei water essence scattered into the void, once again shrouding the space in hazy mist. Yi Jiao roared and devoured all the Kuei water essence at once. Only a beast like Yi Jiao with such a mighty physical form could do that. Should any human cultivator at the Liansu level attempt it, their physical body would have exploded under the pressure. Truly remarkable, an ancient immortal formation that nurtures so many Shantenlungut. After defeating the majority of the Kuei water-strange fish emerging from the void, Xia Yi finally caught his breath. The next world should be the wood world, I suppose. Just wonder what kind of innate spirits await. Xia Yi gave a bitter smile, but still prepared to continue onward to the next small world. Indeed, just as I had predicted, the current world before him was filled with towering trees, rich with wood elemental energy. From deep within the jungle came cries rising and falling in succession, somewhat resembling the cries of monkeys, as countless figures flickered through the foliage. These figures were about a zhang in height, somewhat resembling gorillas, completely yellow in appearance. Upon closer inspection, one could see wooden patterns across their bodies. Are these Xiao? Xia Yi was slightly startled. Xiao were strange creatures, filled with spirit energy, able to easily cultivate into demonic beings. Their race was naturally attuned to trees, innately possessing certain wood element techniques, highly ranked among the demonic race. Back in the distant future, 50 or 60,000 years from now, Xia Yi had once dealt with Mountain Xiao when doing business with demons, but compared to these creatures before him, those Mountain Xiao appeared insignificant, incomparable in any meaningful way. These wood Xiao were born from the Eastern E wood essence, naturally possessing potent wood element techniques. Their overall strength was significantly greater than the strange fish formed from the Kuei water essence. The number of wood Xiao wasn't as vast as the Gai fish or the golden spirit bees. There were only about 1,000. Yet their formation was orderly, somewhat resembling the elite imperial guards of the Xia dynasty, distinctly different from the chaotic creatures in the previous worlds. Moreover, these ape-like spiritual creatures were extremely agile, their appearance nearly indistinguishable from humans. They each held wooden weapons of various kinds, wooden swords, axes, clubs, spears, blades, forks, and more. Suddenly, a 10-meter-tall wood Xiao descended from the sky, swinging a massive wooden club from afar. With a fierce woo-woo sound, surging wood elemental energy erupted outward, instantly enveloping Xia Yi. Yi Jiao roared and rushed forward to meet the attack. Its enormous tail whipped up a violent gust of wind, slicing through the earth like a Jiao dragon, powerful and fierce. It easily dispelled the overwhelming wood energy and struck the club-wielding Xiao with full force, shattering its body into dust and transforming it into a stream of pure Eastern E wood qi, which Xia Yi promptly absorbed. Ping ping ping. Under Yi Jiao's terrifying tail, dozens of weapon-wielding wood Xiao soon fell, each one dissolving into pure Eastern E wood qi. Some of the stronger ones, upon death, even transformed into jade-green spirit pearls, an unmistakable rare treasure of the wood element. These wood Xiao possessed incredibly strong physical bodies, no different from elite martial cultivators, and wielded their wooden divine weapons with extraordinary force and precision. Though these wooden weapons seemed fragile, as if they could snap with the lightest pressure, they were in fact no weaker than anciently wood trees thousands of years old. With a little refinement, they could become formidable divine treasures. While observing the battle, Xia Yi noticed that the wood Xiao did not wield their wooden weapons haphazardly. They clearly understood martial techniques. Their moves were simple, yet effective, filled with merciless killing intent. Roar! Yi Jiao, now bloodthirsty, revealed its true form. A mountainous beast radiating overwhelming power, instantly filling the entire space with crushing pressure. It raised its massive foot and stomped down. With a honglong shang sheng, the ground shook violently, massive cracks spreading across the surface. Dozens of wood Xiao were crushed beneath its foot, turned into dust, and transformed into streams of refined E-wood essence. Chapter 146 The Peach Trees of Immortality. Although these Mu Shao were unusually nimble, How could they possibly be a match for the Yijiao? Even during the ancient times, the Yijiao, which bore the bloodlines of both Yao dragon and divine crocodile, was a top-tier ferocious beast. Therefore, in a short time, a large number of Mu Shao were killed, their bodies transforming into an Yi with essence. Who dares slaughter my subordinates? Just as the Yi Jiao was wreaking havoc, suddenly a ripple of Yuan Shen power came from a distance. The Mu Shao that had been engaged in battle immediately arranged themselves in neat formations, as if welcoming a king. Before long, a giant ape over 100 meters tall appeared in the distance. The demonic energy radiating from its body was simply overwhelming, surging and roaring, almost condensing into a tangible form. It wielded a 40-meter-long emerald wooden blade. The wood grain on the surface resembled talismanic formations, exuding an indescribable air of mystery. The Mu Shao King let out a furious roar, slamming his fists against his chest. The thunderous sound was strong enough to split metal and shatter stone. Even the clouds above were blown apart, causing torrential rain to pour down like cascading water. This Mu Shao King seems to possess extremely high intelligence, not inferior to humans at all. Xia Yi was taken aback, because the previous creatures, like the fire jiao, the Teng Shi, or the strange fish, had weak souls and hence little wisdom. But the Mu Shao was different. Looking similar to an ape, it was naturally an intelligent being, and a born king among them was even more extraordinary. The Yi Jiao also knew that the current Mu Shao King was no easy target. It immediately went all out. Each step it took emitted a rumbling sound, creating a stunning spectacle. The Mu Shao King's body was surrounded by dense emerald qi, and his wooden sword released a surging tide of wood elemental yuan qi. His movements were extremely agile. In an instant, he dodged the Yi Jiao's terrifying tail, then turned and brought down the 40-meter-long emerald greatsword fiercely upon the Yi Jiao's body. Clang! When the two clashed, the sound was like the clinking of jade and metal. The Yi Jiao let out a furious roar, a long mark now visible on its scale-covered body. Thankfully, its scales were solid, so the damage wasn't serious. The two massive beings immediately engaged in battle. Though the Yi Jiao was slightly more powerful overall, the Mu Shao King had the advantage of terrain, receiving a continuous supply of Dongfei wood energy. Like a cockroach that couldn't be killed, even if seriously injured, it would recover quickly and become energetic again. As time passed, the Yi Jiao began to fall into a disadvantage. At that moment, Xia Yi made his move. He spat a mouthful of his core yuan qi onto the treasure lotus lamp, and instantly an endless amount of emerald flame spewed forth, like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, raining fire across the sky. Within the flames, a huge lotus-shaped illusion appeared, emitting an intensely bright and hot light that turned the entire pocket world red. Invisible but certain, fire overcame wood. Mu Shao Kings of this level, as naturally born entities, were generally unafraid of most worldly flames. But the treasure lotus lamp was a rare magical artifact in the world. Though slightly damaged, its emitted flames surpassed 90% of worldly elemental flames, second only to the primordial elemental flame. Pilalai Pala. Sparks appeared on the surface of the Mu Shao King's body, accompanied by a smell of burning. Greatly alarmed, it immediately tried to blow out the flames using dense wood qi. But this was like pouring gasoline on a fire. In an instant, roaring flames engulfed it, forming a towering flame giant. Not knowing how long had passed, the flame giant finally collapsed, leaving behind nothing but an enormous emerald green bead, as large as a sea bowl. A primordial wood element treasure. What a wonderful item. Xia Yi took the emerald bead into his hands, surprised that within this 5 elements immortal formation, the wood element spirits had turned out to be the strongest. The sea bowl-sized bead emitted thick Dongfangyi wood energy. Xia Yi held the bead toward the Yi Jiao, and green light flared up. From the earlier battles, although the Yi Jiao's injuries were not critical, they still needed recovery after returning. Yet within just a short time, the pure Dongfangyi wood essence healed nearly all its injuries. As time moved on, Xia Yi continued advancing, sensing that he had already entered the core region of this immortal formation. Here, the 5 elemental energies were mixed and relatively chaotic. Soon after, Xia Yi sensed a strong earthy smell, likely meaning more Shu Yuan Qi-formed spirits would soon attack. He quickly became alert. Indeed, the ground began to churn and rise, and countless Teng Shi flew up from the soil, biting towards Xia Yi. The Yi Jiao, revitalized by the Dongfei wood divine bead, once again became lively and vigorous. In a short amount of time, most of the Teng Shi were killed, transforming entirely into pure earth elemental energy. Throughout this journey, the Yi Jiao was practically always engaged in battle without respite, facing all kinds of living beings formed from the energies of the 5 elements. Besides creatures like Hua Jiao, golden spirit bees, Mu Shao, Koei Shuishing fish, and Wu Tu Teng Shi, there were also Yuntai beasts, 4-legged smoke and cloud beasts, water arrow turtles, and so on, numerous in variety. The closer Xia Yi approached the core of the immortal formation, the more powerful the creatures became, and even the Yi Jiao began to struggle increasingly. Initially, the 5 elemental worlds of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had not intermingled with each other, but the deeper he went, the more these 5 elemental realms appeared to merge and intertwine. Thus, the living beings born within became ever more formidable. He wasn't sure how long he had walked when he spotted a small island floating in the void, like a solitary islet deep within an endless sea. Rolling dark clouds gathered overhead, the sky and earth grew dim, and boundless darkness descended, resembling a hanging curtain. Waves of eerie, terrifying energy quickly spread throughout the world. Within the island, dense forests flourished, filled with the howls of apes and roars of tigers. Most of the land was covered by primeval jungles, everywhere standing ancient trees towering into the sky, blocking out sunlight. Each tree was as thick as a water vat, with fierce beasts and ferocious birds roaring throughout, a scene straight out of the primordial age. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west, casting golden rays over the forest and covering the island in a yellow glow. Xiaoyi gazed at the bright orb above, carefully observing and realizing that it wasn't a celestial body, but something emitting strange waves of life. This life wave felt ancient, undying, vast, and somewhat reminiscent of an immortal being. Upon entering the island, Xiaoyi used the treasure lotus lamp to conceal his aura to the minimum. Along the way, he discovered many valuable treasures. For example, green jade-like grapes, crimson tianyuan fruits, red manat, like fenghua fruits, everywhere, as common as wild berries. All these were rare spiritual fruits, rich with primordial spiritual energy, highly nourishing to both body and yuan shun of a cultivator. Suddenly, a surge of deathly, sinister aura came roaring from ahead, and the previously roaring beasts on the island gradually fell silent. Cautiously, Xiaoyi observed. Appearing ahead was a centipede-like creature as large as a mountain ridge. It was simply enormous, its body much larger than a dragon's, exuding an ancient aura, as if it had lived for countless eons. This centipede burst forth from the soil, causing tremors in the earth and sending plumes of smoke and dust soaring skyward. Is this really still a centipede? A sense of unease washed over Xiaoyi. Its massive body with hundreds of legs shaking, the mountains around it, and even the ground below cracked and collapsed into ruins, with even the clouds in the sky dispersing under its oppressive aura. Fu, the Tianwu, comparable to a divine dragon, opened its mouth and spat forth a beam of dark light, instantly enveloping a large divine elephant. It had no chance to evade, completely engulfed. Then, with a single inhale, it seemed like a black hole devouring the entire island, horrifying in its might. Xiaoyi was deeply shaken. He had noticed when he first arrived that the elephant was a top-tier Yao Wang in this region, not much weaker than the Yijiao. Yet to this Tianwu, it was merely ordinary food. No one knew exactly how many years this gigantic centipede had lived, but Xiaoyi guessed its cultivation realm must be equivalent to the Decheng stage. In the Dongxing continent of 60 or 70,000 years later, such a being would be an unrivaled existence. Immediately, Xiaoyi activated the treasure lotus lamp and vanished. He definitely did not want to be treated as a snack by this terrifying Tianwu. After wandering the island for some time, Xiaoyi suddenly smelled an extraordinary fragrance, soothing and enchanting. Just a few whiffs gave him renewed spirit, like he had taken a divine pill. Sniffing carefully in all directions, he tried to trace the source of the aroma. After half a day of searching, he finally found a small tree about half a meter tall, its oval leaves fresh and glistening green, with several bright red fruits at the top, shaped like cherries, yet the size of plums. No, the source of this fragrance isn't this spiritual tree. Muttering to himself, Xiaoyi plucked one fruit and held it in his palm. It looked exquisite and beautiful, like red jade carefully carved. This was already the most precious spiritual fruit he had found in the past half-day. Even cultivators at the Yuan Wu stage would be tempted by it. Yet the source of the deeply enchanting fragrance was clearly not this tree. The difference was night and day. How could it be gone? He frowned. The fragrance had covered an area of nearly 100 miles. He had searched the entire region thoroughly, but still found nothing. Strange, very strange. After searching so long and feeling a bit tired, he instinctively took a bite into the spiritual fruit in his hand. The moment the red skin broke open, an intense, fragrant aroma surged into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, spreading all around. This flavor really is amazing. A fragrance from the ancient times filled with primordial spiritual energy. Xiaoyi had never tasted such a delicious fruit before, and his frustration over failing to locate the source of that unusual fragrance also eased significantly. He hadn't even finished eating the fruit when suddenly his eyes lit up, realizing he had overlooked a possibility. If the source of the fragrance wasn't on the ground, then what about underground? The more Xiaoyi thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He pinpointed the location where the aroma was strongest and retrieved a tool, an atomic-powered underground submersible, to begin his descent. Since the last time he used the submersible in an ancient cave dwelling, he hadn't used it even once. After starting the atomic engine, the soil around the submersible began to soften gradually, turning into something like mud. Then, the entire submersible slowly sank downward, entering the underground world. Xiaoyi switched on the subterranean light, and the scenery before his eyes changed instantly. All the soil vanished from view, revealing stones, insects, ants, and tree roots. Seeing nothing dangerous around, he opened the hatch of the submersible and indeed found the fragrance far more intense underground. No wonder I couldn't find anything after searching the island for so long. This fragrance actually comes from below. With the direction of the unusual fragrance now confirmed, Xiaoyi slowly maneuvered the submersible deeper. Soon, he descended below 100 meters. Before long, a long passage suddenly appeared ahead, its width reaching 20 or 30 meters across, massive and continuous, like an eternal corridor. Spending extended time with the Yi Jiao had sharpened Xiaoyi's sensitivity toward fierce beasts' auras. He now noticed a dense, malevolent energy permeating the passage, strangely familiar. As he focused, he realized it was exactly the same aura emanating from that Tianwu he had encountered earlier. Could this passage have been dug by that Tianwu? Is there a lair down below? The more Xia Yi considered this, the more convinced he became. Should I turn back instead? Hesitation clouded Xia Yi's thoughts. After all, that giant centipede, even bigger than a divine dragon, was extremely terrifying. It might possess cultivation at the Daicheng stage, an unquestionable local overlord even in ancient times. Cautiousness ensured lasting survival. Without hesitation, Xia Yi immediately piloted the atomic-powered submersible upward, uncertain whether the dreadful Tianwu was still lurking in its lair. After waiting for several days, the earth shook violently, mountains trembled, and finally the mountain-sized Tianwu emerged onto the surface again for feeding. Now is the moment. Joy surged within Xia Yi. Seizing the opportunity while the Tianwu was away searching for food, he swiftly maneuvered the submersible downward, diving thousands of meters before finally reaching his destination. At a depth of 5,000 or 6,000 meters, thick earth elemental energy filled the air, making the soil extremely hard. The submersible had already reached its limit. Before him appeared a vast cave, its interior spacious enough to hold a small mountain. A pervasive aura of bloodlust filled the air, an obvious indication that this was the monstrous centipede's nest. At the center of the Tianwu's lair stood an ancient tree resembling a peach tree of immortality, a towering structure, 49 meters tall. Its bark was aged and cracked, resembling massive dragon scales, displaying a powerful, ancient vigor. It emitted a unique fragrance, unmistakably the very source of the previously sensed unusual aroma. The ancient peach tree twisted like a coiled dragon, covered in lush green leaves that gleamed like jade pieces, radiating an emerald glow. Only 3 immortal peaches hung upon its branches, hidden amid the green jade-like foliage. The fruits weren't particularly large, 2 were still green, not yet ripe. The last one, carved like a red agate, was entirely crimson, with only a faint trace of green remaining, clearly about to mature. Could this truly be the legendary immortal peach tree? Xia Yi recalled myths about the peach tree of immortality and then glanced at the treasure lotus lamp in his hand. Chapter 147. The pond and fishing rod for retrieving lost treasures. It shouldn't be the divine peach tree of the heavenly palace that I imagined, but it's still extraordinary. It's a primordial spirit tree. Xia Yi was in the ancient era of over 50,000 years ago, a world filled with primordial spirit qi. However, not all spiritual energy in this world was primordial spirit qi. For example, the Huanglang River stretching for tens of thousands of miles beyond this cave contained only 1 or 2 veins of primordial spirit energy. Even in this era, primordial spirit qi was rare and precious, just like the 5 or 6-tier spirit veins 50,000 years later. This ancient peach tree must be one of the treasures of the 5 elements immortal formation, completely formed from primordial spirit qi. The Heavenwu, possessing the aura of a true dragon, somehow acquired it and moved it into its nest, using its primordial spirit qi to cultivate. Its nest was located 5 or 6 meters underground, and being the ruler of the island, it had seemed incredibly safe. Even in this era, a primordial spirit tree is an incredibly rare treasure. Xia Yi's heart pounded. This ancient peach tree's value was immeasurable. The Heavenwu could return at any moment, so he resolved to quickly and completely take the peach tree with him. The soil beneath the ancient peach tree was no ordinary earth. It shimmered with 5 colors, brimming with rich primordial spirit essence. It seemed the Heavenwu had put in considerable effort cultivating this peach tree. However, the roots of the peach tree were complex and extensive, stretching over 100 meters. To remove it without damaging the root system would be no small task. It would at least take half a day. But Xia Yi couldn't afford the time. If he stayed too long, the Heavenwu might return, and then he would truly become meat on a chopping block, just like that earlier divine elephant. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He recalled a tool he'd once acquired, the fork and knife for cutting scenery. They could sever actual landscapes and then be used to skewer and move them. Previously, during the emergence of the ancient cave in Yunzhou, Xia Yi had used this fork and knife to relocate that secret realm back into the Yuhua sect. He immediately took out the utensils and stood at a distance, drawing a large circle around the area containing the peach tree. Instantly, the land beneath the ancient peach tree appeared as though sliced with a knife, cleanly separating from the original space, like a photograph being cut. Then, he used the fork to stab into that area and lift it up, just like lifting a piece of cake, successfully removing the entire section from the void. Finally, he placed it into the paper that allowed free comings and goings. Xia Yi intended to shape the world within the paper into an ancient Pure Land. It would be filled with primordial spirit qi, along with all sorts of ancient medicinal herbs, spirit grasses, sacred soils, and spirit fruits, forming a complete primordial ecological chain. In this way, even when returning to the future more than 50,000 years later, he would still be able to simulate the environment of ancient times for cultivation. At the center of the Heavenwu's nest, only a huge circular pit remained, its surface smooth and neat, yet somehow disconcerting. After completely extracting the ancient peach tree, Xia Yi swiftly boarded his nuclear-powered subterranean submarine and left the nest. Once the Heavenwu returned and discovered its treasured peach tree gone, who knew how furious it would become? Not long after, Xia Yi piloted the submarine back to the surface. He hadn't even traveled 100 miles before spotting the Heavenwu returning to its nest. Realizing danger was near, Xia Yi muttered a curse and immediately fled toward the island's outskirts. The Heavenwu had returned, and he needed to escape as soon as possible. If it sensed his presence, he would be doomed to an agonizing death. Soon, from the center of the forested island erupted a deafening roar. Though still dozens of miles away, the piercing sound shattered metal and cracked stone like heavenly thunder, shaking Xia Yi's very blood. This worm scream is louder than that of a young dragon. Could it really have the bloodline of a true dragon? The colossal Heavenwu was enraged. The treasure it had guarded for so long, the ancient peach tree, had vanished without a trace. Worse still, one of its fruits had been on the verge of ripening, key to its own transformation into a dragon. It howled in rage. Its eerie screeches instantly disrupted the forest's former peace, sending countless ferocious beasts into panic, fleeing to escape the wrath of this island's overlord. Its body radiated a dark red brilliance, a limitless malevolent aura surging outward, dispersing even the white clouds in the sky, like a god of destruction poised to annihilate the world. Huge trees hundreds of feet tall toppled in waves. The earth trembled violently. Mountains and forests shook so fiercely that leaves swirled skyward like the apocalypse had arrived. Xia Yi held the sacred lotus lantern and sprinted through the forest. He dared not activate the heaven and earth-devouring spirit shuttle. It would be too conspicuous, easily drawing the Heavenwu's attention. Moreover, the spatial barriers of ancient times were much stronger than those of the future 50,000 years later. With his current cultivation, he lacked the strength for long-distance spatial travel. The Heavenwu, seemingly at the peak of enlightenment, was truly terrifying, unrivaled and unstoppable. No ferocious beast on the entire island could block its path. By now, the sky had already darkened. Thick layers of black clouds loomed over the island. Thunder roared across the heavens, and lightning illuminated the darkness as a violent storm poured down in torrents. Gigantic bolts of lightning surged across the sky while hurricanes raged through the trees, snapping off countless towering trunks. Some trees were uprooted entirely, sent soaring into the pitch-black sky drenched in heavy rain before being shattered into dust by the immense thunder. It was a scene straight from the apocalypse. Endless darkness covered the land, the wind and rain unrelenting. Trees shattered, forests were destroyed, and the ancient monstrous beasts roared without cease, their sounds shaking the heavens. What incredible weather! Xia Yi exclaimed with joy. Now, he wouldn't need to use any item to manipulate the storm. The harsher the conditions, the harder it would be for the Heavenwu to find him. Chaos spread across the island as an innumerable number of beasts stampeded in panic. These creatures were rare and unusual species, some that would already be extinct in more than 50,000 years, such as the dragon horse, the titan-like giant, the three-headed hellhound, and even the golden-winged roc. Xia Yi felt deeply shaken. What kind of island was this? So many monstrous beasts, so many rare ancient species. Was the ancient world truly this perilous? Above the sky, lightning cracked while thunder roared as if it could destroy all things. The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping, and the winds continued to ravage. Several running beasts were swept high into the sky by the gales, disappearing into the clouds without a trace. Xia Yi encountered danger multiple times. Not only did he need to avoid the raging Heavenwu, but also escape the waves of monstrous beasts. Once, he fled into a poison cavern filled with all sorts of venomous insects, colorful spiders, blood mosquitoes, dragon scorpions, and more. Every creature was dangerous. Surrounded by a swarm of venomous bugs, he narrowly escaped being devoured. Only the protection of the sacred lotus lantern had saved his life. The Heavenwu raged through the night, eventually charging deep into the forest, causing another great upheaval. Over these past 2 days, Xia Yi had been both searching for the core formation point of the five elements realm and cultivating his powers. Now that he had acquired the ancient peach tree, the most precious treasure in this world, there was no longer any reason for him to stay. But entering was easy, leaving was difficult. Even the great devil had only reached the outer fringes of this realm before being blocked by ancient restrictions. Only after sacrificing a piece of his lifeblood, casting the blood clone separation spell, and shattering 3 of his personal devilish treasures had he barely escaped with his life. Otherwise, he would have already been destroyed by the unknown formation. To leave, he needed to find the core formation point of this 5 elements grand formation. Only by understanding the mechanisms of the world and locating the array's center could he find a way out. While searching for the formation's core, Xia Yi also absorbed the primordial spirit chi of this world. The gentle, blue-hued energy rippled softly, like a delicate mist drifting through the forest. Xia Yi sat cross-legged inside a mountain cave, his tall, strong frame utterly motionless as he guided waves of primordial spirit chi into his body. Faint golden light traced invisible lines across his body, flowing within him like sweet dew nourishing his flesh and bones, bathing his organs and muscles in radiant treasure essence. He immersed himself in cultivation, drawing more and more spirit chi into himself, which gathered into a soft, hazy glow around him. His entire form emitted a subtle gleam of light. At this moment, he entered a state of heavenly harmony, his eyes closed, his divine sense undeployed, yet the surrounding landscape clearly reflected in his mind. A light, refined aura radiated from his entire being. His 9-turning golden core, already the most powerful kind of golden core, stood at the peak of development with no apparent way forward. Yet now, having been purified and refined through countless streams of primordial spirit chi, the core, originally the size of a dragon's eye, had undergone a strange transformation. The transformation lasted for several days before Xia Yi finally emerged from his retreat. He found his spiritual power fully replenished, his body purified and reborn as if newly formed, granting his physique a massive enhancement. If he had turned to the path of martial cultivation now, he surely would have achieved tremendous success. The miraculous power of primordial spirit chi had refined him from the inside out. After finishing cultivation, he used up all the accumulated lucky draw chances he had saved. Most of the items he pulled were weak and useless. However, a few proved to be excellent. One such item was the super universal vaccine. No matter what illness struck, this vaccine could cure it instantly. This item was a rare causality-based artifact, since the description specifically stated, effective against any illness. Any artifact classified as a causality weapon was impossibly powerful, like the indestructible gloves or the legendary electric blade. With the super universal vaccine, Xia could now be completely fearless of poisons and diseases. Then there was the pond and fishing rod for retrieving lost treasures. When you have something lost, you can use this tool to locate and fish it back. This item seemed rather useless at first glance, but when placed in the right place, it could bring forth unexpectedly brilliant uses. Take, for example, Xia Yi's sacred lotus lantern. Although it was incomplete and lacked its core part, the lotus seed, it was still comparable to a heaven-sundering artifact. Without this treasure, he would have struggled even to take a single step forward in the ancient era. Although Xia Yi currently possessed the sacred lotus lantern, he could only harness a tiny fraction of its true power. It was like picking up a mobile phone without knowing the unlock password. Only the clock and flashlight functions were available. If he wanted to fully use the phone's capabilities, he had to know the password. Likewise, Xia Yi needed to completely refine and fuse with the sacred lotus lantern to unlock its full potential. Only then would he truly become its master, and use the pool and fishing rod to retrieve lost treasures, to fish out the lost lotus seed. As Xia Yi was studying the artifacts, he suddenly sensed a living presence rapidly approaching from outside his cave dwelling. Moments later, he saw a tiny, snowy white creature flying toward him at incredible speed. The creature was about 2 inches in size, looking incredibly mystical. It somewhat resembled a silkworm, with its snow-white body radiating a crystal-clear luster, as if it were delicately carved from the finest jade. Moreover, a small, crystal-clear jade horn grew on its forehead, making it look even more extraordinary, like a miniature dragon. On its jade-like back were gossamer thin wings, flapping so fast they nearly merged with the void, almost invisible to the naked eye. A silkworm-like jade creature like a dragon. This was truly unexpected. The tiny jade silkworm floated outside the cave, cautiously peering at Xia Yi, who was enveloped in primordial spirit chi. Its tiny eyes gleamed with curiosity. Xia Yi pretended not to notice, choosing not to startle it. He continued to quietly absorb the hazy primordial spirit chi, storing it within the paper world. After all, once he left this 5 elements realm, it would be very difficult to absorb such pure primordial spirit chi. It would require a great deal of time for purification and refinement. Besides, the current era was the late ancient period, where primordial spirit chi had already started to transform into the weaker post-heavenly chi, becoming less and less pure. The primordial spirit chi radiated waves of colorful brilliance, diffusing around him, filling this secluded space with divine energy. It was likely what had attracted this dragon-like jade silkworm. The jade silkworm seemed eager to approach, yet was also very timid. Its innocent and adorable eyes carefully observed Xia Yi, unwilling to take a step forward. Only after it was certain that Xia Yi meant no harm did it land cautiously on a nearby rock. The jade horn on its head emitted a soft glow. Even the primordial spirit chi surrounding Xia Yi was being drawn away by that tiny horn, perhaps even half of it. The entire body of the silkworm shone with radiant brilliance. Its appearance was clearly extraordinary, obviously an extremely rare species. Just as Xia Yi was about to step out of the cave dwelling, the jade silkworm, as if startled, darted away at full speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xia Yi smiled, but did not give chase. From then on, the jade silkworm occasionally appeared near the cave, using the mystical power of its horn to share in the primordial spirit chi that Xia Yi gathered through his array formation. Seeing that Xia Yi showed no ill intentions, the silkworm gradually became more courageous. Xia Yi never tried to capture the mysterious jade silkworm, mainly because of its incredible speed, fast enough that even with the 9 heavens 10 lands demon-repelling divine shuttle, he wasn't certain he could catch up to it. Also, if during pursuit he ran into that heavenwoo, it would be a disaster. After stealing the ancient peach tree from it, he felt a bit guilty, as if he were a thief. But the main reason was his fear of such a heaven-sundering beast at the Grand Ascension stage. Nearly a week had passed since he entered this 5 elements world. Xia Yi had already stored a large amount of primordial spirit chi. He had even discovered some primordial spirit stones, of excellent quality, filled with rich energy. At this moment, the jade silkworm, which had been drowsily absorbing the surrounding energy like a drunk man, suddenly woke up in alarm. Its entire body transformed into a streak of silver light and vanished without a trace. Xia Yi also opened his eyes from cultivation, sensing that someone, or something, was approaching. Chapter 148, Tianyan Sect. As Xia Yi had just exited the cave, he saw a divine rainbow piercing through heaven and earth. In an instant, it shot across the forest, locking eyes with him from a distance. It was a young man wearing feathered robes and a star-shaped crown. He was tall and slender, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, with a slight air of menace in his brows. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had clearly sustained serious injuries. In this strange world of the 5 elements formation, He had unexpectedly encountered a cultivator, and one from ancient times at that. Xia Yi immediately grew alert. He hadn't expected someone to find this underwater secret realm so soon. Thinking about it, although the secret realm here at Yellowwang River was quite concealed, it was certainly created by no less than a mighty immortal. It was possible that the young man's sect had some connection with that immortal. Feeling that the youth before him was extremely dangerous, Xia Yi became highly cautious, hiding the lotus lamp. From the northwest of the forest, another white figure swiftly flew over, fast as lightning, arriving in the blink of an eye. This was a graceful and enchanting young woman, wearing light gauze robes that were quite revealing. Her long, fair legs faintly visible beneath the nearly transparent skirt looked truly breathtaking. However, her delicate eyes now carried a hint of terror, which gradually eased only after she rushed over and joined the young man. Roar! From afar, deep within the island, growls from fierce beasts faintly echoed. Judging from the two's battered appearances, they must have encountered some terrifying beast. It probably wasn't the celestial centipede, or else they would have already become its meal. After all, even if that celestial centipede wasn't at the Dachung stage, it must at least have reached the peak of He stage. In terms of ancient cultivation levels, it should have been around the Yuan Ing middle stage. The two exchanged glances and flew here together. I wonder which sect the fellow cultivator here is from. The young man asked, his accent somewhat unusual. However, with the translation mirror, Xia Yi had no trouble understanding his words. He sensed a trace of barely concealed killing intent in the two, but he wasn't frightened. He replied indifferently, Xia Yi, just a solitary cultivator, no sect. Knowing little about this era, he wasn't reckless enough to pull rank, unlike when he first entered the eastern region. Hearing Xia Yi's response, both visibly relaxed and regarded him with a little more disdain, though they didn't show it openly. The Wujimiao realm is an extremely secret domain, known only to the great sects of Immortality Dao on the Divine Continent. That Xia Yi brother managed to reach Wujimiao realm must mean you've obtained a major inheritance. The young man smiled, though there was coldness in his laughter. Together with the alluring woman beside him, they walked toward this cave dwelling, which was quite spacious, dry, and filled with abundant primordial spiritual energy. The two relaxed, treating Xia Yi beside them with obvious indifference. What bad luck. I didn't expect we'd run into a crazed beast the moment we entered the island. Thank goodness for the sect's teleportation talisman, or we wouldn't have survived. The alluring woman complained in dissatisfaction. The number of fierce beasts on this island is really too much. It's almost like the Maelstrom wilderness. Risk and reward are usually proportional. The rare treasures and spiritual materials within this island are certainly extraordinary. At this moment, the young man glanced at Xia Yi and casually said, My junior sister and I will cultivate and recover in this cave for a while. We'd appreciate it, Xia brother, if you could set up a protective formation so these island beasts don't disturb us. His tone allowed no objection, more of a command than a request. Yet Xia Yi showed no anger, nodded slightly, and replied indifferently. All right. Watching Xia Yi disappear, the young man turned to the pretty girl beside him and asked, What do you think, Xin'er? The beautiful woman huffed, Humph. Judging by his appearance, he's not even at the transformational spirit stage yet, and being just a wandering cultivator, he probably just got lucky to enter the Wujimiao realm. Not worth mentioning. The young man sneered slightly at her words. That is true. But his real cultivation level isn't weak. He's just hiding his strength. How could he possibly escape my detection? Even with more hidden power, he can't match either you or me. Let's spare his life for now. He's still of some use to us. Less than a stick of incense time passed when Xia Yi returned and said, Fellow Taoists, I have already laid a concealment formation that will prevent the island beasts from detecting us. The senior and junior sect brothers exchanged glances and nodded in satisfaction. The seductive beauty smiled alluringly, radiating an indescribable charm as she said sweetly, Thank you so much, Xia brother. My name is Li Qiuxue, and this is my senior brother Wu Chengfeng. We're disciples of the Tianyin sect in the Divine Continent. So, the two of you are outstanding prodigies of the Tianyin sect from the Divine Continent. My apologies, I hadn't heard of it before. Honored to make your acquaintance. Although Xia Yi had never heard of the Tianyin sect or what Divine Continent referred to, he politely raised his hands in greeting, giving the pair his fullest respect. I wonder what gains you've made since entering this formation world, Xia brother? The woman named Li Qiuxue asked seemingly offhandedly. Xia Yi snorted inwardly, though he did not show it. Instead, he took out several spirit fruits and said, As soon as I entered this secret realm, I was teleported to this island. The primordial spiritual energy here is much more abundant than outside, allowing the growth of many precious spirit fruits and medicinal herbs. Saying so, he produced some of the spirit fruits he had previously gathered. Immediately, the cave dwelling was filled with radiant multicolored light, along with a strong surge of primordial spiritual energy. One item was a 4-leaf ginseng grass, vividly colorful, exuding an unusual fragrance, shaped like a mushroom, approximately 1 chi in size, with the main ginseng in the center and a leaf on each side. There were also 3 medicinal plants, each around 4 or 5 cun long, single-stemmed with 9 ears each, entirely emerald green, as if carved from jade. Then there were 7 golden fruits, crystal clear and luminous, exuding a delightful fragrance that intoxicated the senses. 4-leaf ginseng grass, black silk gold edge mushroom, 7-star blossom, and blood jade gold ginseng. The senior and junior disciples' breath quickened slightly. These spirit fruits and medicinal herbs were extremely rare even in the outside world, growing only at rare sites of primordial spiritual veins. Such treasures would be invaluable for refining cultivators. Even as disciples of a supreme sect, acquiring such primordial spiritual items wasn't easy. They exchanged glances, and greed flickered momentarily in their eyes. However, they did not attempt to snatch the items, for this was still deep within the secret realm, full of hidden dangers. Provoking certain ferocious beasts here could be disastrous. At this moment, Wu Chengfeng coughed lightly and spoke first. Brother Xia must possess extraordinary fortune, otherwise you wouldn't have entered the infinite secret realm. Why not allow my junior sister and I to recommend you for recruitment into our Tianyan sect? Do you know? The Tianyan sect is one of the 9 immortal sects of the divine continent, and we have late-stage regressing void experts as guardians. He wore a proud expression. Indeed, the Tianyan sect was truly among the top sects of the divine continent. Though it had never produced an immortal, it had birthed several powerful cultivators at the peak of the regressing void stage. Tianyan sect is such a great sect on the divine continent. Could I really join it? Xia pretended to be overjoyed, although he perfectly understood what ulterior motives the two harbored. It was obvious. They had only set their sights on his treasures from the secret realm. Rest assured, my junior sister and I are core disciples of Tianyan sect, and we have many elders supporting us. Xia could directly enter as an inner sect disciple, and if you reach the transformational spirit stage in the future, it would be quite possible to become a core disciple. Wu Qingfeng casually threw out a tempting prospect. Chapter 149, The Celestial Immortal. Really? Xia looked extremely excited, then pulled out a pile of spirit fruits and medicinal herbs, saying, "These were obtained by me from this island. I would like to offer them to the two of you. These are things that Xia brother worked hard to obtain. How could my senior and junior sister possibly accept them?" Wu Qingfeng seemed to be refusing, but his eyes already betrayed an uncontrollable greed. After some insincere back and forth, the two disciples of Tianyan sect finally accepted the spirit fruits. Might I ask what exactly is the origin of the Stone Forest's secret realm in the Huanglang River? Xia didn't know much about the Stone Forest's secret realm. This secret realm is called the Boundless Secret Realm. Legend has it that it was created over 30,000 years ago by a celestial immortal from Shenzhou whose power had reached the peak. Its opening time isn't fixed. Sometimes it opens once in over 1,000 years, sometimes every 100 years. However, once it opens, it brings infinite opportunities. Wu Qingfeng explained. A celestial immortal? Xia was stunned. From these words, did it mean immortals were also ranked in levels? A celestial immortal transcends the 5-element cycle. This is a being even more powerful than a terrestrial immortal. In all of Shenzhou throughout tens of thousands of years, such an existence might not appear even once. Wu Qingfeng's expression turned to one of admiration and envy. Xia himself was equally shocked, never having imagined there was an even higher level beyond immortals. After all, since the end of ancient times, primordial spiritual energy had transformed into postnatal spiritual energy, and since then no one had ascended to immortality, not to mention the legendary celestial immortals. Li Qiushue smiled enchantingly and said, "The time when this celestial immortal created the secret realm is far too ancient. Back then, the Tianyan sect hadn't even been established yet. It's difficult to explain fully at once. You will come to understand gradually in the future." At this moment, a ripple of life energy came from the distant forest. Li Qiushue and Wu Chengfeng were both cultivators who had formed their yuan shans, with incredibly powerful divine consciousness, instantly sensing it. A silkworm, as if sculpted from jade, appeared with faint halos of light swirling around it. Its eyes blinked constantly while hiding behind a green leaf, curiously peering at the group. Li Qiushue covered her cherry lips and let out a startled exclamation. "Senior brother, could this be the legendary Jubian divine silkworm?" She was visibly shocked, and even her tall, shapely chest rose and fell visibly, drawing distracted gazes. Wu Chengfeng also exclaimed in amazement. "We've long heard that this celestial immortal's secret realm is unfathomably mysterious, but we never expected such a rare spiritual creature to appear in just one ordinary formation world. Junior sister, since you possess the extraordinary treasure of golden wings and are incredibly fast in flight, see if you can capture it." Li Qiushue stood up and completely suppressed her coquettish demeanor, her face turning solemn as she drew out a golden feather, about 3 chi long, resembling a sword. Its surface shimmered with radiant energy that seemed to fuse with the void itself. It was clearly an immensely powerful precious artifact. The golden wings junior sister possesses were refined from the feather of a fishu, stage golden-winged rock, and later transformed by the sect elders. This is a rare treasure of flight. It might actually capture this Jubian divine silkworm alive. Wu Qingfeng's face was filled with enthusiasm. Li Qiushue gave a soft shout and fully fused herself with the golden feather, turning into a streak of golden light that shot toward the distance. Whoosh! However, the Jubian divine silkworm was extremely nimble. As soon as it sensed danger, in an instant, it fled like lightning and was gone in the blink of an eye. I had noticed this jade silkworm earlier. Could it really be some special breed? Xia asked curiously. The Jubian divine silkworm is a rare species under heaven and earth, rarely seen even throughout Shenzhou. Legend says its silk can be woven into garments that withstand heavenly tribulations. Many Fenshiu level experts would go mad over it. Wu Chengfeng sounded quite excited. Heavenly tribulation, the greatest terror for every cultivator. Since ancient times, countless Fenshiu level experts had perished beneath them. Only an extremely small number of extraordinary talents had managed to survive all heavenly tribulations, becoming immortals. Half a sensor stick later, Li Qiuxue returned looking displeased. Wu Chengfeng turned around and said, "The reason my senior and junior sister entered the boundless secret realm is to seek our fortunes. We'll accompany Xia brother to the Tianyan Palace once we exit the secret realm. Would Xia brother be willing to travel with us?" Both of them were powerhouse cultivators at the nascent soul stage, their cultivation levels even higher than the old demons. Although Xia Yi possessed the precious lotus lamp, disciples from great sects like this were the most annoying adversaries. After all, who could know what sort of life-saving treasures they might carry? Most critically, there was still an enraged celestial centipede on the island. If they started a large battle that attracted it, Xia Yi would be in real trouble. So for now, he could only agree outwardly, even managing to show a pleased expression. Very well, then you should collect more Shantan spirit fruits. There are many ferocious beasts on this island. The road ahead likely won't be peaceful. These Shantan spirit fruits here are extremely effective at restoring blood vitality and spiritual power. Looking at Xia Yi's distant figure, Li Qiushue's expression immediately turned cold. Senior brother, perhaps we should just kill this wandering cultivator. It would prevent any unexpected troubles. Wu Qingfeng seemed slightly tempted, but eventually shook his head. This unknown wandering cultivator still has some use. After all, this world formed from the Grand Formation is full of dangers and numerous ferocious beasts. When things become difficult, he could serve as cannon fodder to cover our retreat. Senior brother indeed thinks ahead. Following this, both Li Qiushue and Wu Changfeng let out cold laughs. They both seemed rather eager about exploring the secret realm. After all, they weren't the only ones who knew about the boundless secret realm's opening. Certain major sects from Xinzhou also knew about the celestial immortals' secret realm. They needed to act before the main forces arrived, trying their best to secure control over the secret realm's resources. Thus, once Xia Yi returned, the three set off together. This island was vast, comparable to a small continent. As they ventured deeper into it, the ancient trees they encountered grew larger and larger. Some trees even had diameters of 100 meters, their canopies blocking out the sun. Thick vines stretched for dozens of miles, while now and then, ferocious beasts and venomous insects made appearances. This place was truly full of perils. Along the way, the three had already seen numerous rare ferocious beasts and strange creatures, their fur, scales, and flesh possessing great value. Some species even long extinct in Xinzhou. Unfortunately, they were all too powerful. Many had cultivation levels reaching the Fengxiu stage, and the trio did their utmost to avoid confrontation. While advancing, Xia Yi spotted traces left by the celestial centipede. Along the path were fragments of its crimson scales. Wherever it passed, towering trees were snapped in two, and many ferocious beasts and strange creatures lay dead. It seemed the loss of the peach tree had enraged the celestial centipede beyond measure. Seeing this, Wu Changfeng and Li Qiushue's expressions grew solemn. With their strength, if they encountered the celestial centipede, they would surely end up as its meal. There was no doubt about that. I heard from the palace's supreme elder that 10,000 years ago, a Fengxiu stage elder once entered this world and discovered a Shinten peach tree. That tree had already reached the level of a celestial tree, something even sacred lands would covet and go mad for. Wu Changfeng suddenly remarked. Li Qiushue's beautiful eyes twinkled. Xia brother, if you can help us find that Shinten peach tree, my senior brother and I can directly recommend you to become a true disciple of Tianyan Palace, holding a status equal to ours. That would be most appreciated. Thank you both, senior brothers and senior sister. Xia Yi pretended to be ecstatic, his spirits lifted, and he proceeded forward to scout. Still clever, senior brother. Having such a cannon fodder in front makes exploration much easier. Watching Xia Yi a short distance ahead diligently searching, Li Qiushue sneered. The deeper they walked, the more intense and chilling the aura of malevolence they felt. This was definitely a bad omen, meaning nearby, terrifying ferocious beasts were present. By dusk, the three found a 1,000-meter-high cliff ahead. On it was a cave, relatively dry inside, free of venomous insects and ants, suitable for temporary shelter. The sun quickly set, and darkness rapidly enveloped the land. On this island teeming with savage beasts, the night was far more dangerous than daytime. Taking refuge in the cave was a wise choice. As darkness covered the earth, many ferocious beasts and venomous insects roamed the forests, their roaring echoing ceaselessly. In the latter half of the night, a massive roar split the heavens. The entire mountain range seemed to tremble from the sound. Suddenly, a fierce gale surged forth, mingled with waves of bloodthirsty and malevolent energy. Wu Changfeng and Li Qiushue's expressions shifted. They exchanged glances, then each pulled out a brush and rode in the air. Soon, golden patterns emerged, fading shortly after into the void. This was an extremely profound concealment formation, capable of preventing detection. That beast's roar, shaking heaven and earth, had been terrifying, over 100 times louder than thunder, rivaling a true dragon's enraged cry. The shockwave had formed waves of sound, snapping smaller trees at their trunks. Far away in the mountains, a colossal creature, shrouded in a faint dark glow, was roaring into the sky. However, it was too far away to make out its entire form. Faintly, though, one could see that it was as tall as a small mountain. Grara, the mountain-sized beast roared as it advanced through the forest, and even within the cave, they could feel tremors from afar. What a formidable aura it possessed. It wasn't the celestial centipede from before, yet its terror was no different. Countless beasts and insects fled before the aura it exuded, causing chaos across the region. At that moment, Xia acted. The mighty roar filled the entire world, the resulting shockwaves violently rippling through the air. Xia summoned his top-grade Dao artifact, the Longyuan sword, fierce and swift. In an instant, it pierced through Li Qiushue's chest from behind, and blood sprayed violently. After severely injuring Li Qiushue, Xia didn't stay. He immediately threw a talisman, an item refined at the refinement void stage. Instantly, a surge of metal chi erupted, shooting forth a powerful golden ray of light. Wu Qingfeng had been repairing the concealment formation and, with his attention drawn outside by that terrifying beast, failed to detect it immediately. By the time he realized, it was already too late. Caught off guard, and unable to summon his Fabao in time, he only heard a scream before his left leg was pierced by the golden light, leaving only half remaining as blood gushed out continuously. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, every movement executed precisely and decisively. Li Qiushue had been struck directly in a vital spot, her heart pierced. Wu Qingfeng, with slightly higher cultivation, had sharper spiritual awareness. His nascent soul stage intuition allowed him to barely evade the killing strike, losing only his left leg. Though their combat power might not match that of the previously encountered Mu Shao King, disciples from major sects were the most troublesome due to their wide array of techniques. Therefore, Xia had been waiting for the perfect opportunity. Fortunately, persistence paid off. The senior and junior Shishumoi had their minds preoccupied with that terrifying beast. Moreover, they had underestimated Xia all along, believing him merely a wandering cultivator who would feel grateful for the chance to enter Tianyan Palace and thus serve them wholeheartedly. In addition, Xia had acted with utmost reverence and kept his posture low, causing them to lower their guard. Li Qiushue's scream was completely drowned out by deafening thunder, but she didn't die immediately. After all, her nascent soul had already formed. Despite the severe damage to her physical body, as long as her nascent soul remained intact, she could still exert over 60% of her strength. At this moment, her face twisted in pain as she let out an enraged roar, summoning one of her most treasured artifacts, preparing to fight back desperately. Meanwhile, Wu Qingfeng, having lost a leg, was also filled with fury. He drew forth an extremely sharp ancient bronze sword and launched an attack at Xia. Filled with regret and rage, both realized too late they had gravely underestimated the lowly wandering cultivator who dared to kill true disciples of Tianyan Palace, a move utterly illogical and inexplicable. Unless, of course, he was hiding something valuable. At this thought, Wu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, greed flashing across them. Noticing Wu Qingfeng's realization, Xia sneered coldly. I must say, I'm truly grateful for the concealment formation you two carefully painted. Without it, I wouldn't dare to make my move. Then, he summoned the sacred lotus lamp, igniting a blazing inferno. The closest target, Li Qiushue, let out a piercing scream as her entire body caught fire. Her nascent soul immediately fled the burning body. To her shock, she realized even her soul was ablaze. Soon, both Li Qiushue's physical form and her nascent soul were utterly consumed. With Li Qiushue dealt with, only Wu Qingfeng remained. His right leg was only partially severed, so his combat strength remained largely unaffected. Wu Qingfeng was a true disciple of Tianyan Palace in Xinzhou, a once-in-a-generation genius who had reached the nascent soul stage in less than a century. The ancient sword in his hand was an extremely powerful flying weapon, very old, discovered once within an ancient tomb. What kind of artifact is this? Wu Qingfeng couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of flame could burn even a nascent soul? It was simply terrifying. The kind that kills you. Xia snorted coldly and blew again on the sacred lotus lamp in his hand. Chapter 150, 9 Transformations Divine Silkworm. Unexpectedly, Wu Qingfeng was not burned to death by the flame from the magical lotus lamp. An ancient talisman appeared in front of him, radiating infinite green light and enveloping him. The raging flames roared, and the green light shield emitted a cracking sound, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. Yet it was remarkably resilient, and would likely hold out for a while. Wu Qingfeng let out a breath of relief. This talisman was something he had discovered inside an ancient tomb, and was suspected to have been refined by a supreme expert at the Leifenscheid stage. It was one of his secret trump cards. He pulled out a jade vial made of sheep fat, and poured out a pill, swallowing it immediately. Instantly, his bleeding leg stopped bleeding and his injury stabilized. Then, chanting an incantation, he executed the supreme sword formula, casting his ancient bronze sword forward with resolute determination. The sword beam tore through the void like an unstoppable slash of light, becoming the only presence in the world. Xia did not dare to slack off. He quickly summoned the lotus lamp with full power to defend himself, because this sword strike was simply too sharp. Even a crocodile dragon's strong, tough physical body might not be able to withstand it. At the same time, Wu Qingfeng chanted the incantation again and summoned forth another object. It looked like a small pill, about the size of a longan, and an immense oppressive aura surged out from it. Xia sensed a tremendous danger from the bead. The lotus lamp in his hand flickered rapidly, as if giving a warning. The bead swayed in the wind, emitting a crimson light, and at that moment Xia thought of the earth-destroying bomb he had extracted before. Without any hesitation, he instantly bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of refined blood. Immediately, brilliant rays of 7-colored radiance rained down, enveloping his entire body. The bead, no bigger than a longan, emitted a strange red glow, before a blazing light completely engulfed the entire mountain. a vast and terrifying aura erupted outward. The entire area seemed like a roaring sea of power, churning violently with endless energy and surging waves. Although protected by the lotus lamp, Xiaoyi was still struck by the terrifying light. It sent him hurtling from the mountain all the way hundreds of meters away. His internal energy churned violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the defensive power of the lotus lamp was rare in the world. Xiaoyi only suffered minor injuries. He climbed out from a deep pit. Meanwhile, Wu Qingfeng had also been blown aside by the massive shockwave. His whole body was covered in blood, his hair disheveled, and not a trace of the former grandeur of a true disciple of the Tiandian sect could be seen. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi raised his right hand, and a large white scroll appeared. Instantly, a gigantic crocodile beast emerged. Letting out a furious roar, it swung its massive tail. With a gong sound, it slammed into the body of Wu Qingfeng, a true disciple of the Tiandian palace, driving him deep underground, crushed into a pulp of flesh. Then, an energy body the size of an infant appeared hovering in midair, radiating dazzling, blinding light. It was Wu Chengfeng's Yuanshun. Just as Xiaoyi was about to subdue it, he suddenly felt an enormous danger, his expression instantly changing. This feeling was even more intense than when Wu Qingfeng had unleashed the bead. He watched as the Yuanshun suddenly became almost transparent, radiating incomparably dazzling light. Sensing an extreme danger, Xiaoyi desperately retreated backward, holding tightly to the lotus lamp, moving like a bolt of lightning. A terrifying power erupted from within. Boom! Bonsuija Kerpar de Nonglang Bodong, Yun Sen Kailath, Zhou Wei de Limu Bei Chongji de Daofu Yi Dafeng, Sha Yi de Sojongbao Lan Dong Fa Chu de Chi Tai Gongzhao, Zai Nagu, Nonglang Minchan, Trujia Huachunga, Yi Dao Dao, Jingying de Sui Pan, Zui Ho, Xiao Shibujian. Zhu Shun Dao Fei Le Chuchir, Yilu Shang, Buzhi Dao, Zhang Dan Le Can Tangu Su, Tai Sai Luo Zai Di. Call Sangulan Chi Shu de Yansun, Yakai Kropalaba. Sha Yi Mochir Zhi Jiao de Shan Shit. Zhong Di Shang, Zheng Jia Jug Zola Chilat. Jira Mun Pot de Tansai Dizu. Jiu Shu Nan Durfup. Beijing Zhile Ren Tansheng, Yongyo Da Chi Yen. Yo Jug Ju Do Chiu. Niung, Yabudri Dao, Tamen, Yo Dosak, Di Pai. Ujiao Hao Da Shi Lang Shu Chi de Sub Di. Zusun, Fengir Kangmubi. Dansu Shi Yashir Bei Jar de Chi Hun Basu. Sola, Bu Qing de Song. Soi Bu Deng Sha Yi So Hua. Ben Liu Jinglek, Zhernoi Shu Jit, Lao Shang Chirlet. Beijing Shenzai de Zhernoi Shu Jieli. Shantan Ling Chi Chongyu. Dao Chu Shi Ling Ging Yao. Shurgad Lao Shang Shu Xing de Sungdi. Shan Ya Dri Shang Gangmong Shan Yao. Busag Sanshir, Jingran Ronghualet. Lu Tang Sha Jun Jun, Garuda Yan Jiang. Sha Yi Sao Zoa Tao Shi Le Yi Huer. Ranho Fei Le Guochir. Janshi Wu Ching Feng Shirloaded, Na Ba Qing Tong Gu Jan. Jerker Shi Yi Ba Bao Bang. Yo Shen Chi de Pinjur, Fei Tong Shin Chang. Kershi Wu Chengfeng, Zhe Jiahou, Jingran Zheng Yunsin Zubala. Zhenshi, Kershia. Sha Yi, Tanla Yi Kao Cheat. Ta Yoji Jan Daojir. Kuyi Zhang Rendaji, Yi Dongwa de Xingshi Bofang Chula. As a genius disciple of the divine continent, Wu Qingfeng undoubtedly possessed deep understanding of this era. His memories would surely be of immense value to Xiaoyi. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the island from deep within. Fierce gusts of wind blew violently, making the trees sway, and an extremely thick aura of killing intent surged forth. Rain poured down in torrents while the ground trembled as though an earthquake had struck. Roar. A tremendous roar suppressed even the lightning from the heavens, the shockwave of sound making the surrounding mountains tremble. A centipede appeared, comparable to a true dragon in might, its terrifying face marked by a pair of giant emerald eyes the size of lanterns, radiating cold and murderous glints. Its sharp teeth gleamed like brilliant swords. A savage killing aura enveloped its body, leaving no doubt that it had torn countless lives apart before. The self-destruction of Wu Chengfeng's Yuanshun had caught its attention. Then it detected Xiaoyi's presence and instantly became furious. As the giant centipede approached, the ground shook violently. Countless ferocious beasts and venomous insects fled in panic, creating a dense, crawling, horrifying sight. The centipede was drawing closer. Xiaoyi's expression changed drastically. Its piercing emerald eyes had already locked onto him through the dense forest. Crash. The centipede's numerous sharp legs crushed vast swaths of ancient trees, generating an overwhelming spectacle. With his current strength, even with the lotus lamp in hand, Xiaoyi stood no chance against this beast, which appeared to be at the peak of the nascent integration stage. Without hesitation, he activated the 9 heavens and 10 directions demon-slaughtering shuttle and fled at high speed, vanishing into the distance as a streak of cyan light. Roar. The giant centipede let out a roar like that of a dragon, sending explosive waves of sound outward. Although it couldn't fly, its ground speed was surprisingly fast, seemingly employing some kind of extraordinary tsu. Boom boom boom. Despite its massive size, resembling a dragon in scale, the centipede was incredibly agile, moving at an astonishing speed without any clumsiness. In the blink of an eye, it nearly caught up. What? Could this centipede actually possess the legendary Wood Elemental Densu? How else can its speed be this fast? Watching the giant centipede gradually catching up from behind, Xiaoyi's face changed repeatedly. He guided the 9 heavens and 10 directions demon-slaughtering shuttle upward, reasoning the beast appeared flightless. After ascending 1,000 meters, the shuttle began to feel intense pressure. The upper atmosphere seemed governed by a strange rule, as though it were filled with mercury, making rapid flight nearly impossible. No wonder there aren't many fierce aerial beasts on this island. Looking down at the terrifying centipede below, Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and channeled all his strength into the shuttle, desperately trying to ascend higher. But the higher he climbed, the greater the resistance became. Even with the power of a magical treasure like the demon-slaughtering shuttle, escape from this force remained impossible. Upon seeing Xiaoyi fleeing upward, the centipede roared in fury, opened its mouth, and shot forth a black beam of light. Luckily, Xiaoyi dodged in time. Seeing the beast preparing to release another dark beam from below, he had no choice but to push the demon-slaughtering shuttle forward again. However, continuing evasive maneuvers wasn't sustainable. The space in this world was extremely stable. Even the 9 heavens and 10 directions demon-slaughtering shuttle lacked the power to maintain long-distance spatial teleportation. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared. Xiaoyi was shocked to find a jade-like silkworm not far away, its soft eyes brimming with fear. Yet, it had arrived atop the centipede. Xiaoyi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This 9 transformations divine silkworm, which had previously drawn in his innate spiritual energy, had actually appeared here, seemingly wanting to save him. It had 9 delicate, translucent wings like cicada wings. Its flight speed was incredibly fast, so fast that even the centipede could not match it. The 9 transformations divine silkworm shot out a cyan beam of light resembling a jade needle, which plunged straight into the centipede's eye. Roar! Instantly enraged, the centipede turned its hideous, terrifying head toward the radiant silkworm and lunged toward it with a furious scream. Xiaoyi stopped fleeing. Instead, he hovered above on the demon-slaughtering shuttle, observing the scene below. The 9 transformations divine silkworm was far too innocent. It had come to repay Xiaoyi just because it had previously stolen a bit of his innate spiritual energy. If it were to perish in the mouth of the centipede, Xiaoyi would never forgive himself. The air around the silkworm's wings rippled like water waves, moving with the speed of lightning. Through the endless primeval forest, it flashed like a streak of lightning moving at near light speed. Even though the centipede possessed some kind of divine innate ability and could move extremely fast on land, it still struggled to keep up. The 9 transformations divine silkworm was truly extraordinary. Glowing in a kaleidoscope of radiant colors, its speed truly beyond expectation. No wonder Li Qiushua had returned empty-handed despite wielding the wings of the golden-winged Great Peng. Only now did Xiaoyi feel reassured. Without looking back, he piloted the demon-slaughtering shuttle away, confident that even as powerful as the centipede was, it could never catch the silkworm. Chapter 151, The Seamless Nascent Soul. Xiaoyi piloted the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-slaying divine shuttle for nearly 500 to 600 miles before finally coming to a stop. He retrieved the shuttle with difficulty, climbed onto a towering ancient tree, and used the lotus lantern to conceal his presence, striving to leave behind not even a trace of his spiritual aura, then found a safe cave to meditate and recover his energy. Mainly, Wu Qingfeng's soul explosion had still inflicted significant damage, followed by his desperate escape. When Xiaoyi fully recovered, it was already noon the next day. The heavy rain from yesterday had long ceased, and scorching sunlight now filtered through the dense canopy above. Stepping out of the cave, he saw lush spiritual trees all around. Not far away, a ferocious beast resembling a saber-toothed tiger glared fiercely at him. In the nearby swamp, a 100-meter-long venomous serpent coiled and slithered through the water. Even farther off, within a river, several enormous crocodile-like beasts drifted between the surface and the depths, seemingly lying in ambush for prey. This place is actually quite peaceful, Xiaoyi mused. Though the deadly insects and beasts before him were fierce, they were like gentle babes compared to those heaven Wugong. Surviving this near-death experience had been thanks entirely to the 9-change spirit silkworm. Reflecting on yesterday's events, Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel a lingering chill. Originally, he had prepared for the worst scenario, abandoning the peach tree of immortality, after all, since life was more important. Unexpectedly, the 9-change spirit silkworm had stepped in at the critical moment. Well then, even though this place harbors ferocious beasts no weaker than crocodile dragons, it's still a holy land for cultivation. I shall temporarily hide here and lay low. After being pursued by the Heaven Wugong, Xiaoyi had initially planned to immediately locate the array core of this grand formation world, but through communication with Wu Qingfeng, he learned that many great cultivation sects from the outside divine lands of Shenzhou had sent their most promising disciples into the Wuji secret realm for trials. These young geniuses, whether in terms of physical constitution or innate talents, were at the pinnacle of existence. Essentially, they possessed celestial bodies. Compared to them, the rare and powerful spirit roots of future eras were practically insignificant. It would be extremely dangerous to step outside rashly now and run into them. Xiaoyi would rather deal with those fearsome beasts than face these outstanding prodigies, especially those from ancient times. They carried too much fortune and hidden trump cards. Even with a supreme treasure like the lotus lamp, one could still fail unexpectedly. Why does this region have a purer concentration of wood chi than the wood realm in the 5 elements formation? Thin threads of green light flowed through his body with each breath he took. His flesh, organs, and bones seemed imbued with endless vitality. As time passed, pure wood chi from all directions began to slowly gather here. The surrounding area had already become visibly saturated with greenish spiritual energy, forming a misty green aura that enveloped him. Xia was surrounded by a soft glow of pale green, filled with boundless vigor. He could clearly sense countless thin green threads flowing gently through his body like a stream, washing through his flesh and soul alike. He became oblivious to the passage of time, completely immersing himself within nature. His body and mind felt as if they had merged entirely with this vibrant ancient forest, entering once again a unique state of union between heaven and humanity. Within the wood realm of the five elements formation, he had absorbed substantial amounts of wood essence, including even the quintessence of pure Mu left behind by the Mu Shao King. Yet the wood chi here was quite different. It wasn't particularly abundant, but rather resembled a refined essence from living plants, exuding a deeper essence with greater vitality. This grand formation world is truly extraordinary. It's quite different from the ancient worlds of the outside realm. Xia couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the heavenly immortals were, far beyond ordinary immortal cultivators. In his eyes, even earth immortals who had passed the 9 heavenly tribulations were already mighty beings with formidable supernatural powers, let alone the heavenly immortals beyond the immortal rank. Vaguely, the 9-change spirit silkworm sneaked over. The little creature especially enjoyed this ethereal, misty spiritual aura, its translucent body radiating colorful glows as it shared together with Xia the hard-earned blessings of the plant essence. Xia was long accustomed to the small jade silkworm's behavior. He had no intention of disturbing the adorable creature and was more than willing to share the gathered plant essence. After all, it was this little one who had diverted the heaven-moving-'s attention in a critical moment and saved his life. Previously, Xia had thoughts of taming it, but that was now impossible. He would never stoop to such treachery. As the sun set in the west, Xia awoke from his cultivation. This stone pillar world was truly unique. The wood chi here was immensely beneficial to his 9-turn golden elixir, nourishing his spirit like celestial dew, steadily strengthening his spiritual awareness. At this moment, he felt as if at any instant, he could shatter his golden elixir and form an infant soul. However, he had no confidence in achieving a flawless nascent soul, so he continued refining his foundation. This time, the 9-change spirit silkworm did not leave at the slightest sign of danger as it had before. Instead, its body was hidden behind a green leaf, its blinking eyes watching Xia. Xia couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. He sensed that the 9-change spirit silkworm had grown less wary of him, so he took a rare shilo from the paper world, washed it in a clear spring, and gently tossed it over. The 9-change spirit silkworm remained cautious. Its crystal-clear wings remained ready to flutter and flee at any moment. However, upon seeing that what approached was merely a golden fruit the size of a lychee, it ceased flapping its wings. Still, this fruit held little temptation for it. After a few bites, it lost interest. Xia assumed it didn't suit the creature's taste, so he threw over several other rare lingua. Yet each time, the 9-change spirit silkworm only took a few nibbles, showing no real enthusiasm for the rare delicacies. Of course, being born from the natural essence of this world, it wasn't surprising it looked down on such ordinary fruits. Xia, however, had an idea. He pulled out a small porcelain cup filled with glistening liquid, as transparent as jade marrow, its fragrance so intense it could almost make one faint. It was the monkey wine obtained from the hidden cave at Xinkong Mountain. Over the years, only a tiny amount remained. Usually, he hadn't the heart to drink it. Sure enough, as soon as Xia produced the small cup, the usually indifferent 9-change spirit silkworm was immediately captivated, revealing an expression of curiosity. It had never encountered anything like this in this island world. Circling around the golden-colored monkey wine in the jade cup, the spirit silkworm curiously took a small taste. Instantly, its face lit up with delight, as though a new world had just opened before it. Soon, the entire cup of monkey wine was completely devoured. Its originally jade-green body flushed with a hint of red, and its small head felt slightly dizzy. Drunk and enchanted, it swayed through the air, nearly losing control of its direction before finally fluttering away unsteadily. Over the following days, Xia either refined his 9-turn golden elixir using Shen Tinling Sheet or searched this island world for rare opportunities, such as cultivating rare Shenling Tree and transplanting them into his paper world. In his spare time, he also reforged his 12 formless golden demons. Within the 5 elements world, he had obtained abundant Gengjin Zhiqi and large quantities of Shifang Ti Jingjing. These metals, extremely rare in the era of 50,000 to 60,000 years into the future, were perfect for refining the 12 formless golden demons. He had high hopes for these demons. They could become treasures to defend his sect. After sending the drunken 9-change spirit silkworm off, Xia wandered the island in search of the formation nodes, carefully avoiding the terrifying ferocious beasts. Suddenly, as he passed by a pile of snow-white bones, he unexpectedly noticed a crimson crystal hidden within, about the size of an adult's thumb, glittering like a ruby. Since entering the island, this was the first time he had seen such an object. Holding the red crystal in his palm, Xia clearly sensed a pure current of blood energy contained within. He was somewhat surprised. Could this be something akin to a Yaodan? Yaodan was a golden core formed by the Yaojuo. In the future, some 50,000 to 60,000 years ahead, it was a common occurrence for nearly every Yaoju member to form one. But this was the ancient era. The cultivation system of this era did not include the golden core stage. The 3 great stages before becoming immortal were Qi refinement, spirit transformation, and void reversal. Each major stage was further divided into 5 smaller stages: early, middle, late, peak, and perfect. This crimson gemstone bore a striking resemblance to the Yaodan of the future. Could it be that the Yaoju has evolved? Xia Yi murmured to himself. He hesitated briefly, then attempted to refine the red gemstone in his hand. Immediately, a surge of extremely pure energy flowed into his body. After about a quarter of an hour, the gemstone in Xia Yi's hand suddenly emitted a sharp crack. Once crystal clear, it now appeared dull and lifeless, riddled with many cracks. As the last bit of blood energy was absorbed by Xia Yi, the gemstone disintegrated into dust and vanished. The blood essence contained within this crimson gemstone had enormous benefits for refining both body and soul. Most importantly, Xia Yi sensed that his golden core itself had undergone some kind of change. Why was he reluctant to shatter the golden core and form a nascent soul? Because his 9-turn golden core had been formed in the distant future, 50,000 to 60,000 years ahead, and was essentially cultivated from Houten Junshi. Although he had used the time-space exchanger to travel back to the ancient era and refine the golden core with Shin Tenling Sheet, he couldn't change the fact that the 9-turn golden core itself was formed from acquired Wing Sheet. If he rashly shattered the golden core to form a nascent soul, flaws would inevitably appear, making it impossible to achieve a perfectly flawless nascent soul. However, after absorbing this ruby-like demon core, he noticed some changes occurring within his 9-turn golden core. The acquired spirit energy within it was gradually being replaced by this crimson energy. And this crimson energy was none other than the refined essence of Alsog in this world, absorbed and transformed from innate spirit energy. If I can obtain enough of these red crystals, wouldn't my 9-turn golden core be able to transform into an innate golden core? Xia Yi felt a surge of excitement. The problem that had troubled him for so long finally had a solution. In the following days, Xia Yi reduced his search for innate spirit plants and instead focused on finding these red gemstones. Roar! A roar suddenly erupted from a forest in the distance, mixed with the furious growls of other Yalso. At first, Xia Yi didn't pay much attention. Such occurrences were extremely common in this primitive world. The law of survival of the fittest applied in every world without exception. But soon after, waves of piercing shrieks followed, and the ground in that nearby area began to tremble, as if a large-scale battle was taking place among mighty Yalso. Now intrigued, Xia Yi grasped the treasure lotus lamp, concealed his form, and moved forward to investigate. When he arrived at the location, the battle among the Yalshoi was already nearing its end. Corpses of fierce beasts lay scattered across the ground, blood soaked the earth, and a thick stench of gore filled the air. A thick serpent over 1,000 meters long had been cut in half, its green blood spilling out. A crimson tiger had been torn into pieces, its death scene horrifyingly gruesome. A swarm of 5-colored spiders had turned into charred remains, seemingly burned by some powerful flame, emitting a foul stench. Such large-scale battles between venomous insects and fierce beasts were rare on this island. At least, this was the first time Xia Yi had seen such a sight in recent days. Especially within the territory of the Heavenly Centipede, where the number of Yalso and venomous creatures wasn't large. If any overly powerful Yalso appeared, the Heavenly Centipede, being the ruler of the land, wouldn't allow them to coexist, thus making such large-scale Yalso battles extremely rare. All around were pools of multicolored blood and countless corpses of vicious beasts and venomous insects, gruesome to behold. After examining for a while, Xia Yi noticed that they seemed to have slaughtered each other over a cave, as many Yalsho and venomous insects had died right at the cave entrance. Xia Yi stepped closer for a better look. This cave was originally a sealed ancient cavern, seemingly ordinary with no distinguishing features, yet for unknown reasons, it had triggered such a deadly massacre among the Yalso and venomous creatures. The final victor of this fierce battle between venomous insects and Yalso was a 6-eyed golden toad. Its body was enormous, about 10 zhang tall, with 6 eyes growing on its forehead, emerald green and deep as pools, exuding boundless malevolence. Gua! The 6-eyed golden toad suddenly let out a loud cry, its voice piercing and thunderous, echoing across the sky and shattering even the clouds overhead. That it had survived among so many powerful Yalso alone proved its terrifying strength. Its long tongue flicked out, sweeping away the massive stone blocking the cave entrance as it prepared to leap inside. But suddenly, it seemed to sense something and turned its gaze toward where Xia Yi was hiding. Its 6 eyes, larger than lanterns, gleamed with eerie light, and a dense, tangible aura of bloodlust and ferocity surged outward. Instantly, pressure settled upon Xia Yi's body. Yet he also noticed a terrifying wound across the 6-eyed golden toad's abdomen. These Yalso and venomous creatures were by no means weak opponents. During the fight, the toad had suffered severe injuries. One huge gash ran from beneath its head all the way to its chest and belly, exposing gleaming white bones, blood flowing everywhere. Gua! Without hesitation, the 6-eyed golden toad released a thunderous cry and then leaped violently in this direction, surging with demonic energy. But the moment it landed, its body slightly trembled again, and more blood flowed from its belly wound. Xia Yi relaxed. He now realized the 6-eyed golden toad had been seriously injured in the previous battle and had greatly diminished strength. When the toad opened its blood-filled maw and extended its long tongue to lash toward him, Xia Yi didn't dodge. Instead, he blew gently on the treasure lotus lamp. Instantly, a fierce flame shot forth. As the toad's tongue touched the flame, it flinched in alarm and instantly retracted its tongue. Xia Yi continued to channel power into the treasure lotus lamp, and roaring flames erupted, scorching the very void and warping the air. Though the 6-eyed golden toad was powerful, it was still no match for the heavenly centipede, not to mention it was severely injured. Soon enough, it was reduced to a charred corpse by the flames of the treasure lotus lamp. Only a single demon core, the size of a longan fruit and resembling a ruby, remained, unscathed by the flames. Earlier, among the pile of Yalsug corpses, Xia had managed to find only 2 other red gemstone demon cores. Looking at the blood-stained ground dyed in a mixture of colorful blood and the corpses of fierce beasts, Xia held the treasure lotus lamp and curiously stepped forward. He wanted to see what was inside the cave that had driven so many Yalshog to fight so intensely. The cave was extremely spacious and dry, large enough to hold a palace. Even a crocodile dragon could easily enter. Suddenly, Xia stopped in his tracks because what appeared before his eyes was a massive white skeleton emitting a suffocating and dense aura of malevolence. Cautiously walking closer, Xia saw that this gigantic skeleton resembled a mountain of bones. It must have belonged to a demon beast at the heavenly centipede level, likely possessing cultivation at the Grand Ascension stage. A faint crimson glow flickered faintly deep inside the cave. As Xia approached, he realized it was a red gemstone the size of a fist. Its radiant luster was impossible to conceal even within the dim cave. No wonder it's the Yaodon left behind by a demon beast at the Grand Ascension stage. Xia felt astonished. Compared to this, the Yaodon of the six-eyed golden toad was like comparing heaven to earth. The Yaodon exuded intense energy fluctuations, and wisps of visible blood-colored mist swirled around it, clearly indicating how vast and potent the blood energy within was. Now Xia finally understood why the fierce Yaosug had slaughtered each other without regard for their own lives. It must have been because the Yaodon's powerful blood energy had seeped out after the giant stone at the cave entrance had cracked. After placing this extraordinary Yaodon into his paper world, Xia quickly returned to his previous dwelling cave. An hour later, fierce roars once again echoed from that cave location. It seemed many more Yaoshog had been drawn to the lingering blood aura left by the Yaodon. Among them was a dragon horse, nearly 3 meters tall, with a fiery red glow shimmering across its body as it exuded an aura of terrifying power, rivaling the six-eyed golden toad before it. This one surely also possessed the Yaodon within. The corpses of dead Yaosho and venomous insects became food for the newcomers until darkness gradually settled, bringing a return to silence, though the area now hosted many more Yalso carcasses. When the moon reached the center of the sky, Xia sealed the cave entrance with a concealment formation before entering his paper world. The fist-sized Yaodan floated midair. Xia activated the Yuhua Feishing Jing, channeling its unique method to absorb the innate energy within the Yaodan. Crimson energy surged like a living force, continuously rushing into Xia Yi's golden core. The large Yaodan began shrinking slowly, pouring its pure and immense innate essence into Xia Yi's golden core. Radiant scarlet light spread like water ripples through the paper world, finally converging towards Xia Yi's 9-turn golden core. By the time dawn arrived, the ancient Yaodan had already shrunk to less than half its original size. By noon the next day, it had become the size of a dove's egg, transforming into a crystal-clear, translucent pearl. Only at this moment did Xia Yi's 9-turn golden core, originally golden in hue, turn crimson gold. He opened his eyes, gold light flickering within them. Crack. At this moment, a fissure appeared across the crimson golden core. Crack, crack, crack. Gradually, more and more cracks formed upon the crimson golden core as boundless brilliance erupted from its surface. Soon, a ball of pure radiant energy appeared at the former location of the golden core, and it immediately soared upward, reaching the purple mansion position. At this moment, an immaculate Yuan Ing was born. Chapter 153, The Time Machine. Tianyang City was a famous metropolis in the Divine Land. Although not as vast as the cities of later eras, its walls were scarred with axe marks and sword holes, covered in ancient marks that radiated a heavy historical aura, adding a sense of bleakness. The tall walls stretched wide and magnificently, like a celestial palace fallen from the heavens, simple yet grand. The moat surrounding the city was dozens of meters wide and unfathomably deep. The water was murky and turbulent, and upon closer inspection, strange fish resembling crocodiles could be seen swimming within. Just see how different this immortal city is compared to the era 50,000 years later. Looking toward the massive city ahead, Xia descended from the air, ready to enter. After crossing the drawbridge and passing through the moat, he smoothly entered the city. Though guards were present at the city gate, inspections were not very strict. These guards all had powerful, energetic bodies, their physical strength in no way inferior to the whooshing of later eras. Upon entering the city, bustling crowds came into view. The streets were packed with moving carriages and throngs of people, lined with shops on both sides. Cries of vendors rose in a constant chorus. The Shantiango from a 10,000-year-old tree, containing the essence of heaven and earth, capable of strengthening the physical body and empowering the unshin. A 1,000-year-old dragon loach, a powerful medicinal item capable of extending life and enhancing vitality. Freshly cooked, fragrant, and delicious. Huishuechishin, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. Xia weaved through the crowd, eyes dazzled by what he saw. He noticed many cultivators walking proudly, causing the commoners to immediately avoid them, afraid even to look directly. Some cultivators even killed ordinary citizens over trivial matters right in the streets. The nearby civilians immediately knelt down, trembling in fear, dreading any misfortune befalling themselves. A law enforcement team, similar to constables, quickly arrived at the scene. They bowed and showed great respect to the cultivator involved, displaying absolutely no intention to punish him. Instead, they urged their subordinates to quickly remove the corpse. In this era, cultivators reigned supreme, while commoners were as helpless as cattle and sheep awaiting slaughter. If this is the case, the Great Xia Empire has truly made remarkable contributions. Xia Yi sighed with emotion. Such a scene was unimaginable in later times. In ancient times, the human race had not yet fully flourished. It wasn't until the Middle Ancient era that primordial spiritual energy completely transformed into postnatal spiritual energy. At that time, cultivators declined, and spiritual practitioners gradually came to the forefront. Due to their growing population and martial cultivation, humanity began to flourish. Spiritual cultivators could no longer openly kill ordinary people without restraint. Dong! A sudden bell chime echoed across the entire Tianyang city, prompting many cultivators to start heading toward the city center. Dear sir, this is my first visit to Tianyang. May I ask what the meaning of this bell is? Xia Yi stopped and addressed a cultivator. This cultivator hadn't yet formed Anshin and was initially somewhat impatient. However, upon sensing Xia Yi's powerful aura, his heart trembled, and he quickly replied with deep respect. The ringing of the bell indicates that the annual auction hosted by the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion of the Divine Land is about to begin. Each auction features rare and precious treasures. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Cultivator. Xia Yi nodded in understanding and followed the group of cultivators toward the heart of Tianyang City. Standing in the city center was a massive palace floating in midair, seemingly built by immortals, immensely tall and grand, like a mountain. It was extremely luxurious, glowing with an azure light, entirely forged from rare spiritual metals, shimmering with dreamlike colors. Upon entering, one realized that the interior was vastly spacious, containing its own hidden realm. Excuse me, entry into the auction requires 100 Jingsue. No sooner had Xia Yi stepped in than he was stopped by a young girl. He soon learned that Jingsue was also a type of spiritual stone. Spiritual stones were essentially precious minerals or jade-like substances capable of absorbing ambient spiritual essence, appearing like amber, filled with abundant spiritual energy. However, the spiritual stones of later times contained only postnatal spiritual energy. Jingsue, however, contained primordial spiritual energy. They were not comparable. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion has a special place to exchange treasures for Jingsue. If you have anything valuable, you may trade it in. The girl spoke softly, her voice pleasant to the ear, like the clinking of pearls. Thank you. Xia Yi actually had plenty of treasures on hand, especially after the incident in the Stone Forest Array, where he obtained countless elemental treasures. He soon approached the counter and took out a ruby-like crystal radiating thick blood energy. The steward took it, somewhat surprised. This is a blood crystal from a late nascent soul beast. He sniffed it again and continued. Moreover, it's not from an ordinary beast. It must be at least an exceptional subspecies. May I ask how many Jingsue this beast's blood crystal can be exchanged for? Xia Yi asked curiously. He also silently speculated that this era probably had no concept of the Golden Core cultivation stage yet. It was very possible that human cultivators later modeling the Golden Core realm was actually based on beast cultivation techniques. The steward of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion paused and thought. A maximum of 3,000 Jingsue, not a single piece more. 3,005. Xia Yi instinctively raised the price. 3,001 Jingsue. After a round of bargaining, the final price for the beast's blood crystal settled at 3,300 Jingsue. Fellow Taoist, do you happen to have any other treasures to exchange? The steward asked. There are still some other treasures here. Xia Yi took out a flower, shimmering with colorful light, equally beautiful, another miraculous herb from the island continent. In addition, there were also Shintenlingua, Yaosog Xijing, and Wuxingbo, all emitting a dazzling rainbow glow. These were items he had obtained within the Tianyuan secret realm, and he had gathered quite a lot of them. Rather than keeping them, it was better to exchange them for some Jingsue. After all, Jingsue contained primordial spiritual energy and was considered hard currency in any era. The steward was also taken aback. He had never seen such a variety of Jingsue before. After calculation, the total value came to 30,000 Jingsue. It was quite a substantial sum. Here are the 30,000 Jingsue. Please count them, fellow Taoist. As he spoke, the steward brought over a pile of stone-like materials. Clearly, these were raw spirit stones, not yet processed. Xia Yi waved his hand, and a pale yellow stone from the pile flew into his palm. Though small, it was quite heavy. He emitted a faint spiritual pressure and shaved off most of the outer shell with a few quick movements, revealing a core that looked like amber, with mist-like energy and rosy light flowing inside. However, the interior of this spirit stone was filled with impurities, with only 1/3 being pure and crystalline. Xia Yi felt somewhat disappointed. The purity was not as high as he had hoped. According to the spirit stone evaluation methods of later generations, the core amber portion of this stone is almost comparable to high-grade Shintenling Shi. Good, Xia Yi nodded. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was a long-standing force. Even 50 to 60,000 years into the future, it was thriving, with several branches even in the northern regions. Its creditworthiness was unquestionable. Any cultivator who trades in treasures valued at no less than 30,000 Jingsue will receive a VIP card from the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Seeing Xia Yi's considerable wealth, the steward became even more respectful and handed him a VIP card. Soon after, the steward led Xia Yi upstairs to a private room. Inside, there was tea and spirit fruits placed on the table, rare delicacies seldom seen. Two beautiful young women stood nearby, attending to him. Through the window of this room, one could see a grand square below. The vast plaza was packed with countless seats, filled with people waiting for the auctioneers from the 10,000 treasure pavilion to present the treasures one by one, before determining suitable prices for purchase. He saw many powerful and high-level figures below. Suddenly, Xiaoyi noticed several warriors dressed in animal skins and was surprised. He murmured to himself, those should be warriors from some ancient tribe. These few warriors bore mysterious rune-like markings on their bodies, clearly belonging to a large tribe. They were led by attendants into a private VIP suite. In addition, he was even more surprised to see 3 elderly monks, their skin wrinkled, yet their bodies radiating golden light. Clearly, they were holy and enlightened masters. In the future, Buddhism would also be an extremely powerful force. The vast western regions were the stronghold of the Buddhist sect. Previously, when the seal on the Great Stone Wall in the northern region was damaged, causing waves of ferocious beasts, Ling Su sect had planned to relocate entirely. However, this proposal was rejected due to the presence of Buddhism in the western regions, which were close to the northern region. Never did he expect that in this ancient era, Xiaoyi would get to witness truly enlightened monks. Dong! A melodious and deep bell sounded again, instantly silencing the entire auction hall. This signaled the beginning of the auction ceremony. At the very front, there stood a golden table glowing brilliantly, exuding dazzling radiance, entirely made from rare immortal metal, stunning and magnificent. An elder with nascent soul cultivation level ascended the table. After a slight cough, he announced the official commencement of the auction. Numerous young women stood on either side. They were charming and elegant, their cultivation levels comparable to those of golden core experts of later generations. Their delicate figures were draped in sheer pink veils, their beauty exquisite as they stood ready to present the auction treasures. Now, we welcome the first item for auction, the elder announced loudly. Several warriors, comparable to Wuxing-level experts of later generations, carried a jade casket as they ascended the stage. Inside the casket lay a piece of spirit metal, 3 feet long, gleaming radiantly, its sharp Gingjin Shishi surging forth. This is a piece of starlight metal, brimming with dense Gingjin Shishi, an ideal material for forging flying swords. The starting bid is 1,000 Jingsue, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100 Jingsue. Xiaoyi was not particularly interested in this. In the 5 elements realm within the Wujin secret realm, he had obtained many spirit metals imbued with Gingjin Shihi, some of which were even more valuable than the starlight metal before him. 1,001 Jingsue, 1,003 Jingsue. Although Xiaoyi wasn't particularly impressed, for other cultivators who hadn't entered the 5 elements world, this starlight metal was extremely rare. Before long, the bidding had risen to 1,800 Jingsue. Finally, it was purchased by a powerful cultivator for 2,100 Jingsue. The second item up for auction turned out to be a piece of armor with decent defensive capabilities. Immediately, many people expressed interest in buying it. In the end, it was acquired by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from below for nearly 3,000 Jingsue. Such treasures could also be purchased in later eras, and even with more exquisite craftsmanship. Therefore, there was no need to spend Jingsue on them. It would be a loss not worth the cost. If one was going to buy something, it should be something unavailable in later generations. The next dozens of auctioned items were all rare treasures seldom seen. Some flying swords, some magical robes, some spirit herbs, or even cauldrons. Among them was a precious longevity pill capable of extending one's lifespan by a full sexagenary cycle. This longevity pill surprisingly sold for over 8,000 Jingsue, nearly 10,000. Xiaoyi had also bid a few times previously, purchasing various cultivation techniques, some advanced, others more basic. Though these techniques couldn't be cultivated in later eras, they could still serve as references. A cultivation record left behind by an existence who has passed through the second heavenly tribulation, with a starting bid of 6,000 Jingsue. The elderly man with white hair announced loudly. 6,000 Jingsue. Xiaoyi's interest was piqued. A cultivator who had passed through heavenly tribulations was called a loose immortal, an existence of incomparable might, truly an ultimate powerhouse in any era. Previously, in Yunzhou, the owner of an ancient cave mansion had also survived multiple heavenly tribulations. The withered branch he left behind was already a rarity unmatched in ancient and modern times. If it had fully matured, even immortals might have envied it. Now, Xiaoyi was not short of rare treasures and spirit herbs. He had gathered many Xingao and even the ancient peach tree was an extraordinary treasure rarely seen in existence. Even a Baju like the Heavenwu regarded it as supreme treasure, unless they were genuine Shanyao or Shenguo. Certainly, treasures of this caliber were extremely rare even in ancient times and absolutely wouldn't be put up for auction. 7,000 Jingsue. Just then, another voice came from a different VIP room. Xiaoyi looked toward the VIP room that shouted 7,000 Jingsue. Inside sat a young man dressed in purple robes, dignified and handsome, as if sensing Xiaoyi's gaze. He turned around instantly, and a slight sneer appeared on his face. Xiaoyi knew that those who could sit in the VIP rooms were powerful cultivators or people of great status, such as disciples of great sects, or even holy lands, or officials from the Delhi Empire. 7,000 Jingsue was no small sum. From the previous exchange, he roughly understood the purchasing power of Jingsue in this era. Even an established nascent soul expert would likely need to sell off all his possessions to raise that much. Yet the young man in purple didn't even blink, clearly a true person of immense wealth. But Xia Yi wasn't the type to back down either. He raised his hand. 7,500. 8,000 Jingsue. The purple-robed youth didn't flinch, calmly quoting a price with complete composure. Xia Yi knew that besides himself, there were over 100 VIP guests at this auction, hidden masters and experts everywhere. However, this loose Immortal's notes were still very important to him and could offer great help. After all, he had already reached the peak of 3 cultivation realms, with an extremely strong foundation. As long as he didn't perish, there was still a great chance he could pass the heavenly tribulation and become an immortal. Right now, he had already created a small, ancient ecosystem. It might not be impossible to rediscover the ancient methods. He raised his bid again. 8,500 Jingsue. 9,000. The purple-robed youth's voice remained calm, showing no fluctuation. 9,500. Xia Yi licked his lips. 11,000 Jingsue. The purple-robed youth suddenly raised the price significantly, seemingly trying to quickly win the auction. 12,000. Xia Yi continued shouting. 15,000. That young man in purple didn't leave Xia Yi the slightest chance, naming an astronomical figure. Xia Yi was a bit taken aback. This was nearly half of his entire fortune, and for only a set of cultivation notes. He decided to abandon this auction. Senior, that young man in purple is a true disciple of the Heaven Sword Pavilion. The yellow-robed girl beside Xia Yi saw his loss, and, knowing he must feel displeased, hurriedly stepped forward to explain. So he's a disciple of the Heaven Sword Pavilion. Xia Yi suddenly recalled that old Taoist who had taken his crimson gold koi fish. That Taoist was a peak master from the Heaven Sword Pavilion, wanting to accept Xia Yi as a true disciple. It seemed the Heaven Sword Pavilion was truly immensely wealthy. Even an ordinary true disciple carried such a fortune. If not for Xia Yi belonging to a different era, joining the Heaven Sword Pavilion might really have been a good choice. On the central auction platform, the old man from the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion continued. Next, we shall auction off an ancient artifact. The auction hall fell into complete silence, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. 7 or 8 martial artists walked forward. Their martial cultivation was not weak, but at this moment they were drenched in sweat and panting. Together, they carried a damaged object, only over a meter tall, plain and unadorned, unremarkable at first glance, somewhat resembling a palanquin. The white-haired elder from the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion stepped forward and personally received it, placing the palanquin-like object in the highest position to display it to everyone present at the auction. This object is clearly broken, already damaged, and there is no spiritual essence inside, the elder explained. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The side of the great cauldron was completely missing. Strictly speaking, this was only half of a bronze cauldron. What's the point of auctioning off a piece of junk? Someone asked, puzzled, speaking out loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not garbage. It is a piece of ancient relic, the elder replied solemnly. An ancient relic? What kind of ancient relic is it exactly? The white-haired elder explained. This object was discovered by someone within a mysterious ancient tomb. According to estimation by a Fanshiu level expert, it is at least 10,000 years old. There are countless ancient relics in this world. Not everything gets more valuable just because it is ancient. You have to look at its unique qualities, remarked a cultivator at the transformation stage. This is no ordinary object. Its material is special. Our lord of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion once said this could be a supreme treasure. It bears imprints of space and time, nothing trivial. Even if it was once a shin sheet, now that it's shattered beyond use, what real value does it have? A cultivator responded. This is... Xia Yi's eyes widened, his heart pounding violently, his blood surging throughout his body. Because he recognized exactly what this palanquin-like object was. It was a clearly damaged time machine. Xia Yi's breathing quickened. He had gone through countless hardships and uncountable dangers to come to this ancient era full of peril and powerful experts. Why? To cultivate a flawless nascent soul, and to uncover the mystery of Doraemon. He never imagined that he might encounter something connected to Doraemon in this era. The last time he encountered such a treasure was the copying mirror from the Shantian Sect. I wonder whether Doraemon even exists in this era. Probably not, otherwise he would have met me by now, Xia Yi pondered inwardly. About transmigration, and about the 100 treasures satchel system, there were too many mysteries in his heart. The more he learned, the denser the fog became. He was immersed within it, unable to distinguish directions, feeling utterly lost. Among the countless treasures possessed by Doraemon, the time machine was certainly one of the top 10. Even if this time machine was damaged beyond repair and no longer functional, Xia Yi would do everything he could to obtain it through this auction. Perhaps within it lay some clue regarding Doraemon. Or perhaps he might one day obtain a healing elixir to restore it. 15,000 Jingsue. This damaged palanquin belongs to this humble Taoist. Xia Yi spoke first. By all means, this broken time machine could not be allowed to slip through his fingers. He would pay any price to obtain it. 18,000 Jingsue. Indeed, from a nearby VIP room came a voice directly competing with Xia Yi. 20,000 Jingsue. Xia Yi shouted familiar the number and simultaneously glanced over, determined to find out who was competing with him for this object. Normally speaking, this was merely a damaged artifact, not made of any shan metal, with no spiritual resonance inside. There was no need for others to waste so much Jingsue on a useless item. Unless someone was immensely wealthy and indifferent to spending 20 or 30,000 Jingsue, simply purchasing it for collection. After all, it was still an ancient artifact, with a history of 10,000 years, an extraordinary object indeed. The one competing with him was a middle-aged man wearing purple and gold Taoist robes, with a star-adorned crown on his head. Sensing Xia Yi's gaze, he waved his hand, instantly causing a hazy mist to rise within his VIP room, shielding it from spiritual perception. 25,000 Jingsue. Just as Xia Yi was about to call that number, another VIP room suddenly called out the same price. The person within that room radiated heavy demonic energy. An old man dressed in black robes, eyes flashing with piercing light, stared at the damaged palanquin, his eyebrows twitching slightly as if trying to determine its worth. Who are these two? Xia Yi extended his right hand, a cinnabar red spirit fruit appearing in his palm, the very one obtained from the Grand Formation world, and handed it to the green-robed girl beside him. The girl's expression changed with surprise. Such Shantan spirit fruits were extremely rare, but she quickly regained her composure and accepted it. The middle-aged man in the purple and gold robes is actually an elder from the Luoyan sect. As for the old man in the black robes, he is a Fanshu, level wandering cultivator from the demonic path. 28,000 Jingsue. At this moment, the purple-robed youth, the true disciple of the Heaven Sword Pavilion, spoke up. He obviously had no idea what the object on the auction platform truly was, but with his deep background and immense wealth, he was ready to buy it and present it to his master. 30,000 Jingsue. Xia Yi's heart was slightly uneasy at this point. He didn't have an ample amount of Jingsue on him. 30,000 Jingsue seemed like a huge sum, but in comparison to the wealth of the aristocrats from the Divine Land, it was practically nothing, as clearly demonstrated by the purple-robed youth from the Heaven Sword Pavilion, who didn't even flinch when spending more than double the usual price for a handbook written by a late-stage cultivator. 31,000 Jingsue. The middle-aged man wearing the purple-gold Taoist robe and star-adorned crown finally called out his bid from his private VIP chamber. 33,000 Jingsue. Just then, another dark horse emerged suddenly. This time, the bid came from the VIP room next to Xia Yi's. As the bidding rose higher and higher, Xia Yi was nearly overwhelmed by the urge to directly summon the 9 heavens and 10 earths soul-cleansing divine shuttle and just snatch the time machine away, but he had to suppress this restless desire. However, the 10,000 treasure pavilion was unfathomably powerful. It strictly forbade any violence inside the auction hall. Not only late-stage Vanshi cultivators, even immortal experts who had survived heavenly tribulations would think twice before acting recklessly here. After all, the 10,000 treasure pavilion was an enormous institution that had stood the test of time for over 60,000 years. The one who bid 33,000 Jingsue was an old man. His skin was withered, his bones protruding, but his eyes were brimming with sinister energy, each eye containing multiple pupils, resembling insect compound eyes, packed tightly together. At first glance, one would get goosebumps. It was probably an extremely powerful demonic cultivation ability. At this moment, he straightened his body, stared straight at the half of the bronze cauldron, shook his head, then nodded, then shook it again. This old fellow looks extremely suspicious. Who could he be? Xia Yi muttered softly to himself. He is a cultivation sect heretic, but his origins are unclear. There are rumors that he came from the islands in the Eastern Sea. The green-robed girl quickly whispered back. 35,000 Jingsue. Xia Yi immediately raised the bid without hesitation. There was no turning back now. A slight pause would reveal his hesitation, allowing others to sense his position, and then the price would climb even higher. Numerous cultivators in the audience began murmuring among themselves. They never expected a single damaged ancient relic to reach a bid of 35,000 Jingsue. Such a situation was quite rare in the auction history of Tianyang City. Could it really be a shard from an ancient Shen sheet? I'd say quite likely, otherwise the powerful elders from those VIP chambers wouldn't be competing like this. Pity we are mere wandering cultivators without sects to back us up, and our Jingsue are scarce. We can't even compete anymore. 38,000 Jingsue. The mysterious Xie suspected to be from the Eastern Sea, made another move. 40,000 Jingsue. Xia Yi continued bidding, clearly determined to win at all costs. 45,000 Jingsue. Almost as soon as Xia Yi finished speaking, the purple-robed youth from the Heaven Sword Pavilion raised the bid again, increasing it directly by 5,000 Jingsue. He too appeared to be resolute, making Xia Yi unsure of his true resources. 50,000 Jingsue. Xia Yi gritted his teeth. Well, the price had just jumped 5,000, an astronomical amount, something almost unfathomable. Indeed, as Xia Yi and the purple-robed youth each raised their bids by 10,000 Jingsue, the other cultivators bidding were immediately shocked into silence. The old man wrapped in black coarse robes gave Xia Yi a meaningful glance, hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head, conceding defeat. The middle-aged man in the purple-gold robes also thought 50,000 Jingsue was simply too high a price and withdrew his bid. But the mysterious Xie suspected of coming from the Eastern Sea still added 51,000 Jingsue. 55,000 Jingsue. The Heaven Sword Pavilion representative remained calm outwardly, announcing a sky-high price. Though calm on the surface, internally he was quite nervous. It was all he had. 60,000. Xia Yi's face turned grim, but eventually he slowly uttered the final 2 words. Senior Master. You. Even the green-robed girl was startled this time, because she knew Xia Yi only had 30,000 Jingsue on him. Don't panic. I still have many heavenly rare treasures on me. I can definitely gather enough to make up the 60,000 Jingsue. Chapter 154, Micro Black Hole. Already 60,000 essence stones. The cultivators in the audience gasped in astonishment. No one had expected that an unknown, damaged treasure could be sold for such an astronomical price. In the past 10 years of Tianyang City, such a high price was extremely rare. Seeing Xia Yi's bid of 60,000 essence stones, the young man from Tianjin Pavilion, dressed in purple robes, was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but eventually shook his head and seemed to hesitate before giving up the auction. Phew, Xia Yi couldn't help but release a breath of relief. He knew that all the cultivators here were aiming for the space-time imprint displayed on the artifact, hoping to gain insights into space-time cultivation. But they also knew the chances of achieving that were extremely slim. Otherwise, Wanbao Tower would never have put it up for auction. 60,000 essence stones. Measured in value, it was already far beyond that of this incomplete treasure. Continuing the bid was simply not worth it. Before long, a group of warriors brought the over 1-meter-high broken time machine to Xia Yi's private room. Leading the group was a beautiful woman wearing radiant robes, who possessed the cultivation realm of mid-stage transformation. Xia Yi was also surprised. He hadn't expected that the Wanbao Tower's foundation was so deep that even a cultivator of transformation stage could casually be sent over. Greetings, senior cultivator. May I ask your name? The beautiful woman greeted as she entered. The woman introduced herself. I am one of the administrators of the Wanbao Tower's branch here in Tianyang City, Yenji. Ah, so you are Fairy Yenji. I only have 30,000 essence stones here. However, Xia Yi changed tone suddenly. I do have some other small items. Perhaps Fairy Yenji can appraise them and tell me their worth in essence stones. After speaking, he waved his hand, sending forth a golden cloud that buzzed. Looking closely, it consisted of countless golden bees, spirit bees formed from metal chi. These spirit bees were extremely fierce. Their tails could shoot out razor-sharp golden needles capable of piercing the protective treasures of cultivators, against which ordinary treasures were virtually defenseless. One spirit bee, striking when least expected, could kill a golden core monarch. If these golden needles struck flesh, they would immediately bore into the body, releasing toxins that paralyzed the physical body and rendered one's spiritual energy useless. Of course, these bees were obtained by Xia Yi from the 5 elements formation world within the boundless secret realm, and here there were nearly 100 of them. Golden spirit bees. Fairy Yenji, one of Wanbao Tower's top experts, naturally possessed the ability to recognize rare treasures. She identified the magical creatures immediately. One golden spirit bee wasn't much, but over 100 of them? Their value was staggering. Fairy Yenji, tell me, how much essence stone would these golden spirit bees be worth? Xia Yi asked calmly. Yenji quickly recovered from her shock. After a brief silence, she answered, golden spirit bees are quite rare to come by. These hundreds of spirit bees are worth 20,000 essence stones. 20,000 essence stones, huh? Xia Yi nodded, saying nothing further. The price was fairly reasonable. Although the golden spirit bees were precious, raising them required a large amount of metal chi. Had it not been for the vast quantities of metal chi he obtained in the 5 elements formation world, he wouldn't even be able to afford keeping so many golden spirit bees. Still 1,000 essence stones short, Xia Yi decided to take out some of his Hingyu, like the Tungsha and Shuyu, to sell. Looking at the living creatures before her, Fairy Yenji was shocked. Since she became a manager at Wanbao Tower, she had never seen so many 5-element spirit creatures in one place. You can set a price for these, Xia Yi said, calmly sipping tea. Tungsha and Shuyu are both rare spirit creatures, only found deep in some of the most dangerous 5-element deathlands, Yenji said solemnly. Altogether, 5,000 essence stones. Senior, this is a fair price. Other than Wanbao Tower, no other faction could offer this much essence. Should you have anything else of value, we'd love to trade here. All right, Xia Yi agreed. Indeed, the price was quite fair. Fairy Yenji felt a touch of pleasant surprise as well. This was a significant deal. She handed over a storage sack, inside of which were piles of primordial spirit stones like small mountains. Xia Yi accepted the sack, then casually put away the broken time machine as if it was nothing special. Yenji hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to ask. Normally I wouldn't inquire, but I can't help myself. Are you telling me this incomplete artifact is truly some sort of great treasure? Ha ha ha. Xia Yi laughed loudly. This humble Taoist excels in spatial cultivation. Naturally, I find it hard to resist artifacts containing spatial laws. I see. Fairy Yenji smiled lightly, then took her leave. The auction in front continued unabated, but Xia Yi had long since stopped paying attention. His full attention was now focused on the broken time machine. System, can you identify this machine? Xia Yi called silently to the system within his mind. This is a time machine, though not an original one. It was reconstructed using materials from the cultivation world. The emotionless voice of the system echoed within Xia Yi's mind. Is it Doraemon? Xia Yi couldn't help but ask eagerly. The system fell silent, offering no reply. Slightly disappointed, Xia Yi could only return to the future to seek answers. Meanwhile, the auction was still ongoing. Now, we will auction the final item. A rare, purified spirit herb that can be called peerless, capable of adding 100 years to one's lifespan. The elderly man personally walked down from the platform, carrying a pure white jade box. The jade box was no more than a foot tall, tightly sealed with a lid perfectly fitted. This Shanten herb capable of extending lifespan by 100 years is even effective for experts at the Fenshid stage. It's extremely valuable and rare. The auction hall instantly erupted into a clamor. Many cultivators became excited, as this was the ultimate goal they had come for, to obtain this lifespan extending Shanten herb. Of course, the vast majority were only watching. After all, A herb that could add 100 years of life was destined to be sold for an astronomical price, likely ending up in the hands of the great sects of the Immortal Tao. The elderly auctioneer opened the white jade box, Chu the Shantan herb. Although it had been sealed with divine formations by the Wanbao Tower experts, a faint fragrance still drifted out, refreshing the senses and invigorating the spirit. It was a vivid green ginseng root, its stem sparkling with crystalline luster, shaped like a lively little dragon, a dragon-shaped ginseng. This ginseng exudes golden sap. It's the legendary Jung immortality pill, with an efficacy of 30,000 years. Extending lifespan by 100 years is nothing for it. The starting price is set at 50,000 essence stones. Hiss! The cultivators in the hall all sucked in a breath. This Shinten herb was indeed a world-class rarity, and everyone had heard of the famous Jing immortality pill. However, setting the starting price at 50,000 essence stones already hinted that the final price would be outrageous. After a brief silence, cultivators began shouting high bids. 55,000 essence stones. 60,000 essence stones. 65,000 essence stones. The elders and peak masters from the great sects of the Immortal Tao all jumped in. Most of them were late-stage Washan powerhouses, whose age and dwindling lifespan made such a herb incredibly tempting. No matter the cost, they had to obtain it. Leaders of powerful tribes also joined the auction. They were martial cultivators whose combat strength rivaled late-stage Washan cultivators. Although martial cultivators wielded tremendous battle power, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch or severing rivers with a finger, their lifespans paled in comparison to cultivators, making them even more desperate for extended years. 80,000 essence stones. At this price, the entire auction hall fell silent, stunned. The bid came from a tribal chief who roared it out with a heaven-devouring aura, directly raising the price to 80,000 essence stones. Xiaoyi looked in that direction and saw the chief's masculine aura overflowing from his private room, radiating like a blazing sun, making Xiaoyi's spiritual sense slightly ache. In this era, martial cultivators were in no way inferior to cultivators. 80,000 essence stones. Even ordinary Jade treasures wouldn't reach this price. Even the elders of great sects in the hall changed expressions. Facing such a wealthy martial cultivator, even the great Immortal Tao sects felt helpless. After all, these tribes resided deep in the mountains, possessing countless local products, such as spirit herbs, spirit fruits, Yao beast blood crystals, essence, ore, and more. Calling them nouveau riches would not be an exaggeration. In his private room, the tribal leader let out a cold snort, as if those weren't 80,000 essence stones, but merely 80,000 taels of gold. Towering in stature, with an awe-inspiring aura, he clearly stood at the peak of martial cultivation. 85,000 essence stones. A wandering cultivator from the Donghao also stood up to bid. 100,000 essence stones. The tribal leader from the private room calmly placed his bid. This audacity instantly silenced the entire hall. The Donghao wandering cultivator sat down as well. Although the Donghao teemed with ling cheat and treasures, 100,000 essence stones was still an astronomical sum. One bid jumped 15,000 essence stones. Such financial power, as if they were merely bidding gold and silver. All the cultivators were stunned, whispering amongst themselves. 100,000 essence stones in one go. This tribe must be huge, definitely no minor tribe. Look at the totem carved on his body. It must be the Zhenyan tribe. The Zhenyan tribe is one of the 5 great tribes of Sinzhou, ruling countless wumi of land, with over 100,000 warriors in their ranks. Even the great Immortal Tao sects would not dare provoke them. No wonder they treat essence stones like dirt. It's the chief of the Zhenyan tribe. When the crowd deduced the martial cultivator's identity, their fear deepened. Although martial cultivators couldn't match cultivators in lifespan, their combat strength was not inferior by any means. As one of the great tribes, the Zhenyan tribe had few equals in all of Shenzhou. 55,000 essence stones, quoted an elder from the Dain sect. As an established Immortal Tao sect of Shenzhou, they had no fear of the Zhenyan tribe and thus acted decisively. 60,000 essence stones. The leader of the Zhenyan tribe responded in a calm tone. 65,000 essence stones. The Dain elder continued raising the bid. His remaining years were few, and he desperately desired the Zhenlong immortality herb. 70,000 essence stones. The Zhenyan leader spoke again, though this time his tone lacked the earlier decisiveness, clearly nearing his limit. At this moment, elders from other sects no longer made bids. 70,000 essence stones was already an astronomical sum even for an Immortal Tao sect elder. 80,000 essence stones. The Dain elder gritted his teeth and raised the bid by 10,000 essence stones at once. The Zhenyan leader hesitated slightly, but his voice remained firm. 90,000 essence stones. The Dain elder remained silent for a long time. In the end, he sighed. Though he was a powerful elder of the Dain sect, holding a revered position, his opponent was the chief of the Zhenyan tribe, with formidable financial strength hard to rival. Besides, he still had another 100 or 200 years of life remaining and wasn't in such a rush. There might still be better lifespan extending spirit herbs in the future. First call for 90,000 essence stones. Second call for 90,000 essence stones. Boom. The auctioneer's hammer came down. Ultimately, the leader of the Zhenyan tribe secured the Zhenlong immortality herb for 90,000 essence stones. This gave Xia Yi a new understanding of the tribes from the ancient times. Its leader alone had managed to outbid the elders of numerous Immortal Tao sections. The tribe's financial power was truly immense. After the auction concluded, Xia Yi also prepared to return to the future. After all, his mission for this trip had ended successfully, and he had gained much. There was no reason for him to linger here any longer. Outside the city, Xia Yi suddenly turned around. Behind him, 3 cultivators flew toward him on beams of green light. Without extra words, they immediately unleashed killing strikes. His heart leapt in alarm. These 3 were all nascent soul cultivators, mostly at the middle or late nascent soul stage, possessing formidable power. Boom in the sky, crimson light shone as a massive golden and purple alms bowl descended upon him with overwhelming might, nearly as heavy as a mountain. Xia Yi dodged, avoiding the golden and purple alms bowl. Suddenly, a warning bell rang in his mind. He quickly summoned the lotus lamp of treasures, letting down strands of 7-colored light to protect his body. Clang! Almost simultaneously, a terrifying treasure struck him, hitting with the force of a mountain. He and the lamp were sent flying. Xia Yi was shocked. If not for his nascent soul cultivation and powerful spiritual sense, which allowed him to sense the danger and hastily deploy the lotus lamp for protection, he would have been smashed into pulp. He shifted his gaze and saw a shimmering green broken bell hovering in the sky. It was what had struck him. Not far away, 3 middle-aged cultivators stood side by side. One had a golden and purple alms bowl floating above his head. Another had a golden umbrella, while the one in the center was the one whose broken bell had just attacked Xia Yi. Who are you? Why attack me without reason? Xia Yi asked coldly. Surrender all your essence, stones, and treasures, including the treasure you acquired at Wanbao Tower's auction, or else we will destroy your soul and essence. The central cultivator spoke cruelly. So you're just robbers. Xia Yi sneered. Be careful not to kick a steel plate and lose your own life. You refuse the easy path and choose the hard one. Then don't blame the Maishan triad. The purple alms bowl above the left cultivator began to vibrate and instantly expanded, becoming like a mountain pressing downward. A deafening rumble erupted as an immense power surged forth, and the ground beneath suddenly cracked into wide fissures, all because of the terrifying power of the purple alms bowl in the sky. The invisible pressure was as vast as a deep abyss, enough to destroy everything. Such was its astonishing might. The alms bowl, already rivaling a mountain in size but yet to descend fully, had created such a formidable presence. Above Xia Yi's head hovered the lotus lamp. Standing on the ground, he was the only one whose footing remained unshattered. The mountain-like alms bowl glowed with brilliant light. With a shake, it forcefully descended, seeking to crush Xia Yi into a pulp. At that moment, a giant tail appeared and slapped the alms bowl with a crack. The alms bowl, a golden mountain-like object, shuddered under the impact, and a clear mark was left upon its surface. A mighty beast appeared, exactly the crocodile dragon, Yijiao. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the alms bowl trembled violently, emitting a dense array of sword beams. Each beam was as thick as a bull's mouth, carrying immense sword intent as it targeted Yijiao. This was a truly terrifying scene. Bucket-sized sword beams rained down from the sky, exuding boundless killing intent, turning the entire region into a deadly prison. Now, the crocodile dragon had absorbed much metal chi from within the paper world, and its jet-black scales now carried faint golden hues. Rays of sword chi, thick and razor-sharp, rained down on the beast's scales like rain striking banana leaves. The crocodile dragon grew furious. Letting out a deafening roar, it shattered countless sword beams with sheer shockwaves. The golden-purple alms bowl radiated even more intense light, its aura deep as the sea and vast as the abyss, unleashing an even more terrifying torrent of sword beams than before, like a boundless ocean. Thick sword beams battered the entire region into chaos. Not a single patch of land remained intact for miles around. But the crocodile dragon was no pushover either. It unleashed its divine ability, and from the black horn on its forehead, dark rays shot forth capable of piercing anything. Taking advantage of the chaotic battle, Xia Yi summoned the lotus lamp of treasures, releasing a divine beam of light. Boom! The golden-purple alms bowl shattered with a loud crack, sending fragments flying in all directions. Dang! The middle-aged cultivator screamed in agony, suffering a serious wound as his divine soul sustained intense damage. Seizing the moment, the crocodile dragon struck with a single paw. The alms bowl's master was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, perishing on the spot. After eliminating the middle-aged cultivator, Xia Yi and the crocodile dragon simultaneously turned to attack the remaining 2. However, those 2 had already realized that Xia Yi wasn't an ordinary cultivator and had prepared themselves in advance. Dang! The broken bell rang with a brilliant silver glow, like an immense mountain crashing into the crocodile dragon's scales, sending forth a shower of sparks with its tremendous might. At the same time, the other cultivator swung down his golden umbrella. The gale it unleashed turned the land beneath Xia Yi's feet into flying ash, exhibiting terrifying power. Pong! Xia Yi blocked with the lotus lamp, but the golden umbrella was too powerful, stronger even than the golden-purple alms bowl, proving itself an extraordinary treasure, releasing howling gales of terrifying force. He then poured all his power into the lamp. Though nearly sent flying by the umbrella's force, he suddenly steadied himself and charged forward against the violent wind. This time, he didn't hold back at all, fully unleashing his strength, for his enemies were no pushovers. Each was not the least bit inferior to a void-refining cultivator from later eras, and their treasures were incredibly potent. Especially the broken bell wielded by the other opponent, which made Xia Yi uneasy. The golden umbrella unleashed fierce gales, powerful enough to shift entire mountains, revealing its terrifying strength. The cultivator fully opened the umbrella, releasing a storm like an oceanic tide. But the gale was blocked by the radiant seven-colored beams descending from the lotus lamp above Xia Yi's head. Then, Xia Yi summoned a sword so sharp it emitted a bone-chilling glow. Its sword chi surged as he slashed it down upon the umbrella's wielder. It was none other than Wu Chengfeng's ancient bronze sword, a heavy and powerful artifact. Letting out a sharp, piercing scream, the umbrella's master was pierced through, his form momentarily dazed. Pooh! With infinite sword intent radiating from the ancient blade in Xia Yi's hands, the cultivator's physical body and very soul were utterly destroyed. Xia Yi immediately seized the golden umbrella. Indeed, it was an incredibly powerful treasure, surpassing the typical arcane artifacts of later eras, reaching the level of top-grade arcane treasures. All of this happened in a flash. Xia Yi had poured his all into killing these two cultivators. Dong! The broken bell flew forth, its chime loud and resonant, its body covered with dense Daowen patterns. The entire region trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Sensing the opportunity, Xia Yi wanted to test this mysterious artifact that even surpassed the golden-purple alms bowl and golden umbrella in power. He cast forth the lotus lamp of treasures. Boom! Upon impact, the earth trembled, countless cracks splitting open. Mountains crumbled, boulders rolled down, and thick dust surged into the sky, shrouding everything in a hazy veil. Indeed, the broken bell was fearsome and unusually strange, far surpassing the might of ordinary arcane artifacts. Even the lotus lamp couldn't shatter it. Xia Yi felt a chill run through him as he muttered. Could this broken bell be a heaven's tribulation artifact that has already undergone one tribulation? These tribulation artifacts contained a trace of calamity essence, after accompanying their master through heaven's tribulation, making them extraordinarily powerful. The broken bell indeed carried that distinct calamity essence, most likely a once-whole tribulation artifact, though now damaged and incomplete. Realizing this, Xia Yi grew more cautious. He merged his body with the nine heavens earth-repelling spirit shuttle, transforming into a shadow and vanishing from his spot, hoping to recreate the previous situation. The broken bell came hurtling again, exuding formidable might, and carried within it a strange force that sent Xia Yi flying backward. After this strike, the middle-aged purple-robed cultivator finally stopped. Holding the broken tribulation artifact, his eyes greedily fixed upon Xia Yi as he said, "We underestimated you. Never expected you possessed such supreme treasures, possibly even a complete tribulation artifact. Walking by the river, eventually your shoes will get wet. Today is your doom for crossing me." With that, Xia Yi suddenly sensed an intense wave of danger, a premonition of imminent peril creeping over him. Under the power of the nine heavens earth-repelling spirit shuttle, he transformed into a golden beam of light and swiftly vanished from the spot. "Never thought I would gain a complete tribulation artifact today," the middle-aged purple-robed cultivator sneered coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and hurled the seemingly tattered small bell forward. It transformed into a streak of light, like a meteor crashing toward Earth. Radiant Huaman filled the sky, and a bell chime rang out like thunderclap, shaking the heavens and earth violently, as if the entire world were turning upside down. The broken bell followed Xia Yi closely. Though it appeared normal in size, unlike the previous magical treasures that grew as large as mountains, it carried immense dreadfulness and an extraordinarily terrifying aura. When the bell, carrying crushing force like a thunderbolt, struck the lotus lamp, it emitted a sound hundreds and thousands of times louder than thunder, an ear-splitting roar that echoed across 1,000 miles. Under this terrifying strike, Xia Yi was immediately sent flying backward, his internal energy violently disrupted, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. This tribulation artifact is simply too powerful. It must have undergone more than one heaven's tribulation, Yirchu a trace of calamity within. Xia Yi felt deep shock. Tribulation artifacts were already incredibly terrifying magical treasures in the Shinjo world. If such a treasure accompanied its master through 9 heavens tribulations, it would transform into the legendary celestial artifact. Of course, this particular tribulation artifact before him was incomplete, broken, and severely weakened in power. Even so, this tattered bell still possessed unimaginable might. Before Xia Yi could even recover, a second strike came, far more terrifying than the last. The void itself was torn open, leaving behind a long, dark slit. The broken bell's might was truly fearsome. Xia Yi sucked in a sharp breath, unable to fathom how devastating a fully intact tribulation artifact would be. The lotus lamp above Xia Yi's head was instantly knocked away. Such power was far more terrifying than even a mountain crashing down. At this moment, the crocodile dragon, lurking nearby, launched an attack. Its tail, like a celestial pillar, swept through everything, a crushing force of unimaginable weight. Dang! The crocodile dragon's tail struck with the power of 10,000 mountains, colliding with the broken bell and causing sparks to erupt. Instantly, rolling sonic waves poured out from the bell, and strange, unidentifiable Daowen on its surface twisted like dragons, blocking the seemingly unstoppable tail attack without the slightest damage. The deafening explosion reverberated across a 100-mile radius. Under this terrifying strike, the crocodile dragon was also sent flying backward, blood churning within, before finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xia Yi once again held up the lotus lamp, unleashing beam after beam of divine light. Boom! Endless sonic waves surged like roaring rivers, nearly rupturing his eardrums. This bell had already undergone one heaven's tribulation, and its power was truly terrifying. Moreover, its material was special and incredibly durable, meant specifically for withstanding heaven's tribulations. No matter how powerful the lotus lamp's beams, it was difficult to shatter it. Unless he could find the lotus seeds and restore the lamp to its complete form. Is a magical treasure that has passed through heaven's tribulation really this terrifying? Xia was blasted backward again, his body violently jolted. This won't work for much longer. Xia's expression turned icy cold. A tribulation artifact combined with a late-stage soul formation cultivator. With such a combination, even a Fan Shu expert could be challenged. Yet Xia was still only at the Yingdan stage. Even with the lotus lamp protecting him and the crocodile dragon beside him, defeating this enemy was extremely difficult. I guess I have no choice but to use this item then. Sighing, Xia took out an instrument. Item, micro black hole. Function. This is a miniature black hole capable of drawing in and swallowing any object. Note, caution is advised when using this item. Host. The black hole may expand and cause unimaginable consequences. Then, Xia activated the device. In an instant, a black hole formed. It truly seemed like a cosmic black hole devouring everything. Terrifying suction force spread out, drawing in everything from house-sized stones to half a mountain peak from the land below. The moment any mountains or boulders neared it, they were crushed into powder by unimaginable force. Nothing could remain intact. Chapter 155, The Time-Space Tunnel. Feeling the unparalleled suction of the black hole before him, the middle-aged cultivator in a purple robe was greatly alarmed. He quickly recalled the cracked bell, sending down ray after ray of light to envelop himself completely, resisting that incomparable pulling force. Originally, the black hole had only been the size of a bowl, but as time passed, the opening was gradually growing larger. Within less than half the time it took to burn an incense stick, it had expanded to the size of a basin, its suction power becoming even more terrifying. Everything within a 10-mile radius was being sucked inside. The middle-aged purple-robed cultivator was also struggling hard to hold on. The cracked bell's power was unquestionable. It had at least accompanied its master through one heavenly tribulation at the transcendent stage, perhaps even as many as 3. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to suppress the lotus lamp. Although this was also partly due to the gap in cultivation realms, it still proved the cracked bell's might. However, correspondingly, it consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. The middle-aged man in purple was already beginning to feel his energy draining. He deployed several powerful artifacts, ones not inferior to the previous violet gold basin, aiming to destroy the black hole hovering in midair. But as soon as those artifacts approached, they were passively sucked in and crushed into dust, vanishing completely without a trace. The middle-aged purple-robed cultivator's face turned pale. He hadn't expected the black hole before him to be this terrifying. Meanwhile, Xia and the crocodile dragon had long since moved far away. After all, the black hole made no distinction between friend and foe. If they had remained too close, there was a chance even they would have been sucked in. And then it would be a real disaster. Elsewhere, the black hole continued expanding, from the size of a basin now growing to that of a water bucket. Even more than 10 miles away, Xia could still feel a powerful suction force, forcing him to summon forth the lotus lamp again. Its 7-colored radiance gleamed. Fortunately, the crocodile dragon possessed a massive body, like a mountain, allowing it to appear calm and unperturbed. The middle-aged purple-clad cultivator let out a despairing roar before finally collapsing under the force. His entire body, along with the cracked bell, was sucked into the black hole, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Xia hastily called out to the system within his mind, "Shut down the black hole." Soon after, the previously continuously expanding black hole vanished without a trace. What a pity about that cracked bell. This was a treasure that had survived calamity. Its offensive power was unparalleled in the world. If used in conjunction with the lotus lamp, it would have been enough to defend oneself in this era. Xia was deeply regretful. Not only had he failed to obtain the treasure-grade artifact, but he had also lost a very powerful item, an absolute loss. Luckily, he still had a Shenqi-level Grand Umbrella as a small consolation. The commotion caused by the black hole was simply too great. Xia dared not linger any longer, so he boarded the 9 heavens 10 earths demon-repelling divine needle and hurriedly departed this area. Shortly afterward, several streaks of light appeared in the sky. Looking at the vast desolation within dozens of miles around, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Were the mountains and rivers here? How did they suddenly disappear? How eerie. Could it be that Embrace Sioux cultivators have fought here? Back with Xia he had now returned to the place he first arrived at in this era. Then, using the time-space converter, he returned to the world 50,000 to 60,000 years later. The scenes flickered, and suddenly the entire world changed. The sight before him was the inside of the Yuhua sect. However, he immediately furrowed his brow. Everything around him seemed somehow sullied. Indeed, the Yuhua sect possessed a top-grade 5th turn, a blessing reserved only for the grandest sects in the eastern region, boasting no shortage of spiritual energy. But compared to primordial spiritual energy, this seemed far too impure, as though he had entered a restroom. Xia checked the interior of the paper world, discovering lush spiritual plants and overflowing primordial spiritual qi, finally relaxing a bit. With this ancient secret realm, Xia could absorb primordial spiritual energy to cultivate. His nascent soul would also become increasingly powerful. Soon, he arrived at the Yuhua Hall and took out a large, square seal. Carved upon the seal were dragon and phoenix motifs, along with ancient seal scripts somewhat similar to an emperor's jade imperial seal. This was indeed the sect leader's insignia that had been passed down for countless years in the Lingshu sect. He silently recited an incantation with practiced ease. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted. The Yuhua hall began to tremble, and above it, a massive stone stele manifested. From within it radiated a faint aura of primordial chaos, desolation, antiquity, magnificence, an overwhelming and unfathomable presence, deep and immeasurable. Etched on the stele's back was a distinct mark revealing an enigmatic, complex pattern carved with delicate strokes. In his eyes, the ancient stele soon grew larger and larger, resembling an ancient divine mountain standing tall in the world. The pattern's lines appeared as if alive, emitting myriad brilliant rays. Like dragons and snakes, they twisted and swirled, gradually forming a picture. The composition of this painting was extremely simple, drawn with only a few brushstrokes that outlined a mysterious little beast. It looked cute and clumsy, yet emitted a kind of indescribable momentum capable of devouring heaven and earth. It was none other than Doryman. Those enigmatic lines suddenly came to life, continuously undulating like fish swimming in water. The carvings on the stele also transformed from static to dynamic, constantly reorganizing themselves. A 3D version of Doryman appeared before his eyes. Then, the projection of Doryman, filled with complex emotions, spoke a single sentence. "I've finally been waiting for you." Xia Yi's heart trembled. He hadn't expected this projection of Doryman to blurt out such a strange sentence without any context. "What do you mean by waiting for me? Why would you wait for me?" Xia Yi hurriedly asked. However, the Doryman projection before him didn't respond. Instead, it raised one hand and flicked it sideways. Immediately, something flew out from Xia Yi's storage pouch. It was the broken time machine he had auctioned off back in the ancient era. Then, Doryman pointed its round hand toward the device, emitting a ray of light that shone upon the time machine. In an instant, the previously broken time machine began to glow with a brilliant luster. The damaged areas started mending themselves automatically, piece by piece. Before long, the fully restored time machine stood before them. Xia Yi felt bewildered. How could Doryman's projection simply appear, do some quick repairs, and fix the time machine he had just purchased at the auction? Could it be that he was supposed to time travel to the era where Doryman resided? Lampang. No, holy Doryman. You at least need to explain how I'm supposed to time travel? Also, what about the treasure bag system? Xia Yi asked beside it. Yet, the Doryman projection didn't respond. Instead, it raised its finger once again. The now repaired time machine began vibrating violently, as if it were activating. Then, ripples spread through the void, forming concentric waves, and a large black hole emerged. Looking through the black hole, Xia Yi saw a long passageway beyond it. Its surrounding walls shimmered like flowing water, radiating multicolored lights, an absolutely dazzling sight. This is the time-space tunnel. Xia Yi was greatly startled. Although he had already experienced time travel before, this was truly his first time seeing a time-space tunnel. Just then, the time-space tunnel emitted an incredibly strong suction force, attempting to swallow Xia Yi. Just like the artificial black hole before. Xia Yi tried to resist, but it was utterly useless. He was uncontrollably pulled forward into the tunnel itself. Chapter 156. Chon Yer Chung Lug Ba Xiong. Xia Yi opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a room filled with modern touches. A desk, tatama mats, closet walls, sliding doors, and a bookshelf. Observing the Japanese-style bedroom before him, Xia Yi found it somewhat familiar. Isn't this Doryman's world? Isn't this Nobita's bedroom? Xia Yi quickly recognized where he was. Did I actually time travel and become Nobita? Hastily, Xia Yi searched for a mirror. Sure enough, what he saw reflected back was a boy of about 10 years old. His head looked like a big balloon, topped with jet black hair combed neatly into a side part. His eyes were small and smiled into slits, and he wore a pair of oversized glasses on a small nose shaped like a meatball. It was none other than Nobita Nobi, the clumsy, timid, forgetful, and cowardly protagonist. What's going on? Why did Doryman let me time travel and inhabit Nobita's body? Countless questions raced through Xia Yi's mind. All of this felt so surreal. Before he could react, the bedroom door slid open. A blue-furred cat entered on 2 legs, sporting white fur on his face, belly, hands, and feet, with a red nose. A semicircular white pocket sat on his abdomen. Doryman, why did you send me back to Japan? And what exactly is going on here? Xia Yi couldn't help but ask immediately. Doryman looked totally confused, replying, Nobita, what's wrong with you? Did you have another dream again? Or did John finally knock something loose in your brain? You didn't send me here via time travel? Xia Yi was equally perplexed. Time travel? Did you sneak off and use the time machine again? Doryman asked. I've told you countless times, unless it's something super important, don't use the time machine carelessly. No, nothing. I just had a dream. Xia Yi felt a little disheartened and stopped asking. It seemed that he really had crossed into the Doryman universe and taken over the body of the main character, Nobita. According to the comic storyline, Xia Yi would from time to time go on adventures, rely on Doryman's gadgets to save the world, marry Shizuka, the beautiful, elegant daughter of a wealthy family, when he grew up, and ultimately lived the high life. The following day saw Xia Yi show no extraordinary talent. He continued to go to school daily, got bullied by John, and eventually ran to Doryman for help. Doryman would then reluctantly pull out some gadget to solve the problem. This cycle continued every single day. At times, Xia Yi had thoughts of cultivating. However, there was no spiritual energy in this world. Thus, cultivation was impossible. Even martial cultivation couldn't be practiced. This was a thoroughly declining age of the Tao. Moreover, Doraemon's gadgets paled in comparison to those from a system-based universe. Take, for example, the famous Sword of Electrocuting Light. It was essentially a child's toy. Xiaoyi guessed that even a chi condensation stage second-layer cultivator could snap it like a toothpick, or the wind god's fan, which could barely summon a gale of about force 10. Nothing could compare to the system-grade items that could conjure hurricanes and match wits against foundation building, or even golden core experts. Time passed like this. Xiaoyi firmly believed that the Doraemon from his original world must have had a purpose in sending him into this universe. Thus, Xiaoyi gave up and went with the flow, spending his free time studying gadgets or developing a relationship with little Shizuka. Life was easy and pleasant. Later, when events unfolded into the arc titled The Birth of Japan, Xiaoyi and Doraemon were, per the normal plot, supposed to defeat a group of future intruders from the 23rd century, the temporal criminal Gigazombie, who wanted to dominate the world, thereby preserving the temporal order. However, during the chase through the time tunnel, an accident occurred. For some unknown reason, a black hole suddenly appeared in the time tunnel, sucking Xiaoyi's group along with Gigazombie into it, and dropping them into an unknown universe. Though the 22nd century technology of Doraemon was well-versed in the study of time-space, little research had been done regarding unknown universes. The available gadgets were completely useless in breaking through the temporal crystalline barriers between universes. Using Xiaoyi's accumulated combat experience, the protagonist team defeated Gigazombie and acquired the latter's 23rd century gadget bag. Inside was a time-space ship capable of breaking through crystalline barriers. Without it, they might have remained trapped in that unknown universe forever. To return home, Xiaoyi and the others could do nothing but continuously jump between universes, hoping to one day locate the coordinates to their original one. The energy required to pierce through a time-space barrier was immense, an astronomical number indeed. Thus, whenever they reached a new universe, they needed to remain there for several years, sometimes even a decade, simply to recharge energy. However, human life is ultimately finite. Under normal circumstances, if they hadn't found their home universe after visiting 10 other universes, Xiaoyi, Shizuka, and the others would gradually age to death. Although 22nd century technology could extend life, it could never surpass the 2-century mark. 2 centuries was a threshold. To break this limit required at least 24th century technology. Yet there was no spiritual energy in Doraemon's universe, making it impossible to extend one's lifespan through cultivation. Fortunately, the second universe they pierced into was the super god universe, where genetic technology had advanced to an astonishing level. It had given birth to numerous supergenetic life forms known as gods, formidable beings referred to as deities, such as the Grim Reaper, Solar Deity, Angel, Demon, and others. In the super god universe, Xiaoyi, Doraemon, and their companions had visited the Denon star system, the Binghe star system, and the solar star system. They had encountered all sorts of gods, even engaging in in-depth discussions with divine figures like the god of time and the god of death. Eventually, they succeeded in developing the 6th-generation supergene warriors, known as the Generation 6 God Body. The Generation 6 God Body was the most powerful divine body in the super god universe, possessing a near-eternal lifespan, immortal and undying. Even if its body were blown into atoms and scattered across the cosmos, after 10 million years all the particles would reunite, reconstructing the body and enabling resurrection. Such a phenomenon was unimaginable in the cultivation world. Even immortals, let alone celestial immortals who stood above ordinary immortals, lacked such an ability. Of course, nothing came without sacrifice. The gods of the super god universe possessed rather weak combat power, nowhere near as strong as the cultivators from the cultivation world, not to mention the ancient cultivators of the primordial era. However, the divine body cultivation system of the super god universe inspired Xiaoyi greatly. In the cultivation world, martial cultivation and spiritual cultivation were two completely opposing systems. Cultivators refined the soul. The process of cultivation was, in essence, a process of strengthening the soul, from the soul to the divine soul, the nascent soul, and further to the Yuan Shun. After the Yuan Shun passed the heavenly tribulation, it transformed into a yang spirit, becoming a legendary immortal. Martial cultivators, on the other hand, honed the physical body until they shattered space itself, becoming human immortals. The two systems could not be practiced simultaneously, because martial cultivators possessed strong chi and blood, especially those who reached the level of martial sage, whose blood could suppress all evil and yin energy in the world. Even if a cultivator reached the transformation-forming stage, the Yuan Shun within their body was still a yin spirit. If the physical body was too strong and the blood energy too abundant, it would harm the Yuan Shun. The two could not coexist. Just like an ancient cultivator from the primordial era, named Ming Shinji, once lamented regarding martial cultivation and spiritual cultivation. The world is a great sea of suffering. Humans are in the sea. The physical body is the boat. The soul is the person inside the boat. The boat carries the soul, sailing ever toward the other shore. Should one cultivate the body, strengthening the boat until reaching the other shore of the bitter sea? Or should one cultivate the soul, enabling the person inside the boat to become familiar with water? Cultivating martial arts leads to becoming a human immortal. Cultivating Taoism leads to becoming a earth immortal. Which one should be chosen? But in the super god universe, while divine bodies did focus on physical enhancement, at their core, they were based on genetic technology, not on boosting the body through blood energy. Xiaoyi now had a Generation 6 god body, and in terms of physical strength, he wasn't any weaker than the martial sages of the Eastern domain. Yet he didn't possess the immense yang energy of a martial sage within his body. Unfortunately, the super god universe had no spiritual energy. Otherwise, Xia might truly have been able to cultivate both martial arts and Taoism together. Chapter 157 Chaos Green Lotus. Inside the space-time tunnel, an enormous spaceship was speeding forward rapidly. We've broken through the cosmic space-time crystal wall and entered the new universe. Space-time distortion at 0.31, 0.43, 0.56. Gradually recovering. Energy coefficient normal. Space-time engine temperature decreasing. Xia sat on the captain's chair and exhaled in relief. The Marvel universe is truly filled with hidden masters. Some life forms have even transcended the limits of three-dimensional beings. I had originally planned to exchange ideas with beings such as Dormammu, Thanos, and Odin about the essence of the universe, but unfortunately, the Time Variance Authority noticed we were unauthorized intruders. They demanded we immediately leave the Marvel universe to avoid damaging the sacred timeline. Doraemon, who was checking the instruments nearby, wore a look of regret as he said, "Actually, our own universe also has similar agencies. They possess many forbidden causality-based artifacts, vastly superior to common tools. If the two universes clashed, who would prevail is uncertain." Xiang also looked relieved as she patted her chest. Luckily, Nobita was smart enough to say we're an exploration group from another universe, assigned to survey unknown territories. The Time Variance Authority was wary of the civilization behind us, so they refrained from using violence. In the end, they even traded some artifacts for the 6 Infinity Stones, the special products of their universe. You could say we even made a small profit. However, Xiongfeng wasn't as happy. He sighed. Thinking about it, we've been wandering for centuries now. Having traveled through 13 unknown universes, we still haven't found the space-time coordinates of our original universe. I wonder when we'll be able to return home. The people on the spaceship all felt gloomy upon hearing that, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Xia patted Xiongfeng's shoulder comfortingly. Our current lifespan counts in millions. Hundreds of years are but the blink of an eye. Moreover, before the adventure started, I already had Doraemon stay behind to observe future changes. If it were truly impossible to return home, she would have stopped us long ago using the time machine. Upon hearing Xia Yi's words, Xiongfeng and others slightly relaxed. It was also this belief that allowed them to keep going. Only Doraemon sighed inwardly. According to normal logic, if Doraemon detected any future alterations from the past, she indeed could issue early warnings. However, after experiencing 13 universes, Xia and Doraemon both had a deeper understanding of the multiverse and parallel universes, realizing that nothing was absolute, and everything remained unpredictable. Of course, they never mentioned this to Xiongfeng and the others, or it would cause them to collapse. Hey, this universe's space-time tunnel looks completely different from those we've seen before. Suddenly, Polly appeared to notice something and stepped out of the hall toward the spaceship's observation deck. Everyone quickly followed. As they looked out the window, all they saw was a murky yellow expanse. Endless clouds of mist rolled violently, and now and then, purple lightning as thick as mountains streaked across the sky, accompanied by a deafening thunder, exuding a terrifying aura. Isn't a space-time tunnel usually stable in a universe? Why is this one so chaotic and disorderly? Could this universe be nearing destruction? This was Xia Yi's first encounter with such a phenomenon, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. Previously, the 13 universes they had experienced had slight differences in physical laws, but all their space-time tunnels were very stable. Well, it isn't impossible. Let me check the age of this universe first. Doraemon clicked rapidly on the control panel. Immediately, a radar extended from the top of the spaceship, spinning in all directions. Not long after, a line of numbers appeared on the display. 302-160-0503. Doraemon was confused. Only 3 billion years old. A newborn universe. Before Doraemon finished speaking, the numbers on the screen shifted to 100322690 and continued to fluctuate rapidly. At times, they dropped to as low as 10,000 and sometimes surged as high as several billion. Could the instrument be broken? Polly came forward and tapped the control panel. It might be. Doraemon was somewhat uncertain as he pulled out a testing device from his 4-dimensional pocket. Half a lunar cycle later, the test results were in. The space-time radar was undamaged, and all other systems of the ship were functioning normally. That's impossible. Doraemon furrowed his brow, completely baffled. Eventually, Xiang suggested, "Why don't we enter the main universe and take a look at the situation?" "You're right." Doraemon quickly began maneuvering the spacecraft. "Also, this time tunnel is far too unstable. We must leave quickly." Then, the space-time ship vibrated slightly. A transparent energy shield activated and slowly passed through the chaotic space-time tunnel. After exiting the tunnel, a grayish glowing spherical shape appeared on the screen. It looked like an egg. This was the appearance of the current main universe. The space-time ship kept advancing into the sphere, revealing a dark and magnificent world, an expanse of chaos everywhere. Suddenly, a planet-sized monstrous creature appeared in the distance, shaped like a giant serpent with 9 heads, exuding ferocity and savagery, as if it carried the desire to destroy all order. The Hydra curled into a ball, asleep. Even from millions of miles away, Xia and the others could feel the infinite oppressive force. Jigen was the first to recover, laughing out loud. "No need to worry. The energy shield on this space-time ship is the product of an 8th-tier peak civilization. It can practically withstand everything in the universe, including matter, energy, and even black holes." Jigen's right. Seneko agreed beside him. How formidable were the Erichi worms in Universe 5? They were even larger than Mars and capable of devouring space itself, yet they couldn't even scratch a billionth of the shield. The Erichi worms belonged to the Zerg race. The Zerg civilization was mighty, and was collectively referred to as the two major plagues in the universe alongside the artificial intelligence race, the machine race. Come take a look. Doryman twisted the control dial, zooming the image further. A huge, grotesque, snake head now occupied the screen. Comparable to the moon in size, its head resembled a dragon's, with its eyes tightly shut. From between its lips, two enormous streams of fire spewed outward. According to the measurement, the temperature of this fire reaches an astounding 30 billion degrees Celsius. Doryman announced gravely. 30 billion degrees Celsius. Everyone was stunned. Remember, the surface of the sun was merely 5,600 degrees Celsius, while its core only reached about 15 million degrees. And that's just the outer flame, Doryman added. The inner flame contains a kind of mysterious energy, unmeasurable by conventional instruments. Xiang murmured. Could this be one of those terrifying creatures bred by the 9th-tier Zerg civilization, the one spoken of in legends? The civilizations of the universe were generally classified into 9 tiers. Civilizations of the 1st to 3rd tiers were called lower cosmic civilizations. Those of the 4th to 6th tiers were called middle cosmic civilizations, and those of the 7th to 9th tiers were called higher cosmic civilizations. The 9th tier represented the highest level of civilization in the three-dimensional universe. Anything beyond that belonged to divine-level civilizations. A divine-level civilization could easily manipulate space-time. Take, for instance, the Time Variance Authority of the Marvel Universe, who possessed numerous divine technologies like the Time Controller, making their strength immeasurable. The Zerg, to which the Erichi worms belonged, were only a 7th-tier civilization, a barely acceptable high-level civilization, and had already run rampant through half of Universe 5. Doryman's expression turned grim. Even more terrifying is what's behind. Look at that snakehead farther in. It's emitting cold streams, completely the opposite of before. The image shifted, displaying a deep blue snakehead. Along with its breathing, two surging torrents of cold air erupted from its nostrils. A large meteor passing by was instantly frozen into powder. Obviously, that cold air has reached absolute zero, but isn't that nothing too special? Sukin was puzzled. This is not that simple. Doryman shook his head. According to data gathered by the space-time scanner, the light surrounding the cold stream is distorted, its speed slowed, and even time has begun to decelerate. What? Everyone was stunned. What kind of temperature could freeze time itself? In the Xinxia universe, even immortals couldn't reach such a level. Could it have already broken through absolute zero? Xiang proposed a theory. In theory, when particle kinetic energy dropped to the lowest point in quantum mechanics, the substance would reach absolute zero, a lower limit that couldn't be broken. However, absolute zero can never truly be achieved. It could only be infinitely approached. Any space inevitably contains energy and heat, which continuously transform without disappearing. Of course, for mid to high-tier civilizations, reaching absolute zero wasn't a difficult task, but to break through that limit, to lower the temperature even slightly further, was absolutely impossible. Not even a 9th-tier cosmic civilization could achieve that. Perhaps civilizations beyond the 9th tier, divine civilizations, might possess this capability, but that was far beyond the knowledge of Xia Yi and his companions. Suddenly, Sukin pointed to the northwest. Look, doesn't that star resemble a burning golden bird? Immediately, Doryman activated the scanner. On the screen appeared a golden divine bird in slumber, resembling a crow, its vast wings wrapping around its body. Faintly, it revealed 3 legs. This is the Jinwu? Xia Yi was shocked, instantly recalling the mythical bird of the cultivation world. Xiang also noticed something unusual and looked up. Isn't there a glowing green lotus right in the center of that galaxy-like nebula above us? Everyone stared hard. A silken silver-white band stretched across the night sky overhead. Within its center stood a magnificent green lotus the size of a baby's fist. Jigen whispered in disbelief. If that truly is a green lotus, how immense must it be? Doryman, hurry and turn on the cosmic telescope, capturing the general image of this main universe. Xia Yi's heart pounded as he gradually formed a bold hypothesis. Wait a second. Doryman began operating the controls. After 2 hours, the screen slowly loaded an image approximately 300 million CBs in size. At the very center of the photo was a colossal an indescribably immense lotus towering who knew how many light years high, emitting brilliant light, with surrounding dust-like celestial bodies orbiting it. Sukun turned his head with difficulty, his voice hoarse as he asked Doryman, "What is this?" Doryman opened his mouth as if to say something, but couldn't find the words, finally shaking his head helplessly. Other areas of the photo were filled with densely packed, brightly glowing stars. Zooming in, many of them were titanic beasts larger than entire planets. The Hydra seemed almost insignificant among them. For example, there was a massive creature resembling both a fish and a bird, nearly the size of the entire solar system. Utterly unbelievable. Moreover, most of these cosmic beasts were in deep slumber, an eerie sight. The entire sky of stars is actually formed by cosmic beasts. What kind of universe is this? Everyone stood there, stunned, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Xia Yi exhaled slowly and calmly said, "I think I roughly know what kind of universe this is." "What kind of universe?" Everyone trembled, quickly asking. "This is a universe before Hongmeng was divided, before chaos was opened, before the universe itself was born," Xia Yi said gravely. "What? Isn't the universe formed from the expansion after a dense, scorching hot singularity exploded? Jigen questioned doubtfully. How could every universe originate from the Big Bang? Xia shook his head. In the mythology of Earth's Chinese civilization, there's a legend that chaos gave birth to demons, and later Pangu separated the heavens and earth. Very similar to what we see now. Zhuqiang, Jigen, and others were more familiar with Chinese myths and legends primarily through works like Journey to the West, while stories like Pangu separating the sky and earth and Nuwa creating humans were only vaguely known. Their specific details unclear, so they were somewhat confused. But Doraemon looked thoughtful and after performing some scans, replied, Nobita isn't entirely wrong. This main universe isn't that large, only about 160 million light-years in diameter, about the size of a supercluster of galaxies. In such a confined space, it's clearly impossible to breed so many cosmic giants. Staring at the countless cosmic demons like grains of sand in the photo, Zhuqiang felt her scalp crawling as she spoke up. This universe is just too strange. Maybe we should leave. Sukun also felt uneasy and immediately supported Zhuqiang's idea. Even the usually fearless Jigen voiced no objection. Nobita, what do you think? Doraemon turned to ask. Xia didn't answer directly. Instead, he told Doraemon, take out those gadgets, time pause, if only booth, dictator button, and see if they can be used. Chapter 158, The Grand Clock. Doraemon was startled and quickly pulled out a red stopwatch, pressing the top button, but nothing happened. Click, click, click. He pressed the button dozens of consecutive times, almost sparking from the force, yet he still couldn't pause time. Has the time-stopping device failed? Giant and the others' faces changed drastically. The time stasis device was their ultimate weapon for traversing universes and battling powerful civilizations. If it failed, their strength would be severely diminished. The Origin civilization was among the strongest civilizations that Xia and his companions had encountered across 13 universes, one of the peak tier 8 civilizations, just a hair away from tier 9. It dominated the 7th universe, casually destroying entire galaxies, a civilization of terrifying might. Yet even such a civilization was reduced to helplessness in the presence of the time stasis device, unable to resist, even slightly. Doraemon inspected the device and frowned. It's not completely Shishao. The time-stopping device can still slow time within a radius of 5 Chinese miles by 1,000th. 1,000th? What good is that? It's practically broken. Sunioku Shaojik said. Then, Doraemon proceeded to test several reality-altering causality-related tools, the if telephone booth, dictator button, wish fulfillment book, Lie 800, and more. If the time stasis device still had a bit of effect, then these divine reality-manipulating items like the if telephone booth were completely Shishao, entirely unable to function. I refuse to believe this. Doraemon found it hard to accept and frantically dug into his pocket, pulling out one tool after another. However, every single forbidden item capable of altering reality was non-functional, without exception. Temporal tools like the time wrap, time stasis device, time machine, and time belt were severely suppressed as well, offering only negligible, practically insignificant effects. Luckily, the space-time ship was a technology from the 23rd century, several generations beyond the time machine, and still barely functional, enabling space-time travel. Otherwise, Xia and the others would have been trapped in this universe forever. Spatial tools weren't suppressed quite as badly as temporal ones. Aside from top-tier tools like the Anywhere Door, the rest were Minchang usable. According to Doraemon's analysis, it was most likely because space itself was too stable here, and the Anywhere Door lacked enough energy to tear through it for ultra-long distance teleportation. Regular, non-specialized tools had no problems, but they were hard to use as weapons, offering little use to the group now. How could this happen? Doraemon was visibly disheartened. Tools were his entire strength. Now, few of them worked, and the blow was significant. Xia patted Doraemon on the shoulder reassuringly. The universe we're in now is fundamentally different from those we've seen before. It's perfectly normal for tools to be weakened or Shishao. What's different about it? Xia pondered for a moment before answering. The 13 universes we experienced previously were suited for technological development. I call them technological universes. In technological universes, technology reigns supreme. For example, the Super God universe, although filled with deities, fundamentally revolves around genetic science, using anti-vacuum and antimatter technologies for warfare, with individuals unable to enhance their power by absorbing universal energy. As for the Marvel universe, we spent less than half a year there and don't understand it well enough yet. So let's leave that aside for now. But the universe we're in now is not a technological one. We can call it a cultivation universe, or a god and demon universe. The god and demon universe and technological universe are two fundamentally different kinds of universes, governed by clearly distinct universal laws. It's perfectly normal for tools to be Shishao or suppressed here. Then what are the actual differences between a god and demon universe and a technological one? Doraemon asked further. Xia thought for a moment. From what I understand, the most noticeable difference is the presence or absence of spiritual energy, what I call Lingqi. You can understand Lingqi as an extremely advanced form of cosmic energy or matter, offering infinite potential. Life forms can absorb Lingqi to strengthen themselves, gaining mighty powers like flight, dimensional traversal, world creation, and even universal destruction. Lingqi? So it's some kind of gas? Then why didn't any of the previous 13 universes have it? Perhaps those universes we experienced before were simply too low-level to possess Lingqi, a form of advanced energy. Or maybe Lingqi was so scarce that it failed to reach a critical mass. It could also originate from higher dimensional planes and thus not exist at all in three-dimensional universes. Shizuka asked curiously, Nobita, how do you know all this? Xiai chuckled. Maybe because I'm obsessed with Chinese culture. Of course, he couldn't possibly say that he had previously traveled to a cultivation universe. Actually, whether this universe was the same cultivation world he had visited before remained uncertain to him. It seems that Chinese civilization not only has a long history, but also contains deep mysteries. It's even connected with other universes. Sunio exclaimed in admiration. Since the time stasis device is unusable, we should just leave. If we encounter an awake chaos god, we'd probably be wiped out by a single sneeze. Giant gulped nervously. We definitely need to leave, but there's no rush right now, Xiai replied. He rubbed his chin and continued. If my guess is correct, and this universe is still in the state before heaven and earth were separated, there must be chaos treasures here. If we could obtain one or two of them, even if a divine civilization came after us, we wouldn't be afraid. Chaos treasures? This was the first time they had heard the term. Xiai gave a rough explanation about chaos treasures. Shizuka and the others looked confused, still trying to process the new information. However, Doraemon suddenly jumped up, his expression full of excitement as he shouted, You're absolutely sure there are chaos treasures like you described in this universe? Almost certainly. Xiai, seeing Doraemon lose his composure for the first time, looked slightly surprised. Doraemon paced in front of the control panel, exhilarated. This isn't a chaos treasure. You're talking about mantra artifacts. Mantra artifacts? What's that? Xiai felt completely lost. Doraemon calmed himself, took a deep breath, and slowly said, How would you guys rate 22nd century Earth technology in terms of civilization levels? Shizuka thought for a moment and replied, Divine level civilization. But we're not sure exactly what tier, maybe level 10 or even level 11, since our knowledge of divine civilizations is still limited. The Origin civilization is an 8.9 tier civilization, has existed for 23 million years, and although it's almost at tier 9 now, it will still take at least 8 million more years to truly reach tier 9. Even that is a conservative estimate. Doraemon coldly continued, How long has Earth civilization existed? Compared to the Origin civilization, it's practically insignificant. Yet, to us, eliminating it is like crushing an ant. Earth civilization became so powerful in such a short time because of these mantra artifacts, isn't it? Sunio quickly caught on. Doraemon nodded. Exactly. At the end of the 20th century, Earth accidentally obtained a mantra artifact and extracted technologies like space-time travel and causality manipulation, technologies that even divine civilizations possess. Because of this, its technology developed at a superluminal pace. I see, Xiai mused thoughtfully. The simplest way to judge whether a civilization is divine level is whether it has mastered space-time technology. There's a strict hierarchy among civilizations, just half a tier above, and you can easily defeat the lower one with a devastating strike. Since the 22nd century Earth was already a divine-level civilization, even if Xiai and the others encountered a tier 9 civilization, they could easily crush it without breaking a sweat. I also agree we should stay for a while. Doraemon clenched his teeth. The impact of a mantra artifact on a civilization is simply too great. How rare are divine-level civilizations? Across a universe's birth to its destruction, only a few ever emerge. Under normal circumstances, the probability of Earth civilization ever reaching the intermediate cosmic civilization stage is less than 1 in a billion. Seeing that Shizuka and the others were still hesitant, Doraemon explained, Right now, we're like a primitive person who unexpectedly got hold of a portal with a random destination. How likely do you think it is for him to return to where he started? Everyone's heart sank. Although Earth's landmass is limited, no one knows how many universes there are in the entire cosmos. Thinking about it carefully was terrifying. Giant was the first to speak. I understand what you're saying. Study the chaos treasures, improve our technology, and find a way back home. Doraemon nodded. Exactly. The level of this universe is unknown, possibly much higher than our previous one. The chaos treasures, or mantra artifacts, that originated here must be millions of times more powerful than the one Earth had, maybe even more. This might be our only chance to return home. Alright then, let's bet it all. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Soon, everyone reached an agreement and prepared to search for some chaos treasures. However, chaos treasures aren't that easy to find. The chaos is filled with too many unknown energies, preventing thorough detection with a void scanner, forcing them to use primitive optical telescopes. Finally, at a location 3,000 light-years away from Hydra, they discovered a massive chaos god, a giant creature comparable in size to Beetlejuice. This chaos god was a monstrous, terrifying beast, its body covered with bone spines, with massive wings growing from its shoulders. A dark black seal hovered above its third eye, blurry and indistinct, as if it hadn't fully formed yet. Everyone looked at each other, at a loss about what to do next. With the time stasis device disabled, time could no longer be paused. If they accidentally awakened the chaos god, even a single glance from it might completely annihilate their entire space-time ship. Finally, Xiai spoke. The giant black seal before us likely belongs to a co-birthed spirit treasure, an artifact that originated together with the chaos god. It thrives and perishes along with its master. Trying to obtain it is simply unrealistic. In the following years, Xiai's group discovered several more chaos spirit treasures, but all of them were under the protection of chaos god monsters, making them completely inaccessible. Head to the green lotus in the center of the chaos. The place must have unclaimed chaos spirit treasures. Xia made the decision. The space-time ship activated spatial teleportation and vanished from the spot with a loud hum. After over 100 spatial jumps, the ship finally arrived at the location of the Chaos Green Lotus. Before them stood an indescribably grand green lotus towering in the center of the chaos, approximately 800 light-years tall, with 12 leaves, each many times larger than the entire solar system. Where's Pangu? Xia maneuvered the space-time ship to explore the surroundings, but failed to find any trace of the great god Pangu. Maybe he's on the lotus pod. Let's fly over and take a look, Doraemon suggested. Instantly, the ship ascended toward the top of the green lotus. There, on the enormous pod, larger than a galaxy, were 9 lotus seeds. Each seed was no smaller than the monstrous creatures they previously encountered. Among them, 3 had already transformed into shapes. One took the form of a giant axe, one became a jade tablet, and another materialized as a stone bead. The other 6 lotus seeds were slightly larger, covered in thick chaos energy. Faint impressions of symbols could be seen through the mist, symbols of a cauldron, a bell, a sword, a wheel, a banner, and a pagoda. Could this axe and jade tablet possibly be the axe of creation and the jade tablet of transformation? But something's not right. The 6 seeds nearby clearly appear even more powerful. Could there be any artifact in the chaos stronger than these 2 ultimate treasures? Frowning slightly, Xia noticed how different this chaos was from what he knew. Not only were the artifacts unfamiliar, but he had also failed to locate the great god Pangu. Without Pangu, who would then split the heavens and earth? Doraemon said, no one knows how many universes exist beyond this one. The god monster universes must definitely be more than just this one. What you know about the primordial chaos and wilds may not necessarily apply here. You're absolutely right. I've been too narrow-minded, Xia replied, his brows relaxing. After all, the number of universes was unfathomable. There must be countless god monster universes as well. But these treasures are so massive, how are we supposed to take them? Shizuka felt a headache coming on. That's right, Doraemon. How did Earth manage to obtain their mantra artifact? Sunio asked. Doraemon answered. Legend says the mantra artifact was acquired by the leader. It was that very leader who founded the federal government, uniting all nations to jointly study the mantra artifact, triggering the explosion of technological development. Giant became curious. Leader? Why have we never heard of him before? What kind of person was he? I don't know. Doraemon shook his head bluntly. How is that possible? Everyone found it impossible to understand. In the future world with its highly developed networks, how could the biography of a legendary figure who united the world under a federal government disappear completely? Doraemon gave a bitter smile. Honestly, we really don't know. The leader is beyond mention in the future. He exists outside all space and time. I suspect he used forbidden artifacts to erase all traces of his existence, leaving only the title leader. As to why he did that, no one knows. Enough about the leader for now. Let's first figure out how to obtain these chaos spirit treasures, Giant urged impatiently. Doraemon stepped toward the control panel and said, I already have a preliminary plan on how to collect these treasures, and it relies on the supercomputer. Has the upgraded version of Big Clock been developed? Xia asked quickly. While operating the controls, Doraemon replied, yes. The 6 gems we obtained from the Marvel Universe solved the most critical energy issue. Big Clock has already been upgraded. Big Clock was a stellar-level supercomputer created by the divine civilization in the Super God universe, a massive computational cloud used to simulate the entire universe. It possessed unimaginable computing power. Several life forms in the Super God universe possessed cosmic-level intelligence, like the scientific master Dingahui from the Shinha civilization, the death god Karl, and the space-time god Killen. These beings possessed techniques at the Tier 9 civilization level. They created and refined Big Clock, gradually researching the void, a path toward becoming a god-level civilization. Later, Doraemon absorbed many supercomputers from other civilizations, such as the UNE system from the Primal civilization, and eventually integrated some computational tools from the Jazumbi race. Now, Big Clock had evolved to rival the creations of a half-god civilization, unmatched in computational capability. The only flaw was its extreme energy consumption. At full power, it could drain the energy of an entire star within a short period. Even a half-god level supercomputer would not necessarily be present in Earth's 23rd century. Although Earth's technology in the 22nd century already reached the level of a divine civilization, its foundation was still extremely shallow and lacking. You must understand that science has countless branches, such as biology, physics, astronomy, and computer science, each requiring extensive time and effort to achieve any significant breakthrough. An ordinary level 3 civilization may have existed for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. This is also why, despite the Earth civilization in the 22nd century already possessing methods of a divine-level civilization, human lifespan had not yet exceeded 200 years. The biological foundation was still far too weak. The Infinity Stones are nearly the earliest existing entities in the Marvel Universe, somewhat reminiscent of innate divine artifacts. Within the main biological universe, they are among the most powerful items. When the 6 Infinity Stones are fused together, they contain boundless, vast energy capable of perfectly compensating for Big Clock's shortcomings. Chapter 159. 3,000 Demon Gods, Open the Heavens. Activate the Grand Clock. Following Doraemon's calm command, a large bell appeared above the jade tray, formed from the lotus seed. The bell's body was composed of ever-changing streams of numbers, emitting a hazy green glow. Calculate target attributes. Analysis failed. Unknown substance detected. Analysis failed. Unidentified energy detected. Analysis failed. Doryman seemed to expect this and calmly said, boost to full power. Analyze completely. Redefining in progress. The grand clock shone even brighter, spinning faster. How long will the full analysis take? Doryman asked. After a long pause, the grand clock finally answered. Preliminary estimate. Minimum required analysis time is 6.48 billion years. 6.48 billion years. Everyone gasped inwardly. That was simply too long. The Earth itself had existed for only 4.6 billion years. Xiaoyi was startled. The number 6.48 billion years held special significance in the primordial world. It equaled one great heavenly calamity cycle. Giant G chuckled nervously. Are we really supposed to wait more than 60 billion years? Doryman shook his head and said, of course not. We only need to complete 1%. No, 1,000%. By then, we can already achieve preliminary control over it. Shizuka frowned. Even 1,000% would still take over 6 million years. Doryman smiled. You forgot where we are now. The universe has not yet been created. Time is chaotic and unordered. We can definitely find a place where time flows slowly, and wait there until the grand clock completes its analysis. Why not just fly directly to 6 million years later using the time-space vessel? Giant G scratched his head. Doryman explained, strictly speaking, the current space-time tunnel should only be called a space-time maelstrom, utterly chaotic and trapped in a closed loop. There's no way to travel into the future until heaven and earth have been opened up and a true space-time tunnel forms. I see now. Giant G nodded knowingly. Doryman then activated the space-time radar to detect the flow of time. Soon the space-time radar found a region with an extremely slow time flow, nearly stagnant. Compared with the time flow near the Chaos Emerald Lotus, it was nearly 3 million times slower. In other words, as long as Xia Yi and the others stayed in that area for just 2 years, they could emerge and retrieve the mysterious jade tray. Immediately afterward, the time-space vessel transformed into a streak of light and shot into the chaotic time-space maelstrom. 2.5 years later, Doryman piloted the spacecraft out from the chaotic time-space maelstrom. Millions of years had already passed within the chaos. Inside the Lotus from Chaos, changes had occurred. Out of the 6 seeds, one had nearly completed its transformation, displaying the appearance of a pagoda, clearly 9 tiers tall. The other 5 seeds had not yet transformed, but their marks had become clearer. The grand clock has completed 1.5 per thousand of analysis, far exceeding expectations. Doryman beamed happily. Xia Yi spoke up. Upload our 4 genetic data to the grand clock and see whose genes best match the data of the jade tray. This was the best idea that Xia Yi and Doryman had come up with during the past 2.5 years. They didn't know the ways of cultivation. Despite having 6th-generation divine bodies, they were essentially still mortals, incapable of refining objects like in novels through spiritual energy. Genetic attunement was somewhat like droplet blood recognition, yet far more advanced. Quickly, the grand clock displayed the results. Shizuka's genetic data appeared on screen. It's actually me? Shizuka covered her mouth in shock. Xia Yi stepped forward and held Shizuka's hand. Relax, don't be afraid. Try to sense it with your mind, to accept it. Okay. Shizuka gave a firm nod, then flew out of the spaceship, hovering in midair, arms outstretched, eyes tightly shut. About an hour later, the jade tray below began to shake violently, producing chaotic currents that nearly flipped the ship. Then the tray rapidly shrank, becoming the size of a basin, and flew into Shizuka's arms. Shizuka cradled the tray with both hands, radiant with 10,000 beams of light, radiating an ineffable and profound aura. Is Shizuka okay? Sunio looked slightly worried. No need to worry. This is her own blessing. Xia Yi sighed softly. After a day and a night, Shizuka finally awoke, exuding the aura of a celestial being, untouched by mundane impurities, appearing pure and immaculate. After returning to the ship, Doryman asked anxiously, how was it? Did you feel any changes? Shizuka lightly frowned, pondering before replying. It feels like my mind gained a lot of new things, but I can't really explain. It's beyond words. Seeing Doryman preparing to ask more, Xia Yi said, primordial treasures represent the fundamental Tao of heaven and earth, deep and unfathomable. Understanding them won't happen overnight. Let's continue letting the grand clock refine the other primordial treasures. Next, the grand clock began refining the great axe, an artifact exuding a dense aura of slaughter, capable of piercing through the chaos. Like the jade tray, fully analyzing the axe would require at least 1 age calamity, equivalent to 6.48 billion years. The chaotic space-time currents were ever-changing and unpredictable. The original location had long vanished, forcing Doryman to use the space-time radar once again for a new search. Another 2 years passed. The axe had now been analyzed by 1.7 per thousand, slightly higher than that of the jade tray. Doryman speculated that this might be due to some transformation the grand clock had undergone within the chaos, or perhaps it had absorbed some data from the jade tray and the axe, becoming more advanced. Haha, it actually chose me. I love axes. Giant G laughed joyfully, then flew outside, and, following Shizuka's method, successfully obtained the axe. Inside the spaceship, Giant G held the axe, grinning from ear to ear. I feel like just a light swing can cut through this time-space vessel. Calm down. Don't be reckless. Upon hearing these words, Xia Yi and Doryman quickly grabbed Giant G's arm, fearing he might suddenly go crazy. The time-space vessel had undergone multiple modifications, with its exterior made from the finest metals across various universes, such as vibranium, adamantium, dark mithril, and dark alloy. Yet, under the power of the Chaos Axe, it felt as fragile as air. Haha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Giant G chuckled nervously. 3 more seeds on the lotus transformed. 1 into a black banner, 1 into a blood sword, and 1 into a yellow bell. The others were not far from full formation either. Looking afar into the chaos, several chaos demon gods had even opened half an eye, clearly about to awaken. Xiaoyi felt slightly anxious. Before the full awakening of the chaos demon gods, they had to leave the chaos and head toward the new universe. Because even the weakest chaos demon god could easily destroy the time-space vessel, without the slightest doubt. Next came the stone bead. The same duration of 2.5 years passed, and the grand clock had completed 1.99 per thousand of analysis, its speed increasing steadily. This time, the stone bead chose Sunio, and the process of recognition was very smooth. Now, all 8 seeds on the lotus had taken physical forms, except for the largest one, the one bearing the mark of a circular wheel. Meanwhile, most of the demon gods within the chaos had now fully opened their eyes, their violent auras surging chaotically. Shall we refine one more? Doryman asked tentatively. Before Xiaoyi could answer, Shizuka spoke first. Since the chaos demon gods haven't fully awakened yet, I believe we can collect one more. I agree. So do I. Giant G and Sunio voiced their support successively. Xiaoyi didn't reply immediately. After a moment of thought, he said, I appreciate your intentions, but the chaos demon gods are no ordinary beings. We must proceed with great caution. Let's first stay within the space-time currents and observe how things develop. If the area around the Chaos Lotus remains safe for 6 or 7 million years, we'll return to collect the last item. If not, we'll immediately break through the cosmic shell and leave. The Grand Clock could maintain communication with the mothership through the chaotic time-space currents and observe the entire chaos. This was currently the most prudent approach. This time, the target was the 9-tiered yellow pagoda. The other 4 seeds were more powerful but would take longer to analyze. The space-time currents aren't as chaotic as before. It took Doryman an entire day to locate a region where time flowed slower, at a ratio of approximately 2 million to 1 compared to chaos. It was nearly 1/3 faster than before. This wasn't a good sign. It meant that the moment of creation was drawing closer. 2 million years later, more chaos demon gods gradually awakened, their roars shaking the entire chaos. Another 2 million years passed. Nearly half of the chaos demon gods had woken, and the chaos became increasingly active. Wherever there was life, there were conflicts. The awakened chaos demon gods began battling one another. Countless chaos planets were annihilated by shockwaves, and some weaker demon gods were directly destroyed. Another 1,000,000 years passed. All chaos demon gods had awakened, and their battles intensified. Another 500,000 years later, 5.5 million years since Xiaoyi and his companions had entered the chaotic time-space, the final lotus seed on the Chaos Lotus completed its transformation. A refined circular object formed, displaying black and white colors, as though it could control life and death throughout the heavens. At the very moment the wheel of life and death across all realms was born, every chaos demon god felt the breath of death. Immediately, they abandoned their conflicts and flew toward the Chaos Lotus to claim this ultimate treasure, to rule over the chaos. Thus began a brutal battle. The chaos demon gods fought fiercely, battling to the death for the final lotus seed. Even through the space-time currents, the people aboard the spaceship could feel the cruelty of the war, as though space and time themselves were about to shatter in the next instant. Quickly, break through the cosmic shell and head for the new universe. Xiaoyi decisively issued the order. Although the Grand Clock had already analyzed 0.99 per thousand of the 9-tiered yellow pagoda, and preliminary control was barely possible, according to its estimate, their survival rate upon descending now was only 38%. A survival rate of over 1/3 might sound decent, but Xiaoyi absolutely refused to gamble with the lives of everyone on the spaceship. Moreover, they had already acquired 3 Chaos Supreme treasures, far exceeding their original expectations. Doryman didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled the control lever. The time-space vessel shook violently, but it remained in place instead of breaking through the cosmic shell as it normally would. What's going on? Xiaoyi immediately felt a sense of foreboding. After a brief inspection, Doryman's face turned pale. He slumped into a chair, saying, the cosmic shell of this universe is actually growing. After nearly 30 million years of development, it has become extremely solid. Our vessel can't break through it at all. Upon hearing this, a deep sense of despair surged in everyone's hearts. With the awakening of chaos demon gods, the moment of heaven and earth creation wasn't far away. Failing to break through the universe at this critical moment would surely lead to disaster. There's no need to view things so pessimistically. We should remain calm. Chaos demon gods themselves have no ability to break open space-time. Xiaoyi quickly stabilized the team's morale, continuing, Giant G, Sunio, and Shizuka. You 3 try your best to fuse with the Chaos Supreme treasures. But what about you, Doryman? What if I give you the Jade Tray instead? Shizuka was deeply concerned. Xiaoyi pulled Shizuka into his arms and comforted her. Don't worry. Doryman and I are protected by the Grand Clock. We'll be fine. Besides, it was my suggestion to stay and collect chaos artifacts, or else we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. I owe all of you. Giant G laughed heartily, stepping forward and punching Xiaoyi on the chest. Doryman, we're all in this together. There's no need for such words. Sunio stepped forward and punched him too. Giant G is right. Without that trust, how could we travel the universe together? Xiaoyi felt warmth in his heart, deeply moved. Then Doryman steered the spaceship to the edge of the space-time currents and found a relatively safe location to lie in wait. Shizuka and the other two silently began fusing with the Chaos Supreme treasures to strengthen their power, while the Grand Clock continued refining the 9-tiered yellow pagoda. It had nothing else to do anyway. Inside the chaos, the Great War continued for millions of years. During this time, a total of 6 mighty Chaos Demon gods ascended the Chaos Lotus and obtained Chaos Supreme treasures. The 9-tiered yellow pagoda was no exception. It was seized by a skeletal demon god. Stepping on a bone lotus, the creature possessed exactly 36,000 bones in its entire body, each radiating streams of great Tao power. Xiaoyi hadn't come away empty-handed either. With the Grand Clock operating at full capacity, it had already analyzed 6.3 per thousand of the pagoda, an astonishing result. The Wheel of All Realms and Lives was obtained by a 3-faced chaos deity, standing 1 light year in height. Each face had its own unique expression, one fierce and terrible, one kind and merciful, and the third lofty and emotionless, governing all things like the great Tao itself. This 3-headed deity was the largest and last awakened among the Chaos Demon gods. Xiaoyi had seen the 3-headed deity long before. It had been gestating at the roots of the Chaos Lotus, shrouded in chaotic streams. Though immense in size, compared to the lotus, it was no bigger than an aphid. Hence Xiaoyi hadn't given it much attention. The Wheel of All Realms and Lives possessed the power to reap all living beings, including Chaos Demon gods, and thus the war soon ended. All surviving gods and demons submitted to the 3-headed deity, calling him Daozun. Truly worthy of being born alongside the Chaos Lotus, the rightful ruler of all gods and demons. Xiaoyi exclaimed. This war had lasted over 10 million years, and more than 90% of the Chaos Demon gods had been wiped out, leaving only 3,000 mighty Chaos Demon gods remaining. Yet the entire chaos was only 160 million light-years across, roughly the size of a supergalactic cluster. For Chaos Demon gods, it was simply too cramped. It was like squeezing 3,000 dragons into a small lake. Another million years passed, and Daozun gathered all remaining Chaos Demon gods at the Chaos Lotus. Daozun sat cross-legged atop the lotus, surrounded by streams of the great Tao. Solemn and dignified, he had clearly become the king of all gods. Daozun explained his cultivation insight, stating that chaos was impermanent and that they must unite their power to create heaven and earth. The gods and demons felt the chaos too small for their needs and agreed unanimously to open a new world. Daozun further declared that the foundation of chaos was the Chaos Lotus itself. Only by destroying it could they shatter the chaos. Thus, the 3,000 Chaos Demon gods collectively unleashed their magic, launching a massive strike at the Chaos Lotus, 80,000 light-years tall. Though the lotus was the holiest object in chaos, it couldn't withstand the united attack of 3,000 Chaos Demon gods. In an instant, it shattered like jade, unleashing an energy blast of ultimate power. The explosion tore chaos itself apart. Light elements rose to form heaven, while heavy elements fell to become earth. Thus, heaven and earth were first separated. Chapter 7. The Ancient Star of Gods and Demons. The Big Bang shattered the chaos, turning the space-time turbulence into a chaotic mess, breaking the closed loop and beginning to form a real space-time tunnel. The spaceship hiding at the edge of the space-time turbulence naturally couldn't escape unscathed. It was directly destroyed, all protective measures completely useless. The powerful, irresistible shockwave flung Xiaoyi and Doryman like cannonballs into the far distance. Fortunately, the Grand Clock manifested the forms of the 9-story yellow pagoda, great axe, jade tray, and stone bead in the blink of an eye. Though not fully understood, at the cost of shattering the 6 infinity stones, it still protected Xiaoyi and Doryman from being annihilated by the shockwave. Shizuka, Sunio, and Giant, protected by the treasures of primordial chaos, were not in mortal danger, though they were blasted off to different directions, their whereabouts unknown. Chapter 160, Online Auction House. The scene shifted, and Xiaoyi once again awoke from darkness. Before his eyes appeared a giant stone tablet, covered with many mysterious patterns. However, the hologram projection of Doryman had already vanished without a trace. This place was precisely the grand hall of the Yuhua sect. Could it all have been just a dream? Xiaoyi rubbed his aching head, somewhat unable to distinguish reality from illusion. From his reincarnation as Nobita to traveling across the universe, nearly a century had passed. This timeline far exceeded the duration of Xiaoyi's reincarnation in the Danshan continent. At this moment, he suddenly realized there was a huge clock spinning rapidly inside his mind. This is the Grand Clock. Xiaoyi was stunned, never expecting that part of his experience to have been real and not imagined. He then became ecstatic. After all, the Grand Clock was a stellar-class computer from the godlike universe, a computing cloud used by the Shinha civilization to simulate the entire universe, possessing unimaginable computational power. Several sentient beings in the godlike universe had achieved extraordinary levels of wisdom, such as the scientific mastermind Shinha civilization's Dr. Tingahe, the Grim Reaper Kalda, and time-space deity Kilin, who, possessing the techniques of a level 9 civilization, created and perfected the Grand Clock and began researching Shiheng, the path leading to god-tier civilizations. Later, Doryman had absorbed many supercomputers from different civilizations, including the Prime Civilization's Yuan system, eventually incorporating some computational artifacts from the Juzumbi. At this point, the Grand Clock was in no way inferior to the creations of demigod civilizations, unmatched in computational capabilities. Its only drawback was its excessive energy consumption. Running at full power could drain the energy of an entire star within a short time. Most importantly, the Grand Clock had analyzed a chaos-treasured artifact, the Yellow Pagoda of the 9 layers, 6.3 per mil. This was truly the most valuable treasure. Unfortunately, Xiaoyi currently dared not touch it. After all, the Grand Clock consumed too much energy. Once activated even slightly, it might completely drain him. Now, the most important thing is still to make money. Xiaoyi sighed. Spirit stones were also a highly convertible form of energy. Only with sufficient spiritual energy could the Grand Clock operate. Now, live streaming had become wildly popular across the 36 states of the Eastern region. Countless cultivation stage experts and void refinement true lords had chosen to become streamers. Among them, Fairy Xiangyu had become the top female streamer, boasting 300 million followers, truly frightening. There were also several void refinement true lords who had over 100 million followers. Whenever they went live, they would attract countless cultivators eager to listen. After all, in the real world, even seeing a void refinement true lord once in a lifetime was considered a blessing of several lifetimes, giving one the chance to boast about it to fellow Taoists. Worth noting was that besides Fairy Xiangyu, the streamer with the most followers was actually the sect leader of the Harmony Union sect. Since there were no anti-pornography and anti-legality campaigns in the cultivation world, few restrictions existed. Every time the Harmony Union sect leader went live, swarms of male cultivators gathered. Moreover, the Harmony Union sect leader was also the streamer who received the most donations, something even Fairy Xiangyu could not match. Now that the live streaming industry had entered a stable path, Xiaoyi was contemplating the next step in development. Opening a Taobao-like e-commerce platform seemed like a great idea. But launching such a platform involved numerous complexities, especially requiring the establishment of a delivery system, which couldn't be built overnight. Especially in the 36 states of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, the distance between states and prefectures was simply too great, making delivery extremely difficult. Even using the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-repelling divine shuttle, even an embracement stage expert would be worn out. Why not just open a single shop first? After all, I brought back plenty of valuable artifacts from the ancient times. Xiaoyi mused to himself. Opening a shop first would eliminate the problem of delivery. Next came the question of pricing. A single metal fairy bee for 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Xiaoyi pondered over the pricing. These 5 elements-born creatures were extremely rare. For instance, the metal fairy bees were forged entirely from hard metal, extremely sturdy. Even pricing them at 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, I'm sure there would be plenty of buyers. After all, there were simply too many wealthy cultivators throughout the eastern region. Why not set up an auction house? The highest bidder wins. Recalling the auction house from the ancient Myriad Treasure Pavilion, inspiration struck Xiaoyi. Creatures born of the 5 elements were clearly more valuable the rarer they were. He could perfectly auction off a portion of these. At that point, the value wouldn't simply be a few thousand high-grade spirit stones per creature. Soon, every cultivator in the eastern region saw an updated app icon appear on their phones. Beneath it, 3 bold words read, Auction House. On the Tieba forums, discussion had already gone into full swing. The Yuhua sect has finally extended its reach into the auction industry. According to insider information, this auction will only feature treasures from the Yuhua sect, and will not accept private auctions. Isn't the Yuhua sect a newly established sect? It rose rapidly thanks to the mobile phone, so it shouldn't have any particularly notable treasures for auction. Could it be that the Yuhua sect, with its Xiongho financial power, has purchased a large amount of heavenly rare treasures to put up for auction? Soon, the Yuhua sect officially released the auction list. Golden Spirit Bee, Kuei Water Spirit Fish, Wu Tu Magic Snake, Primordial Cultivators Techniques, Essence. Once the auction list was released, Tieba instantly erupted into heated discussion. The Golden Spirit Bee is a living being formed entirely from the metal chi of Gingjin. It can only exist in a few Gingjin veins. And the Wu Tu Black Snake? It's said that this creature lives deep underground, thousands of meters below, a rarity unseen in the cultivation world for centuries. The Kuei Water Spirit Fish only exists in the depths of the Eastern Sea. Only a few Eastern Sea hermits might possibly possess it. Primordial Cultivators Techniques? Such a lineage is possessed only by a few sects like the Shantian sect. What is that essence? Yeah, this is the first time I've ever heard of something called essence. Since the Yuhua sect has placed essence as the highlight of the auction, it must be an extremely rare treasure. Everyone was discussing excitedly, yet the essence remained a mystery to most. Finally, a user with the ID Qingjing Wuwei posted a thread explaining what essence was. Essence is similar to spirit stones, except ordinary spirit stones contain acquired spiritual energy, while essence contains primordial spiritual energy. Though the Taoist Wu Ying enjoyed the worldly pleasures, he still loved surfing the internet and posting. Moreover, his identity was eventually exposed by netizens. He was one of the few Daonians at the embracement stage in the eastern region. If Wu Ying could start live streaming, his followers would instantly break the 1 billion mark. Xiangyu Immortal would be no match for him. Xiaoyi had also invited Wu Ying before. However, this reclusive master wasn't interested in streaming, but rather enjoyed watching streams. Especially the leader of the Harmony Union sect, he was Wu Ying's top donor. What? It contains primordial spiritual energy. Didn't the primordial spiritual energy completely transform into acquired spiritual energy after the celestial and terrestrial upheaval? It is said in the Zhongzhou, where some holy lands possess immortal artifacts capable of suppressing ancient essence and preventing the primordial energy from transforming into acquired energy. Could it be that the Yuhua sect also possesses an immortal artifact? That's impossible to imagine. There are only 3 immortal artifacts in the entire Dongxing continent. How could there suddenly be another? Could it be that the Yuhua sect leader is a disciple of a holy land? It's not impossible. Rumor has it that sect leader Xia's master might be a supreme elder from one of the holy lands. The appearance of the essence pushed the auction to a complete peak in popularity. After all, this was the primordial spiritual energy long gone for 50,000 years. A cultivator posted, asking, "What do you think the use of this primordial spiritual energy is?" It is said that the reason no immortals have appeared since ancient times is precisely due to the loss of primordial spiritual energy. Another cultivator added, "Even if primordial spiritual energy could allow one to become an immortal, the amount of essence needed would be astronomical. Can you imagine how much essence the Yuhua sect might put up for auction this time?" You clearly don't understand. Primordial spiritual energy can greatly refine a cultivator's soul essence and enhance its quality. This is an unimaginable temptation for nascent soul stage cultivators and above. Finally, Qing Jing Wuwei posted, "Primordial spiritual energy is as effective as the current heaven vein qi." The moment this post appeared, it triggered a massive earthquake throughout the entire eastern region's cultivation world. Heaven vein qi was an unparalleled sacred substance, allowing a cultivator to establish a foundation aligned with the heavenly Tao. In the entire Dongxing continent, heaven vein qi was extremely rare, appearing only in a few rare secret techniques. Just like the previous Hollow Mountain secret realm, every time heaven vein qi appeared, it triggered fierce duo among various forces. Everyone wanted to lay the strongest foundation for their disciples. No cultivator doubted the words of Qing Jing Wuwei. After all, he was one of the elite embracement stage cultivators in the eastern region. This essence from the auction, my ancestor Xianyang will definitely obtain it. A true lord made a fierce declaration. Tian Su, old ancestor, the mid-stage void refinement expert of the eastern region, had a mighty reputation. A few years ago, he had a son in his old age. He cherished this only child dearly, spending countless heavenly rare treasures to improve his talent. Originally, he had prepared a rare earthly vein in the eastern region, hoping his son could establish foundation at the peak of the earthly vein. Now that primordial essence had appeared, capable of enabling heavenly Tao foundation establishment, how could he possibly let it slip away? Tian Su, you old rascal. This primordial essence is destined to be mine, the treasure of Dongyangzi. The Dongyangzi patriarch of the Xintian sect also made a declaration. Although he had disciples and offspring, they had long cultivated to the golden core or nascent soul stage. As for this essence, Dongyangzi himself intended to use it to temper his nascent soul and take the opportunity to advance even further. One could say that this auction had already captured the eyes of all cultivators in the eastern region. Everyone was anticipating the legendary essence, what it would look like. On the other side, Xia discovered through the server that many cultivators had already started recharging their phone credits through mobile shops across various regions. These cultivators were mostly powerful experts, or immortal birda, extremely wealthy. They were taking this online auction very seriously. Chapter 161. The auction begins. What? To bid, one must register under their real name? Many cultivators who were interested in the auction list of Yuhua sect were required to register under their real identities upon entering the auction app. Those who didn't wish to participate in this auction didn't need to register. Forget it, real name registration it is. Though many cultivators were a bit displeased, they could still understand. After all, this is online, not offline. Without proper restrictions, malicious bidding could easily occur. Otherwise, Yuhua sect wouldn't be able to track it. Those who wanted to register under real names had to go to the Tianshu Tower in each province and prefecture under the rule of the Xia dynasty. After all, Yuhua sect's foundation in the eastern region was still shallow, and they didn't yet fully understand all the various factions. The Tianshu Tower was different. It was an institution used by the Xia dynasty to manage cultivators, and it was fully informed about the various factions and numerous cultivators. Besides, due to the existence of the Xianxue system, cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above were already officially registered under the Xia dynasty. Even many demonic beasts and cultivators of the Devil Dao had come to the Tianshu Towers for bidding. The Xia dynasty was quite lenient toward the demonic beasts and the Devil Dao. It wasn't simply about brute force or killing. As long as they didn't arbitrarily slaughter innocents, they could freely enter and leave major cities of the Xia dynasty. Therefore, a large number of demonic beasts or cultivators of the Devil Dao came to Tianshu Towers across the land for real name registration. Before long, the time for the online auction arrived. Before it had even officially begun, the number of spectators had already reached a staggering 100 million. At noon, the auction officially began. The auction app, which had been black until now, displayed a new image. A young girl appeared on the screen. She was a youthful 16-year-old beauty, wearing a multicolored cloud and jade robe, her elegance both radiant and reserved. Born with jade-like bones, her appearance nearly perfect, not a single flaw to be found. This was Meng Inger, the cultivator with the 5 primordial qualities. Now, Meng Inger had officially joined Yuhua sect, and was considered the current holy maiden of the sect. In terms of strength and talent, she was unquestionably the best among all disciples. It was said that Meng Inger's golden core was completely condensed from primordial earth energy. Its power far surpassed Xie Yi's 99 core, and even most nascent soul cultivators couldn't withstand her might. Greetings, everyone. I am Meng Inger, a core disciple of Yuhua Sect. Today, I shall host this auction. As for the auction list today, I believe you all watching the screen already know it. Without further delay, the auction begins now. Meng Inger waved her hand, and 10 golden bees, each the size of a thumb, appeared before her. Their wings, thin as cicadas, fluttered rapidly, and their tails curled inward, the stingers pointing forward. These were the metal spirit bees. These are metal spirit bees, shaped from the chi of metal, extremely vicious and deadly. Their tails can shoot extremely sharp needles that are especially designed to penetrate a cultivator's protective artifacts. Even ordinary artifacts can't withstand them. They will be pierced through. And if these needles from the bee's stingers pierce someone's flesh, the toxins will immediately be released within their body, paralyzing the flesh and rendering one unable to use any spiritual energy. Moreover, these metal spirit bees are entirely made up of highly refined metal chi, making them a very suitable choice for forging into artifacts. Then, the picture of the metal spirit bees suddenly enlarged, displaying every detail, even the tiniest hairs clearly visible. There are 10 of these metal spirit bees here. The starting price is 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must increase the price by no less than 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. After each bid, if no higher bid is made within a minute, then the current bid shall be considered successful. Meng Inger's soft voice sounded. Judging by the appearance, these bees indeed seem entirely made of metal chi. How truly wondrous the creations of heaven and earth are. If one can embed even one into a metal attribute artifact, the quality of the artifact will be immensely enhanced. I wish I could raise one myself, but unfortunately, this auction doesn't sell them individually. You must understand, raising such spiritual creatures also consumes vast resources. You would need a massive vein of, or to feed them. So even if ordinary cultivators could afford to buy one, they probably couldn't sustain it. The comments section below quickly filled up with such messages. Soon, a banner appeared on the screen. The head of the Zhou family from Yun Prefecture, Zhou Qing, bids 10,100 high-grade spirit stones. All bidders had completed real name registration at the Tianshu Tower of the Xia dynasty. Yet during the actual auction, they could choose to remain anonymous or publicly identify themselves. Many powerful cultivators usually chose public identification because their formidable cultivation, or the great sect behind them, could serve as a deterrent to other bidders. Most ordinary cultivators of weaker abilities, or those from the demon and devil Dao generally chose anonymity. 10,000 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. The bid came from an elder of the Qingyue sect in Liang Prefecture. The Qingyue sect was also a top-tier sect, boasting several cultivators at the transformation stage within its ranks, making it a force that couldn't be underestimated. 10,000 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. 30,000 4,000 high-grade spirit stones. 30,000 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Banners kept appearing on the screen, one after another, overwhelming the viewers. Before long, the price had already soared to 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. 35,000 high-grade spirit stones once. 35,000 high-grade spirit stones twice. 35,000 high-grade spirit stones 3 times. Sold. Meng Inger struck the wooden hammer in her hand and loudly announced, "Congratulations to Taoist Master Zhangjian of the Wanjian sect from Zhangzhou, who has successfully won these 10 metal spirit bees. You only need to pay through the auction platform using your phone credit, and after the payment is confirmed, you may fill in the disciple's name for delivery. Our Yuhua sect provides home delivery service. Of course, if the payment is not made within 1 day, this auction will be deemed malicious bidding, and Yuhua sect will impose severe penalties." With the first auctioned item successfully sold, the atmosphere of the live broadcast instantly reached a new high. Wow, these 10 golden bees actually sold for 35,000 high-grade spirit stones. The world of the wealthy truly baffles me. The Wanjian sect is a leader in sword cultivation in the eastern region. Their produced flying swords are highly popular across more than 10 provinces. How could 30,000 spirit stones even be a problem for them? These are living beings born from the essence of metal chi. If even a trace of it were infused into a flying sword, its quality would increase dramatically. How could the Wanjian sect possibly miss out on such a treasure? Xia Yi was also closely watching this auction. That 10 metal spirit bees fetched 35,000 high-grade spirit stones was somewhat unexpected to him. He originally thought reaching around 28,000 would already be impressive. It seemed he had underestimated the wealthy figures of the eastern region. Oko walked over and said, "Master, Taoist Master Zhangjian from the Wanjian sect in Zhangzhou has already completed the payment in the back end and filled in the delivery address. Moyu Elder, please take the 9 heavens 10 earths demon-repelling divine shuttle and personally deliver them," Xia Yi instructed. "As you command." Elder Mo then stepped out. Mo Lai, after being purified by primordial ink sheet, had already reached the late nascent soul stage. If he continued cultivating using refined energy, he would soon reach the transformation stage. After all, the process from nascent soul to transformation stage was simply about strengthening one's nascent soul. Roar. A dragon entirely composed of flames roared into the sky, emitting rolling waves of scorching heat. Even through the screen, one could feel the immense heat. This is a fire spirit born from solar fire essence, an extremely rare being of flame. If properly cultivated, it can become a divine beast to guard the sect's fortune. or it could be forged into a magical treasure, potentially possessing the power of a Xian artifact. The starting price for this fire dragon is 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Meng Inger spoke, her voice as clear as tinkling silver bells. Solar fire essence. That's second only to true solar flame. Extremely rare under heaven. This fire dragon nearly possesses the might of a deity ascendant cultivator. Indeed, it could be nurtured into a guardian beast for an entire sect. This Taoist cultivates fire techniques. With this fire dragon, I may well achieve the Tao. The comments section exploded with posts. After all, flame-born life forms were rarely seen in the world, and the spectators in front of their screens were getting quite the spectacle. Yan Zhou's Hui Yun Daoist bids 40,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hui Yun Daoist was a renowned cultivator in the Xia Empire, a late deity ascendant realm expert, said to be just a step away from reaching the nascent divinity realm. He practiced an ancient fire attribute cultivation technique, so the allure of this fire dragon born from solar fire essence was self-evident. Haizhou's Huolin Yaojun bids 45,000 high-grade spirit stones. As soon as this message scrolled by, the comment section went wild. So the Yaoju has entered the bidding war too. This online auction really is lively. Huolin Yaodian is a great Yao king at the nascent divinity stage, famous across the land. Those Yao kings control entire mountain ranges and possess limitless heavenly treasures. Of course they have money to burn. Soon, the bidding quickly climbed to 80,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yenshin Sect bids 83,000 high-grade spirit stones. The Yenshin Sect was a top-tier power in the Xia Empire, with a nascent divinity realm grandmaster presiding over it, equaling even the Xiantian Sect in strength. 83,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Meng Inger's voice rang out. 83,000. First call. 83,000. Second call. 83,000. Third call. Bang! With the auctioneer's hammer striking the wooden platform. In the end, the fire dragon was sold to the Yenshin Sect for 83,000 high-grade spirit stones. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Soon came the time for the final treasure to be auctioned off, the purity core. A huge block of ancient bluish rock was brought in. Meng Inger spoke. This is the legendary purity core. Contained within are primordial spirit stones, an ancient marvel from the distant past. The purity core only existed in ancient times. Today, only the three great holy lands hold Shenqi that suppress the rules of heaven and earth, which is why such a core remains in existence. One could say, across the Dongshan continent, the purity core only exists in the three great holy lands of Zhongzhou. Therefore, if you wish to obtain this once-in-a-thousand-years treasure, you all must strive in this bidding war. As soon as the great green rock appeared, the comment section exploded. Is this truly the legendary purity core? It doesn't look different from primal spirit stone at all. It's said that this primordial spiritual energy equals the energy of a spiritual vein, capable of allowing one to establish foundation in the Tao through heavenly means. This kind of treasure will surely attract fierce competition among many great powers. We small cultivators can only watch. This Taoist has prepared 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Don't know if that's enough to buy it. Humph. I've prepared 120,000. As soon as the core appeared, a tidal wave of comments filled the screen, impossible for ordinary people to read. Only cultivators who had formed their nascent soul, possessing an extraordinarily powerful spiritual sense, could discern the meaning hidden within. Meng Inger brandished a sharp flying sword and said, "Words alone cannot convince. Now, I shall personally split open this purity core raw stone." She then carefully peeled away the outer shell with her sword, and as she cut toward the center of the massive stone, thousands of divine rays shot forth, like golden needles, dazzling the eyes. After multiple layers of the stone's crust fell away, the core was revealed, a translucent, amber-like heart, within which flowed a misty brilliance like morning radiance. The cultivators viewing the scene on their screens were fine, but Meng Inger was standing nearby. She turned her face away, her eyes swollen and sore from being pierced by the radiant light. When the stone's core was fully exposed, this blazing, sun-like purity core did not sink down. It floated midair, an incredibly mysterious sight, as if it were the very source of heaven and earth itself, irresistibly alluring. Some knowledgeable cultivators watching on their screens immediately recognized it as the condensed primordial spiritual essence formed at the dawn of creation, a rare and priceless treasure no longer found in this world. Floating eternally, purest of the pure, it contained the very essence of the world. The sight compelled one to kneel in reverence, and all of this perfectly matched the records described in ancient texts. It was undoubtedly a treasure beyond value, the climax of this auction, something many would fight desperately to claim. The starting price for this purity core is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The voice of Meng Inger rang out. Every cultivator watching the live broadcast inhaled sharply. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones was more than the annual income of some top-tier sects. And this was just the starting price. No one dared imagine how horrifying the final bidding outcome would be. Tong Yangzi of the Xiantian sect bids 110,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tong Yangzi immediately raised the bid by 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, clearly trying to intimidate other factions. But it had no effect. 115,000 high-grade spirit stones. 118,000 high-grade spirit stones. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Sect masters, supreme elders, and famous experts from all over the cultivation world were all participating in the bidding for the purity core. After all, this was the legendary primordial spiritual essence. It could refine one's nascent soul, elevating its quality to a whole new level. More importantly, it could be used to enable disciples to achieve Dao Foundation through heavenly means. Cultivators who attained heavenly Dao Foundation were destined to reach the nascent soul stage as long as they did not perish. Whoever won this purity core would, within 100 years, witness an explosion of experts emerging from their sect. The price soared rapidly, soon surpassing 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Many sects and lone cultivators sighed and withdrew from the auction. Such an astronomical price was unbearable even for first-tier sects. Anonymous bidder offers 190,000 high-grade spirit stones. Any higher bids? Meng Yinger herself was now visibly excited, gripping the wooden hammer tightly with her right hand. For a moment, no banners appeared on the mobile screens. It was simply too outrageous a price. Tong Yangzi of the Xiantian sect bids 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Holding a mid-tier mobile phone, Tong Yangzi's expression turned solemn. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones represented the maximum amount the Xiantian sect could offer. After all, the Xiantian sect was a superpower in the Eastern Territory. Although it had made a fortune by selling mobile phones, it had tens of thousands of disciples, and expenditures in the form of spirit stones were like an endless flow of water. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones was already the upper limit for the Xiantian sect. Beyond that, the sect would risk financial ruin. Xiantian sect bids 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Meng Yinger asked excitedly. Comment streams flooded the screens like torrents, but no more bidding banners appeared. Just as Meng Yinger was about to strike the hammer, a banner suddenly appeared on everyone's mobile phone. Anonymous bidder offers 210,000 high-grade spirit stones. The moment the banner appeared, Tong Yangzi of the Xiantian sect sighed and quietly closed the live feed. This price had exceeded his limits. The ancient primordial spiritual essence was ultimately not destined for him. 210,000 high-grade spirit stones. First call. 210,000 high-grade spirit stones. Second call. 210,000 high-grade spirit stones. Third call. Sold. Meng Yinger's wooden hammer fell heavily, the sound echoing through everyone's phones. Congratulations to this anonymous friend. Please make the payment promptly and fill in the delivery address. Due to the enormous size of this auction, the payment deadline is now extended to 3 days. Please hurry to the prefectural level mobile phone store and pay 210,000 high-grade spirit stones. After payment, the Yuhua sect will deliver the item to you as soon as possible. Chapter 163 Absolute Safety Umbrella. 1,030,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was the total transaction amount of today's online auction. The profit of just this one day equals our annual income in the past. Song Yuanshan stared at the transaction figures in the back end, his mouth wide open in astonishment. The other elders were equally stunned. Immortal swallowed hard and said, "If we hold a few more online auctions, won't we become crazy rich?" Xiayi shook his head. Rarity determines value. If we hold too many auctions, the unit price will inevitably drop. That's unavoidable. He hadn't expected this auction to reach over 1 million high-grade spirit stones either. Especially the final highlight. The auction price for the essence reached an astronomical 21,000. To some extent, it also compensated for the energy consumed by the time-space converter. One must know that in the ancient era, Xiayi had stayed there for about a month. The amount of energy required to sustain the time-space converter during that period was enormous. In just over a month, at least 800,000 or 900,000 high-grade spirit stones had been consumed. It nearly emptied Yuhua sect entirely. This auction merely restored Yuhua sect back to its pre-time travel state. However, for Xiayi, those auctioned 5 elements, spirit beings and essences were nothing more than a tiny fraction of his possessions. As long as auctions were held 2 or 3 times a year, the value of ancient treasures wouldn't depreciate. Just then, Koki approached. Master, nearly 90% of the bidders have completed payment and filled in their delivery addresses in the back end. Should we proceed with shipment arrangements now? Koki asked. Xiayi took the file and opened it. He saw the bidders were spread across the eastern region, some in Han Prefecture of the far north, some in Jiang Prefecture of the south, and some in Yujing City, the imperial capital of the Great Xia Empire. Master, I'll need to trouble you this time, Xiayi said. Wu Chongtian was the very first Yuan Ying true monarch of Yuhua sect. Gifted and talented, he was a rare genius in northern region's history who survived the rare failure of Dun Sui Qing. Now, refined by natural spiritual energy, his Yuan Ying had already begun transforming into Yuan Shun. One could call him half a step away from transformation ascension. Unfortunately, Yuhua sect lacked deep foundations. Excluding Crocodile Dragon, the only high-end fighting power they had was this half-step powerhouse, Wu Chongtian. It is only appropriate. Wu Chongtian nodded. Then, Xiayi took out a map marked with all the addresses that needed delivery. Master, perhaps you should bring Crocodile Dragon with you? Xiayi couldn't help but feel uneasy. Don't worry, it's just delivering goods. Besides, Crocodile Dragon's massive body wouldn't be very convenient in the Jiutian Shitty Pai Emotion Suo, Wu Chongtian said with a hearty laugh. Xiayi thought it over. Crocodile Dragon, even at his smallest, was still 100 meters tall, which would indeed be inconvenient to fit into the shuttle. However, the paper capable of free entry contained ancient spiritual energy and many ancient treasures, which must not be compromised. Naturally, he couldn't ask Wu Chongtian to take Crocodile Dragon along for deliveries. Master, Xia Yi said solemnly. This large umbrella is among the top-tier defensive treasures in the world, but it can be used only once. With that, Xia Yi produced a large umbrella. It looked very ordinary, with no obvious spiritual energy flowing, and bore no arcane runes or barriers. It looked exactly like an ordinary rain umbrella purchased from the mortal world. It merely had a slightly special design, appearing quite novel. You say this is a defensive treasure? Wu Chongtian accepted the umbrella and released his spiritual sense to examine it, but no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like just an ordinary umbrella, with nothing particularly special about it. Xia Yi emphasized solemnly, do not use this umbrella unless you face a dire situation. Though somewhat doubtful, Wu Chongtian fully trusted his disciple, so he carefully placed the umbrella inside his space pocket. With that, he set off, carrying the auctioned items and piloting the Jiutian Shidi Pai Emotion Suo to start his delivery journey. Xia Yi also let out a breath of relief. This umbrella was named the Absolute Safety Umbrella. Just from its name, one could tell it was a very rare causality manipulating artifact. Once opened, you would enter an absolutely safe domain, unharmed by anyone. Unfortunately, this incredible causality artifact wasn't permanent. It was made of only 2 fragments. Wu Chongtian had been Xia Yi's master since he was reborn and had taken good care of him all along. That's why Xia Yi had lent him the Absolute Safety Umbrella to prevent unexpected dangers. Their first stop was the Yunlan Sect in Qizhou. Qizhou was not far from Qingzhou. They were separated only by Yun Prefecture. Yunlan Sect was a very ancient faction within Qizhou, once producing a Liansu realm true monarch in history. It had substantial foundations. Now, there were 7 or 8 Huashan elders guarding the sect, giving it great prestige and reputation in Qizhou. Above Yunlan Sect, a spatial rift nearly 10 meters long appeared. Then, a green boat flew out from within it. The spatial anomaly now drew Yunlan Sect's immediate attention. Soon, several beams of light flew out from the Immortal Mountains within the sect, appearing before the Jiutian Shidi Pai Emotion Saw. Would you kindly reveal your identity and purpose for visiting Yunlan Prefecture? The leader was a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a violet and blue trigram cloud robe, a purple golden crown atop his head. Verdant chi surrounded his entire body like mist, his eyes piercing like lightning, exuding boundless authority, clearly possessing late Hua Shun cultivation. The few cultivators behind him were all Hua Shun experts as well, their auras deep and vast like an abyss in the ocean. The auras of these individuals intertwined, surging straight into the sky, even altering the surrounding weather. They had no choice, but this seemingly ordinary boat from Qing Prefecture had actually torn open space itself. Ordinary artifacts certainly didn't possess such mighty power. It must be an extremely rare space-related treasure, like the dragon-shaped boat of the Great Xia Empire, forged using a Jiasu stage dragon. Therefore, the moment the Jiutian Pai Emotion Suo appeared, Yunlan Sect's Huashan elders couldn't afford to take any chances. Wu Chongtian stepped out of the shuttle and, seeing the several Huashan experts ready for confrontation, showed little fear as he spoke. Which among you is Yunlan Sect's sect leader, Yunhai Daoren? The middle-aged Taoist priest wearing the trigram purple robe, holding a feather duster, stepped forward. This humble one is Yunhai Daoren. May I ask, senior Taoist, for what reason have you come here? This is the Kuei Shui Lingyu you previously bid for, please receive it. As Wu Chongtian finished speaking, he waved his right sleeve, and a 3-foot-long carp flew out. It was crystal clear, completely formed from condensed water, nearly impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. This fast already? Yunhai Daoren's face revealed astonishment. Only half an hour had passed since he completed the online payment and filled in the address. He originally thought receiving the delivery from Yuhua Sect would take at least 10 or more days, possibly even longer. Yet he never imagined the delivery speed would be this fast. It was as though he had barely registered the event before already receiving the goods. Senior Yunhai, Wu Chongtian reminded, please carefully inspect the item. If there's no issue, kindly confirm receipt in the back end of the mobile livestream app. Chapter 164 An Old Acquaintance. Lingzhou, Tianhe Mountain. Tianhe Mountain was a famous immortal cultivation mountain within Lingzhou, stretching for tens of thousands of li. Inside it lay a 4th-tier mid-grade spiritual vein, exuding dense spiritual energy that nurtured countless rare and precious spiritual materials. Numerous cultivators lived here, including some nascent soul elders. Even several markets had formed, where many low-level cultivators resided. One could say that Tianhe Mountain already showed the preliminary signs of an immortal city. If it continued to develop for another few thousand years, there was no guarantee it wouldn't become a true immortal city. A spatial rift appeared, and Wu Chongtian emerged from the space world aboard the heaven-spanning, earth-piercing spirit shuttle. Then, he pulled out his phone to check the address of the Yuanshan Taoist, counting northward from the south, the 163rd immortal peak of Tianhe Mountain. Then, he maneuvered the shuttle and began searching for the location. Before long, Wu Chongtian arrived at the 163rd mountain peak. The peak rose over 1,000 zhang high, and halfway up the mountainside was a cave dwelling, with shifting 7-colored light above it, clearly protected by powerful formations and seals. Yunshang Taoist. Is Yuanshang Taoist home? Yunshang Taoist, your delivery is here. Come out and get it quickly. Wu Chongtian shouted loudly toward the cave dwelling. He still had many other deliveries to make, and he had too many major states to visit. He couldn't afford to wait around. Before long, a bearded old Taoist with a long white beard, a nascent soul cultivator, walked out from the cave dwelling. He held a 9-story yellow pagoda in his hand, clearly on guard as he asked, "I don't know who this noble guest is. What brings you to my humble place? Didn't you bid for a Wu Earth magic snake during the live auction at Yuhua Sect?" Wu Chongtian asked. "That's right." Yuan Shang Daoist replied solemnly. "I placed an anonymous bid. How did you find out?" The pagoda in his hand radiated brilliant light, ready to unleash its terrifying power at any moment. "I am a senior disciple of Yuhua Sect, here specifically to deliver your auction item." With that, he pulled out an iron cage containing a 3-meter-long earth-yellow snake, flicking its tongue menacingly. "This Wu Earth magic snake will burrow underground the moment it touches the soil, so be careful when keeping it. Don't let it escape." Wu Chongtian then handed over the rune-inscribed iron cage. Yuhua Sect truly is the most mysterious sect in the Eastern Territory, delivering the auctioned items so quickly. Greatly pleased, Yunshang Daoist accepted the iron cage, then took out several talismans and pasted them onto the cage's exterior to prevent the Wu Earth magic snake from escaping. The reason he spent his entire fortune to acquire this Wu Earth magic snake was that he had recently come across an ancient secret technique that could transform a beast into an external incarnation. Once he refined the Wu Earth magic snake into a clone, he would also gain the divine ability to traverse underground. At that point, he could use this ability to search beneath the surface for hidden treasures and valuable mineral resources. "Don't forget to confirm receipt on the platform," Wu Chongtian reminded him. Of course, Yuan Shang Daoist laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with this auction. Leaving Yinzhou, Wu Chongtian checked the delivery list. The next destination was Tianshan Sect in Liangzhou. The treasure to be delivered there was the grand prize of this auction, spiritual purity essence. Tianshan Sect was one of the most dominant powers in the Eastern Territory, even surpassing Xintian Sect in strength. It was rumored that there were 2 elders who had cultivated to the refining void stage within the sect. Their reputation was so mighty that even the great Xia imperial court would hesitate to provoke such a formidable cultivation sect. Tianshan Sect is so powerful. Why would they choose to bid anonymously? Wu Chongtian felt slightly puzzled. He recalled that Xintian Sect had openly placed their bid, perhaps to avoid unnecessary troubles. Wu Chongtian didn't dwell on it. Facing such a formidable sect, he dared not be careless at all. He summoned his resolve and boarded the heaven-spanning, earth-piercing spirit shuttle toward Liangzhou. Soon, Wu Chongtian arrived at the mountain range where Tianshan Sect was located. Before him stretched continuous peaks rising thousands of zhang into the air, their cliffs sharp, like arrows. Some peaks were covered with medicinal herbs and immortal flowers, while luxurious palaces stood among them. To the east, dozens of peaks were covered under a thin shimmering glass-like radiance. Inside, countless strange flowers and spiritual herbs grew, and Wu Chongtian even saw some purple ginseng, as large as basins and thick pieces of huangjing the size of human fingers, coiled beneath stone slabs by streams. Even on steep cliffs grew large red trees, covered with crimson fruits. Near them were long serpentine creatures, neither clearly snakes nor dragons, guarding the place. Covered in white scales, each bore a sparkling unicorn horn on its head. Deep within the most secluded peaks, surrounded by swirling mist and clouds, floated a vast floating celestial city, an illusory mirage of a true fairyland. Xia Yi looked on in astonishment, completely stunned by the heavenly scenery before him. Although Yuhua Sect had risen rapidly in the Eastern Territory in recent years, and its annual revenue could be considered the best in the entire region, compared to the Tianshan Sect before him, it felt somewhat like a newly rich family. As soon as he arrived at the sect's entrance, 2 core formation disciples flew toward him and loudly shouted, "Who is that ahead? What brings you here?" Wu Chongtian fell to start, never expecting that even the disciples guarding the mountain gate of Tianshan Sect possessed late core formation cultivation. Their foundation was truly formidable. Immediately, he clasped his hands and said, "This humble Taoist is an elder of Yuhua Sect. Your sect's Daoman auctioned off a treasure 5 hours ago. I have come specifically to deliver that treasure to your Zhang." The 2 core formation disciples exchanged glances, then said, "You wait here a moment, my younger brother, and I will go inform someone inside. That is only appropriate." Wu Chongtian nodded. At major sects, strict rules must be followed. Everything must be done according to protocol, without the slightest deviation. Before long, a streak of light flashed across the sky, then took shape, revealing a middle-aged Taoist. He wore flowing gray robes, with black beard drifting and eyes like lightning. Verdant energy swirled around him. He held a green jade fly whisk, silver threads hanging down, exuding a refined and otherworldly aura. The middle-aged Taoist laughed heartily, stepped forward, and clasped hands. "It's been several years since we last met. Taoist Wu, your appearance surpasses even your former glory." Wu Chongtian was startled and immediately recognized this Taoist as Qin Xian Taoist, the Zhangwen of Huanin Sect from the Northern Territory. Previously, there had been some past conflicts between Huanin Sect and Yuhua Sect. However, with the fall of the Northern Territory, both sects had been forced to relocate to distant lands, making old grudges insignificant. He replied with some sentiment, 60 years ago, we briefly met at the great Immortal Sect gathering. Who could have imagined that when we met again, it would be on foreign soil? Huanin Sect was actually a branch of Tianshan Sect left behind in the Northern Territory back then. Today, Huanin Sect can be said to have returned to our ancestral lands. Taoist Wu, our sect's Zhanglan is already waiting for you in the main hall. Please, follow me. Qin Xian Taoist appeared very warm and welcoming. Wu Chongtian originally intended to decline, but given Qing Xian Daoist hospitality, he could not refuse, so he finally said, "In that case, I shall trouble you." Chapter 165 The Domination of Tianshan Sect. The Lingsu sect used to be merely the weakest among the 5 great immortal sects in the Northern Territory. Now, with the shifting winds and clouds, it has leaped to become the most sought-after sect in the Eastern Territory. Such a phenomenon is extremely rare throughout the vast ancient immortal cultivation history. Qing Xian Dao remarked with a sigh. The Lingsu sect inherited from the ancient Yuhua sect. Its current status merely represents a modest revival, Wu Zhongtian replied indifferently. Qing Xian Dao curiously asked, seemingly out of interest. The ancient Yuhua sect was indeed a formidable presence, comparable to a holy land, but it was not known for expertise in crafting immortal artifacts. May I ask which sect your sect inherited these devices such as mobile phones from? Could it possibly be the ancient Jiguan Dao? Wu Zhongtian's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he detected a trace of greed and killing intent within the other's words. He then replied solemnly, "That is the highest secret of our sect. I'm afraid I cannot disclose it. Besides, the auction this time includes many treasures. I still need to deliver my items promptly, so I must take my leave now." Saying this, he bowed respectfully and prepared to depart. However, before he could even step out of the hall, he was blocked by a Taoist priest exuding an immense aura. This person was none other than the head of the Tianshan sect, Huanling Dao, who had reached the peak of the transformational body stage and was already at the threshold of the refinement void stage, truly a supreme existence. Wu Daoyu, since you and Qing Xian are old friends after all, why not stay for a few days? As for the items you're auctioning off, we at the Tianshan sect would be more than willing to assist you. I myself shall arrange for senior elders to handle the delivery for you. Wu Zhongtian's face immediately darkened as he coldly retorted. So the Tianshan sect plans to kill me and seize my treasures? Wu Daoyu is joking. I merely wish to invite you to stay at our sect for a few days, Huanling Dao replied. After saying that, Huanling Dao stared coldly at Wu Zhongtian, radiating an overwhelming aura. A tremendous wave of energy spread from him across the heavens and earth, astonishingly mighty and powerfully oppressive. I am the supreme elder of Yuhua sect. If you dare to Chengduo my auction treasures and detain me, are you trying to declare war against Yuhua sect? Wu Zhongtian loudly rebuked. Huanling Dao seemed to hear something amusing and burst into laughter. Supreme Elder? The Supreme Elder of the Grand Yuhua sect is merely an infant soul cultivator, not even a transcendent soul Taoist. There must be at least 800 or 1,000 such minor sects in Liangzhou. The Supreme Elder might not be strong, but our deputy sect leader is an ancient mythical beast who has reached the later stage of the refinement void realm. Wu Zhongtian snorted coldly. Merely a crocodile dragon. Coincidentally, our sect is in need of a guardian immortal beast, and your deputy sect leader would fit the role perfectly. Huanling Dao sneered, completely dismissing the crocodile dragon, treating it like an insignificant beast. You are arrogant. Wu Zhongtian was both shocked and furious. Although Yuhua sect had limitations in foundation and possessed no cultivators at the transformational body level and very few infant soul and golden core experts, ranking even below many second-tier sects in the Eastern Territory, the sect's potential was exceptionally high. Its deputy leader, the crocodile dragon, had cultivation at the late refinement void realm, formidable and powerful, capable of rivaling those ancient great sects. Although the Tianshan sect was the overlord of the Eastern Territory, possessing 2 refinement void masters, if they were to go to war against Yuhua sect, even if they emerged victorious, the victory would be a devastating one, leaving the sect severely weakened. Other overlords of the Eastern Territory, such as Xintian sect and Tian Yimen, would certainly seize the opportunity to sink their teeth into Tianshan sect, possibly even leading to its permanent decline. As for this auction, there are hundreds of buyers here. Even if we killed you, I doubt your sect leader Xia could find any concrete evidence, Huanling Dao remarked calmly. But even if he found out, what could he do? We could simply destroy Yuhua sect to its roots. Wu Zhongtian's face darkened significantly. At this point, he was certain that Tianshan sect must have some hidden trump card, otherwise they wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. He frowned, and then spoke in a low voice. The Tianshan sect dares to be so arrogant, not fearing an ancient mythical beast of the refinement void realm. Has one of your Dao monarchs ascended to the body integration realm? Upon hearing this, Huanling Dao smiled. Correct. Our sect's heaven-merging ancestor has indeed ascended to the level of a body integration great sage. The Tianshan sect shall become the #1 sect in the entire Eastern Territory. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Zhongtian felt his heart drop. Body integration realm cultivators were essentially the peak of existence in the Eastern Territory. Ancient figures who had lived for thousands of years, who usually remained secluded in retreat, detached from worldly matters. If what Huanling Dao said was true, that Tianshan sect had produced a mighty body integration master, then the entire power structure of the Northern Territory might really be on the verge of a dramatic transformation. He immediately pulled out his mobile phone, intending to relay this critical information to Xia Yi, who was millions of li away, hoping he could prepare in advance for whatever might come. However, Huanling Dao was completely unperturbed. This sect hall is enveloped by our sect's supreme treasure, the Shunlong Pearl, which can effortlessly sever spatial connections. There's no way for you to send any messages. Indeed, after dialing the number, Wu Zhongtian's phone emitted only a series of sharp beep, beep, beep sounds, completely devoid of signal. Wu Daoyu, you might as well surrender and reveal the ultimate secret of Yuhua sect's rise. I, Huanling Dao, can guarantee you a position as a powerful elder within Tianshan sect, and even have old ancestor Hun Tian cleanse your Yuaning, enabling you to become a true spirit Jinjia? Huanling Dao said, attempting to entice him. Pa, don't even dream of it. Wu Zhongtian remained completely unmoved. He already possessed the means to purify his Yuaning. Becoming a true spirit Jinzhu was only a matter of time. Moreover, due to the natural purification brought about by his Shintenqi, once he ascended to the true spirit realm, his ancient strength would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary true spirit Da. It was simply impossible to expect him to betray. You refuse the wine of honor, so you shall drink the penalty cup. Huanling Dao sneered coldly, then transformed his hand into a massive yellow palm, nearly an acre in size, crushing down from the sky with overwhelming force. He had assumed it would be easy to capture him, but Wu Zhongtian took out a large umbrella and opened it. Instantly, the yellow palm was blocked by an invisible energy. Though it continued pressing down with force, producing loud cracking sounds, it could not break through the umbrella's protective barrier. Huanling Dao was slightly taken aback. After all, there was a full major realm and 5 minor realms separating their cultivation levels, a vast gap, indeed. Could this be a powerful defensive divine artifact? Then, he ceased holding back. Chuchu Yi Zhan Gongdong, Qing Qing Yi Churi, Tanshu Yi Dan Bajang Dashao de Lingzhi Huyan, Jian Feng Zhou Huakai. In an instant, the sky was filled with roaring black flames, warping the very fabric of space. The scenery all around looked grotesquely distorted, as if reflected in a funhouse mirror. This was Tianshan Sect's treasured artifact, the Wu Jin Divine Lamp, a divine artifact of lower-grade potency. Yet, despite the sea of fire raining down, it could not inflict the slightest damage. Wu Zhongtian, holding the umbrella, remained calm and composed amidst the raging inferno, appearing as if he were strolling leisurely in a courtyard. Meanwhile, Huanling Dao continuously fueled the Wu Jin Divine Lamp, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, visibly struggling. After 1 incense stick's worth of time, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Unable to continue, he finally called out, "Quickly, go summon old ancestor Hun Tian." Chapter 166, Seeking Assistance with a Staff. Hun Tian, the old ancestor, was a decrepit elder, his hair snow-white, seemingly not long for this world. Yet the aura exuding from him was as mighty as a collapsing mountain or a surging sea, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Staring at the plain-looking umbrella above Wu Chongtian's head, he was also greatly astonished. This is truly a strange magical artifact. It's the first time I've encountered something like this in over 2,000 years of cultivation. Clearly, there's no trace of magical energy fluctuation, nor any restrictions or formations. Huanling Daoist's heart stirred, immediately exclaiming, "Could this artifact really be a heritage from the ancient mechanism sect?" It's not impossible. Legend says that the magical items created by the ancient mechanism sect are vastly different from the magical treasures of today. They belong to 2 entirely different forging systems. A hint of greed flickered in Hun Tian's eyes. The ancient mechanism sect was said to rival the Holy Lands. It was even rumored that they crafted immortal artifacts. Now he was certain. The mobile phone technology of Yuhua sect must have originated from the ancient mechanism sect. If he could obtain the heritage of the mechanism sect, just relying on mobile phones alone, he could earn infinite spirit stones. In the cultivation world, spirit stones meant cultivation resources. Even a pig could reach the late nascent soul stage if it possessed endless cultivation resources. Then, Hun Tian summoned a sea-like tide of magical power. Radiance spread across this area, drowning heaven and earth, attempting to refine and suppress Wu Chongtian. Wu Chongtian, holding the umbrella, was like a small boat adrift on a vast ocean, liable to capsize at any moment. Yet the umbrella possessed unparalleled resilience. No matter how fiercely Hun Tian attacked, within a foot of Wu Chongtian's body, everything was calm. No force could penetrate through. At this point, Hun Tian couldn't help but emit a surprised exclamation. After all, there was a difference of 3 major cultivation stages between a core formation and a nascent soul cultivator. Between them lay a gap as wide as that between an ant and a divine dragon. Even if Wu Chongtian possessed a tribulation artifact that had survived 3 or 4 heavenly tribulations, resisting a nascent soul powerhouse was unthinkable. The heritage of the ancient mechanism sect is truly terrifying. I've heard that during ancient times, Yuhua sect and the mechanism sect shared deep ties. I must capture this elder of Yuhua sect here, obtain the relevant information about the mechanism sect, and then I'll be able to deal with Yuhua sect. Hun Tian's eyes burned with desire. His attacks rolled on like waves without cease. As a legendary nascent soul powerhouse, his inner reserves of magical energy were terrifying, not to mention the advantage of his home ground. He was determined to deplete even a nascent soulless cultivator into exhaustion. Time passed. That seemingly ordinary umbrella now emitted a creaking sound, looking as if it would collapse at any moment. Crack after crack echoed, as though it were about to break apart, yet incredibly resilient, like a broken lotus root that still clings together with threads. No matter how overwhelming the external strikes, the umbrella remained as steady as Mount Tai. Even someone as mighty as Hun Tian began to feel somewhat fatigued. Behind him, Huangling Daoist and Qingxian Daoist were pale-faced. Prolonged continuous assault had taken a toll on them too. Among the 3, Qingxian Daoist had the lowest cultivation base. If not for the sustaining power of spirit-recovering pills, the magical energy in his dantian would have run dry long ago. Beneath the umbrella, Wu Chongtian now stood trembling, afraid even to take a deep breath. After all, what he faced was a legendary nascent soul ancestor. Under normal circumstances, one breath from such an expert could kill him instantly. Luckily, my disciple had the foresight to give me this rising umbrella. Otherwise, without even needing the nascent soul old monster to act, Huangling Taoist alone could easily capture me. Wu Chengtian felt a cold sweat of realization. But at this moment, he was also very anxious. The heaven-sundering pearl had isolated the space of this hall, leaving him unable to contact Xia Yi. No matter how magical this umbrella was, its energy would eventually run out. Once that happened, he'd be nothing more than meat on the chopping block, at their mercy. At the Yuhua Sect, Xia Yi was checking the back end of the mobile live streaming app. Each time Wu Chengtian delivered a shipment, he required the recipient to confirm receipt through the mobile app's backend. Yet half a day had passed without any new order being confirmed. After all, the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands demon-resisting spirit shuttle was a rare spatial mystery artifact in the northern domain. Crossing millions of li by breaking through space, transportation was nearly instantaneous. There was no reason for there to be no new orders confirmed for such a long time. A sense of unease immediately gripped Xia Yi's heart. Could it be that some cultivator or sect has grown greedy and detained my master? He suspected inwardly. Quickly, he called out to the system in his mind and opened the item page. There it was written at the top, absolutely safe umbrella. Note, the other fragment is currently in use. Sure enough, master is in trouble. Xia Yi's heart tensed. System, how long can the energy in the absolutely safe umbrella last? A toneless voice from the system responded. About 3 hours, but the host can remotely recharge it using spirit stones. Then recharge it. Xia Yi finally exhaled in relief. At the very least, his master's life was temporarily safe. However, his immediate priority now was to find Wu Chengtian. He took out his phone and saw there were still 68 unprocessed orders, with 34 already confirmed received. The most recent order was from Cloudwalker Taoist of Tianshan Mountain in Lingzhou. Bordering Lingzhou, there are 4 major provinces, containing a total of 8 orders. For now, Xia Yi couldn't determine which faction was behind this. Just as he was feeling troubled, a sudden thought occurred to him. He remembered a tool he had drawn a long time ago. Seeking staff. This item could help locate missing persons. Instantly, a staff materialized out of thin air. Xia Yi switched it on and asked Boji Gai Ly, "Where is Wu Chengtian of Yuhua Sect?" The moment he finished speaking, red and green lights on the staff's tip lit up in succession. Shortly after, the seeking staff tilted toward the southwest. He quickly took out a map and discovered the direction pointed to by the staff spanned across 3 major provinces: Liangzhou, Yunzhou, and Manzhou. Among them, Manzhou was located at the southernmost edge of the Great Xia Empire. Over 90% of its territory consisted of primeval forests, where yaoshou roamed freely and cultivators rarely ventured. Therefore, there were no orders from Manzhou at this auction. Now it's down to Liangzhou and Yunzhou. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Xia Yi's eyes. Then, he summoned the crocodile gal. He was preparing to head to Yunzhou. Now, after being exposed to the degeneration ray and traveling back to ancient times, the crocodile gal had absorbed vast quantities of primordial spiritual energy. Its ancient Zhao dragon bloodline was exceptionally pure and powerful. As expected, it had awakened most of the Zhao dragon's abilities, allowing it to tear through spatial dimensions and perform space-time travel. Although not as convenient as the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands demon-resisting spirit shuttle, it was nearly just as effective. Before long, the man and the beast arrived at Yunzhou. Where is Wu Chengtian of Yuhua Sect? The seeking staff still leaned toward the southwest. It must be Liangzhou then. Xia Yi's heart tightened. In Liangzhou, there was only one order. It was an elite order from the Tianshan Sect. Chapter 167. The War of the Nascent Soul Stage. The Tianshan Sect could indeed be considered one of the overlords of the eastern region, powerful and deep-rooted. It was an ancient great sect with a long-standing reputation. Oh right, the Huanin Sect is a branch of the Tianshan Sect. No doubt that during the outbreak of the beast chaos in the northern region, the Huanin Sect returned to its ancestral sect. Xia Yi understood clearly. Other eastern region cultivators or powers might view the Yuhua Sect as having the background of a central plains holy land. But the Tianshan Sect didn't think so. Back in the northern region, the Huanin Sect had long-standing feuds with the Lingsu Sect and knew every secret about them. How dare the Tianshan Sect make a move? Xia Yi thought in confusion. The Yuhua Sect had an ancient divine beast in the refinement stage, Crogio, as its guardian. This wasn't a secret in the eastern region. Because of this, the Yuhua Sect ranked among the super sects in the eastern region, standing nearly equal to the Xintian Sect. Combined with its so-called Holy Land prestige, there was basically no other force that dared to provoke it. There can only be one explanation. Xia Yi's eyes flickered with sharp light. The Tianshan Sect has sent out a nascent soul stage expert. The Tianshan Sect had an elder ancestor in the late refinement stage who had entered seclusion hundreds of years ago. There were rumors that this elder ancestor had passed away during his retreat. Over the last 100 years, the Tianshan Sect had been quite low-key, which in a way substantiated that rumor. Unexpectedly, their ancestor had managed to take a step forward at the brink of life and death, advancing to the nascent soul stage. Facing this nascent soul elder, Xia Yi felt quite troubled. Crogio, after the Shili of regression radiation and innate spiritual energy, had indeed reached the late refinement stage. In time, he might eventually break through to the nascent soul stage. But currently, Crogio was still far from capable of matching the Tianshan Sect's elder. However, Wu Chengtian had to be rescued. If the Tianshan sect was allowed to imprison or even kill him, then the Yuhua sect's reputation in the eastern region would plummet dramatically. Other major sects would begin eyeing the Yuhua sect greedily. After all, the mobile phone industry involved an enormous amount of spirit stones, enough to drive people to desperate acts. Xia Yi had drawn many props, but almost none could match a nascent soul expert. Suddenly, he thought of the Taoist Wu Wei. He was also a nascent soul stage cultivator. Previously, it was through him that Xia Yi had first learned about innate spiritual energy. I actually added this big shot super message ID before. Xia Yi quickly took out his phone, opened super message, and found the account Clear Mind Wu Wei. Master Taoist, are you currently in retreat? If you have time, this junior would like to pay you a visit. Then he hit send. To his surprise, the hermit replied almost immediately. Do you have something urgent? Xia Yi quickly replied. If it wasn't a matter of utmost urgency, this junior would never dare disturb you, master. About the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the Taoist Wu Wei sent an address. Delighted, Xia Yi realized that as long as this elder was willing to meet him, he might be able to convince him to help. Yu Prefecture, Xiaolin County. A plain old farmer, dressed in the setting sun's glow, carried a hoe over his shoulder, with mud speckles on his clothes. He had clearly just come back from working in the fields. His temples were streaked with white. His face was ordinary, the kind of person who would vanish in a crowd without notice. Old Wu, back from farming? Here's some homemade rice wine. Take a jar. Old Wu, help me lay the foundation for building my house tomorrow. It's lunch on the job. The old farmer greeted the villagers casually as he walked. When he returned to his thatched hut, he saw a respectful young man standing respectfully at his door. Somewhat surprised, the farmer said, You're pretty quick. Bowing slightly, Xia Yi said, The matter is urgent. I couldn't help but come quickly. Back in the house, the old farmer picked a handful of vegetables from his backyard field and stir-fried them in the pan. There was also some leftover porridge from the morning. He took out 2 worn bowls and filled them both. Xia Yi was quite moved and hurriedly accepted one. Then, cautiously, he spoke. Did you see that live stream a few days ago? Taoist Wu Wei picked up a piece of vegetable with his chopsticks and said, I did. There were some good things in there. Shortly after the stream ended, my master went to deliver the goods, but the Tianshan sect lusted after the treasures and detained him. So I hope you will come to our aid. The Tianshan sect is also an old and powerful faction in the eastern region. But with your abilities, shouldn't this not be difficult to handle? Taoist Wu Wei let out a slurping sound as he drank his porridge. They might have a nascent soul expert among them. Xia Yi said cautiously. Hun Tian, that old fellow actually managed to break through at the end. Taoist Wu Wei looked surprised. It seems so. But I've long been wandering the mortal world, and have no interest in worldly affairs anymore. Taoist Wu Wei continued to eat his vegetables and porridge with evident relish. Xia Yi took out a fist-sized essence gem, glowing like the sun, which hovered midair without falling, an extraordinary sight. It seemed like the very source of heaven and earth, drawing people irresistibly close. Taoist Wu Wei was also greatly shocked. This was the first time he had ever seen the legendary essence gem, the same as the Shin Tenlik Shri. Still, he shook his head and said, This old man has long decided to withdraw from the mortal world, uninvolved in worldly affairs anymore. Xia Yi did not speak, but took out another clump of essence, floating midair like a piece of translucent amber, shimmering with mist-like light and radiant colors, brilliant like the sun. Taoist Wu Wei's breathing quickened slightly. Silently, Xia Yi once again brought out another fist-sized essence. The 3 essence gems radiated countless divine beams, like golden needles shooting out, nearly blinding anyone who looked directly. This area was soon filled with thick innate spiritual energy. Just breathing it in gave one a floating, euphoric feeling, as if one could ascend and become immortal at any moment. This is an ancient cultivation manual of the Qi refiners. Xia Yi then took out an ancient bamboo scroll. This very same manual had been auctioned off in Tianyang City, Shenzhou more than 50,000 years ago, for a considerable price. The Nining manual? Taoist Wu Wei was stunned internally. This was a powerful cultivation technique from ancient times, one he had only ever read about in ancient texts. However, this manual had long been lost to time. Although the natural laws had since changed, no longer suitable for cultivation by Qi refiners. The current cultivation system had indeed evolved from that ancient method. A manual like this could offer invaluable enlightenment for cultivators like himself. It might even provide a path to break through his own cultivation bottlenecks. And besides, there were 3 fist-sized innate spirit stones right before him, treasures worth nearly 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Even an expert at the transformation stage would be moved. Even a Jin Tan Sungjura would desire these. Aren't you afraid that I might be just like Hun Tian and kill you for them? Taoist Wu Wei's aura surged, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Junior has long known of your character, senior. Xia Yi remained respectful, unfazed by the deadly intent around him. Actually, he was completely alert inside. If anything went wrong, he would immediately activate the absolutely safe umbrella. It was precisely because of this causality-defying treasure that Xia Yi dared to enter the residence of a mighty expert at the transformation stage. Soon, Taoist Wu Wei's terrifying aura completely dissipated, and he once again appeared as the plain, ordinary old farmer. With a bitter smile, he said, It seems my heart cultivation still hasn't truly reached the state of pure clarity and non-action, for it could still be lured by worldly objects. Xia Yi's eyes lit up joyfully. Senior is agreeing to help then? I am no son, but even so, these treasures are worth my effort, Taoist Wu Wei said. Thank you, senior. After finishing the stir-fried vegetables and thin porridge on the table, Taoist Wu Wei lightly flicked his finger, and a spatial rift over 10 feet long appeared before them. Then he stepped into the rift. What came into view was a vast mountain range filled with towering peaks rising like arrows. On some summits bloomed countless spiritual herbs and luminous flowers, with magnificent palaces nestled among them. Rare flowers and medicinal plants filled the landscape. Purple lingji mushrooms as large as basins were everywhere. Huge, thick yellow essence roots coiled beneath stone slabs beside crystal streams. Scarlet tusu clung to steep cliffs, bearing fruit that shimmered red with a soft glow. Coiling around them were creatures neither snake nor dragon, covered in white scales, each possessing a glowing, crystalline horn on their head. Deeper within the peaks, hidden in drifting clouds and mists, floated a gigantic city in the sky. Hun Tian, come out and face me. Taoist Wu Wei's voice rolled forth like thunder, echoing throughout the Tianshan sect. Not long after, an old man flew over, his laughter bold and cheerful. It's Taoist Wu Wei himself. How unexpected. It's been over 1,000 years since we last met. It's been over 1,000 years indeed. I must admit, I didn't expect you, with your dwindling lifespan, to break through at the last moment. Quite impressive indeed, Taoist Wu Wei replied. Hun Tian Patriarch asked, may I ask, Taoist brother, for what matter have you come here today? Have you captured an elder of the Yuhua sect? If so, I ask that you release him, out of respect for me. Taoist Wu Wei's tone remained gentle, like he was merely chatting with an old friend. Hun Tian Patriarch's face darkened. Where did you hear such a slanderous rumor, Taoist brother? The Tianshan sect is a major orthodox sect in the eastern region. We have no feud with the Yuhua sect. Why would we imprison one of their elders? Brother Hun Tian, release the Yuhua sect elder at once. I've taken someone's request to heart. I must take him with me today. Although Taoist Wu Wei seemed peaceful, he was conversing as if meeting an old friend again after many years. Brother, the Tianshan sect really has not detained any elder from the Yuhua sect. This old man still has cultivation to do and cannot entertain you further, Taoist Wu Wei replied. The patriarch Hun Tian displayed an attitude of firmly rejecting any intrusion into his sect. Upon hearing this, Taoist Wu Wei sighed and shook his head, saying, since Taoist Hun Tian refuses to release the Yuhua sect cultivator on his own, this old man will have no choice but to go in person and escort him out. Having said that, he stepped forward, preparing to enter the Tianshan sect's territory. Tao brother really intends to forcefully intrude into the Tianshan sect? Hun Tian Patriarch also stepped forward, his expression turning extremely dark. If you wish to call it forceful intrusion, then so be it. With those words, Taoist Wu Wei snapped his finger, and immediately a fist-sized ball of silver light shot forth. As it met the wind, it rapidly expanded like raging clouds and surging waves, covering heaven and earth with an overwhelming force. Chapter 168, The Mirage Dragon Pearl. As the true words were uttered by Patriarch Hun Tian, a great bell appeared suspended above his head, from which cascaded numerous rays of yellow light, enveloping him entirely. Yet that ball of silver light surged forward like mountains collapsing and seas surging, endlessly and in continuous waves. Patriarch Hun Tian felt as though he were a small boat adrift in the ocean, liable to capsize at any moment. Right after, Taoist Wu Wei raised his right hand and sent forth a strip of jade green, sparkling light like a flowing ribbon, which flew straight and struck the yellow bell. Dong! The great yellow bell was directly knocked away, its surface covered with countless cracks, revealing how terrifying the strike had been. A shock surged through Patriarch Hun Tian. He had already achieved the convergence stage 10 years ago, though he knew a gap existed between them. With the advantage of home ground and support from the entire Immortal sect behind him, he had believed he would not necessarily lose. But reality struck him harshly. With just a few casual attacks, the opponent had flung away his most treasured artifact, one bound to his very life. His adversary's cultivation was inconceivably powerful. Still, Patriarch Hun Tian refused to back down. Letting out a furious roar, he raised one hand, summoning a golden pearl flying from deep within the sect, radiating brilliant and splendid light. This pearl, the size of a dragon's eye, gleamed like a jewel and sparkled like a star, surrounded by a faint mist of swirling colors, generating a mighty domain that illuminated everything around it, casting the surroundings into bright clarity. It was none other than the treasure of the Tianshan sect, the Mirage Dragon Pearl. Legend had it that the sect's founding patriarch had slain a Mirage Dragon at the Ascendant stage, extracting its pearl and refining it into this sect treasure, which had long commanded terror across the Eastern Territory. Over the past 10,000 years, countless powerful experts had met their ends beneath this very pearl. With a low shout, Patriarch Hun Tian unleashed a strange and brilliant bolt of lightning from the pearl. Thick as a water barrel, it fiercely engulfed Taoist Wu Wei, manifesting countless illusory worlds filled with dazzling colors and surreal beauty. Within these realms, countless ordinary people, cultivators, beasts, spirits, fairies, celestial maidens, immortals, deities, Buddhas, devils, bodhisattvas, Taoists, generals, scholars, men and women of all ages and statuses, emperors and ministers, dragons and tigers, and all manner of creatures appeared, shifting like scenes in a flickering dream. Before even having a chance to admire the vision, the countless worlds abruptly exploded into shards like broken glass, each one flickering with images, as if narrating the lives of countless beings. At that moment, the void in the four directions, east, south, west, and north, suddenly erupted into countless eerie, screeching sounds, flooding the mind with endless thoughts and emotions: fear, joy, grief, anxiety, desire. Indeed, the entire human world with all its attachments and illusions. Any soul formation stage cultivator would be entrapped forever, unable to break free and eventually slain by the wielder of the pearl. Taking advantage of Taoist Wu Wei's apparent confusion, Patriarch Hun Tian struck with ferocity, spitting out a streak of green mist that solidified into a colossal sword 1,000 feet long, entwined in swirling green light, and countless tiny talismanic runes the size of thumbnails. This sword, glowing with green radiance, slashed down fiercely, aiming to cleave Taoist Wu Wei's body and soul in two. Just as the blade was about to descend, Taoist Wu Wei's previously dazed eyes suddenly turned clear. Faced with such a sharp attack, he did not panic, but instead extended his hand and caught the blade with 2 fingers. Then, he gently bent it. Ding! The once peerless blade, as if it were a celestial weapon, shattered like crystal in an instant, bursting into fragments flying in all directions, each piece sparkling and dazzling the eyes. How is this possible? Patriarch Hun Tian was stunned beyond belief. This was the treasure of the Tianshan sect, the pearl of a mirage dragon at the ascendant stage. Even cultivators at the convergent stage could be deceived by the illusions it contained, trapped temporarily beyond escape. Yet Taoist Wu Wei possessed such a refined mindset and was utterly unaffected. I have roamed the mundane world for 1,000 years, witnessing countless cycles of reincarnation, Taoist Wu Wei said, shaking his head. He then flipped his thumb, and a blade of ghostly lightning swept across the heavens, swallowing heaven and earth, shaking the sun and moon, powerful currents surging through the void, severing all. Pooh! Caught off guard, Patriarch Hun Tian was struck by the thunder and gravely wounded. Taoist Wu Wei then turned his palm, and green light poured down like flowing mercury, appearing gentle, but weighing heavier than a mountain. He sought to crush Patriarch Hun Tian with infinite divine might. Once more, I asked, is the elder of the Yuhua sect hiding within the Tianshan sect? The green light thickened further, pressing down on Patriarch Hun Tian as if a mountain were crushing him. Filled with grief and rage, Patriarch Hun Tian thought, we are both at the convergent stage, yet I have suffered such a devastating defeat. He wanted to yield, but as the grand elder of Tianshan sect and a cultivator of the convergent stage, surrendering before hundreds of thousands of sect disciples was more painful than death. Just as the atmosphere tensed to a breaking point, Taoist Huan Ling finally stepped forward. Taoist, this is all a misunderstanding. Then, he handed over Wu Chongtian. At this moment, Wu Chongtian bore a solemn expression and still held tightly to his ordinary-looking umbrella. He was extremely cautious. After all, everyone present were powerful experts. Without the protection of the umbrella in his hand, any one of them could easily crush him into oblivion. You are the elder of Yuhua sect? I came to rescue you at the request of your sect leader, Taoist Wu Wei said. However, Wu Chongtian remained quite cautious and did not fully trust Taoist Wu Wei's words. Taoist Wu Wei grew somewhat impatient. He transformed his hand into a massive yellow palm the size of a mu of land, aiming to seize Wu Chongtian. But the umbrella emitted a rising force. The powerful yellow hand, which seemingly could lift mountains, felt soft and powerless, unable to grab hold of Wu Chongtian at all. Taoist Wu Wei let out a low sound of surprise. He waved his right hand, releasing a cascade of brilliant talismanic runes like a rain of light, submerging everything ahead. The continuous rain of radiant light was completely blocked by the umbrella. Not even a speck of force reached Wu Chongtian beneath the shelter of the umbrella. At this moment, Taoist Wu Wei already realized the extraordinary nature of the umbrella. His immense and unfathomable magical power poured down like the Milky Way tumbling from the skies, an oceanic surge of energy waves sweeping across the entire area. Yet, the mysterious umbrella remained completely unmoved. Meanwhile, Patriarch Hun Tian, watching nearby, strangely felt a sudden surge of satisfaction deep within his heart. You Taoist Wu Wei may be powerful, but in the end, are you any different from me? Unable to do anything against this strange and mysterious umbrella? Taoist Wu Wei was also greatly astonished. Never had he imagined that even with his abilities, he would be powerless against this single large umbrella. Shortly, he helplessly pulled out his mobile phone, found Xia Yi's super signal, and initiated a video call. Soon, Xia Yi's hollow image appeared midair. Master, Taoist Wu Wei is someone I invited personally to rescue you. You can fully trust him. At this point, Wu Chongtian finally realized the Taoist before him truly had come to rescue him. Letting out a sigh of relief, he finally retracted the umbrella in his hand. Chapter 169 Spatial Scrolls. Master, I'm glad you're unharmed. Xia Yi let out a sigh of relief, seeing Wu Chongtian wasn't seriously injured. The Tianshan sect actually has a nascent soul formation cultivator. Their strength is practically on par with the Great Xia Imperial Court now. Wu Chongtian still felt a lingering fear. A cultivator at the nascent soul formation stage was simply too far beyond him to even consider resistance. The gap between them was simply too vast. This matter cannot end here. Xia Yi's eyes darkened. He had never suffered such a major loss before. But that chaos ancestor is a nascent soul formation expert. Wu Chongtian was visibly worried. What of it if he's a nascent soul formation expert? Xia Yi sneered. We can't possibly declare open war against the Tianshan sect, can we? Wu Chongtian hesitated. In his mind, although the Yuhua sect was developing rapidly these days, boasting 70 to 80 golden core disciples and hundreds of foundation building disciples, something unimaginable before, it still paled in comparison to an established sect like Tian Shun in terms of elite power and lower to mid-level fighting strength. Who said we have to fight them head-on? Xiaoyi snorted coldly and continued. What are Tian Shin Sect's main sources of revenue? Wu Chongtian pondered briefly before replying. 1/3 of their income comes from selling various illusion arrays and related materials, while the remaining 2/3 come mostly from spatial teleportation arrays. Exactly, the teleportation arrays. Wu Chongtian nodded and added. Illusion arrays are relatively obscure within the realm of formations, and few cultivators specialize in them, so it's not their main revenue stream. Their largest business is teleportation arrays. The smallest can transport a cultivator a few dozen miles, while stronger ones can send someone a few thousand or even 10,000 miles away. Xia asked, can the Tianshin sect create arrays capable of teleporting 1,000,000 miles? Wu Chongtian shook his head. That's impossible. If they could teleport over 1,000,000 miles, it would mean transportation between different provinces could be achieved. Soon after, Xia summoned Xingzi. By now, Xingzi had absorbed countless ancient texts and was known as the most knowledgeable being in the eastern region. Master, Xingzi explained, the Tianshin sect's teleportation arrays are classified into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, man, and yellow. Yellow rank arrays can transport 1/10 of miles. They're also the most popular products sold by the Tianshin sect. Xia became interested and ordered someone to purchase several of the Tianshin sect's products. Not long after, disciples brought the products over. Though they were called teleportation arrays, they were actually similar to scrolls. Xia unfurled one scroll, feeling a burst of spatial energy surround him. His vision blurred for a moment, and the next thing he knew, he stood 10 miles away. A pretty decent life-saving treasure indeed. Xia nodded approvingly. This yellow rank scroll is worth 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, Xingzi explained beside him. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Xia took a deep breath. This was no small amount, enough to make even a nascent soul cultivator flinch. These teleportation scrolls were usually purchased by senior elders and sold to younger disciples for protection during training. Despite their high cost, many cultivators were willing to buy them. After all, these yellow rank scrolls really could save lives in critical moments. The man rank arrays can transport between 1,000 to 3,000 miles, Xingzi continued. They are typically bought by sects and installed in key locations near their bases, allowing swift responses in case of emergencies. The heaven and earth rank arrays function similarly to the man rank ones, except like them, they aren't portable. They require setting up massive formations and are cumbersome to activate, consuming enormous amounts of spirit stones. In that case, Yuhua Sect's next major business will be teleportation arrays. Xia sneered. If war were truly to break out between the sects, though Xia could use the cultivator union to recruit countless powerful cultivators, the amount of spirit stones required would be astronomical. Even all the spirit stones obtained from the auction might not be sufficient. Moreover, fighting against such a powerful sect would lead to mutual destruction in the end. Therefore, a commercial war was a much better form of revenge. It required no powerful cultivators, only substantial capital. And what Yuhua Sect lacked in everything else, it certainly did not lack in spirit stones. With a well-developed supply chain, they could cover all 36 provinces of the Great Xia Empire. Disciple, Yuhua Sect has never been proficient in spatial cultivation techniques. Wu Chongtian expressed his concerns. Don't worry, master. Just leave everything to me. Soon after, Xia entered a private chamber. A mysterious sensation surged within him as his mind suddenly entered a tranquil and enlightened state. Unity of heaven and humanity. Countless cultivators spent their entire lives without ever entering such a realm. It was a rare opportunity, yet it also concealed great danger. The path of unity between heaven and humanity could not be sought deliberately. It could only be attained by fate. It required communication between one's true soul and the will of heaven. Many cultivators who entered this mysterious state found their spiritual essences completely assimilated by the heavenly will, turning their bodies into lifeless corpses. Xia felt as though he had entered a void world, devoid of objects, life, colors, and even the flow of time. Then, within his mind, he visualized a colossal bell, instantly occupying his entire consciousness. This great bell seemed to embody all the laws of existence, harboring infinite mysteries. It was the Grand Clock, a treasure obtained by Xia during his past interdimensional journey. The Grand Clock was a stellar-class computer from the Hyper-God universe, a computational cloud created by the Shunha civilization to simulate the entire universe. It possessed unimaginable computing power. In the Hyper-God universe, several beings achieved an extraordinary level of wisdom, such as Shinha's scientific genius Professor Tingihai, the god of death Karl, and Chengxingyun, who possessed the capabilities of a civilization at the 9th level of development. They created and perfected the Grand Clock, and even began researching the void, an avenue toward attaining a godlike civilization. Later, Doryman absorbed numerous supercomputers from other civilizations, such as the UNE system from the Primal Civilization, and eventually integrated some computational tools from Juzunbi. At this point, the Grand Clock was in no way inferior to the creations of a demigod-level civilization. Its computing power was unparalleled. Its only flaw was its enormous energy consumption. When operating at full power, it could deplete an entire star's energy in a very short time. Even in Earth's 23rd century, a supercomputer of this level, equivalent to a demigod civilization, was still out of reach. Although Earth's 22nd century technology was already on par with a godlike civilization, its foundation remained extremely weak. After all, science had countless branches: biology, physics, astronomy, computer science. each requiring enormous effort and time to make breakthroughs. A typical civilization at the third level of development might have a history of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. That was precisely why, despite Earth's civilization in the 22nd century possessing technology on par with a godlike civilization, human lifespan had not yet surpassed 200 years. The biological foundation was simply too weak. Xia pulled out a spatial scroll, one precisely crafted by the Tianshan sect. Grand Clock, analyze. Chapter 170. The Great Clock Analysis. Activate the Great Clock. Activate the Great Clock. At Xia Yi's command, a large bell appeared above his consciousness sea. The bell was composed of a constant flow of changing numbers and emitted a hazy green glow. Calculate target attributes. Analysis successful. Detect spatial matter. Analysis successful. Detect 9 types of energy. Analysis successful. In just a few breaths, the Great Clock had completely analyzed the spatial scroll before him. Although the Tao of space could only be comprehended by cultivation experts at the nascent soul stage or higher within the Eastern Domain cultivation world, for the Great Clock, this was merely child's play. After all, if it were fully energized, the Great Clock was an ultimate computer capable of even analyzing primordial chaos treasures. Improve the spatial scroll. Xia commanded softly. Improving the spatial scroll requires energy. Please supply the energy in time, or otherwise, spiritual energy will be absorbed by default. The Great Clock spoke. Spiritual energy was, in essence, also a form of energy. In fact, it was an extremely high-quality energy source, far surpassing electric or nuclear energy. Xia quickly prepared a sufficient number of spirit stones. After all, when the Great Clock first started, it had absorbed energy on the level of stars. He had only cultivated to the nascent soul stage. His arms and legs were not yet strong enough. If his spiritual energy were completely drained by the Great Clock, he would end up like a dried-out piece of meat. Sufficient energy detected. Commencing calculation. Calculation successful. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Great Clock stopped rotating. A flash of green light illuminated, and suddenly, some new information appeared within Xia Yi's mind. This is a new method for crafting spatial scrolls. Xia Yi became visibly excited. Following the method given by the Great Clock, the crafted spatial scrolls could achieve a teleportation distance of over 100 li. The teleportation scrolls crafted by the Tianshan sect could only reach slightly more than 10 li. Generally, these were suitable for disciples at the foundation building or core formation stages. For cultivators of the nascent soul stage, 10 li was nothing more than a blink of an eye, thus rendering these scrolls of little practical use. But a distance of 100 li was significant. If used during a life and death chase, such a scroll could easily mean escape from danger. Moreover, the crafting method and complexity have been significantly reduced. Comparing the two spatial scroll crafting methods, Xia Yi found the new method to be much easier, requiring only half the materials used by the Tianshan sect. Soon, Xia Yi arranged for the required materials for crafting the spatial scrolls to be brought to him. Then, following the crafting method provided by the Great Clock, he began the process step by step. About an hour later, Xia Yi successfully crafted a spatial scroll. He carefully unfurled it. Instantly, a surge of spatial energy burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, Xia Yi was transported to a beautiful mountainous landscape filled with greenery. This place is Lesser Bamboo Peak. Xia Yi quickly recognized where he was. Lesser Bamboo Peak was one of the spiritual peaks of Yuhua Sect, located 110 li away from Yuhua Hall. It was abundant with spiritual herbs and fruits, and many disciples liked to come here to gather medicinal plants. Pretty good effect. Xia Yi nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, he once again activated the Great Clock to analyze the teleportation formation. Without any unexpected issues, the Great Clock soon completely deciphered the mysteries of the teleportation formation. Can you create a teleportation formation capable of transporting 1,000,000 li? Xia Yi asked. Yes. The Great Clock's voice was cold and emotionless, similar to the tone of a system message. Then proceed with the simulation. Simulation commencing. Slowly, the Great Clock began to rotate. At the same time, the piles of top-grade spirit stones in front of Xia Yi were rapidly being consumed. The Great Clock is great, but it really consumes a lot of energy. Looking at the ever-disappearing top-grade spirit stones, Xia Yi felt his heart bleeding. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. When the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones were gone, the Great Clock gradually began to stop rotating. Simulation of the 1,000,000 li teleportation formation is successful. Additionally, 3 other grades of teleportation formations have been improved. The cold voice of the Great Clock echoed, followed by a green stream of light made of numbers. Xia Yi quickly received all the information. The heaven, earth, and Xian tier teleportation formations had all been improved. Like the spatial scrolls, both the complexity of crafting and the need for rare materials had been greatly reduced. As for the 1,000,000 li teleportation formation, the crafting process itself was not particularly complex. However, it required some space ultimate treasures to stabilize the entire formation and continuously supply spatial energy. Space ultimate treasures, where exactly should I find those? Xia Yi frowned and began to think. Suddenly, he remembered the divine silkworm shell within the spatial world. That was surely a space ultimate treasure, capable of stabilizing the entire spatial world. Shortly afterward, he rode the 9 heavens and 10 directions demon-repelling divine shuttle and entered the spatial world. Passing through layers of spatial worlds, Xia Yi arrived at a calm space world. Before his eyes stood rows of communication base stations. It was precisely these base stations that enabled mobile phone signals to cover the entire eastern domain, allowing all cultivators to use mobile phones. Not far ahead, there was a massive insect shell, over 3 zhang long, crystal clear like water, and emitting a vast spatial force. Xia urged the divine shuttle forward slowly. This insect shell looked just like a silkworm, only much larger in size. It somewhat resembled a shrunken dragon. Spatial worlds were not unchanging. In no less than 99% of them, spatial tides, chaotic spatial flows, and spatial hurricanes were rampant, making them extremely dangerous. Yet the space silkworm shell had the power to suppress and stabilize spatial chaos. In places where the silkworm shell existed, all spatial turbulence would disappear. Xia arrived before the giant insect shell 3 zhang long. Then he took out a sharp dagger and cut off a piece of the shell as large as a palm, crystal clear and transparent. In terms of the entire insect shell, this fragment was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. However, for forging a large-scale teleportation formation, it was more than sufficient. With a small piece of the spatial silkworm shell obtained, gathering other materials became very easy. Next came the forging process. In fact, Xia was not particularly skilled in forging artifacts. On the contrary, Mo possessed an exceptional talent for forging weapons. Especially since the Yuhua sect was not short of money. Mo had purchased many precious ancient texts on forging weapons, and his skills had risen sharply. After 3 days and nights of forging by Mo, 2 teleportation formations were completed. After that came the test. Wu Zhongtian rode the 9 heavens and 10 directions demon-repelling divine shuttle to Cangzhou. Cangzhou was 1.05 million li away from Qingzhou, where the Yuhua sect was located. This distance was perfectly suitable for experimentation. Xia placed piece after piece of top-grade spirit stones into the teleportation formation. Before long, the formation began to slowly activate, and spatial energy filled the air. To ensure safety, Xia took out the large umbrella he had obtained in ancient times. This umbrella was a high-grade Xian artifact, possessing unimaginable might. However, it had unfortunately encountered the legendary lotus lamp. Regrettably, after returning to modern times, due to drastic changes in the world's natural laws, the lotus lamp had lost its former power and had become a useless lamp. Otherwise, with the might of the lotus lamp, Xia wouldn't have feared the Tianxin sect at all. Before his eyes the scene flashed, and Xia saw Wu Zhongtian. It worked. Wu Zhongtian was extremely delighted. Teleportation formations capable of transporting 1,000,000 li were extremely rare even in ancient times, only mastered by certain holy grounds. He never expected his disciple to actually possess such spatial techniques. Then suddenly, will we mass-produce teleportation formations and spatial scrolls and challenge the Tianxin sect head-on? Wu Zhongtian asked. Not yet. If we want to occupy Tianxin sect's market in a short period of time, we must obtain the support of the great Xia Empire. Next, I shall personally go to the imperial capital, Yuhua City, to discuss cooperation with the Xia Emperor. Chapter 171, The Portal. Xia rode the 9 heavens and 10 lands demon-repelling divine shuttle and arrived at the most prosperous area of the Eastern Territory. It was also the heart of the region. Xia hovered in midair, looking around. This was a vast and open plain, upon which 9 great rivers roared ceaselessly, forming a pattern that seemed to embody some heavenly or earthly law. They guarded a city of colossal proportions. This city was the grandest imperial capital of the great Xia dynasty, Yujing City. This was not Xia first time coming here, but this time, his emotions were the deepest. During the Middle Ancient era, the great Xia kingdom had only been a medium-sized nation. However, at the end of that era, a wise and enlightened monarch emerged, Emperor Xia Taikong. Possessing great talent and ambition, he governed diligently, using strategies like alliances and divide-and-conquer tactics to dismantle the power of surrounding nations, and later he launched military campaigns to eliminate them one by one. Consequently, the nation grew increasingly powerful and ultimately unified the entire Eastern Territory, establishing the Immortal Imperial Dynasty. He was revered as the saintly King Emperor of Yujing. Yujing City was built by later generations in commemoration of that great sovereign. After returning from over 50,000 years ago, Xia deeply felt the great Xia Empire's profound impact on the human race. In the primordial age, humanity had lived in tribal forms, very weak, and often becoming prey for Yao. Even cultivators treated ordinary humans like pigs and dogs, killing them at will. Only after the rise of the great Xia dynasty did humanity truly prosper, establishing laws and order. Cultivators no longer dared to kill common people at random. Any Yao daring to devour humans would be marked by the Tianyun Pavilion with a mission task for its destruction. Looking at the massive city before him, Xia descended from the divine shuttle and prepared to enter. Crossing the drawbridge and passing over the moat, he smoothly entered the city. Although there were innate level soldiers guarding the gates, the checks were not strict. Entering Yunzhong City, he found himself amidst prosperity, busy streets filled with carriages and crowds. Along the wide avenues, shops lined both sides, and vendors' cries rose and fell in endless waves. Top-grade tiger spirit hide, only 5 tails of red gold. 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, can revive the dead and regrow flesh and bone. Wheat germ pancakes, 2 copper coins each. Jade pearl spirit rice, each grain plump and full of spiritual energy. Don't miss out. Glyceriza juice, sweet and sour to taste. Xia moved through the bustling crowd, feeling the strong atmosphere of mortal life. He realized that the change in heavenly laws was a disaster for cultivators, but a prosperous era for ordinary humans. Arriving before the Imperial Palace, Xiaoyi took out his 4th-grade Immortal teacher token, and soon Imperial guards rushed off to report. Before long, he was granted an audience. In the Taiha Hall of the palace, the Xia Emperor asked cheerfully, "Has my beloved minister come once again to discuss cooperation on the mobile phones?" The invention of the mobile phone had been divine for the great Xia dynasty. It made the previously cumbersome empire operate far more efficiently. Even if generals stationed at distant borderlands were thousands of miles away, the court could quickly communicate with them. The only downside was that the workload for the emperor had increased. Every day, he had to make over 100 calls to generals on the frontier and to high officials across the land, keeping in touch and maintaining relationships. "No, this time I have come for another kind of cooperation," Xiaoyi replied. "Oh, have you developed some new treasure, my esteemed minister?" The emperor's curiosity was piqued. A teleportation formation. A teleportation array? The emperor furrowed his brows slightly. Such formations were nothing rare in the Eastern Territory. The Tianshan sect had deep expertise in such things. However, the maximum range of their teleportation formations was about 50,000 li, barely enough to transport between prefectures. Moreover, such a formation came at an exorbitant price, requiring no less than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Considering the sheer number of prefectures within the Great Xia dynasty, even emptying the national treasury would not be enough if they wanted to outfit all of them. The teleportation array from Yuhua sect is nothing like those inferior products from Tianshan sect. Xiaoyi sneered. "Are you saying, my beloved minister, that you have developed a teleportation formation capable of spanning 100,000 li?" The emperor perked up. 100,000 li was the distance between provinces. If that were true, then even if the Great Xia dynasty bled to death financially, they must still procure a batch of these teleportation arrays. 100,000 li. Xiaoyi shook his head. The teleportation formation of Yuhua sect can teleport up to 1,000,000 li. 1,000,000 li. The emperor's breathing quickened. He asked urgently, "Truly, my minister, can your teleportation formation really reach 1,000,000 li? You may try it yourself, your majesty." With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyi conjured a huge portal on the ground, 3 zhang tall. This was the ultimate version of the teleportation formation he had perfected, a formation somewhat akin to the legendary Anywhere door. Then, he took out a pile of spirit stones and placed them into a slot on the device. Instantly, the large portal began to vibrate. About 10 breaths later, the shaking gradually weakened and finally stopped. Xiaoyi bowed and said, "Your majesty, please." The Xia emperor hesitated for a moment, but still stepped into the portal. The scenery shifted, revealing a massive city inscribed with 3 towering characters, Guangyang City. Guangyang City was a major metropolis of the Great Xia Empire, home to millions of ordinary people, and remarkably prosperous. The towering city walls were majestic and vast, resembling celestial palaces fallen from the heavens, ancient yet magnificent. The moat was dozens of meters wide, unfathomably deep, its murky waters surging violently. A closer look revealed crocodile-like strange fish swimming within. "This is Suizhou." The Xia emperor was greatly shocked. Suizhou lay a full 1.2 million li away from Guangyang City, yet he had arrived in only a few breaths. Soon, both of them returned to the palace through the portal. "I wonder about how much would such a portal cost in spirit stones." The Xia emperor inhaled deeply. He had already braced himself for a massive financial blow. The Great Xia dynasty consisted of 36 provinces, and the distances between them were incredibly vast. Communication and travel among officials were extremely inconvenient. This led each of these provinces to function like independent feudal kingdoms. The imperial court had limited control over them, and each governor wielded tremendous autonomy, resembling feudal lords. Take, for instance, the governor of Qingzhou, Meng Wenqian. As long as he collected the taxes of his province, the imperial court rarely interfered in his affairs. The introduction of mobile phones had significantly enhanced the central government's communication with the provinces. The Xia emperor could now frequently contact various governors. Yet, as the saying goes, seeing in person is better than hearing 1,000 times. Relying solely on phones was insufficient for truly governing the provinces. Portals were different. They could truly shorten the distance between provinces. If such portals could be established across all the provinces, then the Great Xia Imperial Court would gain true control over all 36 provinces. Such a portal costs 10,000 top-grade spirit stones per unit. Xiaoyi replied, "What? 10,000 top-grade spirit stones?" The Xia Emperor could not remain calm. The price was not too high, it was too low. Back then, the heaven-grade teleportation arrays of the Tianshan sect, which could teleport up to 50,000 li, already cost as much as 14,000 top-grade spirit stones. An unimaginably expensive price. But there was no alternative. The Tianshan sect held a monopoly over the teleportation industry in the Eastern Territory. The teleportation arrays of Yuhua sect could teleport over 1,000,000 li, yet their price was merely 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's right, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Xiaoyi nodded. The Xia Emperor wasn't so naive to be swayed by the low price alone. As the saying went, the cheapest is often the most expensive. That 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was likely just the manufacturing cost of the portal. Though Xiaoyi was still a young master of Yuhua sect, he was already highly experienced. When it came to political cunning and strategy, even some of the old sly foxes in the imperial court would fall short. He then spoke solemnly. "Speak, what conditions do you have?" Nothing can be hidden from the emperor. Besides the 1,000,000 li teleportation formation, Yuhua Sect has also developed 10,000 Li and 100,000 Li versions, all at similarly low prices, perfectly suitable for deployment across all provinces, prefectures, and cities of the Great Xia dynasty. Xia Yi smiled and continued. Each activation of the portal consumes a vast amount of spirit stones. In the future, from each province, prefecture, and city's teleportation array, 70% of the revenue collected annually will go to Yuhua Sect. What he aimed for was never a one-time transaction. The Great Xia dynasty covered a territory unimaginably vast, 36 provinces, more than 300 prefectures, and over 2,000 cities. Even ordinary people found travel difficult, not to mention cultivators. Many cultivators had never left their home prefecture their entire lives, let alone traveled to different provinces or states. If the teleportation portals could be popularized across all provinces, prefectures, and cities of the Great Xia dynasty, the number of cultivators willing to pay spirit stones for teleportation would be staggering. The annual revenue from these teleportation arrays alone would be astronomical. 70%, that is far too high. The Xia Emperor frowned as he quickly understood the crux of the matter. Initially, the Great Xia dynasty had intended to purchase such a large number of teleportation arrays, which would likely consume hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, an enormous expense for the empire. But if these portals could be put into civilian use, the annual income in spirit stones would certainly be astronomical. This would also bring the dynasty a new, significant source of tax revenue. But as for Xia Yi's demand of taking 70% of the income, the Xia Emperor could not possibly accept. The imperial court must station soldiers to guard these teleportation portals and bear the costs of maintenance and repairs, so we should receive 60%, while Yuhua Sect takes 40%, said the Xia Emperor. I will compromise slightly. Yuhua Sect takes 60%, and the Great Xia dynasty 40%. No. After intense negotiations, both sides finally compromised. It was decided that future revenue from these portals would be split evenly between the Great Xia dynasty and Yuhua Sect. Both parties were satisfied with the outcome. Oh right. Your Majesty must also quickly prepare the materials required for crafting the teleportation arrays. The method will be the same as before. Imperial Court commissioned manufacturing. Xia Yi took out a sheet of paper. The Great Xia dynasty would likely need over 1,000 portals this time. If all of them were to be crafted by the Yuhua Sect alone, no one could tell how long it would take. This blueprint is a detailed list of materials required for crafting the portals. However, it is missing one crucial component. Without this single piece, any portal crafted would be completely useless. This was also the key point where Xia Yi managed to gain leverage over the Great Xia's heritage. Chapter 172, Dora's Genesis Diary. The Tianshan Sect. Taoist Huan Ling wore a purple and cyan bagua cloud-patterned robe, a golden crown on his head, surrounded by swirling greenish mist, his eyes sharp like lightning, radiating immense authority. At this moment, he was filled with rage, shouting, "Why have the sales of our various level teleportation arrays across the 36 states of Great Xia dropped sharply? Especially this month, the sales have dropped to an all-time low, less than 1% of normal. Can anyone tell me why?" The Patriarch Huan Ling's furious voice thundered through the hall, like rolling heavenly thunder, fully displaying the might of a refinement void Dao sovereign. Master, the Yuhua Sect recently launched a series of teleportation arrays. Their top model is said to be able to teleport up to 1,000,000 Li, so our arrays naturally sold poorly. A purple-robed elder bowed and answered softly. He was Qing Xian Daoist, former leader of the northern region's Huanin Sect, and now an elder of the Tianshan Sect. A teleportation array that can transmit 1,000,000 Li? But even if it has been developed, who in the entire eastern region can afford it? Huan Ling snorted. Currently, in the eastern region, the Tianshan Sect was receiving mixed reviews. Because of the matter of imprisoning elders from the Yuhua Sect, they had been widely criticized online. Yet, the advancement of Elder Hun Tian to the core formation realm had instilled fear among many sects. After all, in the eastern region, the core formation realm was considered the ultimate ceiling. Qing Xian Daoist cautiously replied, "That 1,000,000 Li teleportation array is priced similarly to our heaven tier arrays, and furthermore, the Yuhua Sect has established a partnership with the Great Xia Imperial Court. How is that possible? Selling a teleportation array capable of 1,000,000 Li teleportation for merely over 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Is the Yuhua Sect out of their minds?" At this moment, Huan Ling was somewhat dazed. In truth, the prices Tianshan set for their portals were not exorbitant. The cost of manufacturing them was simply too high and the process excessively complicated. Excluding labor, the materials for a single heaven-tier teleportation array alone already cost up to 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yet its teleportation range was only 50,000 Li, less than a fraction of what the Yuhua Sect offered. So Huan Ling couldn't understand why Xia Yi would engage in such a loss-making deal. Throughout the eastern region's cultivation world, practically every significant sect or cultivator was rushing to purchase teleportation arrays made by the Yuhua Sect. Because a better teleportation array could mean a life-saving talisman for a sect. When a sect was attacked by powerful enemies, facing possible annihilation at any moment, having a teleportation array that could cover thousands of Li would allow disciples and elders to escape through it. Before this, only a few wealthy sects possessed teleportation arrays. The Tianshan arrays were simply too expensive for most sects or cultivators to afford. However, the Yuhua Sect's arrays were different. They provided much longer-range teleportation and were much more affordable compared to Tianshan's offering, roughly equivalent to a 30 to 40% discount. How could the other sects not be driven wild? Faced with the Yuhua Sect's aggressive strategies, the Tianshan Sect was simply powerless to resist. Tianshan's teleportation arrays, whether in terms of price or performance, were far inferior to the Yuhua's, essentially being obliterated. Enraged, Taoist Huanling wanted to ask Elder Hun Tian to confront the Yuhua Sect. However, the Yuhua Sect was no longer that weak Ling Su sect from the northern region. At the very least, they now had Taoist Wu Wei standing guard. Taoist Wu Wei was an old-school core formation expert in the eastern region, and even Elder Hun Tian wouldn't dare claim superiority over him. Thinking of this, Huanling couldn't help feeling dejected. Right now, he really had no effective countermeasures against the Yuhua Sect. With no options left, he had no choice but to report everything to Elder Hun Tian. After all, this concerned the prosperity and decline of the entire Tianshan Sect. The income from teleportation arrays constituted 2/3 of the entire sect's revenue. Without this income, the Tianshan Sect would face severe financial problems. This was an existential crisis for the sect. Elder Hun Tian frowned after hearing this. Spirit stones were obviously vital to any sect. Losing the income from the teleportation arrays would severely affect the resources available to him, the sect's senior elder. This was simply unacceptable. Ancestor, Huanling spoke from the side. That Yuhua Sect has Taoist Wu Wei stationed there. We cannot act recklessly. I know Wu Wei's character, Elder Hun Tian said. He's naturally free-spirited and won't join any sect or faction. His previous intervention does not imply he'll do so again. A glint of killing intent flickered across Hun Tian's eyes. In Qingzhou, Yuhua Sect headquarters. Let me see what useful items I can draw this time. Xia Yi looked forward to it with excitement. He hadn't pulled anything good in a long time. All he had been drawing were nearly useless props. Like the item, Labyrinth Exploration Ball. Function. This is a prop used when one cannot find an exit in a maze. The smoke emitted from the exploration ball will flow into every passage and draw the correct route map for you. This kind of item is considered quite useless under normal circumstances. However, one can never be sure when it might unexpectedly come in handy under certain special situations. Item, Calming Honeycomb. Unlike the money-gathering peak, this calming honeycomb emits a beam of light that, when shown at an angry person, causes their raging anger to shrink like a deflating balloon. Xia Yi even specially found people to test it out. This calming honeycomb has great utility for golden core cultivators. No matter how angry they become, the honeycomb's effect can calm their fury. However, for nascent soul or soul transformation cultivators, it becomes largely ineffective. After all, cultivators at such levels possess mental consciousness so powerful it borders on the miraculous. The honeycomb's light has minimal effect on them. There's also the invincible turret. As long as this invincible turret is assembled beforehand, one can bombard anyone anytime, anywhere, with total freedom. Frankly speaking, this item is quite extraordinary in some ways. Even if an enemy is tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of li away, the turret can still strike them. The only drawback is its relatively weak damage output. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators can easily withstand it. Of course, not all drawn items are useless. Xia Yi had also drawn a few quite useful props. For example, there is the temporary performance-enhancing spray. By simply spraying this mist on any object, its performance will dramatically improve, although the effect only lasts for 1 hour. Xia Yi tried it on his magical treasures and found it significantly boosted their power. When applied to spiritual artifacts, the temporary performance-enhancing spray could boost its power by 500%, a 5-fold increase. When applied to treasure artifacts, it boosts their power by 200%. When applied to Dao artifacts, it boosts their power by 80%. And for Xian artifacts, it can only enhance their power by about 30%. Even so, that's still terrifying. Boosting a Xian artifact's power by 1/3 could easily turn the tide in crucial moments. Congratulations. You have drawn the Genesis Diary. The emotionless, cold robotic voice of the system sounded. Following this, an item similar to a toy box appeared on the mobile phone. Isn't this the prop from Dora's Genesis Diary? Xia Yi was extremely delighted. This item appeared in the 16th installment of the movie adaptations of Doraemon. Xia Yi had seen it many times as a child and was very familiar with its contents. Summer vacation had arrived once again, but Doraemon was frowning and lacked enthusiasm. The reason was the summer assignment given by the teacher before the break. Students were to choose their own research topics for self-guided exploration. Watching Shizu, Xiang, and even Fatboy find their research subjects, Doraemon had no choice but to seek help from his good friend Doraemon. The robotic cat then pulled out the Genesis Kit from the future world, an item functioning like a life simulation game, allowing the operator to personally go through the entire process of imitating the birth of a universe. With Doraemon's help, Doraemon truly experienced the feeling of becoming a god. However, creating a universe is by no means simple. After two good friends carefully observed and nurtured the process, their miniature universe finally took shape, giving birth to planets similar to Earth. Under suitable conditions, life gradually began to evolve. Eventually, people like Xiang joined in, experiencing the exciting and thrilling process of life's evolution together with Doraemon. This prop is truly miraculous, and most importantly, it's a permanent item. Xia Yi's heart pounded with excitement. He had previously drawn many powerful causality-based props, like the draw-proof gauntlet, the famous sword Denko Maru, the shrinking lamp, and others. Each of these items was exceptionally powerful. One such item alone could dominate the cultivation world. Unfortunately, none of these items were permanent. They were fragments that diminished with every use. Each use brought the end closer. This Genesis device can create an entire world. It's something even immortals at the heaven immortal level cannot accomplish. Excitedly, Xiaoyi opened the Genesis device and followed the system's instructions to first take out the god's carpet. After carefully spreading the god's carpet flat on the ground, he then retrieved the god's staff. The god's staff resembled a wooden stick with several green buttons on its tip. Xiaoyi gripped the god's staff tightly and tapped the god's carpet lightly. Instantly, the carpet revealed a rectangular rift in space. After stepping inside, he discovered total darkness, no light in all directions, as if the universe itself had yet to be born. Oh, next comes the seeding of the cosmic core. 3 bottles appeared in Xiaoyi's hands, and he opened their caps and evenly scattered the contents. Sparkling dust emerged in patches, glowing like luminous clouds. Then, he used the god staff to stir and blend the 3 cosmic essences together. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with ultimate brightness. There wasn't a trace of any other color. Time itself seemed to stop in that instant. An infinite dazzling white light surged like a mountain collapsing or seas erupting, sweeping across the entire space. The intense brightness didn't last long before an enormous fireball, as massive as a mountain, was born, just like an ancient sun from the heavens plunging inside. Infinite light and heat filled this place. Anyone could feel that devastating, world-destroying power. The terrifying high temperatures even ignited the air itself, and massive waves of flame surged outward in all directions like rolling waves. From the epicenter of the explosion, vast and immeasurable energy burst forth like the surging Yangtze River or the boundless ocean, shaking the entire world violently. Damn, is this the Big Bang of the universe? Looking at the scene in front of him, far more intense than a nuclear explosion, Xiaoyi felt a lingering fear in his heart. Luckily, the system had warned him that a massive explosion would occur during the creation process. Otherwise, he might have been nearly blown to death. After the explosion ended, Xiaoyi stepped forward to observe. Inside the spatial world, planetary clouds, gases, and dust swirled together, rotating just like the macroscopic Milky Way. His previous life solar system probably looked similar 4.6 billion years ago. However, this state would last approximately 1 or 2 days. Roughly 12 hours later, Xiaoyi returned to inspect the creation process. He saw that the sun had already formed, a giant fireball, while surrounding gas and rocks had become asteroids orbiting around the sun. Then, numerous rocky fragments collided with each other. After crashing, the rocks were formed into new fragments, and upon crashing again, they formed once more. Repeating this process gradually gave birth to large planets. Xiaoyi felt time was passing too slowly. Thus, he took out the god's staff and pressed its control buttons, making 3 hours equal to 100 million years. This was an extremely terrifying function. According to the system, during this period, Xiaoyi still needed to continuously stir and control the distance between planets and the sun. No one knew how much time had passed before Earth finally appeared. Chapter 173, Creation. Looking at the barren Earth before him, Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The Earth before him was exactly how it appeared 4.5 billion years ago, desolate and lifeless. After a long half-day passed, this newborn Earth had already existed for 800 million years. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Xiaoyi took out the UFO camera from the creation module to examine the Earth's condition. This camera resembled an alien spacecraft. After entering the spatial world, it quickly arrived above the Earth. Thick clouds filled the view. At this time, violent storms were happening all over the planet. Xiaoyi felt somewhat gratified seeing this because heavy rainfall would eventually form oceans. And oceans were the cradle of all life. Another hour passed, and the oceans had already formed. Following the system's instructions, Xiaoyi took out the divine wand, pointed it toward Earth, and pressed the red button on its top twice in succession. Instantly, a huge bolt of lightning shot from the divine wand, striking the Earth at that moment. In an instant, the Earth was enveloped in lightning. After the electric shock, primitive single-celled organisms began appearing in the ocean, the most basic forms of life. These single-celled organisms absorbed energy and reproduced, and they continuously evolved, their life forms becoming increasingly complex. Before long, algae and jellyfish began to appear. Of course, at this time, the Earth's time flow rate was 3 hours equal to 100 million years. In the blink of an eye, Earth had reached 30 billion years old, and biological diversity had explosively increased. To survive, marine organisms began competing through evolution, chasing each other, evading, feeding on others, or being preyed upon. This was the eternal truth of the survival of the fittest, a truth unchanged in any world. Gradually, through the UFO camera, Xiaoyi saw signs of fish. Now, Earth's evolution had progressed quite significantly. So, he took out the divine cloud, preparing to enter and observe. Then, riding on the divine cloud, he entered the spatial world. Before him, the Earth looked somewhat smaller than the real Earth he remembered from his past life. Yet every detail inside was identical. After entering Earth, Xiaoyi discovered that large land masses had already formed. There were vast forests, mountains, rivers, and streams. Looking closely, he could even see numerous insects such as spiders and millipedes. It could indeed be called an ancient planet teeming with life. However, the forests were unusually quiet, without any large beasts appearing yet. This was because the marine environment was far more hospitable than the land. The ocean was the cradle of all living beings, and it was extremely difficult for marine organisms to move onto land. Their physical structures needed complete transformation, requiring long periods of evolutionary time. Therefore, at this stage, the land remained the domain of insects. This won't do. I want a human world, not an insect world. Xia Yi shook his head, then boarded the divine cloud and flew to the ocean. With a single hand motion, a fish about 3 chi long flew out of the water. It was a type of fish called Chingu fish. Immediately, Xia Yi took out his evolution and devolution ray gun. This was an upgraded version of the devolution gun, with the added function of promoting evolution. Xia Yi aimed the ray gun at the fish. Upon exposure to the beam, the Chingu fish underwent rapid evolution, adapting to survive on land, and its brain became more developed. In this way, the course of evolution accelerated dramatically. In the cultivation world, the older the beast, the more powerful it became, and all the Yaju at this time were enhancing their bloodlines through ancestral regression. But in this world, the more evolved a creature was, the stronger it became. After radiating several other fish species, Xia Yi returned to the real world on the divine cloud. The next day, Xia Yi, through the UFO camera, spotted a new creature. It was clearly a fish, yet had 4 legs, somewhat similar to a crocodile, but without the crocodile's armored shell. It was an amphibious creature capable of surviving both in water and in air. By this time, 4 billion years had passed since the Earth's creation. An hour later, dinosaurs appeared. On the screen appeared a dinosaur species known as the Protosaurus, an extremely ancient species among the dinosaur lineage. As evolution continued, more and more dinosaurs emerged: Brontosaurus, Triceratops, Diplodocus, Tyrannosaurus rex, and raptors among them. While returning to the real world, Xia Yi noticed a small planet with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. Such planets were common in this solar system. They often appeared. From its trajectory, it seemed destined to collide with Earth. However, Xia Yi did not attempt to stop it, but simply observed. As a bright light flashed, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and other natural disasters began occurring on Earth. The once dominant dinosaurs ultimately became extinct on this Earth. Life has always been this way. Only through birth and destruction can evolution proceed slowly. Xia Yi sighed. Following this, Earth entered the Ice Age, with blizzards, glaciers, and snowy landscapes everywhere. At this time, humans had already begun to appear. In the depths of the primeval forest, more than 10 primitive humans armed with stone spears and wearing animal hides were hunting. After paying the price of 1 death and 3 severely injured, they finally managed to kill this enormous woolly mammoth. The remaining primitives emitted strange, triumphant roars, celebrating their hunting success. This mammoth would provide enough food for their entire tribe for several days. As for the severely injured, in this harsh environment, it was almost a death sentence. These primitives are still too weak. Xia Yi shook his head. The Earth before him was, after all, artificial, quite different from the Earth of his past life, with lower temperatures and a harsher environment. If no intervention occurred, these primitive humans, who had only existed for several tens of thousands of years, would likely be wiped out by the tide of time. Thus, Xia Yi, as a god, imparted writing, hunting techniques, and survival skills to the primitives. He also taught them martial arts. However, limited by this world's rules, their martial arts were restricted to physical enhancement and lacked the extraordinary powers of martial artists in the modern world. Still, the most gifted among them could leap 2 or 3 zhang high and shatter stone tablets. At the very least, they could now survive this brutal environment and quickly grow stronger. Xia Yi's reputation also rapidly spread across the primitive tribes. God, every time Xia Yi appeared, he caused countless primitives to worship him fanatically. This had formed an unshakable and indelible faith. Many deeply devoted tribes even developed a culture of ritual sacrifices, offering both animals and, at times, their own people to worship Xia Yi, their god. Xia Yi originally wanted to stop it, but upon reflection, this was an inevitable phenomenon in the development of this era. The primitive civilizations of this time were still crude and barbaric. They had a long road ahead before they could walk the path of true civilization. Time was flowing too quickly. Xia Yi had long abandoned the earlier ratio of 3 hours, equaling 100 million years. Now, 1 hour in the real world equated to 1,000 years within the creation world. Before long, the footprints of primitive tribes had spread across most of the earth. Xia Yi had become the sole, true god revered by all primitive tribes. Their culture of ritual sacrifice became increasingly sophisticated. He could even feel traces of belief power emanating from them. Though weak, this belief power was incredibly pure. Xia Yi collected this belief power but did not absorb it. After all, he did not yet fully understand its nature. Legend said that in the extreme west of the Dongxing continent, Buddhism was widespread. Its cultivation system was completely different from that of traditional Taoist cultivation. It used belief power to forge a golden body, a truly terrifying approach. Buddhism and Taoism were entirely opposing cultivation systems. For cultivators, detachment and non-attachment to karma were essential. To cultivators, belief power was no different from poison. Perhaps I should travel to the western deserts to see exactly what the Buddhist cultivation system is like, Xia Yi murmured to himself. Now he constantly heard faint ritual chants in his ears. This made him recall the scene when he had viewed the feathered stone tablet after forming the foundation of the heavenly Tao. The ancient tablet stood as majestically as an ancient divine mountain. The engraved lines on it seemed alive, emitting countless radiant beams like wriggling dragons and snakes, gradually forming an image. This image was very simple, only a few strokes, depicting a mysterious little beast that looked adorable but exuded an indescribable aura, capable of swallowing heaven and earth. These unfathomable lines came alive, continuously wriggling like fish in water. The engravings on the tablet transformed from static images into dynamic forms, constantly rearranging themselves. Xia saw a group of tiny figures kneeling on the ground, worshipping the little beast with utmost reverence, as if praising celestial beings. There was also a distant sound of great truths, like chants or ancient ritual music, as though crossing through space and time, echoing from a distant past. This sound seemed to contain the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, the mysteries of cultivation, making one involuntarily fall into deep contemplation. According to Wu Chongtian, the Feathered Ascension Sect did not merely produce one heavenly venerated sage of great perfection. It could rival even the most prestigious sacred places. That Doryman had been engraved onto the tablet by the sect's Endro, and that the sect's supreme scripture, the Feathered Ascension Sutra, was hidden within it showed just how revered he was. There was even a slight possibility that the Feathered Ascension Sect had originally been founded by Doryman himself. After all, with so many miraculous tools at his disposal, it was not impossible for Doryman to have risen to power in the cultivation world. Those tiny figures seemed dressed like primitive humans, with stone spears and fire pits nearby, just like an ancient primitive tribe from prehistoric times. Exactly like the primitive tribes before his eyes now. This scene feels strangely familiar, Xia murmured. In the ancient times of the modern world, Doryman had been worshipped by primitive humans as a god. Now, in this earth he had created, Xia himself was worshipped as a god by these primitive tribes. The similarity between the two was striking. A ridiculous and absurd idea arose from deep within his heart. Could it be that this vast Dongxing continent was created by Doryman using his magical gadgets? This speculation was simply too shocking. Even Xia couldn't help but shiver with cold sweat over this thought. No way. Doryman's gadgets don't possess such immense power. Xia shook his head. After cultivating into a perfect infant, he once crossed over into Doryman's world and knew very well about Doryman's magical gadgets. The treasure bag system he had obtained through transmigration was actually an enhanced version of those gadgets. Take for example the glove that prevents any outcome from being decided. The version drawn from his system was heavily modified, able to withstand even heavenly lightning, while the original version was merely a boxing gadget, unable to resist even bullets, let alone heavenly lightning. The same logic applied to the famous sword, the Chargeton blade. What a pity I don't know where the real Doryman is now. Xia sighed. As his cultivation grew stronger, he learned more, but also grew increasingly confused, as if his vision were shrouded in an ever-present mist. From transmigration, awakening the treasure bag system, to drawing out various gadgets, Xia always felt as though some invisible force was pushing him forward, as if he were merely a piece on a chessboard. Just take one step at a time. Even if I'm just a humble pawn, once I cross the river, I can still become half a chariot and deliver checkmate. A gleam of determination shone in Xia Yi's eyes. By this time, due to the spread of martial cultivation, humanity had risen to the top of the food chain on Earth. Some powerful tribes already numbered in the tens of thousands, even reaching 100,000 strong. Martial arts had also become increasingly prosperous. Many gifted warriors from various tribes even began creating their own martial arts techniques, walking down an even more formidable path. Chapter 174, Founding the Cultivation World. As time passed, thousands of years of warfare began among the tribes. Smaller tribes were constantly being eliminated and assimilated, while new large tribes rose. Eventually, a tribe led by the GD unified most of the world and established an empire. This marked the transition of humanity from primitive society to slave society. Xia then began his transformation of this world. To him, an ordinary planet was of no use other than to collect belief power. After all, the Dongxing continent was boundless, and even the great Xia Empire alone had nearly as many people as the Earth from his past life. His true goal was to evolve a separate cultivation world. Xia held a stone in his hand. He emitted energy from his fingers, quickly carving off most of the outer layer, revealing a core like amber, with mist-like and glowing substances flowing inside. This was a primordial spirit stone, also known as an essence nugget. Next, the nugget hovered in the air like a rising sun, never setting, appearing extremely mystical. It seemed to be a fragment of the world's very origin, drawing people in with irresistible allure. Soon, the essence nugget emitted endless waves of spiritual energy, surging like a tsunami, wave after wave. One essence nugget, however, was clearly not enough. Clenching his teeth, Xia brought most of the ancient nuggets he had stored from earlier times into this Dixing. With the time-space converter, if he ever ran out of nuggets, he could always return to tens of thousands of years ago. These massive amounts of spiritual energy gradually blended into the air, spreading through the winds to every corner of the world. Some plants absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, becoming greener and even producing fruits imbued with spirit energy. And certain animals, having accidentally consumed these spiritual fruits, gradually awakened their spiritual awareness. The world's atmosphere began to subtly change. The first great demon appeared. It was a saber-toothed tiger. After consuming many spiritual beasts, it accidentally discovered the method of absorbing spiritual energy, stepping onto the path of cultivation and becoming a weak early-stage chi condensation beast. Though its cultivation was low, its emergence marked a groundbreaking era for this world. At this time, the human race was still primarily focused on martial arts. However, they too noticed the anomalies in the heavens and earth. Due to the appearance of spiritual energy, human physical strength had improved, and lifespans had slightly increased. Thus, more and more martial artists advanced into higher levels of cultivation. Even many had entered the Shankan realm. Even in the cultivation worlds outside this one, a Shantan martial artist was quite capable, able to open a martial arts school in a major city or serve as an officer in the army. Because martial arts had become widespread, humans hunted animals far more easily than in the earlier primitive eras. Few humans died or were injured during hunting. But now, they also began to notice abnormalities in the animals. The creatures were becoming fiercer and fiercer, many displaying great cunning and savagery, often overpowering even martial artists. Some Shantan martial artists even fell prey to monstrous beasts. These animal mutations caused unease among humans. Yet, humanity was still the ruler among all beings. Some Shantan martial artists who defeated and devoured these beasts found their own physical strength increasing dramatically, even surpassing previous martial cultivation limits. And a rare few with spiritual roots naturally had a high affinity with spiritual energy due to their innate gifts. Some lucky individuals, by chance, discovered the method of absorbing spiritual energy, officially stepping onto the cultivation path and becoming true cultivators. Since they were the first cultivators in this world, with no existing examples to follow, they could only slowly explore the path themselves. Thus, the cultivation speed was extremely slow. Some cultivators passed away having only reached the third or fourth layer of chi condensation. They recorded their insights and either passed them to disciples or left them for fortunate successors. The next generation of cultivators further refined and perfected these cultivation methods or insights left by their masters. Throughout this entire process, Xia did not intervene, but instead silently watched from the sidelines. Originally, he had intended to leave inheritances across the world that would greatly accelerate the cultivation progress of this world. In the end, however, he gave up. Such an act would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, counterproductive. At this time, the cultivators on Dixing still remained united, without notions of sects or factions. Whenever a cultivator discovered something new, he would immediately exchange insights with others for verification. As time passed, and through the efforts of 7 or 8 generations of cultivators, the cultivators of this world finally created a genuine cultivation method, the Longevity Manual. In Xiaoyi's eyes, the Longevity Manual was crude and superficial, even containing several errors. However, for the cultivation world of this realm, this cultivation method carried immense significance. With the Longevity Manual, cultivators were able to achieve increasingly higher levels of cultivation. Some cultivators even reached the 9th layer of chi condensation. But the 9th layer of chi condensation was like a vast chasm, separating all cultivators. Every cultivator who reached the 9th layer of chi condensation would despairingly discover that the path of cultivation seemed to have come to an end. No matter what they tried, they could not take a single step forward. For their entire lives, they could only remain stuck at the 9th layer of chi condensation. This chasm plagued countless cultivators. They attempted all sorts of methods, but nothing worked. Many cultivators even paid with their lives. Yet this did not cause the cultivators of Dixing to give up. They continuously researched the cultivation stage beyond the 9th layer of chi condensation. Finally, a genius cultivator proposed a concept. A cultivator's dantian space was fixed, and its capacity to hold spiritual energy was limited. It could at most contain spiritual energy equivalent to 9/10 of the 9th layer. If one wished to progress further, there were 2 methods. First was to expand the dantian space. Once the dantian space expanded, more spiritual energy could be contained, naturally allowing further progress in cultivation. Second was to compress the spiritual energy. Since the dantian space was fixed, one could instead compress the spiritual energy. If the dantian was compared to a cloth sack, the spiritual energy would be like cotton. If one wished the sack to carry more cotton, one could only compress the cotton. Therefore, many cultivators threw themselves into exploration. It was discovered that the dantian was extremely fragile and could not be expanded. Many cultivators suffered ruptured dantians, ending their cultivation forever and turning them into ordinary mortals. People then turned their attention to the second method, compressing spiritual energy. But spiritual energy was no easy thing to compress. Countless cultivators suffered from uncontrolled spiritual energy and paid with their lives. Indeed, the greatest danger during foundation building was spiritual energy going out of control. During foundation building, to break through bottlenecks, the spiritual energy had to be transformed into a liquid state. As this spiritual energy circulated faster and faster, the violent energy would certainly assault the cultivator's meridians and dantian. Since this world lacked the existence of foundation building pills, foundation building was naturally extremely difficult. Foundation building pills not only purified impurities from the body, but more importantly, delayed the out-of-control spiritual energy while also nourishing and repairing the cultivator's meridians and dantian. Even if foundation building failed, one could still survive. Thus, foundation building without foundation building pills was extremely dangerous. Thus, another 500 years passed. Finally, a cultivator named Li Wang successfully transformed his spiritual energy into a liquid state, becoming the first cultivator in this world to establish a foundation. This cultivator, Li Wang, generously shared his experience of foundation building with other cultivators of his time. He pointed out a new path for them. However, the path of foundation building remained arduous and perilous. On average, only 1 out of 30 cultivators attempting foundation building could barely survive. The success rate was merely 3%, undeniably low. But despite this, countless cultivators still chose to tread the path of foundation building. At this time, Xia could no longer bear to watch silently from the sidelines. He secretly guided several cultivators, gradually teaching them to invent the foundation building pill. This process did not happen overnight, but spanned several decades. Xia Yi played only a guiding role during this time. Finally, with the creation of the foundation building pill, the success rate of foundation building for cultivators dramatically increased. The lifespan of a foundation building cultivator could reach 2 or 3 centuries. For the ordinary people of this world, 2 or 3 centuries was effectively immortality. When lifespans increased so greatly, foundation building cultivators had more time to conduct further research. Thus, the arts of forging cultivation tools, refining pills, and crafting talismans gradually began developing as well. Chapter 175, another time traveler appears. In Jing country, Awakens market. I hope my luck is better this time, and I can draw a useful item. LVE took a deep breath, then reached his hand into a white sack. Moments later, he pulled out a can with a drawing of grass labeled candy treat grass. His eyes sparkled with green light as he quickly received detailed information about the item. Item name: candy treat grass. Grade E. Function: as long as treats consume this grass, their numbers will multiply. It multiplies the number of treats. LVE immediately thought of Ling Gao, sold in the market, spiritual rice cakes made from Ling rice. They were expensive and especially favored by female cultivators and children. Purchasing them from the market would be too extravagant. He still had a bowl of Jinju Lingmi at home, so he decided to make his own Ling Gao. He borrowed 2 eggs from a owned by a widow next door, and got 5 Ling Zaos from Old Master Sun in the front house. With that, the basic ingredients for red date spirit rice cakes were complete. Though this world lacked ovens, it did have Dan Lu. The previous owner, attempting to test whether he had talent for alchemy, had once spent 10 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a cheap, used Dan Lu from a market stall. He then followed an alchemical recipe bought from a roadside stand, and tried making pills. Unfortunately, he ended up poisoning himself to death. That's when LVE took over. After bustling about all morning, the batch of Ling Gao was finally done. Smelling the fragrant rice aroma, LVE swallowed hard. But this wasn't the time to eat just yet. He took 1 cake, and carefully placed it onto the candy treat grass. Shortly after, the previously motionless Ling Gao began to twitch and emit a soft, shoo-shoo sound. Upon closer inspection, the cake had unknowingly developed a fine slit on top, like a silkworm slowly nibbling at the grass. It really came to life. LVE looked stunned. The power of Doraemon's items was indeed unfathomable, beyond common logic. However, 1 Ling Gao alone wouldn't suffice. At least 2 were needed for reproduction, to produce little Ling Gaos. Without delay, he placed another one atop the candy treat grass. Soon enough, this second cake also displayed signs of spirit awareness, and began munching on the grass. However, as they ate, the 2 Ling Gaos started fighting. Since they lacked hands and feet, their fighting style was unique, somewhat similar to cattle or sheep, rams colliding headfirst. The larger of the 2 Ling Gaos flipped the other over, pinning it down while trying to nibble at its slit-like mouth with its own. It seems both of them are males. LVE shook his head and separated the brawling cakes. There were 5 total Ling Gaos made, the red date spirit rice cakes. After testing the rest, he found all the remaining 3 were females. He divided the 5 Ling Gaos into 2 groups, assigning the slightly larger male to be with 2 females. After all, the stronger deserved more breeding opportunities. After 5 or 6 hours of feeding and the male Ling Gao's diligent efforts, the females' bellies finally swelled. By early the next morning, a group of baby Ling Gaos were born, each about the size of a rubber eraser, looking absolutely adorable. This time's drawn item isn't bad at all. It's definitely better than the clone cloud from last time. LVE was a transmigrated individual. After barely catching the trend of soul transference through time, he collided with Doraemon, who was traveling in a time machine during the process. Their collision inside the time tunnel destabilized the space-time continuum, causing LVE to fall into a temporal black hole, landing him into a cultivation world, where his soul merged into a scatterbrained cultivator at the 4th level of chi condensation. This ordinary cultivator was just a fishmonger in the Awakens market of Jing country in the northern realm, scraping by with his skill in catching spirit fish, managing at best a modest living in the shantytown outside the market. Although he lacked a cultivation system or any golden finger advantages, the intense collision within the time tunnel resulted in Doraemon's 4-dimensional pocket detaching from his stomach and unexpectedly merging with LVE's soul, both ultimately arriving together into this world of cultivation. Obtaining the treasure sack didn't instantly propel LVE into power. Perhaps because the tools inside were too extraordinary, the heavenly Tao of this world imposed many restrictions on the sack. First, he couldn't take out items freely at will. Once every month he could reach into the sack for a random draw. Since arriving in this world, LVE had obtained several tools, but most were rather useless ones like Dream Confirmation Device, Universal Bird's Nest, Bamboo Dragonfly, and Jet-Propelled Bread. The tools had ranks as well, ranging from F to S. The candy treat grass just obtained was an E-grade item. Some items could even be upgraded, although doing so would consume massive amounts of spirit stones. For instance, upgrading candy treat grass from E-grade to D-grade would cost 6 middle-grade spirit stones. When will I ever draw a causality-based tool, or something related to time and space? LVE was quite eager for those legendary tools like the time machine, if booth, dictator button, and wish-granting book. Drawing any one of them would greatly enhance his abilities. It had already been half a year since he transmigrated into this cultivation world, yet the highest grade item he had pulled from the treasure sack was merely a D-grade air pistol. About the size of a thumb and worn on the finger, the air pistol could fire compressed air bullets by simply shouting bang. Generally speaking, a tool like the air pistol should be extremely weak, probably ranked at the lowest F grade. However, LVE had drawn the D grade enhanced version, which was significantly stronger than a regular pistol, capable of penetrating a 1 centimeter thick steel plate with ease. Keep raising them for now. After leaving several cans of utsag for the lingaos as food, LVE grabbed his fishing rod and basket and prepared to go out to catch spirit fish. Off to fish for spirit fish again, old Xia. The neighbor's door creaked open, as a still charming female cultivator stepped out, holding a chamber pot. With practiced ease, she dumped its contents onto the roadside. The shanty town where LVE lived lay on the outskirts of Awakens Market, a chaotic, disorderly place where cultivators often killed each other over treasures. This very area naturally lacked a night soil collector, the specialized workers for fecal waste collection. Moreover, the cultivation of lingmi here required no fertilizer, so there were no septic pits in any households. Most cultivators simply dumped their waste by the roadside. During winter it wasn't too bad, but once summer came, the air turned foul and attracted swarms of mosquitoes and flies. When LVE had first transmigrated and saw this, he momentarily thought he had time traveled to medieval cultivation times. Although it had been nearly half a year, he still felt uncomfortable with the phenomenon. My house is out of spirit rice. I need to catch a few spirit fish to sell. Before the pungent odor spread further into the air, LVE quickened his pace. The north wind howled through the sky, carrying with it tiny, sharp ice particles. The river, usually surging and turbulent, had grown tame due to the cold. Along its banks, the surface had already frozen solid, leaving only the central channel still flowing. This Qingchuan River encircled Xiaqingshan Mountain, and having absorbed the mountain's spiritual energy, housed a wide variety of spirit fish within its waters. LVE took out a bag of bait and poured it into the river, starting the process of setting the spot. The original body's ability to become a fishmonger in the market had largely stemmed from its secret recipe for spirit fish bait, which was effective in attracting spirit fish. However, unlike ordinary fish, spirit fish had significantly higher intelligence and were extremely cautious, making them very difficult to catch. Usually, people employed trained fish hawks or other spirit birds to catch them. But the previous owner, being a low-level cultivator, could not afford such luxuries, so he relied entirely on traditional rod fishing. Therefore, it wasn't unusual for him to return empty-handed. Catching 2 or 3 spirit fish a day was already considered a bountiful catch. After a year of that, aside from the fees paid for his stall, he barely saved a few spirit stones. LVE picked up a fishing rod, an odd sight, for the rod had no hook. Instead, attached at the end was a large white hand. Of course, this was an item from his treasure sack, called the automatic fishing rod, capable of catching fish without any fishing skill whatsoever. This was also why LVE continued his predecessor's trade of fishing. Once the rod touched the water, the white hand instantly became lively, swimming around in search of spirit fish. A short while later, the bamboo rod bent sharply and the fishing line grew taut. LVE quickly reeled in, a fish leaping into the air, sending droplets of water spraying in all directions. The fish was a little over a finger long, its entire body radiating a faint hazy spiritual glow, as if sculpted from jade. Good catch. It's actually a white jade spirit crucian carp. Satisfied, LVE removed the fish, tossing it into his basket behind his back, then threw the white hand back into the water. For the next several hours, the rod kept getting bites. Most of them were common fish, with spirit fish being the rare exception. LVE casually tossed a regular fish back into the river, then lifted his head to look at the sky. Swirling masses of silver-gray clouds roamed overhead amidst rolling cold winds, signaling an impending heavy snowfall. 7 spirit fish should be enough. Immediately, he retrieved the automatic fishing rod and placed it back into the treasure sack. Then, he pulled out a bamboo dragonfly and placed it on his head, flying toward the Xiaqingshan Market. The Xiaqingshan Market was controlled by the Jiang family of Jing country, an ancient and influential cultivation clan that had a foundation-forming elder guarding it, whose prestige echoed far and wide. A century ago, the Jiang family discovered a grade 2 low-tier spirit vein hidden in Xiaqingshan Mountain. Additionally, the mountain was rich in Qi Jing Gang, an excellent material for forging flying swords. After the Qi Jing Gang mines were exhausted, the Jiang family's foundation-forming elder used the spirit vein as the base to set up a grand formation, upon which the market was built. With such powerful backing, the Xiaqingshan market had grown increasingly prosperous, attracting more and more cultivators to settle and trade. At the foot of the mountain, LVE showed a jade token to 2 Jiang disciples standing guard at the entrance. After inspecting it carefully, they allowed him inside. Walking along the winding path upward, fields of spirit crops stretched on both sides. This season, most of the plots grew spirit vegetables, with only a few cultivating spirit grains. Cultivators worked in the fields, some summoning rain, others loosening soil. The market was situated at the mountaintop, covering an area of roughly 5 miles in diameter, with its 4 streets laid out in a ding shape. On both sides of the streets stood various shops, their doors decorated with signs, and all the pedestrians passing by were cultivators. After entering the market, LVE didn't head toward the central area, but instead wound through a series of narrow alleys, finally arriving at a secluded lane. On both sides of the alley, vendors had set up their stalls, displaying a variety of goods, beast pelts, spirit rice, talismans, and pills. LVE, moving with practiced ease, reached his own stall and emptied the spirit fish from his basket into a large wooden basin. Old Xia, even on such a cold day, You've caught so many spirit fish. Impressive. Do you have any tricks to share with us? Seeing so many spirit fish, the surrounding vendors grew envious. What tricks? Just lucky. LVE smiled, saying no more. Spirit fish had delicious meat that slightly replenished one's spiritual energy upon consumption. Unlike spirit beast meat, they were reasonably priced and thus highly favored by lower-level cultivators. How much for this Qinghua fish? A female cultivator stopped by, around 30 years old, dressed in a low-cut crimson silk dress, her full chest exposed. Her face resembled a blooming peony, her eyebrows like willow leaves, and her eyes, more enchanting than peach blossoms, exuded seductive charm. 50 spirit crystals. 50? Isn't that too expensive? Usually they're just 20 or 30 each. The female cultivator was taken aback. 50 spirit crystals were equivalent to half a low-grade spirit stone, quite expensive indeed. These days, with winter here, spirit fish are hard to catch, so naturally the price goes up a bit. Come on, 30 spirit crystals, the woman coquettishly bargained while leaning forward. Next time you come to the Manhwa mansion, I'll give you a discount. Manhwa mansion was a pleasure house within the market. Unlike ordinary brothels, all the courtesans there were female cultivators, beautiful and delicate, skilled in the arts of yin and yang. LVE's eyes caught a glimpse of her white chest, but he knew these female cultivators were ruthless women, devouring countless fellow cultivators without a trace. Besides, he was already middle-aged. How could he handle them? He firmly replied. No haggling. You're no fun, she muttered, throwing down a bag of spirit crystals. Clean the fish properly. I'm taking it with me. All right. LVE quickly picked up the fish, grabbed a 1-foot-long Qinghua fish from the basin, deftly scaled it, removed the gills and entrails, then washed and tied it with grass before handing it to the woman. Winter made fishing extremely difficult, and in the entire market, LVE was the only fish seller. Thus, it didn't take long for 5 or 6 fish to be sold. Old Xia, business looks good. At that moment, 2 enforcers from the Jiang family's patrol team walked over. Not far from the Jiang family, Awakens market was always guarded by a foundation-forming cultivator, and the Jiang family regularly sent out patrols to maintain order and perform inspections. Thanks to your 2 honorable presences, business has been decent lately. LVE clasped his hands and quietly asked, have you heard the rumor? They say after the New Year festival, all the booths in the alleys will be rearranged. Is that true? Yeah, every year they reshuffle the vendors. Keeps things fresh, Jiang Feng replied carelessly. Though your stall here has always stayed the same. So this year won't change either, right? LVE subtly handed over a bag of spirit crystals. His fish stall, being close to the main road, enjoyed slightly better spiritual energy than other spots. This year might be different. Another enforcer coldly snorted. A late-stage chi condensation wanderer has taken interest in your stall. He insisted on inviting my older brother to dine at the Mingyu Pavilion on spirit beast meat, even hiring Kai Cloud Fairy to play music. Do you even know who Kai Cloud Fairy is? Hey, why are you telling all this to old Xia? He's so old, he wouldn't understand anything anyway. Let's go, old Xia. Saying that, the Jiang brothers turned and left without looking back. LVE's expression darkened. Over the past half year, he had given countless spirit stones to the brothers, yet it was still never enough. The Mingyu Pavilion was a restaurant owned by the Jiang family, located right in the center of the market, with a powerful spiritual formation inside that made the air thick with spiritual energy. A single banquet of spirit beast meat there would easily cost 4 or 5 low-grade spirit stones, while Kai Cloud Fairy, a disciple from the outer sect of Miaoying Hall, required no less than 10 low-grade spirit stones for just one performance. 15 low-grade spirit stones was more than the original owner earned in an entire year. LVE suspected the Jiang brothers were only doing this because they noticed his good fortune with the spirit fish sales lately. There was still a white jade spirit crucian carp in the basin, but he no longer felt like selling it. He packed everything up and headed back down the mountain. Once home, he went directly to check on the Lingaos. Chapter 176 Air Pistol. He hadn't expected that the spirit pastries, big and small, would be lying weakly in their nests, with all the medicinal grass inside already devoured. If a spirit pastry starves to death, it will lose its vitality and become an ordinary pastry, never to revive again. I underestimated these spirit pastries' appetite. He hurriedly took out several cans from his treasure bag and poured medicinal grass into them. With sufficient food, the previously listless spirit pastries gradually recovered. Now there were already 10 little spirit pastries, doubling the population. If raised for a while longer, perhaps he could open a spirit pastry shop. Although the slum area was right next to Awakens market, it was still vulnerable to attacks from rogue cultivators. This candy, pastry, medicinal grass was no ordinary substance. It could make soulless, inanimate objects multiply. If word got out, he wouldn't even know how he died. Therefore, breeding spirit pastries had to remain a secret, without large-scale breeding. A single spirit pastry's value ranged from 3 to 10 spirit crystals. With the current scale, making a modest profit was feasible, but becoming suddenly rich was unrealistic. Besides spirit pastries, what else can I raise? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Suddenly, he thought of pills. Everyone's definition of sweets and pastries might differ. For wealthy cultivators who had no shortage of spirit stones, pills might be considered as candies or snacks. Let's give it a try. He had 3 grade 1 inferior gathering chi pills on him. When consumed, they could slightly enhance magical power and were commonly used by chi condensation stage cultivators. Carefully, he took out a pill the size of a soybean and placed it into one of the grass containers. An incense stick's worth of time passed, but nothing happened yet. He felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed he had overthought things. As the sun set, he started to prepare dinner. He pan-fried the white jade spirit cushion with beast oil, then simmered it slowly with water over low heat. Half an hour later, the milk-white broth looked thick and tempting. Fish bones were boiled until translucent and crystal clear, while the tender fish meat, partly still attached to the bones, seemed partially dissolved into this rich soup. The last of the spirit rice had already been made into spirit pastries, so he ate ordinary rice instead. Paired with the fish soup, it carried its own unique flavor. After dinner, Louis meditated and cultivated as usual. The slum dwellers were mostly mid to lower stage chi condensation cultivators, painstakingly absorbing just a tiny trickle of spiritual energy leaking from Xiaozong Mountain. Those cultivators who could afford spirit stones lived inside the market wards and enjoyed better food. Disadvantaged and rootless wandering cultivators like him could only sip at the remnants. Although there was a small spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy concentration inside the formation was still too thin. Helpless, Lu Yi grudgingly took out a small bag of spirit crystals to absorb their energy. The original owner possessed 4-element false spiritual roots, with very poor innate talent and comprehension. At over 40 years old, he was only at the 4th stage of chi condensation cultivation. There was a common knowledge in the immortal cultivation world. If one couldn't build a foundation before age 60, then further progress was almost impossible. It wasn't that high-age foundation building was impossible, but the success rate was exceedingly low, perhaps even less than 1 in 10,000. The original owner was already nearing 50 years old. Under normal circumstances, reaching the late stages of chi condensation cultivation by age 60 would already be doing well, let alone foundation building. It remained a distant dream. But now, Louis had the treasure bag. As long as he could draw a powerful enough item, there was still opportunity for foundation building, no matter how late. If he even pulled an overpowered artifact like a telephone booth, even nascent soul or becoming an immortal was not beyond reach. When the moon climbed to the willow tips, cultivation finally ended. Still at the 4th stage of chi condensation, breaking through would require absorbing at least 10 inferior spirit stones. Louis contemplated whether to use his entire savings to treat the Jiang brothers to a meal. Although his fish stall had a narrow space tucked away in a small alley, it wasn't far from the main street of the market ward. Its spiritual energy concentration even surpassed the slum area where the spirit gathering formation was set. Over the course of a year, this location could save a significant number of spirit stones on cultivation. Unfortunately, the Jiang family had imposed strict regulations governing stall hours for wandering cultivators. At Yu hour, around 5 in the afternoon, everyone must leave the market. Otherwise, Lu Yi would have stayed at the fish stall permanently. Just as he was about to add more medicinal grass to the spirit pastries, he suddenly noticed some of the grass inside the soda, and where he placed the gathering chi pill was nibbled full of holes, as if there were insects inside. Stepping closer, he saw something round rolling slowly chewing on a leaf, eating at a speed not much faster than a silkworm. So it's actually possible to breed pills. Louis suppressed his ecstatic excitement and gently placed the pill in his palm. He could now faintly see a set of facial features on one side of the pill. Its mouth looked somewhat like an insect's, stuffed with finely chewed bits of grass, constantly masticating. It said that only immortal pills have the possibility of developing intelligence. Louis's heart pounded rapidly. A single gathering chi pill was worth at least 5 inferior spirit stones. If pills could truly reproduce, he would finally strike it rich. Moreover, gathering chi pills were merely grade 1 inferior pills. If superior pills like green spirit pills could be stably bred and form a pill population, cultivation resources would never run dry again. In the following days, Lu Yi continued his previous routine, fishing, selling fish, and gutting fish, living as an ordinary fish vendor. Now the weather grew increasingly cold, with a thick layer of ice forming on the Qingchuan River. Even cormorants could no longer dive for fish. Only a handful of cultivators occasionally drilled holes to catch spiritual fish, though rarely with success. They were mostly skunked. Therefore, throughout the Xiaocong Mountain market during this winter season, Lu Yi was the only one selling spiritual fish, and prices had risen sharply, earning him a considerable fortune. The gathering chi pills that consumed the candy, pastry, and grass had begun reproducing. However, their gestation period was much longer than that of spirit pastries, about 4 to 5 days. And each pregnancy yielded only a single baby pill. The dozens of grass cans originally included in the treasure bag had already been consumed completely. Fortunately, there were dedicated grass seeds available for planting. This type of grass grew extremely fast. After scattering the seeds, green sprouts appeared shortly, reaching over a foot tall in a single day and night. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and it was time again to draw a new item. Item name: Wireless Remote-Controlled Rain Cloud and Wireless Remote-Controlled Sun. Grade F. Function: the wireless remote-controlled rain can release rain containing fertilizer. The wireless remote-controlled sun emits essential growth light for plants. A dark cloud the size of a millstone floated above the room, while beside it hovered a fireball the size of a basketball, radiating intense heat. These two items might be enough for growing mundane crops, but they're useless for spiritual rice. Lu Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. For spiritual rice to grow vigorously, cultivators needed to frequently cast the minor cloud rain technique. This spell condensed water vapor from the air into individual raindrops and absorbed faint ambient spiritual energy during the process, forming spiritual rain to nourish the rice. Although this spell wasn't complicated, most chi condensation stage cultivators could learn it quickly. However, spiritual rice was very water dependent and required irrigation with spiritual rain every 1 or 2 days. Casting the minor cloud rain spell consumed significant spiritual energy, often exhausting a mid-stage chi condensation cultivator after 2 or 3 casts. Therefore, ordinary wandering cultivators usually cultivated only 5 or 6 mu of spiritual fields. Anything more became difficult to manage. Unless they were specialized in farming. Like spiritual cultivators proficient in the cloud rain spell, they might manage over 10 mu of spiritual rice fields. If the remote-controlled rain cloud could produce rain mixed with spiritual energy, wouldn't it be possible to grow spiritual rice on a large scale? Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Pattering rain fell from a black cloud drifting midair. Lu Yi summoned a handful of raindrops using spiritual energy and found no spiritual energy within. The wireless remote-controlled rain cloud worked in a similar way to the minor cloud rain spell, absorbing atmospheric water vapor and transforming it into rain. However, the remote-controlled cloud could not absorb ambient spiritual energy. Spiritual rain containing spiritual energy was key to spiritual rice growth. Lu Yi considered combining the spirit-gathering formation with the remote-controlled rain cloud, which might succeed. Yet his spirit-gathering formation's flagpole was 3 chi tall, clearly incompatible with the rain cloud. The next day, after selling fish, Lu Yi specially visited several formation item shops. Unfortunately, most spirit-gathering array flagpoles available on the market were over 1 chi in height, covering at least 5 square meters, far larger than the remote-controlled rain cloud's area. You're saying the smaller the spirit-gathering formation, the better? Asked the shopkeeper at Treasure Pavilion. Yes, the spirit-gathering effect can be weaker, but the formation must be small, replied Lu Yi. That's easy enough. The shopkeeper took out a palm-sized wooden plaque, 6 cun long and 3 fingers wide, covered with densely packed talismanic characters. With a gentle activation, ambient spiritual energy rushed in immediately. This plaque was personally refined by a foundation-building expert. It contains an entire spirit-gathering array pattern, providing extraordinary spirit-gathering power. How much does it cost? The shopkeeper said. At minimum, 3 middle-grade spirit stones. Farewell. Lu Yi clasped his hands and turned to leave. 3 middle-grade spirit stones equaled 300 inferior ones. Right now, he only had 25 inferior spirit stones on him, most of which came from selling spiritual fish this winter. Outside the market, Lu Yi noticed many cultivators in the slums appeared anxious. He asked his neighbor, the widow Zhou, about it. She said a cultivator's body had been found in nearby Qisha River, bloodied and mutilated with a horrific death. The deceased was a 5th-stage chi condensation wandering cultivator who had lived here for 5 or 6 years. Lu Yi had even exchanged a few words with him before. These evil cultivators have become too rampant recently. This month alone, 2 cultivators have already died. The widow Zhou grumbled. Isn't the Jiang family doing anything about it? The slums are insignificant to the Jiang family. Why would they care about the life and death of us ordinary cultivators, said the widow Zhou coldly, before grabbing a chamber pot and heading home, closing the door behind her. Lu Yi's expression turned heavy. He needed to go to Qingchuan River daily to fish for spiritual fish. Although it was only 10 li from Xiaocang Mountain Market, there was still significant danger involved. You better not go fishing for a couple of days. For safety's sake, Lu Yi had decided to stay indoors to study the wireless remote-controlled rain cloud. After several attempts, he finally figured out a feasible plan. Inside the rain cloud was a small box that contained various fertilizers, capable of accelerating plant growth. Lu Yi ground spiritual crystals into powder and poured it into the box. With this, the rain would contain some spiritual energy. Through experimentation, he found that the spiritual energy from one spiritual crystal could irrigate about 2 mu of spiritual farmland. A year's worth of irrigation for 1 mu of spiritual farmland would only cost 1.5 inferior spirit stones. There's profit to be made, Lu Yi mused. He realized that the larger the area of spiritual farmland, the more effectively the remote-controlled rain cloud could be utilized, and the more spirit stones he could earn. Areas like the slums, where spiritual energy was scarce, were extremely difficult for growing spiritual rice. To grow spiritual rice, one had to apply to the Jiang family for access to the market and become a spiritual farmer. But becoming a spiritual farmer was no easy feat. Countless wandering cultivators in the slums aspired for this, yet very few succeeded. The weather became even colder. Biting winds carried vast swarms of snowflakes. The large snowflakes fell like goose feathers, while icy gusts sliced through the air like knives. Lu Yi reasoned that with such terrible weather, few cultivators would be outside. With no targets around, the hostile cultivators, Jiejixiu, likely wouldn't come out. He donned a straw rain cape and a bamboo hat before stepping outside. Due to the season, he was now the only seller of spiritual fish in the entire market. Come spring, when flowers bloom and the river ice melts, more spiritual fish vendors would arrive and prices would plummet. The heavy snow continued falling, blanketing the world in white. Qingchuan River had already frozen over with a thick layer of ice. Lu Yi summoned a short sword, slightly over a foot in length and 2 fingers wide, its entire body a translucent yellow with a few black specks. This was the only magical artifact the original owner possessed, and it was still just an inferior tier item. The sword turned into a streak of yellow light slicing across the ice, sending shards flying everywhere. Soon, it carved out a large hole. Just as Lu Yi was about to retrieve his automatic fishing rod, he sensed an intense killing intent approaching. Looking closely, he saw a masked cultivator rushing toward him, radiating a deadly aura. A Jiejixiu. He felt both shocked and furious. Never did he expect that despite his carefulness, he was still being targeted. Immediately, he took out the bamboo dragonfly and ascended into the sky. Hand over your secret fishing technique, and I might spare your life, the Jiejie rasped out. Lu Yi's heart chilled. This opponent possessed a powerful aura. Judging from his appearance, he was likely a late-stage chi condensation cultivator with considerable strength. The bamboo dragonfly could fly continuously for 8 hours, but its speed was sluggish, perhaps even slower than some middle-stage chi condensation cultivators flying on magical tools. Lu Yi only had one chance: fly straight up. Within a few breaths, he reached a height of 100 meters. The Jiejie's expression changed. He had assumed that with his late-stage cultivation, killing a mere fishmonger would be effortless. He hadn't expected his target to have some sort of flight tool, reaching such a high altitude. So, you're actually quite a catch. Gritting his teeth, the Jiejie rode his sword and ascended. The higher they climbed, the stronger the winds became. The piercing cold sliced at their faces like blades. Even though he had reached the 7th level of chi condensation cultivation, the assassin shivered involuntarily. Cultivators at the chi condensation stage had gaseous spiritual energy within and couldn't sustain flight for long periods. At 200 meters up, the Jiejie already felt half of his spiritual energy depleted, while the fishmonger above appeared unfazed, flying with remarkable ease. This fishmonger must have inherited some great legacy. I'll let him off for now. Though resentment flashed in his eyes, the assassin knew that flying any higher would deplete his spiritual energy entirely, and a misstep could send him crashing into the storm below. But Louis had no intention of letting him escape so easily. If the Jiejie had more powerful allies, it wouldn't be safe even within the slums. Immediately, Louis pulled out the air gun, fitted it on his index finger, and called out sharply, "Pang!" A loud swoosh echoed as a compressed air bullet shot out. The Jiejie, being a late-stage chi condensation cultivator, reacted swiftly. With a mere thought, he summoned a talisman that blocked his front, instantly forming a pale yellow protective barrier. "You want to die?" Furious, the Jiejie retrieved a 3-inch flag, jet black in color. Waving it in the wind, the flag grew to more than a person's height. A skull emerged from it, about the size of a millstone, exhaling black smoke while letting out sharp, wailing cries. Lu Yi, however, had already prepared for this. As soon as the small flag appeared, he steered the bamboo dragonfly far away. This skull-releasing flag was a superior tier artifact, highly poisonous. If someone were to be touched by it, without a high-grade antidote pill, they'd surely die from the poison. But such a treasure also consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy, and its effective range was limited. Cultivators of the Jiejie sect inherently possessed limited spiritual energy, and after activating the skull-releasing banner, their reserves dwindled even faster. Lu Yi strictly followed the strategy of harass when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances, intending to exhaust his opponent by relying on the bamboo dragonfly's stamina until the enemy's spiritual energy ran dry. Finally, the Jiejie exhausted all his talismans, and his spiritual energy reserves were completely drained. A compressed air bullet, faster than thought, shot out with a sharp hoof, piercing through the Jiejie's forehead. A burst of blood splattered into the air as the assassin's eyes flew wide open. His body plummeted from midair, crashing heavily onto the hard ice below. After confirming that the Jiejie was dead beyond doubt, Lu Yi descended and removed the bloodstained mask. Old Sun from next door. Lu Yi couldn't be more shocked. In his mind, Old Sun had always been a kind-hearted old man, polite to everyone he met, never arguing with anyone, enjoying great respect within the slums. Just recently, he had even borrowed 5 spirit jujubes from him to make Ling Nigal. Who would have guessed that such a good-hearted man was secretly a Jiejie responsible for multiple murders? I thought I was just unlucky to run into a Jiejie even in such harsh weather, but I was being watched all along. A wave of chills ran down his spine, realizing how close danger had been. Opening Old Sun's storage pouch, he found 150 pieces of inferior spirit stones, several spiritual crystals, and other odds and ends, mostly talismans and diah. Scattered around the corpse were also the flying sword and skull-releasing banner. Didn't expect Old Sun to be so rich, true to the saying, rob and murder to gain wealth. Lu Yi's heart pounded with excitement. The treasures he just acquired would be enough for him to sell fish for 10 years. After burying the body, he hurriedly left Qingchuan River. With Old Sun's newfound wealth, Lu Yi temporarily put aside his fishing business and focused entirely on cultivation. After absorbing 10 pieces of inferior spirit stones, he finally broke through to the 5th layer of the foundation building stage, making him barely middle-ranked within the entire slums region. By now, the population of the Lingal had expanded to over 100. With so many, the grass feed supply was starting to fall short, forcing Lu Yi to harvest early and reduce their numbers. The growth rate of Juqi Dan remained extremely slow, increasing only by 2 in over half a month, and those weren't even fully matured yet. Unfortunately, compared to the Ningal, Jirqi Dan reproduction was more difficult. It was similar to cultivators. Higher cultivation levels meant more difficulty in reproduction. Son from next door hasn't returned for a month. Do you think he might have died outside? Widow Zhou from the neighboring house asked. Perhaps, Louis replied indifferently, offering little more. As winter neared its end and the weather grew milder, Lu Yi spent 5 inferior spirit stones on a private dining chamber in the Mingyu Pavilion, hosting a banquet filled with delicacies. Mingyu Pavilion had its own spirit chef. Spirit chefs were a branch of alchemy, much like brewing, and were highly popular, welcomed by major restaurants and taverns alike. These spirit chefs primarily used demon beast flesh and blood as the main ingredients. carefully combined with spirit herbs according to unique secret recipes, and cooked under true flame to produce the Yao. This was exactly when Lu Yi was entertaining the two Jiang brothers. Above them in midair, Sachiko rode on God Cloud, holding the God Scepter, concealing her form as she observed and recorded every move of Lu Yi's activity in detail. This was a direct command from the master. Every detail had to be recorded thoroughly, leaving absolutely nothing out. Meanwhile, Xia Yi had transformed into a cultivator, traveling within Dixing. Now, after tens of thousands of years of development, the cultivation world had become quite prosperous. The highest cultivation level had reached the core formation stage. This could not be helped. After all the spiritual energy in this world was a refined projection of Xia Yi's own essence, and thus the concentration was not very high. Therefore, no nascent soul stage cultivators could emerge for now. As for Lu Yi, he was someone secretly cultivated by Xia Yi. Previously, Xia Yi had suspected that Dongxing continent might have been created by Doryman using some tool, and he himself might just be a mere pawn. This theory was too terrifying, too disturbing to contemplate. But yet, it was not impossible. Thus, in order to verify it, or perhaps to uncover hidden clues, Xia Yi injected fragments of his past life memories into a certain cultivator named Lu Yi. Lu Yi's temperament and personality closely resembled Xia Yi's, hence the selection. Some of the memories that Xia Yi carried from his previous life on Earth were perceived by Lu Yi as memories of his own transmigration. As for the Golden Finger treasure bag system, it was naturally also created by Xia Yi. All the tools drawn by Lu Yi in the system were ones that Xia Yi had previously drawn himself. To be continued.